A few days ago, in the Arabian desert, the martial spirit ability team unfortunately encountered the 8th tier beast, the poison scorpion king. Fortunately, the 8th tier expert Zhang Ji arrived in time and achieved a great victory. A violent explosion occurred at a factory in Mingzhu City last Sunday, resulting in heavy casualties. According to the investigation, it is very likely that the demon spirit cult was responsible. Li Godan, a genius student from the Extraordinary Academy, bravely sacrificed his life while fighting against alien beasts to protect the citizens of the city. Last week, in Jianyang City, a flamboyant news report was broadcast over the school radio of Yongchang No. 1 Middle School. The classroom was bustling with activity, with students laughing and playing, their voices rising and falling. However, a black-haired boy seemed to be in another world, resting his chin on one hand with his eyes closed. His appearance stood out from the surrounding noise. Suddenly, his eyelids trembled slightly, and the next second he opened his eyes wide. The boy quickly looked around, his face filled with shock, carefully examining every corner of the classroom. His expression instantly shifted from shock to astonishment, and then from astonishment to bitterness. He stretched out his right hand and pinched his thigh hard. "Hey, what are you doing?" The girl next to him, with her hair in a ponytail, screamed in pain. "Isn't that obvious? Try pinching yourself," the girl complained, rubbing her leg. The boy peeked at the girl, his face extremely grim. You are Zhang Xiaowei?" Zhang Xiaowei was taken aback at first, then glared at him fiercely. "I'm not Zhang Xiaowei, so are you Zhang Xiaowei?" The boy instantly realized what had happened, covered his head with his hands, and looked even worse than if he had eaten shit. "I've traveled back in time again?" At this moment, he was on the verge of collapse. His name is Yi Shiqing, and he is an ordinary high school student. Her grades were average, her emotional intelligence was SOSO, and her family background was ordinary. Her only advantage was probably her fairly good looks. Moreover, because of certain petty people, Yi Shiqing doesn't have a single friend in her class. Recalling that night in her first year of high school, Yi Shiqing would hold her phone and hide under the covers to watch late-night movies. Just as he was engrossed in watching, his phone suddenly emitted a blinding white light, and the world seemed to turn upside down, making him dizzy and lightheaded. When he opened his eyes again, they discovered they had traveled through time. This world is a continent where strength reigns supreme. Here, the strong are respected, and the weak can only eke out a living. Yi Shiqing knew that he had to adapt as quickly as possible in order to make a name for himself on this cruel continent. In that world, he endured hardships and struggles for decades, gradually growing from an ignorant novice, experiencing countless life and death trials, yet never giving up. Ultimately, he became the most powerful assassin, renowned far and wide, and feared by his enemies. Just as he was preparing to enjoy wealth and luxury, and to have beautiful women by his side, he woke up one morning. He's traveled back in time again. The familiar sight before him made him feel disoriented, and he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. But he took a deep breath and forced himself to accept reality. "What are you barking at, you dog?" Zhang Xiaowei rolled her eyes and complained. Yi Shiqing's loud shout instantly silenced the previously noisy classroom, drawing curious glances from many students. Those gazes converged upon them like stars surrounding the moon. Yi Shiqing was in a terrible mood, his gaze sharp as he glared at the classmates who were staring at him. After all, he had spent many years training in another world, and he carried an aura that sent chills down people's spines. The classmate who met his gaze was immediately terrified. A chill ran down his spine, and he subconsciously looked away. This person seems to have undergone a complete transformation today, like a completely different person. Same here. He's usually so timid and hesitant. Why is he so tough today? His rebuke sparked a flurry of gossip among the students around him, but Yi Shiqing completely ignored their gazes and comments. He reached up to touch his forehead, veins bulging, his teeth clenched, his face contorted in pain. Memories flooded my mind like a torrent. After about 3 minutes, Yi Shiqing slowly lowered his right hand. By this time, he was covered in sweat and his face was pale, as if he had just endured an invisible torture. Fortunately, the pain had subsided, and he began to gain a basic understanding of the world around him. Before he transmigrated, he was a first-year high school student, but now he is a senior in high school. In other words, although he had lived in another world for decades, he had only been here for 2 years. Even more surprisingly, based on the memories that had just been integrated into his mind, the world had undergone earth-shattering changes. Although everyone around me was so familiar, something special seemed to have appeared in this world. Yi Shiqing extended his right hand, his gaze falling on the pattern of 2 swords on the back of his hand. The pattern was entirely black, resembling a deep and mysterious vortex. It's like a delicate work of art, perfectly sculpted into the skin, with every line smooth and delicate, exuding a unique charm. He took a deep breath. Through the memories he had just absorbed, he learned that a strange power had appeared in this world: superpowers. Superpowers are ever-changing and diverse in form. Some people can control fire and thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. Others can wield weapons and create something from nothing. There are also differences in quality among different superpowers, which are divided into God level, S level, A level, B level, C level, D level, E level, and F level. Most people can only awaken C level or D level superpowers, and even then, they may have to spend than half their lives to become a powerful figure. Those exceptionally gifted individuals can awaken A-level or B-level superpowers. If one obtains superior cultivation resources, one can become a regional overlord. S rank is extremely rare, and it is already quite difficult to awaken it. As for God-level superpowers, only 3 people in the world possess them. Every senior high school student goes through a period of awakening, and Yi Shiqing is no exception. His special ability, however, is only the lowest level, F rank, double-edged sword. Aside from chopping wood, it has almost no other use. The superpowers here are divided into magic, military, mental, and supernatural types. Yi Shiqing's double-edged sword belongs to the weapon category. Apart from its sharpness, this knife is no different from an ordinary knife. In addition, a kind of being called mythical beast has appeared in this world. They have a fierce and violent appearance and an extremely cruel nature, but their strength seems to be extremely powerful. In this era, humanity is as insignificant as a speck of dust, yet it remains steadfast in its resolve. Humans may be as weak as grass, but they can still turn the tide. Faced with this scourge, only those with supernatural abilities can become both spear and shield to fight against them. However, not everyone can successfully awaken their superpowers. There are quite a few cases of failure. In the eyes of ordinary people, people with superpowers are highly regarded and are objects of worship. Superpowered individuals are divided into 9 levels, from level 1 to level 9. Each step forward represents a qualitative leap. Only the lowest level F rank, double-edged blade, ability users, like Yi Shiqing, have awakened their abilities. Even if the level is improved in the future, it will be difficult to bring about significant changes. The upper limit of F-level superpowers has long been clearly demonstrated. It was like an insurmountable barrier, firmly limiting his room for growth. No matter how hard you try, those inherent limitations will always follow you like a shadow. His path ahead was fraught with thorns, and his future looked bleak. Yi Shiqing exhaled a deep breath. He didn't mind too much about it. After all, in another world, he also started as a complete novice and worked his way up step by step. For him, it's just a fresh start. But there was still a trace of reluctance in his eyes, and his expression was heartbreaking. They finally carved out a niche for themselves, only to have it all vanish in an instant. The past glories have vanished like bubbles, leaving only a heart full of helplessness and resentment. You treat me like this, can't you just let me have some peace of mind? He shook his head in a low voice. Just then, a voice that only he could hear rang in his mind. Yi Shiqing was suddenly taken aback. The killing system is being activated. Importing data! Exclamation point. Yi Shiqing's mouth dropped open, his heart burning with excitement. Data import to the killing system successful. Congratulations, host, for activating the killing system. Name, Yi Shiqing. Stamina, 500. Agility, 1000. Strength, 500. Mental strength, 200. Skills and techniques, none. Special ability, double-edged sword, F rank level, 1. Special ability points, 0. The host can increase their strength by gaining ability points through combat. Yi Shiqing has excellent mental fortitude. In just half a second, he quickly calmed down from his excitement and pondered carefully while resting his chin on his hand. Mental strength is an essential requirement for those who awaken their superpowers. Because he has not learned any skills, the skill and technique column shows none. Skills and techniques are divided into levels, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. All skills and techniques must be purchased from the Supernatural Abilities Guild. Even the lowest grade F-level technique costs at least 10,000 renminbi. Mental strength has a great influence on skill control. The higher the mental strength, the easier it is to use skills and the stronger they are. The ability points are clearly stated. They can be used to upgrade oneself or one's ability, double-edged sword. His stamina, agility, and strength are all very high, especially his agility, which is ridiculously high. Yi Shiqing understood that this was probably because the physique he had developed when he traveled to that world last time had also been brought back. He clenched his fists, his powerful aura radiating from his entire body, and a look of wild joy appeared on his face. As expected, the heavens may not be on my side, but they will not let me down. I will surely create new glories in this world. Then, he stared at the ability points and asked, organizing his thoughts, system, besides leveling up, what else can ability points be used for? Special ability points can be used for upgrades or for drawing prizes. The system gave a concise answer, followed by a flash of light that dazzled Yi Shiqing. Instantly, a card draw panel appeared before his eyes. Yi Shiqing's lips curled up slightly. Sure enough, the system couldn't just add points to physical attributes. That would be too boring. He glanced at the card draw panel. 160 ability points for 1 draw. 1,600 ability points for 10 consecutive draws. System, what can I get from this lottery? I cannot disclose the details, but you are guaranteed to get an S-rank character in 90 draws. Yi Shiqing's eyes widened, her face filled with excitement. Although she didn't know what she would get, this guaranteed drop mechanism was truly reassuring. He suppressed his inner turmoil and muttered to himself, how do I obtain those ability points? The higher your level, the more ability points you will gain from killing monsters or humans. Yi Shiqing wanted to try her luck at the lottery. Her her eyes filled with anticipation. The panel showed 0 ability points, and the light dimmed instantly. He sighed helplessly, his longing vanishing like a bubble. The killing system, he mused. After all, the beasts were ferocious and ruthless, while his own ability, double-edged sword, was only F rank and had no special functions or skills. It was practically just 2 ordinary wood-chopping knives. But, fortunately, he brought all his physical attributes from his previous life with him, and with his years of experience in another world, killing the alien beasts was not difficult. As for killing, it was incredibly easy for him. At this moment, the system voice sounded again. New player sign-in will be issued to the host shortly. 1%, 20%, 30%. Yi Shiqing's lips parted slightly, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, such great perks. There's even a newbie gift pack?" As soon as he finished speaking, a blue light flashed and changed before his eyes, and the next second, the sign-in interface appeared. You can sign in for a total of 7 days, and the rewards are exactly the same every day. You can receive 1,600 ability points every day. Heaven has not forsaken me. I will surely defy fate and change my destiny. Since returning from the time travel, Yi Shiqing has been in a low mood, listless and like a walking corpse. However, fate took a sudden turn when a powerful system awakened within him. In an instant, the gloom in his heart vanished like morning mist meeting the sun, and the dawn of hope illuminated his world once again, rekindling his desire and passion for the future. Yi Shiqing stared at the virtual interface in his mind and, without the slightest hesitation, pressed the claim button. Congratulations, host, you have successfully claimed the item. Ability points plus 1,600. Current ability points, 1,600. Upon seeing this, Yi Shiqing couldn't help but smile like an ant. System, I want to participate in the lottery. Sensing his call, the lottery screen immediately appeared before my eyes. Just as he was about to draw a prize, a pleasant ringtone sounded from the loudspeaker. The sound instantly interrupted Yi Shiqing's pleasant thoughts, and he subconsciously closed the system interface. Class, it's time for class. Please hurry back to your classrooms. The students around them immediately returned to their seats in an orderly fashion. After a while, the classroom door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man wearing glasses and sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle walked in. Yi Shiqing recognized him. He was the homeroom teacher, usually serious but kind-hearted. The homeroom teacher glanced around, his expression still serious. He composed himself briefly and said in a loud voice, "Years of hard study have led to this day. Whether you're taking the humanities or the military exam, you need to stay calm and perform to your best ability. Students taking the martial arts exam should be especially careful, as it carries a risk to their lives." The classroom was somewhat subdued. The homeroom teacher's words flowed out like a tidal wave, but Yi Shiqing seemed detached from it all, his mind already wandering far away. His grades were already poor, and now that he had been transported to a world full of fighting and killing, he had no interest in studying at all. His eyes darted around, his thoughts still immersed in that thrilling and exciting otherworld, ignoring his homeroom teacher's earnest advice. At that moment, a classmate in the front row suddenly handed him a piece of paper. However, it was just an ordinary piece of white paper, covered with various options. Yi Shiqing took it and glanced at it. It was a college application form, and the students around me also picked up their pens one after another, scribbling on the paper. Yi Shiqing's lips curled up slightly. Taking the liberal arts exam was simply impossible, let alone passing it. Even if he awakened an F-level superpower, with his rich combat experience, he would be more than qualified to get into a martial arts school. He picked up his pen and wrote 4 large characters on the application form without hesitation. God-given Academy. Hey, which school did you fill in? Zhang Xiaowei leaned over and glanced at the application form on Yi Shiqing's desk. Ha! Zhang Xiaowei paused for a moment when she saw Yi Shiqing's application. You applied to God-given Academy? Are you crazy? TCH. Yi Shiqing rolled her eyes. In modern China, the top academies are all martial arts schools, while even the best liberal arts colleges can only rank after martial arts schools. The Divine Gift Academy, Dawn Academy, and Magic Pearl Academy are known as the Three Giants, the most prestigious universities in China. Countless people yearn for these colleges and long to study there. Entering these colleges means gaining access to the best educational resources and training opportunities, and the teachers are among the best of the best. However, the examination atmosphere at the martial arts school is extremely dangerous, requiring candidates to fight against strange beasts at a designated location. The score is determined by the number and level of the monsters killed. The maximum score is 200. Killing a Tier 1 beast earns 2 points, and killing a Tier 2 beast earns 5 points. Other martial arts schools have admission scores ranging from 80 to 150, while the Big Three have an astonishing admission score of 180. For students who have awakened high-quality superpowers, killing these low-level alien beasts is a piece of cake. The beasts used for the exams are all no higher than 2 tiers, since most people only awaken their powers at the start of the first semester of their senior year of high school. The conditions for cultivation in high school are far less abundant than in university. After a year of cultivation, most people can only advance 1 or 2 levels. In the hands of wealthy young men with abundant resources, it can even reach reached the 3rd tier level. Therefore, the students of these 3 martial arts schools are either awakened D-level or higher superpowered individuals, or come from wealthy families. For a student like Yi Shiqing, who has awakened an F-level superpower but has no background, getting into these schools is simply a pipe dream. Zhang Xiaowei was completely baffled. She knew that it would be difficult for someone like Yi Shiqing, who had awakened an F-level ability, to even get into an ordinary martial arts school, let alone a school for top students like this. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaowei seemed to think of something. She glanced thoughtfully at Yi Shiqing, a hint of pity in her eyes, and gently patted his shoulder. "You should give up on this exam, right?" Zhang Xiaowei paused for a moment. "I understand. Anyone who awakens an F-level superpower would be devastated." Yi Shiqing was stunned, staring at Zhang Xiaowei as if he had seen a fool. "When did I say I was going to give up?" "Ah, didn't you want to give up? Then why are you filling out the form randomly?" "When did I fill in something randomly?" Zhang Xiaowei opened her mouth, looking somewhat astonished. She stood there stunned for a long time before slowly saying, You don't really want to apply to the God-given academy, do you?" "Yes." Yi Shiqing nodded lightly, a harmless smile on her face. "No way? How could you possibly pass the exam with your F-level ability, double-edged sword? Even if you got lucky and passed, they might not even train you." Although Zhang Xiaowei's words were unpleasant to hear, they made sense. The reason why F-level superpowers are considered the weakest is precisely because most of them only have auxiliary functions in daily life. For example, abilities like purifying water sources or summoning a flame the size of a lighter are useful, but they are extremely weak in combat. In comparison, other levels of superhumans possess stronger attack and defense capabilities, enabling them to play a crucial role on the battlefield. In this world where superpowers are rampant, F-level superpowers are like a forgotten corner. Even if one's cultivation level improves, it cannot change their useless nature. That meager power is utterly incapable of making any waves in the fierce competition, offering its owner negligible advantages and being virtually useless. This is its destined fate. Therefore, university professors would never go to great lengths to train a worthless superhuman. Yi Shiqing shook his head, a peculiar smile on his lips, as if silently saying, "Brother, I can pass the exam." "TCH. Zhang Xiaowei curled her lip. "Besides Xiao Rongxue, who can control you?" After saying that, she turned her head to stare at the blackboard and ignored Yi Shiqing. Upon hearing her words, Yi Shiqing suddenly remembered something and turned her gaze to the first row of seats by the window. In that classroom, there was a particularly eye-catching figure, a silver-haired girl, dressed in an elegant and gorgeous blue dress, as if she had stepped out of a dream. She had no deskmate and sat alone by the window, the sunlight shining on her, creating a lonely yet beautiful scene. Because Yi Shiqing was also sitting by the window, he could only see her back. It wasn't until she turned her head to look at the blackboard during class that he could see her face clearly. Her high, straight nose, long eyelashes, and fair complexion exude a unique charm. Yi Shiqing narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the girl for a long time. Although his memory was a little hazy, he still remembered that she was Xiao Rongxue. Just as Yi Shiqing was engrossed in watching, the broadcast suddenly came on, startling him. A pleasant ringing sound entered my ears. "Students, get out of class is over. Please leave the classroom and get some fresh air. Be polite and follow the rules, and remember that safety comes first." The homeroom teacher on the stage glanced at the time, and without going over time, began to speak. "All right, have you all filled out your college application forms? Hand them all to Xiao Rongxue. I wish you all the best in the college entrance exam the day after tomorrow." After speaking, the homeroom teacher gave Xiao Rongxue a look, and Xiao Rongxue gave a soft Without hesitation, Yi Shiqing immediately handed the application form in her hand to the male student in the front row. The boy glanced at Yi Shiqing's application form subconsciously and couldn't help but sneer. Yi Shiqing immediately noticed the subtle expression on his face, but too lazy to argue with him, she ignored it. Soon, Xiao Rongxue collected all the application forms and calmly followed the homeroom teacher to the office. Half of the get-out-of-class time had passed, and Yi Shiqing stared quietly out the window, lost in thought. Just then, a pleasant voice rang out beside him, like a gentle breeze, breaking the silence. "Yi Shiqing." He paused for a moment, his thoughts instantly returning to reality, and turned to look at the source of the sound. A blue dress came into view, and silver hair swayed gently in the wind, shimmering with an unusual luster. He looked up, his gaze falling on Xiao Rongxue. Her face, as cold and aloof as an iceberg, remained expressionless, her calm eyes deep and clear, and her fair skin seemed as if it could be shattered with a gentle pinch. Upon seeing her face, Yi Shiqing was immediately stunned. She was so beautiful, like a fairy descended to earth. Xiao Rongxue held her head high, glancing at Yi Shiqing with a faint look. Seeing that he was still staring at her, her brows furrowed slightly. Yi Shiqing immediately realized what was happening, and the memories in his mind gradually became clear. This girl is named Xiao Rongxue. She not only possesses stunning beauty, but is also the class monitor. Every smile and gesture of hers is captivating. She was born into a prestigious family, the second young lady of the Xiao family, who was extremely wealthy and doted on. What's even more remarkable is that she awakened the S-class superpower, Lingxue Fengshuang, which added even more brilliance to her beauty beauty and talent. However, her personality is in stark contrast to her appearance. She always had a cold and aloof demeanor, as if she were isolated from the world. This unique temperament and family background made her an unattainable goddess in the hearts of countless boys. However, her aloof attitude and unapproachable personality meant that most people could only admire her from afar and dared not get close to her easily. However, this icy beauty is Yi Shiqing's childhood sweetheart. Although Yi Shiqing's family background was far less than 1/10 of Xiao Rongshue's, they had almost no interaction. However, the two had been in the same school and class from elementary school through middle school to high school, so their relationship was naturally much closer. Countless boys like Xiao Rongshue, so seeing Yi Shiqing so close to the goddess naturally fills them with rejection and hostility. When Xiao Rongshue walked to Yi Shiqing's side, countless hostile and envious gazes were fixed on Yi Shiqing. Xiao Rongshue frowned slightly. Seeing that Yi Shiqing was still staring at her, she said calmly, "Have you looked enough?" "Ha, oh, that's enough." Yi Shiqing was interrupted by her, scratched the back of his head, and felt a little embarrassed. "What does the class monitor want with me?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "My teacher asked me to give this to you," Xiao Rongshue said, handing him a brand new college application form. Yi Shiqing was taken aback for a moment, then asked in confusion, "Why are you giving this to me? Didn't I just fill it out?" "Your teacher asked me to persuade you to change your college application." "Change my application?" Yi Shiqing muttered softly, "I just want to go to that school." Xiao Rongshue narrowed her eyes slightly and shook her head, saying, "You won't pass the exam. With your special ability, it would be more suitable for you to take the liberal arts exam. It's too dangerous during the exam." "Oh, so you're afraid I'll be in danger?" Yi Shiqing revealed what he thought was a cool smile. Xiao Rongshue looked at him silently, her face expressionless. Yi Shiqing smiled faintly, then asked, "And you? Which one did you apply for?" "Dawn, why not apply to the God-given academy? After all, the Divine Gift Academy is the top martial arts school, while Dawn Academy is only second. Those who have awakened S-level superpowers, like Xiao Rongshue, would generally choose the Divine Gift Academy." However, she did not do so, which puzzled Yi Shiqing. Xiao Rongshue did not respond, but calmly looked down at Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing glanced at Xiao Rongshue in front of him, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Alright, since you're so worried about me getting into trouble, then I'll change it." As he spoke, he took out a ballpoint pen, hastily wrote 4 large characters, and handed them to Xiao Rongshue. Xiao Rongshue was taken aback, not expecting him to agree so quickly. After all, Yi Shiqing was always shameless and a seasoned sly old fox. She took the application form from Yi Shiqing and saw the 4 words written on her first choice, Dawn Academy, and her face immediately showed dissatisfaction. "Do you want to die?" Xiao Rongshue's expression turned serious unexpectedly. "Didn't you teach me to change it?" Yi Shiqing spread her hands. "If you can do it, why can't I?" Xiao Rongshue stared at his harmless face, furious. She simply left 2 words and turned to leave. Her skirt fluttered as she turned around abruptly. Yi Shiqing watched her departing figure, a faint smile gently rising at the corner of his mouth. "Brother, are you confused?" Zhang Xiaowei's voice rang in my ears. "What's wrong?" Yi Shiqing turned to look at her. "You seem to have upset the class monitor just now." "I didn't do anything," he asked, completely bewildered. "You wouldn't understand, would you?" Zhang Xiaowei held up a finger and waved it in front of him, a faint smile on her face, her eyes gleaming with unfathomable wit. "You're the only guy who can get along with an ice queen like Xiao Rongshue. In her heart, you're just a friend. She would never really want you to suffer." "But I won't die." Yi Shiqing helplessly spread her hands. Fine. Xiao Rongshue's efforts have been in vain." Zhang Xiaowei was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore after seeing his attitude. Seeing this, Yi Shiqing turned to look out the window, a contented smile appearing on his face. After school in the afternoon, he didn't hesitate and strode home excitedly, as if he didn't recognize anyone. Yi Shiqing's parents died in a car accident when he was in junior high school. Facing this lonely house, he felt no emotion. Whether he was here or had traveled to the other side, he was always alone. After all, he had lived in another world for decades and had long been accustomed to this solitude. He subconsciously glanced at his parents' portraits next to the television, his face showing no sadness or bitterness, but rather a serene smile. He shook his head, interrupting his thoughts, since he had been keeping the system's lottery in mind. He didn't draw the lottery in the classroom because he had reservations. The system was essentially his cheat code. If he were to draw some incredibly powerful or amazing item or ability, causing a huge uproar, he would definitely be targeted and questioned, attracting a lot of attention. He was able to dominate the world precisely because he kept a low profile and secretly developed his strength, which led to his lifelong fame. He will still maintain this style now. The house is small, only about 50 square meters. The walls are mottled and the paint is about to peel off, clearly indicating realizing that the house has a lot of history. He ran to the toilet to wash his hands. After all, he had bad luck and needed to wash his hands of the pot. His eyes suddenly narrowed, a familiar blue light flashed in them, and his expression became serious. The killing system is being imported. An electronic voice echoed in my mind. System activation successful. The next moment, a lottery box appeared in front of him. Yi Shiqing rubbed his palms together, his face filled with excitement and anticipation. He raised his finger with anticipation and directly clicked for a 10 pull. A flash of white light, accompanied by a pleasant tinkling sound. The white light changed from white to cyan, then from cyan to blue, and then flashed out in an instant. Each color change was accompanied by a chiming sound. Just when Yi Shiqing thought it was over, the purple light gradually turned into gold. He immediately felt that something good had arrived. As the light faded, all the items he had drawn transformed into cards and appeared before his eyes. He immediately spotted the gift carried by the golden light. S-level superpower, Dark Knight Overlord. Ha 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 ha, I actually got an S-rank ability in just one 10 pull. Yi Shiqing burst into laughter, his heart overflowing with the most genuine joy. Yi Shiqing tightly hugged the S-level ability, Dark Knight Overlord, to his chest, his gaze falling on the description on the card. S-rank superpower, Dark Knight Overlord, Psychic type, Tier 1. 1. In the dark, speed, strength, attack, and defense are increased fivefold. 2. Creates a dark domain with a radius of 10 meters centered on itself and can temporarily control any object within the domain for 1 minute. The introduction was concise and to the point. Yi Shiqing glanced at it and immediately understood its contents. The next moment, the S-rank ability card, Dark Knight Overlord, suddenly turned into a cloud of black mist, as if it had a life of its own, and quickly slid into Yi Shiqing's body along his palm. The black mist flowed through my body without causing any discomfort. On the contrary, it brought me an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Is this an S-class superpower? Yi Shiqing couldn't help but exclaim as he felt the surging dark power within his body. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the S-level ability, Dark Knight Overlord, with a mental power increase of 50. Current mental strength 250. As an electronic voice echoed in his mind, Yi Shiqing unconsciously rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. He didn't expect that after awakening his new superpower, his mental strength would also increase. He then turned his attention to the remaining cards. There are 10 cards in total. Gold represents S rank, purple represents A rank, blue represents B rank, cyan represents C rank, and white represents D, E, and F rank. Yi Shiqing took down the card that was emitting a faint purple light. Instrument, the Cloak of Nothingness. Wearing it on one's back, it can completely conceal one's aura, making one appear like a ghost, invisible and undetectable. Instruments and techniques are similar. They are external things that require a lot of money to purchase. The instruments are divided into offensive, defensive, and auxiliary instruments, which are completely different from the military system and the superpower category. The unique abilities of the soldier type are derived from their own summoning power, a surging power deep within their soul. In contrast, instruments are mostly crafted by hand. However, there are also naturally formed instruments in this world, nurtured by heaven and earth. They seem to be the darlings of heaven and earth, possessing innate mystery and power. However, such instruments are extremely rare, perhaps only 1 or 2 out of a million. His Cloak of Nothingness was probably man-made. After all, a natural instrument wouldn't be a grade A purple. Yi Shiqing raised his hands, and in an instant, a completely black hooded cloak appeared behind him. The cloak felt weightless, making him feel light and airy. Wow, that's amazing. Yi Shiqing looked at himself in the mirror from left to right. With a thought, the ethereal cloak behind him vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Besides, only Yi Shiqing knew that the cloak was still hanging on his back, which was another ability of the void cloak to turn into nothingness. However, once it vanishes into nothingness, its ability to conceal its presence ceases to function. Fortunately, it is extremely easy to carry, making it an essential item for home and travel. Among the remaining cards, there was a B-grade martial arts manual, 9 Souls Annihilation Spear Technique, a C-grade skill manual, Double Luo Flash, a D-grade martial arts manual, and 2 F-grade martial arts manuals. The rest were all thank you for your patronage. Upon seeing these cultivation techniques, Yi Shiqing immediately felt a headache coming on. None of them were suitable for him. He was accustomed to using a long sword in another world, and he still does now. The techniques before him are useless to him, leaving him feeling powerless. None of these techniques are useful. As the cards turned to dust and dissipated, the 5 cultivation manuals instantly transformed into 5 bundles of secret scrolls, vividly presented before him. Without hesitation, Yi Shiqing reached out and put the 5 bundles of secret scrolls into his pocket. Staring at the secret scroll in his arms, he pondered for a moment, then suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him, and his eyes burst with barely suppressed excitement. Although he cannot cultivate, he can sell them. A B-grade cultivation technique can be worth up to $1 million, while A-grade and S-grade techniques are extremely rare, 1 in 10,000, and generally no one would sell them easily. If he really sells these B-grade techniques and other skills, he can become a small-time tycoon. Thinking of this, Yi Shiqing couldn't help but laugh inwardly. It's hard to pick up girls without money. money, but things are different when you have money. Yi Shiqing shut down the system. Night had fallen. After washing up, he went straight to the rooftop of the residential complex, ready to personally experience and master the skill, Night Dominator. His neighborhood was a so-called impoverished area, with low-rise houses standing in stark contrast to the neon-lit skyscrapers in the distance. Feeling the changes in the power within his body, Yi Shiqing clearly felt that his strength, speed, and defense had all increased fivefold. Will it activate automatically? He wondered to himself, took a deep breath, and then activated Dark Knight Overlord with all his might. Instantly, a strong ripple arose from his toes, spreading outwards like a storm and engulfing the surrounding area. In the blink of an eye, a huge, dark circle with a diameter of 20 meters formed around his feet. The black circle beneath my feet resembled boiling hot liquid, bubbling up like black liquid churning. The rooftop wasn't large, but the dark barrier quickly enveloped the entire roof. Every time Yi Shiqing took a step, the black barrier beneath his feet moved accordingly, always maintaining a diameter of 20 meters around him. His gaze swept to the abandoned chair in the corner of the rooftop, and as he raised his hand, a black light filled with malevolent energy surged from his eyes. The next moment, the black liquid inside the barrier began to writhe, transforming into several black tentacles resembling octopus tentacles, which quickly wrapped around the chair. The tentacles gripped every part of the chair firmly, and in less than half a second, the chair was completely enveloped, leaving no gaps. The chair seemed to be wearing heavy black armor, the black liquid tightly integrated with the chair, as if fused into one. The chair was completely under Yi Shiqing's control. He could make it move or fly as he pleased. Within this dark barrier, anything corrupted by him will become his tool, and he is the undisputed ruler of this barrier, the Lord of the Night. A minute later, the barrier beneath their feet emitted billowing heat like steam before finally dissipating into the air. As the barrier slowly dissipated, a few beads of sweat appeared on Yi Shiqing's forehead, clearly indicating that using this skill had consumed a lot of his stamina. After all, he is only at the first level of strength now, and it is still quite difficult for him to fully control a powerful skill like Dark Knight Overlord. However, reaching this level is already quite impressive. A wild smile crept onto his lips as he gazed at the distant skyscrapers, brightly lit and bathed in a crimson glow, each building adorned with magnificent splendor. The dilapidated neighborhood beneath his feet was covered with a dense network of cracks on its walls, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. Just you wait and see. I'm going to turn the world upside down, he vowed to himself. Today is Friday, and there are still 2 days of holiday left. The college entrance examination is in 2 days, on Sunday. On Saturday morning, while others were still sleeping in, Yi Shiqing couldn't wait to wake up. After all, he still had to claim his newbie gift pack. He sat cross-legged on the bed, and as soon as a thought crossed his mind, an electronic voice suddenly rang in his mind. Importing data into the killing system. Data import successful. Yi Shiqing took away the 1600 ability points for the day without hesitation. As he shouted, the blue light that had been radiating a mysterious technological aura began to flicker erratically. Immediately afterwards, the lottery interface appeared before her eyes. With a nervous heart, Yi Shiqing stretched out her finger and decisively made a 10 draw. Several crisp chimes rang in my mind, followed by a dazzling white light. However, to his expectant gaze, the beam of white light remained unchanged. This sudden situation was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, instantly extinguishing the burning passion in Yi Shiqing's heart. He knew in his heart that the white light meant he had obtained an item with a def rating or lower, or simply thank you for your patronage. It's alright, it's alright. Things below grade D can still be used. Yi Shiqing kept reassuring himself. When the 4 white cards suddenly appeared in front of him, his vision went black, his mouth twitched, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. 9 out of the 10 cards read thank you for your patronage, while the only one was a toilet plunger. 9 cards drifted in the air like dust, while a toilet plunger silently landed in his hand. What the hell is this stuff? Yi Shiqing roared at the system, slamming the toilet plunger to the ground. Dear host, please refrain from swearing. ILF ******. Dear host, please refrain from swearing. Yi Shiqing cursed a few times before his anger gradually dissipated. He shook his head, full of helplessness. It's okay, it's okay. At least I had good luck yesterday, he kept telling himself. Hey, Xiaoqing, you've gone out. Yes, Grandpa Wang, you're out for a stroll. It's Xiaoqing. Come, try the peaches I just bought. No need, Aunt Chang, I'm in a hurry to go out. Good morning, brother Xiaoqing. Good morning, Xianwan. This humble neighborhood is where Yi Shiqing has lived for 18 years. His neighbors treat him like family, caring for and looking after him. Yi Shiqing has a gentle personality and is well liked by the elderly. When his neighbors learned of his parents' accident, they showed him even more care and concern. Even though he traveled to another world decades later, his neighbors' concern for him never faded, and they always kept him in their hearts. Yi Shiqing was dressed in a black tracksuit and jeans, simple and ordinary, exuding a sense of bitterness and ordinariness. He was carrying a hiking backpack, inside which were all the secret manuals and techniques. He quickly left the residential area, hailed a taxi, and then took the subway. Finally, he arrived in front of a high-rise building with a strong sense of technology. The building soars soars into the clouds, reaching a height of 50 or 60 meters, its walls clad in a magnificent and dazzling blue-gold exterior. It covers a vast area, roughly the size of 5 or 6 stadiums. On the rooftop, 4 large, three-dimensional characters stand upright. Superpower Guild. The Superpower Guild is a powerful and mysterious organization jointly founded by more than 200 countries around the world, bringing together the world's top superpowered individuals and scientists. Whether it's resources or connections, this place is top-notch. The Superpower Guild has branches all over the world, and its presence can be found in almost every city. It's open to all people with superpowers. Everyone can take on missions and earn rewards here. You can also trade items here, and buy various instruments and techniques. Yi Shiqing had come here for the same reason. He shrugged, and the secret scrolls of cultivation techniques in his backpack rustled. As I approached the entrance of the Superpower Guild, the glass door opened automatically. As soon as the door opened, a constant commotion could be heard inside. Some people were accepting tasks at the counter, while others were buying cultivation techniques and equipment. The guild's internal layout is simple and clear, with clear signs at the counters and trading areas, ensuring that no one gets lost. The trading area is located on the right side of the hall and is divided into a public trading area and a free trading area. All the cultivation techniques and equipment in the public trading area are provided by the Supernatural Abilities Guild. Whether it is a cultivator or another organization, they can obtain them from here if needed. At the same time, those who want to sell their skills or items can choose to sell to a guild, and the skills are safe and secure. The free trade zone is like a market, where various superpowered individuals set up stalls to sell their treasures. Yi Shiqing walked to the trading area, but instead of going to the public trading area, he went straight to the free trading area. After all, the cultivation techniques he possessed were provided by the system, and their safety could not be guaranteed 100%. More importantly, he could not raise prices here. The free trade zone has the most people, since many precious items cannot be bought in the public trade zone, so the number of people in the free trade zone far exceeds that in the public trade zone. The free trading area is more like a bustling market, where everyone brings their treasures to display and trade. Yi Shiqing swept his gaze across the ground, taking in the small vendors and various groups of people. A slight smile appeared on his lips. The price of a B-level cultivation technique is around 1 million, while a C-level technique is between 600,000 and 1 million. A D-level technique is between 100,000 and 500,000, an E-level technique is between 60,000 and 100,000, and an F-level technique is only 10,000 to 50,000. For an ordinary high school student like him to carve out a path among numerous vendors, he must attract everyone's attention. Yi Shiqing's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, fixed on a few people in the crowd. These people stood out, each dressed in a magnificent and dignified suit, with gleaming gold watches and chains, highlighting their extraordinary status. Then Yi Shiqing walked to the most conspicuous position in the center of the crowd, and casually took out all the C-level and E-level cultivation techniques from his pocket and neatly laid them out on the ground. Then, he took out a gong from his backpack, which he didn't know where he got it from. Yi Shiqing took a deep breath, gripped the gong stick tightly in his right hand, lifted the gong with all his might, and began to strike it wildly and fiercely. Bang! 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 The sudden sound of a gong shattered the silence of the sky like thunder, instantly drawing people who were lost in their own thoughts. Yi Shiqing banged and shouted, his exaggerated movements attracting a lot of attention. Cultivation techniques for sale. Cultivation techniques for sale, he shouted loudly. Keep moving forward, never backward, learn about the products for free. Buy quality goods for less money. It's your mistake if you don't. His shouts immediately attracted the attention of many people. After all, the vendors in the free trade zone came here because they couldn't raise prices in public areas. Suddenly someone said that since it was being sold so cheaply, it naturally aroused curiosity, but most people thought that Yi Shiqing was just a novice who didn't know anything about the market. But when something like this happens, who wouldn't want to join in the fun? Brother, is it really cheap? A college student in white asked, pointing to the martial arts manual on the ground. Yes, it's true, Yi Shi answered cheerfully. The C-level cultivation technique originally cost about 900,000, but I urgently need the money recently, so I've decided to part with it and sell it to you for 300,000. A D-level cultivation technique, originally priced at 400,000, is now being sold for 100,000. The remaining 2 F-grade cultivation techniques will only sell for a total of 10,000. Yi Shiqing deliberately raised his voice, as if afraid that the people in the free trade zone wouldn't hear him. His shout immediately attracted the attention of several men in suits. The original price of the technique was obviously fabricated by him, since such a drastic price reduction would inevitably attract attention. Really? A C-level cultivation technique for 300,000? The college student in white was astonished and couldn't believe it. Really? Really? Yi Shiqing nodded without hesitation. Upon hearing his confirmation, the crowd grew larger, their expressions shifting from shock to confusion. They were shocked because the price was so low, and puzzled because the price made them doubt the authenticity of the technique. Young man, are you selling this for such a low price? Is it fake? Finally, someone couldn't help but voice their doubts. Yeah, how can can there be such a cheap sea-level cultivation technique? Besides, you're so young, and you don't seem like a rich kid. Where did you get a sea-level cultivation technique? Ever since the first person raised the question, a flood of doubts has been directed at Yi Shiqing. Faced with this torrent of criticism, he remained calm and composed, a slight smile playing on his lips. Of course it's true. You can check it any time. As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly man suddenly stepped out from the crowd. He had a monocle on his left eye, gray hair, and was dressed simply. Although I don't know who he is, judging from his demeanor, he must be someone extraordinary. He was composed, walked with a steady gait, and exuded an aura of authority that was hard to ignore. All eyes turned to him, and people secretly wondered about his background and identity. This person looks like an appraiser. Yes, I think his name is Zhang Weigong. Zhang Weigong? Isn't he that appraisal master? The crowd erupted in excitement and whispers as soon as they saw the old man. The appraisers are all members of the Superpower Guild. They have sharp eyes and extensive knowledge. They are the so-called treasure appraisal experts. Although Yi Shiqing did not know the old man's specific identity, seeing the serious and respectful expressions on the faces of the people around him, as well as their incessant discussion, he naturally guessed that the old man was no ordinary person. Young friend, are you really sure your cultivation technique is genuine? An aged yet magnetic voice emanated from the old man's throat, gentle and kind, yet his unwavering majesty could still be felt in the syllables. Of course. These are all genuine. Yi Shiqing unconsciously swallowed and answered while trying to appear calm. After all, the old man was clearly no ordinary person, and he couldn't be 100% sure if the cultivation technique was pirated, since distributing pirated cultivation techniques was illegal. But this was exactly what Yi Shiqing was thinking. A skill that sells for such a low price would inevitably make people doubt its authenticity. Among this vast sea of people, there must be experts who can distinguish between the real and the fake. After all, he dares to bet that what the system gives is genuine. If he can acquire superpowers, then cultivation techniques are no exception. Alright, I believe you. Zhang Weigong said this, but his hand couldn't help but bend down and pick up the martial arts manual scroll from the ground. He narrowed his eyes slightly, not really believing that an ordinary high school student could produce a sea-level secret scroll. Zhang Weigong carefully examined the sea-level martial arts manual in his hand, scrutinizing every single fine line, as if he wanted to see through the entire manual. Just then, his calm eyes suddenly widened, and his face showed a look of astonishment and excitement. It's really genuine, and it's a top-grade C rank. Zhang Weigong paused. Double Luo Flash, a top-tier movement technique in C rank, with no restrictions, anyone can learn it. Upon hearing the expert's praise, the surrounding crowd erupted in excitement, and their previous doubts about Yi Shiqing vanished instantly. Boss, I'll take it. Boss, I want one too. Boss, I'll take it. In an instant, several voices rose and fell, clearly not from the same person. Yi Shiqing's lips paused slightly, then curled into a gentle smile. This was exactly the result he had been hoping for. People are inherently greedy and love to take advantage of small things, especially things that are of good quality and low price. If he can really sell the cultivation technique for 300,000, then he won't lose money, because the cultivation technique system can also take a cut. His own movement technique had already reached its peak, so this sea-level technique was completely unnecessary for him. Practicing it would be a waste of time, and the remaining techniques were of no use to him either. However, as long as it is sold at an extremely low price, it will inevitably attract a lot of attention. The appraiser's assessment was like adding a touch of glamour to their reputation. Ah, so many people want it? Yi Shiqing looked surprised, but inwardly he was laughing wildly. Then, the highest bidder wins. Are you looking for trouble? I shouted first. Who's causing trouble? Boss, I'll pay 400,000. I'll offer 500,000. Hearing the continuous bidding from the crowd, Yi Shiqing smiled wickedly. This was the pride and confidence of a victor. In this world of superpowers, it's extremely rare to get a genuine sea-level cultivation technique at a low price, so these people naturally wouldn't let it go. Of course, the final price will not exceed 1 million, since a sea-level cultivation technique is not that valuable. The original price of this technique was only around 900,000, so in theory, the final transaction price should only be around 700,000. These people who kept bidding were just looking to get a small bargain. Although the initial price was 300,000 and it has been soaring ever since, it didn't bother them. Saving 600,000 or 200,000 to 300,000 is small change for them. Saving even a penny is a bonus. What was originally a simple transaction of goods was transformed into a mini-auction under Yi Shiqing's guidance. Yi Shiqing not only acted as the auctioneer but also as a calm and composed seller. 750,000. The room fell silent as a young man raised the price. Yi Shiqing naturally noticed the man. He had raised the price more than 7 times, clearly indicating that he really wanted the item. Those around them understood that they had to win over this young man, so they simply stopped arguing to avoid wasting their breath. Ha ha ha, add more, keep adding. The young man laughed loudly, defiantly gesturing to those around him, trying to steal it from me? Humph. Yi Shiqing looked around and found that no one else was bidding. The men in suits he had seen earlier also also showed no intention of raising the price. However, their attention had already been drawn to this place. Yi Shiqing lost 200,000 yuan this time, but it was nothing to him. More importantly, he successfully won the trust and integrity of the crowd and also attracted the attention of several wealthy men in suits, which was exactly what he had been hoping for. These wealthy people enjoy collecting things, but for them, these are all external possessions. What they truly cherish are the unique martial arts techniques they can acquire. After all, when you set up a stall in one place, people usually just glance at it and don't pay much attention. But now that we can create a spectacular effect, it will at least leave a deep impression on them. However, seeing that the men in suits showed no interest, Yi Shiqing wasn't too worried. After all, it was only a C-level technique which might not be able to attract them. He coughed lightly twice, gathered his thoughts, and said loudly, "Okay, 750,000 per time. 750,000 twice. 1 million. Before Yi Shiqing could finish speaking, a loud shout suddenly came from afar. The sound shattered the silence like a thunderclap, and the three short words left everyone stunned, their minds blank. Even Yi Shiqing was so shocked that his eyes widened and his mouth remained agape for a long time. Everyone snapped out of their daze and turned to look at the source of the sound. The man stood at the very edge of the crowd. He was a middle-aged man with a light beard, wearing a leather jacket and pants. He had a somewhat fierce expression, especially his eyes, which were as sharp and stern as a cheetah's. Yi Shiqing tried hard to suppress his excitement and put on a serious yet joyful expression. "Boss, are you really serious?" "Of course I'm serious," the man in the leather jacket answered without hesitation. The young man who had just offered 750,000 to acquire the cultivation technique suddenly became anxious. Clearly, he really wanted it. Just as he was about to retort, the man in the leather jacket's eyes narrowed, and an invisible pressure burst forth from his sharp gaze, as if a sledgehammer had struck his heart. The young man suddenly felt his breathing become heavy, and he couldn't utter a single word that was on the tip of his tongue. This little trick naturally did not escape Yi Shiqing's keen eye. With just that look in his eyes, he could terrify anyone. This guy is definitely not someone to mess with, and his strength is probably extraordinary. Yi Shiqing paused for a moment, then continued shouting without hesitation. 1 million per time. 1 million twice. 1 million 3 times. This price is beyond the scope of a C-level cultivation technique, and it's unlikely that anyone will bid for it. Yi Shiqing was already quite satisfied with this. This C-level cultivation technique was originally his bait, used as a cover. He never expected it to sell for 1 million, which was completely beyond his expectations. This made him especially happy. After all, who would turn down money? Then, the man in the leather jacket walked straight toward them, emanating an inexplicable sense of oppression. The crowd around him quickly made way for him, everyone appearing tense and alert. The middle-aged man walked up to Yi Shiqing and, without hesitation, pulled out a bank card and handed it to him. "There's exactly 1 million in this card, and there's no pin. You can check it first." Hearing the number, Yi Shiqing was secretly pleased, but maintained a professional smile and nodded repeatedly in thanks. Okay, no need to check. No need to check. After all, this isn't a formal auction, so there's no need for such formality. Cash on delivery is the norm. After exchanging their items, the man turned and left without hesitation. Yi Shiqing naturally didn't doubt the authenticity of the card. Although 1 million was not a small amount, it was just a drop in the ocean for a high-level ability user. The imposing aura emanating from this man suggests he's at least a 5th-tier ability user, so there's no problem with him being able to afford the money. After the uncle left, Yi Shiqing sold the remaining D-level cultivation manual and 2 F-level cultivation manuals for a total of 230,000. The renowned antique appraiser Zhang Weigong has already left. People like him are usually very busy. Yi Shi glanced at everyone present, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. The show is about to begin. "Hey, boss, do you have any more? Is that all the basic skills you've learned? Anything else?" The onlookers started making noise again, since Yi Shiqing's cultivation method was both practical and reliable, and naturally it was welcomed by everyone. "Although I only have a few books, seeing your enthusiasm, I have no choice but to reluctantly part with them and sell you my family's top-level martial arts manual that has been passed down for many years." Yi Shiqing shouted as he did so, making exaggerated gestures. Upon hearing top-tier cultivation technique, the surrounding people immediately erupted in a commotion, and the eyes of the few men in suits who had not yet left also turned sharp. "What kind of cultivation technique is it? Could it be an A-level cultivation technique? Oh my god, boss, stop keeping me in suspense." Yi Shi cleared his throat, took out a B-grade martial arts manual, 9 Souls Annihilation Spear Technique, from his backpack and tidied his language. "This is a B-grade gun technique passed down in my family. It was originally priced at 8 million, but I'm selling it for a low price of 3 million. These words were like a sharp sword slicing through the air, piercing everyone's hearts, like a deafening thunderclap, shaking everyone's nerves. 8 million! This number exploded in everyone's minds like a bombshell. The crowd's reaction was exactly what Yi Shiqing wanted. The C-level technique was just bait, used to lure people in with a low price. By leveraging Master Bao's reputation, we can gain everyone's trust and convince people that they can indeed buy good products at low prices here. Grade A and Grade S cultivation techniques are generally not for sale. Grade B cultivation techniques are considered top grade and are priced between 1 million and 10 million. Of course, the original price of 8 million was definitely fabricated by him. This cultivation manual was worth at most around 5 million. Having already gained their trust, no one doubted the price.
3,200,000. 3,300,000. It's quite interesting. 3.5 million.
The bidding calls rang out in an orderly fashion, and as the price steadily climbed, Yi Shiqing was overjoyed.
Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. I'll bid 5 million.
Everyone turned their heads and saw a tall, well-built man in a suit slowly raising his right hand.
He was wearing sunglasses, so his face was not visible.
He wore an expensive gold watch on his wrist, making him stand out from the unassuming crowd around him.
He seems to be from the Bai family. No wonder he looked so familiar. It's probably the Bai family who sent people to make the purchases. We can't afford to offend them. Dad, Mom, I'm home.
Hearing the awe and fear in the crowd, the man in the suit from the Bai family raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a smug smile, appearing full of confidence. He was secretly delighted and was about to go find Yi Shiqing to ask for that mysterious martial arts manual. Suddenly, a loud and authoritative voice came from afar, interrupting his actions.
5,500,000.
The man in the white suit frowned, a fierce glint in his eyes, and looked in the direction from which the sound came, along with the others. The man was also wearing a suit. He was a middle-aged man, and his aura was in no way inferior to that of the man in the white suit. His expression was full of confidence. This person looks like the Wang family's butler. Oh my god, it really looks just like it. I heard that the young master of the Wang family is taking the college entrance examination the day after tomorrow. This person is probably choosing a cultivation method for the young master. The gazes of the man in the suit from the Bai family and the butler from the Wang family met in midair, like two bolts of lightning colliding, instantly sparking intense flames. This was a silent contest, without a single word spoken, only the sharpness in each other's eyes. Yi Shiqing's face remained expressionless, but inwardly he was laughing wildly. That's more like it.
We need to raise the price even higher.
For the sake of their family's interests and power, B-level cultivation techniques are of little use to them, but they will still buy them. If sold at a street stall, it would only fetch a maximum of 5 million, but with Yi Shiqing constantly pushing things along, the price has naturally been driven up considerably. The other men in suits mixed in with the crowd seem to have given up competing with them, their faces showing expressions of watching the spectacle. It doesn't matter if those men in suits give up, at least the bidding war between Butler Wang and the men in suits from the Bai family is exciting enough right now.
6.5 million.
The man in the suit from the Bai family glared coldly at Butler Wang, cursing inwardly, damn it.
The lackeys of the Wang family, they'll steal anything. 7.5 million.
Butler Wang retorted, offering an even higher price, his eyes equally cold as he looked at the other party. As soon as the bid of 7.5 million was placed, the surroundings fell silent. The man in the suit from the Bai family did not bid again, and a contemptuous smile appeared on his lips. He gestured for Butler Wang to enter and said sarcastically, the Wang family is truly wealthy and powerful. My Bai family is indeed slightly inferior. Butler Wang responded humbly, if it weren't for my young master's urgent need for a gun technique manual, our Wang family's wealth would be no match for your Bai family's.
System, I want to participate in the lottery.
The man in the suit from the Bai family remained silent, sneering to himself. What a waste to spend 7.5 million on a B-grade cultivation technique for that idiot young master. Seeing that no one else was bidding, Yi Shiqing announced, alright, this gentleman wins the bid for this cultivation manual. As the auction hosted by Yi Shiqing came to an end, the crowd gradually dispersed and went about their own business. Yi Shiqing and Butler Wang exchanged money and cultivation techniques in the hall, and Butler Wang swiped his bank card without hesitation. Yi Shiqing then transferred all of the 1 million yuan and the scattered 300,000 yuan given to him by the leather-jacketed uncle into his own bank card. As Yi Shiqing walked out of the Superpower Guild, she looked at the bank card in her hand, which contained a full 8.8 million yuan, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. The military examinations in Yongchang were held in the suburbs of the city and were organized by the army. All candidates first gathered at the school, and then took a special bus to the examination venue. The school stipulates that the assembly time is 8 a.m., and we will depart on time. The next morning, Yi Shiqing got up early and stood in front of the mirror. The military will provide some protective gear for ordinary test takers, and those who are able to do so may also bring their own. Apart from the ethereal cloak that no one else could see, Yi Shiqing carried no other equipment.
Since you can get it for free, why bother bringing your own?
He stared at himself in the mirror for a long time, as if he saw the shadow of the former #1 assassin.
Martial arts exam, here I come.
With a furrowed brow, Yi Shiqing strode out of the room, her steps steady and firm. Zhangyong City has 5 high schools, with a total of nearly 7,000 senior high school students. However, only a little over 2,000 people participated in the martial arts exam. The rest went to take the civil service exam. After all, not everyone can awaken superpowers, and even if they do, they may not have high-quality ability ones. The martial arts exam is extremely risky, with the possibility of death at any moment, while the academic exam simply involves sitting in a classroom and doing some writing and calculations.
Fear of death is a human instinct, which is why many people choose to take the civil service exam.
10 buses were parked at the school gate, but only a little over 500 students were participating in the martial arts exam.
Remember, safety comes first, grades don't matter. Mom, I will definitely get into the God-given academy.
You must take good care of yourself. The school gate was crowded with students and parents, some alone and some accompanied by their parents.
Without exception, the parents' eyes were filled with reluctance and words of advice. After all, what parent doesn't love their child?
Yi Shiqing walked straight towards the class bus and boarded it without hesitation. "Why are you so late?" the teacher asked as soon as he entered. Yi Shiqing scratched his head and replied with a smile, "I overslept." The teacher was too lazy to say more, and simply said, "Find a seat." Yi Shiqing looked around the car and saw that there were only 2 empty seats left, one next to the boy by the window and the other next to the girl in the front row.
Without hesitation, he chose the seat next to the girl in the front row. However, Xiao Rongxue was nowhere to be seen on the entire bus.
The boy sitting by the window is named Wang Hao, and he is one of Xiao Rongxue's suitors. He was alone, not because no one wanted to sit next to him, quite the opposite. Wang Hao comes from a wealthy family and is very popular, but he is also domineering and will forcibly take what he cannot have. Yi Shiqing had no friends at school, largely because of him. Because Yi Shiqing and Xiao Rongxue had a close relationship, Wang Hao harbored resentment and used money to win over other classmates, causing them to isolate Yi Shiqing. Of course, some students disapproved of Wang Hao's evil deeds, but they had no choice but to compromise under his threats. Wang Hao was alone, which was obviously intentional. He wanted to use this opportunity to curry favor with Xiao Rongxue. Yi Shiqing sneered, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. "Perhaps I have always been bullied by you before, but it's different now.
I will never let you succeed." The girl in the front row is named Muwan Yuan.
She is all alone because she is not popular. She was like an invisible person in class, completely unnoticed. Her long hair almost completely covered her face. She was petite, appeared timid, and lacked confidence, and her clothes were shockingly dirty, as if they had been picked up from a garbage dump full of stains and odors. The trousers were also dirty and torn, with holes and patches everywhere. The shoes were also worn out and very old. In short, she exuded an aura of slovenliness and uncleanliness, leaving a very bad impression. Yi Shiqing has some really heavy tastes. Wang Hao shouted and mocked as soon as he saw Yi Shiqing sit down.
Exactly. Stinky fish with stinky fish. Ha, they're a match made in heaven.
Several classmates around him joined in the commotion, probably bribed by Wang Hao. Clearly, Wang Hao did this on purpose, so that he could not only sit with Xiao Rongxue, but also take the opportunity to mock Yi Shiqing, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Mu Wanyuan lowered her head, her face expressionless, having long been accustomed to these insults and slanders. Yi Shiqing put his hands behind his head, leaned back in his seat, and said disdainfully, "Yeah,
unlike someone else, who can only be a lone commander, single for life."
He deliberately emphasized the word single. After all, he had been pursuing Xiao Rongxue for almost 3 years, but Xiao Rongxue hadn't spoken a single word to him during those 3 years. These words pierced Wang Hao's fragile, girlish heart like needles. He grimaced, about to retort, but the teacher stopped him first.
"Enough, shut up, all of you. Wang Hao, if you keep causing trouble, get out of the car."
Wang Hao opened his mouth but swallowed back all the words he was about to say. Yi Shiqing would naturally not allow Wang Hao to gain an advantage in front of Xiao Rongxue.
He deliberately left an empty seat for Xiao Rongxue, not knowing that she didn't actually take the bus.
After all, Xiao Rongxue comes from a powerful family and has awakened an S-level superpower. Her family would never let her take a bus. Instead, they would send her to be picked up and dropped off in a private car.
Don't ask Yi Shiqing how he knew.
Anyway, he called Xiao Rongxue last night. As Xiao Rongxue's only male friend, it's normal for him to have a phone call with her. During their phone call last night, Xiao Rongxue advised him not to take the exam, saying that his F-level ability was too weak. Although Yi Shiqing verbally agreed, he ultimately did not listen. After all, he was no longer the Yi Shiqing he used to be.
"We can go now," the teacher said to the driver in the front seat.
As the car door slowly closed, Wang Hao, sitting in the last row, began to feel uneasy. "Teacher,
has Xiao Rongxue not gotten on the car yet?"
Yi Shiqing deliberately peeked out and teased. "Xiao Rongxue was picked up by her family. She's not with us." Her tone was gentle but playful. "She even called me to tell me." These words made Wang Hao so angry that his face turned red. He had been secretly in love with Xiao Rongxue for so long, but not only had he not gotten her contact information, he hadn't even had a chance to say a word to her.
Why does Yi Shiqing seem a bit strange today?
Yeah,
isn't he usually timid and hesitant?
My demeanor has completely changed now. I feel pretty cool.
Really? I think so too.
The Yi Shiqing of the past was weak-willed and had almost no redeeming qualities except for his good looks. But having transmigrated to another world
and experienced decades of battles, he now possessed a sharp and chilling aura.
He was now a completely different person, fierce and powerful. As the car started, 10 vans around it also started moving, carrying the dreams and goals goals of all the examinees as they bravely moved forward. Yi Shiqing's gaze darted through the gap between the seats, glancing sideways at Wang Hao, who sat by the back window with a worried expression. A hint of murderous intent and sharpness flashed in his eyes, and a disdainful smile curled at the corner of his lips. Idiot, don't give me a chance. The bus traversed the city, traveling along unobstructed streets. After all, the National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao, is a major event, and traffic was strictly controlled to ensure the students' safety. Military soldiers, armed with various advanced weapons, surrounded the vehicle as an escort. Thank you. The sudden thank you startled Yi Shiqing, who turned to look at Mu Wanyuan beside her. Her hair covered her face, making her expression unreadable. It's alright, I've disliked him for a long time. Yi Shiqing waved his hand in acknowledgement. Mu Wanyuan nodded gently, not daring to look up and meet Yi Shiqing's gaze. The vehicles arrived at an open space, and the students disembarked one after another. A group of soldiers surrounded the open space, holding guns, looking smart and alert, their faces full of seriousness and vigilance. In the center of the open space, Xiao Rongxue stood like a statue. A gentle breeze caressed her hair, as if a soft, gentle hand had caressed it. She stood there, quietly, breathtakingly beautiful, her face expressionless. Her beauty was like an exquisite painting, every detail meticulously crafted, inviting one to savor it. Xiao Rongshue's beauty immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Not only the boys from her school, but also students from other schools were drawn to her. Who is that? I don't know. It seems to be number 1 middle school. You don't know? She's the second young lady of the Xiao family, the apple of their eye. I remember her name is Xiao Rongxue. My god, how can someone be so beautiful? Xiao Rongshue's gaze swept over her classmates, and she walked straight towards the classroom, meeting everyone's gaze. Seeing this, Wang Hao quickly straightened his collar, cleared his throat, and flashed what he thought was a handsome smile, extending his right hand to greet her. Hello, Xiao Rongxue, you've arrived early. Xiao Rongxue walked straight past him, her gaze lingering on him for a moment, which made Wang Hao extremely embarrassed. To everyone's surprise, after passing Wang Hao, Xiao Rongxue stopped in front of Yi Shiqing. Her clear, bright eyes stared straight at him. Holy crap, Xiao Rongxue is completely ignoring young Master Wang. I'm dying of laughter. Young Master Wang's face has turned green. Who is that kid? Xiao Rongshue's boyfriend? I don't know, but he looks pretty handsome. The appearance of such a stunningly beautiful woman in front of Yi Shiqing immediately caused a stir among the surrounding people, with whispers and murmurs rising and falling. Didn't I tell you not to come? Xiao Rongxue said coldly, her face as cold as ice, without any emotional fluctuation. Yi Shiqing lightly tossed her hair, struck a cool pose, and remained silent. Xiao Rongxue shook her head, her tone filled with worry. It's too dangerous for you to go in. You should go back. Yi Shiqing smiled confidently, her eyes sparkling with pride. I have a scale in my heart. Xiao Rongxue frowned slightly, her expression complex. Seeing her expression, Yi Shiqing smiled meaningfully, a confident curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Knowing that persuasion was futile, Xiao Rongxue silently gazed into the distance, feeling somewhat uneasy. Suddenly, a powerful roar rang out, drowning out all the surrounding chatter, and the noisy students instantly fell silent. In front of the open space, there was a simple platform, which was obviously set up temporarily. A middle-aged man in military uniform and cap stood on the stage. His uniform was slightly different from the soldiers around him. It resembled a rank cape, which looked particularly dignified and imposing under the sunlight. When Yi Shiqing saw his face clearly, he was stunned. Wasn't this the sucker who spent millions to buy his sea-level cultivation technique at the Superpower Guild yesterday? How could Yi Shiqing forget his fierce face and cheetah-like sharp eyes? Being able to stand on the podium, wearing a cloak with military rank insignia, clearly indicates a high-ranking official. Yi Shiqing was surprised to meet him here. She stared at him blankly for a while before she came to her senses. Behind the podium was a towering wall. This area is a dilapidated city. It is said that a beast-tide war broke out here more than 10 years ago, and the city was completely destroyed. Now only ruins remain. Rebuilding the city would require enormous resources, so the government decided to use the ruins as Yongqing's college entrance examination venue. Candidates from other provinces and cities usually need to travel several days in advance, which is quite arduous. In comparison, the test takers in their city were somewhat lucky, as the exam location was right near their homes. However, the strange beasts in the arena were all captured alive by the military from abroad and released there. These exotic beasts were carefully selected, with a level not exceeding 2 tiers. They possessed high-quality skills and diligently trained, making them easy to defeat. At this moment, the middle-aged man standing on the platform scanned the crowd with a sharp, beast-like gaze that made everyone involuntarily tremble. My name is Zhang Kong. I am the chief of the general staff of the Yongqing military region and also the commander-in-chief of this martial arts examination. His voice was deep and powerful, carrying a sense of oppression that inspired awe. Your school teachers have already explained the exam rules, but I'll repeat them here. The exam will start at 10 a.m. and end at 10 a.m. the next day, for a total of 24 hours. We will provide food and equipment, so don't worry. The exam will
be held in the city behind me. The beasts there are all of level 2 and roam around. To kill the alien beasts and score points, you have to rely on luck and courage to take the initiative. You will be given a watch later. This thing is extremely important. You will need it to enter the examination room, teleport, and exit. In case of danger, you can use your watch to teleport out. You can also teleport out when your score reaches the cutoff score for your chosen university. When the score reaches 200, you will be automatically teleported out. After all, if all the alien beasts are killed, how will others take the exam? As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted from the audience. Zhang Kong's words had indeed amused everyone. After all, many candidates were facing strange beasts for the first time, and some even felt their legs go weak. Alright, let's start distributing the supplies now. As soon as he finished speaking, a neat column of soldiers walked in from a distance, each carrying a row of black backpacks. With the soldiers' careful distribution, all the candidates on site received a backpack. The backpack contained bread, water, a simple set of armor, and a smartwatch. The watch serves as an exam score counter, a key to enter the exam room, and can also be used for teleportation in case of danger. Immediately afterwards, 7 trucks arrived, their doors opened, and inside were various kinds of cold weapons. There were guns, swords, and bows. These weapons are all free to try out, mainly because some superhuman's abilities are more supportive and not very strong in combat. Physical fitness training is equally important, even for those with auxiliary abilities. There are no special privileges. After all, some ability users are so terrified when they encounter strange beasts that their legs go weak. But martial arts schools would never accept cowards. In a short while, the students walked in an orderly fashion toward the large truck and picked up their favorite weapons. Without exception, none of the students with weapon-type superpowers went to collect weapons, because these cold weapons were indeed much inferior to superpowers. Zhang Kong glanced around and said seriously, "All students, get ready. The exam is about to begin." The exam is scheduled to start at 10 o'clock, but it is already 9:53. The students around them took out their armor from their backpacks and put it on, and the scene gradually became lively. However, a few students did not wear the protective gear provided for the exam, but instead took out their own high-quality protective gear. Students are allowed to bring their own weapons and armor to the exam, since background and strength are also important factors. Wow, this is a defensive piece of equipment. That's right, this is worth at least 2 million. Brother Wang Hao, you're amazing. The students around him stared at Wang Hao's black armor with longing and admiration, speechless with envy. Of course, my dad bought this especially for me. Wang Hao pointed to himself proudly, looking extremely pleased. He glanced sideways at Yi Shiqing and Xiao Rongxue, hoping they would notice him, but reality disappointed him greatly. From beginning to end, Yi Shiqing and Xiao Rongxue kept their eyes locked on each other, not even glancing at him once. This cold indifference made Wang Hao feel annoyed, and his face darkened. "Hey, Yi Shiqing!" Wang Hao shouted. Yi Shiqing still ignored him. "Yi Shiqing!" She remained unmoved, not turning her head or even shifting her eyes. "Yi Shiqing!" Wang Hao's roar immediately drowned out the surrounding noise and drew everyone's attention. Only then did Yi Shiqing turn his head as if nothing had happened. "Ha, what? System, I want to participate in the lottery. Didn't you hear me talking to you?" Wang Hao's tone was tinged with anger. "Ha, oh." Yi Shiqing scratched his head. Sorry, I thought it was a dog barking." Laughter erupted all around, the sound growing louder and louder. Wang Hao's face was as red as a ripe apple, and visible steam was rising from his forehead. He looked even worse than a boiled duck. "Calling me a dog? You're not even as good as a dog." Wang Hao feigned composure. "My black iron armor can withstand the physical attacks of any beast below the 3rd tier, and it's worth 2.9 million. Can you afford it?" He deliberately quoted the price of the black iron armor, partly to show off and partly to mock Yi Shiqing. After all, he knew very well that Yi Shiqing's parents had passed away and that his family was poor. Sure enough, upon hearing the number 2.9 million, the crowd that had been laughing just moments before fell silent. Wang Hao's lips curled up slightly. 2,900,000? Yi Shiqing said dismissively. Yi Shiqing's face showed a hint of embarrassment as she walked disdainfully to Wang Hao's side. What are you doing?" Wang Hao subconsciously took 2 steps back. TSK, your lousy armor is worth 2 million? Yi Shiqing pointed at the armor on his body and sneered. "With this quality and these lines, I would feel it's a loss even if you sold it for 200 yuan. Isn't this just a piece of old iron with some paint on it?" This is black iron." Wang Hao shouted angrily. "Black iron? This can be called black iron?" Yi Shiqing laughed so hard he couldn't help but laugh at himself. "If you didn't tell me, I would have thought it was a tortoise shell." As Wang Hao continued to suffer setbacks, his classmates' faces turned red with suppressed laughter. They wanted to laugh but dared not, and could only purse their lips tightly, revealing a strange expression. Just as Wang Hao was about to retaliate, Zhang Kong on the stage suddenly spoke up. "Alright, the exam begins." The noisy crowd immediately quieted down, and everyone pressed the switch on their wristbands simultaneously without hesitation. A beam of white light shone from the students, and in the blink of an eye, they all disappeared from their original optimal spot. Manhwa blared angrily at Yi Shiqing, cursing inwardly, just you wait. He raised his hand and pressed the switch on the bracelet and instantly disappeared without a trace. Be careful, squad leader Xiao. Yi Shiqing made a cool gesture to Xiao Rongxue. You should worry about yourself first. Xiao Rongxue replied coldly, then pressed the bracelet, and with a white light, her figure disappeared instantly. Yi Shiqing smiled timidly, her eyes sparkling with unprecedented anticipation. He also pressed the switch on the bracelet and disappeared into thin air without a trace. As students entered the examination hall one after another, the open space suddenly became empty. You can notify the news department to start the live exam broadcast. The martial arts examinations are broadcast live every year, allowing viewers across the country to watch and enabling professors and admissions officers from various martial arts academies to analyze the results and select key talents for further training. However, in order not to interfere with the students' exams, the live broadcasts were conducted by helicopters. 5 helicopters streaked across the sky, their rotors emitting a series of ear-piercing noises. Each helicopter carries 5 or 6 people, and everyone except the pilot is holding a camera. As a dizzying spinning sensation swirled in his mind, Yi Shiqing opened his eyes again to find himself in ruins. The ground was covered with weeds and pebbles, and the surrounding houses were already dilapidated. He opened the map on his bracelet and found that he was located at the southernmost end of the examination hall. While the strange beast roamed throughout the entire examination hall area, its whereabouts unpredictable. Whether you encounter a strange beast or not depends entirely on luck. This is so troublesome. According to the teachers, most of the strange beasts like to hide in dark corners, so the caves formed by collapsed houses have the largest number of strange beasts. Yi Shiqing locked onto the target location on the map, the central area of the examination venue, since the buildings in the city center were both luxurious and towering. Just as he determined his direction and was about to set off, a wild boar suddenly blocked his path. The wild boar slowly emerged from a corner of the ruins, its heavy breathing from its nostrils creating an oppressive atmosphere. It is a full 5 meters long and has a robust body like a truck. Its faintly visible fangs are incredibly sharp, and its thick fur is as hard as armor, inspiring fear at first sight. Tusked boar. Yi Shiqing recognized the wild boar at a glance. The tusked boar was known for its ferocity and brutality. Although it's not particularly fast, its impact is astonishing. It can even easily lift a 5-ton truck, which is astonishing. The tusked boar rubbed its front hooves against the ground, as if it were gathering its strength, and a low growl came from deep in its throat, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Yi Shiqing wasn't afraid. On the contrary, she found the wild boar rather cute. Come on, let me see your strength. The next instant, the tusked boar exerted force with its 4 hooves, sending countless stones flying up from the ground, like a speeding truck rushing towards Yi Shiqing. Seeing the tusked boar charging with immense power, Yi Shiqing stomped his foot on the left wall. His steps were light and powerful, each step seemingly leaping across the wall, swift and agile. With its feet firmly planted against the wall, it climbs the vertical surface at an astonishing speed, much like a nimble gecko. Then, with a graceful movement, he leaped up, drawing a perfect arc over the tusked boar's head, and landed steadily against the wall behind it. The tusked boar was completely caught off guard, and its massive body slammed into the wall without hesitation. With a loud bang, the wall behind them collapsed, sending dust flying everywhere. The speed and impact are quite strong, but compared to me, they're still a bit lacking, Yi Shiqing said with a smug smile. As the dust settled, the tusked boar slowly emerged from the ruins, seemingly unharmed except for some scratches. The ferocious expression on its face showed that Yi Shiqing's mockery had thoroughly enraged it. Continue. Yi Shiqing's lips curled up slightly. At this moment, the double sword pattern on the back of his right hand suddenly lit up, and then he stretched his hands into the air and drew out 2 extremely sharp curved swords. This is the F-rank superpower of the soldier class, double-edged sword. These 2 curved swords are about 70 centimeters long, with the handles and blades seamlessly connected. They gleam with a dazzling cold light in the sunlight, as if silently demonstrating their power and ruthlessness. The tusked boar roared and charged towards Yi Shiqing with its powerful legs and massive body. Yi Shiqing calmly examined the enemy before him, a mad smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Just as the tusked boar was about to collide with him, the blade flashed suddenly, slicing through the air like lightning, weaving through Yi Shiqing's agile figure. He became one with the shadow of the sword, each swing leaving a trail of afterimages, incredibly sharp and fierce. In an instant, the massive, truck-like, missile-like tusked boar froze. In its bewildered and furious gaze, a horrifying wound tore its cheek from top to bottom. Immediately afterwards, countless invisible cuts slashed across its body, and the next second, the huge tusked boar exploded, turning into countless pieces of flesh and blood. Blood and entrails splattered everywhere, like raindrops falling on the ground. Each piece of meat was cut with exquisite knife work, resembling a work of art meticulously crafted by a sculptor. All of this happened in less than a second. The terrifying beast that had been so menacing just moments before was instantly reduced to a pool of blood, as if it had never existed. Defeat a tier 2 monstrous beast, the tusked boar, and gain plus 20 ability points. 2 levels? Yi Shiqing murmured. He originally thought this tusked boar was only level 1,
but he didn't expect it to be level 2. It seems that he is really too powerful. Only after receiving the system notification did he realize that he hadn't claimed his newbie gift pack for the day, let alone participated in the lucky draw. My heart skipped a beat. I want to claim my reward. I want to participate in the lucky draw. Data import for the killing system is in progress. Yi Shiqing accepted the 1600 ability points for the day without hesitation and entered the lottery page with a nervous heart. Without hesitation, he did a 10 pull. White and purple light flashed alternately. When Yi Shiqing saw the purple light light up, he was overjoyed, knowing that he had drawn an A-level item. My tense mood immediately relaxed a lot. After all, I drew 9. Thank you for your patronage. Cigarettes yesterday, plus a toilet plunger. It was really too much of a ripoff. Looks like I'm not that unlucky after all, he thought to himself with relief. 10 cards appeared one by one, except for the purple card. The other 9 all said thank you for your patronage. Yi Shiqing's lips twitched involuntarily. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, his gaze fixed on the A-grade purple card. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item Upgrade Powder. Upgrade Powder, disposable prop. The function is to upgrade the quality of special abilities. The lower the quality of the special ability, the higher the success rate, and the higher the quality, the lower the success rate. The instructions state that applying the upgrade powder to the skin will upgrade your ability. If it is a weapon type ability, it should be applied to the weapon. An upgrade? Yi Shiqing smiled confidently. That suits me perfectly. As the cards vanished, a bowl-shaped box appeared in his hand. He immediately turned around and scanned his surroundings warily. Fortunately, he did not find any surveillance or live-streaming helicopters, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, Yi Shiqing applied the upgrading powder to the 2 blades. He initially intended to use it to upgrade Dark Knight Overlord, but since it was an S-rank ability, the success rate was extremely low. His double-edged sword is an F-level superpower, so the success rate is naturally much higher. As one of his trump cards, the Night Lord has not yet been revealed to others, allowing him to create more variables and surprises in battle and catch his enemies off guard. The double-edged sword is his regular ability, and also his first ability, so it's impossible for him to leave it idle. Just then, the 2 double-edged swords suddenly flashed with a murderous edge, and the black, swirling blades abruptly revealed a white light. Congratulations, host, on your successful upgrade. F-level superpower transformation. Gained A-level ability, Blade of Time, mental strength plus 50, speed plus 100. As the system's electronic voice sounded in his mind, Yi Shiqing instantly realized that he had successfully upgraded. That's more like it. He stared at the 2 blades in his hands with satisfaction, a smug smile on his face. 1. You can increase your speed by continuously swinging your sword. No upper limit. If you do not continue to increase your speed within 3 seconds, the calculation will start over. 2. The faster the speed, the stronger the sword energy will be. No upper limit. If it does not continue to accumulate within 3 seconds, it will be recalculated. Yi Shiqing stroked his chin, lost in thought. In other words, this ability can infinitely stack attack power and speed. It truly lives up to its A-level rating. However, to achieve such speed, one must continuously swing the knife and stack the blows. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't be able to unleash the true power of this ability. After all, swinging a knife for a long time can easily cause numbness and fatigue in the arm, and may even affect the efficiency of subsequent attacks. Therefore, the time blade requires strong physical strength and endurance as support. Yi Shiqing himself is incredibly fast. Even without any enhancements, his sword swinging speed can reach the speed of sound, perfectly matching the characteristic of the time blade, that the faster the speed, the stronger the attack power. Each addition only increases speed and power to a higher level. He then checked his basic panel. Name, Yi Shiqing. Physical strength 500, agility 1100, strength 500, mental strength 300, ability points 20, superpower, S-rank superpower, Dark Knight Overlord, Psychic, Tier 1, A-rank ability, Blade of Time, military type, Tier 1. Apart from improvements in speed and mental strength, there were no significant changes in other attributes. However, with his first tier strength, he could already easily kill a second-tier tusked boar. If he could grow stronger, he would be an incredibly terrifying being. A surge of pride welled up in Yi Shiqing's heart, and he smiled proudly. I am so powerful. A dark shadow suddenly swept past Yi Shiqing. The sound of the helicopter rotors broke the silence, quickly pulling him back to reality. He turned his head and saw the live broadcast camera on the helicopter reflecting dazzling points of light. I am currently at the Yongcheng Examination Center in Jianyang City. I am your host, Joey Mean. Don't miss it. We are currently located at the southernmost end of the examination site and are broadcasting the surrounding situation in real time. Everyone should be able to clearly see all the students on site. The martial arts exam uses a snapshot method, meaning the camera will not stay on any one person for an extended period of time. However, those seated players who perform exceptionally well and possess strong abilities will become the focus of the cameras. Therefore, when the helicopter flew by, the vast majority of students on site did their best to show their best selves. After all, this was a nationwide live live broadcast, and admissions officers, professors, and even principals from top universities were all watching the battle. To stand out, you must showcase your best qualities to gain attention and development. This also paved a solid road for his future. Inside the Dawn Academy conference room, the lights were bright, illuminating every corner clearly. The walls were adorned with exquisite artistic carvings, both elegant and dynamic. The entire conference room exuded a solemn and noble atmosphere, inspiring awe upon entering. The conference room is spacious, about the size of a football field. The tiered seating is neat and orderly, and every seat is occupied. At the very front was a small podium, and behind it hung a huge screen, which was divided into dozens of live broadcasts. Zhang Jinfeng's skills are truly extraordinary. I heard she applied to our college. That's right, Zhang Mingho is also quite good. He has awakened an A-level ability, but unfortunately his ambition is to attend the God-given academy. In the spacious conference room, the mentors sitting in the front row were all intently watching the live broadcast on the screen, occasionally exchanging hushed conversations. I think that student's name is Wang Hao, a male professor said, pointing to the figure on the screen. I heard he's Professor Wang's nephew. It seems that he has awakened a sea-level ability called Earth Rock Shield. That's right. Look at the black iron armor he's wearing. The Wang family must have spent a lot of money. It seems they're determined to bring him in. The image on the screen lingered on Wang Hao for a full minute, but he looked rather disheveled and completely failed to display his usual charm. Professor Wang, is Wang Hao your nephew? A middle-aged teacher asked. Instructor Wang, female, nodded, feigning composure. Yes, my nephew practices diligently every day, all for the sake of getting into Dawn Academy. He is an upright and selfless person, and only wants to become a pillar of society. After speaking, she looked affectionately at the old man sitting in the center, who didn't even raise his head. The old man not only didn't raise his head, but he didn't even twitch his eyelids. He was dressed in simple white ancient clothing, his white hair and beard neatly trimmed. Although his face was covered with wrinkles, the aura he exuded was not related to old age, but rather a transcendent charm that inspired awe in everyone. This old man was none other than Wang Xiao, the dean of Dawn Academy. Seeing this, Instructor Wang couldn't help but grit his teeth and glare at Wang Hao, who was running around on the screen. You little bastard, the TV station has been bribed for you. Can't you even perform properly? At this moment, a middle-aged man with a full beard standing next to the old man spoke up. Dean Wang, what do you think of that girl? Dean Wang slowly raised his head, his deep and sacred eyes following the uncle's finger to look at the screen. Seeing the dean look up, the uncle immediately continued. That girl's name is Xiao Rongxue. She is a student in Yongchang and the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. Her special ability is S-level, Ling Xue Feng Shuang. At this moment, Xiao Rongxue on the screen is in the ruins, surrounded by 8 ferocious and monstrous beasts. They bared their teeth and glared menacingly. The next moment, the 8 strange beasts simultaneously let out a frenzied and excited growl, charging towards Xiao Rongxue from different angles in a highly challenging manner. Xiao Rongshue's face was cold and stern, without any emotional fluctuations, only her beautiful, star-like eyes revealed a hint of chill. She raised her slender, fair hand to her waist, whereupon frost rapidly condensed and a raging gale suddenly gathered around her. Her silver hair and skirt fluttered in the strong wind. As she exerted force with her right hand, frost and gale converged on her from all directions. In less than half a second, everything within a 100-meter radius was destroyed, all transformed into crystal-clear ice sculptures. How about it? Dean Wang, isn't this little girl pretty good? 2 of the beasts were at the second tier, and 6 were at the first tier, all killed in one hit. The instructor next to Dean Wang said excitedly, not bad. Possessing S-level superpowers, she is exceptionally talented. She can stand against 8 alien beasts without batting an eye, which is commendable. Her strength is also enough to kill them instantly. Her hard work will definitely pay off. Dean Wang spoke at length, every sentence filled with praise and recognition for Xiao Rongxue. That's right, her goal is Dawn Academy, and she is definitely worth focusing on developing. Dean Wang nodded, his face full of satisfaction. He scanned the densely packed livestream on the screen, his gaze suddenly fixed on a certain corner, and he froze in shock. His pupils reflected a spot on the live stream screen. There stood a black-haired boy, dressed in a black tracksuit and plain jeans, holding a double-edged knife in each hand. He stood amidst the ruins, surrounded by blood and scattered pieces of flesh. Yi Shiqing's eyes were deep and dark, fixed on the camera, as if he could see through the lens and meet the audience's gaze. He didn't make any impressive performance. He was the only one in the frame for a long time, and the camera kept him glued to the screen. He made just one gesture, and the camera was completely mesmerized by him. He raised a middle finger at the camera. Who is this kid? He's showing no respect for the exam. Yeah, where did that brat come from? That's outrageous. It must have been done on purpose. Yi Shiqing's outrageous behavior was immediately noticed by everyone, and the instructors of Dawn Academy were in an uproar. This Dean, the mentor standing next to the dean, had a complicated expression. Dean Wang was taken aback for a moment, then burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, this kid is actually quite interesting. However, this kid is so disrespectful. He shook his head as he spoke, saying nothing more, but stared blankly blankly at Yi Shiqing for a long while. Yi Shiqing smiled shyly. The Wuhan University entrance examination lasts for a full 24 hours, mainly to test the candidate's adaptability. After all, those superhumans who fight against alien beasts often go for days without sleep or rest, and sometimes don't even have time to eat. Of course, as long as the score meets the requirement, candidates can be sent back on their own. Usually, all candidates will return to the team within 12 hours. During the exam, teachers and leaders from all 5 universities in the city will accompany and watch. The military was responsible for preparing lunch and dinner for the teachers. Xiao Rongxue is really amazing. Old Hu, your class has produced a great student. Yes, she took first place in just a few minutes of the exam. She even beat the second place finisher by more than 30 points. She stole all the limelight this time. Lao Hu, whose real name is Hu Zichuan, is Yi Shiqing's homeroom teacher. Not at all, it was Xiao Rongshue's own hard work. She awakened an S-level ability and was already admitted to Dawn Academy on the spot. This exam was just a formality for her. Hu Zichuan responded modestly, but his face couldn't hide his satisfaction and pride. The school's academic performance has been consistently poor, ranking at the bottom of the entire Jiangqing district. But this year, a student named Xiao Rongxue suddenly appeared. She awakened the S-level superpower, Lingxue Fengshuan, and surpassed the 5th middle school, which had been at the top of the list for many years. The highest level of martial arts exam takers from number 5 middle school was only B-level superpowers, which was not even in the same league. Although he ranked second, he was still more than 30 points behind Xiao Rongxue. At this moment, a helicopter was closely following Xiao Rongxue. After all, her stunning performance just now, coupled with the boost from her S-level superpower, naturally attracted everyone's attention. Hu Zichuan was so immersed in the constant praise from his teachers and leaders that he could hardly extricate himself. Then, who is that student? Just then, a voice came from the crowd, drowning out the teachers who were talking. The teachers instinctively looked up at the big screen, followed the sound, and quickly found the student. The student gave the middle finger to the camera with a shy smile on his lips. Which school? Which student is this? This is so disrespectful to exams. It must be number 3 middle school. They have absolutely no manners. Hey, do you students from number 4 high school have any manners? The teachers from the 5 universities present immediately erupted in anger, mocking Yi Shiqing in the examination room and shifting blame among themselves, saying, "That's your student. No way, that's your student." The principal of number 1 middle school was all smiles, as Xiao Rongxue winning first place made him especially happy. "Teacher Hu, do you know?" the principal of number 1 middle school asked casually. Oh? Hu Zichuan quickly shook his head. I don't know. A bead of cold sweat broke out on Hu Zichuan's forehead. He recognized Yi Shiqing, his student, at a glance. A hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. After all, this disrespectful brat was his student, and he didn't want to admit it. Wait, look at the student's feet. How can there be so many body parts? Look at its skin and fur, it looks like a tusked boar. Tusked boars are extremely ferocious. How did it turn out like this? Was he slashing it? Everyone's gaze instantly shifted from Yi Shiqing to the body parts at his feet, and without exception, they all showed shock and horror. Isn't he an F-level superpower? How come he's this strong? Hu Zichuan was stunned, his face full of disbelief. Yi Shiqing squinted at the helicopter gradually disappearing into the sky, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He knew that these live broadcasts would often focus more time and camera time on the candidates with high-quality superpowers, whose superpowers were more dazzling and attracted more attention from the audience. For candidates with mediocre special abilities who showed no outstanding performance in the exam, the live streamers would often just glance at them quickly, or even be too lazy to look at them again. Since they didn't have any amazing performances, they naturally couldn't become the focus of the show. If you can appear in the live broadcast multiple times, you are more likely to gain the favor of the college's mentors and thus obtain high-quality training resources. They don't lack people with special abilities, but they lack top scholars who have both strength and courage. Although one's international gestures may not be appreciated, at least they will not be ignored and will certainly attract attention. Watching the plane gradually disappear into the distance, Yi Shiqing did not stop and ran straight towards the central area. Along the way, he continuously swung his sword with both hands, using the Time Blade S speed boost function to quickly dash forward. He swung his sword extremely fast, each strike leaving a long, trailing shadow that danced in the air like a phantom. His speed also increased to 20 meters per second. In less than an hour, he had arrived at the central area. Keep in mind, this abandoned city covers a massive 2,000 square kilometers. Slay a Tier 1 beast Tiger Cat plus 10 ability points. Defeat the Tier 2 alien beast, Saber-toothed Lizard, and gain plus 20 ability points. Current ability points, 220. Along the way, Yi Shiqing encountered more than a dozen strange beasts. Before these beasts could even bar their fierce fangs, he hacked them to pieces, leaving them dead instantly. At this moment, apart from some soreness and numbness in his hands, Yi Shiqing had not a single drop of blood on his body. He shook his aching hands, walked slowly, and kept scanning his surroundings. The surrounding area
area was piled high with collapsed buildings. After all, this was once the city center. Some dilapidated houses were piled up to form a cave-like structure. After all, most mythical beasts like to hide in dark corners, and the more ruins there are, the more mythical beasts there are. Yi Shiqing is still at the first level. After all, he only transmigrated back 2 days ago, and he hasn't had time to cultivate in the last 2 days. Fortunately, he has a system that allows him to use ability points to level up. He can increase his level by constantly killing enemies. He staggered through the ruins, cautiously looking around. Just then, the ruins piled up and the darkness formed a cave, and suddenly countless pairs of fierce red eyes appeared. Those eyes flickered like will-o'-the-wisps, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen monsters of various kinds emerged from the ruins. They seemed to have not seen humans for a long time, and their expressions were wild and excited. Ghost leopard, Fong dog, deep soul tiger. Yi Shiqing glanced at the group of ferocious beasts, his face showing no fear, but rather a slight excitement, with the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. They're all ability points. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before we knew it, it was noon. In an open space, the teachers and leaders sat together, each holding a boxed lunch. While staring at Xiao Rongshue's ranking on the big screen, Chen Hui, the principal of number 1 middle school, happily ate his boxed lunch, grinning from ear to ear. Excellent, excellent. You've brought honor to the school. The principal of number 2 middle school looked at Chen Hui and said admiringly, Principal Chen, your school teaches really well. This little girl is truly remarkable. She has actually broken the record of number 5 middle school's long-term dominance on the list. No, it's all because she's talented, Chen Hui replied modestly. The screen only showed the rankings of the top 10. Excluding Xiao Rongxue, who was in first place, 5 of the remaining 9 were students from Yongcheng number 5 middle school. They occupied the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 9th positions, respectively. Principal Li Zhangyuan of number 5 middle school had his head down and his face was ashen, because their long-standing number 1 position had been taken away. Xiao Rongxue currently has an astonishing score of 195 points. Li Qing, who ranked 2nd, only scored 155 points, a full 40 points behind. Even though 5 of the top 10 students came from number 5 middle school, Li Jingyuan's expression remained gloomy. After all, this ranking is related to the Education Bureau's allocation of school resources. If Xiao Rongxue takes first place, the reputation of number 5 middle school will inevitably be damaged, and the resources given by the Education Bureau will be greatly reduced. He suddenly felt powerless. After all, Xiao Rongxue had awakened an S-level superpower, and with her outstanding talent, even if Li Qing was powerful, he could not possibly defeat her. Li Zhangyuan shook his head helplessly, sighing inwardly. He could only accept reality now. However, the moment he looked up at the leaderboard, his eyes widened suddenly, as if he had seen something unbelievable. A name called Yi Shiqing quickly replaced Zhang San, who was ranked 10th, and then surged upwards like a tidal wave. 9th place, Yi Shiqing, 1st middle school, score, 115. 8th place, Yi Shiqing, 1st middle school, score, 125. 7th place, Yi Shiqing, 1st middle school, score, 130. Yi Shiqing's name climbed rapidly, eventually reaching 3rd place. Before Li Zhangyuan could recover, still in shock and stunned, Li Cheng, who was in 2nd place, was actually surpassed. 2nd place, Yi Shiqing, 1st middle school, score, 175. Who exactly is this Yi Shiqing? It shows he's from number 1 middle school. Oh my god, number 1 middle school? I've never heard of this person before. Yi Shiqing's meteoric rise in rankings immediately made the teachers and leaders watching the competition uneasy. 1 second ago, Yi Shiqing's name hadn't even entered the top 10, but in less than 2 minutes, this so-called Yi Shiqing had actually soared to 2nd place, which was simply unbelievable. The gap between the 10th place and Li Qing is more than 40 points. In other words, in the blink of an eye, Yi Shiqing gained more than 40 points, which means he killed more than 10 alien beasts in 2 minutes. If it were Xiao Rongxue, it wouldn't be surprising. After all, everyone agrees that S-class superpowers are formidable. S-class superpowers are rare treasures, the apple of everyone's eye. Once someone awakens one, it will definitely become a trending topic. However, these leaders and teachers had never heard of Yi Shiqing before, so he must be an unknown nobody. When his name was mentioned, everyone was stunned. Chen Hui, the principal of number 1 middle school, was also stunned. Despite being the principal of the school, he had never heard of Yi Shiqing before. Chen Hui tried hard to recall, hoping to find Yi Shiqing's shadow among the top students, but to no avail. Ha! Principal Chen, is your school keeping this a secret? Said the municipal bureau leader sitting next to Chen Hui. Ha! Oh, ha ha ha. Chen Hui was taken aback at first, then scratched the back of his head and forced a laugh. I wanted to keep a low profile, but this kid just couldn't hold back. He must have talent at least at the B level. That's right. They were actually hiding it. Could they be planning a surprise? To make a stunning debut and jump straight to 2nd place. Hearing the exaggerated praise from the city leaders and several school principals around him, Chen Hui couldn't stop smiling, his eyes filled with satisfaction and pride for Yi Shiqing. Xiao Rongxue had already helped him gain a foothold among
among the city leaders, and Yi Shiqing's amazing performance this time undoubtedly added another brilliant chapter to his political career. The homeroom teacher, Hu Zichuan, was stunned, his mind blank, completely isolated from the noisy discussions of the surrounding teachers. Just who is this Yi Shiqing? His F-level superpower is so strong, he's actually soared to second place. It's important to know that Li Qing is a key talent at number 5 middle school, and his B-level superpower, Swift Wind Kill, is renowned. If it weren't for the emergence of the phenomenal Xiao Rongxue this year who suppressed him, the number 1 spot in Yongchang would definitely have been his.
It's truly incomprehensible that Yi Shiqing actually left him far behind. That's really unexpected. Hu Zichuan shook his head inside. Looking back now, he found it utterly ridiculous to have advised Yi Shiqing to change his college application. A person stands amidst the ruins in the center of the examination hall. He had slightly long hair, wore a black outfit, and had a slightly furrowed brow, exuding an indescribable aura of sharpness and nonchalance. He yanked a long sword out of the throat of a cat-like beast, and blood rained down on the ground. His face was cold and stern, showing no trace of pity. Li Qing, amazing. He killed a tier 1 alien beast, the man-eating cat, in one move. That's right, that's awesome. Following you is the safest option. It can not only save my life but also help me get high scores. Li Qing was accompanied by 2 men and 1 woman, making a total of 4 people including him. The 3 people around him unanimously praised his formidable strength. Team formation is allowed during the exam, since some people may not have strong combat abilities, but they have excellent support skills. Faced with everyone's praise, Li Qing proudly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile. I think I've secured second place now, he said calmly, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness. Everyone nodded silently, saying nothing more, since they had never mentioned Li Qing's ranking in their praise. If Xiao Rongxue hadn't awakened to S rank, Li Qing's strength would definitely have secured him first place. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in life. After all, Li Qing had led them all the way to the top, so it would be too disrespectful to praise Xiao Rongxue in front of him. Wait, brotherly, your second place has been overtaken. The only girl suddenly shouted excitedly, her voice full of shock. Li Qing was taken aback, then casually turned on the switch on his right wristband. Instantly, a blue ranking chart was projected above the bracelet. He glanced down and saw that Yi Shiqing was in second place. He immediately gritted his teeth, his face full of resentment. Xiao Rongxue snatched first place, but where did this nobody come from? He stared at Yi Shiqing's name for a long time. As a crystal-clear block of ice shattered into powder, the tusked boar inside also turned into countless ice fragments. Under the powerful force of ice, not a single drop of blood was left. The area within 100 meters in diameter centered on her instantly transformed into a snowy wasteland, cold yet sacred, and full of power. Snowflakes fell from the sky, and she, dressed in a blue dress, danced violently in the wind, making a fluttering sound. With the death of the tusked boar, her score rose from 195 to 200. At that moment, white light burst forth from her right hand, and in an instant, she vanished from the spot. The admission score for Dawn Academy is 180 points, and the exam has a full score of 200 points. Once you reach 200 points, your score will be automatically transmitted. This is an ironclad rule, because someone like Xiao Rongxue, who possesses S-level superpowers, sweeps through the examination hall, leaving other candidates with no chance of competing, and she even wipes out all the alien beasts. Moreover, she possessed third-tier strength, making it as easy for her to slaughter these second-tier beasts as cutting vegetables and drinking porridge. When she opened her eyes again, she was outside the examination room, surrounded by teachers and leaders. Congratulations! Congratulations, Xiao! Easy to get a perfect score. Still in first place, that's amazing. The principal and teachers of number 1 middle school congratulated Xiao Rongxue, and city leaders were also present, their words full of praise and satisfaction. Scoring 200 points in 3 hours, he is undoubtedly ranked first, and even has a very good chance of winning first place in the province. This not only greatly enhanced the reputation of Yongchang number 1 middle school, but also elevated Yongchang's political status to a new level. Faced with a barrage of praise, Xiao Rongxue simply nodded slightly, responding with elegance and grace. When her gaze fell on the big screen, she suddenly froze. She remained expressionless when facing ferocious beasts, she remained calm even when she won first place, and she was unmoved by the praise from her teachers. However, at this moment, when she saw that the second place was Yi Shiqing, an unprecedented look of surprise flashed across her calm face. Yi Shiqing gripped the knife hilt tightly with both hands, his eyes resolute and cold. He suddenly swung his twin swords, and blood splattered from the blades, falling to the ground like pear blossoms in the rain. He stood steadily in the center of the ruins, surrounded by a strong smell of blood, with large chunks of flesh scattered all around. The ground was covered with bright red bloodstains, as if the earth had been draped in a blood-stained wedding gown. Within a 20-meter radius centered on him, the ground was completely soaked in blood, not a single spot was clean. The air was filled with a pungent, bloody stench that made one want to vomit. Defeat the Tier 2 beast, Tusked Boar, and gain plus 20 ability points. Slay a Tier 1 beast, the Ghost Leopard, and gain plus 10 ability points. Current ability points, 450. Yi Shiqing stared intently at his surroundings, seemingly already accustomed to this environment. He raised his left hand, opened the leaderboard, and saw that he was firmly in second place, while Xiao Rongxue, who was leading by 200 points, had already finished the exam. First place, Xiao Rongxue, number 1 middle school, score 200. Second place, Yi Shiqing, number 1 middle school, score 175. Third place, Li Qing, number 5 middle school, score 155. Fourth place, Triple X. Wow, this girl is amazing, Yi Shiqing exclaimed, praising Xiao Rongshue's performance without reservation, while he was more concerned about her results. Although he was mentally prepared that Xiao Rongxue would be very strong, he did not expect that she would take first place first. Without pausing, he darted like a cheetah into the deeper ruins. He moved nimbly and eerily through the ruins, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings. Soon, a red and black cheetah emerged from a corner of the ruins ahead. Its red and black fur, its forelimbs as thick as a mammoth's, and even more chillingly, its bizarre face pieced together from the heads of a dozen or so animals. A strange beast, a ghost leopard, Yi Shiqing muttered to himself. Ghost leopard has extremely sharp eyesight. As soon as it crawled out from the corner, it immediately sensed Yi Shiqing's approach. Faced with Yi Shiqing's fearless and increasingly rapid sprint, Ghost leopard was immediately somewhat unconvinced. As a ferocious and brutal beast, it was used to making humans avoid it, and people would turn around and run away in fear when they saw it. But the person in front of it was not afraid at all, which made it lose face. Ghost leopard roared, determined to tear Yi Shiqing to pieces. Despite Ghost leopard's provocation, Yi Shiqing remained calm and composed, a smile playing on his lips. Commendable courage, he said. Wielding dual swords, he uses the properties of the time blade to increase his speed and power. As the distance between them gradually closed, when they were only 3 meters apart, Ghost leopard suddenly leaped down, slashing down with his right paw, his face filled with madness and excitement. The next second, the blade flashed, slicing through the air with a piercing metallic sound. The leopard was taken aback. The blade sliced across its skin and pierced straight into its marrow. In an instant, its body was torn to pieces, turning into a cloud of blood mist and chunks of flesh dripping with blood. After killing the ghost leopard, Yi Shiqing stopped and checked the score leaderboard again. Second place, Yi Shiqing, number 1 middle school, score 180. The admission score for Dawn Academy seems to be 180, he thought to himself. Without hesitation, he took off the bracelet and put it into his backpack. After all, reaching 200 points would result in being forcibly teleported out, but Yi Shiqing was not satisfied with just the score. His college entrance exam score is one thing, what he needs more is to gain ability points by killing alien beasts, because the killing system must rely on killing to maintain itself. Although the city is peaceful, there aren't many strange beasts to kill, while this exam has many ready-made targets. It allows you to complete the exam and accumulate superpower points at the same time, which is a win-win situation. Furthermore, it doesn't say that you can't take off your watch. After all, a watch is a life-saving tool, and some people would love to wear several. Just then, a roar came from the left side. Without hesitation, Yi Shiqing gripped his twin swords and sped away. Half a minute later, he arrived at a truck that had been scrapped for many years. He leaped up, drawing a perfect arc, and landed steadily on the truck. After swaying slightly in the truck and regaining his footing, he glanced at the square in the distance. In the square, 4 young people stood together with solemn expressions. 3 of them were dressed in silver-white battle suits, while the other wore black armor as hard as a tortoise shell. They were surrounded by at least 30 strange beasts. Yi Shiqing was stunned for a moment. He saw a familiar face in the crowd and couldn't help but smile disdainfully. Brother Wang, this is way too much. Yes, you'd better put away that alien device of yours. Yes, we really can't handle anymore. Wang Hao stood in the center of the 4, listening to their constant feedback and suggestions, and looking at the surging beasts around him. His expression gradually became serious. He gritted his teeth and reprimanded in a loud voice. A bunch of idiots. A bunch of useless trash. I've given you so much money, and you're afraid of these few strange beasts? A bunch of freeloaders who do nothing. All of you, charge. Faced with Wang Hao's rebuke and curses, the group, though their faces were grave, did not refute him. Instead, they gritted their teeth and charged toward the surrounding beasts. These 3 were all elites from number 5 middle school. Before the exam, Wang Hao approached them and offered them a considerable reward, asking them to pave the way for him during the exam. Of course, Wang Hao also tried to win over Li Qing, the strongest student in the 5th middle school, but Li Qing disdained bribery and enticement and refused directly. They agreed to meet Wang Hao in the central area to form a team. However, Wang Hao brought a device, an acoustic wave generator. This strange sound wave can emit special sound waves that make strange beasts extremely irritable, thus attracting them to gather around. Unexpectedly, this attracted more than 30 strange beasts, including 13 second-tier beasts. All 4 of them were second-tier ability users, and they were indeed somewhat powerless against this group of strange beasts. A young man wearing an earring ignited a ball of flame in his hand, gritted his teeth, and suddenly unleashed a beam of fire at the charging tusked boar. Another long-haired youth gripped a jet black black spear tightly, maneuvering back and forth against a ghost leopard in front of him. The last blonde youth, with raging winds swirling around him, was constantly battling the strange beast before him. The three men were positioned in three directions around Wang Hao, forming a solid barrier that protected him closely. A ghost leopard slipped through the gap and attempted to attack Wang Hao, but was shot through the throat by the long-haired youth and fell to the ground dead. They can't even hold out with such a small number of beasts? And you idiot, I haven't even had a chance to finish you off after you killed that beast. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, coldly scanning his surroundings. The strange beasts were cunning and treacherous. They could attack from an unexpected angle if one wasn't careful. Just then, he caught a glimpse of a figure in the distance out of the corner of his eye and was immediately startled. The man was wearing a black tracksuit and simple jeans. His face was cold and handsome, his long hair flowed between his eyebrows, and he exuded a free and easy charm. Yi Shiqing? Wang Hao recognized him at a glance. At this moment, Yi Shiqing was sitting on an abandoned truck which swayed slightly with his body. He wore a maternal smile as he carefully observed Wang Hao's disheveled appearance. Wang Hao's brows were furrowed, his face was ashen, and he was extremely angry. He was in an extremely dangerous situation, yet Yi Shiqing mocked him like this, and his mind instantly became a mess. The long-haired youth also noticed Yi Shiqing sitting in the truck. He was taken aback at first, then shouted loudly, "Hey buddy, come and help me out." The young man with the earring and the blonde-haired man looked at Yi Shiqing when they heard the shouts, as if they had seen a savior. "Yes, brother, please help me out. You want to improve your score, don't you? Here's the solution." Three young men dressed in silver battle armor urgently sought Yi Shiqing's help. After all, they were already struggling to hold out against the horde of beasts. Moreover, their purpose in coming here was to reach the city center to meet Wang Hao, but their score was pitifully low. Faced with such a horde of beasts, they could only rely on their bracelets to teleport away, otherwise they would end this crucial exam with dismal results. They absolutely could not be eliminated, so upon seeing Yi Shiqing, they immediately set aside their pride and begged him for help. However, they did not notice that Wang Hao's face had turned red with anger. Help what? Who the hell needs his help? What good is an F-level superpower? Wang Hao roared, forcefully pulling the three away from their thoughts of seeking help. The three men looked at Wang Hao with bitter expressions and astonishment. Upon hearing the news of the F-level superpower, the flame of hope that should have ignited in the eyes of the three was instantly extinguished. More questions arose. How could someone with an F-level superpower dare to participate in the martial arts college entrance examination? Wasn't that just courting death? Just then, the ground trembled slightly, and the surrounding beasts made way in surprise. Then, a dragon-shaped beast slowly emerged. It stood there on all fours, like a small mountain. Its size was astonishing, as big as 2 trucks. Its body is covered in armor as hard as rock, but what is most striking is its enormous tail. A massive hammer, about the size of a refrigerator, hangs from its tail end. It is heavy and exudes immense power and majesty. The surrounding beasts made way for it, and the ground trembled with every step it took. Rock-armored dragon. Judging by its size, it's at least at the peak of the second tier. Brother Wang, what should we do? Even if we all combine our strength, we're no match for it. As soon as the words were spoken, the three young men from number 5 middle school subconsciously reached for their left wristbands, ready to strike at any moment. Although this martial arts exam is crucial, only by entering university can one obtain better training resources and guidance from excellent instructors. But life is the most precious thing. If you lose your life, you lose everything. At this moment, Wang Hao's eyes were filled with fear and trepidation as he stared intently at the approaching rock-armored dragon. His face was ashen, and cold sweat poured down his forehead, sliding down his cheeks and soaking his clothes. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind: escape. That's right, he can escape using the teleportation bracelet. After all, his aunt is a professor at Dawn Academy. Given the Wang family's status and wealth, even if his score doesn't meet the requirements, there might still be a chance to get him in. After all, the mentors had no idea he dropped out halfway through. That's right, they had absolutely no idea. As long as you spend money to buy media coverage of his heroic struggle in the examination hall, he could then claim that the exam scoring system was malfunctioning and unable to record his score, thus still having a chance to enter Dawn Academy. Just as Wang Hao was about to press the teleportation button, a helicopter suddenly appeared above them. The helicopter's reflective camera was pointed directly at Wang Hao without any attempt to conceal it. He spotted the helicopter immediately, and the expression on his face was worse than if he'd eaten shit. This couldn't have come at the worst possible time. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain whatsoever. He knew he was now completely exposed to the television, and if he fled in a sorry state, there was no chance he would be admitted to Dawn Academy. All his plans crumbled instantly, vanishing into thin air. 5 young men carried a camera and filmed Wang Hao from every angle. "Why are we keeping filming him?" one of the young men wearing a hat asked, staring at Wang Hao. "Oh dear, didn't you know? That examinee in armor is named Wang Hao, the young master of the Wang family of Yongcheng." "That's right, the higher-ups gave us a lot of benefits and told us to give Wang Hao more screen time. After all, the more you appear on camera, the more attention you'll receive
receive from faculty and professors, and the better educational resources you'll gain. Furthermore, the Wang family said they'd give a reward of 500,000 yuan to whoever takes the most photos of Wang Hao, a young man wearing sunglasses said. Upon hearing this number, the young man wearing the hat's eyes immediately lit up. They give us the money, we give them the camera work, a win-win situation. That's right, we gave him so much screen time, the young man in sunglasses said, looking at Wang Hao meaningfully. He must be very happy. Wang Hao stared at the helicopter, his brows furrowed, veins bulging, and he gritted his teeth. Fuck you, a bunch of idiots, coming to take pictures when I was in a sorry state. A burst of laughter came from afar, and Wang Hao suddenly turned his head to look at Yi Shiqing. What the hell are you laughing at? You dead turtle shell, you're so lame. Yi Shiqing grinned and clapped his hands in approval. Come on, if you dare. You won't last 2 seconds at most. Wang Hao roared, pointing at Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing slowly stood up from the car and casually picked up the 2 blades of time placed beside him. He suppressed his mocking tone and gave a teasing smile. I'll do it. He half squatted, then suddenly exerted force and leaped off the truck. Like an elegant and refined high jumper, it instantly drew a beautiful arc, spinning and dancing in the air, and rushed straight into the horde of strange beasts. Yi Shiqing's appearance immediately attracted the attention of all the strange beasts. These strange beasts possessed an inherent arrogance, and faced with this human who showed no fear of their fangs, they were instantly enraged. Facing these bloodthirsty beasts, Yi Shiqing's eyes flashed with intense fighting spirit. At this moment, the rock-armored dragon stopped in its tracks and stared sharply at Yi Shiqing. Brother Wang, what do we do now? Should we go help him? The long-haired youth asked. Help? How can we help? The blonde youth immediately retorted. Let's run while the rock-armored dragon is distracted. All 3 of them turned their gazes to Wang Hao, awaiting his response. Wang Hao wanted to escape more than anyone else at that moment, but seeing that the group of silly birds on the plane were still taking pictures of him, he immediately gave up the idea. Why are you running away? Wang Hao gritted his teeth, suppressing his inner fear, and shouted loudly. He suddenly raised his hands, and the black shield pattern on his left back suddenly lit up. Immediately afterwards, a burst of intense brown light erupted, and a moment later, a circular shield completely encased in rock appeared in his left hand. This is a sea-level ability called Earth Rock Shield, which has extremely strong defensive capabilities. A ring on the ring finger of his right hand gleamed slightly, and a spear appeared out of thin air. Although this spear has no special abilities, it is forged from meteorite iron and is extremely sharp. With a shield and a spear, he gripped both weapons tightly, suppressing his fear, and charged towards the weakest point of the monster with the 3 people beside him. On the open ground outside the examination hall, the images of Wang Hao and his group appeared on the big screen, and the teachers around them began to discuss it enthusiastically again. This young master of the Wang family is facing such a large horde of beasts, including a peak-level second-tier rock-armored dragon. As expected of the young master of the Wang family, he is truly brave. I feel like young Master Wang's legs are shaking. No way, the screen must be lagging. It definitely is. As the eldest son of the Yongcheng Wang family, his name was naturally well known to the teachers of the 5 academies. Without exception, everyone praised Wang Hao's bravery and courage in fighting the enemy. Hey, who's that? A male teacher from number 1 middle school suddenly asked. In the scene, Yi Shiqing leaps into the center of the beast horde, gripping 2 sharp curved blades tightly in his hands, calmly and composedly defending himself. Wait, all the beasts have been attracted to him. Is he courting death? Yi Shiqing's sudden appearance instantly drew all the attention that had previously belonged to Wang Hao. After all, this nobody was far less famous than Wang Hao. The leaderboard only had names, not photos, and no one knew that the boy who faced dozens of strange beasts alone was Yi Shiqing, who was ranked 2nd. Apart from Xiao Ronxue and the homeroom teacher Hu Zichuan, no one at the scene knew the true identity of the boy on the screen. This is too reckless, isn't it? Hu Zichuan frowned. Even though he knew that Yi Shiqing was ranked 2nd, he was only an F-level ability user with limited abilities. Standing outside the crowd, Xiao Ronxue wore a snow-white blue dress, her face exquisitely beautiful yet aloof. Unlike Hu Zichuan's concerns, she appeared unusually calm. Her gaze was fixed on Yi Shiqing's figure on the screen, her eyes deep as if she wanted to see right through him. She was genuinely curious as to why Yi Shiqing was able to get 2nd place. Tusked boars, ghost leopards, abyssal tigers, armored lizards, all sorts of strange beasts surged in from all directions, surrounding Yi Shiqing completely, leaving him no blind spots whatsoever. These strange beasts were all ferocious and savage, with their gaping maws revealing sharp fangs and claws, ready to attack at any moment. Their low growls rose and fell, weaving together a terrifying and oppressive atmosphere. Just then, a leopard, unable to contain its rage, lunged at Yi Shiqing from behind, baring its fangs. Everyone watching on screen held their breath for Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing quickly tilted his body to the right, his movements light and effortless. After dodging the leopard's pounce, he left a long afterimage as he slashed straight at the leopard's head with his blade. The blade gleamed with a sharp, cold light in the sunlight. The next moment, the leopard's ferocious head was tossed high into the air. Crimson blood suddenly splattered down like countless raindrops. The people in front of the screen were immediately stunned. Fast!
fast. Too fast. Almost incredibly fast. In their eyes, Yi Shiqing's body trembled slightly, and the ghost leopard's head was separated from his body. Many of these teachers are also superhumans, although the highest level is only 2 ranks, but there are definitely some mental superhumans among them. The reaction speed and observation skills of mental ability users far surpass those of the other 3 types. However, the teachers in the open space were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Only at this moment did they realize how absurd their earlier suspicions of Yi Shiqing had been. Bloodstained raindrops fell on Yi Shiqing's body. His expression was cold and stern, radiating a fierce fighting spirit. The surrounding beasts were both terrified and enraged by what they saw. They were enraged because their companions had been killed, and terrified because of Yi Shiqing's power. Several strange beasts seemed to sense the threat, their fur stood on end, and they instinctively took a few steps back. Their subconscious is warning them to stay away from this human. Yi Shiqing chuckled lightly, knowing in his heart that he hadn't intervened to save Wang Hao. After all, the camera was pointed at him, so he had to perform well to gain more attention and recognition. His previous middle finger gesture had already attracted a lot of attention, and now he's going to deliver a performance that will shock the entire audience. Of course, he didn't intend to hide his A-level ability, Time Blade, since the better the ability, the better the education he received. But he would never easily reveal his S-class ability, Dark Knight Overlord. After all, who doesn't keep some trump cards up their sleeve after living in this world for a long time? This is precisely the experience that made him a top assassin, surprise attack, one-hit kill. Furthermore, with numerous professors from various academies observing and commenting on the exam, the Time Blade's special ability could not escape their discerning eyes. The camera had been following Yi Shiqing for nearly 10 minutes. In other words, he has been on camera for more than 10 minutes now. Such a herd of beasts had probably already attracted the attention of those professors. Therefore, he had to put on a good show. Yi Shi glanced at the helicopter overhead, a slight smile playing on his lips, and shook his head dismissively. Let's make a good impression on you. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone in front of the screen, Yi Shiqing made a move. He brandished his twin blades, his killing intent surging, and charged towards the horde of strange beasts. The blade flashed wildly, and blood rained down. He moved through the beasts like a ghost, dancing a deadly melody. Wherever it went, blood splattered everywhere. With roars and screams, 10 strange beasts fell in a short time. Upon seeing this, the remaining beasts stared wide-eyed in terror and turned to flee for their lives without hesitation. They may have pride and dignity, but they are by no means stupid. Facing such a powerful enemy, continuing to fight would be tantamount to suicide. However, the beast, being bloodthirsty by nature, did not completely retreat but instead charged towards Wang Hao and his companions. They couldn't defeat Yi Shiqing, but they were enough to tear Wang Hao and his group of 4 apart. At this moment, Wang Hao frowned, his left hand using the Earth Rock Shield to desperately block the tusked boar's charge. The powerful impact of the tusked boar caused Wang Hao's feet to rub against the ground. He seized the opportunity, his right hand veins bulging, and thrust the spear fiercely into the tusked boar's throat. With a scream, the tusked boar collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. Just as he caught his breath, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his face turned extremely pale. More strange beasts rushed in from afar, and Wang Hao and his companions turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Why are they all rushing towards us? The 4 were frowning in distress when, in the next moment, the giant hammer from the tail of the rock-armored dragon, carrying immense power, hurtled towards them. The giant hammer rubbed against the air, producing a deafening whooshing sound. By the time the 4 realized what was happening, the rock-armored dragon's giant hammer had already crashed down in front of them. The giant hammer fell, raising clouds of dust. It slammed heavily into the middle of the 4 people, and the enormous impact sent them all flying. Like kites with broken strings, they traced an arc in the air before crashing to the ground in a sorry state. Cough, cough, cough. The long-haired youth staggered to his feet, his spear planted firmly on the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. All 3 students from number 5 middle school suffered serious injuries, but fortunately none of them were seriously injured. Wang Hao, clad in black iron armor, was mostly unharmed except for scratches and dust. With a roar from the rock-armored dragon, the remaining beasts pounced on Wang Hao and his companions like madmen. The 3 young men from number 5 middle school exchanged glances, seemingly reaching some kind of tacit understanding. The 3 hesitated for a moment, then gritted their teeth and decided on a plan. Brother Wang, I'm sorry, I have to go now. We'll pay you back later. Life is more important than money. I'm sorry, Brother Wang. As soon as they finished speaking, the 3 of them pressed the switch on their wristbands simultaneously without hesitation. Although the 3 had awakened their C-level superpowers, they were still just young kids who had never seen such a thrilling scene. Oh shit, what a bunch of fucking useless trash. Wang Hao was so angry he was about to explode. He clenched his teeth and trembled all over. He glared at Yi Shiqing and pulled a small megaphone from his pocket with his right hand. You won't have it easy either. Wang Hao turned on the megaphone and threw it forcefully in Yi Shiqing's direction. As soon as the loudspeaker was turned on, it emitted a strange and unpleasant sound wave. This is called an abnormal sound wave device, a dark instrument strictly prohibited
prohibited by law. It can make strange beasts irritable while simultaneously attracting them. Wang Hao quickly pressed the transmission button on the bracelet, revealing a smug smile as he parted. His throwing technique was excellent, and he threw the sonic device steadily in front of Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing subconsciously reached out and caught it. What the hell is this? An MP3 player? This sound is awful. He muttered a few complaints, and when he looked up, he found that the strange beasts around him had sharp eyes that immediately locked onto him. Those hostile gazes seemed capable of tearing him apart. Then, the rock-armored dragon roared at the sky. The surrounding beasts roared in unison, as if venting their anger. In the blink of an eye, more and more strange beasts poured into the surrounding ruins. Originally there were only 10 strange beasts in the square, but in an instant there were 40, 50, or even 60. They had ferocious faces and surrounded Yi Shiqing, leaving him nowhere to escape. On the live stream screen, the strange beasts had formed a black patch. Even with the cameraman on the helicopter 100 meters above the ground, they were still awestruck by the vast herd of beasts. Both the live stream host and the viewers in front of the screen believed that Yi Shiqing was doomed. After all, such a massive horde of beasts is enough to destroy half a city. At this moment, Yi Shiqing calmly scanned his surroundings. Those strange beasts that were originally afraid of him have now become ferocious and murderous. He also realized that the MP3 that Wang Hao had thrown was no ordinary object. It could gather strange beasts. But he didn't shut it down. Instead, he became even more excited, since he was worried about not having any strange beasts to kill. With this item, the strange beasts actually walked right into our trap, offering themselves up to us. Trying to trick me? Oomph. You'll be disappointed. Yi Shiqing snorted coldly and put the MP3 into his pocket. Time to show off my skills. As Wang Hao appeared outside the examination hall, his slightly tired expression gradually became clear. This clearly indicates that his exam is over. However, the teachers around him showed deep disdain, their eyes shooting at him like sharp arrows. What's wrong with this young master of the Wang family? Yeah, not only did they run away, they also tricked others. We were just praising him a moment ago, and now, The teachers whispered among themselves, their words filled with blame and dissatisfaction towards Wang Hao. All of Wang Hao's actions were clearly recorded by the camera. In their eyes, Wang Hao and the other three were not the main force against the horde of alien beasts. On the contrary, it was Yi Shiqing who bravely came to the rescue. Mom, I'm in love. Everyone thought it would be a battle of unity, cooperation, and bravery among the five, but it turned out to be Wang Hao's betrayal. He not only escaped, but also used a hysteresis device to ambush his companions. This plot twist caught everyone off guard and sparked widespread questioning and condemnation of Wang Hao's actions. Wang Hao, how can classmates do this? Class teacher Hu Zichuan quietly walked up to Wang Hao and said in a heavy tone, you two have a conflict, but it doesn't mean you should harm your classmate. What's wrong with me? He's so strong. Why would I be afraid of a few strange beasts? Wang Hao shouted back, not feeling he had done anything wrong. At this moment, Chen Hui, the principal of number 1 middle school, also walked over and slowly said, I also think your behavior is a bit. What's wrong with that? Isn't this just giving him points? Wang Hao interrupted Chen Hui. Faced with Wang Hao's raging anger, Chen Hui and Hu Zichuan looked at each other helplessly, gave a few bitter laughs, and showed an embarrassed expression on their faces. The Wang family, as a prominent clan in Yongcheng, wields immense influence throughout the city. Both the number 1 middle school and the education bureau benefited greatly from the Wang family. Faced with this eccentric young master, the two could only swallow their anger and dared not offend him. Wang Hao looked smugly at Yi Shiqing in the livestream, a cold smile of triumph spreading across his face. His gaze swept over the leaderboard, and he froze. How is this possible? How could he be second place? Wang Hao was stunned. He didn't have time to look at the rankings when he entered the examination room because he was busy meeting up with the 3 students from number 5 middle school. He never expected that Yi Shiqing, with his F-level ability, double-edged sword, would surpass Li Qing and win second place. It was simply unbelievable. What he found even more unacceptable was that Yi Shiqing's score was as high as 180, which had reached the admission line of Dawn Academy. And what about him? Not only did he fail to get the required score, but he also ended the exam in such a pathetic state. Dawn Academy is completely hopeless. Wait, why hasn't he left yet? Suddenly, one of the teachers shouted out, drawing everyone's attention to the screen. Yi Shiqing stood firmly in the center of the beast tide, a tide powerful enough to destroy half the city, showing no intention of leaving. Is he courting death? That's right. Even a third-tier expert would likely find it difficult to escape this beast tide. The teachers immediately tensed up. Although they weren't standing in the beast tide themselves, seeing such a scene made everyone sweat profusely. Although they had witnessed Yi Shiqing's power, the sheer number of strange beasts was beyond what speed could handle. A large human wave tactic can exhaust manpower. Xiao Rongxue stood quietly outside the crowd, a stark contrast to the panicked teachers around her. Her gaze was firm and calm, as if she were out of place in the noisy scene. She simply watched Yi Shiqing's figure silently, without uttering a sound or showing any excitement. The beast horde surrounded Yi Shiqing, leaving him no opening and threatening to devour him at any moment. At this moment, 3 ghost leopards found their positions in the herd and pounced on Yi Shiqing from the left, right, and rear. Sensing the murderous aura emanating from the ghost leopard, Yi Shiqing gripped the hilt of his knife tightly with both hands, the blade flashing as he swung it like a whirlwind. The heads of the 3 ghost leopards were tossed high into the air, instantly losing their ability to attack. Just then, the rock-armored dragon roared and swung its tail hammer at Yi Shiqing. The giant hammer crashed down, raising clouds of dust. Yi Shiqing moved with the agility of a ghost, easily leaping up to dodge. The giant hammer slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater, and the powerful impact sent the surrounding beasts flying. He adjusted his position in mid-air, his gaze locking onto the rock-armored dragon. This rock-armored dragon was completely different from the ghost leopard, the fanged boar, and the saber-toothed lizard, and Yi Shiqing knew that he had to deal with it first. Yi Shiqing drew an elegant arc, landing steadily on the back of a saber-toothed lizard like a dragonfly skimming the water, and then quickly leaped towards the rock-armored dragon. He swung his double blades incessantly, unleashing more than 20 slashes in just 1 second. Gripping the blade of time tightly, he swung it continuously. Each slash of the blade was accompanied by a sharp whistling sound and a chilling glint, as if the power of time itself flowed between the blades. Their movements became increasingly swift, and amidst the clashing of blades, sharp blade energies slashed through the air, carrying boundless killing intent and chilling aura as they swept towards the enemy. With his speed and strength increasing dramatically, he seized the opportunity, leaped down from the air, and swung his sword straight at the rock-armored dragon. The rock-armored dragon immediately curled up into a ball, its rock armor tightly covering the exposed parts of its body, making it resemble a small rocky mountain. This rock-armored dragon's body is covered with extremely hard rock armor, providing incredible defense that even missiles cannot penetrate. However, there are many gaps between the armor plates, through which one can attack its soft flesh. Clearly, it sensed the danger and immediately went into defensive mode. Perhaps confident in its own defense, the rock-armored dragon let out a cold chuckle. The blade sliced through the hard rock armor without producing a harsh spark. Instead, it cut through the rock armor as easily as chopping vegetables. Instantly, a deep, hideous scar appeared on its back. Stone fragments flew everywhere, and blood splattered everywhere. Feeling the excruciating pain in its back, the rock-armored dragon couldn't help but let out a long roar and began to struggle desperately. Upon seeing this, it immediately retaliated, its giant hammer at the end of its tail swinging wildly at Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing dodged with ghostly movements, a sly glint in his eyes. His figure instantly appeared beside the rock-armored dragon, his blade flashing with a chilling glint of killing intent. The next moment, he swung his twin blades without hesitation and slashed at the rock-armored dragon. Another hideous scar instantly appeared on its tough skin, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The rock-armored dragon roared in agony, but its resistance grew increasingly futile. When it recovered from the pain, Yi Shiqing's knife was already pressed against its neck. The next second, a ferocious dragon head was thrown high into the air. The rock-armored dragon's refrigerator-sized head rolled to the ground, and its scarred and battered body fell without hesitation. Dust flew everywhere, and the ground shook. As the strongest rock-armored dragon fell, the surrounding beasts did not flee. Instead, they pounced on Yi Shiqing even more fiercely. After all, the sonic wave device in his pocket had never been turned off, and the irritating sonic waves made the surrounding beasts go crazy as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Facing this group of ferocious, bloodthirsty beasts with bared fangs and sharp teeth, Yi Shiqing showed no fear. He moved nimbly among the beasts, as if dancing gracefully, every movement full of rhythm and cadence, leaving everyone in awe. He was like a fish in water among the beasts, moving with ease and confidence, his eyes firm and unwavering, showing no regard for these ferocious beasts. Wherever he goes, blood and flesh fly everywhere, and screams echo. The speed at which he swung the knife increased, so fast that even the afterimages couldn't keep up with his rhythm. Less than an hour later, Yi Shiqing suddenly stopped using the dual blades. Blood rained down from the sky, covering his entire body in crimson, and the air was filled with a pungent, bloody stench. Blood flowed like rivers all around, the air thick with the stench of blood, as if the whole world had been dyed crimson. The corpses were piled up like mountains, and severed limbs were scattered all over the ground, a horrifying sight. This place is like a living hell, a truly horrific sight. Yi Shiqing, like a demon in the human world, stood there in this purgatory. Defeat the Tier 2 alien beast rock-armored dragon, plus 80 ability points. Defeat a Tier 1 monster tusked boar, plus 10 ability points. Slay a Tier 1 beast, the ghost leopard, and gain plus 10 ability points. Current ability points, 1020. The crisp and pleasant system notification sounds kept echoing in Yi Shiqing's ears, like heavenly music, making him feel intoxicated. Yi Shiqing's smile grew even brighter, like a blooming flower, delicate and beautiful. At this moment, he was immersed in endless joy, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up, revealing a satisfied ant-like smile. This is unbelievable. He not only killed the rock-armored dragon at the peak of the second tier, but also wiped out the remaining 50 strange beasts. Could he be Yi Shiqing, who ranked second? It must be him. Who else could it be? Faced with the scene that resembled a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, many teachers did not feel uncomfortable at at all. On the contrary, they were extremely excited. The beasts were extremely ferocious, and watching them fall one by one gave one an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Provincial leaders and school principals were already too excited to speak. After all, this was truly an extraordinary talent. After the initial shock, the city leaders' faces gradually brightened with joy. Yi Shiqing's performance was probably unprecedented and unparalleled. His strength is at least among the top in the entire Great Xia. The principal of number 2 middle school praised sincerely. Yeah, I thought Xiao Rongxue was strong enough, but I didn't expect there to be someone even more monstrous. Ha ha ha. Yongcheng has produced 2 top scholars this time. At this moment, Yi Shiqing's strength and performance had far surpassed that of Xiao Rongxue, who had previously won the championship. His brilliance was so dazzling that he seemed to become the focus of the entire stage, captivating everyone. Outside the crowd, Xiao Rongshua's silver hair swayed in the wind, her stunningly beautiful and aloof face as serene as melting snow, a gentle smile on her face. Zhang Kong, the chief of staff of the Yongqing military, stared at Yi Shiqing on the screen and was stunned, speechless. This is no ordinary rock-armored dragon, it's the rock-armored Dragon King. How could he kill it so easily? Zhang Kong muttered to himself. His gaze immediately locked onto the 2 bloodstained double blades in Yi Shiqing's hands. A-level ability, Blade of Time? Zhang Kong lowered his head and pondered carefully. In this year's Yongcheng class, apart from Xiao Rongshue's S-level ability, Li Qing's B-level ability is the highest. Where did he come from? As a veteran who had been around for many years, Zhang Kong immediately recognized that the twin blades in Yi Shiqing's hands were the rare A-level superpower, Time Blade. But he was completely baffled, since A-level superpowers were extremely rare. In a small city like Yongcheng, if someone possesses an A-level superpower, it will definitely become the talk of the town. But he had not heard a word of it. Zhang Kong frowned and stared at Yi Shiqing on the stage for a long time, vaguely feeling that she looked somewhat familiar. Wait, why hasn't the ranking changed? At this moment, a teacher pointed to the leaderboard on the screen and spoke. Everyone immediately looked up. First place, Xiao Rongxue, number 1 middle school, score 200. Second place, Yi Shiqing, number 1 middle school, score 180. Third place, Li Qing, number 5 middle school, score 175. Fourth place, Triple X, number 5 middle school, score 165. 10th place, Triple X, number 2 middle school, score 135. Although the scores of the top 10 are rising, their rankings remain unchanged. This stunned everyone. After all, they had just witnessed Yi Shiqing kill more than 50 strange beasts. These strange beasts combined are worth at least 300 points. However, the rankings remained unchanged. Isn't he Yi Shiqing? Look, his score hasn't changed. But the leaderboard hasn't changed. Is there something wrong with the system? It must be. He killed over 50 strange beasts. The scoring system is definitely malfunctioning. At that moment, a soldier leaned close to Zhang Kong's ear and whispered, "It seems there's something wrong with his score." "I know," Zhang Kong replied calmly. "Should we do something about it?" Zhang Kong shook his head. "No need." Everyone saw what happened. It couldn't possibly escape the discerning eyes of those top university professors. In addition, he possesses A-level superpowers, so the academy will definitely be vying to recruit him. Grades mean nothing to him. The soldier nodded and said nothing more. Yi Shiqing stood amidst the sea of blood. His twin blades swung violently, producing a clanging sound of metal clashing. Blood from the blades spilled onto the ground. Of course, Yi Shiqing's score wouldn't increase because of this, since he wasn't wearing a watch. If he were wearing a watch, his score would be automatically transmitted when it reached 200 points. During the live stream, all anyone could see was Yi Shiqing's blurry figure, and it was impossible to tell whether he was wearing a bracelet on his wrist. Yi Shiqing came here not just to get a high score, but more importantly to obtain superpower points. After all, these strange beasts live in remote, sparsely populated mountains and forests far from the hustle and bustle of the city, and it is very rare to encounter even one. Therefore, if you miss this exam opportunity, it will be almost impossible to find another opportunity to obtain a large number of ability points in the future. Despite his resounding victory in the battle against the rock-armored dragon, Yi Shiqing would not have been able to kill it so easily without the support of his A-level superpower. Even with just F-level superpowers, it would be difficult to break through its defenses. As expected, possessing high-quality superpowers can indeed greatly enhance combat strength, Yi Shiqing thought to himself. He left the ruins that had turned into a sea of blood and found a clean rock to sit on. He had just fought a fierce battle with 50 strange beasts. Although he wasn't injured, he had used up a lot of his strength. He took out a piece of bread and started eating it. He casually opened the system, glanced at the 10-20 ability points, and planned to use them to upgrade his ability. Their physical fitness, speed, and strength are already very high. There is absolutely no need to improve them further. For those with superpowers, their superpowers are the most important thing. Data import successful for the killing system. Superpower upgrade. As soon as he finished speaking, a frame appeared in his mind. S-rank superpower, Dark Knight Overlord, Psychic type Tier 1. A-level ability, Blade of Time, Military type Tier 1. Please
Please select Upgrade. Each upgrade costs 500 power points. Friendly reminder, upgrading your special ability carries a risk of failure. Failure risk? In other words, if the upgrade fails, the 500 ability points will be wasted? Yi Shiqing pondered, a bitter look on his face. It was indeed a bit of a trap, but there was nothing he could do. After all, everyone else has to rely on cultivation and meditation to break through their superpowers. If an ordinary person cultivates in this way, it would take 3 to 4 years to break through from the first level to the second level. To break through quickly, besides talent, you also need to spend money to buy secret techniques for cultivating supernatural abilities. Ha 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 ha. Even the cheapest cultivation method costs millions. Ha 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 ha. Even if you buy a cultivation technique, it will take at least 1 or 2 months to break through to the second level. Forget it, let's take a gamble and maybe we'll turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Yi Shiqing shook his head with a wry smile. System. Dark Knight Overlord has been upgraded. Upon hearing the call, the system immediately began operations without hesitation. Power points minus 500, current power points 520. As the power points decreased, the Dark Knight Overlord in the upgrade box emitted a burst of blue light. A crisp chime rang out, echoing in my mind. Dark Knight Overlord has successfully upgraded. Current level, Tier 2, Spiritual Power plus 50, Stamina plus 100, Speed plus 50, Strength plus 50. Name, Yi Shiqing. Physical Strength, 600. Agility, 1150. Strength, 550. Mental Strength, 350. Ability points, 520. Superpower, S-Rank Superpower, Dark Knight Overlord, Psychic Tier 2. What else? A-Rank Ability, Blade of Time, Military Type Tier 1. Yi Shiqing never expected that his first upgrade would be so lucky, succeeding on the spot. After the upgrade, the basic attributes have also been significantly improved. Originally, the Night Lord could generate a black spatial barrier with a radius of 10 meters centered on him. With the upgrade, the range has been expanded to 20 meters, and the duration has been extended from 1 minute to 5 minutes. This change filled Yi Shiqing with joy, and he couldn't help but smile. Although he usually uses the A-level ability, Time Blade, it is still only A-level. Dark Knight Overlord is a solid S-class ability, and its strength naturally far surpasses that of Time Blade. The main function of the Time Blade is to increase speed and power by swinging the blade. Even without upgrading now, Yi Shiqing can still unleash its powerful abilities. He sat on a large rock, took out a bottle of mineral water and 2 pieces of bread from his backpack, and began to wolf them down. After eating, he felt his strength gradually returning. Yi Shiqing was incredibly fast, so fast that it was difficult to catch a glimpse of him. His strength was also immense, capable of easily destroying any obstacle. However, despite all this, he is still just an ordinary person. His body gets tired and he needs rest to recover his strength and energy. With his current strength, he should be able to easily handle a 3rd-tier beast. After all, he just easily defeated a peak 2nd-tier rock-armored dragon. Moreover, he hasn't used his S-class ability Dark Knight Overlord yet. If he were to activate it simultaneously, he would probably be invincible among his peers. Yi Shiqing sat on the rock for a full hour, while the helicopter overhead showed no sign of leaving. It buzzed around in the sky like a headless fly, and the camera lens kept capturing Yi Shiqing's every move. It seems it has its eye on me. Yi Shiqing knew in his heart that his slaughter of the strange beasts had shocked the viewers in front of the screen, including the cameraman broadcasting the live stream. They probably wanted to use his stunning performance to attract a lot of traffic. Yi Shiqing didn't mind being filmed at all. The more cameras there were, the more attention he would receive. After regaining his strength, he stood up, chose a direction, and bravely moved forward. The helicopter behind them followed closely like a shadow. Yi Shiqing currently possesses an alternative acoustic wave device, but its range of operation is limited. He had also cleared away the strange beasts near the square where he had just been. Therefore, he had to adjust his position and search for more strange beasts. About 20 minutes later, his gaze inadvertently drifted into the distance. A huge snake was coiled up, its head facing the 4 students, 3 boys and 1 girl. This giant snake had a jet-black body and blood-red eyes that seemed to harbor the murderous intent of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It is nearly 50 meters long and its body is as thick as a telephone pole. Among the 3 students, a young man dressed in black clothes stood at the front with a serious expression, holding a long sword, showing no fear. Yi Shiqing recognized him at a glance. It was Li Qing from number 5 middle school, a star student and quite famous. This giant snake is called the Manhwa snake. Judging from its length, its strength is roughly between the peak of the 2nd tier and the 3rd tier. It is bloodthirsty and far more ferocious than other strange beasts. It is said that this Manhwa snake is the strongest beast in this exam, even surpassing some 3rd-tier beasts in strength. Most students' abilities remain at the 1st or 2nd level. Therefore, when taking the exam, in order to ensure their safety and successfully complete the assessment, they usually choose to attack relatively weaker alien beasts. This approach avoids risks and increases the success rate and score of the exam. Killing this serpent will earn you 200 points. The area is surrounded by surveillance cameras that record
record the killing process in real time. Whoever manages to kill it will surely be fought over by the Martial Arts Academy. The Manhwa serpent is clearly designed for those with exceptional strength, since the Martial Arts Academy doesn't need blind killing machines, but rather geniuses who can stand on their own. With Yi Shiqing's appearance, the attention of Man Luo Snake and Li Qing and the other three was immediately drawn. Li Qing glanced at him in a disheveled state. His clothes were tattered and covered in bruises. Blood was still dripping from the corner of his mouth, and the long sword in his hand trembled violently, as if it might fall at any moment. The three people behind him, however, were clean and unharmed, without even a speck of dust on them. Yi Shiqing quickly realized that only Li Qing was fighting against the Man Luo Snake, while the three people behind him were firmly protected by him and did not join the battle. However, the Datura snake that confronted it was not seriously injured. Apart from a few scratches on its skin, it was almost unharmed. I don't know. Could he also be looking for the Mandrake? What's he doing here? He can't even beat Li Qing. Isn't he just asking for death? The three people around him immediately started shouting, staring at Yi Shiqing with hostility. Yi Shiqing heard everything they said. He glanced at them indifferently, ignoring their sarcasm, and walked straight toward the Mandragora. Hey, are you crazy? What are you doing over there? Seeing Yi Shiqing take a step without hesitation, one of the girls hurriedly spoke up to stop him. They didn't know Yi Shiqing at all, but they knew that Yi Shiqing had no chance of winning against a creature that even Li Qing had difficulty dealing with. Just then, Li Qing's swaying body finally gave way and he fell forward violently. The next second, a strong hand swiftly supported him. Li Qing struggled to lift his head and saw Yi Shiqing's proud and aloof face. He slightly raised his chin, his eyes cold and resolute, as if filled with confidence and disdain for everything. Those around were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the scene before them. Originally, Yi Shiqing and Li Qing were 20 meters apart, but in that instant, he crossed the distance like a ghost and appeared next to Li Qing. His speed was astonishing, as if time had frozen at that moment. When did he go there? Could it be a spatial ability? It must be. Otherwise, how could it have been so fast? Li Qing gasped for breath, coughing up streaks of blood every now and then. Are you a space type? Yi Shiqing smiled calmly. Yes. Li Qing was speechless. The three people around him helped Li Qing steady himself. Yi Shiqing didn't say much, his gaze fixed on the Mandrake coiled in the distance, and then he walked over with heavy steps. You're going to kill the Mandrake? You're insane. This is beyond your capabilities. Li Qing has already lost. What are you going to do? Everyone was astonished to see Yi Shiqing walk sharply toward the mandala. After all, even Li Qing, as one of the top experts in Yongchang, couldn't defeat the Mandragora. How could this nobody possibly handle it? That's clearly courting death. Yi Shiqing did not respond. Instead, he looked relaxed, ready to use his actions to shatter their doubts. At this moment, he was only 10 meters away from the mandala. Compared to this behemoth, Yi Shiqing was like a tiny speck of dust, utterly insignificant. The Mandrake stared at him with lifeless eyes, completely ignoring him. It flicked out its black forked tongue and let out a horse laugh. Faced with such a tiny human, the Mandrake suddenly became interested in playing with him and lashed out at Yi Shiqing with its thick tail. Yi Shiqing was slightly taken aback. The speed was so fast that even he didn't react immediately. With a loud bang, the snake's tail slammed into the ground, causing a violent tremor and sending dust billowing up. The land, weathered by time, was struck hard, instantly cracking open with countless fissures. The Datura snake flicked its tongue and let out a meaningful sneer. The girl among the four, recalling the horrific scene just now, closed her eyes in fear. As the dust settled, the Mandrake raised its tail, and the laughter abruptly ceased. Beneath the snake's tail, nothing remained but flattened weeds and cracked earth. Yi Shiqing's figure had already disappeared. The Mandrake quickly turned its head, becoming alert and cautiously searching every corner. Suddenly, it felt a chill coming from behind it. Turning around, Yi Shiqing's figure was already in front of him. The tip of the knife in his hand was pressed against his eyeball. With a whoosh, the blade, without the slightest hesitation, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, pierced straight into the eyes. The screams were deafening, and deep green blood gushed from his eyes like a fountain. Just as Yi Shiqing was feeling smug, the enormous tail of the Datura snake suddenly lashed out at him. This time, Yi Shiqing had no foothold, but his figure moved like a butterfly in flight, nimbly adjusting his posture in the air, lightly touching the ground with his toes, and successfully dodging the attack. Then, like a magnificent actor taking his final bow, he landed steadily on the ground. Space type. It's definitely a space type ability. I didn't even see his movements clearly before he appeared in front of the Mandragora. And what was with his skills just now? He actually used the air as a stepping stone. Yi Shiqing's agile movements and dazzling skills immediately left the remaining four people on the field dumbfounded and shocked. But aren't all spatial abilities grade B or higher? Besides Xiao Rongxue from Yongchang No. 1 Middle School, who has an S-level ability, and Li Qing, whose B-level is the highest level, how come I've never heard of anyone possessing a spatial ability below B-level? It could be a misjudgment, or it could be a mutation of superpowers. Superpowers are incredibly diverse and varied, and misjudgments and mutations of superpowers are common occurrences. For example, some superpowers are initially classified as F-level, but due to certain circumstances, circumstances, they can directly jump to B level or even A level.
He's really too strong,
Li Qing said self-deprecatingly, looking at Yi Shiqing's back. The three were stunned. Li Qing, who was always arrogant, would actually say such a thing, which shocked them greatly. Although he was usually very arrogant, he had to admit that Yi Shiqing was superior. This stirred a hint of jealousy and resentment in his heart, but more than anything, it made him acknowledge Yi Shiqing's strength. Li Qing has exceptional reaction and observation skills. He was able to see that Yi Shiqing's ability was not spatial at all. Rather, his speed was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to perceive. Li Qing concentrated, barely managing to make out Yi Shiqing's blurry movements.
Why don't we retreat first? That's right. Brother Li, you're so badly injured, you really can't stay.
The people around him immediately showed concern, and Li Qing nodded bitterly because he knew perfectly well what was going on. Severely injured and on the verge of death, he was unable to continue fighting, and his score could only be fixed at 175 points. Zhang Kong stared at Yi Shiqing on the screen, speechless. What amazed him most was Yi Shiqing's astonishing skill. His body moved with the agility and naturalness of a bird in the air, without any foothold, yet he could steadily step in midair. This skill is even better than those martial arts masters.
Zhang Kong lowered his head and pondered carefully.
By this time, many students had gathered in the open space, discussing the matter in small groups.
Most people, having achieved the required scores for their chosen universities, hastily chose to leave.
After all, staying even a minute longer is fraught with danger. A few others, whose lives were in grave danger, escaped the jaws of the tigers and wolves using teleportation. However, candidates must wait until all candidates have gathered before leaving the examination room. So these students could only temporarily put aside their nervousness, sit quietly, and watch the live broadcast of other candidates' performances. They stared intently at Yi Shiqing on the screen, as if they were there themselves, feeling his tension and pressure.
Holy crap, a one-on-one fight against the Mandrake.
I was almost scared to death when I encountered the Mandrill just now, and he actually managed to injure it.
What the hell is his speed? When did he appear in front of the Mandrake? The noisy crowd kept praising Yi Shiqing's strength. Is Yi Shiqing really an F-level superpower?
Li Zhongming, director of Yongcheng Education Bureau, asked Chen Hui, principal of No. 1 Middle School.
Absolutely true. Why would I lie to you? Chen Hui nodded quickly.
Yi Shiqing's homeroom teacher, Hu Zichuan, also told Chen Hui about the identity of this powerful young man, including the fact that he had F-level superpowers. Chen Hui then reported the matter to the director of the Education Bureau. When Li Zhongming heard that Yi Shiqing actually had an F-level superpower, his face was full of disbelief.
F rank? This kind of strength? Li Zhongming paused. Being ranked second right now is already amazing enough.
To be able to face 50 alien beasts alone, and even take on the Mandragora that Li Qing couldn't handle.
You're kidding me.
Li Qing, as Yongcheng's second ace, was quite famous, but Yi Shiqing suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Although he stole Li Qing's thunder, he was still representing Yongcheng in the competition, so Li Zhongming was naturally happy to see it happen. Li Qing awakened a B-level superpower, but in the battle against the Mandragora, he did not gain any advantage at all and was even severely injured, with his condition critical. In contrast, Yi Shiqing easily injured the eyeball of the Datura, a feat that would require at least an A-level ability.
Now you're telling me he's only an F rank? Who would believe that?
Chen Hui scratched his head, beginning to wonder if Hu Zichuan was lying to him. Just then, Li Cheng and three classmates appeared from nothingness via a bracelet. When the students around Li Qing saw that he was covered in bruises and injuries, they were immediately terrified. Although they knew Li Qing was injured during the live stream, they still couldn't help but gasp when they saw his fatal injury in person. 5th Middle School, medical staff, come quickly, the principal shouted urgently. As hurried footsteps sounded, 3 men in white coats rushed over carrying a stretcher. They first took out a syringe filled with red liquid from the box, which emitted a faint, nauseating smell of blood. After a moment of preparation, they skillfully inserted the needle into Li Qing's right arm, their movements swift and precise, without the slightest hesitation or mistake. As the medicine was injected, Li Qing's previously gushing wound suddenly stopped bleeding, and his swaying body became much more alert. He stared wide-eyed at his arm in surprise, his face full of confusion.
What is this?
Li Qing's voice trembled, shocked and confused by the sudden change.
A blood tonic can stop bleeding and promote wound healing, one of them explained calmly and professionally.
It circulates within the body, generating the body's own fresh blood, but it should not be used in excess. Li Qing nodded slightly, recalling the miraculous effects of blood-replenishing agents she had heard about back in school. Now, experiencing it firsthand, she felt it even more deeply. This blood-replenishing potion is not an ordinary medical drug, but is made by people with supernatural abilities. These people with supernatural abilities are called supernatural medicine masters, who have a very high status and are highly respected.
How is Li Qing? Someone asked anxiously.
The injuries are severe. That Mandrake is truly ferocious.
Yes, that's too cruel.
Several classmates rushed to Li Qing's side and greeted her with concern.
Li Qing shook her head and said firmly, I'm fine. It's good that you're alright, but I have to say, where did Yi Shiqing come from? His strength is so incredible," said a girl with a ponytail. Li Qing's expression changed immediately. He turned to look at Yi Shiqing, who was ranked second on the leaderboard, and the figure on the screen fighting fiercely with the Mandragora. Yi Shiqing? So he is Yi Shiqing. Li Qing should have been the pride of Yongchang, but Xiao Rongshu's S-level superpower far surpassed his, and now Yi Shiqing has taken his second place. He harbored some resentment towards Yi Shiqing, but after witnessing his strength firsthand, that gloom immediately dissipated, replaced by a sense of longing and admiration. Respect for the strong. Li Qing paused for a moment and asked, "How do you know he is Yi Shiqing?" "My junior high classmate was in the same class as Yi Shiqing." The girl with the ponytail paused, and she told me that Yi Shiqing was actually just an F-level ability user. F rank? Li Qing's face was filled with disbelief. Yes, I didn't believe it at first either, but after asking her several times, she still insisted that Yi Shiqing was indeed only an F-level ability user, and an F-level double-edged sword at that. At this time, Li Qing's wound was bandaged and she was lifted onto a stretcher by 3 medical staff. Lying on the stretcher, Li Qing's eyes were fixed on Yi Shiqing on the screen, her face full of shock. He originally thought Yi Shiqing's superpower was speed-based, but the double-edged sword was notoriously ordinary, at most just a little sharper than 2 wood-chopping knives. It's mutated? Li Qing lowered his head and pondered carefully. The speed Yi Shiqing just displayed could not be explained by ordinary mutation alone. Moreover, Li Qing had clearly sensed that Yi Shiqing's strength was indeed only at the first level. Even if the 2 double-edged swords mutate and increase their speed, they still can't get that fast. Li Qing's gaze suddenly shifted to Yi Shiqing on the screen, filled with sincere admiration. Yi Shiqing stood on the cracked ground. The deep chasms left by the 7 snake tails whipping around him were clearly visible, and the buildings in the ruins looked even more dilapidated and ferocious at this moment. He stood steadily atop a wrecked truck, a few drops of fresh blood sliding from the tip of his double-edged knife. The Datura snake flicked its long tongue and hissed angrily, as if it were filled with hostility and rage towards Yi Shiqing. During the fierce battle, the mandrake was covered in wounds, some of which were still bleeding, indicating that it was seriously injured. Its enormous snake tail lashed across the ground, tearing the surrounding environment to shreds. What angered it was that Yi Shiqing's speed was astonishing. Every attack was precisely dodged, leaving no trace. Yi Shiqing's clothes fluttered in the breeze, but his face remained completely calm in the face of the threat from the mandala snake. It really is comparable to a third-tier beast. Its hide is tough enough. During the battle, Yi Shiqing slashed the mandrake dozens of times. The scales of the Datura snake are exceptionally hard, and even when facing Yi Shiqing's fierce attacks, it can withstand some of the damage. Although the defenses were eventually breached, the scales greatly reduced the blade's power and speed. The mandrake's lifeless red eyes stared intently at Yi Shiqing, and the next moment it suddenly charged towards the abandoned building behind it. Its long body dragged on the ground, carving a deep chasm. Yi Shiqing was stunned for a moment. Without hesitation, he followed closely, determined not to miss a single point of special ability. The helicopter was parked outside and unable to film the interior of the ruins, but it did not leave. Inside the cabin. How did you get inside? It's impossible to film him now. I was hoping to capture more of his heroic moments. There's nothing we can do, the young man in the hat said. We'll just keep snapping pictures after he comes out. After Yi Shiqing entered the ruins, the group got bored and took a short break to chat. One of the girls stared intently at the ruined building where Yi Shiqing had disappeared, her face filled with infatuation. She wore simple work clothes, had short silver hair, and had regular features, exuding the air of a well-bred lady. The young man in the hat gently elbowed her. Xiao Rou, what's wrong with you? Xiao Rou's cheeks flushed slightly. I think he's quite handsome. Several young people around listened with great interest, their faces showing expressions of fascination. Hey, you're already 25, and she's only 18. You're trying to be a cow eating young grass. Yes, the adult is 7 years old. The young man in the hat joked. So what? Xiao Rou is a big tycoon. Xiao Rongshue, who shocked the whole country, is her cousin. She might even be willing to pay him. That's right. If you like someone, you have to seize the opportunity. His performance today would definitely attract a lot of girls. That's right, keep it up, Sister Xiao. Xiao Rou blushed with embarrassment but did not refute, her gaze still fixed on the ruins with a dazed look. The ruins were pitch black. When Yi Shiqing rushed in, the figure of the Mandragora had already disappeared, but the mandrill's enormous body left deep gullies as it crawled across the ground, guiding Yi Shiqing so that he wouldn't get lost. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the darkness, emitting an eerie and terrifying light. Those eyes were like burning flames, sending chills down one's spine. Immediately afterwards, with a whoosh, a stream of dark green venom shot out from the front like an arrow, moving at an extremely fast speed, tearing through the air in the blink of an eye. Yi Shiqing quickly adjusted his body and easily dodged the attack. Before they could even catch their breath, another whoosh rang out, and 3 more streams of venom shot out. Yi Shiqing quickly slid down, almost in a sliding tackle motion, to dodge the attack. It's something that can't be brought to light, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath. At this moment, Yi Shiqing felt like a blind person. The surrounding environment became blurry and unclear, and he could only perceive everything
everything by hearing and smell. However, the mandrake on the other side seemed completely unaffected, its eyes gleaming with an eerie light in the darkness, as if it could see through the darkness and understand everything. This datura snake is quite clever. Even knowing it can't defeat Yishiching, it still comes up with some tricks. Just then, those blood-red eyes suddenly disappeared from the darkness. The datura did not flee, but instead slithered around Yishiching, seemingly ready to pounce. Yishiching scanned his surroundings with sharp eyes. His powerful senses told him that the mandragora was nearby. The next second, a gaping maw, reeking of blood, suddenly attacked from behind Yishiching. This time, Yishiching did not choose to dodge. Instead, he confidently revealed a cold smile. With a light tap of his right foot on the ground, his eyes instantly turned a deep black, with faint black light emanating from the corners of his eyes. In an instant, a black, tidal wave-like barrier erupted from him, rapidly encroaching on the ruins within a 20-meter radius. Immediately afterwards, a black stone slab hurtled toward the mandragora at incredible speed and lodged itself in its mouth. This brought the mandrake's attack to an abrupt halt. The black, tide-like barrier continuously eroded the body of the mandala, causing it to scream in agony. Is this the legendary S-class ability, Dark Knight Overlord? This was Yishiching's second time using the Dark Knight domination technique, but unlike the last time, this time he used it on living beings, rather than inorganic objects. Upon seeing the mandrake emit a heart-wrenching scream, Yishiching couldn't help but shudder slightly. The black liquid within the barrier spread wildly, devouring the skin of the mandrake from top to bottom like a reptile. The Lord of the Night can form a barrier. Any object or creature that is corroded by this strange black liquid will be controlled by Yishiching. The mandrake clearly sensed this and suddenly exerted its strength, crushing the rock stuck in its mouth to pieces. Its massive body, like an eel, writhed wildly in the mud. Before long, a significant amount of the corroded black liquid fell off, as if it could break free of its restraints at any moment. As expected, it is the strongest beast in the examination hall. Even the Dark Knight Overlord cannot completely corrupt it. Yishiching didn't stop, wildly wielding his twin blades and using the Blade of Time to accelerate his attacks. If it cannot be killed in one blow, the mandrake may escape by blending into the darkness. The double blades drew a visible barrier of light in the air, their sharp edges gleaming coldly. Suddenly, Yishiching exerted his strength and charged towards the mandrill like a missile. Just as the datura was about to break free of its restraints, a flash of light appeared, and its throat felt icy cold. The next second, the enormous snake head crashed heavily into the air. The enormous snake head landed with a thud, rolled several times, and then stopped not far from Yishiching. The massive body crashed down with a dull thud, sending up rubble and shaking the building. Its blood-red eyes were still wide open, filled with fear and despair, as if it were staring at Yishiching with resentment and anger before it died. Its mouth was slightly open, revealing sharp teeth, as if it wanted to continue attacking, but it was too late to turn the tide. Defeat the Tier 2 Beast Mandragora, plus 99 ability points. Current ability points, 619. The black barrier beneath Yishiching's feet disappeared silently a moment later. A glistening bead of sweat slid down her forehead and slowly trickled down her cheek, making her body feel much softer. After all, while the Night Lord is powerful, each release consumes a huge amount of energy. Fortunately, I have already advanced to the second tier, and my strength has increased compared to when I first used it. Previously, when he was outside, cameras were constantly following him, so he had not used Night Lord. After all, the Night Lord is his trump card, and the sooner it is exposed, the easier it is to suffer losses. In these ruins, where helicopters cannot take pictures, he can unleash his Dark Knight domination without any scruples. Yishiching glanced lightly at the already dead datura snake, then turned and left without lingering any longer. After he left, countless tiny lights suddenly twinkled in the darkness of the ruins, like a dazzling starry sky. Yishiching had no idea how much of a sensation his actions had caused. What the hell was that he just did? What exactly is that black barrier beneath his feet? This is his superpower? That's incredible. Being handsome is good enough, but having such incredible abilities is just too cool. The live stream on the big screen fully recorded Yishiching's actions of killing the mandragora in the ruined building. That building was originally intended for the mandragora, so it was naturally filled with hidden cameras. When Yishiching entered the ruined building, the screen had already switched to show the interior of the building. Of course, Yishiching was completely unaware of this. Wang Hao's eyes widened, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. Although he didn't understand what the black barrier under Yishiching's feet was, he was stunned to see him kill the mandragora unharmed. Isn't that pair of swords his special ability? Li Zhongming, the director of the Education Bureau, asked Chen Hui, the principal of No. 1 Middle School. Could it be that his twin swords have mutated? Said Chen Hui, the principal of No. 1 Middle School. The principal of No. 5 Middle School immediately retorted, the black barrier just now clearly originated from beneath his feet. But his twin swords also have a weapon-type ability, the principal of No. 2 Middle School said in a low voice. As soon as the words were spoken, the principals looked at each other, seemingly understanding, and the air froze. Dual superpowers? After things calmed down, everyone responded in unison. Zhang Kong stood side by side with a soldier, staring intently at Yishiching, his face
filled with disbelief. Dual superpowers? Is that really possible? The soldier beside him asked. I don't know. Zhang Kong shook his head. He knew that superpowers could be misjudged and could mutate, but he had never heard of the existence of dual superpowers. Yi Shiqing's dual blades are A-level superpowers, time blades, which Zhang Kong recognizes. However, he didn't recognize the black barrier beneath Yi Shiqing's feet, which was clearly also a superpower. Zhang Kong stared wide-eyed, unable to calm himself down for a long time. Yi Shiqing's previous performance of defeating 50 alien beasts had already shocked everyone. His strength and talent were widely recognized, making him a popular candidate for various academies. Now, with his dual superpowers, he has undoubtedly become even more sought after. His amazing talent and potential have made him an irresistible student to many universities. Every college longs to have such a gifted student, because his future achievements are limitless. I reckon this kid's going to be in high demand. The soldier nodded. That's right. Even if he has already filled out his application, other colleges will definitely use all sorts of benefits and temptations to attract him in order to compete for him. Yes, that's right. I guess the court will also try to recruit him, or even arrest him and train him separately, Zhang Kong said. The tribunal. The soldier paused. Indeed, the tribunal, as the highest body for legal adjudication, is one of the largest organizations in the world, far surpassing the power of these universities. However, the talent he has shown is certainly enough to warrant the court extending an olive branch to him. The soldier nodded, looking at Yi Shiqing with admiration. I never expected that Yongchang would produce a member of the tribunal. It's truly an honor for Yongchang. Inside the conference room at Shanghai Academy. The conference room was full of people, and there was a huge screen behind the podium at the front. Dozens of live streams were displayed on the screen, creating a dazzling display of information. The live stream was everywhere, but everyone's attention was fixed on one corner of the screen. It was a fierce duel between a young man and a mandrill. The young man wielded two blades and moved with practiced ease, almost toying with the mandrill in the palm of his hand. Immediately afterwards, a flash of black light appeared on the screen, and the young man easily severed the giant snake's head, which fell heavily to the ground. The instructors at the Magic City Academy were so astonished by what they saw that their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. With a bang, the conference room door was kicked open, and the professor's eyes all turned to the doorway. Accompanied by hurried footsteps, a middle-aged man with an afro and a full beard stumbled in. He was slovenly, with a huge Ultraman image printed on the back of his jacket and 3 large characters written below. This person was none other than Zhang Quan, the dean of the Magic City Academy. Huff huff, I must recruit him. I absolutely have to recruit him. Zhang Quan shouted excitedly, panting. 2 men in front of the podium quickly stepped forward and helped the swaying Zhang Quan. Dean, we've already investigated. This child has already enrolled in Dawn Academy, one of them said with regret. So what? Just change the registration. Zhang Quan waved his arms, responding emotionally. He paused, then said, no, I have to go to him in person. I'm sure I can persuade him. The 2 men beside him looked troubled. But what if he really wants to go to Dawn Academy? Upon hearing this, Zhang Quan's expression became exaggerated, and he waved his hands and feet wildly. Then I'll go beg him. I'll kneel down and kowtow to him. The 2 of them looked at him, and their lips twitched involuntarily. It was already 9 p.m. The empty space was already filled with students, who lined up in an orderly fashion according to their classes. Although the exam is set for 24 hours, most students will choose to withdraw once their scores reach the admission line of their ideal school. Normally, the exam will end in about 12 hours. The reason for setting the time limit to 24 hours is mainly because the venue is vast and players may not encounter monsters due to the distance, which would affect their scores. Extending the time limit gives stronger players more opportunities to find and defeat the beasts, fully demonstrating their strength. In this way, they would have a whole day to fully utilize their talents. Zhang Ermo from number 5 middle school has finished his exams. Wang Chong from number 2 middle school has finished his exam. Li Manhwa from number 3 middle school has finished her exams. Although there were still 13 hours until the exam ended, there were already too many students in the open space to count. As the exam drew to a close, each student leaving the exam hall had a solemn expression, as if they had just gone through a life or death ordeal. The teachers stand in front of the classrooms, and as soon as the students enter, they pass the information to the soldiers on guard. The soldiers quickly opened their notebooks, found the corresponding names, and checked them off. The notebook contains detailed records of all the students present, and students can leave early once all students have arrived. At this moment, the teleportation bracelet also began to be retrieved. Zhang Xiaowei from number 1 middle school has finished her exam, Hu Zichuan announced to the soldiers in front of their squad. The soldier nodded and put a red checkmark after Zhang Xiaowei's name. Zhang Xiaowei found her place in the classroom, looked around with a slightly puzzled expression, and turned to ask the girl next to her. So many classes have arrived, why aren't they leaving? The girl shook her head, they don't want to leave. It's all because of that amazing person, Yi Shiqing. Everyone wants to see him in person. Zhang Xiaowei nodded, seemingly understanding. After all, the exam lasts for 24 hours, and as long
long as all the students in the class are present, they can leave early. Yi Shiqing's stunning performance today naturally aroused the curiosity of all the students. Everyone wanted to see what this remarkable student looked like. Time passed by, and the soldier's notebook gradually filled up. Immediately afterwards, the soldiers handed the filled notebooks to Zhang Kong, who was standing on the podium. A soldier walked up to Zhang Kong and respectfully said, "Commander, all the students from number 5 middle school have finished their exams and have assembled." Immediately afterwards, another soldier stepped forward, "Commander, all the students from number 2 middle school have finished their exams and have assembled." Then came a series of messages. "The students from number 3 middle school have finished their exams and have assembled. The students from number 2 middle school have finished their exams and have assembled." As Zhang Kong listened to the information relayed by the soldiers, his gaze swept over the orderly candidates below the stage, their eyes fixed on Yi Shiqing's figure on the screen. He glanced at the report in his hand, then looked helplessly at Yi Shiqing on the screen. "It seems that only this guy hasn't come out yet." He paused for a moment, then said, "Go, bring him out." "Ha, this isn't right. The allotted time is 24 hours. Yes, Chief of Staff, his exam isn't over yet." "Exam my ass. He's already a hot commodity. It doesn't matter whether he takes the exam or not, and besides." Zhang Kong gritted his teeth, pointing at Yi Shiqing, "If he doesn't come out soon, he'll have wiped out all the alien beasts." Upon hearing this, the soldiers realized what was happening and quickly put on their teleportation bracelets, preparing to teleport. In fact, they should have caught Yi Shiqing long ago. After all, his strength far surpasses everyone else's, which has fully demonstrated his value and excellence. At this moment, Yi Shiqing had completely transformed into a killing machine, wielding the alien wave device to continuously attract alien beasts and then mercilessly kill them. Zhang Kong had been wanting to call Yi Shiqing out, but he hadn't done so before because he was worried that there were other candidates and it might affect Yi Shiqing's exam. But now, Yi Shiqing is going too far, almost slaughtering all the strange beasts in the city. After all, capturing a strange beast alive is no easy task, and given the current urgency, we have no choice but to take action. Yi Shiqing stood in the center of a square, surrounded by the scattered remains and corpses of strange beasts. As its throat was slashed by a sharp blade, blood gushed out, and the last ghost leopard collapsed to the ground. Yi Shiqing swung his double blades, and blood from the blades immediately splattered onto the ground. Killed a tier 1 beast, ghost leopard, plus 10 ability points. Current ability points, 3212. The system's electronic voice kept ringing in his mind, and a satisfied smile appeared on Yi Shiqing's face. As night fell, Yi Shiqing's speed, strength, and defense increased fivefold. He felt his body brimming with inexhaustible energy. Yi Shiqing took out the bracelet from his backpack and casually opened the map. The next second, a map with a strong electronic technology feel appeared above the bracelet. The map was marked with a dozen or so red crosses, which were the places he had been to. Yi Shiqing gently raised her fingertip and carefully drew a new red cross in her position. Time to move on to the next location. He immediately closed the map, found his direction, and drove off. The cover of night provided Yi Shiqing with optimal speed. His figure moved swiftly through the ruins like a ghost. Every step was accompanied by the whistling of the wind, and every breath seemed to release boundless power. At this moment, his speed had reached an astonishing 50 meters per second. His body seemed to merge with the air, becoming a blurry black shadow that was difficult to catch. Meanwhile, the live streaming team on the helicopter was desperately trying to keep up with his pace, but they couldn't keep up at all. Every time they tried to capture Yi Shiqing on camera, he had already vanished without a trace, leaving only emptiness and confusion. The photographers stared intently at the screen, trying to capture his image. But whenever they thought they had found their target, they discovered it was just an illusion or some other completely unrelated object. Just as Yi Shiqing was basking in the glory of his astonishing speed, two figures suddenly appeared in the distance ahead. He immediately slammed on the brakes, his legs scraping the ground and kicking up a cloud of flying stones. Fortunately, it wasn't too dark yet, and after Yi Shiqing steadied himself, he could clearly see the faces of the two people. The two men were dressed in neat and dignified military uniforms, exuding extraordinary presence. Yi Shiqing shook his head bitterly. He knew in his heart that these two people had come to take him away. "We weren't even done having fun, and it's already over." "Yi Shiqing," a soldier said, "we can't let you continue killing." Yi Shiqing nodded, not dwelling on it further, since he had already killed most of the strange beasts in the examination hall. His ability points reached 3212, which was enough for him to do 20 consecutive draws. Seeing that Yi Shiqing compromised so quickly, the two soldiers smiled. "Try to understand, after all, capturing a strange beast alive is no easy task. Although your scorer malfunctioned, you have already killed more than 200 monsters. You have fully demonstrated your strength. Now, in the eyes of those academies outside, you are as precious as a treasure. I never expected you to be even more powerful than Li Qing. The rock-armored Dragon King and the Mandragora are no match for you." "That's right. Your fame far surpasses Xiao Rongshue's now." Hearing the two soldiers' continuous praise, Yi Shiqing's cheeks couldn't help but blush, but he also knew that he had completely gained the recognition of the key colleges. Yi Shiqing said
slowly, let's go, let's get ready to go out. Alright. The two soldiers nodded and pressed the teleportation bracelets on their hands. A flash of white light, and the two figures vanished instantly. Yi Shiqing no longer hesitated, took out the teleportation bracelet from his pocket and put it on behind his back. Exam over. He smiled faintly, a flash of white light appeared, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. When he opened his eyes again, he was already outside the examination venue. Before I could even process what was happening, I felt countless eyes staring straight at me. Those gazes were filled with complex emotions, admiration, envy, and also jealousy and resentment. Is that Yi Shiqing? Oh my god, he's so handsome. One person fighting 50 monsters, that's amazing. I'm smitten. I'm in love, mom. Countless voices of praise and admiration erupted in the open space, instantly throwing the previously orderly students into disarray. They swarmed around Yi Shiqing like children chasing after a star, their eyes filled with admiration and excitement. Yi Shiqing, you are truly a promising young man, a prodigy. The director of the Education Bureau in Chen Hui, the principal of number 1 middle school, quickly stepped forward, praising the students and leading the applause. Class teacher Hu Zichuan also stepped forward, patted Yi Shiqing on the shoulder, and revealed a meaningful smile. I knew it. You've been smart since you were little. At that moment, the students' enthusiasm completely overshadowed the teacher's applause. Apart from Wang Hao and his group of followers, everyone else's faces were so gloomy they looked like they were about to burst with water. Wang Hao originally intended to use the alien device against Yi Shiqing, but unexpectedly, it allowed Yi Shiqing to shine. Not only did it win the attention of everyone present, but it also likely gained favor from the college's higher-ups. Yi Shiqing has now gone viral online. Even if someone wanted to deal with him, it would be completely impossible. Yi Shiqing's value had become astonishingly high, almost making him a national first-class protected animal. His abilities and potential have made him highly valued and protected. Wang Hao and Yi Shiqing were mortal enemies, and Wang Hao made Yi Shiqing feel suffocated at school. But in the past few days, Yi Shiqing seemed to have become a different person, making him completely unapproachable. Yi Shiqing was being praised to the skies by everyone, which fueled his growing jealousy. Damn it, how could this happen? Wang Hao gritted his teeth. How can a pair of scrap metal swords be so strong? Brother Wang, what do we do now? Asked one of the underlings. It's going to be really difficult to deal with him from now on. Wang Hao turned around and stared at Xiao Rongxue, but her gaze remained fixed on Yi Shiqing. I've been pursuing you for so long, and you haven't even given me a second glance. This guy didn't do anything and yet he won your heart. How dare he? Anger burned in Wang Hao's chest and veins bulged on his forehead. Brother Wang, could it be that Xiao Rongxue is a sucker for good looks? Wang Hao's underling asked without any hesitation, really stirring up the conversation. Wang Hao immediately glared at him. Are you saying I'm ugly? Ha? No, absolutely not. The underling quickly said, Brother Wang, could it be that Xiao Rongxue is a looks-obsessed person? Wang Hao's underlings always liked to say things that were hard to hear. Wang Hao immediately glared at him. Are you saying I'm ugly? Ha? No, no. The underling quickly waved his hands. I swear, Brother Wang, you are not only beautiful, no, you are handsome. That's right, Xiao Rongxue really doesn't know what's good for her. So what if Yi Shiqing shows great power? He's still just a poor loser at best. That's right. Marrying someone of equal social standing is the most important thing. Only our brother Wang is worthy of Xiao Rongxue, this proud daughter of heaven. The surrounding underlings echoed Wang Hao's sentiments, showering him with flattery and sycophancy, all in an effort to win his favor. These underlings were fairly articulate, and Wang Hao's anger gradually subsided under their onslaught. He stared directly at Yi Shiqing, who was surrounded by the crowd, his brows furrowed. His performance was indeed outstanding, and many forces will definitely try to win him over in the future. Given his current character, once he has his trump card, he will definitely come back to retaliate against us. Upon hearing this, the surrounding underlings panicked. After all, they had bullied Yi Shiqing quite a bit during their 3 years of high school. Throwing his books into the trash can and cornering him in the toilet stall became commonplace. The thought of Yi Shiqing retaliating immediately threw everyone into a panic. What should we do then? Brother Wang, the younger brother asked anxiously. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed. Before he can climb into a powerful force, let's strike first. Brother Wang means, we should provoke him? The younger brother stammered before he could finish his sentence. Wang Hao nodded. That's right. But his strength is such that even if all of us combined we probably couldn't beat him. Don't worry about that, I have a way, Wang Hao replied calmly. Then, he revealed a wicked smile, staring at Yi Shiqing with hostility in his eyes. Just then, Yi Shiqing seemed to sense Wang Hao's gaze, her eyes suddenly sharpened, and she quickly turned to Wang Hao. Their eyes met in midair, and Wang Hao couldn't help but swallow, involuntarily taking 2 steps back. Although I can't explain why, I always feel a strange sense of tension whenever I see Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing these past few days seems like a completely different person. His unique temperament and the sharp cold glint in his eyes send chills down people's spines. Although Yi Shiqing did not make any threatening gestures, his gaze itself was like an invisible pressure. Yi Shiqing's lips curled into a disdainful smile, as if in provocation. Just you wait. Yi Shiqing
Shiqing withdrew her gaze, unwilling to look at this idiot any longer. It was simply a waste of her eyes. Looking at him even once is just asking for trouble. Now that the last candidate has finished, everyone can take their respective buses and leave. Meeting adjourned. Zhang Kong's voice rang out, and the cheers and congratulations ceased. Afterwards, Zhang Kong gave some instructions on the retreat, and the candidates boarded their respective buses one after another under the escort of the soldiers. With the roar of the engine, the bus, carrying the students' honor and expectations, drove away gloriously. Yi Shiqing, you are simply a godlike existence. That's right, I never expected you to be so strong. I struggled even against just one beast, but you took on 50 by yourself. That's amazing. Aren't you an F-level ability user? How can you be so strong? Inside the car, the students felt incredibly honored to be sitting in the same vehicle as Yi Shiqing. They kept praising Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing no longer kept a low profile and proudly responded to everyone's praise. You're really strong. The sound of engines and the laughter of classmates mingled together, almost drowning out Mu Wanyuan's faint voice beside her. She kept her head down, her long, flowing hair obscuring her face, making her appear somewhat timid and insecure. Of course, Yi Shiqing replied proudly. Mu Wanyuan gently rubbed her fingers together and said nothing more. The bright moonlight shone through the car window, gently falling on Yi Shiqing like a veil. Yi Shiqing basked in the moonlight, enjoying the praise from his classmates who surrounded him. As time passed, the students got off the bus one after another. When everyone arrived at the school, they were greeted by many anxiously waiting parents. The parents' eyes were filled with anticipation and joy as they eagerly searched for their children. Finally, the children came into view, and the parents' faces lit up with happy smiles. The martial arts exam is full of life or death challenges. Parents don't expect their children to achieve good results, they just hope they can return safely, which is the greatest blessing. Of course, Yi Shiqing, an orphan, hailed a taxi and left in a hurry as soon as he arrived at the school. He dragged his tired body through the residential area and back to the apartment building. Yi Shiqing lived on the third floor, and it only took her a few steps to reach her doorstep. I'm exhausted, he muttered under his breath. When he got home, it was already 11:30 p.m. He took off his blood-stained clothes and rushed into the bathroom. The shower head sprays warm water, which cascades down the pipes, forming a transparent water curtain. The water flowed as smoothly as silk, gently gliding over Yi Shiqing's skin, like a tender hand caressing his body. He stood under the shower, feeling the warmth and comfort brought by the water. Tilt your head back slightly and let the water flow over your neck and back, releasing the stress that has accumulated throughout the day. Water droplets dampened his hair, sliding down his forehead, cheeks, and chin before finally dripping to the ground. He closed his eyes, savoring the tranquility and relaxation. At this moment, all fatigue and exhaustion were washed away. The system interface will then open. Data import to the killing system successful. Name, Yi Shiqing. Physical strength, 600. Agility, 1150. Strength, 550. Mental strength, 350. Ability points, 3212. Superpower, S-rank superpower, Dark Knight Overlord, Psychic, Tier 2. Ability A, Blade of Time, Military, Tier 1. 3212 ability points. It won't be easy to accumulate that many in the future, Yi Shiqing thought to himself. Superpower points are extremely important, as most of the strange beasts live in the suburbs and wilderness, and are rarely seen in the city. If it weren't for the good fortune of this college entrance exam, it would have been impossible to collect so many. Thinking of this, his eyes narrowed, and a contemptuous smile appeared on his lips. Murder! Although he couldn't kill the beasts, he could kill people. His first target had already been locked in. You've bullied me for so many years, retribution will finally come. Yi Shiqing showed no fear on his face, but instead a strange excitement, his eyes flashing with killing intent and determination. For him, killing was not difficult, especially for those who were oblivious to their own mortality. They were as insignificant as ants. In his memory, Wang Hao bullied him a lot during his 3 years of high school. This was solely because Wang Hao was extremely wealthy and renowned in the small city of Yongchang. The school's teachers and principal were very polite to him. It was because of Wang Hao's exclusion that Yi Shiqing had no friends, which made him feel the pain of being bullied but powerless to fight back. Of course, there were also classmates who were dissatisfied with Wang Hao's behavior. They would occasionally help Yi Shiqing. Xiao Rongxue and Zhang Xiaowei were typical examples. Although Yi Shiqing transmigrated to another world during his first year of high school, he has not truly felt Wang Hao's oppression in the past 2 years. But every cell in this body hates Wang Hao to the core. Moreover, he wouldn't let Wang Hao off the hook for what happened during today's exam. If it weren't for his own strength, he probably would have been killed by Wang Hao's alien sound device. After identifying his target, Yi Shiqing walked out of the bathroom. I had just finished getting dressed when my phone rang. When he saw that the caller ID showed Xiao Rongxue, his eyes lit up and an indescribable joy welled up in his heart. He quickly answered the phone, laughing as he said, Xiao Rongxue, you're here to congratulate me too? Yes, congratulations. Xiao Rongxue's voice was steady on the other end of the phone, with a hint of indifference. Before Yi Shiqing could speak, she added, I just want to ask, what exactly
exactly is your special ability? A double-edged sword. Yi Qing paused, then added, however, my ability has mutated. Yi Shiqing had no intention of hiding the fact that he possessed the A-level superpower, the double-edged sword. After all, his image was all over the livestream, and his identity had already been exposed. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone, as if someone was deep in thought. Half a day later, Xiao Rongxue finally revealed in her livestream that Yi Shiqing had used the Dark Knight Overlord technique. Only then did Yi Shiqing realize what was happening, his mouth agape, and he stood there stunned for a long while. What is going on? Damn it, there are even security cameras. He covered his face and cursed inwardly. I intended to keep Night Lord as a trump card, but I didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly. And what's your answer? Zhao's voice came again, clearly showing her curiosity about the matter. Yi Shiqing took a deep breath, composed himself, and slowly said, that's right, I have 2 superpowers. Yes, I understand. Xiao Rongshua's tone was calm as water, far from the excitement Yi Shiqing had expected, and instead she was surprisingly indifferent. Ha, aren't you surprised at all? Yi Shiqing couldn't help but ask. Then why can't I see it? He walked to the window and gazed at the bright moonlight. You don't necessarily have to show your surprise. Xiao Rongshua's tone was calm, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. I have something to do, I'll hang up now. Yi Shiqing frowned, his heart filled with doubt and confusion. He never expected that Xiao Rongxue could be so calm and composed. You should know that when he faced 50 strange beasts alone before, the scene shocked everyone present, and exclamations of surprise rose and fell. However, this time, when he displayed an even more astonishing dual superpower talent, Xiao Rongxue showed no surprise or joy on her face. She was like an iceberg, cold and mysterious, making her hard to fathom. He doesn't look surprised at all. Yi Shiqing scratched the back of his head. Just as he put down his phone and was about to go to sleep, the phone rang again. Principal? Yi Shiqing looked puzzled as he held his phone. Principal, is something wrong so late? He asked directly. After all, making a phone call this late at night is definitely not a normal thing. It's unlikely that they would come to congratulate him, since the principal had already congratulated him countless times at the entrance of the examination hall. Yi, it seems you are aware of your situation, the principal said with a smile, clearly in a particularly good mood today. He paused, then added, I just wanted to ask, are you sure you've already chosen Dawn Academy? Haven't we already submitted our college applications? Yi Shiqing asked, somewhat puzzled. Although you applied to Dawn Academy, that's true. Dawn Academy is indeed one of the top universities in China. The principal's words carried a hint of embarrassment. But you've performed too well, and other colleges have also made you their prize. So you mean other colleges will compete with Dawn College for students? Yi Shiqing asked. That's right. Even if you apply to Dawn Academy, you can't be considered a student of Dawn Academy before you enroll. Yi Shiqing was somewhat confused. The principal continued, on the 11th, both the Divine Academy and the Magic City Academy, 2 of the top academies in the country, will send representatives to the school to specially recruit you. Of course, they brought plenty of goodwill. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll have the opportunity to enter either of these 2 colleges and enjoy a range of special privileges. Dawn Academy is certainly not bad either. With your performance, they will definitely give you special training. Yi Shiqing thought about these things and felt that he could understand them. After all, it was only natural that his outstanding performance would be valued. After all, the academies hold a grand event called the Dual Exchange Meeting every year. The name sounds like a friendly exchange, but it's actually more like a competition between colleges. Every college is eager to win this exchange, because the winning college will receive more resources from the country. These resources include advanced teaching equipment, high-quality faculty, and more research funding. These are crucial for the development of the college, helping them cultivate more outstanding students and enhance the college's overall reputation and status. A student as exceptionally talented as Yi Shiqing naturally attracted fierce competition from top academies. The principal paused for a moment, then continued, therefore, you should still carefully consider which college offers more attractive conditions before making a choice. After all, these 3 academies are all top tier. The key is which one is more willing to train you. Yi Shiqing replied, understood. Yes, just think it through carefully, the principal said with concern. It's getting late, get some rest. Goodbye, principal. After hanging up the phone, Yi Shiqing lowered his head and pondered deeply. He had anticipated the principal's concerns. Each of these 3 academies possesses the most unique and top-tier secret methods for cultivating supernatural abilities. These secret techniques vary in quality, and top-tier cultivation techniques like these are priceless treasures that money cannot buy. Therefore, the competition for resources within the college is exceptionally fierce. Students without a background or exceptional abilities will have extremely limited future prospects even if they enter one of the 3 major academies. Because in the academy, strength and background are equally important. Students from wealthy families are equipped with sets of martial arts techniques and equipment worth millions. Even if you exert all your strength and exhaust your mental energy, you cannot cause any damage to someone wearing armor and equipment worth millions. The wealthy go to great lengths to ensure their children receive received the Academy's exclusive cultivation techniques.
Ordinary students without a strong background can only climb with their own hands, but they still have the opportunity to reach the top. Now, I have gained the appreciation of many colleges and am able to make demands of them. The principal hoped that he would seize this opportunity to obtain more cultivation resources. After much deliberation, Yi Shiqing decided to choose Dawn Academy. After all, that was where he applied to university. With competition from the other two colleges, the conditions offered by Dawn College are sure to be good. Just as he was lost in thought, a sharp throwing knife suddenly came flying in from outside the window, whistling through the air, aiming straight for his forehead. Yi Shiqing reacted quickly. He suddenly turned his head, his movements swift and agile, easily dodging the fatal blow. Immediately, his eyes sharpened, locking onto the source of the throwing knife like a hawk. Following the gaze, three mysterious men in black stood on the top floor of the apartment building. They were dressed entirely in black, wearing masks that obscured their faces, but they exuded a chilling aura. Seeing Yi Shiqing react so quickly and be able to pinpoint their location immediately, the three of them were taken aback, and surprise flashed in their eyes. Their eyes met in mid-air, as if sparks were about to fly, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The next moment, Yi Shiqing suddenly jumped out of the third-floor window and rushed towards the top floor at an extremely fast speed.
"Dare to assassinate me?"
He smiled contemptuously. The three men in black were startled, their eyes widening in astonishment. Clearly, they did not expect that this young man would not only not flee after being attacked, but would instead come forward to meet them.
"Oof." The man in the middle snorted coldly. "It saves us the trouble."
A burly man in black beside him scoffed. "To turn the tables on an assassin like that, what an arrogant brat." The man in black who was leading the group sneered. "Just because you've awakened your superpowers doesn't mean you're all that.
You think you're invincible."
At this moment, Yi Shiqing kept rushing towards the building. The three of them did not leave, but instead stood on the rooftop looking down. "Second brother, go guard the gate," the leader ordered. The burly man in black immediately stood guard at the door, because if Yi Shiqing wanted to go upstairs, she could only come out from here. To them, Yi Shiqing daring to come over was simply courting death. All three of them were third-tier ability users, while Yi Shiqing was just a young man who had just awakened his abilities. Yi Shiqing rushed to the front of the building, but did not go directly into the apartment. His gaze, however, was fixed on the walls of the apartment. The next second, Yi Shiqing suddenly leaped up, his body flying across the wall like an arrow released from a bow. His feet stomped rapidly on the wall, each step full of power and speed, as if he were putting on a spectacular performance. His figure was agile and nimble, climbing the wall as nimbly as a gecko. The leader of the men in black stared wide-eyed at the scene in disbelief. He quickly realized what was happening. His right hand slashed towards his waist, and four throwing knives were instantly hidden between his fingers. With a whoosh, four throwing knives shot out like arrows, aimed directly at Yi Shiqing, who was climbing the wall. The throwing knife sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Yi Shiqing moved with ghostly grace, nimbly leaping left and right, easily dodging the flying knife attacks. He found the right distance and then pushed off the wall with both legs. It then leaped down, hurtling straight down like a missile, and landed precisely on the high-rise building. Besides the man in black who was leading the way, the other two were also stunned. They hadn't expected Yi Shiqing to be able to climb the wall so quickly. Keep in mind, this is a 10-story building, and the distance is 30 meters.
So what if you know a little bit of kung fu?
If you dare to come, you'll die, the leader of the men in black shouted angrily, drawing a short knife from his waist and charging towards Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing clenched his right hand, and two curved blades immediately appeared in his palm. In an instant, a cold light flashed like lightning, tearing through the void and heading straight for Yi Shiqing's neck with a sharp killing intent. However, Yi Shiqing remained unusually calm in the face of this sudden and deadly attack. His figure flashed like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow without a scratch. Their movements were light and agile, like butterflies fluttering in the air, leaving everyone in awe. At this critical moment of life and death, Yi Shiqing handled the situation with ease. Without hesitation, he swiftly swung his sword twice. The blades intersected, forming a sharp cross slash. With a clang, the man in black who was leading the group suddenly turned around and used his dagger to block Yi Shiqing's sharp blade. The blade clashed with the dagger, sending up blinding sparks. The man in the lead frowned, a bloody gash on his face, the blood flowing down and staining his cheeks red. The next moment, he instinctively put a 5-meter distance between himself and Yi Shiqing. At this moment, he was drenched in cold sweat, his back was soaked, and his eyes were filled with fear and panic. The moment Yi Shiqing swung his knife, he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. "Boss, what's wrong?" a burly man in black asked anxiously beside him. "Is he really only at the first level?" the leader of the men in black asked with a serious expression. "Yes, young Master Wang's intelligence does indeed say he is a first-tier cultivator," the other person replied. The leader of the men in black narrowed his eyes and, mustering his courage, shouted to his two companions, "Attack together." As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them drew their short knives from their waists without hesitation and rushed towards Yi Shiqing. They moved swiftly and fiercely, spreading out at the same time, their short knives stabbing at Yi Shiqing at tricky angles. Yi Shiqing reacted extremely quickly, as if he had
anticipated their movements. He slightly tilted his body and dodged the attacks of the three short knives in a rhythmic manner. At that moment, a sharp, cold glint flashed in the eyes of Yi Shiqing and the three men in black. In an instant, sword shadows flew as Yi Shiqing wielded his twin swords, clashing fiercely with the three men's short swords. The curved sword and the short sword clashed, sending countless sparks flying. The three men in black were experienced. It should be noted that Yi Shiqing's speed was so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye, but they were still able to exchange a few blows with him. However, this is only the beginning. At this moment, Yi Shiqing's sword speed became increasingly rapid, one strike after another, the dense sword shadows intertwining into an invisible sword net. The next moment, the menacing net of blades erupted with a terrifying force. The three people around them were completely caught off guard as countless sharp blades sliced across their skin and bones, as if they were being torn apart by 1,000 cuts. The short man in black had his left arm severed on the spot, and his body was covered with numerous wounds. The burly man in black had bloodstains and scars all over his chest, forming a pool of blood. The black-clad man who was leading the group reacted extremely quickly, barely dodging several blades. Although he was covered in wounds, his condition was significantly better than the other two. Yi Shiqing stood between the three, expressionless, with a cold gaze. "Who sent you?" He slung a curved sword over his right shoulder, surveying them with a smug and arrogant air. The three men frowned deeply, their brows almost twisted into knots. Despite their expressions of fear and helplessness, they didn't utter a single word. Their special abilities are all E-level abilities called Speed Boost, which, as the name suggests, increases one's speed for a short period of time. Although the three's combat skills and experience were not top-notch, they were at least excellent. However, Yi Shiqing not only easily dealt with their combined attack, but also instantly severely injured all three of them. This strength completely exceeded his expectations. The three men in black looked at each other, as if they had made some kind of decision. The next moment, they turned and ran without hesitation. They had only taken 2 steps when they suddenly froze. "My legs have completely lost sensation, as if they are bound by an invisible force." Looking up, they saw that the three people's legs were covered by a layer of black liquid. A strange and mysterious black barrier inexplicably appeared beneath Yi Shiqing's feet. The entire roof was surrounded by a black barrier, resembling a creepy swamp. "What is this? Why can't I feel anything in my legs?" Completely unable to move, the three struggled desperately, trying to escape from the black barrier. But no matter how hard they tried, the barrier remained completely still. Yi Shiqing walked casually to the man in black who was leading the group, his eyes narrowed into slits. He suddenly drew his right-hand scimitar and held it to his neck. "I'll ask you one more time. Who sent you?" "As an assassin, I will never reveal any information about my employer," the man in black said firmly, showing no sign of yielding. "Wow, you actually have some principles." The moonlight, as silvery as silver, shone on the cold blade, reflecting a chilling gleam. Yi Shiqing's eyes narrowed instantly. The sound of blades clashing echoed in my ears. The blade slashed sharply across the black-clad man's neck, and blood gushed out instantly, blooming like a flower of blood in the air. The man in black slowly collapsed, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. His life vanished in that instant. Defeat Johan, a tier 3 psychic, and gain 120 psychic points. "What a pity, you've messed with the wrong person." Yi Shiqing's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze cold and sharp. He then fixed his gaze on the remaining 2 men. Their behavior was exactly the same as that of the black-clad leader. His face was as pale as paper, but his eyes were filled with stubbornness. "It seems they're all unwilling to speak." Yi Shiqing shook his head helplessly, his tone tinged with regret, his eyes flashing with disappointment and helplessness. "That would be such a shame." The next second, a cold light flashed, and Yi Shiqing swung his long sword sharply. The blade drew 2 sharp streaks in the air, as swift as lightning. In an instant, 2 muffled thuds rang out, and 2 heads were severed, blood gushing out like a fountain. Immediately afterwards, the 2 heads were tossed high into the air, tracing an arc before crashing to the ground. Yi Shiqing watched all of this coldly, without the slightest ripple in his heart. Killed Zhang Guoqiang, a tier 3 psychic, plus 105 psychic points. Killed tier 3 psychic Li Lihong, psychic points plus 103. Current ability points, 3,540. Johan, Zhang Guoqiang, Li Lihong, those are probably their names. He had thought these people would reveal some useful information, but now it seemed they were unwilling to cooperate at all. With a slight lift of his toes, the black barrier vanished as quickly as steam. Yi Shiqing glanced at the 3 still warm corpses. I suppose it could be considered self-defense. Although people with superpowers exist in this world, the law still prevails and is above morality. The Supernatural Abilities Public Security Law is a set of guidelines that every awakened individual must keep in mind. 1. Individuals with supernatural abilities cannot abuse their powers to harm others or seek personal gain without cause. However, they may exercise self-defense if they are threatened. 2. Superpowered individuals are prohibited from dueling in public places, and even more so from creating chaos and disorder. PK, player versus player, is permitted in private arenas. The purpose of these rules is to restrain those who might abuse their superpowers. Anyone who violates the regulations will be pursued sued and punished by the court. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't provoke someone with superpowers for no reason. Yi Shiqing lifted the mask off the man in black who was leading the group. The man was a young man in his 30s whom Yi Shiqing did not recognize at all, and had never even seen before. I'll pay someone to kill me, Yi Shiqing thought to himself. A name immediately popped into his mind. First, Yi Shiqing is a lively and well-behaved person who has almost no enemies, except for Wang Hao. Secondly, hiring these 3 assassins would certainly be very expensive. After all, Yi Shiqing is a celebrity now, and anyone who dares to assassinate him would definitely charge a hefty fee. Therefore, the employer of these 3 people is undoubtedly a contemporary tycoon. Since he had a grudge against her and came from a wealthy family, there was no other candidate besides Wang Hao. Envy, jealousy, and hatred? Yi Shiqing sneered. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. With a flick of his right hand, a black hooded cloak appeared behind him. Yi Shiqing always kept the ethereal cloak draped over his back. The cloak only becomes visible when in use, otherwise, it is as ethereal as air. A gentle breeze rustled the cloak. Yi Shiqing walked to the edge of the balcony with a cold and resolute look in her eyes, her expression expressionless. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air like a magnificent actor. In midair, he plummeted rapidly, the wind whistling past his ears, his hair flying wildly in the wind. His face remained indifferent, as if he were already unmoved by everything. At that moment, his twin swords plunged into the wall, leaving a long, thin gash. His figure immediately stopped on the wall. He leaped down, tracing a perfect arc, and landed steadily. His gaze locked onto the neon-lit city, and he sneered, Wang Hao, I'm here. This Jinghong residential area is located in the very center of Yongchang. The community is full of villas and luxury homes, and is known as the local wealthy area. Inside one of the villas, Wang Hao lay on a large red bed, his face flushed and heavily intoxicated. 5 heavily made-up women, around 20 years old, sat beside him. The 6 men were shirtless, their postures disheveled, which was astonishing. The air was filled with a pink fragrance, and an atmosphere of extravagance permeated the entire room. Wang Hao hiccuped. Come on, let's keep drinking. Young Master Wang's alcohol tolerance is truly astonishing. Yes, he's a true hero, a man who can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Wang Hao looked at the group with a fascination, blowing bubbles of alcohol from his mouth. Absolutely. Don't you guys even know who I am? Yes. A woman alluringly wrapped her arms around his neck. Oh dear, with Mr. Wang being so outstanding, I wonder which young lady will catch his eye in the future. Another woman chuckled slyly. Oh dear, didn't you know? Our young Master Wang already has someone he likes. That young lady from the Shao family? Yes, that young lady is arrogant and doesn't give young Master Wang any face at all. The woman looked aggrieved. That woman is a vixen who plays hard to get, making young Master Wang so infatuated. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao smiled slyly and immediately put his arm around her waist. Nonsense. Xiao Rongxue is ungrateful and has wasted all my efforts. It's an honor for her that I, this young master, have taken a liking to her, and she doesn't even know how to cherish it. She's even fawning over other men. Ugh, that's utterly absurd. Other men? They're really ungrateful. How can such vulgar people compare to young Master Wang? A woman said softly. In an atmosphere tinged with ambiguity and intoxication, the group seemed shrouded in a fog. Their glasses clinked, the wine flowing slowly, and their intoxication immersed them in this illusory atmosphere. Speech became slurred, and laughter became unrestrained. A window where no one pays attention. The blood-red curtains swayed wildly, occasionally revealing a pair of slender toes and a corner of a cloak. Behind the curtains, Yi Shiqing's expression was extremely interesting. That was really exciting. He silently recited it in his heart. Wang Hao was a well-known figure in Yongchang, so Yi Shiqing naturally knew where he lived. After all, his villa was located in the center of Yongchang City, about 20 kilometers away from where Yi Shiqing was. Taking advantage of the cover of darkness, Yi Shiqing moved extremely fast, arriving at Wang Hao's residential area in less than 10 minutes. Of course, he deliberately avoided all surveillance cameras along the way. After all, his actions were illicit, and if he were to slip up and be discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. They will definitely be severely punished by the court. Therefore, he acted with extreme caution and dared not let his guard down in the slightest. Yi Shiqing wore an ethereal cloak, completely concealing his face and figure. Even if someone observes him closely, they cannot detect his presence. In addition, his extraordinary speed meant that even if he were captured by surveillance cameras, he would only appear as a blurry afterimage. Wang Hao's villa is surrounded by a large yard, and there are bodyguards patrolling back and forth. However, Yi Shiqing used the blade of time to accelerate his sword strikes, as well as the aura concealed by the void cloak. Like a ghost, it moved silently through the crowd. Even if some of these security guards are high-level superhumans, as he passed by them, they only felt a gentle breeze on their faces. It was impossible to catch a glimpse of him. Yi Shiqing easily sneaked into Wang Hao's room. He hid behind the curtains, coldly watching the several fiery and alluring women on the bed. Beneath the black hat, the cold, stern face showed no emotion whatsoever, only the deep, dark eyes flashed with a sharp, cold light. He gripped two swords tightly in his hands, their blades gleaming coldly, exuding a dangerous sharpness. By the way, young Master Wang, didn't you take the college entrance exam today? How did the results go? Someone asked. Wang Hao pursed his lips. Ugh, don't even mention it. It was all ruined by that bastard. Really? But with your family background, getting into a good superpower academy shouldn't be a problem, right? That's right, our young Master Wang would definitely be scrambling to get it. At this moment, Wang Hao sighed, slightly drunk. I may not be able to get into the top universities, but the others are easy for me. The several naked women around them naturally understood the reason. The story of Wang Hao framing Yi Shiqing with a distorted sound device had already spread. Many people say he is dishonest and a petty person who has achieved success. Someone like him would definitely not be admitted by top universities. However, ordinary academies with limited resources and average skill levels might be willing to accept him. By the way, young Master Wang, didn't an unparalleled genius emerge in this exam? A woman interrupted. Her right hand caressed Wang Hao's chest intimately and ambiguously. Humph him, Wang Hao sneered contemptuously. This woman really knows how to stir up trouble. She hit him right where it hurts. It's just good luck, a mutation of my superpower. Wang Hao wasn't angry, but I heard that he seems to be a dual ability user. Hearing this, Wang Hao became even more disdainful and shrugged. What's so great about having dual superpowers? If you can't afford the superpower training method, your level still won't go up, so it's still useless. So, having money is the only truth. Wang Hao knew the truth and had already heard from others that Yi Shiqing possessed dual superpowers, which made him even more composed at this moment. He probably doesn't lack secret techniques for cultivating superpowers. After all, the country will definitely focus on training him. That's right. Once he gets into university, he'll definitely become a key student for development. You're right. With his potential, he certainly can, Wang Hao said coldly. However, whether he can survive is another matter. He finished speaking and gave a cold laugh. The naked women around him seemed to be used to it and didn't ask any questions. They knew perfectly well what Wang Hao meant. If you can't get it, steal it. If you can't steal it, destroy it. Wang Hao's eyelids drooped heavily, and the effects of intoxication raged in his mind, almost causing him to fall asleep. Just then, a cool breeze swept by, carrying with it the sharp sound of a sword. The sound was like thunder, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The next second, Wang Hao felt a chill on his neck, and a cold sensation ran down his spine. He stared wide-eyed, trying to see what was happening before him, but it was too late. A flash of cold light, and Wang Hao's head was severed high into the air. Blood gushed out like a pillar, splashing wildly. As if time had frozen, Wang Hao's body remained seated cross-legged, while his severed head tumbled in the air. At this moment, his face still showed signs of drunkenness, without even a trace of fear. Killed Wang Hao, a second-tier ability user, plus 50 ability points. Current ability points, 3,590. Time seemed to freeze. Yi Shiqing quickly adjusted his posture and rushed out of the window like lightning. Instantly, the five naked women let out a deafening scream. They were stunned. Wang Hao, who had been chatting and laughing just a moment ago, had instantly become a headless corpse. Wang Hao's death was completed in less than a second. Hearing the commotion, the bodyguards outside rushed into Wang Hao's room without hesitation, each holding nothing back. Shut up! At this moment, Yi Shiqing wielded his twin swords, his moves as swift and fierce as the wind. He moved through the villa like a ghost, leaped over the fence, and was far away from the scene in less than 3 seconds. Even after escaping the villa, Yi Shiqing continued walking. These wealthy families often have small enclosed areas that form a circular barrier around their mansions, blocking outsiders. As soon as Yi Shiqing ran out of Ginghong community, a blinding golden light suddenly emanated from Wan Hao Villa behind him. A dazzling light tore through the darkness. Golden light intertwined to form a semicircular barrier. Yi Shiqing glanced sideways, then ran towards his home without looking back. He leaped and hopped across the neon-lit rooftops. His cloak fluttered as he moved. The moonlight, as silvery as silver, fell upon him, as if draping him in a mysterious veil. A smile appeared on his handsome face. Having succeeded in his scheme, Yi Shiqing ran under the moonlight. Yi Shiqing jumped into the room through the window. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the two double blades instantly transformed into starlight and vanished without a trace. The ethereal cloak behind him vanished, and the evidence of the crime disappeared in an instant. Fortunately, he was extremely fast. Before Wang Hao's blood could even spurt from his neck, he had already left. Yi Shiqing remained expressionless, as if nothing had happened. It was already 1 in the morning. Yi Shiqing was exhausted and lay limply on the comfortable bed with her eyes closed. The exam had already left him extremely exhausted, and Wang Hao's pressure forced him to work overtime. Sleepiness washed over him like a tide, and he soon drifted off to sleep. The yellow and white police tape, like a giant spider web, firmly sealed off the entire area. Countless police officers surged in like a tide, dressed in uniform, with firm steps and focused, sharp eyes. Once inside the cordon, the officers quickly got to work. Some were responsible for maintaining order and directing the crowd, others investigated the case in depth and collected evidence.
residents, still others patrolled the surrounding area to ensure safety within the cordon. Everyone performed their duties and stayed at their posts. Outside the cordon, the onlookers had various expressions, some peered out curiously, some waited anxiously for news, and others whispered among themselves. Everything that happens here touches their hearts. Dear members of the public, please remain calm and do not linger here. The relevant departments are conducting a full investigation. Please wait patiently. We will release the results to you as soon as they are available. A female police officer stood directly in front of the crowd and gestured for everyone to step back. Although it happened late at night, the barrier that Wang Hao's villa suddenly activated still woke up the residents of the community. Such barriers are generally only activated when major events occur, to urgently seal off the scene. What exactly happened to the Wang family? They've even activated the complete protective barrier. I don't know either. I was just about to go to sleep when suddenly something flashed, and I was almost startled awake. I have a feeling something big is about to happen. The clamor of discussion rose and fell, their curiosity keeping them from leaving. They almost wanted to leave their bodies and rush into the Wang family villa to find out what was going on. Just then, a gust of wind swept in, almost knocking the crowd and police officers off balance. Suddenly, a man in black with a buzz cut appeared above them. A pair of pure white wings unfolded behind him. Whenever the wings fluttered, a howling wind lashed against everyone's faces, bringing a refreshing coolness. He lightly lifted his right foot and vanished from his spot in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the policewoman. As his toes touched the ground, the majestic wings behind him vanished. What's the situation? The man with the buzz cut asked gravely. Young Master Wang has been assassinated, the policewoman replied respectfully. Assassination? How's the investigation going? The policewoman frowned and remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, it's terrible, there's been no progress at all. She continued, the fatal wound was a decapitation, a single, fatal blow. The blade was smooth, clearly the work of a professional, at least a master in terms of knife skills. Where's the surveillance footage? The surveillance footage is completely blurry. After saying that, the policewoman took out her phone and handed it to the man with the buzz cut. He took the phone and was immediately stunned. The mansion is clearly visible in the picture, but there is a faint, black, ethereal afterimage. The afterimage was extremely well hidden. It was almost impossible to detect without careful observation, and the eye would automatically ignore it. The policewoman said, our initial assessment is that the perpetrator's cultivation level is at least at the 4th level, and he seems to possess speed-related superpowers. The man with the buzz cut shook his head, handed the phone back to the policewoman, and walked straight toward the scene. Investigate interpersonal relationships and compile a list of enemies. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Yi Shiqing's face. The warmth of the past awakened him. 4 days have passed since the end of the college entrance examination. Today is June 11th. After assassinating Wang Hao a few days ago, his speed was impeccable, and the police have yet to find any flaws or clues. At least that's how it is now. For the past 4 days, Yi Shiqing has stayed at home, using all his ability points to draw cards. Current ability points, 390. Looking at the remaining 390 ability points, Yi Shiqing felt a headache coming on. Having worked so hard to earn the superpower points from the last college entrance exam, I thought I could win big in the lottery, so I didn't hesitate to invest them all. However, fate seemed to be playing a cruel joke on him. His luck was terrible. He got nothing but a bunch of useless E-level cultivation techniques. Looking at these worthless prizes, Yi Shiqing felt helpless and frustrated. In addition, I've used all the ability points I got from the newbie gift packs in the past few days to try my luck in the lottery, but I still haven't gotten anything. Could it be that I did something shameful that made my luck so bad? Yi Shiqing sighed deeply. Fortunately, I've already done a full 80 gacha pulls, and this terrible gacha system is at least somewhat humane, with a pity system. On the 90th draw, you are guaranteed to get an S-rank card. What could it be? Although he knew he was guaranteed an S-rank character, he really didn't know what it would be. It could be a superpower or a cultivation technique. In any case, since it's S-rank, it certainly can't be too bad. Thinking of this, Yi Shiqing said, System, claim your newbie gift pack. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,600 ability points. Current ability points, 1990. At that moment, he seemed to have washed away all his past bad luck in the bathroom. With an excited heart and trembling fingers, I nervously clicked the lottery button. Ha ha ha. Ability points minus 1,600. Current ability points, 390. A dazzling white light flashed before his eyes, and Yi Shiqing watched it with anticipation. The light quickly grew more and more dazzling, instantly transforming into a brilliant golden glow. Fantastic! An S-rank has been released. Yi Shiqing exclaimed excitedly. However, just as he was basking in joy, the scene before him suddenly changed. Originally shining with golden light, it suddenly began to flicker intensely, like lightning piercing the night sky. The next moment, these lights gradually turned into a brilliant red. It is fiery and alluring, like the dawn illuminating the horizon. Red? What does red represent? Yi Shiqing asked, puzzled. S grade is gold, A grade is purple, B grade is blue, C grade
grade is cyan, and D, E, and F grade are all white. So what exactly is this red color? At this moment, the red light had clearly entered his eyes. This sudden, unusual red light, accompanied by heavy doubts, filled Yi Shiqing's mind. After the red light dissipated, it suddenly transformed into 10 cards that appeared before my eyes. Yi Shiqing was filled with doubt and immediately reached out to grab the red card. His gaze swept over the description on the card. Instantly, his eyes widened, and his expression froze. God-level superpower, Fenrir the Demon Wolf mental type. Fenrir the Wolf. Yi Shiqing was overjoyed. Fenrir, the wolf from Norse mythology, is renowned. Legend has it that it is the child of Loki and Angor-Boda, possessing a huge and ferocious body, incredibly sharp fangs, and terrifyingly powerful strength. When this terrifying wolf opened its enormous jaws, large enough to devour the sky and the earth, its upper jaw reached the sky and its lower jaw supported the ground, as if it could swallow the entire world in one gulp. This is true god-level superpower. The red card in his hand instantly turned into black mist and merged into his palm. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the god-level ability, Demon Wolf Fenrir, mental strength plus 200. Current mental strength 550. As the electronic speaker in my ear prompted me, a detailed description of my superpower appeared in my mind. God-level ability, Demon Wolf Fenrir, mental type tier 1. 1. Able to summon Fenrir, the dire wolf, to fight alongside you. Fenrir's strength is related to your own level. 2. Fenrir's synergistic ability. 1. Void Devour, able to devour and absorb all elemental magical attacks. The devouring ability is limited when the attack is too powerful or too numerous. 2. The Might of the Demon Wolf. The mournful howl can intimidate the enemy, instantly reducing the speed, attack, defense, and mental strength of the fearful by half. 3. Gigantification, divided into Gigantification, Mega Gigantification, and Dynamax Gigantification. Giant form, unlimited time, can change size at any time, all abilities are tripled. Gigantamax, lasts for 5 minutes, with stat boosts increasing with level, boosting all stats 6-fold. Dynamax, lasts for 3 seconds, with stat boosts increasing with level, boosting all stats 9-fold. So this is the power of the summoning system. Summoning abilities belong to the mental category and allow the user to establish a connection with otherworldly creatures through mental power and summon them into the real world to assist in battle. They can see into people's hearts, understand their master's intentions, and cooperate with them in battle. Furthermore, these strange beasts are docile and pose no threat to humans. Yi Shiqing suppressed his inner joy and then reached out to take the S-level gold card. Item, Ghost Spring. Ability? Question mark? No instructions? What's going on? Yi Shiqing was full of surprise. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. God-level superpowers usually come with detailed instructions and effects, but this Ghost Spring only displays 3 question marks. Suddenly, the golden card vanished, transforming into a small bottle filled with liquid, which fell into his palm. He gently shook the liquid in the bottle and stared at it for a long time. Unable to figure it out at all, he couldn't help but ask, "System, what exactly is this?" Unknown at the moment. An electronic voice sounded in my ear. "You gave me this and you say you don't know it? Are you kidding me?" Yi Shiqing said, somewhat displeased. The system remained silent, and the air grew still, save for the occasional bird calls from outside the window, as if reminding him of the passage of time. He went back to bed, scratched his head, and felt utterly frustrated. Looking at the mysterious little bottle in his hand, his eyes revealed helplessness and confusion. He was somewhat disappointed that he had painstakingly obtained an S-grade item but had no idea what it was used for or what its function was. He gently stroked the bottle, feeling the patterns and texture on it. The remaining 6 items were all martial arts manuals, while the other 2 were simply "Thank you for your patronage." Compared to before, drawing 8 items at once this time is quite good. Although most of these techniques are only at the E or F level, each one can be sold for tens of thousands of yuan. Let's try anything. At least I have an S-level ability, Yi Shiqing consoled himself. He walked to the bedside and gently pulled open the drawer in the cabinet. The drawer contained 12 volumes of martial arts manuals, neatly arranged and lying there quietly. These are all the prizes he won in the lottery over the past few days. He carefully placed the 6 martial arts manuals he was carrying into the drawer, placing them side by side with the other manuals. Then, he looked with satisfaction at the drawer full of martial arts manuals, turned around and walked out of the room toward the rooftop. Let's test this ability to see how good it really is. Thinking of the god-level ability, Demon Wolf Fenrir, that he was about to summon, a sense of anticipation welled up in his heart. He went to the center of the balcony and took a deep breath. Let me witness the power of this god-level ability. He closed his eyes, trying to immerse himself in his inner world. He focused intently on feeling the flow of blood in his body, as if he could hear the sound of blood surging through his veins. Summoning-type superpowers require complete concentration, merging the soul into the sea of the spirit to succeed. At this moment, Yi Shiqing's mind went blank, as if he were in a vast universe, falling into an endless abyss. As he wandered in the realm of nothingness, the next moment, a pair of mysterious and deep wolf eyes suddenly appeared in my mind. His gaze pierced straight to the heart, majestic and solemn. Success! Yi Shiqing murmured to himself. In reality, his lifeless eyes slowly opened, and an elusive aura of death emanated from the corners of his eyes. A strange and powerful force surged from his body, like a giant beast that had been sleeping for a long time awakening. This force gradually gathered in his right hand, causing his originally heavy, leaden hand to slowly lift up. A black door covered with runes suddenly appeared before them. A chilling black aura continuously seeped out from the crack in the door, speeding along like lightning, dark clouds gathering. At this moment, the entire city of Yongchang was shrouded in a layer of dark clouds that blotted out the sun, plunging it into endless darkness. Night fell, and all was quiet. In an instant, the black gate erupted with a deafening black beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Suddenly, the dark clouds overhead split open, forming a huge vortex. The next second, a chilling wolf howl ripped through the night sky like thunder. The cry was filled with endless ferocity and wildness, and it was awe-inspiring. The sound of the wind seemed to accompany the wolf's howl, creating a mysterious and frightening nocturne. A god-level superpower, truly awe-inspiring. Yi Shiqing's face lit up with joy. Under his astonished gaze, the mysterious and eerie door slowly opened. The unusual celestial phenomena attracted everyone's attention. Why did the sky suddenly darken? Is it going to pour rain? The weather forecast said it would be sunny today. Ah, what a loud wolf howl. Alien beasts have invaded. Alien beasts have invaded. All squads, be on high alert. A suspected 8th tier alien beast is attacking. Enter a state of alert and be ready for battle. Immediately notify headquarters and request backup. The sudden, overwhelming darkness and flashing lightning not only alarmed ordinary people but also drew the attention of the Superpower Guild and the military. In an instant, the thunderous howl of the wolf plunged everyone into panic. As the gate, inscribed with ancient runes, slowly opened, the strange phenomenon that had caused the heavens and earth to vanish instantly, and tranquility returned in a flash. Yi Shiqing stared blankly at the door, like a wooden sculpture. Inside the door was a void shrouded in black mist, so thick that one could not see their own hand in front of their face. The next moment, the door slammed shut, and the black mist that had been emanating from it vanished instantly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Nothing happened. Where is the wolf? Where is Fenrir the dire wolf? Yi Shiqing looked around, feeling somewhat lost. The excitement vanished instantly, replaced by a face full of doubt and confusion. Woof! Just then, a soft, sweet bark came from below. In an instant, Yi Shiqing's chaotic and complicated thoughts were pulled back to reality. He subconsciously looked down. There was a small, brown-black mongrel with soft, cute little paws and bright, lively eyes. It was no bigger than the palm of my hand, petite and extremely adorable. It wagged its tail happily, stuck out its tongue, and stared straight at him with its black-rimmed eyes wide open. A thought flashed through Yi Shiqing's mind, and the corner of her mouth twitched violently. You are Fenrir the demon wolf? Woof! The dog seemed to understand him, barked, hissed, and wagged its tail excitedly. Yi Shiqing picked it up in one swift motion, his face filled with disbelief. Looking at its soft and cute face, he was speechless for a long time. The violent phenomena and deafening wolf howls made him think that Fenrir would be an incomparably fierce and fearsome sky wolf. But what appeared before them was just a stray dog. This mongrel dog had no imposing presence whatsoever, a far cry from the terrifying image he had imagined. It's actually kind of cute. Suddenly, Yi Shiqing thought of something and asked, "You can grow to giant size?" Fenrir stuck out his tongue and nodded quickly. At this moment, Yi Shiqing finally understood the true function of the giant transformation skill. Looking at the little guy in front of him, he thought to himself, this little thing looks like it has no fighting ability at all. It's more likely to go up and act cute. But since it's a god-level superpower, its abilities must be extraordinary. We need to study this further. Just then, the phone rang. "Hello, Principal, what's up?" Yi Shiqing answered the phone. "Yi Shiqing, it was so dark just now. Are you alright?" the principal asked with concern. "Oh, it's nothing. I've been staying inside. It's all better now." "That's good." The principal paused. "By the way, at 1 p.m. today, admissions officers from the 3 colleges will come to the school to conduct a special recruitment for you. You can prepare in advance and adjust your remarks. Yi Shiqing has already decided to go to Dawn Academy, so going today is just a formality. As a top-tier academy, we still have to give them face. Alright, I heard a big shot is coming from the Magic City Academy. I need to prepare a welcoming ceremony, so I'll hang up now." "Okay, Principal, you go ahead with your work." "Okay, I'll pick you up at 12 o'clock, the principal said and then hung up the phone. An important figure? Yi Shiqing wondered to himself. As crucial bases for talent cultivation, the 3 major academies naturally aspire to recruit the top students from each province. Competition among them is fierce, with each academy pulling out all the stops to secure a single outstanding student. Techniques, equipment, and substantial financial support are readily offered. This time, the Shanghai Academy even sent a high-ranking official to personally recruit them. At noon, Yi Shiqing finished lunch at a restaurant outside the residential area. When he returned to the entrance, he saw the principal's BMW X5 parked there. The principal was standing next to the car, waving at him. Yi Shiqing made no attempt to be polite, casually sitting in the back seat as if he were treating someone he knew well. As soon as he sat down, the engine roared to life. "Have you eaten?" the principal asked with concern through the rearview mirror. "I've already eaten." Yi Shiqing paused briefly. "The three academies are evenly matched. I suggest you consider which academy has more resources before making a decision," the principal said. Yi Shiqing nodded, then said firmly, "I've made up my mind. It's still Dawn Academy. To become strong, one must stay true to one's original aspirations. Since I chose Dawn Academy before, I cannot forget my roots." Looking into the rearview mirror, the principal saw Yi Shiqing's resolute and sharp eyes and smiled calmly. "The three academies each have their own advantages, and choosing any one of them is a good thing. I believe that Dawn Academy will also provide you with generous resources." Yi Shiqing leaned against the car window and nodded silently. Inside the VIP reception room of number 1 high school, Vice Principal Tang Daelu prepared tea for the two mentors from Shinsi Academy and Liming Academy. At this moment, the usually arrogant vice principal adopted a humble attitude towards the two mentors, standing respectfully to the side. Li Dehui, an admissions officer at Dawn Academy, took a sip of tea and stared displeasedly at Zhang Hui, an admissions advisor from Divine Gift Academy. "They're like mice that love to burrow, always looking for loopholes," he said irritably. "The student has already applied to Dawn Academy, yet they still shamelessly insist on being specially recruited." Zhang Hui raised her long eyelashes and sneered. "However, everyone has their own needs. Since he hasn't fully joined Dawn Academy yet, let's see who has the best skills." Li Dehui immediately retorted, "If it weren't for your special recruitment program, it wouldn't be so troublesome. When you used the same methods last year, why didn't you complain about the trouble?" Their eyes met, sparks flying. The vice principal, standing to the side, remained silent, large beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The two men simultaneously snorted coldly and then fell silent, the entire VIP reception room becoming deathly quiet. Soon, there was a knock at the door, and the vice principal got up to open it. A handsome young man with gentle and clear eyes slowly walked in. As soon as Yi Shiqing stepped into the conference room, two curious eyes immediately locked onto him. "Distinguished professors, this is Yi Shiqing." The principal respectfully gestured for his introduction. "Yi Shiqing, this is Zhang Hui, a teacher from the admissions office of the Divine Gift Academy." The principal continued. "Hello, Teacher Jiang." Yi Shiqing bowed respectfully. When Zhang Hui saw Yi Shiqing, she smiled kindly and said, "Hello, Yi." The principal then introduced, "This is Li Dehui, a teacher from the admissions office of Liming College." "Hello, Teacher Li." Yi Shiqing replied politely. Li Dehui also smiled confidently and said, "Hello, Yi. Please sit here." He then waved to Yi. Both Li Dehui and Zhang Hui were filled with joy upon seeing Yi Shiqing, showing no arrogance whatsoever. Recruiting students was a matter of individual merit, and neither dared to slack off, striving to leave a good impression on Yi Shiqing. As soon as Yi Shiqing sat down, Zhang Hui spoke gently. "Student Yi, we've all seen your martial arts assessment. Your strength was amazing, you're outstanding. But we have a question we'd like you to answer." Yi Shiqing nodded and said, "Teacher, if I know the answer, I will answer truthfully." Zhang Hui asked without hesitation, "First question, has your superpower mutated?" "Teacher is right. My ability has indeed undergone an unusual change." Yi Shiqing answered honestly. After all, his A-level ability, Time Blade, could not be hidden from these sharp-eyed mentors. Moreover, since his two superpowers were exposed simultaneously during the live broadcast, there was naturally no need for him to hide them. "I understand." Zhang Hui did not ask about the reason for the mutation of her superpower. After all, the mutation of superpowers is itself an unpredictable and mysterious phenomenon. She knew that as long as Yi Shiqing's ability had mutated, that was enough. Then she asked, "My second question is, do you possess dual superpowers?" Upon hearing this, the ears of the people nearby immediately perked up. Although they had already realized that Yi Shiqing possessed dual superpowers, they still wanted to hear him confirm it personally. "Yes, that's right. I do possess dual superpowers." As Yi Shiqing's voice fell, the surrounding air froze instantly, becoming so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Even though they had already sensed it, the sudden announcement still shocked them so much that they couldn't utter a single word. They stood there, eyes wide open, motionless, as if time had stood still. Li Dehui coughed twice, breaking the silence. "So, may I ask what your ability level is?" "One is grade A, and the other is grade S," Yi Shiqing replied immediately. The air fell silent again. Yi Shiqing's dual superpowers were unprecedented and would never be repeated. He is currently the only person with two superpowers. The fact that they possessed dual superpowers was already astounding, but the following conditions were like two trump cards. "Student Yi, if you come to our college, we will focus on training you. The library's secret cultivation methods, except for the curse-removing secret method, allow you to use any other supernatural ability cultivation methods. In addition, all expenses for items auctioned at the college will be reimbursed." Zhang Hui spoke first, extending an olive branch to Yi Shiqing with a sincere expression. "You're really quick-witted. Your words flow like a machine gun," Li Dehui said disdainfully. Then, he stared directly at Yi Shiqing. "Our academy offers
the same conditions, plus an extra set of A-grade armor equipment and a 3-day Soul Tower training qualification once a year.
Both principals were somewhat shocked. They spent lavishly on Yi Shiqing, proving their wealth and generosity.
All items auctioned at the academy were reimbursed, which was equivalent to opening a specialty store for Yi Shiqing. The cultivation method for supernatural abilities is priceless. It cannot be bought even with money.
What's most shocking is Li Dehui's promise of Soul Tower training at Dawn Academy. What the hell is this?
The Soul Tower is the core of Dawn Academy, and it is through this tower that the academy has gained its renowned reputation.
This Soul Tower is extraordinary. One's cultivation speed can increase exponentially when inside it.
It can not only forge the soul and body, but also greatly increase the possibility of supernatural ability mutation. It is thanks to this Soul Tower that Dawn Academy has achieved its current glory and become a sacred place that countless students yearn for. However, the qualification to cultivate in the Soul Tower is mostly given to outstanding students, and even the instructors are not allowed to enter at will. It's obvious that Dawn Academy really went all out to recruit Yi Shiqing this time.
Zhang Hui gritted her teeth.
She had expected the other party to offer better terms, so she was prepared. But to my surprise, the other party directly offered me the qualification to cultivate in the Soul Tower. But she simply couldn't offer such a condition. Seeing that Zhang Hui did not raise the price any further, Li Dehui continued, "Then, please make your choice." Yi Shiqing paused for a moment, then did not answer immediately. Although he had already leaned towards Dawn Academy, he couldn't help but feel curious at this moment.
All three major academies are here, right? Why are only Dawn Academy and Divine Gift Academy left now? He glanced around and then asked, what about Shanghai Academy?
As soon as they finished speaking, their expressions turned rather unpleasant.
After all, what he meant was, I don't like either of your colleges, I'm going to Shanghai.
Li Dehui and Zhang Hui looked at each other awkwardly.
Then Li Dehui tentatively responded, does student Yi have any complaints about our school? If there are any other needs, we will do our best to meet them.
Yi Shiqing shook his head. That's not what I meant.
I was just a little curious. I heard from the principal that a very important person was coming to the Magic City Academy. Driven by curiosity, I was also eager to meet him. Roar, roar, roar.
Hearing this, Li Dehui finally breathed a sigh of relief.
That's right.
He wiped the sweat from his forehead. That official just happened to be out on business. At this moment, Zhang Hui chimed in. That's right.
Didn't a strange phenomenon occur just now?
Because that person was very powerful, he went out to investigate.
It's probably been found out by now.
It was probably caused by some kind of 8th tier beast.
8th rank? The principal was taken aback at first. It's worth noting that a 7th tier alien beast can easily destroy a city.
The 8th tier is an even more formidable nightmare.
Its destructive power is enough to instantly reduce a bustling city to ruins. The principal and vice principal were already sweating profusely.
Seeing their awkwardness, Li Dehui calmly said, "Don't worry, that beast didn't seem hostile and disappeared after a while." As soon as the words were spoken, the two principals breathed a sigh of relief, their tense nerves finally relaxing. Yi Shiqing smiled but remained silent.
You have a good character. Li Dehui glanced at Yi Shiqing with a smile.
After all, an 8th tier beast is enough to intimidate people.
For example, the two principals next to me were terrified when they learned about the 8th tier beast.
On the contrary, Yi Shiqing appeared unusually calm, exuding an unusual tranquility.
Thank you for the compliment.
I haven't seen much of the world, so naturally I'm bolder than others, Yi Shiqing said modestly, shaking his head. After all, these so-called 8th tier exotic beasts and celestial phenomena were all created by himself. Just then, a series of heavy, unsteady footsteps came from outside the door, as if someone was struggling to move forward. Just as Yi Shiqing turned to look at the door, it was pushed open. A middle-aged man appeared at the doorway, his face haggard, his eyes filled with anxiety and anticipation. He had a bushy, frizzy hairstyle and a full beard. His clothes were slovenly, and his jacket had a huge Ultraman image printed on the back, with 3 conspicuous characters below it. His outfit made him look exactly like a homeless person, which almost made Yi Shiqing burst out laughing. Where did this homeless person come from?
How did they get into the school? The vice principal frowned. Where are the security guards? What are they doing?
As soon as they finished speaking, Zhang Hui and Li Dehui suddenly stood up, startling everyone present.
Greetings, Lord Fire Emperor.
The two bowed simultaneously, without a trace of arrogance.
Fire Emperor?
Yi Shiqing and the principal and vice principal were all shocked at the same time, and an incredulous feeling welled up in their hearts. They never expected that this seemingly ordinary homeless man was actually the legendary Fire Emperor Zhang Quan. Fire Emperor Zhang Quan, as the dean of the Magic City Academy, has an unquestionable status and strength. He wields powerful fire energy and is hailed as the god of fire. However, according to a large amount of information found online, the Fire Emperor is always depicted as wearing a suit, appearing dignified and majestic. He was completely different from the homeless man he appeared to be. But upon closer inspection, the two do indeed share some similarities in their facial features. The vice principal's expression was extremely complicated, After all, he had just said something offensive. With the arrival of the Fire Emperor, countless reporters flooded into the scene.
Hello everyone, I'm reporter Yu, and I'm currently at Yongchang No. 1 Middle School.
At this moment, we can see that the Fire Emperor has personally visited the first high school to recruit Yi Shiqing, the top scholar of Yongchang. As soon as he finished speaking, a flurry of camera shutter clicks filled the air.
Countless cameras pressed their shutters simultaneously, and flashes twinkled like stars.
At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the whole world was captured by the sound of the camera shutter. At this moment, Zhang Quan, the dean of the Magic City Academy, had a solemn expression and a serious demeanor.
Fire Emperor, my words just now were not meant to offend you. The vice principal's legs trembled uncontrollably. Zhang Quan took a deep breath, strode forward quickly, his pace quickening, his eyes gleaming with excitement.
The vice principal had his head down, and beads of sweat dripped down his face like glistening pearls onto the ground. However, Zhang Quan ignored him completely and walked straight past him. When Principal Chen Hui saw Zhang Quan staggering towards him, he instinctively extended his right hand. But Zhang Quan only brushed past Chen Hui before suddenly grabbing Yi Shiqing's hand from behind.
Student Yi. Hello. Zhang Quan smiled kindly, bowed slightly, and spoke with excitement and sincerity. He gripped Yi Shiqing's hands tightly and shook them vigorously up and down. Hello.
Yi Shiqing's lips twitched slightly as she responded softly. The Fire Emperor Zhang Quan is so humble towards his students, disregarding his status.
Is this a sign of moral decay or a distortion of human nature?
The sound of countless camera shutters rose and fell, and the cameras in the reporters' hands twinkled like stars, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. At this moment, both principals and the mentors from the two colleges all seemed somewhat bewildered. After all, the Fire Emperor's identity is unshakable. He possesses unparalleled strength and prestige. However, at this moment, Zhang Quan showed a humble and subservient attitude towards Yi Shiqing, which was completely different from the arrogance that a strong person should have.
Just as Yi Shiqing was about to speak, Zhang Quan suddenly wrapped his arms around his neck.
Student Yi, I have long heard of your exceptional talent, unparalleled intelligence, and handsome appearance. Now that I have met you, I can confirm that your reputation is well deserved. Yi Shiqing's face broke into a bright, maternal smile.
Oh, that's not true at all. I'm just an ordinary person. If I had to say what's special about me, well, maybe I'm a little bit handsome, a little bit stronger, and a little bit smarter.
If I had to say what my strengths are, I guess I have no weaknesses.
He laughed self-deprecatingly, then said, the truly remarkable one is Dean Zhang.
He is young and promising, and his formidable strength has earned him the title of Fire Emperor, making him a force to be reckoned with. The two principals and the reporters outside the door twitched at the corners of their mouths as they listened.
He's such an ordinary person.
So ordinary that he won first place in the entire district. So ordinary that the dean of a top-tier university personally greeted him.
How modest. He didn't mention anything except his strengths.
Hearing Yi Shiqing's praise, Zhang Quan grinned, then changed the subject and asked directly, interested?
To join our school?
At this moment, Li Dehui and Zhang Hui looked extremely grim. Although they knew Zhang Quan would come, they did not expect him to arrive so quickly, and even more so, to come in person as the dean, which clearly showed that he attached great importance to this recruitment. In contrast, the fact that their two colleges only sent two admissions mentors suggests that it was neither formal nor given enough importance. What's even more shocking is that Zhang Quan was able to set aside his dignity and bow to Yi Shiqing without hesitation to express his welcome.
This undoubtedly surprised and impressed everyone present. As the head of the hospital, Zhang Quan's status and prestige should not be underestimated.
If Yi Shiqing doesn't give a satisfactory response when he extends an invitation at this moment, it will indeed be embarrassing. The camera turned to Yi Shiqing, the lens fixed on him, as if everyone was waiting for his answer. Yi Shiqing shrugged first and said calmly, I know your academy is outstanding, and I understand the sincerity and kindness of Lord Fire Emperor.
Hearing this, Zhang Quan's lips curved into a crescent moon, and he asked expectantly, and what's your answer?
Yi Shiqing smiled smugly, I'm not interested. Yi Shiqing, the top scholar of Yongchang, actually refused the Fire Emperor's invitation in public.
They're completely ignoring the cliques. Is this arrogance self-confidence, or the awe-inspiring power of ideals?
The reporters at the scene immediately erupted in a frenzy. After all, Zhang Quan's status was unmatched. In their eyes, being able to speak with Zhang Quan was a great honor. However, Zhang Quan treated Yi Shiqing with great respect, assuming that the other party would gladly accept the invitation. Unexpectedly, Yi Shiqing delivered a heavy blow to them. At this moment, Zhang Quan still had a smile on his face, but he stood stiffly in place.
He stood there stunned for a long time before slowly asking, why? Because I'm going to Dawn Academy.
As soon as he finished speaking, Li Dehui's expectant eyes almost overflowed, and the corners of his mouth turned up wildly, completely disregarding his pride. Just as Zhang Quan was about to speak, Yi Shiqing spoke first. I know that both of your colleges are top-tier institutions, and Dean Zhang, you are an even more influential figure. But since I chose Dawn Academy before, I want to follow my heart.
I will always remember your kindness and the importance you place on me.
But I'm sorry, I can't accept that. After Yi Shiqing finished speaking, he broke free from Zhang Quan's hand and bowed slightly respectfully. Apart from the clicking of cameras, the scene was unusually quiet. Everyone seemed to have been paused, frozen in place. Zhang Quan's expression changed rapidly, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and then his vision went black. Good lad, you've got guts. At this moment, Zhang Quan exuded an invisible pressure, like a giant hammer pressing heavily on everyone's hearts. A sudden gust of wind swept through the office, causing small items and curtains to flutter wildly in the breeze. The two principals and the reporters at the entrance were breathing heavily under the intense pressure. Sweat beads, like soybeans, slid down his cheeks. Even Yi Shiqing felt an unprecedented sense of threat. He had faced attacks from the Mandrake, the rock-armored Dragon King, and 50 other strange beasts during his exams, but he had never felt such oppression. He stared at the disheveled man, a chill running down his spine. That person's presence made him extremely uneasy, as if he were hiding endless danger. Yi Shiqing frowned, his eyes grave, truly powerful. What do you want to do? He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Lord Fire Emperor, this is Ye's wish, and we cannot force him. Li Dehui stepped forward and said. Now that Yi Shiqing has provided an answer, he naturally wants to protect the student's rights. Zhang Quan glanced at Li Dehui with disdain out of the corner of his eye, which immediately made the latter's heart tighten. He instinctively took a few steps back, his breathing becoming cautious. I don't need you to tell me what to do, Zhang Quan said coldly. Li Dehui was drenched in sweat at this moment. Zhang Quan, the Fire King, was renowned for his power and was known as a brute. He acts ruthlessly and domineeringly, never showing mercy, and wherever he goes, chaos ensues. It is said that during a beast tide in the waters of Southwest Asia, he single-handedly held off thousands of enemies. He charged into the beast tide and slaughtered half of the strange beasts. If he hadn't intervened, the southern coast of China might have already been reduced to ruins. Li Dehui gritted his teeth and mustered his courage to say again, Lord Fire Emperor, I know your expectations for this child. However, spiritual practice requires foresight and experience. It cannot be forced. We must respect his true self. Only through free growth can a person truly shine. Zhang Quan frowned deeply. Of course I understand that. It's not your place to lecture me. As soon as he finished speaking, an even stronger gust of wind erupted from his body. This gale, carrying boundless pressure and power, instantly swept across the entire space. The entire building began to shake uncontrollably. The reporters outside were no match for the wind. They were all blown off their feet and left in a sorry state. The people inside the house were different. They were all people with superpowers. Despite the raging winds, he managed to maintain his balance thanks to his special abilities, avoiding the disheveled state of the reporters outside. Yi Shiqing was physically strong, and after taking a few steps back, he regained his footing. Li Dehui dared not say anything more at this moment. The college has always admitted students based on merit. It is not uncommon for admissions officers to have heated conflicts with each other. Therefore, courts typically adopt a laissez-faire attitude in such cases. They generally won't interfere unless things get so serious that they can't be salvaged. If you anger the other party and they resort to violence, you could be severely punished at any time, or even wiped out. The reporters outside the door immediately became excited and stood up. The people inside were terrified and no one dared to say a word. The air seemed to freeze instantly. Even swallowing saliva became a cautious act. At this moment, Zhang Quan walked heavily toward Yi Shiqing, his head held high and his expression gloomy, his eyes sharp as knives. I'll ask you one more time. What's your answer? Yi Shiqing frowned, but her face remained fearless, her eyes filled with determination and unyielding spirit. He answered without changing his expression. Click, click, click. The camera shutter kept clicking outside the door. Yi Shiqing's words left all the reporters speechless with shock, their jaws practically dropping to the floor. They originally thought Yi Shiqing would compromise and succumb to the pressure from the Fire Emperor. However, his answer shattered their illusions completely. He dared to show no fear in front of the Fire Emperor. At this moment, Zhang Quan was so angry that his scalp tingled. Refuse? Then I'll. He slowly extended his right hand, raising it high, as if to release all the burning anger in his heart. Upon seeing this, Yi Shiqing instinctively covered his chest with both hands, his face showing fear, and his body involuntarily retreated. Everyone was shocked, never expecting Zhang Quan to do something so outrageous. Just as everyone was filled with astonishment, Zhang Quan knelt down in front of Yi Shiqing with a thud. His knee slammed heavily against the ground, making a dull thud. Yi Shiqing. Everyone. This sudden action caught Yi Shiqing completely off guard, leaving her mind blank. I'm begging you, come to our college. We haven't recruited such a talented student in ages. Before he could react, Zhang Quan suddenly grabbed his leg, bursting into tears, his saliva almost soaking Yi Shiqing's trouser leg. The reporters outside the door immediately erupted in a commotion. Zhang Quan, the dean of the Magic City Academy and the Fire Emperor, actually knelt down to beg for mercy. Breaking news! Breaking news! Fire Emperor Zhang Quan actually knelt down and begged for mercy to recruit this new student. Is this child a gift from heaven? The reporters' discussions were deafening, and the atmosphere at the scene immediately became tense. Everyone stared in disbelief, their faces faces filled with shock and confusion. Instantly, the scene fell into dead silence, with only the reporter's clamor remaining.
All eyes involuntarily fell on Yi Shiqing, their eyes filled with doubt and anticipation.
They began to speculate about Yi Shiqing's true identity and were filled with curiosity about him.
"Come on, we'll grant you anything you want," Zhang Quan said, sobbing.
Yi Shiqing's lips twitched. He tried to pull Zhang Quan's hand away, but he couldn't break free at all and had no choice but to give up.
"Dean Zhang, please get up. I've really made up my mind."
No, no. Zhang Quan hugged Yi Shiqing's leg even tighter, like a spoiled child begging his parents to buy him a toy. But he wasn't a child, he was a slovenly middle-aged man. His face was slovenly and looked somewhat comical. The two pulled and tugged at each other, neither willing to give in. Yi Shiqing struggled desperately to help Zhang Quan up, but Zhang Quan was unreasonable and begged him while crying.
Make way, excuse me, excuse me."
Just then, two men dressed in black suddenly squeezed out from the crowd at the entrance.
The two then looked around.
When he caught a glimpse of Zhang Quan lying on the ground like a lapdog out of the corner of his eye, everything went black. Without hesitation, the two immediately separated Zhang Quan and Yi Shiqing.
"Dean, stop fooling around here."
No, no. Zhang Quan was pulled away from Yi Shiqing's feet by the two men, but he still kept arguing and cursing. Just as Zhang Quan was separated, Yi Shiqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. A man wearing glasses stared at Yi Shiqing with a somewhat ashamed expression. "I'm so sorry, Yi, for letting you see these embarrassing things and causing you trouble. Our dean was just too excited to see you. Please forgive him." Yi Shiqing shrugged, a bitter look on his face.
"It's all right. Dean Zhang's excitement only shows how much he values and respects me. How could he possibly find it troublesome?"
He responded politely, in a humble tone, and with a respectful attitude. After all, respect and courtesy are essential when facing such powerful seniors.
The man in black nodded and continued to explain.
"Our dean should have been waiting for you here, but some unexpected events occurred. The strange phenomenon that covered the sky just now forced the dean to investigate the truth personally, so he was unable to receive you immediately." He paused, then continued. "That's why the dean was somewhat unwilling, which is why he did those outrageous things just now." Yi Shiqing had heard about these things from Li Dehui, his mentor at Dawn Academy, so he wasn't surprised. With great power comes great responsibility. This just proves that Dean Zhang is a highly respected and selfless hero. The other person glanced at Zhang Quan, who was still cursing, and then tentatively asked,
"Has Yi really made up her mind? Is her goal Dawn Academy?"
Yi Shiqing nodded heavily without hesitation. "It's decided." Upon hearing Yi Shiqing's firm reply, Zhang Quan seemed to lose his soul and collapsed to the ground, utterly powerless.
At this moment, Li Dehui, the admissions advisor for Liming College, was moved to tears and speechless with excitement.
He is indeed a good child. Regardless of threats and bribes, he still chose his own school. When I get back, I must have a good talk with my superiors and try to get more resources for him. The bespectacled man in black nodded helplessly, a hint of regret on his face.
"All right, we won't force you.
We'll be content if we see you achieve great success in the future." Then, he turned to Zhang Quan, who seemed dazed, and said, "Did you hear that, Dean? They just won't agree." However, Zhang Quan was completely deaf to what was being said, like a living dead man.
Sigh. "Congratulations. Not only have you taken in the S-rank Xiaorong Xue,
but you've also recruited a promising talent," the taciturn Zhang Hui remarked. The tense atmosphere in the room came to an abrupt end with Yi Shiqing's decision.
Click, click, click. The continuous sound of camera shutters followed. "Congratulations." Two men in black from the Magic City Academy also offered their congratulations. "We haven't fully investigated the strange phenomenon we just witnessed, so let's proceed first." After speaking, the two men in black from the Magic City Academy helped Zhang Quan walk towards the door.
"Take care, leaders." The principal and vice principal respectfully saw them off. The reporters blocking the door also made way for them.
"Then I won't stay any longer."
Zhang Hui waved her hand and walked towards the door. "Take care, leaders," the principal and vice principal said respectfully again. After Zhang Hui left, Li Dehui strode up to Yi Shiqing and patted him on the shoulder. "Since you've chosen our college, we certainly won't let you down." After saying that, he picked up the admission notice that had been knocked away by Zhang Quan's aura from the ground and handed it to Yi Shiqing. "This is your admission letter. You'll need it when you register at the school."
Then he added,
"Of course, even if you accidentally get lost, our school will still welcome you." Yi Shiqing took the admission notice from his hand and glanced at its contents. "Our school starts on September 1st, but you can come to school earlier. You don't need to prepare any enrollment materials, as we have already collected them all. You just need to arrive at school on time." Yi Shiqing replied with a natural smile, "I understand.
I will definitely come."
"Very well.
Dawn Academy sincerely welcomes you to join us." After finishing his sentence, Li Dehui didn't linger. He said goodbye and left in a hurry.
"They're all incredibly busy," the principal remarked. "That's true. I invited a few people to stay for dinner, but they all declined."
The vice principal sighed.
"After all, with great power comes great responsibility, and this is especially true for admissions officers at prestigious universities."
"That's right. Getting an acceptance letter from Dawn Academy is an honor that everyone dreams of. The principal walked over to Yi Shiqing and patted him on the shoulder. Yi Shiqing stared at the admission notice in his hand, his gaze firm and full of strength. After a moment of silence, Yi Shiqing had just left the admissions office. In an instant, the sound of countless camera shutters clicking deafeningly filled the air. A commotion arose in the crowd as reporters swarmed forward, microphones pointed at Yi Shiqing. The flashes of light came one after another, as if trying to freeze this moment forever. Yi, we finally got to interview you. What are your thoughts on what happened today? Why did you refuse to listen to the Fire Emperors, please? Could you be a true disciple of the Hermit of Hidden Mountain? Countless clamors and doubts rose and fell in the air. Yi Shiqing merely frowned slightly, coughed twice, and revealed a smug smile. Want to know why? The reporters all nodded. Yi Shiqing struck a cool pose. I tell you this today because I come from a mysterious place, far away and hard to reach. His tone was relaxed and natural. Student Yi, stop keeping me in suspense. Okay. Yi Shiqing composed himself, because I come from. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. The Great Tang Dynasty of the East. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. The Great Tang Dynasty of the East? What kind of place is that? I don't know. I've never heard of it. I guess it's some kind of Buddhist holy site. Yi Shiqing quickened his pace, trying to escape the noisy surroundings. Explaining to these reporters is too troublesome. If you make the slightest mistake, they will fan the flames, and public opinion will get out of control. This could offend quite a few people. However, the reporters were not about to let this unparalleled figure off the hook so easily. They held their cameras like hunting dogs chasing their prey, following closely behind Yi Shiqing and taking pictures incessantly. At this moment, the first and second year high school students have not yet started their summer vacation. Therefore, when Yi Shiqing walked on campus, he immediately attracted envious and admiring glances from the first and second year high school students. Wow, is this Senior Yi? He's so handsome. I've been following him before. Me too. I didn't expect him to be not only handsome, but also so strong. Even the principal of a prestigious academy in Shanghai knelt down to worship him. He will be my idol from now on, and I want to get into Dawn Academy too. At this moment, Yi Shiqing was like a top-tier celebrity, attracting countless eyes with every step she took. Many students even followed him, watching him leave the school. Yi Shiqing was actually quite troubled. The main problem is that the group of reporters who follow us like a shadow are constantly harassing us. Now that I'm a public figure, I naturally can't lose my temper. After all, during filming, Zhang Quan, the Fire King, and the two principals all tacitly agreed. Clearly, they all agreed on the situation. After all, the more I appear in front of the camera, the more publicity it is for the school and the city as a whole. As a newcomer who had just started to make a name for himself, he naturally felt embarrassed to say much. Moreover, he represents the image of the entire city. They won't come home with me, will they? Yi Shiqing stood at the school gate, scratching his head. Hey, over here. Just then, a woman in a yellow and white dress waved frantically at Yi Shiqing from the roadside some distance from the school gate. Her figure was particularly eye-catching. The woman is at least 1.67 meters tall and has an upright posture. Her graceful figure was charming and alluring, her eyes and brows exuded a captivating charm, her features were exquisite, and coupled with her confident expression, she was an exceptionally elegant woman. Without a doubt, she is an unforgettable beauty. She stood there gracefully, with $1 million Alphard parked behind her. The car body gleamed with a luxurious luster under the sunlight, as if proclaiming the owner's extraordinary status. The woman slightly turned her head, gesturing for the other person to get in the car. Seeing that someone had come out to help him out of the predicament, Yi Shiqing did not hesitate and quickly walked to the other side, opened the car door and sat directly in the back seat. As the woman slammed on the gas, the car emitted a deep, angry roar. The car sped away like a wild horse. Only the dust that was kicked up remained for the reporters to photograph. The car drove for 3 minutes. Yi Shiqing first glanced at the beautiful woman in the seat. He examined her carefully, making sure he hadn't seen her before, and then, after gathering his thoughts, he began to speak. Thank you for coming to my rescue. The woman smiled sweetly. It's only right that I do a little favor for the top scholar from Yongchang. Thank you, but I don't think I've seen you before. The woman looked into the rearview mirror and met Yi Shiqing's gaze. I know now. My name is Xiao Rou. Then, Xiao Rou added somewhat shyly. Can we be friends? Yi Shiqing was taken aback. He hadn't heard those words in a long time. In an instant, his thoughts were drawn back to the past. In both eras, due to Wang Hao's actions, he was ostracized and isolated at school, and the loneliness and helplessness he felt were still unforgettable. In another era, he became a legendary killer, inspiring fear in all who heard of him. People only felt fear and avoided him when they saw him. A warm breeze blew in through the car window, bringing a touch of warmth. A smile involuntarily crept onto Yi Shiqing's lips. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Sure, I'd love to be friends with a beautiful woman. I don't need to introduce myself, right? After all, you said I'm a celebrity, so you must know me. Hearing Yi Shiqing say this, Xiao Rou's cherry-like lips, beneath her high nose bridge, slightly
slightly turned up, revealing a barely perceptible smile.
After a moment's thought, Yu Shiqing asked, "Your surname is Xiao? Could you be from the Xiao family?"
After all, while the surname Xiao is not uncommon, it is by no means ordinary.
Moreover, the only family in Yongchang with the means to own a beautiful woman driving a luxury car is the renowned Xiao family.
Therefore, upon hearing her name, Yi Shiqing naturally thought of the Xiao family.
Yes,
that's right, it's the Xiao family you're thinking of, Xiao Rou said crisply. Yi Shiqing looked her over again and tentatively asked, "So, what's your relationship with Xiao Rongxue?"
"She's my cousin," Xiao Rou answered first.
Before Yi Shiqing could finish speaking, Xiao Rou interrupted him, saying,
"No wonder.
I've heard that every direct descendant of your Xiao family is handsome, stunningly beautiful, powerful, and exceptionally capable. Seeing you today, I can confirm that your reputation is well-deserved and a feast for the eyes." Hearing Yi Shiqing's praise, Xiao Rou was overjoyed. After a moment, she composed herself and said,
"It's not that exaggerated. I'm no match for Xiao Rongxue at all.
Whether it's strength, status, or ability, I'm far behind her. So I admit I'm incredibly beautiful, but in terms of ability, I'm just an ordinary person with no real talent or knowledge."
She rested her left hand on the car window and her right hand on the steering wheel.
The gentle breeze outside the car window softly lifted her hair, adding a touch of tenderness to her appearance.
"Ordinary people?"
Yi Shiqing was somewhat surprised.
Xiao Rou nodded. "I haven't awakened any special abilities yet, so I'm just an ordinary person. Didn't I hear that every direct descendant of the Xiao family is an awakened one?"
The Xiao family of Yongcheng belongs to the Xiao clan, also known as a clan. While the Xiao family is virtually dominant in the area, they are actually just a branch of the Xiao clan. The Xiao clan's sphere of influence is extremely wide, holding a significant position not only domestically but also globally. This family is renowned for its powerful supernatural abilities and political influence, possessing a vast supernatural system spanning multiple fields, including supernatural abilities, finance, and banking.
Therefore, as part of the Xiao family, they naturally enjoy unparalleled blessings. Almost every direct descendant of the Yongchang Xiao family awakens a special ability.
Xiao Rou calmly shook her head. The world is vast and full of wonders. There are always exceptions.
I am the exception. She didn't seem bothered by it at all, and then said, "Aren't you the same?
You've awakened dual superpowers." After saying that, she looked at Yi Shiqing with an admiring expression through the rearview mirror. Yi Shiqing scratched his head, hesitating, unsure how to answer.
The Xiao family valued and took pride in its supernatural abilities most.
Almost every family member possessed powerful supernatural talents, with most awakening abilities at least at the B level. Even more astonishingly, 10 years ago, the Xiao family reached a glorious moment when 2 members successfully awakened S-level supernatural abilities.
This undoubtedly elevated the Xiao family's international standing once again. However, Xiao Rou has not yet awakened any special abilities, and is destined to face cold treatment from her family.
But she remains remarkably calm about it.
"Alright, let's not talk about this anymore."
Xiao Rou ended the conversation, her face full of a smug and doting smile, and turned to look at Yi Shiqing. "So, little brother, would you do me the honor of having a meal with me?"
"Of course. I can't refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman."
Yi Shiqing smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "I've saved some money again."
Hearing his reply, Xiao Rou's smile widened even more.
"Okay, then I'll pick you up at 9 o'clock tonight."
"Okay."
Yi Shiqing was taken aback.
"You know where I live?"
He hadn't paid attention to the direction they were driving while they were chatting in the car. Now he realized that Xiao Rou's driving route seemed to be heading towards his house.
Of course."
Xiao Rou laughed smugly. "Don't underestimate the investigative abilities of a top reporter." Yi Shiqing was speechless.
Time slipped by unnoticed as the two chatted happily.
Half an hour later, Yi Shiqing returned to the entrance of the residential area, escorted by Xiao Rou.
"See you tonight, little brother."
Xiao Rou rested one hand on the car window, gave him a flirtatious wink, and drove off.
"He actually tried to pick me up."
Yi Shiqing shook his head contentedly.
"Being handsome really does attract attention." He then walked through the residential complex back to his apartment.
Along the way, residents frequently congratulated and praised him, and many curiously inquired about his relationship
with Xiao Rou.
Yi Shiqing patiently answered each question. After all, he was now somewhat famous in the city, and living in the same complex as him was a privilege for these people. As soon as he arrived at his doorstep, he heard several barks. Woof, woof, woof. Then, with a creak, the door was gently pushed open a crack.
A small, fluffy black pug wagged its tail and ran happily out of the house.
Its round, big eyes stared at Yi Shiqing, and it bounced around on its hind legs. Yi Shiqing gently patted Fenrir's head and went inside. However, when he saw the scene inside, his vision went black and his lips twitched involuntarily. Everything before him was a complete mess, utterly chaotic. Garbage was scattered all over the ground, and bedding was dragged around and messy. Fortunately, the furniture was still intact. Although it was messy, at least it wasn't damaged. Yi Shiqing sighed heavily. He did not recall Fenrir to his consciousness space. After all, Fenrir needs to adapt to the modern environment after summoning the beast so that his cultivation and strength can improve. Unexpectedly, Fenrir was so lively that she made a complete mess of the house. Yi Shiqing stared helplessly at Fenrir, saying with a wry smile, "You really do like to cause me trouble." Fenrir stuck out his tongue and stared blankly at Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing raised his right hand and immediately recalled Fenrir into his consciousness space. Then, all he could do was mutter curses and grumble as he cleaned up the mess. "Sigh, I'm so busy. Time flies like an arrow," and soon it was 8:53 p.m. Yi Shiqing spent the entire afternoon tidying up the house. Thanks to his efforts, the once chaotic house became orderly. Every corner was carefully cleaned, and every item was neatly arranged. As Yi Shiqing walked out of the community gate, she immediately saw the Alfred parked on the opposite side of the road. He naturally got into the passenger seat. At this moment, Xiaoro changed into a dark red long dress and had exquisite makeup, clearly having dressed up specially. "You're pretty punctual, coming down a few minutes early," Xiaoro teased. "I can't keep you waiting." After exchanging a few words and joking around, Xiaoro stepped on the gas and sped away. Along the way, the two chatted occasionally. Yi Shiqing didn't ask where they were going to eat, but given Xiaoro's family background, it certainly wouldn't be bad. With the Alfred's engine off, the car stopped in front of a building in the city center called the Jinli Hotel. Jinli Hotel is one of the top-tier luxury hotels in Yongchang. "Let's go." Xiaoro glanced at him wistfully. "The seats are all reserved." Yi Shiqing smiled faintly, secretly marveling to himself, "This feels just like being kept by a rich woman. It's so great." Xiaoro parked the car, and the two walked into the restaurant side by side. "Miss Xiao, your seats are ready. Please follow me." Led by the waiter, the two sat down at a window seat on the third floor. "I originally wanted to take you to a better restaurant, but this is the only top-tier one in Yongchang. I don't know if it will suit your taste." Xiaoro's gentle gaze occasionally swept towards Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing replied with a smile, "This place is good enough. I can eat anything, whether it's delicacies or simple home-cooked meals." Xiaoro's gaze grew increasingly intense as she stared unabashedly at his face, her eyes brimming with emotion, her cheeks slightly flushed. As the waiter brought out the dishes, the two ate and chatted. "The grouper with soy sauce at this restaurant tastes amazing. This chicken soup is pretty good too. We also ordered some green vegetables to replenish our nutrition." There were only two people at the table. Xiaoro kept talking to herself and occasionally served food to Yi Shiqing. "Hey, isn't this Xiaoro? Meeting up with another man again." A malicious shout came from afar. Yi Shiqing and Xiaoro turned their heads to look at the same time, for men were seen walking towards them from a distance. The speaker was a tall and imposing man. He was in his 30s and was wearing a fine black suit. He wore a gold watch on his wrist, its dial gleaming, showcasing his nobility and luxury. Her hair was styled in a slicked back style, revealing a smooth forehead, which made her look even more confident and composed. He stared at the two of them with a mocking expression. "Xiaoro, at least find a decent man when you're looking for someone. How come you're still hanging out with such a country bumpkin?" Xiaoro frowned and said coldly, "By June, watch your mouth." "Watch your mouth? Ha! If you act uprightly and sit honestly, I think I'm right." Xiaoro gritted her teeth and stared fiercely at the other person. Several men walked to their table, their eyes full of mockery as they sized up Yi Shiqing. "Judging by this outfit, it's worth at most 200 yuan. Ha 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 ha." Bai Jun tugged at Yi Shiqing's sleeve, which immediately caused a burst of laughter. "Others are getting both money and happiness. Are you just bored and have too much time on your hands?" Xiaoro immediately retorted. "I have the financial resources and the strength, unlike you, a country bumpkin, who lowers your own status." Bai Jun remained aggressive. Yi Shiqing's lips twitched. Is this guy out of his mind? He's just looking for trouble. Although Bai Jun had been mocking Yi Shiqing, Xiaoro was even angrier than him at this moment. Her fair face immediately flushed red with anger. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Shiqing slammed her hand on the table, stood up, and stared fiercely at Bai Jun. The sudden action not only startled Bai Jun, but also attracted the attention of the surrounding diners. But Bai Jun quickly adjusted his mindset. "Oof, what do you want to do?" Yi Shiqing's face was very close, his eyes almost squinted into slits. "Open your dog eyes and look. Where am I unsophisticated? Every part of me exudes elegance and class. Look at your hair, it looks like the tail of the dog my second uncle raised. If you didn't have two legs to walk on, I really wouldn't be able to tell if you're even human." These words were like a bomb exploding around them, causing everyone to burst into laughter. The onlookers were all amused and laughed heartily. At this moment, Xiaoro subconsciously covered her mouth and chuckled. "You dare to insult me?" Bai Jun gritted his teeth. "Do you even know who I am?" Yes. "Do you know who Brother Bai is?" "My brother Bai is the eldest young master of the Bai family in Yongchang." "How dare you, a country bumpkin, insult him like that?" The henchmen around immediately started making a fuss. Bai Jun's face turned bright red, his fists clenched so tightly that his joints cracked. He exuded a powerful aura, which immediately created a wave of air. "An awakened one?" Yi Shiqing was stunned for a moment, then his eyes narrowed, showing no fear. The two were on the verge of exchanging blows. At this moment, Xiaoro immediately stood up and stood tightly behind Yi Shiqing. "Bai Jun, when will you ever stop?" Her eyes were firm, and although she was small in stature, she exuded a fearless aura. Xiaoro stared straight ahead, showing no sign of backing down, as if using herself as a shield to build an unbreakable defense for Yi Shiqing. Seeing Xiaoro protecting Yi Shiqing, Bai Jun's face turned even greener, his teeth clenched so tightly that they rattled, and anger blazed in his eyes. Yi Shiqing seemed to sense some changes and revealed a smug smile. He became increasingly reckless and went even further. He put his arm around Xiaoro's waist and glanced at Bai Jun with a provocative look in his eyes. Faced with Yi Shiqing's sudden action, Xiaoro's cheeks flushed red, her heart pounded, and she couldn't hide her shyness. Bai Jun was so angry his face turned blue. Comet. You hypocrite. Don't hide behind a woman. If you've got the guts, come forward. His roar echoed all around, his eyes wide open, veins bulging on his forehead, his anger almost bursting forth. Faced with the White Army's provocation, Yi Shiqing smiled contemptuously. He first moved Xiaoro behind him, straightened her clothes, and then stood firmly in front of Bai Jun like a mountain. His face was expressionless, only his eyes flashed with a cold light. What do you want? A bead of sweat slid down Bai Jun's forehead, and he subconsciously took a step back. Yi Shiqing showed no signs of special abilities, but his aura was overwhelming, completely suppressing Bai Jun. Bai Jun swallowed hard, his gaze hardening. Apologize to me. Apologize for what you just said. Yi Shiqing raised an eyebrow. Oh, so if you insult a dog, you have to apologize to it. The atmosphere between the two sides was extremely tense. Just as tensions were about to rise, the surrounding crowd suddenly stepped forward and separated the group. This is how a one-sided massacre was avoided. Alright, young Master Bai, don't be angry. Under the persuasion of the crowd, Bai Jun could only mutter as he left. Alright, young man, don't be so mean. Be forgiving. A kind-hearted middle-aged man patted Yi Shiqing on the shoulder. That kid started it. Yi Shiqing replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. Oh dear, this isn't about picking a fight. He's the eldest young master of the Bai family. Everyone in Yongqing knows him. The uncle glanced at Yi Shiqing, then suddenly exclaimed in surprise, why do you look so familiar? You wouldn't happen to be the top scorer in Yongqing's college entrance exam this year, would you? Really? Ha ha ha. Yi Shiqing scratched his head, laughing somewhat awkwardly. Although he was already somewhat famous in Yongqing, it didn't mean that everyone knew him. Bai Jun was an exception. The middle-aged man shook his head. Forget it, it's best not to provoke him no matter what. Young Master Bai is a second-tier ability user with a C-level talent, and he was admitted to Dawn Academy this year. His future is limitless. After saying that, he gave Yi Shiqing a meaningful look, gave her a few more words of advice, and then turned and left. Dawn Academy? Yi Shiqing pondered to himself. Bai Jun was admitted to Liming Academy this year, so he must be only 18 or 19 years old. Yi Shiqing stared at Bai Jun with complicated emotions, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. After Yi Shiqing and Xiaoro sat down, he immediately asked, who is he to you? Xiaoro sighed. That's the young master of the Bai family. Due to some reasons, the two families had previously agreed to strengthen their relationship through marriage. Since I haven't awakened my special ability yet, this matter fell to me. She lowered her head, a hint of bitterness in her eyes. But I don't like him, and I don't want this forced relationship. My parents only gave in when I was determined to force them with the threat of suicide. But young Master Bai remained stubborn, clinging to his illusions. I'm sorry to have dragged you into this, and I'll treat you to dinner, Xiaoro said apologetically. It's nothing. Yi Shiqing shook his head naturally. He had noticed Bai Jun's interest in Xiaoro at a glance, so it was no wonder he was so angry. At this moment, Yi Shiqing chuckled mischievously and glanced sideways at Bai Jun not far away. Bai Jun was staring intently at them, his hand gripping the tablecloth tightly, his eyes blazing with fury, his teeth clenched, and he was so angry he was about to explode. Their eyes met, and Yi Shiqing smiled smugly. Bai Jun slammed his fist on the dining table, making a whooshing sound like a steaming train. Yi Shiqing ignored him and turned her gaze back to Xiaoro. However, he will never let you go easily, so I will also protect you through family connections. Xiaoro suddenly lowered her head, somewhat shy. But our family won't stand up for outsiders. If you were mine, she didn't finish her sentence, a hint of expectation flashing in her eyes. It doesn't matter if he causes me trouble. I'll accept any challenge. Yi Shiqing replied calmly, without directly responding to Xiaoro's words. If anyone comes looking for trouble, he will not tolerate it. On the contrary, he will welcome them warmly, as he is currently lacking ability points and can take this opportunity to replenish them. By the way, that uncle just said he was accepted into Dawn Academy. Is that true? Yi Shiqing changed the subject. Yes, it's true. Xiaoro nodded. However, he didn't go to school in Yongchang, but in the neighboring Chuancheng. Chuancheng? It's a neighboring city, isn't it? Yi Shiqing took a sip of soup. He is indeed strong, but because Xiao Rongxue is too dazzling here, he can only avoid her if he wants to stand out. Xiaoro continued. Yi Shiqing nodded, indicating that he understood. Xiaoro continued. However, he failed the exam this time. He was too confident in the martial arts exam in Chuancheng. He encountered the rock-armored Dragon King right at the beginning and wanted to show off, but he was defeated miserably and the exam ended there. So when he said he was admitted to Dawn Academy, he actually paid a huge sum of money to get that spot. As she spoke, Xiaoro couldn't help
help but reveal a contemptuous smile. Haha, the world of the rich, I really don't understand it anymore. Yi Shiqing chuckled along. And tonight he's getting married. The admissions officers from Dawn Academy will also be attending the dinner. It's like a mouse trying to please a cat. Generally speaking, there is absolutely no possibility of getting in through connections if your score doesn't meet the requirements for admission to the 3 colleges. However, there are always exceptions. Families with powerful connections like this can occasionally get permission if they can afford to pay enough money. After all, who can resist the temptation of money? At this moment, Xiaorou rested her chin on her hands, gazing tenderly at Yi Shiqing. His eyes were full of longing, and his face had a slightly infatuated look. You're not like him. You got in through the proper exams. Others might even have to beg you to get into their school. Yi Shiqing listened, shook his head leisurely, and didn't say anything more. Come on, Dad. Sit here. Teacher Li will be here soon. A couple suddenly sat down at Bai Jun's table, and their presence made the atmosphere somewhat heavy and tense. The man had a neatly trimmed mustache, a stern face, and a determined look in his eyes. He was clearly a businessman. The woman beside him wore an expensive black dress, exuding elegance and nobility. Her hair was neatly combed, her makeup was exquisite, and she exuded the charm of a mature woman. These two people are Bai Jun's parents, Bai Jiada and Du Lijuan. Bai Jiada nodded slightly. When Teacher Li comes, remember to speak nicely to her. After all, we're the ones asking her for a favor. Du Lijuan gave her meaningful advice. After all, they spent a lot of money to barely get Bai Jun into Dawn Academy. If Bai Jiada hadn't had some connection with a certain leader at Liming Academy would never have given them special treatment. At that moment, Du Lijuan caught a glimpse of Yi Shiqing and Xiaorou out of the corner of her eye. Miss Xiao, what's she doing here? Bai Jiada also showed a hint of surprise. Du Lijuan's gaze immediately locked onto Yi Shiqing, and she couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. This little bastard actually rejected my son and instead came to find this country bumpkin. Bai Jun's face showed dissatisfaction, and he grinned. Upon seeing this, Du Lijuan immediately became furious. She stood up and waved. Come on, your son's mother will help you. Okay. Bai Jun agreed without hesitation. Bai Jun's father, Bai Jiada, took a sip of tea. Don't make a scene. Teacher Li will be here soon. Don't worry, I know my limits. Du Lijuan sneered. Xiaorou herself did not awaken any special abilities, and she was also several years older than Bai Jun. However, she rejected Bai Jun's advances multiple times. This left the Bai family both embarrassed and annoyed. They believed that the two families were well matched, and that Xiaorou's status in the Xiao family was not high. It should have been a great thing that her son was interested in her, but she refused to agree no matter what. Now that they have stumbled upon Xiaorou and Yi Shiqing having a secret rendezvous here, they are even more furious. Oh, Miss Xiao, what a coincidence. Du Lijuan stood in front of the two people's dining table and spoke with a sarcastic tone. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiaorou immediately stood up. And she still maintained the proper respect when facing her elders. Du Lijuan did not respond immediately, but instead looked Yi Shiqing up and down with a mocking gaze. Miss Xiao, I understand that you don't like my son. I don't want to interfere in the feelings of young people. However, when you're looking for a partner, you should at least find someone decent. Her eyes were cold and contemptuous, and her words were full of disdain for Yi Shiqing. Auntie, this is my business. Please don't be so aggressive here. Upon hearing that Yi Shiqing had been insulted, Xiaorou's eyes narrowed. Her once gentle face was instantly covered with frost. The respect they once showed has completely vanished. Yi Shiqing sighed and gently rubbed his forehead, muttering to himself, are these people out of their minds? Why do they keep calling me unsophisticated? Oh dear, you're getting fierce now. I'm only thinking about your future. Du Lijuan frowned and officially began to use moral blackmail. Who is he? My son is no match for this country bumpkin. We have plenty of money, and we are handsome. You are so old. If it weren't for the need to strengthen the relationship between our Bai family and your Xiao family, I would never have let my son pay any attention to you. Du Lijuan finally couldn't hold back and poured out her heart. She felt that she had already given Xiaorou a lot of face, but the other party didn't appreciate it. That's my business. It has nothing to do with you. Xiaorou's voice was soft, but it carried a hint of strength. Oh, you still. Before Du Lijuan could finish speaking, Yi Shiqing slammed his hand on the table and stood up. A loud bang echoed throughout the hotel, shocking everyone who witnessed the sudden noise. What do you want to do? Du Lijuan frowned, maintaining a relatively calm demeanor. Are you all out of your minds? Is this never going to end? Yi Shiqing clenched his right fist, his knuckles cracking. He was furious and just wanted to have a quiet meal, but he ran into this bizarre mother and son who kept chattering incessantly in his ear. Are you sick? Do you know who I am? How dare you insult me? Du Lijuan shouted. What do you mean by this? You want to hit me? You brute. I'm right. Calling you a bumpkin is already giving you face. Yi Shiqing frowned and immediately retorted. Then who do you think you are? Is this protecting a dog? You two, mother and son, are truly unique. One a weirdo and the other a moron. Your words are like farts, full of foul language, he shouted angrily. You. Du Lijuan gritted her teeth in anger
anger, her tongue seemed to be tied in knots, and she couldn't utter a single word. She was furious. She was a respected person in Yongchang, and when had she ever suffered such humiliation? She never expected that the other party would not give her any face and would directly hurl insults at her. "What do you mean, you?" Yi Shiqing raised his voice. "You'd better take a good look at your own eyes. Where am I not a handsome man, dashing and debonair? You?" Du Lijuan was so angry her head was about to explode. "Enough! You can't even handle something like this properly. Don't you feel ashamed?" Bai Jiejun's father, Bai Jiada, shouted angrily, stepping forward and pulling Du Lijuan behind him. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were full of anger and helplessness. Du Lijuan tried to speak but was interrupted. "Today is supposed to be a joyous occasion, don't spoil the mood," Bai Jiada said haughtily. "Wait a minute, Instructor Li from the Dawn Academy admissions office will be here soon. Everyone, get back," he ordered coldly. Under his father's fierce gaze, Bai Jiejun could only reluctantly retreat to his seat. "Don't worry, I'll handle it," Bai Jiada said, and Du Lijuan left, grumbling but satisfied. After the two left, Bai Jiada held his head high, staring at Yi Shiqing with an arrogant and contemptuous gaze. Yi Shiqing returned the look with the same gaze. "So what do you plan to do?" Yi Shiqing asked. "You're quite the smooth talker, but this society values strength and wealth." Bai Jiada's eyes narrowed to slits, his expression chilling like a venomous snake. "My Bai family has been established in Yongcheng for over 50 years, weathering countless storms, yet we have always stood strong because of our prestige and power. You hairless brat, you truly don't know your place." He stood up straight, hands behind his back, exuding a confident air. "Humph," Yi Shiqing snorted coldly. "So what? Rich people just like to take their pants off and fart. They have nothing better to do." "You," Bai Jiada wanted to retort. "Stop just saying you, say something else. If it weren't for the fact that you're almost in your coffin, I would have beaten you to a pulp by now." "Hit me? How arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong aura burst forth from Bai Jiada's body. A fierce gust of wind suddenly arose, raging fiercely. Teacups and coffee tables throughout the entire floor were overturned by the wind, shattering with a series of sounds. Fourth rank? The pressure is incredibly strong. The Bai family patriarch truly lives up to his reputation. He is actually a fourth-tier expert. Who is this kid? Why is he so arrogant? But I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. He looks a bit like the recent top scorer from Yongchang. The imposing aura emanating from Bai Jiada instantly attracted the attention of everyone around, and also sparked heated discussions about Yi Shiqing's identity. Although Yi Shiqing is now the top scholar in Yongchang, it is difficult for people who meet him in person to recognize him. After all, the footage was blurry at the time, and his face was covered in blood, making him look drastically different and naturally difficult to recognize. "Enough, Uncle Bai." Just then, Xiaorou gritted her teeth, her body drenched in sweat, and with all her might resist Bai Jiada's powerful pressure, resolutely stood in front of Yi Shiqing. Even a superhuman would find it difficult to withstand such powerful fourth-order pressure, let alone a frail woman like her. Xiaorou was covered in sweat, gritting her teeth, and resolutely stood guard in front of Yi Shiqing. "Xiaorou, get out of the way. If I don't teach him a lesson today, how can the Bai family maintain its foothold in Yongcheng? You yourselves were in the wrong first, so what right do you have to lecture others? Don't blame me for being impolite." Bai Jiada snorted coldly and reached out to pull Xiaorou away. The next moment, a pair of strong hands swiftly swung out and grabbed Bai Jiada's wrists. Bai Jiada was stunned, looking at Yi Shiqing with a face full of surprise. Yi Shiqing's astonishing speed left even a fourth-tier expert no time to react. More importantly, the air pressure around him made it difficult to breathe, yet Yi Shiqing was lively and energetic, bursting with such speed. The more Bai Jiada looked at Yi Shiqing, the more familiar he seemed, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Could he really be the top scholar from Yongcheng? That's right, only he has that speed, and only Yi Shiqing at that age. Don't go too far. As Bai Jiada pondered, Yi Shiqing spoke coldly, his words carrying a chilling murderous intent, his eyes blazing with killing intent that sent shivers down one's spine. Bai Jiada was startled and swallowed hard. Just as he was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye and froze in shock. "It's Teacher Li." Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yi Shiqing stared intently at Li Dehui walking towards them from a distance. He was slightly taken aback at first, but then immediately realized what was happening. After all, the banquet hosted by the Bai family was to welcome Li Dehui, the mentor from the Dawn Academy's admissions office. His appearance was not unexpected, everything was within Yi Shiqing's expectations. Seeing this, Li Dehui smiled slightly, his face full of joy and anticipation, and quickened his pace considerably. "Professor Li, you've arrived." At this moment, Bai Jiada withdrew all his energy, a kind smile appeared on his face, and he took the initiative to extend his hand. However, Li Dehui walked straight past him and grasped Yi Shiqing's hand behind Bai Jiada. "Yi, what a coincidence, you're here too." Li Dehui was all smiles and seemed quite excited. "Yes, I'm having dinner with friends," Yi Shiqing replied with a smile. Bai Jiada was immediately embarrassed, the smile on his face froze instantly, and his outstretched hand hung in midair, appearing particularly abrupt. After a moment, he composed himself, turned to Li Dehui
Dahuwei, and said, "Professor Li." Baijia smiled, but there was a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. Upon hearing the sound, Li Dahuwei reluctantly turned his head. Li Dahuwei responded softly, his tone carrying a hint of indifference and disdain. Clearly, he was not very welcoming of Baijia, and even felt a bit disgusted by him. The response was brief and direct, devoid of any warmth or friendliness, and merely a matter of politeness. Faced with such a cold and indifferent response, Baijia immediately lost face. Their enthusiasm for Yi Shiqing was even more evident, further proving Yi Shiqing's status as the top scholar in Yongchang. Baijia did not watch the live broadcast of the Yongchang martial arts exam. After all, his son was in Xuancheng, so the martial arts exam in Yongchang was unlikely to attract his attention. However, given its immense popularity, the news naturally spread like wildfire. He had long heard of Yi Shiqing's formidable reputation in the martial arts examination. More importantly, even Zhang Quan, the principal of Shanghai Academy, once knelt down and begged Yi Shiqing. This is why Yi Shiqing was able to gain a foothold in Yongchang. However, their family just had an unpleasant argument with the other party. Thinking of this, Baijia's face turned deathly pale, and his expression instantly darkened as if he were about to burst into tears. After calming himself down, Baijia tentatively asked, "Professor Li, do you know him?" Li Dahuwei nodded leisurely. He then gestured to Baijia to introduce Yi Shiqing. "Mr. Bai, this is Yi Shiqing, a student we are focusing on developing this year at Dawn Academy, and also the pride of our academy." Upon hearing this name, Baijia's face darkened further, as if a storm cloud had gathered. Yi Shiqing stood quietly to the side, her gaze firm and confident, without saying a word. "Wow, that's Yi Shiqing. That's right. Why does this look so familiar?" During the martial arts exam today, the helicopter kept filming his heroic and dashing figure. "I never expected him to be so handsome in person." All eyes turned to Yi Shiqing, and exclamations of praise and admiration filled the air. A sweet smile, like the first snow meeting the sun, instantly bloomed on Xiaorou's face, bright and warm. She already knew these things, and at this moment she seemed even more excited than Yi Shiqing. At this moment, Baijun and his mother, looking haggard, slowly approached. They pursed their lips, their faces filled with unspeakable bitterness. Baijia forced a smile. "Instructor Li, this is my son, Baijun." Li Dahuwei glanced at them and sneered. Not bad at all, bullying others with their power, like dogs relying on their master's influence. He showed no mercy in his sarcastic remarks. Baijun immediately became awkward and couldn't say a word. He's just a child, it's inevitable that he'll say something outrageous. Baijun's mother, Du Lijuan, hurriedly stepped forward, her face full of anxiety and helplessness. "The child?" Li Dahuwei sneered again. "And what about you? You let him speak recklessly and let him run wild. You parents are just as arrogant and unreasonable." He crossed his arms, his eyes filled with disappointment and anger. The voice grew increasingly stern, forcing the two people opposite to lower their heads and remain silent. Even though Baijia was a famous figure in Yongchang, he was like a lapdog in front of Li Dahuwei at this moment. His previous arrogance vanished in an instant, leaving only weariness and bitterness. Li Dahuwei snorted coldly and glanced at the three of them. "If it weren't for Elder Chen's sake, our Dawn Academy would never have accepted him, nor would we have allowed him to attend this banquet. I don't care if you point fingers and act aggressively at others, but Yi is a once-in-a-century genius in our college, a miracle. How dare you insult him? With your kind of behavior, coming to our Dawn Academy is simply asking for trouble." Li Dahuwei's face was cold, and his words were full of contempt. "I'm so sorry." At this moment, Baijun bowed deeply to Li Dahuwei, his expression respectful. "No, you don't need to apologize to me." As soon as Li Dahuwei finished speaking, his gaze turned to Yi Shiqing. Baijun's face immediately became conflicted, he hesitated to speak, and his brows were furrowed like a twisted rope. After a moment, he took a deep breath, as if he had made a great decision, and stammered, I'm sorry, I was short-sighted and too arrogant." Yi Shiqing remained expressionless, showing no intention of responding. "I'm sorry, I was really wrong," Baijun said again. Yi Shiqing remained as cold as ice, like an imposing and inviolable statue. "I'm sorry, please don't take it to heart." Yi Shiqing remained silent. At this point, Baijun's mother, Du Lijuan, couldn't bear to watch any longer. "No, say something." Her tone revealed her dissatisfaction. "Then I won't accept it." Yi Shiqing revealed a carefree smile and said without any mercy, "I'm neither a good person nor a bad person, but I'm a petty person. When a petty person gains power, they always hold a grudge about certain things, so I will definitely keep this in mind." He had a mischievous smile on his face. "So, your apology. I won't accept this." Du Lijuan was furious and embarrassed and was about to retort when Baijia quickly covered her mouth. He gathered his thoughts, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and said to Yi Shiqing, "Student Yi, I'm truly sorry for what happened today. Whatever compensation you desire, we're willing to provide." Baijia was the most rational of the three. After all, he now understood the seriousness of the situation. They went to great lengths to get the White Army into Dawn Academy. "I finally got to this point by pulling strings, and now it's almost all for naught." "Compensation? That's easy. Kneel 3 times in front of me, and this matter will be wiped clean." Yi Shiqing
Shiqing spoke with disdain.
Isn't this a bit too much to ask?
Bai Jun frowned, his face full of dilemma. Yi Shiqing crossed his arms and remained silent, yet he refused to back down in the slightest.
If I tell you to kneel, you kneel. Why all the nonsense? Bai Jiata stared fiercely at Bai Jun, making him tremble in fear.
Oh, okay.
After a fierce internal struggle, the White Army finally reluctantly agreed.
His knees trembled for a moment, and he was about to kneel down.
Wait.
Just as Bai Jun was about to kneel down, Yi Shiqing spoke up like lightning.
I didn't tell you to kneel.
Then, he slowly raised his long, slender fingers and pointed contemptuously at the ground.
I'm telling you to kneel.
Yi Shiqing looked confident and cunning, with a smug smile on his face, like a sly fox.
You don't push your luck.
At this moment, Bai Jiata was blinded by rage and could not contain his anger. His eyes were bloodshot, and his facial muscles were contorted with anger. He never expected that Yi Shiqing would ruthlessly block all escape routes.
I really can't do that,
Bai Jiata said through gritted teeth. He had already established himself firmly in Yongchang. As the saying goes, a man's knees are worth gold, and no one will easily kneel down.
What's more, the person we're kneeling to now is just a greenhorn.
Even though they desperately wanted to get a spot at Dawn Academy, he would never kneel down like that.
This is about dignity. It's an inviolable bottom line in one's heart. Then there's nothing to discuss.
Yi Shiqing spread his hands, a triumphant smile on his face. Since she doesn't accept your apology, I don't want to see him getting into trouble with others at school.
Li Dehui gave a haughty snort. Then, Dawn Academy does not welcome you.
As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of Bai Jun and his family turned deathly pale, as if they had been struck by lightning. This also means that the financial and human resources they invested before were like betting on wealth in a dangerous situation. In an instant, everything vanished like a bubble, disappearing into thin air. The root of all this is simply that they can't say anything nice, and they can't see the truth in people's eyes. A moment later, Bai Jun and his family decided not to linger on the matter and left the Jinli Hotel dejectedly. After all, this dinner was originally prepared to entertain Feng Shan and curry favor with Li Dehui. Since the other party has already refused, there is no need to stay any longer.
Thank you, Teacher Li. You helped me get revenge,
Yi Shiqing said with a smile.
It's nothing serious. It's only right to defend the dignity of our students. Li Dehui paused briefly before continuing. Besides, I never thought much of them.
If they hadn't been so persistent in trying to force gifts on our academy, I wouldn't have bothered with them at all.
Yi Shiqing nodded lightly, ending the conversation. You probably haven't eaten yet, have you?
At this moment, Xiaoro chimed in. Yes, you came all this way, and now you've ended up having such a bad time.
Why don't you eat something here?
Thank you for your kindness, but I've already eaten, he said, glancing at Xiaoro.
And I don't want to interrupt your date.
As soon as she finished speaking, a blush appeared on Xiaoro's fair face, but she didn't refute it, she just lowered her head slightly. Yi Shiqing smiled awkwardly and quickly explained, we're just friends. Yi Shiqing's words struck Xiaoro's heart like a thunderbolt. She bit her lip, looking slightly disappointed, but thankfully she quickly adjusted her mood, and the gloom quietly dissipated with each breath.
Alright, I'll be going now. Li Dehui didn't linger any longer, said goodbye, and left.
With Li Dehui gone, the two were finally able to sit down quietly. People around occasionally cast curious glances, but quickly went back to their own business, as if the conflict was just a minor incident that soon returned to calm. The entire scene returned to order, as if nothing had happened. The two chatted casually at the dinner table from time to time. The atmosphere in this brightly lit and bustling luxury hotel is warm and comfortable. The two quickly finished their meal amidst relaxed conversation. I was originally going to have a nice dinner with you today, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. The two walked slowly along the roadside, and Xiaoro spoke up somewhat shyly. Cause and effect are interdependent. Meeting them was also predestined.
I don't quite understand, huh?
Xiaoro said with a laugh.
Wait here for a moment, I'll go get the car.
Yi Shiqing stood by the roadside, hands in his pockets, calmly looking ahead. Soon, a black Alfred slowly drove up. Xiaoro sat in the driver's seat, her gaze focused intently on the road ahead, a faint smile on her face, revealing her gentle and kind nature. Yi Shiqing opened the car door and smoothly sat in the passenger seat, his movements natural and without hesitation. The car was filled with a fresh fragrance, making people feel comfortable and at ease. Time flies like the wind, and every second seems to be condensed into a brief moment.
The casual conversations between the two added a touch of charm to their journey.
Xiaoro drove very slowly, as if she wanted to extend the journey. Even so, they quickly arrived at their destination, Yi Shiqing's house. When the car stopped, Xiaoro sighed softly, seemingly reluctant to leave this short journey. She turned her head comfortably to look at Yi Shiqing, a faint light flickering in her eyes. She smiled slightly and said softly, "We've arrived." Her voice was gentle and heartwarming. Yi Shiqing nodded, opened the car door, and got out.
"See you next time, little brother Yi."
Xiaoro winked at Yi Shiqing.
"Okay."
Yi Shiqing nodded in response.
"Oh, right." Xiaoro suddenly remembered something. "Your school starts on September 1st, right?" "Yes, aren't they all?" "Then I'll drive you home on the first day of school." "That's too much trouble." "Oh, no trouble at all. It's settled then." Before Yi Shiqing could respond, Xiaoro waved and drove off. Yi Shiqing smiled helplessly, shook his head, and turned to go back into the house. Time passed quietly, and the clock slowly pointed to midnight. In the silent night sky, the stars twinkled softly, like scattered pearls in the vast night. Yi Shiqing stood quietly on the rooftop, leaning slightly against the sturdy railing. His gaze drifted into the distance, landing on the brightly lit city. Skyscrapers stand tall, their lights gleaming, reflecting each other like twinkling stars. A gentle breeze caressed his cheek, bringing a touch of coolness and comfort. He felt the caress of the wind, a gentle peace and contentment welling up inside him. Immersed in this beautiful atmosphere, his thoughts drifted away. Yi Shiqing pondered the events of the day. Where exactly is Bai Jun's home? He murmured to himself, his right hand unconsciously pulling his phone out of his pocket. The news reports from Yongchang did not reveal the specific address of the White Army. This was mainly because the White Army spent most of its time in Chuancheng, rather than Yongchang. Only when Li Dehui came to Yongchang on business would he take the opportunity to come from Chuancheng to celebrate his marriage and handle Yongchang's affairs at the same time. Their cars are frequently seen at the intersection of Lanshan Cross Street and Wuxi Road. A glint flashed in Yi Shiqing's eyes, as if he had thought of something, and he began to make a brief deduction. Both of these streets are close to the Suweimu residential area. Logically speaking, the places a person frequents are mostly his home. This way, we can narrow down the search area and find the White Army's residence more easily. A smug smile appeared on Yi Shiqing's lips. After determining the target location, he flicked his cloak, and his entire body was enveloped in the black cloak. With a flick of his right hand, two double-edged swords, radiating a menacing aura, instantly appeared in his hand. He found his direction and jumped off the 10th floor without hesitation. Set off. The sunlight gradually faded away, disappearing in an instant. On August 31st, at 10:23 a.m. Beijing time, the 2-month holiday passed by in a flash. At this moment, the afterglow of the setting sun shone like gold, filling Yi Shiqing's room through the window. The furniture, walls, and floors were all stained gold, making the whole room seem to be immersed in a golden ocean. Yi Shiqing basked in the sunlight while packing her luggage. Just then, the television in the living room started playing an eye-catching news report. His gaze was completely drawn to it, and the tidying up he was doing came to a halt. According to reports, nearly 2 months ago, by June, the young master of the Bai family was murdered at 1 a.m. on June 11th. This matter has attracted widespread attention and heated discussion from all sectors of society. The scene shifts to the crime scene, where police tape has been put up and police cars are flashing their red and blue lights. A reporter stands at the scene, microphone in hand, reporting. As far as we know, Bai Jun was killed in his own apartment. His body was found in the room, and he was shot in the throat. The police have launched an investigation and have promised to do their utmost to find out the truth. Back in the studio, the host continued. It is worth noting that the method of the murder is very similar to that of the previous assassination of Wang Hao, the young master of the Wang family. The police are conducting a full investigation, and the public is asked to wait patiently. They then concluded, "We will continue to monitor the progress of the case and bring you the latest news as soon as possible. We hope the police can solve the case as soon as possible, give the victim's family an explanation, and put the public at ease." After reading the news, Yi Shiqing revealed a contemptuous and smug smile. After the assassination of Bai Jun, he was also placed on the police's suspect list. After all, the two had just had a conflict, and Bai Jun was killed shortly afterward. Who could believe that this wasn't a coincidence? Given Yi Shiqing's exceptional speed, it's understandable that he would be suspected. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fortunately, he has a likable personality, and the surrounding residents and people at the school support him. Furthermore, without any solid evidence, Yi Shiqing was ultimately cleared of all suspicion. However, he did not harm Bai Jun's parents, mainly because Bai Jiada's strength had reached the 4th level. They barely managed to kill the Bai army. If they were to confront Bai Jiada head-on, they would definitely reveal their weaknesses. It seems I'll have to be even more careful in the future. Yi Shiqing shook her head and then continued packing her luggage. Dawn Academy is located in Shangjing City, which is the capital of the entire China. Yongchang, on the other hand, is located to the south. It takes 6 hours to travel by high-speed rail, and there are no direct routes. You must first take a bus from Yongchang to Yubei City and then transfer. Yi Shiqing's bus runs 2 routes, one departing at 12 o'clock and the other at 2 o'clock. After packing his luggage, he casually took a black coat from the closet and put it on, then took a baseball cap from the drawer and put it on his head. Standing in front of the mirror, looking at himself, he couldn't help but exclaim, "How handsome I am." He then struck various poses, trying his best to show his most perfect side. Finally, he flashed a confident and charming smile, quite satisfied with his reflection in the mirror. Yi Shiqing is handsome, with a roguish charm. Now, dressed in this expensive and trendy outfit, her appearance has been greatly enhanced. "Now you can't call me unsophisticated anymore." After admiring his own appearance, he dragged his suitcase toward the door. I turned back and took a pleasant look at the cozy little house. It is simple and unpretentious, yet it brings peace of mind. He shook his head with satisfaction, closed the door, and left gracefully. carefully. Over the past 2 months, he has spent 3 million to purchase a book on cultivating supernatural abilities. The A-level ability, Blade of Time, has been upgraded to level 2, and the S-level ability, Dark Knight Overlord, has reached the peak of level 2. The God-level ability, Demon Wolf Fenrir, remains at level 1. Name, Yi Shiqing. Physical strength, 650. Agility, 1200. Strength, 600. Mental strength, 550. Ability points, 483. His basic attributes have also been significantly improved. In these 2 months, apart from the 93 ability points obtained from killing the White Army, no other ability points were obtained. Yi Shiqing sold all the cultivation techniques he had previously obtained. The account balance has now reached 14 million. As for the S-rank item, Ghost Spring, that I drew before, it remains quite mysterious. He took it to the Superpower Guild to sell, but they didn't know its purpose and didn't buy it. Yi Shiqing carefully examined the small, exquisite bottle in his hand, which was filled with ghostly spring. He gently shook the bottle, and a clear, pleasant sound of water came from inside. What's the point of it anyway? With a jumble of thoughts, Yi Shiqing quickly arrived at the entrance of the residential area. At this moment, Xiao Rou stood on the opposite side of the road, wearing a light white dress, her figure captivating. She waved her right hand, revealing a sweet smile, and beckoned to Yi Shiqing. The elegant and imposing Alfred was still parked behind us. Yi Shiqing smiled leisurely and waved in response. Sunlight bathed the earth, paving a dazzling, mesmerizing golden avenue. He took long, slender strides. Thank you for your help today, Sister Xiao, Yi Shiqing said, slightly embarrassed, from inside the car. It's no trouble at all. Besides, I offered to give it to you, Xiao Rou replied softly. Her gaze fell on Yi Shiqing out of the corner of her eye. He rested his left hand on the car window, the howling wind blowing past her ear and lifting her hair as it fluttered in the wind. She glanced at him, then smiled and teased. Indeed, clothes make the man. After changing into this outfit, Brother Ye's already handsome face becomes even more charming. Hearing Xiao Rou's praise, Yi Shiqing shrugged and smiled smugly. Of course, handsome and dashing, that's my defining characteristic. Ha, then the girls in the university are going to be in trouble, Xiao Rou said with a laugh. Hearing his words, Xiao Rou also revealed a charming smile, raising her eyebrows slightly. When you get to university, don't forget your big sister. That's for sure, Yi Shiqing said confidently. Looking at his confident face, Xiao Rou felt full of anticipation and blessings. Their laughter lingered in the warm atmosphere for a long time. Time flew by, and in the midst of their casual conversation, Xiao Rou quickly dropped Yi Shiqing off at the high-speed rail station. This time, she did not deliberately slow down. After all, Yi Shiqing's car departed around midnight. Even so, one should not delay other people's schedules because of one's own selfish desires. Let's go, Sister Xiao. Yi Shiqing gave Xiao Rou a confident smile. This time, Xiao Rou did not respond, but only a faint smile appeared on her face, her expression somewhat forced. She watched Yi Shiqing's figure gradually disappear into the high-speed rail station, a sense of loneliness welling up in her heart, but more so, a feeling of blessing. Just then, Yi Shiqing suddenly turned around and waved his hand, a gesture as sharp as cold light meeting the blazing sun. Time seemed to stand still, with only the sound of her excited and anxious heartbeat echoing in her ears. She bit her upper lip and muttered to herself, as if she had something to say but couldn't bring herself to say it. Her mind raced, and she took a deep breath, as if she had made a silent decision. As her lips trembled slightly, Yi Shiqing's figure had already disappeared into the vast sea of people. Her heart was in turmoil, like a heavy hammer that sometimes fell heavily and sometimes lifted gently. With a hint of regret on his face, he swallowed the words he hadn't spoken. She shook her head quietly, lightly pressed the accelerator with her right foot, and drove away. Good morning, crew members of train C8516. The station is about to begin boarding. Please prepare to welcome passengers aboard. Passengers will soon be checking tickets for train C8516 bound for Yubei Station. Passengers, please take your carry-on luggage and line up in order to wait for ticket inspection and enter the station. As the clear and pleasant voice of the high-speed rail station announcement rang out, Yi Shiqing dragged her suitcase through the ticket check and found her seat. Nothing unusual happened along the way, and there were no arguments. The surrounding passengers were unusually quiet. The scenery outside the window kept receding, and the carriage was quiet and peaceful, making the journey pass smoothly. Time flies by, and in the blink of an eye, this short 1-hour drive has come to an end. We are about to arrive at Yubei Station. Passengers who are preparing to disembark, please gather your luggage and prepare to get off the train. The train slowly came to a stop, and Yi Shiqing also stepped out of the carriage, as he still had to transfer. He dragged his suitcase, struggling through the crowded streets, and finally found a seat. There was still half an hour before departure. Sit quietly and wait for the next broadcast reminder. Stop thief! Stop thief! Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from the noisy crowd, instantly drowning out all the commotion. The sound pulled Yi Shiqing, who was resting with his eyes closed, back from his calm thoughts. Everyone turned to look, and saw a man frantically running away in the crowd. The man had an ordinary appearance and a hunched posture, constantly weaving through the crowd. His steps were hurried and urgent, his forehead was covered in sweat, and his his expression was panicked. "Stop! Don't run!" someone shouted. The people around were stunned at first, but then they reacted and stood in front of the man. The man bared his teeth and unhesitatingly whipped up a gust of wind with his right hand and left elbow. In an instant, he flipped several men who were blocking his way to the ground like chickens. "A superhuman," someone in the crowd shouted in terror, quickly making way for them. The man ignored all of this and continued running wildly. For ordinary people, people with superpowers are beings they absolutely cannot mess with. Yi Shiqing was hesitating whether to lend a helping hand. Suddenly, a beautiful figure brushed past his ear, followed by a gentle breeze that scattered his hair. He looked closely and saw a bewitching and beautiful figure from behind. With a slender and graceful figure and flowing red hair, she was clearly a woman. Her speed was lightning fast, weaving through the crowd like a ghost. People's eyes couldn't keep up with her figure at all. When she was only 5 meters away from the thief, she suddenly exerted her strength. Like a skilled high jumper, he leaped into the air and soared over the crowd. Just as the thief was feeling smug, that long, powerful leg stepped on his face. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The thief was sent flying like a soccer ball by the red-haired woman's powerful kick. He rolled several times on the ground before stopping. The woman landed steadily, and Yi Shiqing was able to see her face through the gaps in the crowd. The woman wore a bright red high ponytail, a white coat, and super short denim shorts, which perfectly outlined her long legs and full breasts, with her 36D curves being particularly eye-catching. Her figure is like a work of art meticulously sculpted by a master sculptor, both exquisite and elegant, exuding an extraordinary aura. With a high, straight nose and delicate brows, her face resembled a proud war god, with distinct lines and a touch of coldness amidst her beauty. She is about 1.7 meters tall. Her perfect height, exquisite figure, and beautiful face complement each other perfectly, fully embodying the profound meaning of the phrase heroine among women. Her beauty was comparable to Xiao Rongshue's. If Xiao Rongshue is a proud and aloof beauty, then this red-haired woman is a brave and fearless war goddess on the battlefield. One is aloof and indifferent, the other is incredibly brave. Each possesses a unique charm. Wow, it's huge! Yi Shiqing revealed a sly smile, his eyes as cunning as Chow Chow's. His gaze lingered on a certain spot on the red-haired woman for a long time, unwilling to look away. At this moment, the thief who had been kicked away by the red-haired woman staggered to his feet, a shoe print on his face and bright red blood seeping from his nostrils. You're asking for it." The thief was furious. He conjured a white vortex of wind with his right hand and suddenly attacked the woman. The woman assumed a boxing stance, her face expressionless, showing no fear whatsoever. The next instant, she faced the whirlwind and threw a heavy punch. The force of the punch was as fierce as a storm. Instantly, an even stronger gust of wind arose, tearing the thief's white whirlwind to shreds. The powerful force of the punch did not stop, and the thief in the distance was dented in the chest. A fierce wind howled and raged inside the station, causing the woman's clothes to flutter wildly. The people around her were blown about, but she stood quietly, as if confronting the raging wind. "Wow, who is this girl? She's amazing. Why does she look so familiar?" "She looks familiar too. Oh right, I remember now. She was the top scorer in our Yubei city. It seems to be called Chao Yu." "That's right, it's Chao Yu, a modern-day Mulan, a heroine among women." The girl's heroic figure immediately left everyone present speechless. Most people recognized her. Yi Shiqing stared at the tall and imposing figure in the distance, muttering to himself. At this moment, Chao Yu stood tall and looked down at the thief who was lying on the ground, clutching his chest and groaning. Her gaze was contemptuous and indifferent, as if she were looking at an insignificant ant. Immediately afterwards, an older woman hurriedly walked out from the crowd. Her anxious and unsteady steps clearly indicated that she was a victim. "Thank you so much, classmate," the middle-aged woman said to Chao Yu breathlessly. "Attention passengers, boarding for train C9520 bound for Shangjing Station is about to begin. Please take your belongings with you and queue in order to have your tickets checked and enter the station." As the clear and pleasant broadcast began, Yi Shiqing finally looked away from Chao Yu. He pulled his suitcase toward the ticket gate. After boarding the high-speed train, he found his seat and sat down. "I chose a window seat again this time, because it's a better place to rest." Just as he was about to close his eyes to rest, a strand of red hair suddenly fell in front of him. He instinctively turned his head to look. A prominent chest and an untamed, bold face suddenly appeared beside him. Sensing Yi Shiqing's sly gaze, Chao Yu sat down steadily and turned her head to look over in surprise. Their eyes met in mid-air. Yi Shiqing was taken aback at first, but quickly looked away after regaining her senses. Chao Yu frowned slightly, said nothing, and continued to organize her belongings. Although he looked away, his eyes still occasionally stole glances at Chao Yu's exquisite figure. "So our fate is so deep," Yi Shiqing thought to himself. His lips involuntarily curled up, revealing a sly smile. "It seems we're in for a treat along the way." As the high-speed train sped along the tracks, the scenery outside the window rushed past. The scenes in the film flashed by as if they had been fast-forwarded. The view outside the window was like a flowing, magnificent painting, dazzling the eye. Even the breathtaking scenery before them couldn't distract Yi Shiqing's smug yet somewhat lecherous gaze. After all, the scenery around him was far more enchanting and captivating. He pretended to look out the window casually, but he always secretly glanced at Chao Yu's curvaceous figure out of the corner of his eye. During the 6-hour drive, Yi Shiqing's gaze lingered on Chao Yu for almost 5 hours. Men being lustful is a part of their nature, and that's part of their heroic character. Besides, Yi Shiqing is a shameless scoundrel, not a gentleman at all. Fortunately, Chao Yu didn't seem to notice his gaze along the way. We are approaching Shangjing Station. Passengers who are preparing to disembark, please gather your luggage. As the train came to a stop, Yi Shiqing picked up her suitcase and walked out of the high-speed rail station without hesitation. He stood at the bus stop by the roadside, gazing at the luxurious and enchanting city in the distance. As the capital of China, Beijing is naturally a first-tier metropolis. The cost of living here is on a completely different level compared to Yongchang, a third-tier city. Fortunately, Yi Shiqing spends most of his time at school and has 14 million yuan in savings, which is more than enough to support himself. He glanced at the bustling crowd at the bus stop. Most of these people were of similar age and were probably students who came to Beijing to register. There are so many people, let's take a taxi, Yi Shiqing thought to himself, but when he took out his phone, he found that it was rush hour and he couldn't get a taxi at all. Mom, I'm in love. Left with no other option, he had to carpool. Soon, the system matched a vehicle that could be shared. The license plate number is B27C4D. Yi Shiqing silently noted it down. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, its howling sound echoing in our ears. The wind made everyone's clothes flutter. The girls in skirts hurriedly pulled at their hems, afraid of exposing themselves. Immediately afterwards, a dark shadow blocked out the sunlight like a dark cloud. Like a giant curtain, it instantly enveloped the people at the station. Yi Shiqing subconsciously looked up. A huge, white, strange bird suddenly appeared and flew above them. Its feathers are pure white, like the finest snowflakes piled up. Its massive body resembled a truck, casting a shadow like a moving giant cloud. The strange bird flapped its wings, each flap stirring up a fierce gale. As it slowly descended, its heels touched the ground within seconds. Looking up, a man in a black suit was standing on the back of the strange bird's neck. He has a delicate appearance and looks to be about 18 years old. Wow, isn't that Duan Feng? It really is Duan Feng. Oh my god, he's so handsome. The thing beneath his feet is his summoned superpower, the Skyhawk. So majestic. Upon seeing the man's face, most of the girls at the scene recognized him. Some people even started to swoon over the idea. He is indeed handsome, but he's still not as good-looking as me. Yi Shiqing muttered to himself. Yi Shiqing is quite good-looking, but today she's wearing a baseball cap which perfectly hides her good looks. It is both understated and charming. Listening to the girls around him showering him with compliments, Duan Feng smiled slightly. He surveyed the crowd with confidence and pride. Then the gaze slowly moved, finally settling on a pretty red-haired woman named Chao Yu. Chao Yu kept her head down, staring at her phone, never once looking up. She was out of place among the vulgar, infatuated girls around her. Duan Feng jumped off the back of the eagle, put his hands in his pockets, and walked proudly toward Chao Yu. He straightened his collar and organized his thoughts. Hey, Chao Yu. Chao Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, glanced at him, and gave a cold still so aloof. Chao Yu's cold response did not dampen Duan Feng's enthusiasm. There are too many people waiting for the bus, let me take you to school. I don't need you to take a taxi. Before Duan Feng could respond, Chao Yu's gaze had already turned to the distance, where a taxi slowly approaching came into view. After confirming that the license plate number was a 27C4D, she strode towards the car with her long, slender legs. Wow, that woman has a great figure. Yeah, but she's so aloof. Even Duan Feng was rejected by her. I really envy Duan Feng. If he invited me, I would be incredibly lucky. The girls around him cast complicated glances, a mixture of envy and admiration, as well as jealousy and contempt. They looked at Chao Yu, their hearts filled with a mix of emotions. Some admired and envied her exquisite appearance and superb figure. Some were bitter and jealous of her willful, arrogant, and aloof attitude. Chao Yu remained calm throughout, her expression revealing utter contempt for the sarcasm and ridicule of those around her. Amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, she walked straight to the taxi parked by the roadside. Meanwhile, Duan Feng, like a fawning lapdog, wobbled close beside her. As he walked, he kept muttering that he would take her home. However, each time, Chao Yu coldly and ruthlessly rejected him. My Skyhawk has reached the peak of the second tier, and it's very fast. Duan Feng stood in front of the taxi door, his tone somewhat aggressive. Chao Yu frowned, a hint of displeasure appearing on her face. I appreciate your kindness, but please move aside. Throughout the journey, Duan Feng's incessant chatter was like a noisy sparrow, the cacophony constantly lingering in my ears. Chao Yu remained silent throughout, refusing to say anything more. But Duan Feng's actions at this moment were like a pebble thrown into a lake, instantly shattering her inner peace and making her unhappy. Oh dear, really? Get out of the way. Duan Feng tried to make a final effort, but Chao Yu firmly rebuked him. Her tone left no room for negotiation. Duan Feng understood that continuing the entanglement would only worsen their relationship. Left with no other choice, he lowered his hand from Xiao Yu's grasp and opened the back door for her. Xiao Yu bent down and sat in the car without saying a word. Duan Feng pushed the car door open forcefully, trying to close it. Just as the car door was about to close, a strong hand appeared like lightning and suddenly pulled the door shut. Duan Feng was taken aback by the sudden force and subconsciously looked up in the direction of the poem. A handsome young man dressed in black and wearing a baseball cap stood in front of him. "What are you doing?" Duan Feng shouted, his brows involuntarily furrowing slightly. "Excuse me, this is the taxi I hailed." Yi Shiqing replied calmly. "You took a taxi?" Duan Feng scoffed. "Didn't you see anyone? It's just carpooling." As Yi Shiqing spoke, he took out his phone and waved it to show the license plate number. Duan Feng looked somewhat embarrassed, then glanced at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was taken aback by Yi Shiqing's uninvited arrival, but then nodded in agreement. It was indeed a carpool. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Feng's expression turned somewhat ugly. His lips twitched slightly, as if he was suppressing his dissatisfaction. After a moment of silence, Duan Feng said stiffly, "Then you can sit in the front." "No, don't." Yi Shiqing revealed a sly smile. "I'm afraid the driver has ulterior motives towards me." Driver, Duan Feng? What do you mean? Duan Feng frowned. "How can you be so stupid? Don't you even understand this?" Yi Shiqing's lips curled into a smug smile. "I want to sit in the back." The smile held a hint of mockery, as if it were a deliberate taunt. Duan Feng's expression became incredibly interesting. In all his years in the industry, this was the first time he had encountered such an awkward situation. His brows were ashen, furrowed so tightly they resembled two slightly twisted caterpillars. Either sit in the front, or don't sit at all. Duan Feng, disregarding his image, roared angrily. "I took a taxi, I can sit wherever I want." Yi Shiqing retorted without backing down. "You?" Duan Feng's face turned ashen with anger as he tried to close the car door a crack. No matter how hard he tried, the car door wouldn't budge. "Get out of the way!" Yi Shiqing shouted, quickly exerting force with both hands to push Duan Feng aside. A warm and sincere smile, like a spring breeze, appeared on his face. His gaze shifted to Xiao Yu, his tone gentle yet playful. "Beautiful lady, move over there a bit." Xiao Yu was taken aback for a moment, then understood what he meant and gently moved to the other side of the back seat. She still remembered Yi Shiqing. After all, the two of them had sat together on the high-speed train just now. Yi Shiqing hesitated slightly before getting into the car, but didn't forget to give Duan Feng a smug yet disdainful look. "Driver, the car with the last four digits of the license plate is 9168. After confirming the last two digits of their phone numbers, the driver skillfully started the car and drove off. The exhaust fumes left Duan Feng frozen in place, his face contorted with rage. "Fine, you dare to steal my woman? I'll remember that. Judging from your route, you must all be students from Dawn Academy," the driver said from inside the car. "Yes, uncle, we just arrived today," Yi Shiqing replied in a clear voice. Xiao Yu did not respond, her brows furrowed slightly, her gaze fixed on the scenery outside the car window. A gentle breeze blew in through the window cracks, like a pair of delicate hands gently lifting her fiery red hair. "Dawn Academy has very strict admission requirements. You two are really quite capable, a perfect match," the driver said approvingly. "It was just luck," Yi Shiqing said, scratching his head and adopting a humble demeanor. "By the way, your awakened abilities are quite high, right? Can you tell me a little bit?" the uncle asked curiously, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "My ability level is indeed quite high." Yi Shiqing hesitated for a moment, then asked softly, "Can I tell uncle?" The moment the words were spoken, the air inside the carriage seemed to freeze instantly. Apart from the roar of the engine, there was not a sound. You could hear a pin drop. Even the usually aloof and arrogant Xiao Yu couldn't help but turn his gaze to Yi Shiqing. Her normally calm eyes now flickered with barely concealed curiosity and doubt. The driver was so shocked that his mouth gaped open as if he could fit an egg in it, and it took him a long time to slowly close it. He recovered from his shock and began to speak. "Young man, you must be joking. Only 3 S-class ability users have awakened in all of China this year." He spoke with complete disbelief. "One is Li Fan from Jiangnan City, and the other 2 are Xiao Ronxue and Yi Shiqing from Jiangyong City. Which one are you, exactly?" Hearing the uncle's words, Yi Shiqing smiled confidently. "I'm Yi Shiqing, he. Yi Shiqing's words were like a thunderclap, shattering the silence in the carriage. The driver and Xiao Yu were both stunned, their mouths agape, their eyes wide with disbelief. To dispel their doubts, Yi Shiqing slowly took off his black baseball cap. His exquisite and handsome face was displayed before the two of them without reservation. "Wow, it really is Yi Shiqing." The uncle's shocked voice broke the brief silence. It was as if a huge rock had been thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to spread and an unusual tremor to fill the air. "You are Yi Shiqing?" Xiao Yu finally recovered from her shock and looked at the handsome young man with curiosity. "Genuine, no doubt about it." Yi Shiqing grinned and playfully winked at Xiao Yu. "His reputation is quite high, especially in a big city like this, where his fame is rising rapidly. Most of the people here are well-informed and wealthy businessmen. For them, money has long lost its initial appeal. They are more interested in exploring and researching those unique and mysterious superpowers superpowers. Yi Shiqing, possessing dual superpowers at an S-rank level, undoubtedly became the focus of everyone's attention. Come on, let's take a group photo. The uncle's face was beaming with excitement. Without hesitation, he quickly composed himself and took out his phone. Sitting in the back row, Yi Shiqing smiled gently and posed accordingly. The camera captured the uncle's excited expression clearly. After a few clicks of the shutter, the uncle put down his phone with satisfaction. This life has been worth it, he muttered excitedly. Uncle, drive carefully. Yi Shiqing's face lit up with a confident smile. Just then, he felt a pleasant gaze fixed on him. Instinctively, he quickly turned his head to look. Why? Xiao Yu was staring intently at him. Yi Shiqing grinned. Hey sis, you want a photo too? Sure. Xiao Yu did not respond. Her gaze swept over Yi Shiqing like a magic mirror. It was as if she wanted to see through him completely. After a moment, Xiao Yu finally spoke. Are you really Yi Shiqing? Didn't I just say that? Yi Shiqing revealed a carefree smile, pointing his thumb at himself. I am Yi Shiqing, handsome, dashing, exceptionally intelligent, and unparalleled in the world. My smile can charm thousands. I am the real deal, and true gold is not afraid of fire. Xiao Yu took another careful look at the handsome young man. A moment later, she curled her lips slightly and said in a flat and disdainful tone, I thought Yi Shiqing was a genius, but I didn't expect him to be just an ordinary person. Hearing Xiao Yu's sarcastic remarks, Yi Shiqing was completely bewildered. Don't think I didn't see your filthy gaze on the high-speed train. Xiao Yu immediately glared at him. Yi Shiqing blushed immediately. I can't control myself. Actually, I'm still very upright. Xiao Yu looked worried and distressed. Okay, I believe you, but could you please take your hand off my shoulder first? Yi Shiqing withdrew his groping hand and chuckled. Oh dear, I couldn't help it. It's all the driver's fault for driving so shakily. Driver. Yi Shiqing smiled awkwardly. Seeing that he had let go, Xiao Yu, though displeased, didn't say anything more. However, she glared fiercely at Yi Shiqing with her sharp eyes. His eyes held a threat, as if silently warning, if you dare to do it again, I'll cut off your hand. Yi Shiqing remained unmoved, turning her gaze to the window, trying to escape the awkward atmosphere. He never expected that she would discover him secretly admiring the scenery on the high-speed train. You need to be careful with Duanfeng. Xiao Yu changed the subject. Yi Shiqing was still in a daze when she asked, is he very strong? Xiao Yu nodded slowly. His Sky Eagle has reached the peak of the second tier, and is only one step away from the third tier. Yi Shiqing's face was full of disdain. Even 10 of his sparrows wouldn't be enough for me to kill. He was not exaggerating at all. During the exam, neither the Mandrake, comparable to a third-tier monster, nor the Rock Armor Dragon King, a peak second-tier monster, managed to harm him in the slightest. Even if Duanfeng's Sky Eagle reaches the third rank, Yi Shiqing is confident that killing him is only a matter of time. Xiao Yu shook her head. No, I know your strength, you can definitely handle him. But Duanfeng is petty and narrow-minded. He might make things difficult for you in the future. Is that so? Then I'd be more than happy to oblige. Yi Shiqing completely ignored Xiao Yu's reminder. He has always been unrestrained and even gets excited by threats and intimidation. Xiao Yu has said everything she needed to say. Her gaze was like a deep river, slowly flowing out the window. As the car continued forward, they arrived at a magnificent bridge. Just then, the taxi braked suddenly. The powerful inertia instantly lifted Yi Shiqing and Xiao Yu from the back seat. Hey, how do you drive like that? Yi Shiqing's face darkened, and he angrily questioned him. The driver scratched his head and said apologetically, there's a traffic jam. As he spoke, he pointed ahead. Yi Shiqing looked up curiously. This was quite a surprise. I was shocked when I saw it. The road ahead was already teeming with traffic, the densely packed vehicles making the road completely congested, resembling a long, stationary steel dragon. The cars were stuck, some drivers honking impatiently, others rolling down their windows to look out helplessly. The whole scene was filled with anxiety and a sense of waiting. More importantly, they were on the bridge and had no way to retreat. What the hell is going on up there? Yi Shiqing complained angrily. At that moment, a deafening eagle's cry suddenly came from the front of the bridge. Immediately afterwards, about 500 meters away, billowing white smoke rose into the air. At the same time, the chilling sound of steel bars collapsing continued to ring out. The deafening roar continued to shake everyone's eardrums. Amidst the thick smoke, a massive, astonishing black-feathered eagle slowly emerged. Its mountain-like body is the size of 5 trucks. Upon seeing this, the vehicles ahead panicked, opened their doors, and scattered to escape. Screams in terror mingled with the excited roars of the black-feathered eagle, echoing each other. A black-feathered eagle? How did it get in here? Its size means it must be at least a peak third-tier eagle. Yi Shiqing recognized the identity of the strange beast at a glance. A strange beast? No wonder there's a traffic jam. The driver's face turned pale, filled with fear and unease. Let's hurry up and leave. This kind of thing needs to be handled by the Superpower Guild. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yu unbuckled her seatbelt without hesitation. With determination and courage shining in her eyes, she prepared to face the challenge. It will take some time for the people from the Superpower Guild to arrive. We can't let them wreak havoc, or the whole bridge will collapse. Are you going to kill that black-feathered eagle? Yi Shiqing asked. Do you want to come along? Yi Shiqing grinned. Even without Qiao Yu's invitation, Yi Shiqing would have taken the initiative to accept the challenge. For the past 2 months, he has remained unknown and felt like a useless piece of trash. Now that he has finally encountered a superpower point, this is the opportunity he has been waiting for. How could he let it go so easily? Without hesitation, the two jumped out of the car from both sides. After exchanging a glance, they charged towards the black-feathered eagle like arrows released from a bow. As Yi Shiqing ran, he couldn't help but glance at Qiao Yu beside him, whose steps were nimble, and a sense of admiration arose in his heart. She was able to keep up with her own speed, which was truly impressive. Even though I deliberately slowed down, the speed was still as fast as the wind. Yi Shiqing slowed down slightly and asked, "What is your special ability?" Qiao Yu stared firmly ahead and read aloud in a low voice. A-level superpower, sky supporting strength, superpower type, strength type, peak of the 2nd tier. The ring on her right ring finger shone brightly in the sunlight. The next moment, a 2-meter-long spear suddenly appeared in her hand. The spearhead was inlaid with a blood-red gemstone, which emitted a mysterious glow in the sunlight. The gun body is like it was cast from black iron, its dark texture exuding a cold and solid feel. "This is my family's heirloom instrument, the red Lingyun spear." As if knowing what Yi Shiqing wanted to ask, Qiao Yu took the initiative to explain. "How did your gun appear? Aren't you a strength-based superpower?" "A spatial ring," Qiao Yu responded simply, offering no further explanation, her eyes remaining cold as she stared straight ahead. On the bridge, the two sped off like lightning. Their figures moved with incredible speed, as if they had become one with the wind. In a short while, it sprinted to the front of the black-feathered eagle. The majestic black-feathered eagle's feet were as steady as a rock, as if deeply rooted in the earth. Those sharp eagle eyes were fixed on the two people who were rapidly approaching. As soon as they appeared, it opened its sharp beak without hesitation and let out a terrifying roar. The sound seemed to pierce through the clouds, creating ripples in the air. Immediately, a sonic boom vortex erupted from its beak. Qiao Yu and Yi Shiqing reacted extremely quickly, leaping to either side to avoid the attack. The spot where they had just stood was instantly devastated by the powerful sonic boom. The ground was smashed into a huge crater, and debris flew everywhere. Several cars parked in front were instantly destroyed. Qiao Yu lightly touched the ground with her toes, and her legs burst forth with astonishing power once again in a very short time. As if a highly compressed spring had suddenly been released, she sprang up and soared 10 meters into the sky. The spear in his hand spun rapidly, creating a small whirlwind. The gun flashed with a cold light, drawing dazzling arcs in the air. "East wind breaks," she shouted, and the spinning spear suddenly stopped, making a clanging sound of metal clashing. Immediately afterwards, with a whoosh, she forcefully threw the spear. The spear, accompanied by a whirlwind, stirred up the surrounding air, emitting bursts of whistling sounds. The black-feathered eagle keenly sensed a strong sense of impending danger. Without hesitation, it spread its wings, trying to avoid the fatal blow. With a muffled thud, the spear slammed heavily onto the ground like a thunderbolt. The powerful impact caused the entire bridge to tremble slightly, as if it could hardly withstand the force. Several cracks quickly spread out from where the gun fell, like a spider web. Large patches of blood were scattered on the gun barrel and the ground. The black-feathered eagle had already flown into the air, but a shocking bloody hole was clearly visible in its chest. Fresh blood kept gushing from the wound, staining the feathers on its chest red. A piercing cry of an eagle echoed across the sky. In that instant, a cunning glint flashed in its eagle eyes. With a sudden flap of its wings, it stirred up a gust of wind, followed by dozens of sharp wind blades that struck Qiao Yu in the air like lightning. Those wind blades were incredibly fast, carrying a terrifying killing intent, as if they wanted to tear her to shreds. Qiao Yu, who had been wearing a smug expression, suddenly became anxious. At this moment, she was like a lone leaf drifting in mid-air, with nowhere to land and nowhere to hide. Fear flashed across her eyes, then was replaced by determination. She could only protect her chest with her hands, desperately trying to withstand the black-feathered eagle's counterattack. Her strength-based superpower granted her an immortal enhancement, and she still had confidence in herself. The wind blades whistled as they approached, like a death warrant from the Grim Reaper. Just as the wind blade was about to strike her, time seemed to freeze. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past her at an even faster speed. Like a black lightning bolt slicing through the sky, it rescued her in one fell swoop. Yi Shiqing adjusted her body in mid-air, drawing a graceful arc. With a loud bang, it sounded like a cannonball falling from the sky. He held Qiao Yu firmly and landed her on the roof of a car. The combined weight of the two people instantly caused the roof of the car to cave in, creating a large crater. Fortunately, the driver had already escaped the vehicle, avoiding an accident. Qiao Yu stared blankly at Yi Shiqing's delicate jawline. "Be careful." Yi Shiqing lightly leaped down, landing on his toes, and gently put her down. "Yes." Qiao Yu nodded. "I was too careless. It is indeed quite difficult to jump one level." The two looked at each other again, their gazes fixed on the black-feathered eagle circling in the air. "It's flying up. Do you have ranged attacks?" Qiao Yu asked. Yi Shiqing added, "But I can jump up." Qiao Yu didn't ask any further
further questions, only nodding in acknowledgement. After all, she had witnessed Yi Shiqing's speed in rescuing her just now, and it was absolutely genuine.
What do you need me to do? Help me get its attention.
The two had a clear division of labor and ran towards both sides of the bridge. Yi Shiqing made a clenching motion in the air with his right hand, and two gleaming double-edged swords instantly appeared in his hand. He then began to wield his double blades, desperately trying to increase his strength and speed. At the same time, Xiao Yu took a deep breath towards the red Lingyan spear in the pit. As if sensing its master's call, the spear flew up from the bottom of the pit and quickly returned to her hand. Immediately, a series of clanging metallic sounds rang out.
Blood kept gushing from the black jade carving's chest, leaving trails of blood.
It hovered in the air, its sharp gaze fixed on Yi Shiqing. Subconsciously, it knew that Yi Shiqing posed a great threat. Just then, a barrage of pebbles shot towards its body like bullets.
Xiao Yu stood steadily in the pit.
Her figure was as upright as a pine tree, and she deftly picked up the scattered stones with her long spear. The rubble was propelled into the air by the spear.
Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yu's movements were fluid and seamless.
She was like a skilled baseball player, wielding a long spear and smashing pebbles at an incredible speed at the black jade carving flying through the air.
The black jade carving's eagle eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light.
Its upturned beak emitted a roar that sounded like burning flames.
Xiao Yu's attacks, though not particularly lethal, were extremely insulting.
The fact that someone it had almost torn to shreds dared to retaliate in this way provoked its anger. Without hesitation, it instantly unleashed several sharp wind blades towards Xiao Yu. Facing the wind blades that pounced like ferocious beasts, her face remained calm, as if everything was under her control. She moved with the agility of a cheetah. Just as the wind blade was about to touch her, she easily dodged with extremely skillful movements, repeatedly dodging to the side. The wind blades swept past her with a sharp whistling sound, without even touching the hem of her clothes. The wind blades sliced across the ground, leaving behind terrifying scars. Before Xiao Yu could catch her breath, even more wind blades came rushing down from above.
These wind blades intertwine and rotate, weaving a complex spider web.
She frowned slightly, a hint of wariness in her eyes.
With a swift movement, her body became as supple and agile as an eel.
She skillfully twisted her body, weaving and dodging through the gaps in the wind blades. The wind blades whistled past, creating a perilous situation. Despite her best efforts to dodge, several wind blades still grazed her cheeks and body. Not only did they cut off a lock of her red hair, but they also left countless knife marks all over her body. Xiao Yu's face was pale, but she showed no emotion whatsoever. Only her eyes remained firm and unyielding. Upon seeing this, the black jade carving let out a snickering laugh. "I'm hiding in the shadows," Yi Shiqing said in a low voice. At this moment, he wielded the blade of time with both hands, his power reaching its peak. He flashed like a black lightning bolt, weaving between the bridges. It was so fast that it left no afterimage. His target was that black jade carving. In less than a fraction of a second, he arrived directly beneath it. Suddenly, he stopped and lightly tapped the ground with his right foot. Instantly, a dark barrier enveloped their feet. Immediately, Yi Shiqing moved his mind and manipulated the car that was being eroded within the barrier to throw it upwards with force. In an instant, cars flew up like cannonballs, quickly forming a steel ladder in the air. This sky bridge made of cars seems to connect heaven and earth, leading directly to the black jade sculpture in the sky. The next moment, Yi Shiqing suddenly leaped up like a cannonball, jumping to a height of nearly 50 meters. The powerful impact sent a large amount of rubble flying from beneath their feet. His figure leaped and ran wildly up the ladder like a cheetah. The agile movements created gusts of wind.
Amazingly, Yi Shiqing constructed this dark barrier and the heavenly ladder bridge in less than a second.
At this moment, both Xiao Yu and the black jade carving were shocked. My mind seemed to freeze. I stared blankly at the sudden appearance of the heavenly ladder bridge, completely unable to react. In the blink of an eye, a bridge that seemed to have descended from the sky suddenly appeared before them. Yi Shiqing grinned, his smile full of confidence and determination. The twin blades in his hands suddenly gleamed with a cold light, exuding a chilling aura. By the time the black-feathered eagle recovered from its shock, it was too late. Yi Shiqing's blade approached rapidly like the scythe of death, now only 10 meters away.
"Xiao Yu, I'm here to help you."
A strong gust of wind, accompanied by a somewhat foolish shout, came from the clouds. A powerful gust of wind surged forth like a ferocious beast, instantly interrupting Yi Shiqing's attack like a thunderbolt. The strike, originally aimed straight at the throat, was instantly derailed by the powerful impact. Seeing that Yi Shiqing's attack had missed, the black-feathered eagle reacted quickly, immediately adjusting its body and flapping its powerful wings to move upwards. Yi Shiqing cursed under his breath, but his actions were swift and decisive. With a light tap of his right foot in the air, as nimble as a dragonfly skimming the water, he leaped up again. The knife, gripped tightly in his right hand, was swung out once more. A sharp flash of light appeared, leaving a horrifying gash on the black-feathered eagle's chest. Sure, the black-feathered eagle let out a deafening cry that echoed through the sky. A deep, bone-revealing wound was cut into its body, and blood gushed out like the Yangtze River flowing backwards. Through the shocking wound, its internal organs are clearly visible, as if they might spill out at any moment.
moment, the wind howled in my ears. The next second, hundreds of wind blades surged out from the black-feathered eagle's wings like a tidal wave. The merciless wind blades shot out at high speed in all directions. Wherever it went, the air was cut with a sharp, piercing sound. Yi Shiqing frowned deeply. The black tidal barrier beneath my feet lingered and wouldn't leave. His eyes narrowed immediately. With a thought, the ladder bridge made of cars began to dismantle rapidly. Amidst the flying parts, these car components seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand, reassembling at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, a sturdy steel shield appeared in front of him. Several loud bangs followed in succession. The wind blades crashed mercilessly against the steel shield like wild horses. In an instant, the steel shield made of cars was cleaved into countless pieces. Dazzling sparks flew everywhere. Fortunately, Yi Shiqing had already distanced himself from the wind blades by using gravity. As he was about to land, a stunningly beautiful figure swiftly appeared and caught Yi Shiqing steadily. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yu's movements were fluid and graceful, displaying a unique elegance and decisiveness. She rolled around on the ground with Yi Shiqing several times before finally regaining her footing. Bang bang bang! The already dilapidated bridge suffered another severe blow, emitting a chilling sound. The wind blades sliced through the bridge like a stampede of horses. Wherever the wind blades passed, countless cars were instantly sliced into pieces, becoming victims of this disaster. The area within 200 meters of the bridge was a complete mess. The bridge surface is covered with knife marks of varying depths, and in some places it has even been cut open to expose the river water below. Yi Shiqing and Xiao Yu were unharmed and stood up amidst the devastation. Actually, you didn't need to save me. I could have used the car I was controlling to reduce the impact. Yi Shiqing wiped the blood flowing from her nose. Xiao Yu stared at him, startled at first, and instead of answering immediately, asked in return. No, no. Yi Shiqing blushed. Recalling the scene just now, Xiao Yu held him tightly in her arms when she saved him. At that moment, he suddenly felt an indescribable softness, as if he were experiencing a comfort he had never felt before. He was provoked by something. What kind of stimulation? Yi Shiqing smiled smugly. Wonderful and real. Xiao Yu frowned, appearing to only half understand and completely bewildered. Hey, Xiao Yu! Just then, a loud shout suddenly came from the clouds. Duan Feng, riding his majestic eagle, slowly emerged from the clouds. His face beamed with a smug smile, as if he were a hero who had fallen from the sky. That arrogant attitude was both infuriating and hilarious. He excitedly stretched out his hand, ready to greet Xiao Yu warmly, his smile not yet fully blooming. The next instant, the black-feathered eagle's dying counterattack with wind blades suddenly struck. Under this fierce attack, Duan Feng and his sky eagle were instantly engulfed. A scream rang out. The man and the bird were covered in a dense web of knife wounds, a shocking sight. The once pristine white feathers of the skyhawk were now like fallen leaves scattered in a storm. Large amounts of them scattered in the air, both poignant and despairing. Duan Feng and Sky Eagle Vulture unsurprisingly suffered this heavy blow. Their bodies were completely out of control, like two falling meteorites, plummeting straight to the ground at an extremely high speed. The two men crashed into the Yangtze River, creating a splash like a bomb. The huge spray of water shot into the sky, and then fell back down in a flurry. Xiao Yu, Yi Shiqing, comet. Yi Shiqing was filled with rage and wished he could kill Duan Feng immediately. If Duan Feng hadn't launched a surprise attack on his Sky Eagle Vulture, stirring up a fierce wind that disrupted his plans, he had already beheaded the black-feathered eagle. We wouldn't be caught off guard by the opponent's last-minute counterattack and end up in such a sorry state. Congratulations on defeating the Tier 3 Beast Black-Feathered Eagle. Plus 198 ability points. Current ability points, 681. A long absent electronic notification sound rang in my ears. Yi Shiqing's tense body finally relaxed slightly. It's not dead yet. Xiao Yu stared intently at the black-feathered eagle that was swaying precariously. Yi Shiqing shook his head. The black-feathered eagle seemed to agree with his assessment. After shaking up and down for a moment, it crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. The entire bridge immediately began to shake violently, making creaking and groaning sounds. The dust that rose up enveloped the entire bridge surface like a cloud of mist. Fortunately, the bridge was of excellent construction quality and finally stabilized after a brief period of shaking. Seeing that the black-feathered eagle had completely lost all signs of life, Xiao Yu's hair stood on end, and she finally relaxed her tense body. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. It was as if they wanted to release all the tension they had been building up. After all, the black-feather eagle's impromptu counterattack was truly fierce, its momentum like a raging storm. It was so intense that she was overwhelmed, and that harrowing moment still haunts her. At that moment, the sharp, piercing cry of an eagle rang out again from afar. Everyone looked over and saw an even larger eagle flying from the distance across the river. The aura emanating from this sky eagle was even more powerful than Duan Feng's. His entire body exuded a fierce aura that sent chills down one's spine. 5 young people stood prominently on the back of the majestic eagle. They were dressed in striking red, making them particularly eye-catching. 4 of them were men, all
with upright postures, and one was a woman with a graceful figure.
A superpowered squad? Yi Shiqing asked instinctively.
That's right, looks like a level 2 superpowered squad. Xiao Yu pointed to the man with the buzz cut at the front of the group of 5.
He then added,
that must be their captain. His strength is estimated to be at the 4th rank. The superpowered team consists of 5 superpowered individuals. Furthermore, there is a ranking system, increasing sequentially from level 1 to special level.
Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, Level 5, and Special Grade. Not all people with superpowers can form a superpowered squad. They must possess another identity, a superpowered hunter.
Superpower hunters are essentially no different from ordinary superpowered individuals. Both are possessors of superpowers. Superpower hunter is just a title, similar to a driver's license, and requires passing an exam. Without the identity of a superhuman, one is not allowed to accept high-difficulty, high-risk missions within the superhuman guild. The title of the ability hunter is also divided into multiple levels. From lowest to highest rank, they are Hunter, Master Hunter, Master Hunter, Grandmaster Hunter, and King Hunter. For example, to take on high-difficulty missions, you must first obtain the Hunter title.
More dangerous missions require upgrading one's Hunter level. From Hunter to Master Hunter, the ranks increase sequentially. A level 2 superpowered squad like this is no ordinary force.
The captain has reached at least the 4th tier ability level and has successfully obtained the Hunter title. His team members were also at the 3rd or 4th level, and it was estimated that at least 3 of them had obtained the Hunter title.
This means they completed at least hundreds of tasks.
They earned this title by struggling through endless dangers and the brink of death. These superpowered hunters are mostly far stronger than other superpowered individuals of the same level. After all, burying oneself in arduous cultivation and undergoing trials of life and death are 2 completely different levels. At this moment, the crew-cut man on the back of the eagle, his gaze sharp as a sword, swept across the bridge reduced to ruins. His gaze then settled on Yi Shiqing and Xiao Yu. The sky eagle folded its wings, and the 5 people jumped off its back and walked towards Yi Shiqing and the other person. Such a powerful aura, Xiao Yu said softly.
The 5 people walked up to the 2 people. The graceful woman looked them over with admiration. Not bad. You even managed to take down a peak 3rd tier black feathered eagle. Xiao Yu nodded slightly.
Yi Shiqing, being quite outgoing, grinned and said,
of course. Don't you know who I am?
You're students from Dawn School, aren't you? The man with the buzz cut asked sternly.
Alright, I'll report this to your school. It should earn you a lot of extra credits.
Yi Shiqing was completely confused, but since it was a good thing, he nodded, though he only had a vague understanding.
Captain, should we pull that person out of the water?
A team member stood by the bridge, pointing eagerly at Duan Feng in the river. The river flowed swiftly, and Duan Feng, facing downwards, appeared and disappeared intermittently. The captain frowned and said impatiently,
bring it up.
His tone was indifferent. After all, they had already seen everything when they observed from a distance.
If it weren't for Duan Feng, that idiot, the black-feathered eagle wouldn't have been able to pull off its last-ditch counterattack.
They certainly wouldn't leave this place in a mess.
Duan Feng lay on the bridge coughing violently, vomiting large amounts of water each time.
A woman stood beside him. Her hands emitted a green glow, which was her healing abilities at work. As time passed, Duan Feng's cough gradually subsided, and his breathing began to stabilize. A support-type superpower, Yi Shiqing whispered to the person next to him, referring to the woman.
That's right, it's a therapeutic product. Healing abilities are extremely rare, perhaps 1 in 100.
Because of their scarcity, the status of a different medicine master is exceptionally prestigious.
By the way, my name is Hu Hong,
and you must be Yi Shiqing, the man with the buzz cut asked.
He then added, I watched your exam live. That's right.
Yi Shiqing shrugged.
What's this young lady's name?
Before Hu Hong could finish speaking, Xiao Yu interrupted him. It's normal for Hu Hong to know Yi Shiqing. Dual ability users naturally attract a lot of attention. Although Xiao Yu is the top scorer in Yubei City and was quite famous, but he is nowhere near as well known as Yi Shiqing.
Xiao Yu remained unmoved by Hu Hong's favoritism.
She was rather puzzled.
Doesn't every city have a security barrier? If the barrier wasn't broken, how did this black-feathered eagle get in? Hu Hong frowned slightly. Do you know about the demon spirit cult?
We know, they both said in unison.
The demon spirit cult exists like a malignant tumor. It is a completely evil organization with supernatural abilities. After gaining superpowers, the members completely abandoned the constraints of morality and law.
They became lawless and bullied the weak.
Then I'll keep it simple.
Hu Hong organized his thoughts. The demon spirit cult possesses a spatial secret technique. It can teleport exotic beasts outside the safety barrier into the barrier.
And what happened today is clearly related to this. Yi Shiqing nodded. Alright, you're all freshmen at Dawn Academy, right? Hurry up and get to school. Hu Hong reminded them.
The 2 of them then realized what was happening. However, looking at the dilapidated bridge in front of them, which was on the verge of collapse, it was clear that vehicles could not pass through.
Moreover, following this attack, the road will likely be closed for repairs in the coming days.
It will be closed to traffic for several days. At this moment, the 2 were still at least several 200 miles away from Dawn University. Seeing the bitter looks on their faces, a team member wearing glasses stepped forward to help them out.
I can send you there with my Skyhawk.
Yi Shiqing smiled and agreed without hesitation.
After all, there really wasn't a better solution at the moment.
It's understandable that the other party wasn't directly taking them to school, given that they were also on a mission.
At this moment, the Skyhawk lay quietly on the ground.
Yi Shiqing and Xiaoyu were filled with a mixture of nervousness and excitement.
Guided by the man, I carefully climbed onto the back of the eagle's neck. As the man blew a whistle,
the eagle's wings, as white as an angel's, suddenly unfurled, and it soared into the sky. It brought a gust of wind and drew several graceful arcs in the air.
Then it sped off in the designated direction like an arrow.
Yi Shiqing and Xiaoyu stood firmly, as if rooted to the ground.
That's so exciting!
Yi Shiqing exclaimed excitedly. His words were instantly swept up by the gust of wind, making a whooshing sound.
His gaze then fell on Xiaoyu beside him.
At this moment, Xiaoyu's gorgeous red hair danced in the wind, like a raging fire, making her figure stand out even more.
Her red hair flew freely in the wind,
like a fiery elf leaping in the air, each strand radiating a captivating glow. Her stern face flushed slightly from the wind. The slight blush on her face contrasted sharply with her cold gaze, making her appear both aloof and alluring, captivating all who beheld her. Bathed in the fierce wind, Xiaoyu looked stunning and captivating. The wind was like a pair of gentle hands, lightly brushing her body, lifting her hair and the hem of her clothes, outlining her graceful figure. Her skin had a luminous glow, was silky smooth, and exuded a faint fragrance.
Xiaoyu also noticed Yi Shiqing's teasing gaze. She didn't say much, but after glancing at him out of the corner of her eye, she fixed her gaze back on what was ahead. The Skyhawk is extremely fast, crossing the kilometer-long bridge in just 2 minutes.
As the eagle folded its wings, the two landed smoothly on the opposite bank.
After letting out a cry, the eagle flew away hastily. Yi Shiqing glanced at the empty street and said, "This area has probably already been evacuated.
If we take a taxi, we should be able to get out of the lockdown zone."
Okay.
Xiaoyu nodded to indicate that she understood. The empty streets did not surprise them. Whenever strange beasts appeared in the city, there were always people to evacuate them.
The evacuation zone is usually at least 1 kilometer away.
The two walked aimlessly along the roadside, occasionally exchanging a few words.
After walking for a while, on a street that was almost deserted, they finally saw the security checkpoint.
Behind the security checkpoint, there was a sea of people. Yi Shiqing pointed to the crowd in the distance. The two walked over with steady steps.
An officer, upon seeing them, was initially taken aback.
Then, noticing their blood-stained clothes, he frowned and quickly stepped forward. The two waved their hands in refusal, since they had already been treated by Hu Heng's team.
"Do you need a taxi now?" Xiaoyu asked.
But a thought suddenly flashed through Yi Shiqing's mind, and he froze, swallowing back the words he was about to say.
"What's wrong?"
Xiaoyu asked quickly, noticing his strange expression and puzzled look. Yi Shiqing scratched the back of his head and said with a little embarrassment,
"We seem to have forgotten something very important."
His words held a deeper meaning, and a bitter expression appeared on his face.
Xiaoyu frowned. "What is it?"
"We didn't take our luggage."
Xiaoyu.
As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyu was stunned. The two were so busy killing monsters and traveling that they completely forgot their luggage was still in the taxi they had left earlier. Thinking of this, the two exchanged a glance. Xiaoyu pursed her lips slightly, a complicated expression on her face. Yi Shiqing put his hands on his hips, his expression somewhat helpless. "This area has been sealed off, and it will probably be several days before it is unsealed. This is always the case when strange beasts appear. The area within a 3-kilometer radius must be completely sealed off, and then a thorough investigation must be conducted to see if anything has been missed. This process usually takes several days.
Of course, the evacuated residents will also be provided with proper accommodation. Once the restricted area is sealed off, you can only leave. Absolutely no one can enter."
Standing at the edge of the restricted area, Xiaoyu stood quietly, stunned for a few seconds. But soon, a determined light flashed in her eyes. Without hesitation, she turned around and went back the way she came. Upon seeing this, Yi Shiqing immediately reached out and grabbed Xiaoyu's hand.
"You want to go back?"
His voice was filled with surprise and worry. Xiaoyu did not answer, but her stubborn expression said it all.
Yi Shiqing sighed. "The restricted area is off limits. You can only leave, not enter. Even if you sneak in, you'll be caught."
Xiaoyu suddenly shouted and broke free from Yi Shiqing's grasp, but ultimately failed. Yi Shiqing was startled, not expecting her to be so agitated. He scratched his head and tentatively asked, "What's in your luggage?" Xiaoyu tried to calm herself down, realizing that she had acted too impulsively just now, and her tone was filled with guilt and anxiety. Although she didn't answer directly, Yi Shiqing vaguely guessed the reason from her expression. He shook his head helplessly, gathered his thoughts, and said, "I'll get it for you."
"No need. Besides, you can't get in."
Xiaoyu quickly shook her head and refused.
She knew the importance of the matter.
The appearance of the strange beast is definitely a conspiracy by the demon spirit cult. Anyone with superpowers found within the restricted area will be labeled and subjected to further investigation.
This is equivalent to to having a criminal record at the police station. This is also the fundamental reason why restricted areas are closed off, allowing people to leave but not enter. Yi Shiqing's gaze swept over the stubborn girl, a bitter look flashing in his eyes. He looked up, his gaze firm, and said to Qiao Yu, "I have a way." Upon hearing this, Qiao Yu's face showed a mixture of confusion and surprise. He blinked, his voice uncertain. "You have a way?" Then, her expression turned slightly bitter. She frowned and sighed softly. "Don't lie to me. Even if you sneak in, your luggage is on the bridge, and you'll definitely be discovered when you cross it." She rejected Yi Shiqing's proposal again, her attitude firm. Yi Shiqing listened to her words, remained silent for a moment, and then calmly asked, "Do you have a solution?" "I told you, I have a way." Yi Shiqing shook his head with a smile. Qiao Yu opened his mouth, about to say something, but was suddenly interrupted, and those words were swallowed back down his throat. Her fiery eyes were fixed on the handsome young man before her. Countless questions welled up in my mind. She didn't understand why he was so eager to help. She had always been independent and strong, but this time, faced with his enthusiasm, her heart wavered. She didn't even want to refuse. Instead, she placed complete trust in Yi Shiqing. This unfamiliar feeling made her somewhat flustered, yet also subtly filled with anticipation. After struggling internally for a moment, his eyes gradually calmed down, and his expression became more indifferent. "So what's your plan?" The atmosphere between the two was somewhat tense. Seeing this, Yi Shiqing smiled and teased, "There's always a way. Maybe they'll see I'm too handsome and give me special treatment." "Haha, you're so narcissistic." Upon hearing this, Qiao Yu couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, her mood instantly becoming relaxed and cheerful. "You have to look on the bright side. There will always be good news." Yi Shiqing held up one finger and spoke earnestly like a wise man. Qiao Yu responded sweetly, completely transformed, a stark contrast to the aloof and beautiful Mulan she had been before. Her voice is usually very commanding, but at this moment it was as warm and soft as a delicate girl's. "Then, I'll leave it to you." She spoke those words softly, her voice tinged with shyness and anticipation. "Leave it to me. That's the power of money." Yi Shiqing answered confidently, giving himself a thumbs up. Then, he revealed a smug and cunning look, and began to size up Qiao Yu, his eyes full of mischief and liveliness. Suddenly he grinned, as if he had thought of something interesting. "I helped you with your luggage. How do you plan to repay me?" Yi Shiqing licked her lips. Qiao Yu was slightly taken aback, not expecting Yi Shiqing to make such a request. She instinctively took 2 steps back, her face showing shyness and bewilderment. After calming herself down, she asked, feigning composure, "What kind of compensation do you want?" Yi Shiqing didn't rush to answer. Instead, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. His eyes gleamed slyly as he openly sized up Qiao Yu from head to toe. At this moment, Qiao Yu felt a wave of shyness wash over her, and she couldn't help but lower her head. That usually aloof and cold face was now flushed, revealing inner struggle and contradictions. "If only you could help me get my things back." She gritted her teeth and took a deep breath. "You can do whatever you want." As soon as she finished speaking, her cheeks were already burning red. Her expression remained haughty, but her ripe cheeks betrayed her. "Wa'ada, ha ha ha." Seeing Qiao Yu's expression, Yi Shiqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qiao Yu's face immediately turned ugly, and her eyes sharpened instantly, as if flames were burning in them. She instantly transformed from her previous shyness into that awe-inspiring heroine. Yi Shiqing wiped away the tears that had welled up in her eyes from laughing. Immediately afterwards, he nimbly removed the baseball cap from his head. With a swift movement, he placed his hand accurately on Qiao Yu's forehead. The baseball cap, like a sudden dark cloud, instantly obscured Qiao Yu's sharp gaze. When Qiao Yu finally managed to adjust her baseball cap and looked up, she found that Yi Shiqing had already disappeared into the distance. He strode forward with an air of indifference, waving and shouting as he went. "Leave it to me, little sister." His voice was clear and firm. After saying that, Yi Shiqing's figure gradually disappeared from Qiao Yu's sight. A gentle breeze blew by, ruffling Qiao Yu's hair, as if plucking the strings of her long dormant emotions. The two had only known each other for a short time, less than half a day, but Yi Shiqing's strength and outstanding performance made her trust him completely. A warm smile finally appeared on that cold, elegant, yet down-to-earth face. Yi Shiqing moved nimbly through the crowd, her movements as agile as a cheetah. Finally, he stopped in front of a quiet alley. This place feels like a haven of peace amidst the hustle and bustle of the city, far removed from the noise and chaos of the crowds. He quickly scanned his surroundings with his sharp, hawk-like eyes. After confirming that no one was around, his previously lively eyes suddenly focused. He slowly raised his right hand, and an eerie aura emanated from him, penetrating straight to the heart. "Come out." Fenrir the wolf. With a low bark, a black mongrel suddenly appeared at Yi Shiqing's feet. It blinked its big eyes, and its head bobbed up and down with its wagging tail. It hopped and skipped around Yi Shiqing's feet. This was exactly the solution Yi Shiqing had come up with. Although it is impossible to cross by bridge, there is another way, by water. After all, Fenrir's size could change freely, and he could ride it across the river smoothly. In this way, Fenrir could easily carry himself across the river. At the same time, it will also be able to help Qiao Yu, help Qiao Yu get her luggage back. This thought suddenly excited Yi Shiqing, as if
if he had found a reason to feel refreshed. He suppressed his excitement and shouted at Fenrir.
Little Black, Gigantamax, Xiao Hei is the name Yi Shiqing gave it.
Fenrir responded excitedly, sharing a telepathic connection with Yi Shiqing.
It stood steadily on all fours on the opposite bank, looking both docile and fierce.
Then, its body began to change, rapidly inflating like a balloon being blown up. Its originally small and cute appearance gradually turned into a fierce and brutal one. Its fur became hard and sharp, as if it were wearing a thick layer of armor. Its eyes gleamed with a fierce light, its mouth opened to reveal sharp fangs, and it let out a low growl that inspired fear in all who beheld it. Its claws became sharper, easily tearing through the enemy's defenses. Its teeth are as hard as steel and can crush any solid object. At that very moment, Xiao Hei transformed from an adorable pet into a ferocious beast. Now, it is enormous, resembling a ravenous wolf. It bared its teeth, its eyes bloodthirsty, and stared intently at Yi Shiqing. Suddenly, it charged forward without warning, like an arrow released from a bow, its gigantic maw opening wide. It bared its vicious fangs and scarlet tongue. He actually licked Yi Shiqing's body lightly.
Fenrir, Epsilon, stop fooling around,
Yi Shiqing said with a helpless smile. At this moment, Fenrir's massive, truck-like body swayed beside Yi Shiqing like a spoiled child. Its tail wagged merrily, each swing kicking up a cloud of dust.
Alright, good boy, good boy, good boy. With Yi Shiqing's reassurance, Fenrir's agitated and silly emotions immediately calmed down a lot,
despite its increased size and frighteningly grotesque appearance.
But his personality remains as obedient as a lapdog. It obediently lowered its body, its massive form gradually shrinking.
He gestured to Yi Shiqing with a reverent air to sit down. Yi Shiqing moved nimbly, leaping up and sitting steadily on its back.
Go that way. Yi Shiqing pointed in one direction.
Fenrir immediately understood the command, and it took off running with all its might, using its long, menacing claws. It was incredibly fast, like a black lightning bolt streaking across the sky, stirring up a gust of wind.
Since he arrived here, he has been silently observing their movements.
He knew perfectly well that within this 3-kilometer radius, although the defenses seem tight, however, it is absolutely impossible to be completely foolproof.
There will definitely be gaps to exploit.
The path Yi Shiqing pointed to was precisely the area with the weakest defense. At this moment, he could clearly see the Anjia line ahead. On either side of the Anjia line, about 100 meters apart, stood two officers in military uniforms. They stood tall and straight, their expressions serious, their eyes filled with vigilance.
We need to speed things up.
Yi Shiqing spoke softly to Fenrir, his tone filled with excitement and anticipation.
Fenrir let out a deep growl.
Then his legs suddenly accelerated, like an engine running at full power. At the same time, Yi Shiqing reacted quickly and took control of Dark Knight Overlord. His sharp gaze swept over the two trash cans by the roadside. The barrier beneath their feet activated instantly, and a powerful corrosive force acted on the trash can. Without hesitation, he forcefully threw the trash can at the officers on either side.
A loud bang rang out. The trash can fell to the ground, and a large amount of garbage scattered like snowflakes.
The sudden turn of events startled the two soldiers, and their attention was immediately drawn to it.
In this chaotic moment,
a black lightning bolt, accompanied by a gust of wind, streaked past at high speed. Fenrir seized the perfect opportunity and charged forward like an arrow released from a bow. With the help of strong winds and flying debris, they quickly broke through the current predicament.
Before long, the two had arrived at the riverbank.
Yi Shiqing pointed to the bottom of the bridge and whispered to Fenrir, "Little Black, swim across from under the bridge." As soon as he finished speaking, Fenrir quickly ran to the bridge, leaped, and plunged into the water in a graceful arc.
Once in the water, it lifted Yi
Shiqing with its body, then vigorously swam forward, waving its tiny paws.
Although its movements were somewhat clumsy, its speed was quite impressive.
The location under the bridge wasn't exactly secluded, but it wasn't overly conspicuous either. Plus, with his void cloak, he could perfectly conceal his presence. After swimming for nearly 3 minutes, Yi Shiqing waved his hands, and the blade of time suddenly appeared in his hands. "Wait for me here," he whispered to Fenrir, his sharp eyes scanning the surrounding bridge for a climbing point. Once he found one, he leaped up without hesitation, gripped the blade tightly, plunged the sharp edge into the bridge, and quickly climbed up. His movements were light and agile, and every jump and climb demonstrated his excellent physical qualities and superb skills. He was as fast as a gecko and soon reached the bridge.
It seems to be over there.
With his good memory, Yi Shiqing recalled the scene in his mind and ran towards the left side of the bridge. A short while later, the familiar taxi came into his view again. Yi Shiqing stood alone beside the stopped taxi and noticed that the driver, who should have been sitting in the driver's seat, was nowhere to be seen. He guessed that the sudden situation earlier had made him leave, which was not surprising. Fortunately, the driver was inconsiderate and left the car door open when he drove off. The driver's side door was currently open, preventing Yi Shiqing from prying open the trunk. He first sat in the driver's seat, skillfully pressed the trunk unlock button, and heard a slight click, as if it were a signal to move. He then quickly got up and walked to the trunk, his eyes precisely locking onto his black leather suitcase and Xiaoyu's pink leather suitcase.
Without
the slightest hesitation, Yi Shiqing forcefully pulled out the 2 suitcases, hoisted them onto his shoulder, and headed back the way he came.
Miss, could you tell me the last 4 digits of your phone number? 7213.
After confirming the last 4 digits of Qiao Yu's phone number, the driver skillfully started the car and then stepped on the gas, speeding off along the planned route. Qiao Yu wore Yi Shiqing's baseball cap, her head pressed against the car window, her crimson pupils slowly moving with the receding bridge in the distance. Her thoughts drifted away, lost in thought. The bumpy carriage moved relentlessly forward, each jolt causing her forehead to bump unkindly against the window. Waves of pain washed over her, but she seemed oblivious, still lost in her own world. Qiao Yu originally planned to wait for Yi Shiqing where she was, but he refused and instead told her to go directly to the school gate to wait for him.
Looking in the rearview mirror, the driver saw Qiao Yu looking gloomy.
To break the silence, he cheerfully asked, "Beautiful lady, something's on your mind?" Qiao Yu responded softly. "Always look forward," the driver said meaningfully, and the conversation ended there.
By the way, judging from your address, you're a student at Dawn Academy, right?
Yes, this year's freshman.
Dawn University is good.
Those who graduate from there are all outstanding talents.
The driver smiled and then asked, "Aren't you a freshman? Why didn't you bring any luggage?"
Qiao Yu looked at him helplessly. The driver's words hit her sore spot, but she couldn't blame him. After all, he was just trying to liven up the atmosphere. Along the way, the driver talked to himself and soon they arrived at the entrance of Dawn Academy. Qiao Yu slowly stepped out of the rather ordinary taxi, her gaze immediately drawn to the Dawn Academy before her. The 50-meter-high wall stood like a giant, exuding an oppressive majesty. What's even more amazing are the exquisite patterns on the walls, which are both sacred and sophisticated.
From a distance, the entire Dawn Academy looks like a majestic castle.
At the main gate of the school, a large group of students were gathered. Some of them are senior students from Dawn Academy.
Some of them are newly enrolled students.
Of course, the upperclassmen also had their own thoughts when facing the new students.
After all, Dawn Academy is a university. It's understandable that college students have strong desires.
Seeing those younger, beautiful students carrying heavy luggage,
these eager, how could these warm-hearted senior students stand idly by? Wow, is this a freshman?
Her hair is so gorgeous. She has a great figure and is very beautiful. My God, she has such a powerful aura, a true heroine. At this moment, Qiao Yu was standing under a street lamp. Her graceful, work-of-art figure and aloof expression immediately attracted the attention of countless people. The senior students' enthusiasm for surrounding the junior students was instantly interrupted. Their eyes were all completely captivated by her.
Completely disregarding the female students he had been trying to win over, he unhesitatingly abandoned them. Qiao Yu stood expressionless amidst a multitude of complex gazes.
They didn't care at all.
"Hey, Junior!"
A seductive, effeminate voice rang out from beside her. Qiao Yu subconsciously turned her head to look. A man with medium-length hair walked slowly towards them, wearing a black coat and with delicate features.
Wow, it's Wu Yu,
one of the key students being groomed by Dawn Academy in their 3rd year, and it's said they'll soon become the student council president.
He's so handsome. I never thought I'd actually meet him.
I worked so hard to get into Dawn Academy because of him. Wu Yu listened to the cheers of the girls around him and a smug smile appeared on his lips. Qiao Yu did not respond, and her face showed no emotion. Seeing that she didn't answer, Wu Yu was not discouraged. Instead, he revealed a genuine and kind smile.
"My name is Wu Yu. I see you're here alone. Let me help you with your luggage."
Qiao Yu's lips twitched, as if he were looking at an idiot.
"Luggage? Where did you see that I have luggage? Can't you come up with a better reason?"
She composed herself. He politely declined, saying, "Thank you, but no need." Upon hearing the rejection, Wu Yu was not angry. Instead, he became even more interested in Qiao Yu. This compound covers an area of 510,000 mu, which is 340 square kilometers in total. As he spoke, he pointed towards the gates of Dawn Academy. "We are currently at the southernmost point, but the accommodation area is at the northernmost point. If the younger female student drags her heavy luggage to the dormitory, it will probably take her quite a while."
Qiao Yu, underscore. She was speechless. How could this person be so incompetent?
Their excuse was utterly ridiculous. At that moment, she completely lost the will to communicate with him, resolutely turned around, and strode away quickly.
"Hey, Junior, don't go."
Qiao Yu ignored him and continued walking, but Wu Yu refused to give up. Wherever Qiao Yu went, he followed him like an inseparable shadow. It annoyed her, but she couldn't find a way to get rid of him completely.
"Hey, sis, I'm here." A loud shout suddenly rang out. Qiao Yu turned around upon hearing the sound.
Yi Shiqing strode confidently toward her, carrying 2 leather suitcases, one black and one pink. A smug smile played on his lips. Without hesitation, Qiao Yu walked to Yi Shiqing's side and took the suitcase. Her eyes were fixed on the box, her focused expression as if she were gazing at a precious treasure. She pursed her lips, a warm feeling welling up inside her. Seeing this, Wu Yu was extremely displeased. His brows furrowed tightly, and his face immediately darkened. After all, he had just lowered his stance and tried his best to please that aloof woman. However, with excitement in her eyes, she ran towards towards another man. This situation truly filled him with resentment. Xiao Yu uttered these words softly, her voice trembling slightly. She slowly lifted a corner of her baseball cap, revealing half of her sparkling eyes. At this moment, her heart was like a turbulent sea, and she tried her best to suppress her emotions, her eyes brimming with tears. Although the baseball cap covered her excited face, it could not hide her willful and innocent heart. Although Yi Shiqing didn't know what was in the box, he knew that it was extremely important to Xiao Yu. At that moment, he had no mind to think about anything else. Immediately, Yi Shiqing's lips curled up slightly. He scanned Xiao Yu without any restraint. Soon, that aggressive gaze was firmly fixed on Xiao Yu's striking features. He revealed a smug smile. How? Do you plan to repay me? Xiao Yu frowned slightly. He involuntarily took 2 steps back. After all, she had said before that she would do anything as long as Yi Shiqing could get the things back. But those were just casual words that slipped out of her mouth. She knows too many people, all kinds of people. Some are handsome and striking. Some have ordinary appearances, but each has its own unique characteristics. However, they always maintained due respect for her and never overstepped their boundaries. On the other hand, what about Yi Shiqing? How could he be so shameless? He not only openly stared at her, but even tried to take advantage of her misfortune. What kind of return do you want? Xiao Yu nervously crossed her arms and stared warily at the greedy man in front of her. Let me make this clear first. I will absolutely not sacrifice my dignity and principles. She made her stance clear. She would never compromise easily. Yi Shiqing sorted out his thoughts. Xiao Yu stared at him warily, her ears perked up. I haven't decided yet. Yi Shiqing grinned and scratched the back of his head. Xiao Yu kept her arms tightly crossed over her chest, her vigilance undiminished. Alright. I don't like taking advantage of others in their time of need. As Yi Shiqing spoke, he reached out and took off Xiao Yu's baseball cap. As the baseball cap was removed, Xiao Yu's bright red hair and radiant face were instantly exposed to the air. Yi Shiqing casually put the hat on her head. Then he gently patted Xiao Yu's shoulder and said in a calm tone, Alright, let's go in. Xiao Yu was taken aback at first, but after realizing what was happening, she nodded coldly, a hint of guilt in her eyes. Clearly, she realized that her previous assessment of Yi Shiqing was wrong. I initially thought he was frivolous and unruly, but that's not the case at all. Moreover, she had indeed promised Yi Shiqing that she would fulfill all his requests, but now she had gone back on her word. Thinking about this, she felt a little ashamed, but she would never betray her integrity. So she silently dragged her suitcase and walked side by side with Yi Shiqing. Xiao Yu glanced lightly at Yi Shiqing beside her. He walked with light steps and a leisurely air, as if nothing had happened. Yi Shiqing seemed neither surprised nor angry at her earlier change of heart. Thinking back to that tense moment, Xiao Yu made a boastful statement without hesitation. Yi Shiqing, however, remained unusually calm, as if he had anticipated all of this. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu's face turned even redder. He really is a gentleman. However, Xiao Yu was unaware that, although Yi Shiqing's face remained calm, but that passionate and angry heart was silently expressing its dissatisfaction. Depend on. Yi Shiqing cursed inwardly, but maintained a calm and composed demeanor on the surface. Just then, a piercing sound suddenly rang out. A thick, muscular arm stretched out, blocking their path. Yi Shiqing and Xiao Yu couldn't help but stop in their tracks. They looked at the person blocking their way with suspicion. Yi Shiqing frowned slightly, his eyes showing a hint of displeasure as he carefully examined Wu Yu, who was blocking his way. She thought to herself, this person doesn't seem like someone to be trifled with. Wu Yu snorted coldly and deliberately picked a fight, saying, Friend, there's always a first come, first served rule when it comes to chasing girls. Yi Shiqing smiled and said, I know, then you'd better get out of the way. Wu Yu gritted his teeth. He'd been chasing girls for years and had been rejected many times, but this was the first time he'd ever been rejected like this, with no kindness whatsoever. Not to mention that she immediately threw herself into someone else's arms, which made him even angrier. Yi Shiqing said no more and pushed Wu Yu aside. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yu and Yi Shiqing walked away without even turning their heads. Holy crap, who is this guy? He's completely disregarding Wu Yu's feelings. He's quite handsome, but he looks kind of familiar. I also think he looks like Yi Shiqing. Someone shouted something, and the crowd that had been whispering mockeries suddenly looked shocked. Only then did they realize that this unruly and handsome young man was actually Yi Shiqing. The name was like a bomb, instantly causing a huge uproar among the crowd. Everyone looked at each other, staring intently at Yi Shiqing with a mixture of admiration and respect. Yi Shiqing? At this moment, Wu Yu also realized what was happening. He, who had originally intended to pester her, immediately lost his temper. Yi Shiqing's reputation was extremely high. Not only is he a master with S-level superpowers, but he is also a dual power user. His ordinary status was simply incomparable to his arrogant background. Yi Shiqing's face was filled with a confident and arrogant expression. He made no attempt to hide his composure, appearing completely at ease in the face of the admiring gazes of the crowd. Yi Shiqing and Xiao Yu had only taken a few steps when a large group of girls surged towards them, their faces beaming with excitement. Excuse me, you must be Yi Shiqing, a girl asked excitedly. Come on, Junior, let me help you you with your luggage," another girl offered. "No, no, I'll do it," another girl chimed in. A group of female senior students rushed to help Yi Shiqing with her luggage. After all, his handsome appearance was already pleasing, and now, with his resounding reputation, these girls liked him even more. The other boys, on the other hand, seemed rather lackluster. Looking at Yi Shiqing, who was surrounded by everyone like a star, they couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. "I'm so envious, being surrounded by so many beautiful women. Wah, Senior Zhang, I only got into Dawn Academy because of you." As expected of Yi Shiqing, I really envy her. He's so handsome, even I, a man, am smitten, let alone these girls. Yi Shiqing's appearance was like a bombshell dropped into the group of new students. Everyone watched helplessly as their favorite goddesses, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, rushed towards Yi Shiqing. The male freshmen were heartbroken, tears welling up in their eyes instantly, but they were powerless to change this heartbreaking situation. At this moment, Xiaoyu and Yi Shiqing were surrounded by their senior classmates as they strolled around the school. Yi Shiqing chatted enthusiastically with the female students around her without any restraint. He was a natural social butterfly, coupled with his witty and cunning personality. Every word he said made the female students laugh from ear to ear. Inside the teaching building, sunlight streamed through the bright windows, casting warm patches of light on the floor. In this tranquil atmosphere, a girl with pink hair and a bun leaned quietly against the window. Her clear eyes were fixed on Yi Shiqing, who was surrounded by many senior female students at the school gate. She wore a pure white princess dress, looking like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Her beauty is captivating, truly breathtaking. Her large, bright eyes, like deep lakes, hold endless stories and a lively spirit. Every time she blinks, it's as if stars are twinkling in the night sky, making people involuntarily fall for her. Her delicate, rosy cheeks were as beautiful and vibrant as a flower in early spring. The slightly upturned corners of her mouth revealed a hint of playfulness and cuteness, making people feel an irresistible tenderness towards her. So, he was Yi Shiqing. The pink-haired girl gazed at Yi Shiqing in the distance with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with a unique light. Suddenly, a girl hugged the pink-haired girl from behind like the wind. The pink-haired girl was startled. After realizing what had happened, she pouted and glared unhappily at the girl who was hugging her. "Xiaochun, you scared me to death," she called out with a hint of reproach. Xiaochun, however, didn't seem to mind, revealing a wide grin and bright white teeth, and teased, "Big star, so you were hiding here spying on the junior students." These words made the pink-haired girl blush instantly. She quickly broke free from Xiaochun's embrace and retorted haughtily, "No way, little purple, why are you reacting so strongly?" Xiaochun showed a disgusted expression. Su Zishan also recovered from her earlier embarrassment. After all, he's a dual power user, what's wrong with taking a second look? Su Zishan grinned, her face full of smugness. Okay, you're a big star, whatever you say goes." Xiaochun quickly agreed. Xiaochun then added, "But judging from Yi Shiqing's reputation, I guess your status as a big star is in jeopardy." "That doesn't matter." Su Zishan smiled slightly, seemingly unconcerned. Her gaze returned to the window, her pupils locking onto Yi Shiqing in the crowd. After all, who wouldn't like someone with ability? She spoke softly, her tone carrying a hint of appreciation and admiration. "Oh my, Junior Yi, you actually have an S-class ability." Yes, I'm so envious." "That's right, S rank is one thing, but he also has dual superpowers." Yi Shiqing staggered forward amidst the enthusiastic support of the crowd. However, the corners of his mouth remained turned up high, full of smugness. His face was filled with the joy of being noticed and admired. "Quite popular." Xiaoyu glanced at Yi Shiqing indifferently. "Of course, look who I am," Yi Shiqing said without any hesitation. Accompanied by a group of enthusiastic female senior students, Yi Shiqing and Xiaoyu successfully completed their enrollment procedures. They received their student IDs, dormitory keys, and school uniforms. With everything arranged, the senior students prepared to leave. "Junior Yi, we're leaving now." The senior students said goodbye to Yi Shiqing with smiles. Yi Shiqing responded with a beaming smile. "Alright, bye-bye, seniors." She even playfully winked at the departing senior students. This action immediately made the female students' hearts race and left them completely captivated. Their cheeks flushed, and they turned and left with smiles on their faces. Xiaoyu watched all of this silently from the side. She broke the delicate atmosphere and suddenly spoke. "I'm going back to my dorm now." "Okay, Yi," she replied cheerfully, "be careful on the road. Don't let those shifty-eyed guys take advantage of you." Yi Shiqing grinned mischievously and teased, "No one can compare to you." Xiaoyu smiled. She had only taken a few steps when a sudden inspiration struck her. She stopped and turned to look at Yi Shiqing. "After all, you helped me get my suitcase back. As long as it doesn't violate my principles,
I'll agree to whatever you ask. Yi Shiqing waved his hand. We'll talk about it next time. Hearing his answer, her expression relaxed considerably. She stood quietly for a while, her gaze lingering on Yi Shiqing for a few seconds. Then, without hesitation, he strode away with a satisfied expression. A crisp cell phone ringtone suddenly rang, abruptly pulling him back to reality from his complex and chaotic emotions. Yi Shiqing was slightly taken aback, then quickly took out his phone from his pocket and answered the call without hesitation. His voice still carried a hint of dazedness, as if he had just come back to his senses. Yi, why didn't you tell me you were coming to school? If my advisor from the registration office hadn't called me, I wouldn't have known you were here. Li Dehui's familiar and friendly voice came from the other end of the phone. They exchanged contact information during the Dawn Academy's admissions process. Li Dehui had been full of enthusiasm and had long planned to personally drive to pick up Yi Shiqing when he arrived in Beijing. But Yi Shiqing did not appear as he had planned. I just arrived. I didn't have time to tell you, Yi Shiqing replied. Li Dehui paused, then changed the subject. By the way, are you free? The dean wants to see you. Dean? Ha? Yi Shiqing was taken aback for a moment, then immediately agreed. Okay, no problem. After all, the dean's prestige is undeniable, so he certainly has to give him face. Where are you now? I'll come pick you up. Teaching building number 1. Li Dehui responded and then hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, hurried footsteps could be clearly heard. He was obviously eager to get started. Yi Shiqing sighed softly. Time flew by, and soon Li Dehui came walking quickly from a distance, greeting people as he walked. Yi, honestly, you came without saying a word, Li Dehui complained. That's too much trouble. I took a taxi myself. Never mind. Li Dehui shook his head, no longer dwelling on it. Let's go, the dean is waiting for you. Yi Shiqing didn't hesitate and followed Li Dehui forward. Dawn Academy was enormous, seemingly without end. The two strolled slowly along the campus path, chatting as they walked to avoid boredom, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Yi Shiqing's gaze swept around from time to time. As one of the top universities, Dawn Academy boasts an impeccable, almost perfect environment. The campus is shaded by green trees and lush with flowers and plants. Colorful flowers bloom in profusion, filling the air with fragrance and bringing joy to the heart. Every breath feels like a cleansing of the soul. Exquisite pavilions are scattered throughout the campus, providing places for students to rest. Noticing Yi Shiqing's scrutinizing gaze, Li Dehui smiled smugly. How about it? Isn't our academy pretty good? Yi Shiqing nodded lightly. Under Li Dehui's guidance, Yi Shiqing seemed to have a special pass, allowing him to move freely within the campus. They moved quickly along the campus paths, the surrounding scenery receding into the distance. The two stopped in front of an even more magnificent building. The building is imposing, standing like a giant, and the whole thing is like a finely crafted work of art, tightly wrapped in gold tiles. Under the blazing sun, the golden tiles seem to ignite instantly, reflecting a dazzling light. The entire building resembles a small sun, radiating dazzling brilliance. Seeing Yi Shiqing's surprised expression, Li Dehui explained, this is the Dawn Building, the core area of the entire academy, which only senior teachers and school leaders can enter. Dawn Tower? Yi Shiqing pondered to himself. He had heard of it before and was aware of its splendor and prestige. Seeing it with my own eyes today is even more awe-inspiring. After calming his excitement, he asked in return, Teacher Li, you're quite impressive too. You look like you're only in your early 30s, yet you're already a senior teacher. His words were filled with admiration and curiosity. After all, those senior teachers are mostly older and more experienced seniors. Li Dehui shook his head modestly. I don't have that ability. It's all thanks to you that I was able to be promoted to senior level. His tone was calm and humble, revealing sincerity and steadfastness. Yi Shiqing did not respond, but simply shrugged and smiled faintly. Li Dehui shook his head in relief. Let's go in. Without another word, the two walked straight into the Dawn Tower. Upon entering the building, one is immediately struck by its high-tech decor. The various advanced facilities and unique designs are dazzling. The space is spacious, with wide passageways and high ceilings, giving it a grand and open feel. Newcomers are likely to get lost easily. Yi Shiqing looked around curiously, following closely behind Li Dehui. The two then entered the elevator together. The elevator ascended rapidly and soon arrived at the top floor, the 27th floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, what comes into view is a simple yet elegant office. Two people were sitting inside the room. An elderly man with white hair, and a young girl with silver hair. The white-haired old man was Wang Xiao, the dean of Liming Academy. He was dressed in a pristine white ancient robe. His full head of silver hair and beard seemed to be marks quietly etched by the years. It makes one sigh that his twilight years may not be long. However, the unique aura he exudes is quite different. There is a sense of peace and radiance, like a sacred light. Sitting opposite him was the familiar Xiao Rongshui. Her silver hair shimmered like flowing silver, perfectly complementing her blue and white long dress. Even from behind, one can feel her noble and elegant aura. When Dean Wang Xiao saw Yi Shiqing arrive, a gentle smile immediately appeared on his face. Yi, you've arrived. Yes, Dean Wang. Yi Shiqing replied replied respectfully. Don't be so formal, please sit down. Dean Wang couldn't stop smiling. Yi Shiqing, always easygoing and decisive, eagerly sat down next to Xiao Rongxue. You're here too, she giggled. Xiao Rongxue remained indifferent, glancing at Yi Shiqing with a look of disdain. She frowned slightly. Could you sit a little further away? Oh, okay. Hearing her say that, Yi Shiqing was somewhat unwilling, but she still obediently moved a little distance away. Ha ha ha. It's good to be young, so carefree and impetuous, Dean Wang joked. After saying that, he looked Yi Shiqing over again, his face full of satisfaction. As expected, Yi has truly demonstrated his skills. Seeing him today, I can confirm that his reputation is well deserved. Yi Shiqing smiled slightly, looking a little shy. Dean Wang, you're still going strong for your age. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Dean Wang chuckled twice, interrupting the conversation. Do you know why I called you here? Yi Shiqing and Xiao Rongxue shook their heads at the same time. Seeing this, Dean Wang gave Li Dehui, who was standing at the door, a wink. Li Dehui immediately understood, quickly walked to the bookshelf, and skillfully took out 2 wooden boxes. It was placed steadily in front of Yi Shiqing and Xiao Rongxue. Xiao Rongxue's bright eyes swept lightly over the wooden box, her cold face remaining completely expressionless. What is this? Yi Shiqing asked, glancing at the wooden box. Dean Wang said with a smile, Yi, you have such a bad memory. This was the reward I promised you. Upon hearing this, Yi Shiqing suddenly understood. When I first enrolled, the beautiful vision they painted for me was like a rainbow in the sky. Now, the time has finally come to deliver. Our hospital has always been committed to integrity, and what we have promised, we will naturally deliver. His gaze slowly shifted to the wooden box, his eyes gleaming with a profound light. Our library has 9 S-level cultivation techniques. There is one in each of these 2 wooden boxes. They are the most suitable techniques for the 2 of you. As he spoke, he added, of course, you can also use other techniques as references and templates. Thank you, Dean Wang, the 2 replied in unison. The key to this exercise lies in its practicality. Even if they enter the library and read all the techniques, the only ones they can truly use are those that complement and enhance their own special abilities. The rest are nothing but fleeting moments, merely a means to broaden one's horizons. Dean Wang's arrangement did indeed save them a lot of time and energy. Our academy also promised you 3 days of Soul Tower training time each year. You can go anytime you want. As the dean spoke, he extended his right hand, and a ring on his index finger suddenly flashed with a spiritual light. Instantly, a book on supernatural abilities cultivation appeared in his hand. This cultivation method is called the Dawn Superpower Cultivation Method. It is the foundational secret method of our academy and is not passed on to outsiders. Of course, there are no copies, so you'll have to take turns using it. The cheapest method for cultivating supernatural abilities costs 1 million RMB, and this top-level cultivation method is priceless. The 2 of them naturally didn't say anything more. Then, Dean Wang took out 2 more contracts and handed them to them. Looking at the contract in his hand, Yi Shiqing couldn't help but ask, is this the enrollment contract? Dean Wang answered affirmatively, our college has fixed required courses and elective courses, and each course has a dedicated tutor in charge. He continued, geniuses are born in a free environment, but they cannot be willful or left to their own devices. Yi Shiqing nodded, seemingly understanding, and continued to ask, then who is my mentor? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Dehui's face lit up with a smile. He quickly walked to Yi Shiqing's side and said calmly, it is indeed me. Yi Shiqing was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, but then a smile spread across her face like a spring breeze. He had always had a good impression of Li Dehui and thought that having him as a mentor was a good choice, so his doubts immediately disappeared. Then, I'll take good care of you from now on. Yi Shiqing smiled brightly. Dean Wang nodded meaningfully, shifting his gaze from Yi Shiqing to Xiao Rongxue. Student Yi belongs to the military department, while student Xiao belongs to the magic department. Your mentors are different. Zhao's advisor is Huang Qingwei, also known as Advisor Huang. Xiao Rongxue nodded gently, revealing her obedient yet aloof demeanor. Afterwards, a relaxed atmosphere filled the office. The group continued their conversation in the spacious room, and time quietly slipped by. Before they knew it, they had been chatting for 4 or 5 hours. Yi Shiqing fully utilized his glib tongue, spouting witty remarks one after another, making Dean Wang laugh heartily and become extremely happy. Afterwards, Yi Shiqing and Xiao Rongxue hurriedly left after distributing the Dawn Superpower Cultivation Method. As a gentleman, he naturally granted the right to use it to Xiao Rongxue first. After she finished reading it thoroughly, it was Yi Shiqing's turn. Dragging their luggage, Yi Shiqing and Li Dehui walked slowly together through the academy. Their destination was, of course, the dormitory. After all, Yi Shiqing couldn't possibly drag this heavy luggage around aimlessly. At this moment, Li Dehui began to explain the situation of the academy to Yi Shiqing. The enrollment procedures have been completed. Next, I will introduce the college's curriculum to you. Yi Shiqing immediately agreed. Okay. Li Dehui continued, our academy has 4 departments, magic, superpowers, mental health, and military skills. Each department has a set of required courses. You are now in the military branch, and I will be your personal mentor. What about elective courses? Yi Shiqing asked. Li Dehui continued unhurriedly. There are 5 elective courses in total: warrior, assassin, burst, control, and support. After all, there are many different types and forms of superpowers. Some excel in attack power, while others are extremely powerful in support. The purpose of setting up these 5 elective courses is to allow students to choose the path that best suits them based on the characteristics and development direction of their superpowers, fully explore their potential, and improve their strength. Yi Shiqing nodded after listening. The required courses teach everyone to control their superpowers more skillfully, while the elective courses are key to showcasing their abilities. The superpower team consists of 5 people whose professions correspond to warrior, assassin, burst damage, control, and support. Li Dehui carefully examined Yi Shiqing, a hint of approval and curiosity in his eyes. You possess dual superpowers and are extremely fast, which are obvious advantages. Therefore, I suggest that you develop in the direction of an assassin in your elective courses. Yi Shiqing nodded in understanding. Li Dehui continued. The school implements a credit system, and credits are extremely important. By completing various tasks assigned by the school, you can obtain corresponding credits. The higher the credits, the greater the prestige and rewards from the school credits system. Yi Shiqing murmured softly. Li Dehui then helped him successfully connect to the campus website on his phone. Yi Shiqing checked and found that his credits on his homepage were 130. Previously, he and Chao Yu had dealt with the black-feathered eagle on the bridge, and the eagle had kept its promise to report the incident to the school, resulting in a sudden increase of 130 credits. The relevant information shows rank 9348, score 130. Yi Shiqing quickly glanced at the rankings and asked with great curiosity, there are actually rankings here? Li Dehui answered affirmatively. That's right. All students from freshman to senior year are included in the ranking system. The higher the ranking, the more rewards and resources they receive each semester. He chuckled and joked, of course, you and Xiao are key students being groomed, so you naturally get the best resources. Yi Shiqing nodded calmly, gradually understanding quite a bit. The latter part of the sentence roughly meant that he could enjoy top-tier resources without any effort. That's the allure of an S-class ability user. The two chatted merrily as they walked briskly and at a good pace. Before long, they arrived at the dormitory building. Yi Shiqing stood in front of the building, his eyes lighting up. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he was about to move into a 3-story villa. The villa's exterior was exquisite, with smooth and elegant lines, and every detail showcased a unique design. The surrounding environment was beautiful, with shady trees and swaying flowers and plants, highlighting the villa's luxurious grandeur. Li Dehui said with a smile, this is your dormitory. It has everything you need for daily life and will fully meet your needs. Yi Shiqing laughed heartily. Your roommate should be here by now. Go in and meet them. After all, you'll be living together for 4 years. After saying this, Li Dehui greeted everyone, then waved and turned to leave. Yi Shiqing watched his retreating figure grow smaller and smaller, and couldn't help but shake his head slightly, a helpless smile appearing on his face. Then, he dragged his heavy suitcase toward the villa. What kind of person will my roommate be? He wondered to himself. He walked along, muttering to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Won't they arrange for me to meet a stunningly beautiful woman? He. The thought of this wonderful possibility immediately brought a maternal smile to Yi Shiqing's face, as if she could already see the sweet times they had spent together. Immediately, Yi Shiqing took out his key and pushed open the door. With a soft click, the door was slowly pushed open. He looked around the interior of the villa with anticipation, but her gaze was firmly drawn to the man lying on the sofa. When he saw that face clearly, his vision went black, and his lips twitched involuntarily. His expression was so gloomy it looked like he had eaten shit. My beautiful illusion shattered instantly. Yi Shiqing, benefit. The other person also turned to look at him, their eyes wide open, their face full of disbelief. Duan Feng? The two looked at each other in surprise and exclaimed in unison. Their sudden appearance startled them both, their faces filled with shock. One had wide open eyes and a gaping mouth, while the other stared intently at the other, as if unable to believe what they were seeing. Their eyes met, and a tense and awkward atmosphere filled the air. Duan Feng was the first to react. You live here? Yi Shiqing frowned, her face showing displeasure, and asked irritably, what's wrong? Is it not allowed? Duan Feng was a little annoyed by his attitude, but he didn't say anything. After all, they didn't like each other to begin with. Moreover, Duan Feng now knows Yi Shiqing's true identity. He's a very important person. He wouldn't dare mess with someone like that, so it's best to keep quiet to avoid trouble. Yi Shiqing let out a low growl of dissatisfaction. His gaze shot fiercely at Duan Feng like a sharp arrow, recalling the fierce battle with the black-feathered eagle on the bridge. Everything was under control until Duan Feng suddenly intervened, disrupting the rhythm. I almost got hurt. Thinking of this, Yi Shiqing's face immediately turned gloomy. You'd better not mess with me, humph. After saying that, he snorted coldly and ignored Duan Feng on the sofa. Pulling his luggage, he headed straight for the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, 2 rooms came into view. The door to room number 1 was tightly closed, and Duan Feng had already set up camp inside. Left with no other choice, Yi Shiqing had to head towards room number 2. He pushed open the door and was immediately struck by the interior. The room was luxurious and exquisite, with unique decor. The spacious 50 square meter space makes people feel very comfortable. Yi Shiqing spent half an hour packing her luggage. Today is August 31st, and school officially starts on September 1st. Therefore, there are no classes scheduled for these 2 days, the last day of August and the first day of September. Yi Shiqing sat quietly in the room, recalling the cultivation techniques taught by the dean. I should really study the cultivation technique the dean gave me. My stomach suddenly started to protest, making those annoying little rumbling noises. He shook his head with a wry smile. Looks like we need to solve the problem of food and clothing first. It was already 5:30 p.m., which was lunchtime at school. Yi Shiqing was originally a homebody. At home, I often rely on takeout to solve my meals and rarely go out to find food. At this moment, he rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a cunning thought quietly crept into his mind. Without hesitation, he stepped out of the room and shouted loudly to Duan Feng downstairs. "Hey, brother Duan, you're going out for dinner?" Duan Feng was putting on his shoes at that moment. Upon hearing the sound, he looked up, glanced sideways at Yi Shiqing, and replied with a hint of impatience. "Yeah, I was just about to leave." Yi Shiqing flashed a bright white smile, a malicious grin on his face, and said in a flippant tone, "Could you bring me some food?" "Thanks." Duan Feng's face was full of surprise and confusion. He wondered to himself, what's going on? When did they become so familiar with each other? He snapped out of his daze, frowned, and said to Yi Shiqing with a stern face, "Go yourself. I have no obligation to be your errand boy. Don't do that. I'll give you money for the trip." "No way. I don't care about that little bit of money." "Then I'll give you Chow Yu's phone number. Make a deal." Duan Feng agreed without hesitation. "Beef and potato rice bowl." Yi Shiqing chuckled. Duan Feng simply nodded slightly. Although he maintained a stern face and pretended to be very unwilling, he was secretly overjoyed. Yi Shiqing stood by the second-floor window, his gaze fixed on Duan Feng as he rode the Sky Eagle into the distance. As he watched the figure gradually shrink, a sly smile of triumph spread across his face. Without hesitation, he turned and went into the room. After entering the room, he went straight to the bed and sat down cross-legged. He took out the wooden box that Principal Wang Xiao had given him earlier from his pocket and opened it without hesitation. He took out the long-forgotten martial arts manual from inside. S-rank technique, quadruple body clone, movement technique. Yi Shiqing couldn't help but murmur to himself. He continued to carefully study the above introduction. Those who cultivate this skill can split into 4 clones with the same strength as the original body. After reading it, he couldn't help but chuckle. He was already incredibly powerful. If he could transform into 4 clones, wouldn't that power be even more terrifying? As expected of an S rank. Without hesitation, Yi Shiqing immediately began to practice his martial arts. He studied each word and each picture with complete concentration, as if trying to imprint them deeply into his mind. The writing on the manual was extremely obscure and difficult to understand. He racked his brains and spent a full half-hour before he finally deciphered it. "So it's about splitting the soul," he murmured softly, his tone carrying a sense of sudden realization. According to the description of the technique, one must first divide the soul into 4 parts, and then use supernatural abilities to transform the soul into a body in order to achieve the splitting of the soul. Yi Shiqing spread out the cultivation technique in front of him, slowly closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. In this era of spiritual revival, those with supernatural abilities can clearly perceive the existence of the soul after awakening. He followed the steps of the technique, concentrating intently as he attempted to split his soul. At this moment, he felt as if he were in the vast universe, his soul constantly being torn apart, sometimes overlapping, sometimes separating. This is a difficult but crucial transformation. He gritted his teeth, desperately resisting the strange sensations of his soul being torn apart, single-mindedly determined to successfully complete this crucial step. At this moment, he was emanating a powerful aura. The aura was like a surging wave, violently impacting everything around it. The objects inside the room crackled and popped as if a small storm was raging. About 10 minutes passed quietly. Whether in reality or in his mental world, Yi Shiqing began to regulate his breathing steadily. The previously torn soul gradually calmed down. His raging aura, as fierce as a whirlwind, gradually subsided at that moment. He calmly sensed the changes in his soul within his mind. By guiding it to split little by little, the soul was finally successfully divided into 4 parts. Yi Shiqing's eyes faintly emanated a chilling black aura of death. He took a deep breath, his forehead covered in sweat. Those clear eyes, which had been silent for so long, now shone with determination and excitement. "Now, congratulations, host, you have learned the skill quadruple clone. Mental strength plus 100. Current mental strength 650. 4 clones stood side by side in front of Yi Shiqing, like reflections in a mirror, all looking exactly
alike. Their clothes were exactly the same, as if they had been copied from the same template. But upon closer inspection, their expressions were all different.
Number 1, comet, comet. Number 2,
Number 3,
greater than over equal to less than over equal to, /. Number 4, smiley face.
Number 1's face was full of bitterness and anger, with veins bulging on his forehead, as if the whole world owed him $1 million. Number 2, on the other hand, looked worried, like a shy child, with his eyes lowered, standing quietly. Number 3 laughed heartily, his laughter deafening, making all sorts of cool moves, fiddling with his hair one moment, tilting his head slightly the next, showing what he thought was a cool expression.
Yi Shiqing muttered, "Are their personalities really that different? Ha ha."
Number 3, Yi Shiqing, stood with his hands on his hips, his laughter echoing in all directions. Number 1's veins bulged like caterpillars, and he roared fiercely, "Stop fucking laughing.
Ha 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 ha. What the hell are you laughing at? Ha 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 ha." Number 1, unable to bear it any longer, clenched his fist and frantically approached Number 3. "No, don't fight, don't fight."
Number 2 was at a loss, but still stood firmly between Number 1 and Number 3.
Number 4 pulled out a mirror from somewhere and started boasting wildly, "I'm so handsome, so handsome. His mom told you to stop laughing. Let's fight one-on-one. System, draw a lottery. Don't fight, don't fight. I look so handsome, so dignified and upright." The room was noisy.
The angry curses of Number 1, the unstoppable laughter of Number 3, the urgent attempts by Number 2 to mediate, and the smug boasts of Number 4 all mingled together, creating utter chaos. The noise was so loud it almost lifted the roof off, and the once quiet room instantly turned into a chaotic battlefield. Yi Shiqing helplessly rubbed his forehead, his face full of bitterness, his head buzzing, feeling as big as a bucket. Looking at the several clones with such different personalities in front of him, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Cloners are clones, but why are they all so bizarre? What the hell did you say?"
A furious roar rang out. The first clone was instantly enraged and rushed to Yi Shiqing, grabbing his collar tightly. "I'd say they're all weirdos."
Yi Shiqing also had a fiery temper and never let Number 1 have an easy time. Number 1 was like a lit powder keg, his anger soaring. His clenched fist whistled through the air as he swung it towards Yi Shiqing with lightning speed, but Yi Shiqing did not flinch at all, his face expressionless and without a trace of emotion. To Number 1's astonishment, the fist carried a powerful gust of wind. It stopped in front of Yi Shiqing.
Number 1 seemed to have been put on pause, unable to move an inch.
This sudden move left Number 2 speechless. Number 3 and Number 4 remained immersed in their own world. Number 1 frowned, trying incredulously to exert force, but to no avail. Yi Shiqing glanced at him coldly, her face remaining calm.
After all, these 4 oddballs were just his clones, while he was the real one. Apart from his personality, Yi Shiqing could completely control the rest of his personality. "What the hell did you do to me?" Number 1 continued relentlessly, his imposing manner intimidating.
Yi Shiqing raised her hand, ready to slap him, but when his gaze fell upon that handsome face that looked exactly like his own, he immediately abandoned the idea. After all, he was somewhat reluctant to slap his handsome face. "Don't think you can act all high and mighty just because you're the original body.
Put me down right now, let's have a one-on-one fight. I'm going to beat you so badly your prostate will dislocate."
Number 1 kept cursing, his face full of stubbornness and unwillingness to admit defeat. Even though he was already under Yi Shiqing's control, he still struggled and refused to give in. Yi Shiqing's lips twitched involuntarily.
"That was really awful. Fighting is wrong, not fighting is wrong too. And these 4 clones, they even developed self-awareness. You asterisk 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 asterisk. Stop yelling. Stop yelling. Who is this handsome man? Oh, it's me."
Yi Shiqing glanced at the 4 bizarre clones and couldn't help but pinch the corner of his eye, feeling a terrible headache. Before he could even sort out his thoughts, an astonishing scene unfolded. Thick black mist simultaneously emanated from the bodies of the 4 clones, enveloping them before dissipating completely. All 4 of them disappeared from the spot at the same time. Yi Shiqing was not surprised by this situation.
He knew that S-level techniques required extremely strong mental power to activate. The mental strength of an ordinary second-tier ability user is approximately 200.
His own mental strength has reached 650. Generally speaking, it would take an ordinary person at least a year to study and comprehend an S-level cultivation technique.
Yi Shiqing mastered the technique in less than an hour. However, their strength is ultimately limited. Right now, it can only be considered half-baked. Moreover, this summoning state can only last for a maximum of 10 minutes.
However, Yi Shiqing can control the number of clones he has. For example, right now, he can split into 4 clones, which last for 10 minutes. It can also split into only 1 clone, which lasts for 2 hours. "It seems I still need to study more," Yi Shiqing sighed. Just then, there was a knock on the door.
He quickly got up to open the door. "Here you go, your food."
Duan Feng handed over the food at the door, and Yi Shiqing quickly took it.
"Okay, thanks, brother Duan." Duan Feng, his face full of resentment yet somewhat embarrassed, spoke up. "Don't just say thank you, I've done what I promised, it's time to pay you back."
As soon as he finished speaking, a business card flew into Duan Feng's hand.
Here, this is the phone number you wanted.
Yi Shiqing's voice came through.
Duan Feng was stunned for a moment, then immediately looked at the card in his hand after realizing what was happening. The smile on his face instantly became as bright as the summer sun. Are you kidding me? Duan Feng crumpled the business card into a ball.
This is clearly for sale, he said. Yi Shiqing suddenly turned his head, his face full of smugness, mixed with a hint of teasing.
He said in a joking tone, "Hey, I'm not kidding. Take a close look at this name. Chow. You. Fine. You're using puns, aren't you?" When patience reaches its limit, an outburst becomes inevitable.
Duan Feng could no longer hold back, his clenched fists cracked as if they were the furious roar of his heart. He took a big step and rushed forward like an arrow released from a bow.
"I'll fight you to the death."
His raised fist seemed to be an expression of his emotions. Every joint tells a story of the grievances he has accumulated over a long period of time.
3 seconds later, Duan Feng's screams echoed throughout the villa. These 4 clones each possess one of 4 different characteristics of Yi Shiqing. Stop hitting! Stop hitting!
Duan Feng covered his forehead with both hands, begging for mercy as he was beaten.
"If you dare to lay a hand on me?"
Yi Shiqing said aggressively. At this moment, Duan Feng was unrecognizable, his face bruised and swollen, looking like a pitiful wretch who had been brutally beaten, which made people feel sorry for him. Yi Shiqing stopped what he was doing and clapped his hands. Duan Feng lay on the ground, panting heavily, his whole body aching unbearably. Yi Shiqing had deliberately held back. After all, he wouldn't kill someone in a day. So he only left Duan Feng with bruises all over his face and wounds all over his body, but did not cause any fatal injuries. Yi Shiqing stared at Duan Feng, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Then he squatted down and poked Duan Feng's head with his finger.
"Remember, these injuries are from a fall," he warned him threateningly. Duan Feng nodded quickly, afraid that Yi Shiqing would give him another beating.
At this moment, his face was swollen like a pig's head, and his eyes were only slits, which was both comical and ridiculous. But he didn't care about his image at all. He just wanted to get out of this terrible place as soon as possible. Yi Shiqing smiled with satisfaction, then took out a piece of paper and handed it to Duan Feng.
Duan Feng was immediately taken aback and dared not answer.
Yi Shiqing glared at him, and Duan Feng reluctantly took the card.
"The above is a phone number," Duan Feng asked tentatively. "A phone call from Chow Yu."
Yi Shiqing smiled smugly. Upon seeing Yi Shiqing's sly smile, Duan Feng's face instantly turned even uglier than if he were crying.
"Hey young man, you're so thirsty, you really should go and relieve yourself."
Yi Shiqing patted Duan Feng on the shoulder meaningfully, as if he were educating his son.
Duan Feng's lips twitched involuntarily.
Well, Yi Shiqing's door was tightly closed, and Duan Feng was kicked out of the room. Yi Shiqing sat alone in the room, recalling Duan Feng's behavior just now, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. As for where that erotic card came from, don't ask, it was from his old collection. Of course, before leaving, Yi Shiqing also handed Chow Yu's phone number to Duan Feng. He teased Duan Feng only because he wanted to beat him up. After all, he had been tricked last time and still held a grudge. Yi Shiqing's attention turned to the food that Duan Feng had brought. He gently picked up the lunchbox, staring intently at the seemingly ordinary box, while his mind raced with various possibilities.
"He probably didn't spit, right?"
he muttered to himself, full of doubt and unease. Then, as if he were carrying out an important mission, he carefully inspected the lunchbox for a long time, repeatedly checking every corner of it. Only after confirming that there were no abnormalities did I feel relieved enough to open the lunchbox and begin to enjoy the food inside.
"It tastes good." Dawn Academy is indeed a top-tier institution, even its cuisine is extraordinary.
After Yi Shi finished washing up, she entered the room and saw Duan Feng sitting on the sofa. He curled up quietly, exuding a somber aura. His face was full of melancholy, as if shrouded in dark clouds, making him appear listless and devoid of any will to live. Yi Shiqing couldn't help but chuckle. Ever since Duan Feng gave Chow Yu's phone number, Duan Feng has been like a flame that has been ignited, unable to wait to make the call. As a result, Chow Yu immediately and decisively blocked him. Chow Yu also dragged Yi Shiqing into the fray, giving him a thorough dressing down. Yi Shiqing then learned that Chow Yu and Duan Feng were both from Yubei City, and that Chow Yu was the school beauty of Yubei City with many suitors. Duan Feng was one of them, and he pursued Chow Yu for 3 whole years.
Although Duan Feng is fairly good-looking, he has the typical face of a scumbag.
I never expected him to be such a pure lover. Yi Shiqing made a few jokes and then ignored him. After packing his clothes, he prepared to go out to find food. What should we eat? Yi Shiqing strolled through the vibrant academy, wondering what to eat next. He lives in a villa district, in this elegant area, which is the villa where he lives. The surrounding area is lined with villas, which together form this unique residential area. It was lunchtime, and many people came out of the villa, men and women, some in groups and some alone. Yi Shiqing strolled along leisurely, whistling. He followed the navigation on his phone and headed towards the cafeteria. After all, this college is huge. It has a total of 10 canteens to meet the dining needs of many teachers and students. Yi Shiqing strode forward and spent about 10 minutes arriving at the nearest cafeteria. The cafeteria is only one floor, but it is quite spacious, about the size of a football field. He moved forward with firm steps and swift speed. It only took him about 10 minutes to reach the nearest cafeteria. This cafeteria has a unique design. Although it is only one floor, it is huge in scale, almost comparable to the size of a football field. Yi Shiqing acts decisively and without hesitation. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, he went straight to a window, bought 4 steamed buns, a cup of soy milk, and 2 fried dough sticks, then found a seat and sat down comfortably. Yo Yi! I had only taken 2 bites when a familiar voice came from behind me. Yi Shiqing turned his head to look when he heard the sound. Hey, Teacher Li, you're here for breakfast too? He responded while chewing, his words somewhat muffled. Li Dehui sat down opposite Yi Shiqing without any hesitation. I was just about to call you because I had something to tell you, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Teacher Li, is something the matter? Yi Shiqing asked in surprise. Li Dehui, still chewing food, spoke. Our college starts school on September 1st every year, and at that time we will hold a freshman performance. Many students can participate. I will be able to showcase my abilities to all the new students and teachers at the performance. Of course, those who perform exceptionally well will receive greater rewards. Yi Shiqing nodded slowly. A performance? What kind of performance is it? Is it a duel? Almost there. Li Dehui paused. Beast fighting. Yi Shiqing stopped chewing abruptly. This answer was like a shocking pebble thrown into the air, creating ripples. He was overjoyed. After all, this means that his accumulated ability points have a chance to be increased. He composed himself and tentatively asked, fighting strange beasts? It's practically a strange beast. He took a sip of soy milk and casually hummed in agreement. But at this moment, his heart was churning with turbulent emotions. What do you mean by more or less? Yi Shiqing asked as if nothing had happened. A hint of doubt and curiosity was in his eyes. After all, Li Dehui didn't say it was definitely a strange beast, but rather that it was close to being a strange beast. This ambiguous answer left Yi Shiqing somewhat confused. Li Dehui took a sip of soy milk, then proceeded to explain in an orderly and truthful manner. The freshman performance is held in the unique arena within the academy. Participants can engage in duels with alien beasts on the field. However, there is a crucial restriction. The beast must not be killed. After all, the academy has a limited reserve of exotic beasts and cannot withstand excessive losses. Those with mental summoning abilities will then find a use for their skills. They can provide the academy with summoned creatures for this grand event. Of course, if the summoned beast is exceptionally strong, it will also receive corresponding rewards. After hearing that the beast could not be killed, Yi Shiqing's face immediately fell, his joy instantly gone to waste. What's wrong? You look terrible. Yi Shiqing's expression immediately caught Li Dehui's attention. Yi Shiqing waved his hand to compose himself. Seeing that Yi Shiqing had said that, Li Dehui stopped dwelling on the topic. Do you want to participate? After all, with your abilities, winning the grand prize shouldn't be a problem. Of course, I want to participate, Yi Shiqing said decisively. After all, there's a reward, why not take it? Upon hearing Yi Shiqing's words, Li Dehui's lips curled up slightly, as if he had expected Yi Shiqing to respond in this way. He casually pulled out an application form and a ballpoint pen from his pocket. It was as if everything was already prepared. Just an autograph is fine. Yi Shiqing signed the document without hesitation. Time flies by. After finishing breakfast, Yi Shiqing said goodbye to Li Dehui and left in a hurry. According to Li Dehui, the freshman performance will be held at 3 p.m. Most students arrive at school early, so there are no cases of absence or lack of time to participate. After all, this is a top-tier academy, and these people couldn't wait to arrive. Can you provide summoned beasts? After returning to the villa, Yi Shiqing sat on the edge of the bed, pondering deeply. After all, Yi Shiqing also possessed summoning abilities at this time, so it was natural for him to be troubled by this topic. Yi Shiqing did not intend to reveal his god-level superpower, Demon Wolf Fenrir, at this time. After all, you have to keep some cards up your sleeve. He fell into deep thought. One can be arrogant, but not conceited. Revealing all one's cards is a recipe for disaster. This will inevitably lead to numerous causal effects. If I put Fenrir into the beast fighting, wouldn't I get double the reward? Yi Shiqing is mistaken. Although Fenrir was at the peak of the first tier at this time, however, with his powerful physique and ability to grow to enormous size, his strength is comparable to that of a second-tier being. The next moment, Yi Shiqing's eyes lit up. I have a clone. His clones can inherit all the power of his original body. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. That is to have the clone use Demon Wolf Fenrir to participate in the competition. If you also participate, you can get double the rewards. Thinking of this, Yi Shiqing grinned. Yi Shiqing then took out his phone and called Li Dehui. After all, you need to register an identity for your clone. Teacher Li. The call was connected a moment later. Yes, did you need something from me? Li Dehui asked. Yi Shiqing organized his thoughts. I have a friend. Time slips away quietly. It was 2:30 in the afternoon. Following the navigation, Yi Shiqing arrived at the arena without incident. The arena's exterior closely resembles the Roman Colosseum. This arena is enormous, covering an area nearly the size of 10 football fields. The surrounding environment was magnificent and opulent, as if one were in a luxurious palace. The entire arena features a unique vortex-like design, giving it a mysterious and spectacular feel. I heard that there is a third-tier centipede in this beast fighting performance. A millipede? Really? That thing has terrifying defense and venom. They actually sent such a powerful beast. Yes. I also heard that one of the summoned beasts provided this time is a hail tiger, which is also at the third tier. The surrounding area was bustling with people, a large and lively crowd, and they are still continuously entering the arena. After all, it's already 2:30, and there's only half an hour left before the opening ceremony. Yi Shiqing slowly walked into the arena with the surging crowd. The moment he stepped through the door, a very spacious hall then came into view. A reception desk stands prominently in front of you. On the left and right sides of the hall, there is a majestic door. The large door on the left leads to the audience seating area, while the large door on the right is the entrance to the competition area. The door behind the reception desk is a passage specifically designed for people with summoning abilities. The overall layout is clear, with each area having a distinct function, making it easy to understand at a glance. Yi Shiqing followed the signs at this time. I went into the restroom. He chose to enter through a doorway. With a thought, a cloud of black mist spread from the corner of Yi Shiqing's eyes. A person's silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Yi Shiqing. From the initial blurring of reality and illusion, to the gradual becoming clearer, the complete human form was finally revealed in front of Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing number 2. Number 2 looked utterly bewildered and terrified. Yi Shiqing flashed what he thought was a very cool smile and patted the other person on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. Number 2 trembled slightly, his eyes scanning the closed space. Then they saw Yi Shiqing, whose face was full of lewdness. His face turned pale with fright. Brother, don't mess around. I'm just a clone. Yi Shiqing? Yi Shiqing glanced around at the surroundings and suddenly realized something. What are you thinking? I'm straight, and who would do that kind of thing here? Yi Shiqing rolled her eyes. They tried to quickly clarify this ridiculous misunderstanding. Yi Shiqing's angry shout immediately pulled number 2's thoughts back to reality. Then what do you need me for? Number 2 hit the nail on the head. After all, Yi Shiqing couldn't have separated him for no reason. You just need to. Yi Shiqing detailed the plan. The other person nodded with a wry smile. After all, Yi Shiqing could control his every move, so even if he was unwilling, he had no choice but to agree. Yi Shiqing took out the clothes she had prepared beforehand and carefully handed them to the other person. Here, put these clothes on. The other person took the clothes and silently began to change. After he changed his clothes, Yi Shiqing carefully put a mask and sunglasses on him to ensure that his face was completely covered. Then he draped the void cloak over number 2. After all, there are senior mentors watching the performance. If one does not wear the void cloak, their presence is very likely to be detected. The two then walked out of the restroom at the same time. This competition allows anonymous participation. Yi Shiqing had already contacted Li Dehui and registered a contestant identity for number 2. Moreover, the stock of exotic beasts is already scarce. They naturally give strong support to services that provide summoned beasts. Yi Shiqing was not worried about his god-level superpower, Demon Wolf Fenrir, being recognized. The rarest existence in the world of god-level superpowers, so even someone as powerful as the Dean might not be able to recognize his identity. Even if it is exposed, the clone's duration will only last for 2 hours. At this moment, Yi Shiqing was standing with number 2 in the center of the spacious and bright hall. Number 2's figure, completely covered up, was particularly eye-catching under the lights. Yi Shiqing pointed solemnly to the large door behind the reception desk and instructed, "You go that way." His eyes revealed his trust and expectations for number 2. Number 2 nodded vigorously and replied, "Yes, okay." Number 2 dared not slacken in the slightest. He took light, quick steps and walked without hesitation in the direction Yi Shiqing pointed out. As number 2 gradually moved away, Yi Shiqing's gaze followed his retreating figure until he disappeared from sight. Then, he took a deep breath and turned to walk towards the right-hand gate. Behind the gate on the right, what comes into view is a long corridor. At first glance, it is nearly 100 meters long. The corridor was dimly lit, but fortunately, there were table lamps hanging on both walls. It emits a soft light, preventing the entire space from falling into complete darkness. At the end of the corridor was an open door. At this time, there were already about 10 new students in the corridor. They entered the open door one after another. Yi Shiqing gently pushed open the door and walked in without hesitation. The room was very spacious. Inside, there were many seats, all arranged in an orderly fashion facing west. There were still many people in the room, nearly 200. They stood or sat, talking to each other, making the room noisy. These people are also contestants in this performance. Just then, a staff member wearing a bodycon skirt came to Yi Shiqing's side. He handed over a wooden box and said, "Hello, you can draw your entry order here." Yi Shiqing nodded slightly. He then quickly pulled a wooden skewer out of the wooden box. The wooden stick clearly shows 193. Okay, please wait here patiently. You will be notified separately when it is time to enter, the staff member explained in a gentle tone. Of course, Yi Shiqing attracted the attention of many new students as soon as he entered the door. After all, Yi Shiqing is handsome and strong, making him a popular choice for the performance. As the staff left, Yi Shiqing found a quiet spot to sit down. Just then, Yi Shiqing caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Hey, Xiao Yu! Yi Shiqing called out enthusiastically while waving to the left front. At this moment, Xiao Yu was sitting quietly in that spot. Upon hearing Yi Shiqing's voice, she immediately turned her head. However, no joy was shown on her face. Instead, she glared at Yi Shiqing with annoyance. Then, without hesitation, he turned his head back. Yi Shiqing scratched his head, his face full of surprise. After all, he didn't know why Xiao Yu was so cold to him. Yi Shiqing disregarded everything else, brazenly walked straight to Xiao Yu's side, and then sat down casually. He spoke with a hint of doubt. What's wrong? Why are you ignoring me? Xiao Yu acted as if he didn't exist. Without turning his head or even twitching his eyelids, he simply replied coldly. Yi Shiqing looked blank, clearly not having realized what was happening. Seeing that Yi Shiqing didn't understand, Xiao Yu, though unwilling, patiently explained. Why did you give my phone number to do on phone? The tone clearly carried dissatisfaction and questioning. Oh dear, it's no big deal. Yi Shiqing waved his hand dismissively. At this moment, Yi Shiqing had already forgiven himself on Xiao Yu's behalf. Seeing Yi Shiqing's indifferent attitude, Xiao Yu snorted coldly. As the 3 o'clock mark arrived precisely, the entire classroom fell into silence. The students who had been bragging all quieted down. They quickly found their seats and sat down. Just then, a deep and powerful roar suddenly broke the silence. The sound was like muffled thunder, making one's heart tremble. Immediately afterwards, the walls in front began to rise slowly, as if they were alive. Everyone stared in astonishment, their eyes following the rising wall. As the walls rose, a huge arena gradually came into view. The entire arena, resembling a spinning top, has a unique 3-story structure. The first layer is the first layer where the arena itself is located. The second is the second floor where the student audience seats are located, where many energetic students gather. The third floor is the exclusive area for school teachers and deans, from which they can overlook the entire arena. Yi Shiqing was currently in the audience seats on this floor, rather than in the arena where intense battles were taking place. After the wall disappeared, a piece of tempered glass appeared. The location is quite clear, Yi Shiqing murmured. They were positioned on either side of the arena, so they could see everything clearly. Hello, what number are you? Yi Shiqing nudged Xiao Yu with his elbow. Xiao Yu, underscore. Xiao Yu didn't really want to talk to Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing continued to chatter on and on, hovering around his ear like a headless fly. Oh, it's no big deal. Seeing that Xiao Yu was still angry about what had happened earlier, Yi Shiqing quickly shouted. We need to broaden our horizons, right? Look how broad my horizons are. Xiao Yu also breathed a sigh of relief and seemed to be feeling better. Sitting on the top floor, Dean Wang Xiao quickly scanned the crowd with his gaze, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He suddenly stood up and calmly took the microphone from another teacher. After a slight pause to organize his thoughts, he began to speak loudly. Dear students, I am overjoyed to see you all gathered here today. Your decision to join Dawn Academy is undoubtedly the right one. The dean delivered a lengthy and inspiring speech. This freshman performance has officially begun. Now I will explain the rules. Participants will engage in a ring match. Each participant can continue fighting as long as they can remain standing on the ring without falling. Furthermore, the number of battles he fought was not limited to just 5. 5 times? Yi Shiqing pondered. The general idea is that a participant can engage in a maximum of 5 battles on the field. After participant number 1 successfully defeats the first alien beast, it will be their turn to challenge the second alien beast. If the second monster is also defeated, then the process will continue until the third monster is defeated, and so on, until the 5th alien beast is challenged. After all, if one person is too strong, it will force the others to not even have a chance to play. After the dean finished explaining, he coughed lightly twice. So now, freshman performance, let's begin. Thunderous applause swept through the entire venue like a tidal wave. The enthusiastic applause lasted for a full 30 seconds, as if time itself had been stretched out. As the applause gradually subsided, Dean Wang then took his seat. His seat was located on the top floor, like a majestic mountain peak, overlooking everything below. Below him are 5 other important positions. One of them was Vice Dean Li, male. He had a serious expression and sharp eyes, which revealed a sense of authority and decisiveness. The other 4 are the heads of the Special Abilities Department, 3 men and 1 woman. They each possess unique abilities and talents. The referee then walked into the arena. The audience's emotions were instantly ignited, and shouts and cheers erupted, instantly enveloping the entire arena in passion and excitement. Contestant number 1, Wang Dazhuang. The host's voice rang out, echoing throughout the entire arena. Number 1 summoned beast, Demon Wolf. As the host's enthusiasm enthusiastic tone ignited the audience's passion once again. Cheers and whistles rose and fell.
All eyes were focused on the gates on either side of the arena. Rumble, rumble.
The two large doors on either side opened slowly with a dull thud. The first thing that catches the eye is a tall boy with a buzz cut who walks out of the east gate with firm steps.
The boy's name is Wang Dazhuang.
He is tall and muscular, giving people a strong and powerful feeling. His eyes revealed confidence and determination, as if he were ready for battle. A mysterious figure emerged from the west gate. He was wearing a black cloak, sunglasses, and a mask, making it impossible to see his face or expression.
I don't know why.
The mysterious cloaked man's body was trembling slightly, as if he were afraid of something.
Is this person very cold?
They're wearing so many layers and they're still shivering.
Are you stupid? It's summer now. It's no wonder he gets heat rash dressed like that. What do you know? This is called cosplay.
Everyone chattered excitedly, filled with curiosity and speculation about the mysterious figure of the cloaked man. The cloaked man's mysterious appearance certainly attracted the attention of everyone present. It became the focus of everyone's attention. Yi Shiqing's lips curled up slightly, revealing a calm smile. He is Yi Shiqing's second clone. In fact, Yi Shiqing had already made arrangements. He personally requested Li Dehui that the organizers allow the second clone to appear first. Li Dehui agreed to his request without hesitation. After all, his clone could only last for 2 hours.
The cloak he was wearing seemed to be an instrument.
Xiao Yu, standing beside him, frowned and stared intently at the mysterious cloaked man. Yi Shiqing was taken aback.
How did you know? Xiao Yu explained. Because I can't sense any aura from him.
All participants in this competition are freshmen, and their strength is at most no higher than the 3rd rank. Therefore, his ability to conceal his presence so effectively can only be attributed to the cloak he was wearing.
Yi Shiqing sighed deeply. That's pretty good reasoning. Let's watch the game. Yi Shiqing ended the conversation.
I can't sense any energy fluctuations from this person at all. At this moment, Zhang Dianhong, the head of the military department, rested his chin on his hand inside.
TCH with your perception, it's a wonder you could even sense it.
The head of the magic department, Lu Shan, scoffed.
Can you do that? Zhang Dianhong retorted. I never said I could do it.
The two deans were arguing about this at the moment.
Is this the person Yi recommended? So mysterious?
At this moment, you can't help but feel moved by Dean Wang Xiao's words. After all, as an 8th level expert, he couldn't sense any aura from number 2 at this moment. The other party was like an ethereal, elusive entity in the air.
The second floor audience seating area of this arena is clearly divided into sections. Area A, Area B, Area C, Area D.
Section A is the audience seating area for freshmen.
Section B is the seating area for sophomores.
Section C and D are for 3rd and 4th year students.
At this moment, a man in Area D.
He has delicate features, with slightly long hair, and his brows are like a sword standing between them, exuding a heroic and sharp aura.
Wearing a long black coat, he exuded an aura of unparalleled elegance. This person's name is Zhou Ling.
A senior student, at the peak of the 4th tier, only 1 step away from the 5th tier. He crossed his arms over his chest. The eagle's sharp eyes scanned the cloaked man on the stage, and his brows furrowed immediately.
Zhou Ling, you can't sense his presence either?
A girl sitting next to Zhou Ling patted him on the shoulder.
The girl's name is Hua Xiaorong.
She is a 4th level student with short hair and a somewhat round and cute appearance.
I can't sense it at all. What's their background? Boom, boom, boom.
Hua Xiaorong pouted, her eyes curiously scanning the number 2 on the stage.
Wang Dezhuang and number 2 stood together in the dueling arena.
Summoned beasts can only act according to the summoner's commands, therefore the summoner must be present in person. At this moment, number 2 took a deep breath, having made a certain decision last time. He slowly raised his hands, and an eerie aura emanated from his body.
Is the demon wolf coming?
Wang Dazhuang's brows immediately turned ashen, and he instantly assumed a fighting stance. In his horrified and astonished gaze,
a black mongrel suddenly appeared. Wang Dazhuang, everyone, a demon wolf? This is a demon wolf?
The scene fell into perfect silence. You could hear a pin drop. Woof! A soft, sweet dog bark rang out. It was like a lighter, instantly igniting the deathly silence in the room.
This is a demon wolf? I'd laugh my head off. This is more like a mongrel. Has it been weaned yet? How lame.
A torrent of derogatory remarks poured in, plunging the scene into an uproar. A storm of noise and jeers erupted. This made the already awkward situation even more chaotic and ridiculous. Seeing this, Yi Shiqing grinned quietly. At this moment, Wang Dazhuang in the arena was the same, and his face immediately lit up with a smile. He put his hands on his hips and laughed wildly. You have the nerve to say that, ridiculous bastard. No wonder he was wrapped up so tightly. He was afraid of attracting attention. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Fenrir was summoned by number 2. Its personality is exactly the same as Yi Shiqing's original self, with the same silly traits.
Summoned beasts may seem simple-minded, but they are actually quite intelligent. After hearing the insulting curses from Wang Dazhuang and those around him, it was immediately enraged and barked fiercely at Wang Dazhuang.
Woof woof woof. However, her
her voice was too soft and sweet, making her seem somewhat cute. Hurry up and take your bastard down there. I don't want to waste time. Wang Dezhuang waved his hand dismissively. Woof woof woof. Good heavens. At this moment, number 2 squatted down and gently comforted Little Black. Boss, we need to complete the task assigned to us well. Number 2 was bathed in a sea of mockery and cold words, even though he was shy and timid. Snap, snap, snap. But at this moment, his face was full of stubbornness. Woof woof woof. Xiao Hei's emotions were indeed calmed down a lot at this point, and it kept rubbing against number 2's hand. Number 2 took a deep breath and exhaled all the gloom in one gulp. Behind his sunglasses, his eyes were clear and bright. Come on, let them see your strength. Little Black let out a clear cry and wagged its tail. Without hesitation, he rushed to the front, staring fiercely at Wang Dezhuang. Ha ha ha, then I'll play with you, you little bastard. When Wang Dezhuang saw Xiao Hei rushing over, a cold smile appeared on his face. He raised his right hand, and a blazing flame instantly appeared in his hand. Flames danced in the air, radiating intense heat. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Dezhuang threw the flames directly at Xiao Hei. The flames traced an arc in the air, carrying a scorching heat as they flew towards Xiao Hei. Faced with the flying flames, Little Black nimbly leaped to the side, easily dodging the attack. Upon seeing this, Wang Dezhuang couldn't help but burst into laughter. With a single wolf howl, Wang Dezhuang's voice abruptly ceased. Xiao Hei's originally docile face suddenly turned into one of rage. Its eyes gleamed with anger, and it let out a low growl. At the same time, its body began to expand continuously. Its muscles bulged, its hair stood on end, exuding a powerful aura. Woof, woof, a woof. A wolf the size of a truck suddenly came into view. Its claws became sharper, easily tearing through the enemy's defenses. Its teeth are as strong as steel and can crush any solid object. The once adorable puppy instantly transformed into a ferocious and ravenous wolf. Holy crap, it can even change its body shape. Snap, snap, snap. What kind of variety is this? Yes, yes, I've never heard of such a thing. The scene descended into chaos and astonishment, with people beginning to whisper among themselves. The jeers and laughter that had been raging just moments before vanished without a trace. It felt as if an invisible hand was gripping my neck, sending a chill down my spine. At this moment, Wang Dezhuang's brows turned ashen. He assumed a punching stance, a bead of cold sweat sliding down his forehead and running down his cheek. Fenrir opened its blood-stained maw, revealing sharp teeth and emitting a bloody smell. Fenrir kept emitting deep, muffled growls, his voice low and powerful. Wang Dezhuang awakened a sea-level superpower called Crossfire. Although his level is only at the peak of the first rank, his powerful physique is enough to contend with a second-rank beast. At this moment, he was facing a demonic wolf that was only at the peak of the first rank. Yet they sensed an unprecedented crisis. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner fear. He knew that only by remaining calm and resolute could he have a chance of survival against such an enemy. Wang Dezhuang made a cross shape with his hands. Flames raged wildly around his forearms, burning fiercely. Cross explosion. A deep shout came from his mouth. He suddenly exerted force with both hands, and a powerful energy burst forth instantly. The intersecting flame blades, carrying boundless power, swept towards the enemy. Fenrir's ferocious wolf eyes were fixed intently on his opponent. He made no attempt to avoid it. When the fire blade was only 10 meters away from him, he suddenly let out a deafening roar. With his roar, his gaping maw opened wide. A powerful gust of air shot out from his mouth. At the same time, a strange and deep vortex appeared in his mouth. This vortex, like a black hole, exudes a powerful attraction that seems capable of swallowing everything in its path. The incoming fire blade was instantly pulled into Fenrir's mouth by the powerful attraction, lasting for 3 seconds. As Fenrir's massive jaws closed, the raging flames of the twin blades vanished without a trace in an instant. What the hell is this? Where did the fire blade go? Just eat the superpowered creature raw? No, it wasn't eaten, it was absorbed. The crowd erupted in uproar, their faces filled with shock and confusion. They couldn't comprehend how such an absurd thing could happen to them. There are also strange beasts in the world that can devour supernatural beings. However, this kind of strange beast is of a level of 7 or higher. However, now even a first-tier alien beast can devour alien abilities. It was immediately awe-inspiring. What kind of species is this wolf? Dukom, the head of the superpowers department, looked utterly astonished. He reached up and touched his beard, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Do you know about Section Chief Chen? Zhang Dianhong, the head of the military department, asked a woman next to him. This lady's name is Chen Yuanxi, and she is the head of the Department of Psychiatry. She looked to be in her 40s and wore black-rimmed glasses. It gives people a sense of intellect and mystery. Its appearance is somewhat similar to that of the war soul wolf, but its fur is asymmetrical. Chen Yuanxi adjusted her glasses and carefully observed the wolf's physical characteristics, her tone revealing a hint of helplessness and confusion. She had a deep understanding of all kinds of strange creatures, but the wolf in front of her left her feeling helpless. Du Kanpu and Zhang Dianhong exchanged a glance, both seeing the same confusion in each other's eyes. They are all experienced department heads with a certain
potent understanding of various organisms. Snap, snap, snap. But the appearance of this wolf was beyond their comprehension. Could it be some kind of new mutated species? Or a creature from another world? It should be. Chen Yuanxi agreed with this conjecture. Yi Shiqing glanced at the department heads, who were frowning and full of doubt. He then grinned. The other party definitely wouldn't recognize Fenrir's identity. God-level superpowers. What is a god-level being? What is a deity? The gods represent the supreme and mysterious. It is an existence that ordinary people cannot fathom or comprehend, let alone have ever seen. What just happened? Did it eat the superpowered creature? Xiao Yu murmured, speechless. Seeing this, Yi Shiqing coughed twice and explained. It's not about eating it, it's about absorbing it. That's right, that move is called void devouring, and it can absorb all elemental skills. Yi Shiqing shrugged. Xiao Yu rested her chin on her left hand, looking surprised. Because Xiao Yu, extremely intelligent. Yi Shiqing raised an eyebrow at Xiao Yu. After Xiao Yu gave a cold shout, he immediately turned his gaze back to the arena. Wang Dazhuan's brows were now furrowed into a tight knot. His prized Sirank technique, cross-explosion, had absolutely no effect on his opponent. His confidence crumbled instantly. They were plunged into deep despair and confusion. A wolf howl was heard. This immediately pulled the timid and confused Wang Dazhuan back to reality. He had barely come to his senses when Fenrir's massive fangs and maw were already looming before him. Wang Dazhuan's heart jumped into his throat, and his mind went blank. Someone's going to die. What is he doing? Why isn't he moving? The wolf Fenrir opened its huge mouth and lunged at Wang Dazhuan, causing everyone around to shudder in fright. Some timid girls quickly covered their eyes. Wang Dazhuan looked completely bewildered. A dark shadow flashed by, moving with lightning speed. While Wang Dazhuan was still in a daze, the dark figure had already moved him away, instantly pulling Wang Dazhuan back from the brink of death. When Wang Dazhuan came to his senses, he had already been lifted into the air by the referee. Fenrir, whose blood-splattered maw missed its mark, roared in fury. Wang Dazhuan, out! The referee's shout snapped everyone out of their panic. They stared at Fenrir with faces full of curiosity and fear. After all, the lapdog they were just mocking had now completely slapped them in the face, both fierce and brutal. At this moment, Wang Dazhuan was drenched in sweat, with large beads of sweat constantly rolling down his back. Every cell in his body was trembling with fear. What's wrong with you? Why didn't you move just now? The referee frowned and asked in a low voice. I don't know either. I didn't sense its arrival at all. People with superpowers all have very strong senses. When Fenrir charged at him, Wang Dazhuan didn't react at all. Yi Shiqing grinned. When Fenrir made his debut, he used one of its skills, the might of the demon wolf. The sound of wailing can be terrifying. Those who feel fear will have their speed, attack, defense, and mental strength reduced by half immediately. At that time, Wang Dazhuan developed a fear of Fenrir. All collective stats were immediately weakened. That's why Fenrir's attack was completely unprepared. He stood there like a log, motionless. Next, Lu Yu. With a shout from the referee, the tightly closed gate on the east side opened again. Then a man wearing a tight-fitting outfit, loafers, and sporting a punk hairstyle walked out. The man was trembling uncontrollably, his face was pale, and his eyes revealed extreme tension. Every step he took was incredibly heavy, as if he were dragging a 1,000-pound burden under his feet. All eyes were on him, but he didn't care at all, and just mechanically moved forward. He had witnessed Fenrir's power firsthand. At this moment, it felt a powerful fear of Fenrir. But if he deserts at the last minute, he will become the laughingstock of the whole school. That's why he went on stage reluctantly. Lu Yu then adjusted his rapid breathing to calm his panicked emotions. He gritted his teeth, mustered his courage, and transformed into a whirlwind, rushing towards Fenrir. Lu Yu knew at that moment that he could not back down and had to face his fear like a man. I'll fight you to the death. Half a minute later, Lu Yu was lifted into the air by the referee like a little chick. Next up, Andy Chung. Bang bang bang. Rumble rumble rumble. Next, Jackie Lau. Clang, clang, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With Lu Shueyo's defeat, Fenrir had now defeated 4 opponents. He defeated 4 people in less than 10 minutes. The wolf Fenrir let out an excited howl, as if to establish its authority. It held its head high, its eyes filled with pride and defiance. Sharp fangs gleamed coldly in the sunlight. It was as if he was showing off his strength to those around him. The whistling sound brought with it gusts of wind, making one's heart tremble with fear. Its massive body exudes power, and every movement radiates a powerful aura. It seems to be declaring its invincibility to those around it. So strong. How can someone who's only at the first tier be this powerful? Yes, Zhang Dehua is a genuine second-tier expert. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Everyone instantly went from laughing and mocking to admiring and curious. They stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with astonishment at the ferocious beast before them. An indescribable sense of awe welled up within me. Student audience section D. So strong. Hua Xiaoron's eyes widened, and her mouth remained open for a long time. She stared at the majestic demon wolf below the stage, her expression slightly complicated. Yes, this wolf is truly amazing.
amazing. Its strength and breed are unprecedented. Zhou Ling sighed repeatedly. That's right, it's already this powerful right now. If it breaks through to a higher level in the future, its strength will definitely be even more terrifying, Hua Xiaorong said with a mischievous grin. Then, he nudged Zhou Ling with his elbow and teased him curiously. Once it breaks through to the 4th tier, will you be able to raise it successfully? Zhou Ling lowered his brow. It's hard to say. If its strength is limited to this, then I have a 50% chance. If there are any other hidden tricks, I estimate the probability is less than 30%. Hua Xiaorong looked somewhat surprised. Even you're not entirely confident of victory. The admiration in Hua Xiaorong's eyes was even more intense at this moment. The burning gaze immediately turned to the cloaked man on the stage. So who exactly is this person? This wolf is truly amazing. Dukom, the leader of the superpower system, stroked his gray beard and curiously examined the demon wolf. As expected of someone introduced by Yi Shiqing, he truly possesses extraordinary abilities and unique skills. The head of the magic department, Lu Shangxin, spoke with satisfaction. I really want to study this demonic wolf now. Chen Yuanxi, the head of the department of psychiatry, revealed a mischievous smile, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. She tilted her head slightly, her hands crossed in front of her chest, exuding a slightly eerie aura. How can that be? This person was introduced by Yi, and besides, judging from their attire, they clearly don't want to reveal their identity. Zhang Shenhong, the head of the military department, immediately retorted. He frowned and looked at Chen Yuanxi seriously. Zhang Shenhong knew Chen Yuanxi's personality well. Her curiosity often led her into frantic explorations. If this demonic wolf were handed over to Chen Yuanxi for research, the consequences could be unimaginable. Although he was also very interested in this mysterious wolf. However, given the other party's need for confidentiality, they must proceed with caution. Oof, I was just saying. Chen Yuanxi revealed a strange and forced smile. Nice, that makes it 4 wins. Yi Shiqing silently murmured excitedly to himself. I refuse. The main problem is that Xiao Hei's strength is only at the peak of the 1st rank, not at the 2nd rank. Yet he easily secured 4 consecutive wins and defeated Zhang Dehua, who was 2 levels below him, and it was a resounding victory. This amazing achievement thrilled Yi Shiqing. One more win and it will be 5 consecutive victories. Yi Shiqing grinned. Xiao Rongxue. The atmosphere in the entire venue was instantly ignited, like a grand carnival. Cheers, exclamations, and curious sounds rose and fell, mingling together. Xiao Rongxue possesses S-level superpowers. It naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Her appearance drew the attention of everyone present, who were filled with anticipation and curiosity about this mysterious woman. However, Yi Shiqing suddenly froze. It was as if I had been struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. When he came to his senses, his left hand unconsciously touched his forehead. He muttered to himself, a minute of silence. Because for Yi Shiqing, Xiao Rongshue's strength is unfathomable. She is a true 3rd-tier expert. This gave him a headache, and he couldn't help but secretly groan inwardly. How could it be her? Yi Shiqing sighed helplessly, a hint of anxiety and unease in his eyes. Xiao Rongxue. At the same time, Xiao Yu also became interested and curiously looked at the tightly closed gate on the east side. At this moment, Yi Shiqing number 2 on the stage showed a look of fear and unease on his face. As an avatar of Yi Shiqing, he also possesses the same memories as the original. At this moment, his heart was filled with anxiety and worry. Half a minute later, under the curious yet gratified gazes of everyone, the heavy door on the east side, which had been tightly closed, began to slowly open. As the door opened, a deep, resounding thud echoed, as if a long-dormant beast had been awakened. The heavy door slowly opened, revealing a hint of mystery and majesty. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows within the gate. A silver-haired girl, wearing a colored dress, slowly appeared in everyone's sight. She seemed to have stepped out of a dream, her silver hair as fine as snow, swaying gently in the breeze, shimmering with a mysterious and captivating luster. Her high, upturned nose, with its beautiful and straight lines, added a touch of nobility and aloofness to her face. Her cheeks, white as stamens, were delicate and tender, as if they could be broken with a touch. With a faint blush, it resembles a peach blossom just beginning to bloom in spring. Goddess, how can there be such a beautiful woman in the world? Oh my god, Snow White, she's absolutely gorgeous. I'd seen her online before, but I didn't expect her to be even more beautiful in person. Mom, I've found my youth again. Xiao Rongshue's appearance immediately caused a stir among the male students present, whether they were freshmen or seniors. Everyone was awestruck by the beauty of the melting snow. Many girls are incredibly envious and feel inferior. Sophomore seats, Section B. Wow, Xiao Rongxue is so beautiful in person. She's stunningly beautiful. The short-haired girl, Xiaochun, stared at Xiao Rongxue with envy, not even daring to blink. They're actually on par with our big star. As she spoke, Xiaochun turned to look at the pink-haired girl with a bun sitting next to her. Su Zishan watched Xiao Rongshue's departing figure, nodded gently, her face full of amazement. They're definitely comparable to me. But, a slight smile played on her lips, a hint of playfulness and confidence in her voice, as she softly
briefly said, it's still just a little bit short. Xiao Qun turned around and saw the pink-haired girl's proud expression, so she couldn't help but tease her with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Big stars are the most beautiful. The pink-haired girl rolled her eyes at her and said coquettishly, what? Am I not beautiful? Su Zishan, Epsilon. As she spoke, she struck a cute pose, showcasing her beauty and confidence. Indeed, Su Zishan is a stunning beauty. If Xiao Rongxue is an ice queen, then the pink-haired girl in front of us is a sweet beauty. They are both unique and captivating. With the east gate closed, the artillery fire officially began. Xiao Rongxue stopped 50 meters away from Fenrir. She scrutinized Fenrir with a curious gaze. After all, she was also very curious about this magical wolf. Fenrir's hair stood on end, and he hissed warily at Xiao Rongxue. It can sense the aura emanating from the other party. That icy, bone-chilling sensation made Fenrir extremely uncomfortable. The two faced off for a minute. Xiao Rongxue made the first move. She gently raised her right hand and opened her palm. An extremely cold force swirled in his hand, and then a crystal-clear ice cone gradually took shape. Try your skills, Xiao Rongxue pondered quietly. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Rongxue had a thought. With a sharp whooshing sound, the ice spikes swiftly sliced through the air like lightning, carrying a sharp, cold glint as they hurtled straight toward Fenrir. A hint of surprise flashed in Fenrir's eyes, but he immediately opened his enormous, blood-red maw. Use Void Devour again. A powerful suction force emanated from its mouth, forming a black vortex. The powerful suction instantly pulled the oncoming ice spike into it. The ice spikes vanished rapidly under the power of the Void Devourer. Are elemental skills ineffective? Xiao Rongxue pondered to herself. She had previously observed Fenrir's properties, and this ice cone was merely a confirmation of her conjecture. At this moment, Xiao Rongxue remained expressionless, her cold face showing no ripples whatsoever. She slowly raised her delicate right hand, her slender fingers dancing lightly in the air. Instantly, a mysterious and powerful force surged from her hand. This force quickly coalesced into a whirlwind of crystal-clear snowflakes. Like a small vortex, it spun quietly. Suddenly, an extremely cold aura burst forth from her body, as if the entire world had been frozen. The surrounding air became unusually cold due to the chill, causing one to shiver involuntarily. What was originally an unbearably hot summer day now felt a touch of coolness. She gently blew on the snowflake whirlwind in her hand with her rosy cherry lips. The next second, the snowflakes in his hand swirled into a blizzard of snow and cold. This snowstorm spread in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, snow, fog, and thick smoke rose up everywhere. Wherever it went, the air instantly froze into ice, and the ground and walls were also frozen into hard blocks of ice. In an instant, the entire arena seemed to transform into a giant ice rink, covered by a thick layer of ice. Fenrir and number 2 were frozen into crystal-clear ice sculptures. Their expressions and movements were frozen in that moment. It was as if time had stopped. The audience watched in horror, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Their mouths were wide open, but they couldn't make a sound. Words seemed stuck in my throat, and I couldn't say them no matter what I tried. Xiao Rongxue stood quietly in the arena, her figure appearing exceptionally lonely. Her fair face showed no emotion whatsoever, as cold as an iceberg. The wind howled past her ears, and her hair danced in the wind, strands brushing against her face. Her skirt fluttered wildly in the wind, like a flag billowing in the air. Her beauty was embraced by the raging wind. Too strong, isn't it? I thought this demonic wolf was strong enough, but I didn't expect Xiao Rongxue to be even stronger. That's amazing. From now on, Xiao Rongxue is my goddess. Men's words are deceiving. Yesterday he was calling me a goddess. Xiao Rongxue's extraordinary prowess immediately shocked everyone. The once ferocious wolf has now been frozen into an exquisite ice sculpture. Its body lines are smooth and natural, like a meticulously sculpted work of art. Every hair and every muscle is clearly visible, lifelike, whether it was the instructors on site or the formidable senior students. At this moment, I am not shocked. My God, that's incredible. Hua Xiaorong stared wide-eyed and opened her mouth wide, looking at Xiao Rongxue in astonishment. His eyes were filled with admiration and longing. So young and already reached the 3rd level. When I first entered university, I had only just broken through to the 2nd level. Hua Xiaorong couldn't help but feel a little inferior. After saying this, Hua Xiaorong put her arm around her shoulder and a dejected expression appeared on her face. Hua Xiaorong, alright, it's okay, you're strong now too. Zhou Ling looked at the somewhat dejected Hua Xiaorong and comforted her. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Ling's stern face. No! He reached out and ruffled Hua Xiaorong's forehead, which made her giggle. Zhou Ling looked warily at the frozen wolf Fenrir, his eyes narrowing slightly. I still feel like it's not over yet. At this moment, Xiao Rongxue was bathed in the cheers and jubilation of the crowd in the arena. Her gaze was fixed on the demon wolf frozen into an ice sculpture. His expression remained completely relaxed. Strange, the referee even announced the verdict. Someone in the crowd muttered something, and everyone else realized what was happening. 1 minute has passed since Fenrir was frozen into an ice sculpture. The referee did not announce the test results. Creak crack. The The ice sculpture of the demonic wolf on the stage made a crisp cracking sound, and the meticulously crafted artwork now shows signs of cracking. Creak, crack. Several more crisp cracking sounds followed. At this moment, cracks had spread like a spider web across the entire ice sculpture of the demon wolf. A wolf howl rang out, followed by a deafening roar, and the entire ice sculpture exploded like a bomb. Large amounts of ice and rock fragments, like loaded bullets, attacked in all directions. Xiao Rongxue looked at the approaching ice blocks without any emotion in her eyes. A low shout was heard. Xiao Rongxue instantly transformed into a gust of icy wind, miraculously and skillfully dodging the bullet like shards of ice. Her movements were light and graceful, like a fairy dancing in the chaotic scene. At this moment, Fenrir began to shake its body wildly and erratically. Its movements were violent and rapid. The shards of ice mixed in with it immediately scattered and flew everywhere. It shimmered with a cold luster in the sunlight. Fin Nil was panting heavily, his eyes revealing anger and defiance. A deafening wolf howl rang out. Fenrir, whose body was already the size of a truck, began to expand at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, Fenrir's size had now grown to that of a small hill. If the previous size was like a truck, then the size at this point would be equivalent to 20 trucks. It stood there majestically, as if it could trample the heavens and earth under its feet, leaving people in awe. A wolf howled, and the air seemed to vibrate. The piercing wolf howl immediately caused the younger students to cover their ears. Oh my god, how can it get bigger? This size is comparable to a 7th tier beast. Its roar made my heart almost give way. The commotion seemed rather faint amidst the howling wolves, like grasshoppers arguing with sparrows. Some people even trembled with fear. Some daring, gossipy people immediately took out their phones to take pictures and post them on their WeChat moments. Truly worthy of being called a god-level superpower. Yi Shiqing couldn't help but sigh at this moment. After all, he had never witnessed Gigantamax before. I never expected it to be this big. Moreover, all of Fenrir's abilities have now been increased sixfold. Even though its level is still tier 1, its strength has probably reached tier 3. The wolf Fenrir was so large that it blotted out the sky. At this moment, Rongxue felt like a tiny ant standing beneath that enormous, menacing shadow. Xiao Rongxue tilted her head back and looked at the enormous figure that resembled a hill. My heart was completely unmoved. There was not a trace of fear in her bright, white eyes. Fenrir let out a wolf howl and immediately activated Demonic Wolf Smite. The enormous wolf howl shook the air, causing the arena to tremble slightly. Xiao Rongshue's expression remained unchanged, as if on pause. The giant claw, the size of a truck, was raised high, poised to smash down towards Xiao Rongxue. Large amounts of ice shards and dust were scattered everywhere. At this moment, Fenrir raised his giant claw. As the dust and smoke gradually dissipated, a large pit was revealed inside, but there was no trace of Xiao Rongxue. Fenrir sensed something and suddenly looked up behind him. Xiao Rongxue was seen stepping on the wind. Lift your toes off the ground and half rotate to the rear. Xiao Rongxue was not to be confused either. He acted on his impulses. Ice, snow, and frost swirled haphazardly around her. Like a group of elemental spirits, they worshipped Xiao Rongxue madly. A biting, cold wind howled. A mysterious and powerful atmosphere formed around Xiao Rongxue. Her hair danced in the wind, her eyes resolute and sharp. In that instant, she seemed to become the ruler of the icy world, the realm of extreme cold. Xiao Rongxue gave a low shout and pushed forward with all her might with her right hand. Sensing Xiao Rongshue's command, the surrounding ice, snow, and frost converged into an extremely cold ice and snow tornado. He lunged at Fenrir. The ice and snow tornado resembled a roaring behemoth, radiating intense cold. Snap, snap, snap. Holy crap, this blizzard is practically a mini avalanche. Oh my god, it's so cold. Is this what an S-class superpower is? I'm afraid Xiao Rongshue's skill is top tier. In the audience, the students held their breath, all staring intently at the scene. Fortunately, the arena is of very high quality. In addition, there was a barrier separating them, so it did not affect the audience. While everyone was still marveling at this, the wolf Fenrir also made a move. A roar resounded, and the wolf's enormous maw, as vast as the heavens, opened once more. The black vortex once again appeared in its mouth. Moreover, this black vortex is far larger in scale than before, and the power it contains is also greater. The terrifying black vortex frantically absorbed the extreme cold wind and frost. It was like a bottomless pit, seemingly endless. Xiao Rongxue raised an eyebrow and exhaled a breath of cold air affectionately. The wind howled, and snow and rain mingled. At this moment, the frost power around her doubled once again. She slowly raised her left hand and pushed forward with all her might. The blizzard, roaring like a ferocious beast, was now even more terrifying. Fenrir was by no means weak. Those sharp, wolf-like eyes revealed a chilling intent. The next moment, its surging black vortex increased in power several times over. It frantically absorbed the storm that Xiao Rongxue was unleashing. My god, this is terrifying. This wolf is too strong. That's right. A first-tier beast going head-to-head with a third-tier beast. That's right. And it's an S-class ability. At this moment, Xiao Rongxue and the demon wolf Fenrir were locked in a stalemate. Neither
neither of them would submit to the other. A ferocious beast unleashed its relentless, frigid attacks, spreading a chilling aura. The other one absorbed everything like a bottomless pit, its deep vortex seemingly endless. Xiaoyu stared at the wolf and the person on the stage with a sigh, then turned to ask, "Who do you think will win?" Yi Shiqing was taken aback at first, but after realizing what was happening, she answered without hesitation, "Xiao Rongxue, you really think highly of her?" Yi Shiqing did not answer, but shook his head bitterly. A faint smile appeared on his face, because only he knows. Ice and snow intertwine with nothingness. The wolf Fenrir shrank in size at a speed visible to the naked eye. The power of the all-consuming void is instantly diminished. Xiao Rongshue's gaze sharpened, and she gave a sharp shout. In an instant, the temperature around her plummeted, and the water vapor in the air quickly condensed into ice crystals. As her fair hands moved, a deep blue light flowed from her fingertips. The ice crystals seemed to be summoned and quickly gathered in front of her. The ice crystals, mixed with the blizzard, suddenly surged forward like a maddened beast, charging and lunging at Fenrir. The powerful impact caused the surrounding air to tremble. Fenrir's size was completely reduced to that of a truck. Faced with Xiao Rongshue's icy storm, he was immediately overwhelmed. His all-consuming, void-devouring, had reached its limit. Under Fenrir's resentful and ferocious expression, it was frozen into an ice sculpture against its will. A massive blizzard crashed down on Fenrir's enormous body like a surging tide. The white snowflakes on the field instantly turned into thick smoke, spreading everywhere. The entire duel arena was completely and tightly enveloped by extremely powerful cold snow and thick smoke. This completely blocked everyone's view, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. But just a second before the thick smoke billowed out, everyone still tried their best to see the ferocious wolf frozen into an ice sculpture. The thick smoke lasted for 3 minutes. Xiao Rongxue stood coldly and aloof in the arena, which was completely frozen into a field of frost. A blue dress fluttered in the wind, and her cascading silver hair flew in the breeze. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, and her eyes were like cold stars, radiating a firm and sharp light. This fierce battle seems to have finally come to an end. My god, that's incredible. This demonic wolf has finally been subdued. The goddess is in power. The goddess is mighty. As expected of goddess Xiao, she's amazing. The cheers and jubilation at the scene were like thunder piercing the sky. In an instant, it rang out. Whether it was Xiao Rongshue's extraordinary prowess or Fenrir's earth-shattering power, every frame and every scene of their battle was awe-inspiring to everyone. My god, what kind of species is it? A tier 1 fighting a tier 3, and it wasn't even at a disadvantage just now. The head of the military department sighed repeatedly. I don't know. As expected of someone recommended by Yi Shiqing, they are truly amazing. The department heads couldn't help but sigh. At this moment Dean Wang, who was sitting at the very top, exhaled a breath of stale air that had been lingering for a long time. Human beings are truly fortunate. Oh my god, a superstar. Look, look. Xiao Chun frantically tugged at Su Zishan's clothes, pointing at Xiao Rongxue in the arena. I'm watching. Su Zishan's face was bitter, showing a hint of helplessness. Now that Xiao Rongxue is so outstanding, I feel like our status as a superstar school beauty is about to be stolen. Xiao Chun said bitterly. What does it matter? Su Zishan said, bending her thumb and pointing to herself. The title of school beauty is just a fleeting thing. True charm comes from inner composure. She was full of confidence and didn't hesitate at all. Yi Shiqing sighed softly. After all, Fenrir's level is only first rank, so it would be too difficult for him to defeat Xiao Rongxue, who was at the third rank. Xiao Yu's burning gaze was full of curiosity and admiration. Inside this arena, the fierce battle from just now seemed to have not yet subsided. Yi Shiqing number 2's disheveled figure was quickly rescued by the referee. If he had remained in this arena, he would surely have turned into a cold ice sculpture. He was like a helpless little chick being held up by the referee, his body trembling incessantly. He was still filled with deep fear of Xiao Rongshue's formidable strength. The referee's sharp eyes swept over Fenrir, who was frozen into an ice sculpture. A chilling aura emanated from it, sending shivers down one's spine. However, the referee did not draw a conclusion easily. Instead, he carefully observed Fenrir within the ice sculpture, trying to find any sign of life. After a moment, the referee's gaze hardened, and he spoke abruptly. Xiao Rongxue wins. These words struck like a thunderbolt, plunging the entire room into a brief silence. Cheers and applause erupted like a tidal wave as people congratulated Xiao Rongxue on her victory. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Rongxue broke free of the frozen domain. The freezing temperatures, which had been like snow, have now returned to their usual heat. Meanwhile, Fenrir regained his freedom and was recalled by Yi Shiqing too. They vanished from the spot in an instant. Oh no, the boss is probably going to get angry. Number 2 thought to himself. He and Yi Shiqing were one and the same. He also knew Yi Shiqing's despicable character, that he was cunning and treacherous. After all, Yi Shiqing sent him out to get double the reward, and now I've messed it up. He glanced nervously at Yi Shiqing. The latter nodded nonchalantly. Seeing this, Number 2's tense body relaxed, and he exhaled a breath of fearful turbid air. As Number 2 suddenly left the field, the referee then called out, "Next beast, the tusked boar." As the referee's voice faded, a giant tusked boar slowly emerged from the west gate. The tusks of the tusked boar are incredibly sharp, gleaming with a cold light that sends chills down one's spine. The roar of the tusked boars, as loud as thunder, mingled with the howling of the snowstorm. However, less than a minute had passed. The tusked boars suffered a crushing defeat. 5 minutes passed quietly. Within 5 minutes, Xiao Rongxue had also achieved a 5-game winning streak. Xiao Rongxue wins. Next up, Wang Dahai. As the referee's loud shout rang out, Xiao Rongxue, with her impeccable figure, turned and walked towards the east gate. His steps were nimble and skillful, showing no trace of arrogance. She was like a blooming snow lotus, pure and mysterious, leaving everyone with only a silhouette that invites contemplation. Powerful, invincible, holy, and elegant, that was the only impression Xiao Rongxue left on everyone. Xiao Rongxue passed through the east gate, walking through the pitch-black passageway. Her footsteps echoed in the silence, making a series of cold, ticking sounds. She walked to the end of the passage and pushed hard against the door in front of her. Behind the door was a huge room, which was now filled with over 100 people. Wow! Xiao Rongxue is back. My god, to be able to see my goddess up close like this, I could die happy. Wow! Love at first sight. The lounge contains 2 doors, one leading to the main hall and the other to the arena. At this moment, all the contestants are resting here, waiting to go on stage. Of course, we will return here to rest after the game. Xiao Rongshue's cold gaze swept over everyone, and soon settled on Yi Shiqing. At that moment, Yi Shiqing also turned his gaze towards them. He even flashed what he thought was a very handsome smile and raised an eyebrow at Xiao Rongxue. Xiao Rongxue didn't care at all and immediately found a quiet empty seat to sit down. Time flies by like a wild horse. Arrival time in Beijing, 10:30 p.m. The once clear and bright sky has now been turned completely black. The performance of this lifetime is now drawing to a close. In the afternoon, Xiao Yu also shone brightly. With her exquisite fighting skills and superb technique, she defeated 5 strange beasts in succession. They achieved a 5-game winning streak. Her cool yet captivating beauty is deeply etched in people's minds. Many students consider Xiao Yu and Xiao Rongxue to be the 2 most beautiful girls on campus. Their beauty and talent are truly admirable. There were quite a few beautiful women there that afternoon, but they all paled in comparison to Xiao Yu and Xiao Rongxue. Next, Yi Shiqing. The referee's loud shout, like a thunderclap, shattered the deathly silence of the competition venue. The once quiet audience seats instantly erupted in cheers. Yi Shiqing is here. We've finally waited for him to take the stage. Me too. It's such a privilege to be able to see him fight live. Exactly. If it weren't for waiting for Yi Shiqing to come on stage, I would have left long ago. People cheered excitedly, anticipating the exciting upcoming match. It was already past midnight. Early departure is permitted. Most of the students have been waiting to witness Yi Shiqing's extraordinary prowess, and they've actually been watching until now. After all, most of the matches were rather uneventful and made people drowsy throughout the afternoon. Apart from a few intense battles, the other matches were simply too boring to ignite the audience's enthusiasm. However, Yi Shiqing's appearance surprised everyone. You should know that Yi Shiqing is a person with 2 superpowers. This rare talent and strength undoubtedly made him the focus of everyone's attention. A gibbon nearly 7 meters tall stands in the arena, named Human Monkey. It has hair as sharp as steel needles, a skull on its head, and possesses the strength of the pinnacle of both realms. Then, under the burning and expectant gazes of the crowd, the tightly closed gate on the east side of the arena slowly opened. It's like a sleeping giant slowly awakening. Crunch! A sharp crackling sound was heard. It sounded like the whirring of ancient mechanical gears. Along with the sound, a series of muffled footsteps came from inside the door. Then, a tall figure gradually emerged from the shadows inside the door. The man was 1.8 meters tall, wearing a black jacket and jeans. His eyes were like those of a falcon, his gaze sharp and mysterious. That boy was incredibly handsome, ridiculously so. His figure seemed to radiate light, making it difficult to look away. When everyone saw who it was, the scene erupted in an uproar. The cheers and shouts of joy seemed to have been turned upside down, instantly becoming deafening, doubling in volume once again. Wow, so handsome. His looks are simply out of this world. No wonder he's Yi Shiqing. Mom, I'm in love. I've found the motivation for my youth. So he's Yi Shiqing. He's so handsome. His hairstyle even looks better than my middle part hairstyle. Yi Shiqing's arrival caused quite a stir, like a bomb going off. Like a top-tier celebrity, he stirred up a restless atmosphere among the audience. Everybody. Yi Shiqing was quite shameless, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He flashed what he thought was a cool smile and waved to the students on stage. He strode with an air of indifference, as if he didn't recognize anyone, even his closest relatives. His constant eyebrow raising, winking, and blowing kisses elicited screams from the girls in the audience. Several girls were so excited that they fainted on the spot. Audience seating, Section D. Is he Yi Shiqing? At this moment, Zhou Ling raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny as he looked Yi Shiqing up and down down not far away. He seems like a carefree person, Zhou Ling murmured softly, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Yes, I never expected him to have such a free and unrestrained personality. Hua Xiaorong, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but sigh. She looked closely at Yi Shiqing, a smile involuntarily appearing on her lips. And he's quite handsome too. Hua Xiaorong's voice was somewhat shy. Seats in section B of the audience. Wow, so handsome. Xiaochun couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Xiaochun was watching the performance on stage with great concentration, her eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Then, Xiaochun raised her right hand and elbowed Su Zishan repeatedly. He shouted urgently, "Big star! Look, Yi Shiqing is coming on stage. Ouch! Stop elbowing me. I'm watching. I'm watching." At this moment, she also turned her gaze to Yi Shiqing on the stage. A shy smile immediately appeared on that unforgettable face. Yi Shiqing basked in the admiring gazes of everyone. His stride was arrogant and unruly. He slowly walked to the center of the arena, maintaining a distance of 50 meters from the human monster monkey. The human monkey pounded its chest with both hands, letting out a beast-like roar. He simply couldn't wait to tear Yi Shiqing to pieces. The match begins. The referee hadn't finished speaking. The demon monkey was like a roaring truck, rushing towards Yi Shiqing. That damned monkey has no sportsmanship. Yeah, that's so despicable. This is a strange beast. It won't follow rules or military strategy. Yi Shiqing had barely steadied himself when the other party charged at him. This immediately made the audience hold their breath. This human monkey easily defeated the previous contestant who was 2 levels higher. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, their eyes glued to the situation on the field, under the breathless gaze of everyone. At this moment, Yi Shiqing also moved. He slowly raised his right hand. The mysterious double blade pattern on the back of his hand suddenly began to flash incessantly. 2 menacing, cold-edged double blades suddenly appeared in his hand. With a slight tremor, a clanging sound of metal clashing rang out. When they were only 5 meters away from Yi Shiqing, the human monkey immediately pushed off with both feet and leaped high into the air. Like a violent missile, it hurtled towards Yi Shiqing at an astonishing speed. Its eyes flashed with ferocity, as if it could already see Yi Shiqing being smashed into mincemeat. Seemingly recalling this scene, the human monkey's expression became unusually excited and ferocious. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and let out a piercing roar. Its body spun rapidly in the air, carrying a powerful impact as it slammed down on Yi Shiqing. However, the next second, a chilling, terrifying blade of light sliced through the air like lightning. A sharp, piercing sound suddenly rang out. A hideous and excited monkey head was suddenly tossed high into the air. The demonic monkey still wore a ferocious smile that hadn't yet faded. But as its head was severed, that ferocious expression was forever frozen in that moment. Fresh blood gushed from the demon monkey's neck, spraying outwards like a fountain. The bright red blood formed dazzling blood flowers in the air before falling down in a flurry. The blood splattered on the ground, forming patches of scarlet bloodstains. It reeked of a nauseating, bloody stench. Fresh blood dripped onto Yi Shiqing's cheeks like rain. His already cold face looked even more sinister now. Congratulations on defeating the Tier 2 Beastman Monkey. Ability points plus 98. Current ability points, 779. Killed? My god, I didn't even see how fast he swung his knife. Am I seeing things? My eyes blinked and the human demon monkey's head fell off. Yi Shiqing's extreme speed was a sight to behold for everyone. My jaw almost dropped. That's so fast. It's simply unbelievable. Everyone present stared wide-eyed. He stared in shock at the blood-dripping longsword in Yi Shiqing's hand and the corpse of the human demon monkey lying on the ground. Yi Shiqing was immersed in the cheers. After all, it was already night, and his speed, strength, and defense had all increased 5-fold. The referee, however, walked forward with a worried expression. He frowned, his face filled with bitterness, and looked at Yi Shiqing as he spoke. Yi Shiqing, the competition has clear rules that prohibit killing alien beasts. Yi Shiqing shrugged, a sly smile appearing on his face. Seemingly unconcerned about his actions, he responded, "Oh dear, I forgot." Looking at Yi Shiqing's mischievous grin, the referee immediately looked worried but was at a loss for what to do. He then gave Yi Shiqing a couple of reminders, and then stopped worrying about it. Immediately afterwards, he took out a walkie-talkie. Clean up the battlefield. Audience seating, Section D. Zhou Ling's sharp eyebrows furrowed involuntarily, and he unconsciously let out a soft sigh. I had seen his live stream before, and I originally thought it was just a problem with the live stream buffering. That's why his speed looks so fast, but seeing it with my own eyes today has truly broadened my horizons. Zhou Ling couldn't help but feel even more admiration for the person on stage. Even you said that. Hua Xiaorong looked at Zhou Ling's admiring gaze and was instantly filled with astonishment. After all, it had been a long time since Zhou Ling had shown such an expression. My god, Yi Shiqing's speed is terrifying. That's good. Exactly. This human demon monkey is a speed-type beast, but it has no advantage in Ye's hands. At this moment, Dukom, the leader of the superpower system, gently stroked his beard with his right hand. He clicked his tongue and said, "This should be his S-rank ability, Dark Knight Domination, which can increase speed speed and strength fivefold in the dark. As the head of the superpower system, the well-informed Ducombe immediately noticed something amiss. But it can't be that fast. The head of the magic department, Lushan, spoke up abruptly. So what? It just shows they're physically strong. The head of the military department said sneer. Unlike you, who's half dead all day. You, Lushan roared in fury. What, you disagree? Let's see who's better. Who's afraid of who? Their eyes met, creating a tense, electric tension. As professionals dragged away the carcass of the human monkey, the referee organized his thoughts and announced, next summon, Skyhawk. Then, the heavy door on the left slowly opened with a dull thud. All eyes immediately turned to that direction. I was immediately filled with curiosity and anticipation. 1 minute. 3 minutes passed, and there was still no movement. Where is the Skyhawk? Where are the people? Could it be stage fright? At this moment, the students present were immediately in an uproar. Yi Shiqing was also taken aback, staring at the door with a bewildered expression. A figure suddenly appeared in the shadows inside the doorway. Then, with timid steps, he reluctantly walked onto the field. The person was wrapped in a coat, wearing a hat and a mask. People cannot see his face clearly. Who's this? Why is there another fully armed guy? Is that also considered cosplay? No. It's obvious she's afraid of becoming Yi Shiqing's punching bag and feels ashamed, so she's too ashamed to show her face. This scene instantly drew everyone's attention and sparked discussion. Many people were secretly speculating about the identity of this person. It should be noted that the Sky Eagle is a Class B superpower, which is extremely rare. Let's do a little reasoning. Then you can roughly know the person's identity. However, the man remained silent, his head bowed. His eyes, hidden behind his sunglasses, would occasionally glance in Yi Shiqing's direction. But when he looked up, he saw Yi Shiqing with an extremely interesting expression. Upon seeing this, Yi Shiqing immediately grinned, his expression somewhat mocking. He recognized the well-dressed man at a glance. He possesses a hawk and harbors fear of himself. Who else could it be but Duan Feng? Hi, Duan Feng. Participate in the competition too. Ha 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 ha. Yi Shiqing greeted them very skillfully, deliberately raising his voice several times. Ha 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 ha. Duan Feng. Who is Duan Feng? What are you talking about? Duan Feng said in a hurried and flustered voice. I am the mysterious man. Duan Feng stood there helplessly, his expression slightly flustered beneath his mask. Who is Duan Feng? Is he that non-mainstream guy in the audience? Duan Feng. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. It seems he's the second highest scorer in Yubei City. Yi Shiqing's reminder immediately sparked a heated discussion among the students. Duan Feng's face was already flushed with embarrassment. After all, he had experienced Yi Shiqing's strength firsthand. He's a man who cares about his reputation. As the second highest scorer in Yubei, if he were to be instantly defeated by Yi Shiqing, he would be so ashamed that he would dig his toes out of his pocket. Duan Feng inwardly groaned, hoping the storm would pass quickly. Yi Shiqing had naturally noticed this long ago. Duan Feng is a man who's so proud he'd rather suffer than admit defeat. Seeing that his trick had succeeded, he immediately revealed a grinning face. Aren't you hot? Yi Shiqing asked with a hint of slyness. Duan Feng said arrogantly, but a hint of unease was in his eyes. Yi Shiqing glanced at Duan Feng with a chuckle, but didn't say anything more. Then, with the referee's whistle, the match officially began. Duan Feng raised his hands, and bursts of white light flashed instantly. Immediately afterwards, a whirlwind arose from his body, and the surrounding dust was swept up. The next moment, the Sky Eagle suddenly appeared behind him. The eagle spread its broad and powerful wings and let out a loud cry. Yi Shiqing remained nonchalant and disdainful. Tear him apart. Duan Feng frowned and pointed at Yi Shiqing, giving instructions. The Skyhawk let out a roar. It flapped its wings and circled twice in the air. The enormous wings stirred up gusts of wind, causing sand and dust to fly around. Like an arrow released from a bow, Yi Shiqing swooped down. The eagle's sharp beak gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and its sharp claws exuded a chilling aura. A terrifying attack is coming. Yi Shiqing showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he grinned mischievously. Yi Shiqing lightly touched the ground like a dragonfly skimming the water. The black barrier with a radius of 20 meters stretched out in all directions like a tide. Just as Duan Feng was preparing to retreat outside the arena, the tidal barrier suddenly eroded his legs, rendering him unable to move. Duan Feng's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Yi Shiqing in horror. Yi Shiqing's lips curled into a cunning smile. He flicked his finger with a flourish. The next second, Duan Feng hurtled towards the Sky Eagle like a cannonball. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. This Yi Shiqing is really cunning, just like what's said online. Exactly, they're attacking the summoner directly. Yi Shiqing is so manly. Yi Shiqing's outrageous behavior immediately sparked controversy. Many male students pointed and whispered about him. However, most of the female students continued to speak out for Yi Shiqing and tried their best to defend him. The scene was quite lively, with both sides sticking to their own version of events and refusing to back down. Ah, you're so despicable. With a sarcastic remark from Duan Feng, he slammed into the swooping Skyhawk Skyhawk like a missile. The latter's attack was directly knocked away. As two screams mingled together, the man and the bird moved like wild horses unleashed. It crashed to the ground at an astonishing speed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Duanfeng's Sky Eagle was injured during the previous battle against the Black Feather Eagle on the bridge. Then it flapped its wings twice. He then collapsed and couldn't get up. Duanfeng scrambled to his feet, supporting himself on his backside. "You are truly despicable and shameless." Duanfeng pointed at Yi Shiqing and cursed him. "Hey, how can you call it despicable?" Yi Shiqing smiled leisurely. "This is called taking advantage of the battlefield situation, attacking them by surprise." Duanfeng was so angry that he stomped his feet, while Yi Shiqing crossed his arms and looked smug. "Your steps were too slow. The barrier beneath my feet just happened to affect you." Duanfeng was speechless when he saw Yi Shiqing's face. Summoners are required to leave immediately after summoning the beast. However, Duanfeng himself did not leave at that time. They launched the attack ahead of schedule. Duanfeng gritted his teeth beneath his mask and let out a cold snort. "Fine, you win." After summoning the Skyhawk back, he left without looking back. In the audience section, Area B. "Ha ha ha, Yi Shiqing is so funny. He actually attacked a summoner." Xiaochun was laughing so hard she couldn't close her mouth, and she kept slapping her thighs with both hands. "This guy really has personality. Ha ha ha." Su Zishan, who was standing next to her, quickly smiled and echoed her sentiment. Her delicate eyebrows twitched slightly, and she covered her mouth with her right hand, giggling incessantly. Su Zishan's gaze swept freely over Yi Shiqing. Her watery eyes revealed a mixture of shyness and curiosity. "The next strange beast, a millipede." The referee's voice suddenly rang out. Like a pause button, it abruptly silenced the surrounding noise. "1,000 millipedes." Someone in the crowd muttered something under their breath. Instantly, everyone's chaotic thoughts were pulled back to reality. Holy crap, millipedes! Their defenses and venom are terrifyingly strong. This school must be crazy. They actually used millipedes to act in the freshman's performance. The sounds of worry and fear echoed throughout the arena. Many people began to worry about Yi Shiqing's safety. The insect-like beast Jaran is incredibly powerful. Millipedes are among the most outstanding of them. Its toxicity and defensive capabilities are terrifying. Its hard shell is like a strong fortress, making most attacks difficult to succeed. All toxins can be fatal once they enter the body. What's particularly chilling is its horrifying appearance, which is utterly disgusting. Hearing the concerns of the crowd, Yi Shiqing showed no fear whatsoever. He still maintained that unruly demeanor. The west gate of the arena slowly opened. In the dark shadows, 3 eerie, scarlet eyeballs shone like bright pearls. Under the spotlight, that terrifying centipede exuded a menacing aura, slowly emerging from the darkness. Its body is extremely large, reaching up to 20 meters in length. If it were curled up, it would be at least the size of 2 trucks. Countless long-legged creatures moved in an orderly fashion. It emitted a screeching sound that sent chills down one's spine and made one's hair stand on end. Its shell is like an indestructible suit of armor, so strong that it cannot be destroyed. This is a millipede? Yi Shiqing curiously examined the enormous creature. Sizzle. In the dimly lit arena, the chilling sound continued to echo. The millipede tirelessly wandered around. Yi Shiqing stared intently ahead, but those disgusting 3 eyeballs kept scrutinizing him from outside Yi Shiqing's field of vision. The millipede's orderly body is like a ghost. Hovering in the shadows, it seemed poised to launch a deadly attack at any moment. Sizzle. A chilling screech rang out, and the millipede could no longer contain itself. The millipede opened its large, scarlet, and repulsive mouth. It pounced on Yi Shiqing from an extremely tricky angle from behind. The body of the sturdy train was like a raging train, charging wildly. Yi Shiqing reacted immediately. He adjusted his body to face the centipede. Then, a thought occurred to him. The black barrier beneath their feet suddenly extended countless chilling tentacles. The suckers are attached to the body of the centipede. The powerful suction force caused the millipede's movements to become momentarily halted. Its rampaging attack came to an abrupt halt. In an instant, its massive body crashed to the ground with a dull thud. Sizzle. The millipede felt extremely uncomfortable and occasionally let out a hissing sound. He writhed like a worm in his train-like body, desperately trying to break free. The millipede's hard shell rubs against the ground, making a screeching sound. Its struggles intensified, stirring up dust that filled the air. Without any hesitation, Yi Shiqing suddenly sprinted forward. It moved as fast as lightning, covering a distance of 10 meters. It appeared instantly in front of the millipede. His blade gleamed with a cold, sharp light, its edge gleaming. It swung straight at the centipede's hideous head. The millipede sensed a deadly threat from Yi Shiqing. Suddenly, it spewed out a cloud of dark green poisonous gas from its mouth. The poisonous gas filled the air, forming a thick toxic fog that made it impossible for people to breathe. Yi Shiqing's eyes narrowed slightly. He keenly sensed the danger of the poison gas and immediately stopped his attack. He nimbly dodged, avoiding the range of the poison gas. At the same time, quickly retreat to maintain a certain distance from the millipede. In just a few seconds, Yi Shiqing had already created a 20-meter
meter gap. Yi Shiqing abruptly withdrew. The centipede also broke free from the Night Lord's corruption. After all, Yi Shiqing's Dark Night barrier only has a radius of 20 meters. If you leave this area, Night Lord will become ineffective. Yi Shiqing clicked his tongue softly. This is a bit tricky. At this moment, the toxic smoke spread in all directions, turning the air green wherever it went. The billowing toxic smoke resembled a raging demon. Everything it touched was enveloped by it, as if a green nightmare was quietly spreading. The entire protective barrier was almost dyed into a green ocean. The scene became blurry and indistinct. Oh my god, what are we going to do with this poisonous smoke? Li Shiqing. Yes, there's neither cover nor hiding place. My god, please don't let the poison ruin Yi Shiqing's face. Referee, help! The students in the audience were immediately shocked. The entire audience area was noisy. All eyes were fixed on Yi Shiqing, who was surrounded by toxic fumes. In the audience, Su Zishan, Xiaochun, Zhou Ling, Hua Shirong, and Xiaoyu, everyone's heart was in their throat. The referee frowned, looking eager to try. Only Xiao Rongshue's expression remained unchanged. It exudes a tranquility that is different from others. The auditorium has 3 tiers. What the hell is going on? Why is this millipede poisonous? At this moment, Zhang Dianhong, the head of the military department, flew into a rage. Millipedes are extremely poisonous. Even a small amount of their venom should not be underestimated. A hint of worry flashed in the eyes of Lu Shan, the head of the magic department. His brows were furrowed. His eyes were fixed on Yi Shiqing, who was confronting the centipede in the arena, and his heart was filled with anxiety. The millipede was indeed prepared by the college for this freshman performance. At the beginning of the preparation, the college took into account the issue of the millipede's potent venom. They used a special method to remove the toxins from the millipede's bodies. Once it was confirmed that it would not pose a threat, it was decided to put it on the field. At this moment, it was completely unexpected. Zhang Dianhong suddenly realized the problem. His gaze immediately shifted to Chen Yuanxi, the head of the Department of Psychiatry beside him, and he angrily questioned, Chen Yuanxi, if I remember correctly, you're the one in charge of the safety inspection this time. His tone was full of anger and skepticism. After all, if something were to happen to Yi Shiqing, it would be a tremendous loss. What the hell are you checking? At this moment, the other 2 department heads also turned their gazes toward Chen Yuanxi. We also look forward to her providing a reasonable explanation. To ensure the smooth running of the performance and the safety of the students, all exotic beasts must undergo a rigorous inspection within the arena. Then they will be checked again by the 4 department heads. The 4 members rotate annually to ensure the impartiality and comprehensiveness of the inspection. Facing Zhang Dianhong's angry shout, Chen Yuanxi did not refute, but instead appeared somewhat calm. After a moment, he shook his head bitterly. There were no incidents during my investigation, but I really didn't know about this matter. Zhang Dianhong frowned and remained silent. At this moment, Dean Wang Xiao's graying brows furrowed. He glanced at Chen Yuanxi with a complicated expression. Then he waved to a young man below. The other party understood immediately and quickly walked to Dean Wang Xiao's side, his expression full of respect. Go check it out. See if some rats have taken advantage of the situation. The man bowed slightly, his expression serious and respectful. Faced with this situation, the group was immediately at a loss. At this moment, with poisonous smoke filling the air, it would be best to open the protective barrier around the arena. Then the toxic fumes will spread outside the stadium. If the barrier is not broken, then Yi Shiqing will be the one to suffer. Cleaning up this toxic fumes was the most troublesome task, and for the sake of power, they could only hope that Yi Shiqing would kill the centipedes. The thick smoke will naturally dissipate without dissipating. Should we call a halt to the match? The magic department head, Russian, asked abruptly. No need. Dukom, the head of the superpowers department, suddenly spoke, his gaze resolute. Zhang Dianhong and Lu Shang were stunned for a moment, and turned to look at him in surprise. Student Yi seems likely to win. Toxic smoke billowed and spread rampantly. The area within Yi Shiqing's sight had long since turned into a lush green forest. Yi Shiqing gave a low shout. He quickly adjusted his posture, gripping the 2 sharp blades tightly in both hands. As he swung his arms rapidly, the 2 double-edged swords drew sharp arcs in the air. Each swing of the knife was accompanied by a strong force, and the friction between the blade and the air produced a sharp whistling sound. His attack rhythm quickened, and his hands moved wildly like a storm. As he danced, the surrounding air began to churn violently. The wind gradually picked up, forming a small whirlwind. The whirlwind spun at an astonishing speed, drawing in the corrosive toxic fumes and dispersing them. The toxic smoke in the whirlwind was torn into countless tiny fragments by the powerful wind. Yi Shiqing continued to wield his twin blades, maintaining the whirlwind to ensure the poisonous smoke could not get any closer. Yi Shiqing dispersed the poisonous smoke from around him. He then appeared clearly in everyone's sight. My goodness, how fast do they think they can answer? Exactly. I couldn't see his movements at all. Why isn't the referee helping? Don't let Yi Shiqing get hurt. Yi Shiqing's figure emerged from the poisonous smoke. Everyone was stunned into silence. Meanwhile, many female classmates were constantly concerned about Yi Shi's condition. Sizzle. Just then, Yi Shiqing suddenly felt a chill behind him. Yi Shiqing didn't have time to think, her body reacted instinctively. He suddenly turned around and jumped quickly to the right. Almost at the same time, a giant millipede rushed out from behind her. Like a high-speed train, it carries a powerful impact and momentum. There was a loud bang. The spot where Yi Shiqing had been standing was instantly shattered by the millipede's hard head. It formed a deep pit. A large amount of gravel flew everywhere, which immediately dispersed much of the toxic smoke. After regaining his balance, Yi Shiqing stared intently ahead. At this moment, the double blades swung by his hands suddenly reached extreme speed. His movements were as swift as a sudden storm. The veins on his right hand bulged, his muscles tensed, and his power instantly coalesced. He exerted his strength suddenly, and a powerful energy surged from his hand. At the same time, the small whirlwind formed by this energy also erupted violently. The whirlwind swept past with a strong airflow. The poisonous smoke that filled the surrounding area was blown away to a distance of 50 feet from Yi Shiqing. As the toxic fumes dissipated, the surrounding visibility became clear, and the air returned to its fresh state. At this moment, the millipede, which was originally indistinct in the mist and poisonous smoke, was now visible. At this moment, the millipede was completely exposed to Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing grinned, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The speed at which he wielded his twin blades was now at its peak. Each cut was blurred, yet it still carried a sharp, menacing aura. A sharp whistling sound rang out. The next second, Yi Shiqing streaked across the sky like a black lightning bolt. He was extremely fast. Before I could even blink, in an instant, it arrived in front of the centipede. The ground beneath his feet shattered from his rapid sprint, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. Yi Shiqing gripped the curved knife tightly in his right hand, the blade gleaming with a cold, sharp light. He swung it forcefully. The scimitar, carrying a sharp edge and killing intent, slashed towards the centipede's head. Time seemed to freeze before anyone could react. A grotesque, excited, disgusting head tossed high into the air. Sizzle! A sharp, piercing scream rang out, like a thunderclap. The millipede collapsed to the ground with a thud, utterly powerless. It erupted with a muffled roar and billowing dust. Congratulations on killing the Tier 3 mutated beast, the centipede. Ability points plus 183. Current ability points, 962. As the millipede died, its enormous and ugly body slowly collapsed. At the same time, the surrounding toxic fumes also began to change. They are no longer as thick and persistent as before, but rather dissipate into the air like evaporated liquid. The poisonous smoke that originally filled half of the arena. At this moment, they seemed to have lost the power that supported their existence and disappeared at an alarming speed. A foul stench immediately emanated from it. The toxic smoke quickly thinned, and areas that had previously obscured vision became clearly visible. Wow, that's incredible. Yi Shiqing defeated the centipede. Exactly. And he's not even hurt at all. He's so amazing, he's practically my idol. The students outside the arena cheered. Whistles and shouts rose and fell. Audience seating, Section D. Wow, Yi Shiqing is really amazing. Hua Xiaorong exclaimed with satisfaction, looking at Yi Shiqing with admiration. She clenched her fists excitedly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her eyes curved like crescent moons. I never expected Yi Shiqing to be so amazing. Hua Xiaorong couldn't help but sigh. Then he turned to look at Zhou Ling. Don't you think so, Zhou Ling? However, Zhou Ling did not respond to her words, but instead fell into deep thought. His gaze was focused and deep, as if he were pondering some important question. Millipedes. Zhou Ling murmured the word softly, as if talking to herself. His brows furrowed slightly, and a look of worry appeared on his face. Hua Xiaorong looked at him, puzzled, wondering what he was thinking. What's wrong with you? After realizing what was happening, Zhou Ling slowly shook his head. Millipedes are extremely poisonous. The poisonous mist released after its main body is killed will naturally dissipate slowly. After all, they were in a confined space, and the situation was urgent. The competition rules originally prohibited killing the alien beasts. Fortunately, this time they received permission from their mentors, which allowed them to kill the monster with peace of mind. Even if it's not allowed, I'll still kill. Yi Shiqing thought to himself. Yi Shiqing, you should go and rest now. Just then, a sudden voice rang out. It belonged to Dean Wang, and his tone was firm and powerful. Next round? Yi Shiqing is only in the third round? Yes. Could it be that he was injured in the battle with the millipede? That's right. I haven't even watched it yet. I'm still enjoying it. Dean Wang's shouts immediately aroused doubt and dissatisfaction among the audience. They began to discuss the matter, expressing their confusion and disappointment at Yi Shiqing's sudden departure. Some people believed that Yi Shiqing may have been injured in the battle with the centipede, but many more people felt regret. They hadn't had enough of watching Yi Shiqing's battle. Yi Shiqing was also taken aback, but didn't say anything. After saying that, Yi Shiqing reluctantly headed towards the east gate. Dean Wang then roared into the microphone. The voice was like a roaring lion, extremely majestic and intimidating. The noisy discussions at the scene suddenly stopped, like a duck being strangled. Dean Wang straightened up, his sacred gaze sweeping over everyone present.
He organized his thoughts. That concludes today's freshman performance.
Yi Shiqing and all students who did not perform, I will provide appropriate compensation and rewards in all cases.
The room fell silent. Everyone was awestruck by Dean Wang's imposing presence.
They all listened attentively to every word Dean Wang said.
Today,
on the stage, Dean Wang passionately analyzed the day's battle situation.
The winners of today's newcomer beast fighting performance were also announced immediately.
Of course, Yi Shiqing is on the list.
The award will be collected at 6 p.m. the following afternoon in the arena hall.
Meanwhile, Yi Shiqing walked through the dark passage and returned to the lounge.
Yi Shiqing entered the room.
The other contestants stared at Yi Shiqing as if he were a rare treasure. Yi Shiqing is back.
Oh my god, that was really cool.
As expected of someone with dual skills and an S-class superpower. As soon as Yi Shiqing returned, scattered whispers arose around him. Of course, most of these comments were praise and appreciation.
After all, Yi Shiqing was a highly regarded student in the academy. The strength and talent they just displayed were truly admirable.
At this moment, Xiao Rongxue also had her forehead held high and straight. He glanced sideways at Yi Shiqing. Upon seeing this, Yi Shiqing immediately raised a satisfied brow at Xiao Rongxue. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing walked proudly to Qiao Yu's side. Then he sat down casually.
How are you? As soon as he sat down, Qiao Yu asked with concern.
A hint of worry was visible in her eyes.
It's nothing. What's wrong? You missed me after just a few minutes?
As he spoke, Yi Shiqing revealed a cunning and wicked smile.
Qiao Yu frowned, glib-tongued.
Qiao Yu immediately retorted, staring at Yi Shiqing with a look of disgust. Yi Shiqing grinned.
Alright, everyone, you may all disperse. As Dean Wang's shouts ended, the students inside the arena also started to clamor as they walked out.
Some were excitedly discussing their recent contest, while others looked exhausted and were eager to leave.
Yi Shiqing returned to the dormitory and immediately spotted Duan Feng sitting on the sofa.
The two exchanged an annoyed glance and ignored each other. Yi Shiqing's clothes were already stained red with blood, like a blood-red garment draped over his body. His eyes were tired yet resolute.
Let's take a shower first.
He sighed softly and slowly walked towards the bathroom, preparing to wash away the blood and exhaustion from his body. Hot water poured down from the showerhead, and Yi Shiqing stood underwater, letting the water wash over her body. He closed his eyes, enjoying the warmth and comfort brought by the hot water.
At the same time, it allowed my thoughts to gradually calm down. After taking a shower,
Yi Shiqing changed into clean clothes, climbed into bed, and a feeling of exhaustion instantly washed over her. He yawned, closed his eyes, and quickly drifted off to sleep.
1 o'clock the following afternoon. The freshman performance yesterday lasted until the evening. Therefore, the morning classes on the first day of school were postponed to 2 p.m. After all, it was the first day of school,
so Yi Shiqing certainly wouldn't skip class. Moreover, he learned about it from the female seniors who surrounded him when he first arrived at the school.
The first day's lessons seemed quite important. Furthermore, all students must be present and cannot be absent. What kind of class is this?
It actually requires the student to attend in person, Yi Shiqing muttered sarcastically.
But this also immediately aroused his curiosity. Follow the navigation to walk towards the university.
The military academy is located slightly to the east of Dawn Academy.
It takes nearly 5 kilometers to reach Yi Shiqing's dormitory. However, Yi Shiqing took large strides and walked very fast. We arrived at our destination in just 5 minutes.
The entire college has nearly 40 teaching buildings, and students of each year are assigned to different departments. The entire military academy building resembles a luxurious courtyard house in appearance. It is divided into 3 areas: training area, teaching area, and Hyogo area. These 3 regions each have their own responsibilities and unique strengths. Yi Shiqing strode inside.
The school's internal layout is relatively reasonable and simple.
Therefore, Yi Shiqing found the classroom without much trouble. When he pushed open the classroom door, he found it already packed with a noisy crowd.
There are approximately 600 people in the classroom.
The entire classroom has a unique stepped shape, resembling a small theater. The podium is located at the lowest point of the classroom, while the seats are arranged in order of height, extending from the highest to the lowest point,
similar to a movie theater.
Yi Shiqing stood at the door, his gaze sweeping over every corner of the classroom. He noticed that the students were gathered in small groups, some of them engaged in lively discussions. I'm telling you, I heard that the first lesson today is going to cover something important.
I heard about it too.
A senior student told me about it yesterday, but he only told me SOSO, and I didn't understand.
I also.
These people gathered together in a noisy, chaotic manner, their syllables mingling.
Hey look, Yi Shiqing is here.
A gasp rang out, and everyone turned to look at the doorway.
A tall, handsome boy slowly walked into the classroom. My god, he actually chose the military branch.
I thought he would choose the superpower branch.
One girl excitedly said, oh my god, he's so handsome, I'm about to faint.
She clutched her chest with both hands, her eyes sparkling like stars.
Yeah, he's really handsome. His temperament is so unique.
Yi Shiqing's arrival immediately caused a stir stir among the girls, who were overjoyed and filled with admiration. The boys looked at him with a mixture of jealousy and envy. He secretly wondered why this guy was so popular. Yi Shiqing walked with ease, his hands in his pockets, his steps unsteady. Some of the bolder girls even pushed their male companions away. They warmly gestured for Yi Shiqing to sit with them. Of course, she's not just a simple girl who's infatuated with men. Those who can come to Dawn Academy are naturally not ordinary people. After all, one must achieve a score of 180 in the martial arts exam to enter, and their eyes are sharp and discerning. Most importantly, Yi Shiqing's strength surpasses that of his peers. If one could curry favor with the other party, that would be something to be desired. Yi Shiqing was no ordinary man. Finally, we found a seat by the window. I sat down in a seat surrounded by girls. The pleasant summer breeze drifted by, gently brushing against Yi Shiqing's cheeks and bringing him a touch of coolness. Enjoying the cool breeze and admiring the beautiful women, it's wonderful. Yi Shiqing nodded leisurely. Yi Shiqing was chatting intermittently with the students around him. Laughter and cheerful voices filled the air. It's 2 o'clock. Hesitant footsteps could be heard outside the door, followed by 2 men entering. All eyes turned to the doorway, curiously watching this uninvited guest. A man wearing glasses, probably in his 30s, appeared to be a teacher based on his clothing. The other man was handsome, dressed in black, with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes, and appeared to be around 20 years old. One is at the peak of the 4th rank, and the other is at the 5th rank. Yi Shiqing pondered to himself. She deduced that the 5th tier strength originated from that teacher, while the peak of the 4th tier belonged to another. Yi Shiqing narrowed his eyes slightly, staring intently at Zhou Ling. Although Zhou Ling was only at the peak of the 4th rank, but Yi Shiqing could clearly sense that he exuded a unique and unparalleled aura. He gave off an even more assertive vibe than the 5th level teacher beside him. Zhou Ling had extremely keen senses, and his sharp, piercing eyes immediately locked onto Yi Shiqing. The moment their eyes met, it was as if an invisible blade was clashing. Yi Shiqing? Zhou Ling was taken aback. What's wrong? The teacher next to me said. Zhou Ling shook his head. The two then walked onto the stage in full view of everyone. At this moment, the surrounding chatter abruptly ceased. The boy with glasses adjusted his glasses and glanced at all the students. He organized his thoughts. Let me introduce myself. My name is Luo Hansong, and I am a teacher of ideological education policy. Then he pointed at Zhou Ling beside him. This is your senior, Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Ling, Yi Shiqing pondered, and secretly made a mental note of the person. Teacher, what are we going to talk about today? Just then, a boy with a buzz cut raised his right hand and asked a question. His voice broke the brief silence, as if it were asking the question on everyone's mind. The students all looked on expectantly, waiting for their teacher, Luo Hansong, to answer. Yi Shiqing was the same. What this student said is correct. A good question. Luo Hansong replied without hesitation. He then took out a piece of chalk and started writing on the blackboard behind him. On the blackboard behind him, 2 large characters were written. The students were stunned for a moment, their expressions becoming jumbled together. This is the first lesson, the battle situation. Podocarpus macrophyllus paused slightly, then slowly began to speak. During your high school years, we considered that it might damage your self-confidence. Therefore, the higher-ups have never made this fact public. But things are different now. You've chosen a martial arts school, you've chosen Dawn Academy. This means you are prepared to face challenging difficulties, and you have a resolute determination to improve. Teacher, stop keeping me in suspense, a female classmate urged. Luo Hansong then said, the war between humans and mythical beasts has lasted for more than 2,000 years. This protracted battle has shattered countless families and claimed countless lives. However, despite our tremendous efforts, humanity remains at a disadvantage. The students present were all taken aback. Yi Shiqing stroked his chin, pondering. During my high school years, I had never heard of humans being at a disadvantage. On the contrary, it was the opposite. Then, what kind of disadvantage? A boy asked. Do you know about 9th tier human powerhouses? Luo Hansong didn't answer directly, but asked in return. Everyone spoke in unison. Very good. Luo Hansong spoke again. There are only 3 level 9 powerhouses in the entire world right now. 3? That's so few, Yi Shiqing muttered. What about the strange beast? The male student asked again. At this moment, Podocarpus macrophyllus revealed a half-smile, and his expression was somewhat solemn. He finally spoke slowly after a long pause. More than 30. The silence seemed to shatter, like a thunderclap streaking across the dark sky. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, and everyone's heart sank. Human beings with 9th tier powerhouses are so rare, yet there are more than 30 9th tier beasts? Fortunately, the students who were able to get into Dawn Academy were not a group of mediocre people. The shock only lasted a minute before I returned to reality from my wild and chaotic thoughts. Teacher, why are there so few 9th tier humans? At this moment, one of his classmates suddenly asked. Podocarpus macrophyllus smiled but did not give a direct answer. A glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes behind the glasses. Half a day later. Do you believe in God? This word is like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples and endless waves. Once the flames of doubt are
are ignited, they are difficult to extinguish. People began to whisper and murmur among themselves, filled with doubt and curiosity. The person who sparked this discussion, Luo Hansong, stood quietly in front of the podium, watching everything unfold before my eyes with a smile. A glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes, as if he had already anticipated this outcome. Yi Shiqing pondered. Suddenly, something occurred to me. There are only 3 ninth-tier powerhouses among humans, and only 3 god-level superpowers. However, at this very moment, the word God was brought up. This inevitably made Yi Shiqing's mind wander. Is there some connection between the gods and the circumstances they face? To dispel any doubts in his heart, Yi Shiqing extended his hand and said, "Teacher, I believe you." After all, he had indeed awakened a god-level superpower, so he would naturally believe it. Yi Shiqing's voice was very clear and loud. The sound echoed in the church, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Yi Shiqing displayed great patience and composure. His face showed no emotion whatsoever, as calm and still as a pool of water. Looking at him, Luo Hansong couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He nodded slightly in agreement. "So, please tell me, what are your thoughts on deities, Yi?" Podocarpus asked calmly. "And why would one believe in their existence?" Podocarpus Macrophilus placed one hand gently behind his back, while the other hand made a respectful gesture. It was as if they were expressing respect and reverence to Yi Shiqing. Everyone's curious gazes were thrown at them like rugby balls. A faint smile crept across Zhou Ling's lips, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Yi Shiqing rested his right hand on his forehead and spoke repeatedly. "Deities are the delusions and spiritual accumulation of humankind. The ancients fear and fantasy about nature. However, the world is vast, the universe is vast, and there are countless wonders to be found. We know very little about this vast world, so I just believe." Yi Shiqing spread his hands out, his expression calm and composed. After all, this is an era where superpowers are everywhere and strange beasts roam freely. Even if a deity were to appear, it wouldn't seem strange or unexpected. Moreover, he has indeed awakened the god-level superpower, Demon Wolf Fenrir. Podocarpus Macrophilus looked pleased and clapped his hands, saying, "He has both a good character and a good philosophy. He can see things clearly and has a long-term vision." "Teacher, do gods really exist in this world?" Yi Shiqing added his own embellishments. The concept of divine authority immediately took hold in the classroom. Without the slightest hesitation, Podocarpus Macrophilus said, "It exists, but it doesn't fully exist." He extended a single finger, displaying a wondrous power, his tone carrying a profound meaning. "What's the meaning?" Podocarpus Macrophilus grew heavy-hearted, suddenly wondering where to begin. "I'm sure many of you have already guessed what's going on, so I won't keep you in suspense. There are only 3 humans who are at level 9, and they are also the only 3 who possess god-level superpowers." A bad feeling crept into Yi Shiqing's mind. "You?" Then he tentatively asked. "So you mean, only god-level abilities can break through to the 9th rank?" Podocarpus snapped his fingers, indicating his approval of Yi Shiqing. "Stop talking. This is absurd. Why have I never heard of this before? The teacher isn't kidding us, is she? Why is it that only those with god-level abilities can break through to the 9th rank? What about all my hard work day and night?" The 2 simple words spoken by Podocarpus Macrophilus were like a violent bomb. It blossomed in everyone's hearts in an instant. The vast majority of these people have awakened B-level superpowers. He was determined to create a world of his own. The news that they could not break through to the 9th rank was hard for them to accept. "All my hopes and dreams were dashed." Yi Shiqing exhaled a breath of stale air. "Thank goodness I have a system. Thank goodness." Yi Shiqing remained calm and composed. Podocarpus Macrophilus remained silent, his gaze sweeping freely over everyone. Once the room quieted down, he slowly began to speak. "I understand that this news is indeed hard to accept for you young, impetuous, and spirited teenagers. However, that is the truth." His words carried a hint of helplessness, yet were filled with unwavering determination. Fortunately, the students had good mental fortitude and quickly regained their composure. "Even though it was frustrating, I could only keep it to myself." Podocarpus Macrophilus then spoke again. "I know that the students here have many questions. Why is it that only those with god-level superpowers can break through to the 9th rank? Why are there as many as 39th tier alien beasts? If the beasts are so powerful, why haven't humans fallen yet?" The scene was completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. The students were indeed eagerly awaiting a reasonable explanation from Podocarpus Macrophilus to dispel their concerns. Their eyes were fixed on the Podocarpus Macrophilus, eagerly awaiting the answer. "We are known as superhumans, while those ferocious monsters are called beasts. We and the strange beasts are both labeled with the word strange, simply because we are all different kinds of beings." Then, Podocarpus Macrophilus took out a piece of chalk and drew 2 more characters on the blackboard behind him. "No gods have ever existed in the world, but there are god-level superpowers. That's because all superpowers originate from the power and authority of God. Therefore, all superpowers originate from the gifts and power of God. The 9th rank is known as the divine realm, where divine-level abilities grant the holder greater divine authority. That is why only those with godlike
exotic abilities can achieve such a breakthrough. The group looked at each other, speechless with frustration.
This is the first time I've heard of these things. So that means all superpowers originate from the power of gods?
Yi Shiqing asked again, his expression still calm and composed.
That's right.
All superpowers originate from the power and authority of the gods, and those with superpowers are called the chosen ones.
Then, what about the strange beasts? Why are they able to break through to the 9th rank? Yi Shiqing asked.
According to Podocarpus macrophyllus,
the 9th rank is called the divine realm, so why can exotic beasts reach the 9th rank?
Podocarpus macrophyllus spoke calmly and slowly.
As I just said, both strange beasts and humans are called aliens. This is because they also possess divine authority.
Beasts have long lifespans, while human lifespans are short.
That is why they are more numerous than us and have a more thorough understanding of God's authority.
Therefore, the number of 9th-tier alien beasts is several times that of humans.
Is it really impossible for people who awaken abilities below the God level to break through to the 9th rank?
At this moment, a bespectacled boy asked tentatively, his expression somewhat stubborn.
He awakened a special ability but was unable to break through to the 9th level.
This immediately made the young and impetuous students pale in comparison.
No. Podocarpus macrophyllus shook his head slowly.
I have mentioned before that all superpowers originate from the power of the gods. The levels of superpowers are ranked as follows: God level, S level, A level, B level, and finally F level. The higher the level, the more divine authority and power one can obtain.
If you want to break through to the 9th rank, there is another way.
He paused for a moment, then held up one finger and continued.
That's a superpower mutation. Superpower mutation? Superpower mutation is the transformation from a low-level superpower to a high-level superpower. One of the current world's God-level superpower users mutated from an S-level superpower to a God-level one.
At this moment, everyone was like a lone flame in the snow, rekindled.
Special ability mutation, also known as dimensional ascension.
Once one undergoes a certain change, one will acquire more divine authority and thus mutate. Generally speaking, the higher the level of a superpower, the more likely it is to advance to God level.
He then said in a heavy tone.
And the same is true of the strange beasts. They, like us, are called the chosen ones of the gods.
He then gave another example. Do you know the 5 forbidden zones for humankind?
We know, everyone answered in unison.
There are currently 5 forbidden zones for humankind. First, the Eternal Forest, Amazon Rainforest. Secondly, the Forbidden Domain, Sahara Desert. Third, the southernmost region, Antarctic Ice Continent.
Fourth, the Forbidden Sea, Maria Trench.
As well as, fifth, Sky City, Immortal Eternal Kingdom.
These 5 places are places that humans must never set foot in. One wrong step and you could be on the brink of death or plunge into an abyss. After organizing his thoughts, Luo Hansong began to speak with a somewhat solemn expression. And in the Mariana Trench, one of the 5 forbidden zones for humankind, known as the Forbidden Sea, there lives a strange beast called the Overlord of the Sea. It acquired immense power from the sea god, and now that ocean tyrant, after that, it calls itself as
Poseidon. Poseidon? Upon hearing the name, everyone present was stunned, their faces showing astonishment, as if struck by lightning. Poseidon is a very important deity in Greek mythology.
He is known as the god of the sea and is one of the 12 Olympian gods.
However, Yi Shiqing's expression remained unchanged, as calm as ever. They didn't seem particularly surprised by the name. He quickly grasped the key point that Luo Hansong had made, claiming,
in other words, this monster only calls itself Poseidon, but is not actually the real sea god. Zhou Ling's gaze swept over the noisy and chaotic students at the scene. Then, his gaze settled on Yi Shiqing, who seemed out of place.
Your state of mind is truly lofty.
Yi Shiqing carefully sorted out her thoughts. Everything that Podocarpus macrophyllus said was ingrained in my mind.
To break through to the 9th rank, one's superpower must reach the god level. However, if it is a low-level superpower, it is necessary to undergo superpower mutation in order to achieve a breakthrough.
Moreover, the higher the level of a superpower, the easier it is to mutate into a god-level superpower. No wonder S-class superpowers are so highly regarded. Yi Shiqing muttered to himself.
After all, S-class superpowers are more likely to break through to the god level.
This means that human society will gain a 9th-tier powerhouse.
Alright, quiet down.
It only calls itself Poseidon, not the real sea god.
Podocarpus macrophyllus calmed the crowd down.
All the students are geniuses, 1 in a million.
At this moment, my restless heart calmed down.
Teacher, humans seem so weak in many ways, while strange beasts are much stronger than humans. So why have humans been able to survive to this day?
At this moment, a student asked a question. His words immediately aroused everyone's curiosity.
They stared intently at the Podocarpus macrophyllus, their eyes filled with doubt and anticipation.
Yes, 39th tier exotic beasts.
They have long lifespans, strong physiques, and everything about them far surpasses that of humans. Yet, humanity has still managed to survive in this world and build its own civilization. At this moment, Luo Hansong adjusted his glasses with his hand, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes.
His expression revealed an unprecedented seriousness.
That's because
because they are merely beasts. Tigers, leopards, lions, which of these creatures isn't stronger than humans? Yet, they are still trampled underfoot by humans. This is because we are human beings, and we possess wisdom. As for the strange beasts, even though they have reached the powerful level of the 9th rank and are numerous, however, this still cannot change their bloodthirsty nature and the natural law of survival of the fittest. When weak humans unite, they form an unbreakable shield and an extremely sharp spear, capable of both offense and defense. The mythical beasts, however, always ruled their own domains, and conflicts between them were perpetual. No matter how powerful a mythical beast is, it is still just a wild animal. There is a fundamental difference between humans and animals, and that difference lies in intelligence. Human beings are able to dominate the world precisely because they possess wisdom and talent. They can create tools and develop science, which are things that other mythical beasts cannot achieve. In addition, the beasts are predatory, even with more than 39th tier exotic beasts. Without unity, it is impossible to break through humanity's defenses. The seeds of doubt that had been sown by everyone were now being sown. Many of the doubts that had been swirling in my mind have dissipated. The Podocarpus macrophyllus' eyes relaxed. His expression revealed an unprecedented determination, and he opened his mouth as if to declare to the whole world, "This era, human beings may be as insignificant as dust, but they ultimately possess unwavering resolve. Human beings, as fragile as blades of grass, can still turn the tide. The world changes like the sea turning into mulberry fields, and life is full of hardships. Since you have chosen Dawn Academy and aspire to become powerful figures, you must be prepared to face hardships and tribulations. Slay all those beasts who regard us as ants. Let them know, even a tiny fire can triumph over the heavens." Everyone listened in a daze, a glint of light flashing in their eyes. That was unparalleled determination. That was the resolve to overcome all obstacles. A cool summer breeze whistled through the windows into the austere classroom. The fire burning in everyone's hearts continued to burn unwaveringly. These students had all fought their way through the martial arts exams and were in their prime, full of youthful exuberance. Their eyes shine with light and fire. They cherish dreams and shoulder responsibilities. From the moment I became a superhuman and chose a martial arts school, they had long ago made up their minds to fight the strange beasts. Alright, first lesson, battle situation. Explanation complete. The Podocarpus macrophyllus smiled serenely at this moment. This immediately eased the serious atmosphere that had lasted for 3 minutes. Next, we will distribute cultivation resources to everyone. There are no classes today, so you may adjourn the meeting. He then nodded to Zhou Ling. The other party understood. Zhou Ling flicked his right finger with his spatial ring, and bundles of bank cards appeared on the podium. There are probably several hundred of them. Everyone's cultivation methods are different, and the Academy is well aware of this. Therefore, the Academy has prepared a considerable amount of funds for you. Each bank card here has 3 million in it, which you can use as you see fit. And every semester, 3 million would be deposited into the account on time. As expected of a top-tier academy, they are truly generous. If a person earns 3 million per semester, that's 6 million per year. In addition, there are 10,000 students in the college. So, in a year, the amount spent on students has already reached 60 billion. This does not include the investment in experimental facilities and other resources planned by the college. If you add them all up, it would be an astronomical figure. Surrounded by Zhou Ling and Podocarpus macrophyllus, the students lined up in an orderly fashion to go on stage and receive their bank cards from the two people. Yi Shiqing, right. When it was Yi Shiqing's turn, Zhou Ling spoke up unexpectedly. Ha! Yi Shiqing was taken aback at first. What? Their eyes met. The other person smiled, their expression meaningful. Yi Shiqing's lips twitched, his face full of surprise. It's nothing. Zhou Ling shook his head calmly. After everyone received their bank cards, they all left in a flurry. Wow, 3 million. That's like becoming rich overnight. Yeah, I've never seen so much money in my life. Some students walked along the road, discussing and reminiscing. After all, 3 million is an astronomical sum for some children from ordinary families. Of course, many students also disregarded the 3 million. In top-tier colleges, the vast majority of students come from wealthy families. Even some scions of prominent families. 3 million is nothing to them. On the contrary, they were dissatisfied with this, since what they wanted more were secret cultivation techniques and skills. So now I have 17 million on me. Including Yi Shiqing's previous 14 million, the total is indeed 17 million. Yi Shiqing arrived at the Academy's arena hall to receive the award he had received for his freshman performance. There are currently 12 new students in the arena hall. These freshmen were also outstanding performers in the performance. Xiao Yu was also waiting there. Xiao Rongxue, however, was not there. After all, Xiao Rongxue was a complete cultivation fanatic. After obtaining the Dawn cultivation method, he is now completely immersed in cultivation. Yesterday's performance was simply to gain more resources. After finishing her afternoon classes, she immersed herself in her practice once again. She also asked Yi Shiqing to help her collect the award from the freshman performance. Led by the
female staff member. Everyone received a bank card and a martial arts manual. Of course, Yi Shiqing participated in the competition under 2 identities, so he received 2 bank cards and 2 cultivation manuals. Xiao Rongshue's share was also in Yi Shiqing's hands. There are 4 million in the bank card, and the kung fu skills you all possess are only B-level movement techniques. The staff member spoke slowly. 4 million, then my 2 cards together would amount to 8 million, and my assets would be 25 million. Yi Shiqing was secretly pleased. Immediately afterwards, the staff's eyes turned to Yi Shiqing. Student Yi, things took an unexpected turn yesterday, so the academy has prepared an A-level cultivation technique just for you as compensation. The others present cast envious glances. A-level cultivation technique? My god, you can't buy that even if you have money. Isn't that a bit too audacious? Yeah. Suddenly the reward in my hand doesn't seem so appealing anymore. Everyone was both envious and jealous. After all, A-level and S-level cultivation techniques are rare and hard to come by. It's extremely rare. There's absolutely nothing for sale. The only way to try your luck is at an auction to see if you can find one. Moreover, even if they did exist, they would be acquired by wealthy businessmen who would spend huge sums of money. And now they're just giving it away like that. Then, a staff member took out a wooden box from the counter and respectfully handed it to Yi Shiqing. It's yours. Yi Shiqing didn't hesitate and immediately accepted it. Just as they were about to leave, a sudden loud shout rang out. Yi Shiqing, I challenge you to a duel. A loud voice rang out in the hall, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A tall man with short hair, wearing a black overcoat, walked in from the entrance of the hall. He was about 1.9 meters tall, with an average appearance, but he exuded a vigorous and energetic aura. His face was gloomy, and he walked hurriedly. Before long, they arrived in front of Yi Shiqing. It's An Yibin. What's he doing here? Are you stupid? He was also a contestant in the freshman performance, but he didn't get to perform yesterday because of Yi Shiqing. A duel. He and Yi Shiqing will definitely have a great time dueling. The surrounding classmates continued to watch with curiosity. Several people even took out their phones, took pictures, and posted them on the campus network. Yi Shiqing had no recollection of him. In fact, she knew him completely. However, this person seems to be quite famous. Yi Shiqing learned of his identity from the surrounding whispers. An Yibin, 20 years old, was originally a sophomore, but is now a freshman. Its special ability is A-level, Hail Tiger, Tier 3. The girl he admired so much became the object of passionate pursuit by other boys, driven by selfishness. He then assaulted other students, which led to his expulsion from the college. Afterwards, he used some connections to be able to re-enroll as a freshman this year. It's said that this guy is also a reserve member of a level 2 superpowered squad. Yi Shiqing, I, An Yibin, now challenge you to a duel. An Yibin spoke irritably to Yi Shiqing. He was taller than Yi Shiqing, with his head held high and his eyes downcast, filled with arrogance and provocation. Faced with the other party's provocation, Yi Shiqing didn't raise his head, his forehead slightly lowered, his expression calm. Faced with the provocation, Yi Shiqing naturally wouldn't back down from the challenge. Having been an assassin for decades, he was naturally proud and aloof. Given his temperament, he would absolutely not tolerate such inexplicable provocation. I guess you're not a coward after all. And Yibin sneered. Since we've already decided to duel, how can we not have a prize? Yi Shiqing spoke indifferently. A prize? Sure. And Yibin gave himself a thumbs up. If I win, you can get out of this academy. What? This is too much. Exactly. It's just a game. Isn't it a bit unnecessary? Besides, isn't it bullying for a former sophomore to duel with Yi Shiqing? Upon hearing this, everyone felt indignant on Yi Shiqing's behalf. They all accused An Yibin of bullying the weak and taking advantage of his superior strength. After all, Yi Shiqing is at least a second-tier cultivator. Yi Shiqing gave a cold laugh. Okay, I promise you. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing extended a finger and pointed at the other party. His drooping brows slowly straightened, and his originally dull eyes became dark and deep. His face was terribly gloomy, as oppressive as the sky before a storm, sending chills down one's spine. If I win, I'll take your life. His voice was deep and cold, carrying an uncontrollable resolve. These words resounded throughout the space like a thunderclap. It shocked everyone. The onlookers fell silent instantly, stunned. Astonishment was evident on everyone's face. It felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping my throat, making it difficult to even breathe. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. And Yibin's brows furrowed, like 2 tangled ink marks, and his body instinctively retreated. Admittedly, he was truly astonished. At that very moment, his confidence plummeted like a collapsing mountain. He never expected that Yi Shiqing would act even more decisively than he did, leaving no way out. If he didn't agree, he would become a laughing stock. But if I agree, what will I do if I lose? That entanglement and hesitation were like a fine net, binding him tightly, making it difficult for him to break free. They must have some kind of feud, where they framed each other. Exactly. One provoked someone for no reason, and the other wanted to kill them. Thank goodness I didn't offend them. Yi Shiqing's words were startling and immediately sparked heated discussions among among those around him. Various opinions mingled together, creating a cacophony of voices.
"What do you mean?" I asked tentatively. However, all he received in return was Yi Shiqing's icy, piercing gaze. And Yibin could tell from Yi Shiqing's expression that Yi Shiqing was not joking. Fine, I promise you."
And Yibin suppressed his emotions and revealed a cold smile. After all, as a third-tier powerhouse, he still possesses considerable mental fortitude. He was already used to such threats and intimidation.
Right now, the two hit it off immediately. Excuse me for bothering you."
Just as the two were about to clash, a staff member wearing a short skirt walked up. "I just heard that the two are dueling, but I'm afraid it won't be possible today. Due to yesterday's freshman performance, the facilities, systems, and venue in the arena still need to be repaired and improved.
Many matters urgently need to be addressed. Get straight to the point."
And Yibin interrupted the other person.
"Alright, the duel between the two of you can only be postponed for a week."
Despite Yibin's angry shouts, the staff still greeted him with smiles.
"A week," Yibin muttered. "Okay, I'm fine with it."
Yi Shiqing raised an eyebrow, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes.
"If you win, you won't actually kill the other person, will you?"
Xiao Yu and Yi Shiqing were walking back to their dormitory. Her villa was located in the neighboring community, and the two were very close, so they happened to be traveling on the same route.
I've known Yi Shiqing for a few days now. She had also figured out Yi Shiqing's personality pretty well.
Although Yi Shiqing speaks in a somewhat roguish manner, he always keeps his word. Yi Shiqing revealed a dismissive smile.
"It is also a duel, a fight to the death. Since his courage is commendable, then he must be prepared to pay the price with his life." Xiao Yu was completely confused, and her expression twitched.
This is Yi Shiqing's core philosophy, which he has lived in the alien world for decades. It is a society where the strong are respected and the weak merely eke out a living. A duel is a fight to the death. It's a fight to the death. Now Yibin has initiated a duel. Then the other party must be prepared to meet this challenge. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, Yi Shiqing and Xiao Yu were enveloped in the enchanting colors of dusk, their shadows stretching long and thin. After seeing Xiao Yu off, Yi Shiqing followed the planned route to Xiao Rongshue's villa. Yi Shiqing held the award for the freshman performance in his hands.
Xiao Rongshue is a complete cultivation fanatic.
After finishing class, he would immerse himself in cultivation, and he was rarely seen.
Left with no other option, Yi Shiqing had to personally visit the other party's dormitory to deliver the commendation. The villas are about the same size.
The layout and specifications of each villa are roughly the same. Yi Shiqing strode leisurely across the courtyard and arrived at the villa's gate. He slowly extended his right hand. A soft sound was heard. Surprisingly, Yi Shiqing only knocked lightly on the door, and the door slowly opened.
"The door isn't closed?"
Yi Shiqing looked at the wide-open door, first revealing a mischievous smile, then walked in without any hesitation. As soon as he entered the room, he began to look around without any restraint.
The interior layout is also similar to that of his villa.
It's not that they're completely different, but rather that they're exactly the same.
Apart from a few dolls piled up on the sofa, the rest of the furnishings and decorations were almost identical.
It looks as if it was copied from the same template.
Yi Shiqing's gaze suddenly fell on the dolls on the sofa. A gasp of amazement escaped my lips. It's hard to imagine that Xiao Rongshue would like dolls. However,
after a moment's thought, Yi Shiqing felt that there seemed to be something wrong with this. These exquisite and adorable dolls probably belonged to Xiao Rongshue's roommate. After all, no matter how you look at it, Xiao Rongshue is definitely not the kind of person who is fond of dolls. She has a cool and aloof demeanor and acts decisively. It really seemed out of place with those childlike and fun dolls. Yi Shiqing seemed to catch a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye. Looking closely, one could see a barefoot girl with black hair standing quietly in front of a full-length mirror by the window. Her wet black hair hung down her back, with water droplets dripping from the ends. When dripped onto smooth skin, it shimmers with a crystal-clear light. The girl is probably around 1.6 meters tall. Her skin was slightly yellowish, and she was wrapped in a bath towel, revealing her long, slender legs. Such a scene is truly captivating and inspires endless imagination. Seeing only a side profile, Yi Shiqing couldn't be sure how good-looking he was, but he had a feeling that he was definitely not bad. The other person noticed something out of the corner of their eye. He immediately turned his head away. The moment their eyes met, a blush instantly spread across the girl's face. "Hey, who are you?" She instinctively took 2 steps back, but because she wasn't wearing shoes, the floor was made of polished tiles, and my toes immediately lost their balance. He stumbled and fell hard on his backside. The bath towel on top suddenly fell to the ground like a fallen leaf with nowhere to go. Yi Shiqing wore a maternal smile, her expression incredibly captivating.
Aha!
At this moment, the girl was completely naked, exposed in front of Yi Shiqing.
Her already flushed cheeks were now as red as an erupting volcano, practically bubbling with rosy hue. Ah! Wah! My integrity is gone. Wah!
At this moment, the black-haired girl, dressed in pajamas, sat on the sofa and threw herself into Xiao Rongshue's arms, crying bitterly. Xiao Rongshue reached out and patted the girl's forehead. Then, she turned her head to look at Yi
Shiqing with a blank expression. Why did you come uninvited? Oh dear, I was afraid of disturbing your cultivation. Yi Shiqing chuckled. He crossed his arms behind his head, looking relaxed and at ease. Turning his head to look at the girl who was crying silently, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. The girl in front of me is named He Luo Wei. She is Xiao Rongshue's roommate and has a lively and cheerful personality. Her appearance brought Yi Shiqing a pleasant surprise. After all, it's not easy for someone as aloof and proud as Xiao Rongshue to have such a friendly roommate. At this moment, Yi Shiqing was carefully examining He Luo Wei's face. Her nose was small and delicate, and her round cheeks revealed a kind of innocence and cuteness. Although her appearance isn't the kind that's stunningly beautiful, she possesses a unique charm that makes people want to look at her more. Shue, look at him. He Luo Wei looked aggrieved when she saw Yi Shiqing's unrestrained behavior. After all, the other party had just seen everything. The other party dismissed it with disdain. Hey, don't try to blackmail me. Even if I saw you, I would never offer myself to you. Yi Shiqing quickly waved his hand. Who would want you to give yourself to them? He Luo Wei's face turned red with anger. That's good. I have absolutely no interest in your pair of A's. Yi Shiqing chuckled. I don't like this. I don't like this. Wah. Tears welled up in her eyes, and finally she burst into tears. Xiao Rongshue glanced at Yi Shiqing with a hint of annoyance. Then he reached out and gently comforted the overwhelmed kitten. However, Xiao Rongshue has never been good at socializing. At this moment, his attempts to comfort the other person seemed so clumsy. Her movements were slightly stiff, and her speech was a little hesitant, but it revealed a unique sincerity. Yi Shiqing scratched his head, his usual playful smile gone. Oh dear. Actually, I didn't see it clearly at all. And my memory is like a fish swimming away. It vanished in just 7 seconds. And you're very beautiful, a true beauty, as lovely as a flower. But I'm just a trader. I only like married women. He Luo Wei sniffed and slowly looked up at Yi Shiqing. Alright, if you really want me to repay you with my body, that's fine too. Yi Shiqing grinned mischievously. Who wants you to repay me with your body? He Luo Wei replied irritably. Thankfully, I wasn't that sad just now. Yes. Yi Shiqing laughed and then handed the cultivation manual and a bank card to Xiao Rongshue. This is an award for your freshman performance. Before Xiao Rongshue could answer, Yi Shiqing waved his hand and left the villa. One day earlier, at midnight, in the dean's office, Wang Xiao sat upright on the sofa like a sculpture, his face filled with heaviness and sorrow. A woman in a short skirt arrived in the elevator and then walked into the office. Dean, we have the results, she said respectfully. Tell me the results. Dean Wang looked serious. The woman gently put down the document in her hand and placed it flat on the desk in front of Wang Xiao's door, then slowly spoke. Just as we suspected, today's millipede has indeed been switched. As she spoke, she pointed to the document and continued to explain. The document clearly shows 2 images, each depicting the silhouette of a millipede. It can be observed that the 2 millipedes look almost identical. They are almost identical in terms of size and color. However, upon closer inspection, it can be found that the patterns on the 2 millipedes are slightly different. After dissecting this millipede today, we found that it contained no of our detoxifying and purifying medicine. Moreover, it did not have any wounds left on its body when we captured it. The woman explained slowly. As expected, the rat couldn't resist showing its tail after all. Dean Wang snorted coldly. Then he added, have the person been identified? We've found out. The woman nodded, but her expression was somewhat bitter, as if she had something to say but couldn't. After a long while, she finally spoke slowly. The investigation has uncovered the truth. The thief is none other than Lin Wujuan, the deputy supervisor of the arena, but he has taken poison and committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Wang Xiao's expression didn't change much, as if he had expected it all along. Sacrificing the pawn to save the king. What a brilliant plan. Immediately afterwards, Wang Xiao waved his right hand. What happened today must be thoroughly investigated. There is a world of difference between military-related superpowers and instruments. The instruments are composed of mechanical components, most of which are crafted by supernatural blacksmiths. However, the superpowers of soldiers originate from the wondrous transformation of energy and soul. This endows the soldier-type abilities with unparalleled stability and durability. The atmosphere in the training area of the military academy was solemn. Li Dehui stood confidently before the crowd, delivering a passionate speech. The military academy has a total of 630 students, who are planned to be divided into 12 groups. Yi Shiqing was the captain of the group. Each group has its own training room. The training room is nearly 200 square meters, and the walls are covered with all kinds of weapons. Li Dehui pointed to a huge rock behind him. The boulder was taller than a person, with a smooth, mirror-like, silvery white surface that reflected the sunlight, giving it a metallic feel. There is a display screen directly above the boulder. Li Dehui organized his thoughts and slowly said, the hardness of each weapon's special ability depends entirely on its own strength. This stone is actually a very special testing stone, carefully forged from a material called iron titanium alloy. This material is incredibly hard, capable of
withstanding immense pressure and powerful impacts. He paused briefly, then continued, and every freshman in the military can take this test once. Of course, those who score high will also receive corresponding rewards. Teacher, can I try now? Just then, a boy with a neat buzz cut spoke up. Sure. Li Dehui spoke with a kind smile. The short-haired boy had a stern face and strode forward. Seeing this, the surrounding students quickly made way for him. The buzzcut man made a clenched fist in the air with his right hand, and a long, gleaming black spear instantly appeared in his grasp. He immediately brandished his spear, and the sound of clashing metal rang out. He gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful burst, his spear carrying the force of a primordial chaos. It shot towards the boulder like lightning, making a piercing sound as it cut through the air. With a deafening crash, the spear slammed into the boulder, instantly unleashing a powerful gust of wind that was truly awe-inspiring. Beep beep beep. As the leading man holstered his gun, the timer on the boulder instantly surged to 2,306 points, as if injected with hormones. Not bad, not bad. Your strength is quite impressive. It's clear that the toughness of your weapon-type ability is remarkable. The man with the buzz cut chuckled. At this moment, the surrounding students burst into thunderous applause. Wow, more than 2,300 points. That's right. I remember the highest score was only 3,200. This guy's pretty good. I didn't realize. The man's impressive score immediately sparked heated discussions among those around him. It's worth noting that the highest score ever achieved by a freshman was only 3,200. His score of 2,300 was already at a very high level, which was truly astonishing. Yi, would you like to give it a try? At this moment, Li Dehui smiled, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Everyone turned their gaze to Yi Shiqing, their eyes revealing eager anticipation. A small number of people also have reservations about Yi Shiqing's performance. After all, Yi Shiqing was known for his outstanding speed, but the boy from before was a pure power-type player, and his score was only 2,300. Okay, that works. Yi Shiqing agreed. After all, he also wanted to try and see how many points he could get. Yi Shiqing slowly walked to the boulder. His brow furrowed, and two sharp, double-edged swords appeared in his hands. Yi Shiqing gripped his knife, poised to strike. The students around Yi Shiqing also consciously dispersed and kept a distance of 50 meters from her. Try my maximum power. He wielded his twin swords like two dancing silver snakes. Every swing of the knife carried a fierce and chilling aura. In just 1 second, Yi Shiqing had already wielded more than 50 knives, a dazzling display of skill. The blades danced wildly in the air, like coiling dragons, emitting sharp roars. What is Yi Shiqing doing? I don't know. It looked like he was swinging a knife, but he was moving so fast I only saw a blur. Swinging a sword? Could it be that he's gathering power? The students only knew that Yi Shiqing possessed dual superpowers, specifically the S-rank superpower Dark Knight Overlord. However, he knew nothing about the A-level ability, Time Blade. Naturally, they were unaware of the stacking attack characteristics of the Time Blade. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Shiqing's eyes suddenly narrowed. Drink up! A clear and melodious golden sound rang out, accompanied by a delicate shout. Yi Shiqing unleashed his prepared strike. The blade sliced through the void, emitting a piercing whistling sound, as if it were about to tear the void apart. The speed of this strike was as fast as lightning, making it seem as if time had stopped. At that moment, Yi Shiqing's figure and the sword light merged into one, forming a dazzling light and shadow. With the fall of the sword, the world returned to its former peace. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Yi Shiqing only stood there and trembled slightly. In the blink of an eye, Yi Shiqing made the movement to sheath his sword. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The boulder did not react. What's going on? Is something wrong? Did he not even swing the knife? Why wasn't he making any other movements? That's because they're too fast, incredibly fast. Staring at the motionless boulder, the crowd whispered amongst themselves, discussing the matter, and a cacophony of voices rose and fell. Yi Shiqing remained calm, showing no intention of raising his knife, frozen in a pose as if wielding it like a statue. Suddenly, amidst a deafening roar, a dazzling blade of light appeared. As the blade struck, the boulder collapsed to both sides like blooming, dazzling petals. The surrounding air seemed to be sharply cut, instantly generating a powerful airflow. A great deal of dust and smoke rose up, while the walls and ground behind the boulder. At this point, a terrifying chasm also appeared. This airflow is like a violent whirlwind, sweeping wildly in all directions. The wind caused the skirts of the students around them to flutter wildly, and their hair to dance wildly. What kind of power is this? I thought Yi Shiqing was too weak to split the boulder, but it turns out he was too fast, and the boulder didn't have time to react. Isn't Yi Shiqing a speed-type character? Why is he so violent? The crowd was unaware of the shock. Yi Shiqing swung his knife so fast that the entire boulder didn't even have time to react. At this moment, the entire boulder was cleaved in two by a sharp blade mark. The scoring device above was emitting a buzzing current, clearly indicating that it was broken. Li Dehui's mouth gaped open, his face filled with astonishment, and it took him a long time to close it. Back then, when he first entered Dawn Academy, he only scored 1,900 points, leaving a 3 centimeter long knife mark on the
boulder. Yi Shiqing actually split the boulder in two. The difference is simply unbelievable. Are you kidding me? Are you trying to kill me? Elective course, assassin related.
What comes into view is an extremely spacious area, about the size of 5 or 6 playgrounds.
This place is completely different from the simple and straightforward military academy.
Inside the assassin's courtyard, rock pillars stand everywhere, interspersed with dense forests, and several traps conceal hidden dangers.
These traps are not fatal,
but they can still cause you some physical pain. The training programs here are all related to speed, totaling 17. At this time, many students are constantly trying and training in all projects.
These people all possess speed-related superpowers.
After all, it seems unlikely that a person with explosive abilities would choose the path of an assassin.
There is a difference between the optional skills for assassins and the mandatory skills for soldiers.
One option is to develop along their own strengths, while the other is to cultivate their special abilities.
Excellent. This year's students have shown commendable perseverance.
At this moment, a woman with a voluptuous figure stood in an open space, her gaze approvingly surveying everyone. She had short, jet-black hair and was probably in her 30s. Wearing a black leather jacket and black leather pants, her voluptuous figure was on full display.
This person's name is Zhang Zholi. He is the chief training officer of the major elective course for assassins.
At this point, the elective courses are like military training, where students complete all the training exercises according to the instructions.
Teacher Jiang, Teacher Jiang.
Just then, a male teacher rushed to Zhang Zholi's side.
He kept exhaling stale air. What's wrong, Teacher Zhao? Why are you in such a hurry?
Teacher Zhao was panting, and after catching her breath, she spoke haltingly.
Yi
Shiqing, he has completed all his training.
It's done.
Zhang Zholi's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, her face filled with disbelief. Keep in mind that less than 10 minutes had passed since the training began. While these training sessions may not be considered hellish, they are certainly of hellish difficulty.
Training programs that would take an average student at least a month to adapt to. Did Yi Shiqing finish it just like that? It's true. Teacher Zhao answered with certainty, her expression urgent and earnest. Where are the others?
Zhang Zholi frowned and asked in confusion.
He went back after the training was completed. Teacher Zhao told the truth.
Zhang Zholi couldn't help but slap her forehead, a feeling of disbelief welling up inside her.
Oh my god, this can't be. Could it be that the training program I said was too easy?
She muttered to herself, her face full of confusion and doubt.
Zhang Zholi rested her chin on her right hand, lost in thought. Teacher Zhao's lips twitched.
He glanced instinctively at the students around him who were receiving training. They were all in great pain, crying and screaming.
Explosions rang out one after another in the area. Simple? You call this simple? It's a miracle no one died.
Teacher Zhao muttered to herself, feeling somewhat speechless at Zhang Zholi's words. From then on, we increased the intensity of the training. Zhang Zholi immediately agreed. The training difficulty has been increased, and increased again.
7 days later, on September 7th,
the villa has 3 floors.
The first floor is a spacious hall.
The second floor is a lounge, and the third floor is a training room. At this moment, Yi Shiqing was in the training room. He was wearing simple shorts and was shirtless.
His bronze skin radiated a healthy glow under the light.
He sat cross-legged on the floor of the training room, his eyes gently closed, his expression calm as still water. A chilling aura emanated from him, rising and falling around him. Yi Shiqing's lifeless eyes suddenly opened. It was like a slumbering beast suddenly awakening. The aura around it instantly rose a level, spreading wildly in all directions like a surging tide.
The curtains and small items were blown into disarray and tilted precariously.
Congratulations, host.
Your god-level ability, Demon Wolf Fenrir, has broken through 2 levels. Mental strength plus 50, strength plus 20, stamina plus 50. Current mental strength, 700. Current strength, 620. Current stamina, 700. Finally, I've broken through.
Yi Shiqing clenched his right fist with a firm and powerful motion. Yi Shiqing then opened the system panel.
Name, Yi Shiqing. Physical strength, 700. Agility, 1200. Strength, 620. Mental strength, 700. Skill, quadruple clone. Ability points, 962. Superpower, S-rank superpower, Dark Knight Overlord, Psychic, Peak Tier 2.
Ability A, Blade of Time, Military, Tier 2.
God-level superpower, Demon Wolf Fenrir, Tier 2. Gigantamax, 7 minutes, Dynamax, 10 seconds.
Seeing the long-lost control panel, Yi Shiqing nodded with relief. Although Yi Shiqing has 3 supernatural abilities, however, it is not possible to cultivate all 3 at the same time. In other words, when Yi Shiqing cultivates the Dark Knight Overlord, the remaining superpowers can only remain stagnant. After the breakthrough of the god-level ability, Demon Wolf Fenrir, the duration of Gigantamax and Dynamax has also increased.
There are only 962 ability points.
Each upgrade costs 500, and there's also a chance of failure. Therefore, given the current scarcity of ability points, Yi Shiqing did not blindly upgrade. As for your base stats, there's no need to upgrade them. Moreover, upgrading it is even more difficult than upgrading superpowers.
superpowers. Each upgrade to the base stats requires 100 energy points. A successful upgrade will increase the value by 10 points. The ratio of ability points to numerical calculations is roughly 10 to 1, and there is also a risk of failure when upgrading. A 10 to 1 input-output ratio is really not worthwhile, plus there is the same risk of failure. Therefore, Yi Shiqing has never upgraded it. Today is September 7th. A highly anticipated duel is about to begin. The showdown within Yibin is just around the corner, and the time is set for 7 p.m. tonight. It's unclear whether the opponent has foolishly underestimated them or is absolutely certain of victory. After all, Yi Shiqing would receive a 5-fold boost in the dark. Who will emerge victorious? Let's wait and see. Yi Shiqing gave a cold laugh. During this period of time, he chose to skip all the afternoon classes. It should be noted that the assassin-related courses he chose were already at a level comparable to graduation for him. I am essentially at the top level. Right now, he urgently needs to devote all his energy to cultivating his supernatural abilities. After all, they're superhumans. Superhumans. The priority should definitely be on superpowers. Even though his combat experience was already incredibly rich, his skills are unparalleled, and his talent is exceptional, making him a top-tier individual. However, when facing advanced superhumans, they still inevitably feel powerless. The last time I first met Zhang Quan, the dean of the Magic City Academy, who was known as the Fire Emperor, that was the first time I truly experienced a strong sense of crisis. From that moment on, he instantly grasped the crucial importance of superpowers. This exercise manual should be studied. At this moment, Yi Shiqing took out a secret manual of martial arts techniques from the wall of the training room. This is the B-level technique I obtained at the last freshman performance. Title: Divine Unity. This technique was specifically developed for summoning-type superpowers. Although it is only a copy, the content is extremely detailed. Learning this technique allows the summoner to merge with their summoned beast, thereby gaining the summoned beast's power. It is said to have been created by a 7th level expert. However, this technique requires reaching the 2nd level to be practiced. Fortunately, he had already broken through to the next level and was able to begin cultivating this technique. He possessed an A-level martial arts manual, which was a reward given to him by the Freshman Performance Club as compensation. The title is Eagle's Tread. It's just a copy, but the content is still very detailed. Once you learn this skill, you can walk in mid-air and achieve a brief state of flight, which can only last for a maximum of half a minute. However, this technique had virtually no effect on Yi Shiqing. After all, Yi Shiqing was already capable of taking steps in mid-air. Studying it would just be a waste of time. Let's just sell it, Yi Shiqing muttered. After all, it's useless to me, but if I were to sell an A-level technique, that's something others have bought with money. He also possessed a cultivation technique obtained as a reward for being a freshman. The title is Swift Wind Blade Technique. It's just a simple sword practice manual, which is meaningless for my current top-level sword skills. He continued. Therefore, Yi Shiqing also planned to sell it. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing handed over the B-grade cultivation technique, Divine Body Unity. Lay it out in front of you. His gaze scrutinized the text above. After half an hour, Yi Shiqing had a pretty good grasp of the situation. Then, following the instructions in the scroll, they learned the exercises. 1 hour later. Congratulations, host, you have learned the skill, Divine Unity. Mental Strength plus 60. Current mental strength, 760. Yi Shiqing stood up from the cold, smooth floor and exhaled a faint breath. Phew, I'm really tired. Within 3 hours, Yi Shiqing had completely mastered this B-level cultivation technique. It's a bit mentally taxing. We need to find a sandbag to test the power of this technique, Yi Shiqing murmured. This technique allows one to merge their summoned beast with themselves. However, it is extremely difficult to learn. After all, Yi Shiqing only spent an hour learning the S-level technique 4-fold clone last time. This B-level cultivation technique took a full 3 hours to complete. Yi Shiqing then took out his phone and glanced at the time. Alright, let's get ready for the duel. 6:50 p.m. Yi Shiqing slowly walked to the entrance of the arena, but a large group of people were seen staggering outside the door, a rather spectacular sight. And Yibin stood at the front of the crowd. He crossed his arms and looked down at Yi Shiqing with disdain. It was clear that the other party had been waiting for him here specifically. Hey, it's almost time. I thought you were too scared to come. And Yibin glanced at the time, 6:50 p.m., and then coldly shouted, I'm not abusing anyone. Why should I be so enthusiastic? Yi Shiqing responded defiantly. I hope your mouth is as hard as your body. And Yibin sneered. A hint of confidence flashed in his eyes. When their eyes met, it was like a sharp bolt of lightning crackling and sparks flying everywhere. Immediately afterwards, surrounded by the crowd, they entered the arena from the east gate. The arena was already packed with spectators. Xiaoyu, Zhou Ling, and others also arrived at the scene. The news of their duel had already spread, and everyone eagerly awaited the start of this fierce battle. Of course, many mentors also came to observe, analyze, and ponder. It's about to begin. It's about to begin. I feel that Yibin has a higher chance of winning. After all, Yibin is at least a third-tier player. earlier. What's so great about being at the third tier? Yi Shiqing can cut down any third-tier beast like it's nothing. Can humans be compared to beasts? Beasts are just a bunch of big, dumb idiots, and you're brainless. The crowd erupted in excited chatter and lively discussion. Some people guessed that Yibin would win, while others guessed that Yi Shiqing would win. But some people are right too. The essential difference between humans and mythical beasts lies in intelligence. Even though Yi Shiqing could kill alien beasts as easily as cooking rice and drinking porridge, fighting against people was not so easy. Moreover, Yibin is a rank higher than Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing and Yibin stood on opposite sides, 50 meters apart. Kneel down now, kowtow 3 times to me, and then get out of the arena and out of the academy, and I'll let bygones be bygones. And Yibin said with disdain, let bygones be bygones? Yi Shiqing immediately found it amusing. I don't even know the other person, yet he came to threaten and intimidate me. Don't think you're so great just because you've awakened an S-class ability. What are you if you don't have an S-class ability? And Yibin made sarcastic remarks. That dog barks and talks too much. It bites anyone it sees. As soon as they finished speaking, the auras emanating from Yi Shiqing and Yibin spread in all directions. A layer of white frost, cold and biting. A black sash, deep and boundless. The two auras clashed one after the other, neither giving an inch. We are poised to launch immediately. A girl with a pink bun hairstyle and wearing a light white princess dress. He was covering his face with his hands, his face filled with bitterness and self-blame. It's all my fault. Su Zishan's face was full of worry at this moment. She and Yibin are both sophomores in college, but their story begins in their freshman year. When Yibin first met Su Zishan, he felt an overwhelming surge of emotion and fell deeply in love with her. From then on, he pursued her ardently, doing everything in his power to win Su Zishan's heart. However, this feeling made her feel suffocated and unable to breathe. Therefore, she chose to politely decline Yibin's offer. And Yibin did not give up despite Su Zishan's rejection. Instead, he became even more persistent and obsessively dedicated. Furthermore, if other boys show interest in Su Zishan or get too close to her, it will be considered a violation. And Yibin would not hesitate to intervene, even resorting to threats and intimidation. This made Su Zishan feel very troubled and helpless. And Yibin was fired last time because he encountered a troublemaker. The two started fighting over a single word. Ultimately, Yibin and that troublemaker were both dismissed. But unexpectedly, Yibin came back at this time. Moreover, the fact that I had developed feelings for Yi Shiqing and was interested in him was inexplicably discovered by him. Then the duel happened inexplicably. Big Star, don't be upset. This isn't your fault. Xiaochun, who was standing beside her, offered words of comfort. Su Zishan smacked her lips but didn't say anything, only staring at Yi Shiqing with a guilty expression. At this moment, the referee walked between Yi Shiqing and Yibin. After glancing at the two of them, he said, this duel is over if one side concedes defeat or loses the ability to fight. They shall not attack again, and those who violate this rule shall be punished. Did you understand? I didn't ask, Yibin replied. I have a problem. Yibin was interrupted by Yi Shiqing before he could finish speaking. What's the problem? The referee turned his head to look. I have a deal with him, and what I need is. Yi Shiqing's expression turned cold. His life. The referee's brow furrowed into a worm-like shape. This immediately put him in a difficult position. It's not surprising that there are prizes between duels, and it's none of his business anyway. But isn't Yi Shiqing's gamble a bit too big? Moreover, Yibin also has connections. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to come back after being expelled. Student Yi, this request is probably. The referee hesitated. Okay, I promise you. Before the referee could finish speaking, Yibin immediately responded. If you can beat me, I'll offer my life with both hands. A sinister glint flashed in Yibin's eyes. But if I win, I will tear you apart, smash your bones, and destroy your grave. Yi Shiqing sneered, showing no fear whatsoever, but rather finding it somewhat amusing. This duel, let fate decide. The referee shook his head bitterly and muttered, isn't this too reckless? But since neither side has any issues, there's not much to say. So now, the match begins. Yibin snapped his fingers with his right hand, followed by a tiger's roar. Roar! A tiger covered in white and blue fur emerged from the void. It suddenly came into view. A-rank mental summoning ability, Hail Tiger. This tiger is about the size of a truck, giving off a strong sense of intimidation. Its white and blue fur is as soft as silk and shimmers with a mysterious light. What is most striking is the crystal-clear icicles growing at its joints. Its eyes, like burning flames, exude a fierce and brutal aura. A-level superpower, Hail Tiger. It's truly terrifying. My god, this tiger not only possesses the power of ice, but its brute strength is also extraordinary. Besides, it has already reached the 3rd rank, while Yi Shiqing is only at the 2nd rank. The chances of winning are really slim. A piercing, deafening tiger's roar rang out. The students watching from the stands immediately started discussing it. This is outrageous. These two are gambling with their lives. At this moment, Lushan, the head of the magic department, suddenly spoke up from the stands. Sigh, it's normal for young people to be so boastful and impetuous? Yes, it's just the two kids having a little squabble, using rude words to scare each other. Exactly. You really think the two of them are going to fight to the death? At this moment, several department heads also gathered in the audience. After all, news of Yi Shiqing's duel with Yibin had already spread, and today is the weekend. They were bored, so they came over to join in the fun. Of course, the department heads did not believe that Yi Shiqing and Yibin were gambling with their lives. At such a young and impulsive age, people often say some extreme things. They felt that the two young men were just acting on impulse and were just saying it offhand. Therefore, they didn't take it to heart. However, what they didn't know was, whether it's Yibin or Yi Shiqing, neither of them had ever revealed the same level of seriousness they were showing now. Now that they're on the field, only one of the two can survive and walk out. A duel is a fight to the death. Go! Hail Tiger, tear it to shreds! Yibin pointed out his right finger and shouted, roar roar roar. Upon hearing Yibin's instructions, Hail Tiger let out a piercing roar. The muscles throughout his body throbbed and surged. The next second, it pounced on Yi Shiqing like an arrow shot from a bow. It seized the opportunity and leaped up suddenly, its right claw striking fiercely. The enormous body, supporting the dark shadow, covered Yi Shiqing. Its right claw, gleaming with a chilling light, tore through the air, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Yi Shiqing gave a cold laugh. At the same time, two gleaming swords suddenly appeared in his hand. The next second, the huge black shadow and sharp claws crashed to the ground. A large amount of dust was instantly raised, and Yibin immediately let out a cold laugh. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but marvel. Su Zishan, who was watching from the stage, was stunned and broke out in a cold sweat. After all, the incident started because of her, and out of kindness, she suddenly felt somewhat guilty. Apart from the terrifying Hail Tiger, Yi Shiqing was nowhere to be seen, and Yibin's expression immediately turned somewhat ugly. The next second, a black lightning bolt flashed. As a third-tier powerhouse and a superpowered hunter, what did you suddenly feel at that moment? A chilling sensation ran down in Yibin's neck, and his hair stood on end. He suddenly turned around. His face turned deathly pale, and his pupils dilated sharply. Just because. The blade, its menacing nature suddenly revealed. It was already close to the throat, and Yibin suddenly leaned backward. He leaned backward. However, Yibin did not stop there. His body seemed to be driven by a strong instinct, prompting him to keep retreating. This article stems from his protective instincts regarding his bodily functions. He only stopped when he was a full 20 meters away from the sharp blade. A slit was still cut open on his neck, revealing a sharp, blade-like bloodstain. The flowing blood suddenly gushed out like a spring. A sharp pain shot through him, causing him to clench his teeth. He didn't hesitate at all. He swiftly pulled a blood-red pill from his pocket and immediately swallowed it. Then, in just 2 seconds, the blood from that chilling knife wound had stopped flowing. This pill is a Class E exotic drug, named Blood Restoration Pill. This unique medicine immediately stops the bleeding and can quickly restore the lost blood. Extraordinary medicines are also classified into grades, with the highest being S grade and the lowest being F grade. To take a foreign drug? That's just too despicable. That's right. This one strike clearly decided the outcome, but the regulations don't say anything about not being allowed to take foreign drugs. The crowd erupted in a loud bang. Some say Yibin's victory was unfair, while others refute it. After all, the duel between the two did not stipulate that the use of exotic drugs was prohibited. Therefore, Yibin's behavior was harmless. You reacted pretty quickly. Yi Shiqing sneered and swung the blade in his right hand. A little blood was immediately spilled on the ground. As a third-tier cultivator, Yibin's reaction speed is also quite astonishing. But at this moment, he was powerless to retaliate against Yi Shiqing's sarcastic remarks, because he is still trapped in the fear he just experienced and cannot extricate himself from it. His neck was still feeling cold, and he was still shaken by the attack. The chill seemed to have seeped into the very marrow of his bones. He knew Yi Shiqing was fast, but he didn't expect her to be this fast. Seeing it today, I can confirm that it truly lives up to its reputation. We can't continue like this, in a passive position, and Yibin frowned. It instantly dispelled all the gloom. No matter what, he is a third-tier cultivator and a superpowered hunter. There is still a fear to confront. Hail Tiger! And Yibin immediately roared angrily, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. With a whoosh, the enormous Hail Tiger instantly transformed into a mass of energy. It converged on Yibin's body like a gust of wind. Beast body is one. A deafening shout came from his mouth, like a thunderclap exploding in the air. With that shout, a chilling aura suddenly burst forth from his body, and Yibin's body began to undergo amazing changes, and his muscles rapidly expanded. The already solid muscles became even thicker and harder, as hard as steel. His clothes could not withstand such force. It was instantly stretched and shattered, falling in a flurry. His biceps quickly reached an astonishing 90-inch arm circumference. At the same time, his height continued to increase, soaring from 1.9 meters to 2.5 meters before stopping, and at his joints, it also suddenly sprouted many sharp ice spikes, gleaming with a cold light. But suddenly, his his relaxed brows furrowed into the shape of a king. Beast body fusion? Yi Shiqing's expression faltered slightly. He instantly realized that this was most likely a martial arts technique that the other party had also learned. The beast body unity technique is a C-level technique, which is not a high level. However, its function is the same as the B-level cultivation technique divine body unity practiced by Yi Shiqing. It allows you to fuse summon creatures with your main body. The only difference is the level. The lower the level of the technique, the more the human's appearance and physical characteristics will resemble those of a summoned beast after fusion. If it is a higher level technique, the fused form will be closer to a human. For example, at this moment, Yibin's cultivation technique is at level C, and his appearance is more like that of a beast. If it is the S-type technique, then the appearance and physique will be that of a complete human being. And Yibin let out a roar in protest. The roar, accompanied by a strong, cold wind, swept towards Yi Shiqing. The wind immediately made Yi Shiqing's hair look all messy. Yi Shiqing stood in the cold wind, the hem of her clothes fluttering in the wind. His cold face showed no emotion whatsoever, only his eyes were so deep that they were impossible to fathom. Ice Spike Fist. And Yibin took the initiative. He leaped up with both legs, sending a shower of rubble flying. At this moment, he covered a distance of nearly 20 meters in one step. His right fist spun with icy frost, forming an ice drill. It slammed towards Yi Shiqing with the force of primordial frost. Ice Spike Fist? That's a B-rank martial art. Wow! And Yibin unleashed his ultimate move. Oh my god, if I got hit by that, my body would probably get a huge hole in it. And Yibin unleashed a shocking and extraordinary move. In an instant, everyone was shocked and gasped involuntarily. A B-level martial arts technique is worth millions or even tens of millions of dollars, and its power is extraordinary. In such circumstances, everyone couldn't help but feel worried for Yi Shiqing, and broke out in a cold sweat. Amidst everyone's concerns, Yi Shiqing took action. A blade flashed by, followed by a piercing clang. Yi Shiqing's right hand, wielding a curved blade, steadily caught in Yibin's punch, which was brimming with immense power. However, surprisingly, Yi Shiqing did not move an inch, his expression calm and composed. Looking at Yibin again, his face was full of astonishment. His full-force ice spike punch couldn't advance an inch. It was as if we were blocked by an invisible mountain. You caught it with one hand? Isn't this a B-level technique? Isn't this in Yibin's ultimate move? My goodness, a basic attack followed by an ultimate? How much strength does that take? This scene left everyone wide-eyed. They never expected it. Yi Shiqing was able to catch Yibin's attack so easily. More importantly, Yibin is at the third level, while Yi Shiqing is only at the second level. This left everyone speechless. Yibin gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength again, constantly pushing himself forward. The soil on the ground was kicked up by his feet, creating a cloud of dust. But they still couldn't break the deadlock. That's so lame. Yi Shiqing let out a roar. The veins on his right hand bulged instantly, and his power erupted like a surging torrent. He immediately unleashed a domineering blade, and Yibin let out a scream. Under this powerful reaction force, Yibin was thrown out, flying rapidly into the distance like a cannonball. His body arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. He rolled on the ground for nearly 10 meters before finally stopping, raising a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Yibin got up from the ground, his face pale, his right hand on his chest, and on his chest, there was now a terrifying knife wound. From the right shoulder to the left leg, it is about 90 centimeters long. Fresh blood flowed out in a chilling stream. The knife wound had penetrated deep into the bone marrow. If one were to look closely, one could even see the internal organs. Oh my god, the game is over. Shouldn't it be over? That's right. If Yibin doesn't get treatment soon, he'll probably die. Where's the referee? Where's the referee? The students around were terrified by the scene and turned pale. Seeing this, the referee immediately appeared beside Yibin in a flash. Just as I was about to reach out to help the other person up, Yibin then spoke. It's not over yet. I haven't lost. As he spoke, Yibin, with a strength he didn't know he came from, stretched out his right hand and forcefully pushed away the referee's movement. Are you sure? Can you still continue? The referee looked at the gruesome wound, his face showing some hesitation. I told you I can continue. Seeing Yibin's persistence, the referee reluctantly slipped away. Seeing the referee leave, Yibin immediately turned his head and glared fiercely at Yi Shiqing. It needs to be dismembered into 8 pieces. Very well. Now you've completely enraged me. He roared with all his might. Anger burned fiercely in his heart. He pulled another pill from his tattered trouser pocket and swallowed it without hesitation. In just 3 seconds, along with that came his blood-red eyes, and a surging, powerful force. Berserk pill? Yi Shiqing raised an eyebrow. Berserker pill is also a rare medicine, classified as grade D. Being able to break through physical limits in a short period of time will also greatly enhance one's strength. Moreover, it can affect the mind of the user. It can temporarily suppress a person's fear and pain. I will now make them wish they were dead. And Yibin and Joshin exuded a blood-red aura, their eyes as chilling as mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His strength has soared to the peak of the 3rd tier, just one step away from from the 4th tier. Seeing this, Yi Shiqing grinned. Oof, that's a real shame. Yi Shiqing gave a cold snort. I'm afraid it won't be as you wish. Yi Shiqing's eyes remained calm and undisturbed. He looked up and saw the sky gradually darkening. At this time, the match between the two was scheduled to begin at 7:30 p.m. Today is September 7th, in the middle of a hot summer day. At 7:30 p.m., the sun was still hanging high in the sky, unmoved by any warning. Before we knew it, it was 7:50. The moon arrived as promised. It not only brought the arrival of night, but also gave Yi Shiqing a 5-fold increase in power. Holy crap! Berserk pill. That's way too much of a cheat. Exactly. The blood recovery pill already found backup, and now they're coming again. Exactly. And it's an even higher grade berserk pill. And Yibin's act of taking the berserker pill immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the audience. Everyone knows that the berserker pill and the blood restoration pill are very different. Not only is the berserk pill a level higher, but it's also a cheat code. It can forcibly increase the user's level in a short period of time. This behavior violates the principle of fair competition and naturally arouses public resentment. This is blatant cheating, a student with a middle parting said indignantly. Exactly. Losing is losing, and to take a berserker pill like that just shows you can't accept defeat. Another student echoed this with a look of utter disdain. Meanwhile, somewhere in the academy's audience section, the two were fiercely criticizing Yibin. It's just that I can't lose. The man with the middle parting hadn't finished speaking. A sharp gaze glared at me, as if cut by a knife. That's exactly what I was thinking. His rant came to an abrupt halt, like a punctured balloon. His expression was one of fear, and he dared not look in the direction of that sharp gaze, secretly regretting his loose tongue. What's wrong? His companion asked, looking bewildered. The man with the middle part made a few subtle facial expressions, gesturing for the other person to look in a certain direction. Why are you dawdling like that? He turned his head in surprise, following the instructions of the man with the middle parting. I don't know what I saw. The next second, his face turned pale, he pursed his lips, immediately turned his head away, and obediently shut his mouth. Oof, a bunch of weaklings who dare to talk big. A fierce-looking middle-aged man glared at the middle-parted-haired man and another student in the distance with eyes as sharp as autumn frost. This middle-aged man was tall, standing at least 2.2 meters. He appears with only one eye, and a horrifying scar on his left eye is striking to behold. Its body is incredibly robust, resembling a small tank, exuding power and intimidation. This person's name is Inihu. He is Yibin's biological brother, sharing the same parents. He is a level 2 superpowered squad, the captain of Wang Hu's squad, and his strength has reached the 4th level, possessing the title of Hunter. One of their team members tragically died during a mission last month, and Yibin was a reserve member of Wang Hu's team. But the education at Dawn Academy is highly sought after. Therefore, Inihu told Yibin to focus on his studies and did not make him a formal member. Behind him stood 3 burly men. They were all his teammates, and their strength was around level 3 to 4. Exactly. These ignorant fools only dare to babble on stage. All of these guys combined aren't even a match for Xiaobin. Exactly. It takes skill and financial resources for Xiaobin to take the berserker pill. The team members beside Inihu had fierce glints in their eyes as they continuously scanned everyone around them. Such a sharp gaze instantly silenced the group of students. They were gripped by a silent fear. What a bunch of bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong. Inihu sneered. Today is the weekend at Dawn College. As a relative, Inihu was entitled to visit his younger brother at the academy. Meanwhile, his younger brother made a combat wager with Yi Shiqing. He naturally wanted to come and observe, ponder, and carefully discern. Boss, Xiaobin has already used the berserker pill. Aren't we going to go and do something about it? Yes, and Xiaobin's injuries are indeed too severe. Inihu's 2 teammates spoke up eagerly. After all, the berserker pill has no therapeutic effect. On the contrary, it will temporarily cause loss of pain sensation. Humph, my brother Inihu is no coward. Inihu paused, his eyes flashing with sharpness. And, do you think Xiaobin is going to lose? No. Xiaobin used the berserk pill. How could he possibly lose? We're just a little worried about Xiaobin's health. Seeing the captain's fierce look, the two quickly explained. Inihu snorted coldly, then glanced at the center of the stage. I will tear you to pieces and shred your body to pieces. I will not let you die easily. And Yibin roared angrily. Blood was still flowing heavily from his chest, but under the influence of the berserk pill, he felt no pain. His face was contorted in a ferocious expression, and he kept letting out wild roars. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You're like a woman. Yi Shiqing grinned. Very well. I wish you a speedy death and a peaceful rebirth. He roared, his voice echoing through the air like thunder. He was like a rocket that had been ignited, rushing towards Yi Shiqing at an astonishing speed of 68 meters per second. In less than half a second, and Yibin's powerful claws had already reached Yi Shiqing. This claw strike was like a flash of cold light, instantly tearing through the air and emitting a sharp whistling sound. And Yibin's sharp right claw made a dull, loud thud. Large amounts of gravel flew everywhere, and dust and smoke rose in all directions. At this moment, a powerful
claw mark appeared on the ground. Yi Shiqing was nowhere to be seen, and Yibin frowned for a moment, then turned his head to look to the side. Yi Shiqing stood unharmed 50 meters away to the side. He had a big smile on his face, seeing that Yi Shiqing dodged in Yibin so easily without any hesitation. Like an arrow released from a bow, his body transformed into a streak of blue lightning and sped towards Yi Shiqing once again. There was a loud bang, and Yibin struck Yi Shiqing's location like a massive hammer blow. The ground was instantly smashed into a huge crater, and spiderweb-like cracks spread outwards. And Yibin hadn't even had time to be happy. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Yi Shiqing standing not far away, grinning broadly. How is this possible? How could it be so fast? And Yibin muttered to himself in disbelief, his eyes widening and his pupils dilating rapidly. His confidence crumbled instantly, and he was stunned into silence. At this moment, his speed had reached 68 meters per second. It was as fast as lightning, astonishing. However, even at such lightning speed, he still couldn't keep up with his opponent's pace. Not only that, he couldn't even touch the slightest part of the other party. You, what kind of monster are you? And Yibin was panting heavily, his face contorted in a grimace. Monster? You look more like a monster than I do now. Yi Shiqing sneered. When Yi Shiqing is running at full speed, his speed can reach 40 meters per second. With the powerful blessing of darkness, its speed increased fivefold. As a result, his speed suddenly increased to 200 meters per second. You've already made 2 moves. Yi Shiqing narrowed his eyes, his whole body radiating killing intent. Immediately afterwards, the dark barrier of the Night Overlord expanded rapidly. So now, it's my turn. You. And Yibin felt every cell in his body urging him to retreat. But every 2 steps, several black tentacles spread from the black barrier on the ground and stained his heels. Keep him firmly imprisoned in place. Roar, roar, roar. And Yibin roared fiercely as he struggled to break free. His heels felt like they were stuck in a swamp, and no matter how hard he tried to break free, it was all in vain. As soon as he lifted one foot, the black barrier would extend more wriggling tentacles to imprison him. Yi Shiqing gave a cold laugh. Under normal circumstances, the Dark Night barrier would not be able to completely trap an Yibin, whose strength has reached the peak of the 3rd tier. It can only be controlled for a maximum of 30 seconds. But now it is nightfall. Yi Shiqing's power has increased, and naturally his control over the Dark Night Overlord will also increase. Yi Shiqing revealed a wicked smile, his expression revealing a fierce look. Now, it's time to cash in the bet. Yi Shiqing, with faltering steps, approached in Yibin step by step. The 2 curved swords in his hands were newly honed under the moonlight. What are you going to do? Don't come any closer. And Yibin's voice trembled, filled with terror and despair. His face was as pale as paper, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The fear in my heart kept spreading. Although the Berserker pill temporarily suppressed the fear, it was of no use at this point. But Yi Shiqing showed no sign of stopping. His expression showed that the other person was extremely serious. Don't kill me. You can't kill me. You'll be punished if you do. And Yibin roared and brandished his claws. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Yi Shiqing remained unchanged. Yi Shiqing is really going to kill someone. He's a student from our own school, so hurry up and stop him. Yi Shiqing, stop right there. The department heads on the stage were instantly terrified. Judging from Yi Shiqing's attitude, he probably really intends to take lives. At first, they thought it was just a minor disagreement between the 2, nothing more than him making wild threats. Unexpectedly, both of them became so stubborn and serious. I heard the angry shouts of the department heads. Yi Shiqing seemed to be isolated from the world, and his steps showed no sign of stopping. Don't come any closer. I'm telling you not to come any closer. And Yibin was immediately terrified. When life is hanging by a thread, it lets out an instinctive bark. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Seeing that Yi Shiqing wouldn't budge, he immediately gave in, baring his teeth and trembling all over. Let you go? Poof. Yi Shiqing let out a cold laugh, and his body instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, unstoppable. The blade in his hand revealed a fierce and menacing nature. Don't kill me. Ah! Yi Shiqing, how dare you? And Ihu on the stage roared angrily, his voice booming so loudly it hurt the eardrums. However, he had barely finished speaking. A terrifying blade flashed by, and the screams abruptly ceased. The next second, and Yibin's hideous head flew high into the air. Congratulations on defeating the Tier 3 Psychic in Yibin. Psychic points plus 120. Current ability points, 1082. Fresh blood suddenly bloomed like dazzling flower petals. Then, like a light drizzle, it fell to the ground, a shocking sight. The entire ground resembled a sea of blood, an utterly terrifying sight. Kill him. Yi Shiqing really killed him. Ugh, my god, this is so bloody. My god, that's terrifying. The people on the stage were immediately dumbfounded. Some timid girls were so frightened that they quickly covered their eyes, while some students unconsciously gagged. Even if they could fight against strange beasts and had seen scenes of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, but they dared not kill anyone. Seeing this scene, everyone felt physically uncomfortable. Yi Shiqing remained calm and composed, showing no signs of discomfort whatsoever. whatsoever. Like a god of death, he was completely out of place among the people around him.
Excellent, excellent,
An Ihu roared, drawing everyone's attention. At the same time, they looked in that direction upon hearing the sound. A man with a single eye, a scar on his left eye, and a fierce-looking appearance was seen trembling with anger. He gritted his teeth so hard they almost broke, and veins bulged on his forehead and arms.
He was so angry that he couldn't stop trembling.
The aura of a fourth-tier powerhouse continued to spread outwards. The surrounding students were immediately overwhelmed by this violent and ferocious aura, finding it hard to breathe.
Fourth tier?
Yi Shiqing felt the surging power and his brows furrowed in surprise. Yi Shiqing, I'll take your life. Anihu's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared as if he wanted to vent all his anger. Anihu leaped high into the air, clenched his right fist, and slammed his body in an arc towards Yi Shiqing. His speed was extremely fast, like a cannonball, carrying boundless power and killing intent. His classmates around him were instantly thrown off balance by a powerful energy surge.
An Ihu was like a volcano about to erupt.
His eyes revealed an uncontrollable killing intent that sent chills down one's spine. Seeing that the newcomer was hostile, Yi Shiqing reacted quickly and assumed a defensive stance.
Just as an Ihu's fist was about to strike Yi Shiqing,
a figure moved with lightning speed, arriving suddenly.
Everyone was still in a state of confusion.
The figure had already steadily withstood an Ihu's punch, which was like that of a prehistoric beast.
Everyone stared intently.
Holding his sword sheath, Zhou Ling resolutely accepted an Ihu's fierce punch. The collision between the primordial fist and the scabbard produced a dull, resounding thud. In an instant, a violent energy gale swept outwards. With a low shout, Zhou Ling unleashed an even stronger power. It immediately sent an Ihu flying 10 meters away. A fierce gale howled, causing the hems of Zhou Ling and Yi Shiqing's clothes to flutter loudly.
Are you alright? Zhou Ling asked with concern.
Yi Shiqing was taken aback at first, then replied. An Ihu stared intently at Zhou Ling with bloodshot eyes, his anger barely contained.
Who are you? How dare you ruin my plans?
Zhou Ling snorted coldly. This is Dawn Academy, not a place for people to run wild.
Running wild?
Yet he acted so ruthlessly in a match without any remorse.
An Ihu held up a finger and angrily rebuked.
He killed my brother. Blood must be paid for with blood.
That's utter nonsense.
Every single one of An Yibin's attacks was deadly. If it weren't for junior brother Ye's formidable strength, he would probably have been torn to pieces by now.
Zhou Ling immediately retorted.
It was my brother who died, so of course you can stand here with such righteous indignation.
But that was still uncertain. Now, his murder is a done deal. He broke the law. Zhou Ling answered calmly. A duel is not a fight. According to the first rule of the duel arena,
the act of participating in a duel, and the rules of the duel, embody the principle of voluntary assumption of risk. The so-called assumption of risk refers to knowingly taking risks.
When risks arise voluntarily, one should bear them oneself.
Zhou Ling calmly glared at an Ihu and said, even if the two of them didn't have any bets on them, there's nothing wrong with this, so it's not illegal. You, seeing that the other party's arguments were all logical and reasonable, an Ihu was so angry that he was like a volcano about to erupt.
That's utter nonsense. Wang Hu's squad. An Ihu roared angrily.
Immediately afterwards, 3 burly men leaped from the audience seats and crashed down behind an Ihu like missiles.
Wang Hu's squad. That's a level 2 superpowered squad. Captain An Ihu is a true hunter. The surrounding classmates were all discussing it enthusiastically.
Their attention was immediately drawn to the sudden appearance of the Tiger Squad.
Thank you for your kindness, senior, but this matter arose because of me.
There's no need to get you into unnecessary trouble. Yi Shiqing expressed his gratitude and offered his words of advice. After all, he didn't know why Zhou Ling was helping him. However, Zhou Ling's help would naturally arouse the other party's hatred.
Good opportunity. This led to the creation of an enemy. Moreover, Yi Shiqing was naturally unafraid of provocation and intimidation.
As your senior in the military academy, I will naturally take care of you. Besides, you have done nothing wrong, and I will definitely protect you, Zhou Ling said without changing his expression, speaking with righteous indignation. Yi Shiqing was taken aback, and his understanding of Zhou Ling immediately rose to a new level. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Ling's gaze sharpened like a sword, staring fearlessly at the approaching figure in the distance with ill intent. So what if you're at the peak of the 4th tier?
An Ihu roared angrily.
Immediately afterwards, the 4 fierce-looking, burly men simultaneously unleashed astonishing auras.
Do you really think we're vegetarians? You think I'm afraid of you? Zhou Ling roared angrily. A powerful surge of cyan energy erupted from his body. Like a surging torrent, it instantly collided with the auras of the 4 opponents.
In an instant, the forces of both sides converged and collided in the air, forming an invisible barrier. The wind howled and roared.
Zhou Ling, I'm here to help you. Me too. Immediately afterwards, 3 muffled sounds rang out. 3 more figures flashed past from the audience.
Xiaoyu, Hua Xiaorong, Su Zishan, and Xiao Chun landed beside Yi Shiqing at the same time. Without the slightest hesitation, the 4 of them unleashed powerful energy. Yi Shiqing was not idle either, and immediately unleashed a powerful black aura. The auras of the group intertwined with Zhou Ling's branchings, creating a dazzling array of colors. In an instant, the auras of the 4 opponents were suppressed. Yi Shiqing grinned, a warm feeling welling up inside him. The aura of the crowd raged like a whirlwind. The entire arena buzzed instantly, as if it were about to be torn apart. In duels between superpowered individuals, the academy typically does not activate its protective barrier. After all, doing so consumes too much energy. Therefore, the lower-level students around them were already struggling to breathe under the pressure of this astonishing aura. Their faces were pale, their bodies trembling slightly as they struggled against the immense pressure. Some people even had to squat down to relieve the pressure on their chest. Hoo-hoo! At this moment, Anihu and his 3 companions were completely suppressed, and they let out low growls as they bared their teeth. After all, Zhou Ling, a peak 4th-tier cultivator, was someone they couldn't possibly defeat. Now there's another 4th-tier Hua Xiaorong, 2 3rd-tier individuals, and 2 peak 2nd-tier individuals. This instantly made their presence seem insignificant. A furious shout rang out from the stands. An even more powerful aura suddenly erupted, directly shattering the energy fluctuations of the tense group. Under this aura, the entire arena emitted a dull, resounding boom. Dukom, the leader of the superpowers department, scrutinized everyone with a serious expression. He was dressed in a long black robe, and his long beard and wrinkled face were all traces of time. His aura was truly astonishing. They immediately suppressed everyone present. Under his authority, everyone fell silent, and a conflict that was about to erupt was averted. His gaze then settled on an Ihu and his group. This is Dawn Academy, not a place for you to throw a tantrum. His brow furrowed, and his expression turned serious. He killed my brother. Blood must be paid for with blood. What did I do wrong? And Ihu's tone seemed angry, but in reality he was submissive and clearly afraid of Ducombe. After all, it wasn't his territory at all. Moreover, Ducombe is a 7th-tier expert. If the other party were to harden his heart, they might lose their lives here. Ducombe sighed, composed himself, and then said, "The arena is inherently a place of life and death, so there will naturally be risks. Moreover, there is no risk involved in dying in the arena. However, Yi Shiqing does not need to bear any legal responsibility. The college also feels sorry for the death of student in Yibin. The college will also provide you with appropriate compensation." As he spoke, Ducombe narrowed his eyes slightly. "So, please stop causing trouble." Ducombe's gaze was like an incredibly sharp sword, instantly making an Ihu break out in a cold sweat and feel a chill run down his neck. He already knew he was in the wrong and was at a loss for words. Coupled with Ducombe's threat, they immediately dared not act recklessly. "Fine. Since the senior has spoken, I'll just have to swallow this bitter pill today." And Ihu clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. "Brothers, let's retreat." Then, he gently waved his arm at the 4 people beside him. The 4 of them reluctantly turned and left arrogantly toward the east gate behind Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing and an Ihu both looked straight ahead. Their gazes met but never intersected. When the 2 people's bodies are on the same plane, an Ihu's eyes instantly turned icy and chilling. "We'll meet again. I'll be waiting for you anytime." As an Ihu passed by Yi Shiqing, the 2 ended their standoff with just a few words. An Ihu didn't even look back and strode away with heavy steps. As an Ihu's figure completely disappeared, Yi Shiqing and the others finally relaxed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat tense, Yi Shiqing immediately brightened up the mood. "Today, I sincerely thank several people for helping me gain attention. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. I can't help with big things, and I don't like to help with small things, but our friendship will last, and I will certainly do my best if the opportunity arises. Ha ha ha. If you don't want to repay me, at least come up with a better excuse." Hua Xiaorong chuckled. She then composed herself and extended her hand to Yi Shiqing. "My name is Hua Xiaorong. I'm a senior in college. You can call me Senior Hua, or you can call me Beautiful Senior. I love it either way." Hua Xiaorong has a slightly round face and is only 1.57 meters tall. Her hair, as black as ink, fell to her shoulders. Her nose was small and delicate, as if it were a finely sculpted object, and her lips were as red and luscious as cherries. Overall, it gives off a cute vibe. Yi Shiqing chuckled and then took Shower's tender hand in his. "My name is Yi Shiqing. Thank you for your help, Beautiful Senior." Yi Shiqing smiled at the person. After all, the other party was someone who had nothing to do with him. Yi Shiqing would naturally remember the selfless help she offered. Yi Shiqing's gaze then casually shifted to the 2 girls standing beside him. One of them was wearing a simple short-sleeved shirt, and her long, jet-black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Although her appearance is not stunningly beautiful, she possesses a refined and elegant charm that transcends the ordinary. And the other one, it can be described as a heavyweight. She is about 1.62 meters tall. Her pink hair was styled into an adorable bun, and she wore a snow-white princess dress. Her rosy cheeks were like delicate jade, as beautiful and delicate as a flower blooming in early spring. Those big, watery eyes, like a clear spring, evoke feelings of tenderness and affection. Her beauty is so striking that she is on a completely different level from ordinary people. Yi Shiqing was also taken aback. Where did such a pretty girl come from? Yi Shiqing muttered to himself. Hello, hello. My name is Jiang Huchuan. You can call me Senior Xiaochun. Hello, hello. Xiaochun and Hua Xiaorong are both quite lively, and Yi Shiqing happens to be a member of the same community.
The two chatted briefly, parting and reuniting.
Then Yi Shiqing's gaze fell on Su Zishan, who was standing to the side. At this moment, the other person was pouting and hanging their head, like a child who had made a mistake.
What is your name, Senior?
Yi Shiqing asked, his eyes lighting up at the sight of her.
Ha, oh. Su Zishan snapped out of her reverie. My name is Su Zishan.
The other person's voice was very sweet. But it's not that shy, sweet kind, rather, it's that generous, open, and cheerful kind.
Su Zishan? Senior Su, I thought you were socially awkward because you weren't saying anything.
Yi Shiqing scratched his head and joked.
No,
my mind is racing, I'm thinking about other things. Su Zishan waved her hand to explain, but her face was full of worry. Just as Yi Shiqing was about to ask, Jiang Huchuan, who was beside him, explained, let me speak.
Then, a brief explanation lasting about a minute was given.
Yi Shiqing also understood the general idea. This means that in Yibin, as Su Zishan's suitor, cannot tolerate even the slightest imperfection. All those so-called love rivals were driven out of the academy and so on.
Oh, no wonder.
And Yibin inexplicably started causing trouble for Junior Yi.
Hua Xiaorong couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. Are you injured?
He then looked at Yi Shiqing with a teasing gaze, and then nudged him a few times with his right elbow.
I didn't realize. Junior Yi has a crush on Junior Su Zishan.
Yi Shiqing was stunned.
Hey,
don't be so reserved. After all, Su is such a pretty girl, it's normal for you to have feelings for her. Zhou Ling, who was standing to the side, also showed a look of watching the drama unfold.
Chao Yu's expression didn't change much, she just silently pricked up her ears. Stop.
Yi Shiqing quickly shouted.
Although Senior Su was a stunning beauty, I only just got to know her.
Young man, you dared to do it but not admit it.
Hua Xiaorong revealed a wicked smile. Then tell me, if you don't like Su Xueme, why isn't Yibin picking on you? How should I know? See, you still won't admit it.
Hua Xiaorong and Yi Shiqing's chattering and teasing never stopped. The people around them immediately showed helpless chuckles and started shouting.
Little did they know, Su Zishan remained silent.
His face was already.
All right.
Yi Shiqing casually ended the topic. Yi Shiqing then made a respectful gesture towards Du Kongpu on the stage. I am also very grateful to Section Chief Du for his help today.
Dukom stroked his beard with his right hand and nodded leisurely.
It's all right. You are a treasure of our hospital. Even if you've made a mistake, I will protect you. But
Dukom paused for a moment.
Killing people so casually is not a good thing.
Dukom pointed to Yibin, who was already dead, but he didn't say anything more.
First of all, Yi Shiqing himself is a key student being cultivated by the academy.
Secondly, Dukom did not like Yibin. The most crucial reason is that Yibin's behavior has had a negative impact on the school.
His beating of the other students on campus undoubtedly tarnished the school's reputation.
This also damaged the school's reputation. Furthermore, with Yibin's encouragement,
the college's enrollment has decreased significantly this year, which is a huge loss for the college. Yi Shiqing gave an awkward smile.
Be more careful next time.
By this time, the match between the two had long since come to an end, and the students who had been watching the spectacle had all left. The school also handled the matter of Yibin's headless body. After giving a few instructions, Dukom left with the other department heads. Although an Ihu wouldn't harm himself at school, but outside of school, that's not necessarily true.
All right, let's go. Okay, goodbye. Hua Xiaorong greeted Zhou Ling and then left in a hurry.
As the two figures walked further and further away, Xiaochun's mind immediately started racing.
It seems he's come up with some wicked idea. Oh no, I think I forgot something in the teaching building. Junior Xiaoyu, can you come with me?
As Xiaochun spoke, she pulled Xiaoyu's arm and walked away into the distance.
Oh, okay.
Xiaoyu was not good with words and did not ask any further questions.
Well, we'll be going now. We'll leave our big star to Junior Ye's escort. That's no problem at all. I'd love to. Xiao Chun grinned mischievously and gave Su Zishan a wink. The latter blushed instantly and then secretly smiled. They're gone.
Yi Shiqing muttered to himself as he watched the two figures disappear into the distance. At this point, only Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan remained in the venue.
Let's go. I'll take you home.
Yi Shiqing shattered the existing tranquility. This immediately interrupted Su Zishan's secret smugness, pulling her back to reality from her flamboyant mood.
Su Zishan chuckled.
The two strolled leisurely along the road, without any particular destination. The bright, snow-white moonlight poured down on the ground, creating a dazzling crystal path, a dreamlike scene that captivated the eye. The roadside guiding lights emitted a warm orange glow, which, like a golden veil, stretched the two figures into long, graceful silhouettes. The two walked slowly and unsteadily.
By the way, why does your sister call you a big star?
Yi Shiqing asked curiously. The reason he asked this question was that Yi Shiqing felt that Su Zishan looked very familiar.
It felt like I'd seen it somewhere before.
But it wasn't the kind of familiarity you feel, it was just a feeling that the face looked familiar.
Xiaochun actually referred referred to the other person as a big star. This scene greatly piqued Yi Shiqing's curiosity. Oh, that? It's nothing really. Su Zishan scratched her head awkwardly, organizing her thoughts for an explanation. I used to be in a girl group. A girl group? Upon hearing this, Yi Shiqing's eyes lit up instantly. Could that mean a celebrity? Wow, she really is a big star. If your fans found out I escorted you back to your dorm, they'd tear me apart. Yi Shiqing chuckled and teased. Not necessarily. No matter how strong you are, it's still uncertain who will tear whom apart. The two chatted as they walked. Su Zishan's personality is also lively, which perfectly matches Yi Shiqing's personality. The journey was anything but boring. Yi Shiqing also learned from this. The other party had shown his talent when he was 15 years old. She became a member of the Waterblade Girls girl group. Because of his outstanding looks and talent, he quickly gained a large number of fans. Even so, she did not give up her studies. After all, reading is fundamental and knowledge is invaluable. However, she awakened her superpowers during her senior year of high school. She was also a prodigy who awakened the B-level superpower, enhanced harmony, and thus chose to become a superpowered individual. Time passed by, bit by bit. After walking for about 10 minutes, the two escorted Su Zishan to her dormitory. I'm going back to my dorm now, Su Zishan said with a smile. Then, under Yi Shiqing's gaze, Su Zishan turned around gracefully. She walked very slowly, as if deliberately slowing down. Each step seemed to carry a mixture of hesitation and anticipation. Then she took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. That breath seemed to be a way of encouraging himself. Then she resolutely turned her head to look at me, somewhat embarrassed to speak. Yi Shiqing, what are your plans for next weekend? The sound was very soft, but it was enough for Yi Shiqing to hear. Yi Shiqing, who had only taken a few steps, was startled when she heard the sound. He stopped, realized what was happening, and turned to answer. Next weekend? Oh, I'd like to go to the auction. Su Zishan's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. An auction? What do you want to buy? There's nothing I want to buy, I mainly want to sell things. After all, the award given by Yi Shiqing to the freshman performance group, that's a priceless A-grade martial arts manual and an equally precious B-grade martial arts manual. However, these two cultivation manuals were like chicken ribs to him, tasteless to eat but a pity to throw away. He doesn't need these things at all. Keeping them would only be a waste of resources. Then, a bold idea popped into his head to sell them. But here's the problem. Although the college has its own auctions, it would be too embarrassing to sell prizes awarded by your own college within your own college. Moreover, doing so will definitely cause unnecessary trouble and may even have adverse effects on oneself. What about the Superpower Guild? That doesn't seem very feasible either. It's important to know that the rarity of A-level cultivation techniques is simply beyond imagination. If sold to a supernatural guild, strict registration procedures will be required. Otherwise, how could they be sure that this martial arts manual wasn't of dubious origin? After all, Yi Shiqing couldn't let the Academy's instructors know that he was selling the awards issued by the Academy. After all, it's impossible for someone to personally select and award you a prize. Then you just turn around and sell it, right? The main problem is that it has a negative impact. An auction? Su Zishan pondered. Perfect. I was thinking of going next weekend too. Shall we go together? That's exactly what I'd like. Yi Shiqing laughed heartily. The two greeted each other, and Yi Shiqing hurriedly left. With a grin on her face, Su Zishan pounced on the bed without even changing her clothes. At this moment, her face was already flushed, whether from excitement or some other emotion, it was hard to tell. Anyway, 7 days later. The clock hand points to 10:32 a.m. The sun was high in the sky, and its afterglow shone through the window, casting a golden glow on the smooth floor, making it exceptionally dazzling. At this moment, the countdown to the auction had already begun. The grand event will officially begin at 1 p.m. Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan agreed to enjoy a meal outside first and then head to the auction together. After getting up, Yi Shiqing washed up, quickly dressed, and then rushed to the main gate of the academy. When he was still more than 200 meters away from the academy gate, he saw a familiar figure in the distance. Su Zishan. Clearly, she had been waiting here for quite some time. Today, Su Zishan is wearing a blue short skirt. The color of the dress, like the deep ocean, contrasted sharply with her fair skin. The hem of her skirt swayed gently, like a blooming flower, exuding a captivating charm. A gentle breeze caressed her cheeks, adding a touch of tenderness and charm. When Su Zishan caught a glimpse of Yi Shiqing out of the corner of her eye, a bright, fiery smile immediately spread across her face. Immediately afterwards, he extended his pretty hand to greet her. You were waiting for me so early? Yi Shiqing walked to the other person's side and spoke. No, I just arrived too. Without further ado, the two walked out of the school gate. The gates of Dawn Academy are always open to students, who can come and go as they please. This is to facilitate students who need to leave the school to complete tasks in order to earn credits. However, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter the school. Yi Shiqing's credits reached 630 at this time. The ranking reached 8,552nd. He shattered the Academy's scorekeeping stone with a single blow last time, and for
that he received a reward. Dawn Academy is located in the central area of Shangjing City, within the university town of Shangjing. There are also many other colleges around here. There are martial arts schools that primarily teach martial arts. There are also literature schools that emphasize the transmission of cultural knowledge. Although these colleges are all top tier, compared to what you learn there, they are completely overshadowed. So much so that Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan had just walked out of the academy. This attracted a lot of attention. While their good looks are one thing, the main reason they were together was because of Dawn Academy. Let's take a taxi. The two hit it off immediately. Please wait for about 5 minutes. A white sedan drove up from a distance and picked up the two people. License plate ending in 9861. After confirming the last 4 digits of the phone number, the driver skillfully started the engine and sped away. Shangjing City has numerous districts and counties of varying sizes. This highly anticipated auction will be held at Toyota Castle in Kamiju City. Out of professional habit, most drivers will do this, occasionally starting a conversation. And this master was no exception. He glanced at their destination on the platform first, then spoke. Judging from your route, you two are going to the auction in Toyota City, aren't you? That's right. Master, you know quite a lot too. Hey, I'm just a rickshaw puller, the driver said casually. In the past few days, I have already brought quite a few people from out of town to Toyota City, and their specific locations are all around the same as yours, near the auction house. These words immediately piqued the curiosity of Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan. Oh, so grand? Yi Shiqing said. After all, that's what the other party meant. In the past few days, many people from other places have come from afar, their destination being Toyota City, where this auction is being held. Could it be some kind of treasure? Su Zishan murmured. It seems so. When I talked to a boss yesterday, he said that there seems to be a big item up for auction this time. The driver thought for a moment. What exactly is it? He doesn't seem to know either. A major auction item? Just as I thought, Yi Shiqing pondered. Yi Shiqing shook her head, putting her thoughts aside. He knew very well that he was going there to sell things, not to buy things. Although he had considerable wealth at this auction. Even if you encounter a rare treasure, you can only be a spectator and join in the fun. Many distinguished individuals attended this auction. His 25 million was simply not enough for this occasion. Because it was across districts, the journey was indeed quite long. All of them were social butterflies, and they chatted and laughed all the way, engaging in lively conversation. An hour and a half later, the group finally arrived at their destination, Toyota City. Because of the pleasant laughter and conversation, what might have been a dull and tedious trip instantly became relaxing, enjoyable, and full of fun. Cough, cough, cough. Is this the Toyota auction? It's certainly impressive. As soon as Yi Shiqing got out of the car, his gaze was immediately drawn to the building directly in front of him. The building stands there like a magnificent behemoth, its surrounding decorations exuding splendor. Above the building are 5 large, 3-dimensional, dazzling characters. Toyota Auction House. It's 12 o'clock now, and there's still an hour before it starts. Let's eat first. Su Zishan checked the time and said, that's exactly what I was thinking. Yi Shiqing answered. He was indeed a little hungry. After all, food is the most important thing, no matter how big the world is. The two then found a restaurant nearby and ate there, which took about 20 minutes round trip. Perhaps due to the hot weather, Yi Shiqing suddenly felt thirsty. His gaze settled on a milk tea shop, and he began. Would you like something to drink? Lemon tea. Su Zishan was equally unceremonious. Okay, you go and wait for me at the entrance of the venue. After saying that, Yi Shiqing strode towards the milk tea shop. After glancing at the shop assistant, he resolutely stepped inside. Yi Shiqing was suddenly taken aback. As soon as he stepped in with his right foot, he inexplicably sensed a profound sword intent. This sword intent was extremely sharp, powerful, and full of energy. Yi Shiqing frowned slightly, a sense of doubt and vigilance immediately rising in his heart. He stopped in his tracks and carefully tried to understand the source of that sword intent. His gaze was sharp as lightning, quickly scanning the crowd in the store. He reacted extremely quickly, sensing that the sword intent seemed to originate from a corner inside the milk tea shop. In just 3 seconds, Yi Shiqing's gaze quickly settled on the two people sitting by the window. 2 men dressed in black were sitting there. One of them could only be seen from behind, and judging from his gray hair, he was probably quite old. The other one was a young man. This person looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, the corners of his eyes sharp like a hawk's. His slightly long hair, high-bridged nose, and sharp blue eyes made him exceptionally handsome. His expression was dignified, cold, and aloof. This young man is very handsome, incredibly handsome. She is completely comparable to Yi Shiqing. If Yi Shiqing is the kind of roguish charmer, then this young man is handsome. The other party seemed to sense something. He raised an eyebrow, and his sharp gaze instantly locked onto Yi Shiqing. The next second, their eyes met. A gentle breeze caressed my face, bringing a refreshing coolness. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Their eyes clashed like swords, sparks flying and blades whistling. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. 3 seconds later, Yi Shiqing was the first to look away. away, and then casually started talking to the shop assistant. At this moment, the young man with sword-like eyebrows and dressed in black also withdrew his gaze.
"What's wrong, Li Fan? Why are you so distracted?"
the old man in front of the young man in black asked. Li Fan shook his head, then took a sip of the strawberry milkshake on the table. A hint of satisfaction appeared on his usually stern face.
"Ha ha ha, how old are you, still enjoying this?"
The old man opposite stroked his beard and chuckled. Li Fan remained silent, simply enjoying his strawberry milkshake with a delighted expression. The old man stopped joking with the other person and then composed himself.
"It's said there's a rare treasure at this auction.
Various forces are traveling great distances to try and snatch it. My abilities as a teacher are limited. I may not be able to make a decision for you.
Teacher, you've already helped me a lot, and besides, I'm not interested."
Li Fan shook his head leisurely.
"I'm already very satisfied that you understand me. As for the other items, if anyone takes a liking to them, I'll do my best. I will always remember your kindness, teacher."
Li Fan made a respectful gesture. Spending money is a small matter, after all. The old man reached out his right hand and patted Li Fan on the shoulder.
"You're our college's star student. I don't deserve it,"
Li Fan said shyly. Then, Li Fan glanced at Yi Shiqing standing at the counter.
"I stared at it for a full 3 minutes before I moved away. After purchasing the drinks, Yi Shiqing turned and left."
Li Fan reluctantly turned his gaze back, a sense of loss lingering in his heart.
Seeing Yi Shiqing leave, Li Fan shook his head, shaking off all thoughts of what was going on. Then I took a big gulp of the strawberry milkshake. The next second,
a satisfied smile immediately appeared on his cold and stern face, and his whole head was practically bubbling with joy.
"Then I'll trouble you."
When Yi Shiqing walked out of the store, his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the young man with sword-like eyebrows through the window.
However, due to the curtains blocking the view, it was not possible to do so. "Who is this guy?" he couldn't help but mutter to himself.
In the instant his eyes met those of the young man, Yi Shiqing keenly sensed a unique aura about him. That kind of aura seemed out of place with the surrounding environment, giving people a strong sense of presence.
Most importantly, this powerful aura came from someone of similar age. As expected,
the world is vast, and there are countless powerful individuals. Yi Shiqing shook his head and then walked towards Su Zishan. This milk tea shop is very close to the auction, only about 100 meters away around the corner. As Yi Shiqing turned the corner and his gaze fell on Su Zishan, he suddenly froze. In the distance, Su Zishan stood at the entrance of the auction house. Her face was tense, and her expression was somewhat bitter and resentful. And in front of her, 3 young men were standing there, and judging from their behavior, they seemed to be there to strike up a conversation. Moreover, the behavior seemed not very pleasing, even somewhat despicable. That makes sense, considering Su Zishan's looks are already ridiculously high.
Yi Shiqing was stunned for 3 seconds. He then strode towards Su Zishan.
"Hey little girl, you're pretty good looking," a young man with blonde hair said. He gently lifted Su Zishan's hair with his right hand, his expression somewhat lewd.
"Please stay away from me," Su Zishan shouted angrily and took 2 steps back. "Oh wow, not bad."
The blonde-haired man stroked his chin with his right hand, his cunning gaze scrutinizing the other woman before settling on her white, fleshy thighs. He grinned and said, "It's so boring to go to an auction alone. Let's go together."
"Yes, miss, our brother Du is super rich." Yeah. At the auction, what do you want to buy?"
"Brother Du can get it for you." The 2 henchmen beside him quickly echoed his sentiments. The blonde-haired guy, known as Brother Du, immediately chuckled. "That's right, as long as you follow me, I guarantee you'll enjoy wealth and luxury." Brother Du extended a thumb and bent it towards himself.
"I'm not interested, stay away from me." Su Zishan refused without batting an eye.
She desperately wanted to get rid of them, but all 3 of them were superhumans. Moreover, their strength is all at the 3rd tier. While her strength is said to be at the 3rd tier, her abilities are purely supportive and have no combat power whatsoever.
"TSK, why are you so stubborn?" After clicking his tongue, Brother Du thought for a moment and then asked, "Do you know Master Duanmu?" Upon hearing this name, Su Zishan paused for a moment.
Brother Du immediately grinned confidently.
"Let me tell you, Master Duanmu is my good brother.
As long as you follow me, you'll eat pills like candy from now on."
"No need, you can eat it yourself."
Su Zishan paused for a moment, her expression remaining unchanged. Elixirs are also known as exotic medicines, and exotic medicine masters are also known as alchemists. There are 9 ranks of extraordinary medicine masters, from lowest to highest, rank 1, rank 2, rank 3,
rank 9.
Generally speaking, those ranked from 1st to 3rd grade are called extraordinary medicine masters.
Those ranked from 4th to 9th grade are called alchemists.
That's because pharmacists of the 1st to 3rd rank prepare formulas using fixed ingredients to create unique medicines. Those of the 4th rank and above are completely different. They are highly skilled in medicine refining.
And this Master Duanmu,
at only 18 years old, he had already reached the level of a 4th grade alchemist.
TSK.
At this point, Brother Du seemed somewhat annoyed.
"Don't be so ungrateful." "That's right. Our Brother Du really humbled himself to come see you." Brother Du didn't say anything, but his 2 lackeys started chattering away.
Passers-by were immediately drawn to the bazaar. bazaar scene. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and a sense of morbid curiosity, and they all gathered around.
Some people even started whispering among themselves, "How could this kid be like this?" Exactly.
The girl rejected him, but he still kept pestering her.
How embarrassing.
The sound of everyone talking immediately made Brother Du's face turn somewhat ugly.
After all, he's seen as a sycophant by others these days.
Then he looked fiercely at Su Zishan.
"Don't be ungrateful."
As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed Su Zishan's wrist. He was moving so fast that Su Zishan didn't have time to react.
The next second,
Du Ji's filthy paws were firmly pinned to the spot by a strong, powerful hand.
the group looked up at the same time. A handsome face came into view.
Upon seeing this, Su Zishan's eyes lit up, and she immediately hid helplessly behind Yi Shiqing.
"Who are you?"
Du said irritably, and immediately tried to break free from Yi Shiqing's grip on his wrist. But the next second, he froze. Yi Shiqing's large hand was like an inviolable handcuff, rendering him completely immobile.
"Let me go. How dare you ruin my plans?" A hint of mockery and anger appeared on Brother Du's face.
He pulled hard on his wrist, which was being held, trying to break free. However, Yi Shiqing held his hand tightly, showing no sign of letting go.
"Let go? Okay."
Yi Shiqing's lips curled up slightly, a sly glint in his eyes. Just then, Yi Shiqing suddenly let go of her hand. Brother Du was struggling desperately, but suddenly lost resistance and his body tilted backward violently. Due to inertia, he lost his balance and ended up falling heavily to the ground. The impact of his buttocks on the ground produced a dull, loud thud. Upon seeing this, the two lackeys beside him immediately helped Brother Du up from the ground.
"Ha ha ha ha.
This kid managed to fall down like that. It's hilarious.
It's like an old lady playing with a whip. It's hilarious."
This sudden turn of events immediately caused a burst of laughter.
The surrounding crowd was already dissatisfied with Brother Du's unreasonable behavior. Seeing the other party's embarrassment, I couldn't help but find it amusing.
Dugu covered his buttocks in a disheveled state, his face filled with astonishment and anger.
"Are you looking for death? Why are you meddling in other people's business?"
He glared at Yi Shiqing and shouted angrily.
"Have a finger in the pie?"
Yi Shiqing grinned. "You're truly a case of rising from the mud and becoming tainted."
"When Manhwa sculpted you, did she forget to sculpt your eyes and brain? Don't you understand our relationship?"
Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Shiqing reached out and put his arm around Su Zishan's shoulder.
The latter blushed at the sudden action but did not resist. 1,000 thoughts seemed to be churning within her.
Yet, in this ambiguous atmosphere, she chose to remain silent, letting Yi Shiqing do as he pleased.
"You."
Brother Du gritted his teeth,
but remained silent as if he were stuck.
After all, the other party is already taken.
"I'm disturbing things. That would be impolite."
But Yi Shiqing made him lose face in front of so many people, and he had to get his face back. He gritted his teeth and organized his thoughts.
"Do you know who my brother is?"
Yi Shiqing scoffed. My brother is Duanmu Qingyi, the youngest fourth-grade alchemist, Master Duanmu."
Brother Du grinned. The moment Duanmu Qingyi's name was mentioned, the surrounding crowd was stunned.
They were all stunned by the name and began to discuss it in hushed tones.
"Duanmu Qingyi?"
Yi Shiqing's body trembled slightly, and he opened his mouth slightly.
Scared now?"
Brother Du said smugly.
"Who is that?"
Brother Du was stunned, his expression twitching.
"This guy must be a country bumpkin. He doesn't even recognize Duanmu Qingyi. That looks like Master Duanmu."
Suddenly, someone in the crowd let out a gasp, instantly shattering the atmosphere. At the same time, everyone's eyes turned to the direction the voice was pointing.
Inside the auction hall,
a figure with long blonde hair.
Outside the venue, Master Duanmu? Wow, it really is Master Duanmu. Truly a promising young man, and quite handsome as well.
At this moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, a young man with long blonde hair slowly walked out of the venue. But his expression was somewhat bitter. The man had long, flowing golden hair that cascaded smoothly down his shoulders and back.
He wore an exquisite blue robe, its sleeves fluttering in the wind.
His face was handsome, and his eyes revealed a subtle scholarly air. His skin was as white as snow, and his skin was tender and moist. Her lips were slightly upturned, with a faint smile playing on her lips. However, his appearance is somewhat androgynous, making it difficult to determine his gender. Upon closer inspection, one can see that he is tall and slender, with elegant and graceful manners. Her beautiful long blonde hair and reserved demeanor accentuated her feminine charm. His chest was flat, lacking the curves typically associated with women.
His throat area is noticeably protruding, with an Adam's apple that is unique to men. However, it gives people a feeling of masculine-feminine beauty.
Beside the young man lingered a middle-aged man in a suit and tie.
Judging from their trembling lips, they seemed to be talking about something. "Master Duanmu,
this is a small token of my appreciation for your master," the man in the suit said humbly.
"Uncle, I appreciate the sentiment, but my master won't accept it." Duanmu's face was full of bitterness. "Oh dear, why don't you accept it for your master? It would be worth my long journey and show you my sincerity." The uncle's face was full of satisfaction and sincerity. "Okay, fine."
Seeing that he couldn't refuse the other party's offer, Duanmu had no choice but to accept the spatial ring that the other
other party offered. Alright, I'll accept it. Then I won't bother you any longer. Please give my regards to Master Jia. Upon seeing Duanmu accept the gift, the man in the suit nearly burst out laughing, then scurried away with a grin. Master Duanmu's name is Duanmu Qingyi. The man in the suit is named Luo Tian. Last year, Luo Tian's daughter suddenly contracted a strange disease called snake scale disease, and her whole body was covered with snake scales. This disease is incurable and cannot be suppressed at all. Many alchemists were at a loss, and Luo Tian was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Master Jia, Duanmu Qingyi's master, came and refined elixirs, which improved his condition. It's only a temporary suppression, not a cure. However, the other party was also extremely grateful to Master Jia. Doctors have the world in their hearts, saving lives and healing the wounded, and never ask for anything in return. Moreover, since the disease was not completely cured, Master Jia did not receive any reward from the other party. Master Jia is usually elusive, appearing and disappearing without a trace. This time, the other party somehow found out that Master Jia would be attending the auction. Therefore, they would travel a long distance to deliver gifts. Master Jia was indeed not present, it was Duanmu Qingyi who was. So, that's how the incident just happened. But, I'm going to get scolded by Master again. Duanmu Qingyi gently rubbed his forehead with his right hand and said helplessly. Duanmu Moron felt a gaze directed at him, and he was immediately taken aback. He subconsciously turned his head to look around, but then we discovered. Many people on the street stared at him curiously. Is this Master Duanmu? He's really young, and I heard he's Master Jia's apprentice. That's right, and he's not only a 4th grade alchemist, but also a peak 2nd tier superhuman. The arrival of Duanmu Qingyi. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Brother Du, who had been staring at the bromine. Is this Master Duanmu, male or female? Yi Shiqing murmured. A man, Su Zishan replied. Duanmu Qingyi scratched his head, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the gazes of this group of people. Why are you looking at me? Duanmu Qingyi seemed to see something out of the corner of his eye, and suddenly looked in the direction of Brother Du and the others. Then, his expression was serious, and without the slightest hesitation, he strode away with long, slender steps. Yi Shiqing frowned when he sensed that the visitor was hostile. Birds of a feather flock together. Judging from Brother Du's character, one can deduce that the people around him are definitely not good people either. His brothers must also be in cahoots with him, like-minded people. Duanmu Qingyi's pace quickened. They had already excitedly opened their arms, as if they wanted a real hug. Upon seeing this, Brother Du chuckled and instinctively opened his arms, wanting to catch the other person's hug. However, Duanmu Qingyi just missed out on meeting Brother Du. He hugged Brother Du tightly. Yi Shiqing behind him. Oh my god, isn't this Brother Yi Shiqing? I've heard so much about you. Duanmu Qingyi smiled broadly, his eyes brimming with excitement, and he hugged Yi Shiqing tightly. Brother Du? Everyone? Holy crap, how does this guy know Master Duanmu? Wait, did Master Duanmu just call the other party Yi Shiqing? Yi Shiqing? It really is him. Is he the S-class superpowered Yi Shiqing? I knew he looked familiar. Turns out he's Yi Shiqing, a dual power user. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, their curiosity and doubts swirling around Yi Shiqing and Duanmu Qingyi. After all, it's already quite an achievement to be able to know Master Duanmu. Moreover, Duanmu Qingyi's words just now revealed the truth. This left everyone astonished. Who is Yi Shiqing? That's someone with 2 superpowers. That's an S-class superpower user. That was a stunning presence during the martial arts exam. At this moment, Su Zishan, who was standing next to Yi Shiqing, covered her lips and smiled sweetly. This, Yi Shiqing? Brother Du and his 3 henchmen were stunned and couldn't help but swallow hard. After all, he had just wanted to woo this dignified and imposing woman. And at this moment, he felt a sudden chill of fear for no apparent reason. Yi Shiqing was taken aback. After realizing what was happening, she broke free from the other person's embrace. Who are you? Yi Shiqing asked, completely bewildered. Don't try to get close to me, I don't know you. After all, Yi Shiqing didn't know the other party at all. And the other party was Brother Du's brother. The saying goes that people with similar odors tend to gravitate towards each other, and Yi Shiqing could deduce this as well. This guy is definitely not a good person either. Oh my, now we know each other, don't we? Duanmu Qingyi was not discouraged. Instead, her eyes shone with anticipation. I've long heard of Yi Shiqing's handsome appearance, extraordinary looks, literary and martial talents, and unparalleled in the world. Seeing him today, I am truly delighted. Handsome and dashing? Exceptionally good-looking. Yi Shiqing's lips curled up wildly, as if he were about to touch the clouds. Oh my, Master Duanmu, I have admired you for a long time. I've heard tales of your unparalleled beauty, your captivating charm that could topple kingdoms and shame the moon and flowers, a true beauty in the making. Seeing you today, you truly are a magnificent beauty. As Yi Shiqing spoke, she also threw a few flirty glances at Duanmu Qingyi. However, all around. At this moment, everyone stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg, but no sound came out. Yi Shiqing looked around and was taken aback, not understanding what was going on. Just then, Duanmu Qingyi broke the deadlock. He coughed lightly twice, looking somewhat helpless. I'm a guy. Yi Shiqing was stunned. After realizing what was happening, he first sized up Duanmuqing, then tentatively spoke. Are you really a man? He was still somewhat unwilling to believe it. After all, the other person looked too much like a woman, with fair skin, a beautiful face, and delicate features. Oh dear, I'm actually a man. Duanmuqing was not annoyed that Yi Shiqing had mistaken his gender. I'm used to it by now. It just means I'm too pretty. Duanmuqing, ever the friendly type, put his arm around Yi Shiqing's shoulder. Her smile was like a gentle spring breeze, pleasant and captivating. Hey, that Duanmu guy, you two know each other. At this moment, Brother Du next to him seemed to be trying to get closer to him. Duanmuqing turned around impatiently, revealing a look of disgust. Then, like a withered flower blooming again, he faced Yi Shiqing with a smile. Forehead. The corners of the mouths of the people around him twitched incessantly. Didn't you two say you knew each other? Didn't you say you were brothers? How come there's such a big difference? Brother Yi, let's go inside and have a good talk. Duanmuqing was also very outgoing. He put his arm around Yi Shiqing's shoulder and led the two into the auction hall. Only a blushing Du Gu and the stunned crowd remained, swirling in the wind. After Duanmuqing's praise, Yi Shiqing's affection for Duanmuqing increased dramatically. It's also clear that Duanmuqing isn't very familiar with that idiot from before. May I ask Master Duanmu's honorable name? Yi Shiqing asked. Qingyi, Duanmuqing. Duanmuqing answered without the slightest hesitation. The name is quite nice. Yi Shiqing paused. By the way, was that idiot your brother? Oh, you mean him? Duanmuqing said helplessly. Back at the academy, he kept trying to get close to me and run errands for me. Duanmuqing looked disgusted. Ha ha ha, isn't that just a shameless tag-along? Yi Shiqing laughed. The general meaning of is as follows. Even though I don't want to have anything to do with him, he still clings to me like a mangy dog. Ugh, luckily I'm not usually at the academy, otherwise I'd be completely overwhelmed. Duanmuqing looked helpless, and then got to the point. By the way, Brother Yi, you too, are you also here for that pill? Pills? What are those? Yi Shiqing was taken aback, then turned to look at Su Zishan. Su Zishan shook her head. I don't know, but it should be the rare treasure the driver mentioned earlier. After Su Zishan reminded him, Yi Shiqing also remembered. Then he shook his head. I'm not here for that so-called treasure. I'm here to sell something. After all, such incredibly precious and priceless treasures attract many wealthy and powerful businessmen. These people are all wealthy and powerful individuals from various regions. They could easily offer tens or even hundreds of millions to buy this spirit pearl. Yi Shiqing's offer was nothing compared to what Yi Shiqing had offered. Compared to these super rich individuals, they are simply no match for them. Selling goods? Ha! Duanmuqing said quietly. I didn't realize Brother Yi was also Liang Yushi's money grubber. Upon learning that Yi Shiqing had come to auction off goods, Duanmuqing also consciously led the way for him. A short while later, I arrived at the counter. Hello sir, how can I help you? A female staff member in uniform at the counter spoke with a smile. I'd like to bid on an item, Yi Shiqing said. The staff member seemed conflicted after hearing this. She frowned slightly, her expression revealing her predicament. She organized her thoughts. Sir, the auction is about to begin in just 10 minutes. Therefore, we are truly unable to meet the requirements you just made. Time is of the essence, and all preparations are proceeding at full speed. We are simply unable to spare any manpower to handle your matter. If you are interested in bidding on any items, please wait until the next auction. After all, there are only 10 minutes left before the curtain falls. Moreover, every auction has its own rules and regulations, and certainly won't allow items to cut in line without a reason. Can't you be a little more accommodating? Seeing Yi Shiqing's dilemma, Su Zishan spoke up. I'm so sorry, ma'am, the staff member said apologetically. Duanmuqing scratched the back of his head. There's no other way. It has to start after all. Thank you for your understanding. Seeing this, Su Zishan didn't say anything. After all, the other party was just a front desk clerk. Making things difficult for her won't help. Let's go, Brother Yi, Duanmuqing said with some regret. But Yi Shiqing did not respond. He rested his chin on his hand, pondering like a statue. It took him a long time to slowly open his mouth. I'd like you to take a look at my auction items first before making a decision. The staff member secretly smiled. Excuse me, our auction rules. When he saw Yi Shiqing pull out the A-level cultivation technique from his pocket, he was speechless, like a duck being strangled. The other person's eyes widened immediately. This is an A-grade cultivation technique. The staff's attitude changed instantly. Please wait a moment, I'll notify the higher-ups first. After saying that, he took out the phone he used while working at the bar and dialed the number himself. Duanmuqing and Su Zishan beside him were dumbfounded. Brother Yi, are you crazy? You're going to sell an A-grade cultivation technique? Yes, you're going to sell such a precious cultivation technique? The two looked anxious, both finding Yi Shiqing's actions utterly unbelievable. In their view, both A-grade and S-grade techniques are priceless treasures and cannot be measured in monetary terms. However, Yi Shiqing sold it so decisively? This shocked them them and filled them with doubt. I've made up my mind. Yi Shiqing chuckled at their reactions, but his face remained serious. Seeing this, the other party didn't say anything more. After all, they could only offer suggestions. The actual decision-making power rested with Yi Shiqing. The staff member then ended the call. Alright, sir, I've reported to my superiors, and they've approved your item for the auction. She said respectfully, I apologize for my previous arrogance and suspicion. Yi Shiqing wouldn't get angry over such a small matter, so he waved his hand. About a minute later, then they heard hurried footsteps in the distance. Soon, several uniformed staff members came out from the side door. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in a suit and tie. His demeanor clearly distinguished him from the men behind him. Oh my, it's Master Duanmu. Without the slightest hesitation, the middle-aged man went up and grasped Duanmu Qingyi's hand. A smile appeared on his wrinkled face. How has my master been lately? Very good. I'm very healthy, Duanmu Qingyi replied. The middle-aged man then glanced at Duanmu Qingyi with satisfaction before getting to the point. The auction is about to begin. Where's the cultivation technique you're bidding on? Let me appraise it for you. Ah, Duanmu Qingyi was stunned. The uncle was also taken aback by Duanmu Qingyi's expression. Didn't you say you were going to bid on an A-level martial arts technique? Supervisor. At this moment, the female staff member at the front desk spoke up. The supervisor looked over upon hearing the sound. The receptionist made a respectful gesture, pointing at Yi Shiqing. This is the one who's going to auction off an A-level martial arts technique. The supervisor then realized what was happening and turned to look at Yi Shiqing. Faced with Yi Shiqing's two instances of neglect, his face was gloomy. Oh, it's this young man. The supervisor snapped out of his daze, a look of surprise on his face. He quickly stood up and went to greet Yi Shiqing. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, I was blind and misbehaved just now. As the supervisor spoke, he reached out and firmly grasped Yi Shiqing's hands. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you had to see this. The supervisor apologized repeatedly, his face full of remorse and embarrassment. His attitude was warm and attentive. After all, A-grade cultivation techniques are extremely precious treasures, and their value is immeasurable. Faced with such a treasure, he naturally dared not be negligent in the slightest. Yi Shiqing first sighed and silently recited in his heart, I'm supposed to be a dual power user, how can I be so demeaning? Yi Shiqing felt somewhat helpless. After all, Duanmu Qingyi was a thorn in the side of others just now, and still is now. It seems that if he makes the slightest move, he will become the target of everyone's criticism. As an S-class superpower user and a dual superpower user, yet no one knew him, he remained unknown. But upon closer reflection, this doesn't seem surprising. Although Yi Shiqing has two superpowers, he does receive a lot of attention. Moreover, during the martial arts exam, the footage was relatively blurry, and Yi Shiqing's figure was moving too fast. In addition, his body was already stained with blood, making it difficult for people to see his exact appearance. Many people only know the name Yi Shiqing, but do not know what he looks like. It's nothing. It's nothing. Yi Shiqing waved his hand. Yi Shiqing wouldn't fuss over such a small matter, so he didn't say anything. Then help me check the price. Yi Shiqing got straight to the point. Okay. The supervisor, having been negligent earlier, dared not slack off now, and said nothing more. Afterwards, the supervisor took the A-level cultivation technique handed to him by Yi Shiqing. He began to ponder it carefully. I watched it for almost a minute. He spoke leisurely. This manual is a copy, not the complete version, but its contents are exceptionally detailed. So, my initial bid is 70 million. What do you think? 70 million. Yi Shiqing kept controlling her excited emotions so as not to make a sound. Yi Shiqing originally thought that selling it for 20 million would be about right. Moreover, this is only the initial starting price. There will be further bidding increases from various merchants. It seems he was short-sighted. Yi Shiqing calmed himself down. No problem. Then Yi Shiqing added, I also have a B-grade cultivation technique here. May I take a look? No problem. To express his apology, the other party agreed without hesitation. Then Yi Shiqing took out the B-level martial arts manual, Swift Wind Blade Technique, and gave it to the other party. The other party truly deserves to be a manager. The answer was given in just 20 seconds. This B-level cultivation manual is a full text, and its contents are undoubtedly detailed. Therefore, my initial bid is 8 million. What do you think? No problem. After Yi Shiqing answered, he handed both cultivation manuals to the other party. The other party acted as if they had seen a rare treasure, placing the two cultivation manuals in an exquisite box. After saying goodbye, he left in a hurry. Since the auction was about to begin, Yi Shiqing and the others didn't chat idly. Following Duanmu Qingyi, they arrived at the VIP room on the second floor. Every detail in the room exudes ultimate luxury and refinement. Everything looked like priceless treasures. The auction was held on the first floor. The VIP room on the second floor is like a high observation deck, overlooking the entire auction venue. Yi Shiqing walked to the very front, looking down at the viewpoint, feeling a sense of superiority. I never expected to be seated in the VIP room. It's all thanks to you, Yi Shiqing said with emotion. After all, smile. This VIP room is exclusively for Duanmuchingi. Ha ha ha. With that A-level cultivation technique you just used, you've already become a VIP. Duanmuchingi said modestly. The three then sat down on the sofa in front of the observation deck. Time ticked by, and only 5 minutes remained before the auction officially began. During this brief but anticipated moment, the atmosphere among the three was relaxed and pleasant. Yi Shiqing and Duanmuchingi have completely identical, foul personalities. We've only known each other for a short while, but we already feel like old friends. All three have excellent social skills. They quickly found common ground and began a relaxed and pleasant chat. At this moment, Duanmuchingi glanced at Su Zishan. I was chatting with Brother Yi when I noticed that Brother Yi already has a family. And she's a beauty too. Duanmuchingi chuckled. Faced with Duanmuchingi's abrupt teasing, Su Zishan's jade-like face immediately flushed red. No, Yi is just my junior. Su Zishan quickly waved her hand. But a hint of sadness appeared on her face, and her eyes kept glancing at Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing took a sip of tea and remained silent. That's such a pity. Duanmuchingi then looked at Yi Shiqing with a teasing expression. Brother Yi, you'd better seize the opportunity. Yi Shiqing chuckled. Thank you for your kind words. Ha, then we'll have to work harder. Su Zishan blinked. Upon hearing this, a shy smile appeared on Su Zishan's face, as charming as a blooming peach blossom. Her bright eyes sparkled with anticipation and curiosity. The implication behind this statement is, am I planning to pursue you? A sweet feeling welled up in Su Zishan's heart. Ha ha ha, you two are really funny. Duanmuchingi's hearty laughter still seemed to echo in my ears. Duanmuchingi grinned, then half-jokingly said, Miss Su's looks are almost on par with our academy school beauty. Su Zishan didn't say anything, but her expression showed that she was genuinely happy. Duanmuchingi has a very pleasant voice. Not only are the syllables of her voice captivating, but her tone is also intriguing. In particular, his emotional intelligence is incredibly sophisticated, and he is eloquent and persuasive. He kept praising Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan. He praised the two of them so much that they were overjoyed and couldn't contain their happiness. Before the two could answer, Duanmuchingi looked at Yi Shiqing with admiration. Are all the people from Yongchang this good-looking? Of course. Yi Shiqing smiled proudly. Duanmuchingi nodded first, then his expression became somewhat meaningful. A stunningly beautiful girl has suddenly appeared among the freshmen of our extraordinary academy this year. And it seems we're from Yongchang, just like you. Beauty? Yongchang? Yi Shiqing was taken aback. The stunning beauty the other party described was nothing to Yi Shiqing, a gentleman who remained unmoved by women and had no interest in them. To be honest, I'm not interested, cough cough. Only a little interest. But the most important thing is that the beauty mentioned by the other party is from Yongchang, which is the same city as himself. This immediately puzzled me. After all, Yi Shiqing had stayed in Yongchang for 18 years. Even though I traveled through time once, my memories remain intact. During this period, besides Xiaorongxue, Yongchang, it seems I haven't heard of any girls who are exceptionally beautiful. Anyway, Yi Shiqing is not interested in women. I've never heard of it. Who are you talking about? Yi Shiqing asked, puzzled. Su Zishan, who was standing next to him, also became curious. I'm not usually at the Extraordinary Academy, and I've only met him once, so naturally I don't know his name. In a daze, I seem to recall the other person's stunning beauty. Duanmuchingi's lips curled up slightly without his noticing, and a satisfied smile slowly blossomed on his face. Seeing this, Yi Shiqing became even more curious. Is it really that beautiful? Can you describe it? Gentle and virtuous, charming, and captivating. Duanmuchingi revealed a confident smile. A single glance back and a smile can captivate 100 beauties, making all the ladies of the 6 palaces pale in comparison. Is it really that exaggerated? Yi Shiqing raised an eyebrow. Duanmuchingi nodded. Anyway, she's the second most beautiful person I've ever seen in my 18 years of life. So who's number one? Duanmuchingi smiled smugly. Me. The next second, all three of them burst out laughing. The atmosphere at the auction gradually became more lively. 3 minutes until the official start. The auction hall was immediately flooded with a large, bustling crowd. Among these people were gentlemen dressed in exquisite suits, exuding elegance and poise, as well as those dressed simply and modestly. They are all leading figures from different fields, and their net worth is at least in the tens of millions. The auction room was teeming with people, a bustling and noisy scene. A man with long, curly hair scanned the scene with sharp eyes. His eyes shone with determination and confidence. A slight smile played on his lips as he murmured to himself, this auction is a must. However, at this moment, another voice came from the side, tinged with disdain and mockery. Huang Haining, with your meager resources? Don't be delusional, save your energy. The speaker was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes. He looked at the curly-haired man with a cold gaze, his tone full of provocation. Upon hearing this, Huang Haining's face darkened, but he quickly regained his composure. He turned to stare at the other person, gave a cold smile, and said, Old fan, you're that confident? No. Old man fan smiled, but suppressing you is still not a problem. Then let's each show our unique abilities. After saying saying that, the two of them snorted coldly at the same time. He walked towards the VIP room on the second floor, grumbling and cursing. The middle-aged man's name was Fan Gao. He is the CEO of the largest insurance company in Xining City. The man known as Huang Haining is also the CEO of another insurance company in Xining. Since people with superpowers are risking their lives, insurance companies have emerged as a result. Therefore, the two remained in a standoff. After the two left, a handsome young man with striking features and a sharp, expressive face. They walked in slowly with an elderly man of extraordinary bearing. "Let's go, Li Fan. Our location is on the second floor," the old man said suddenly. Li Fan was about to answer when he seemed to see something out of the corner of his eye and let out a soft "eh." "What's wrong with you today? Why are you being so paranoid?" the old man complained. Li Fan shook his head and withdrew his gaze from Yi Shiqing. Then, Li Fan followed the old man and prepared to go up to the second floor. After taking only 2 steps, the old man suddenly stopped. Li Fan, who was following behind, was caught off guard and bumped into the old man's back. Li Fan realized something and immediately looked up and stared intently. 3 young men dressed in red robes stood directly in front of them. Those around them saw these 3 people. They immediately scattered as if avoiding snakes and scorpions, as if they were all somewhat afraid. "TSK, the people from the Eastern clan have come too," the old man said helplessly. The old man had intended to fight for Li Fan and see if he could help him secure the precious treasure. However, the Eastern clan is one of the 3 major clans in the entire China, not only possessing abundant wealth but also having numerous powerful figures within its ranks. At this moment, the people of the Eastern clan have already mobilized. The prized item in this auction has undoubtedly been sold. After all, the other party is financially powerful, that's one thing. But more importantly, if you steal someone else's things, you will definitely make enemies with them, which is a losing proposition. "Oh well, never mind." The old man sighed and led Li Fan up to the second floor. As the guests took their seats, the auction officially began. The atmosphere in the auction hall became lively, and people began to look forward to the precious items that were about to be exhibited. There are 6 VIP rooms on the second floor, 1 on each side. "Ha, it's him?" Just then, Yi Shiqing caught a glimpse of Li Fan in the VIP room across the way. Li Fan also noticed Yi Shiqing. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before they looked away. "What's wrong?" Su Zishan asked. Yi Shiqing shook her head. "It's nothing." The sound of high heels came from behind. A woman wearing a short skirt gracefully walked to the center of the stage. She was carrying a mysterious item covered by a red cloth, which aroused the curiosity of the audience. She glanced at everyone present, then organized her thoughts. "Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to this virtual auction. I am your auctioneer, Zhang Meiyang. I will be hosting this auction. Next, I will announce the first item." The woman smiled and gestured to everyone before gently lifting the red cloth. Next, a blood-red pill came into view. It was placed inside an exquisite box, giving it a slightly luxurious feel. As soon as the product appeared, the crowd below the stage started chattering excitedly. Those familiar with this elixir showed varying expressions, some delighted, others lost in thought. Those who didn't recognize the pill looked puzzled and whispered among themselves, asking about its origin and effects. The first item up for auction is the Azure Spirit Pill, which can increase the chances of third-tier or lower ability users breaking through cultivation barriers. It is a grade D pill, refined by Master Duanmu. Starting bid 500,000. Minimum bid increment 50,000. As soon as the host Zhang Meiyang shouted, the audience erupted in cheers. Before the words were even finished, a chorus of bids erupted from the crowd. 550,000. 600,000. 650,000. These sounds were like surging waves. One wave after another surged higher, constantly disrupting the atmosphere of the auction. Everyone was striving to obtain this elixir, hoping to acquire it. Xingling Pill, Master Duanmu? Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan simultaneously turned their heads to look at Duanmu Qingyi with curiosity and surprise. Duanmu Qingyi was beaming with pride. He took a folding fan from his pocket with his right hand, unfolded it, and placed it in front of his chest. "This Azure Spirit Pill was refined by me." He sounded smug and seemed to be enjoying himself. "Are there any pills that can help with breakthroughs?" Yi Shiqing muttered to himself, a hint of longing and anticipation flashing in his eyes. He pondered for a moment. A sly smile suddenly appeared on his lips, and his gaze slowly turned to Duanmu Qingyi beside him. "We're best buddies, right?" Yi Shiqing stared at Duanmu Qingyi with a wicked grin, his eyes gleaming with calculation. Duanmu Qingyi was slightly taken aback. Seeing the malicious smile on Yi Shiqing's face, he immediately understood. He couldn't help but burst into laughter twice. He replied, "Of course, we're like brothers." Changing the subject, Duanmu Qingyi continued, "Since that's the case, if you're interested in this grade D pill, I certainly won't treat Brother Yi unfairly." With a flash of his right-hand ring, 3 exquisite little bottles instantly appeared in Duanmu Qingyi's hand. Immediately afterwards, he threw the 3 small bottles directly to Yi Shiqing without hesitation. "I was just joking. You actually gave me the pill." Yi Shiqing pretended to decline. Thank you." But his body betrayed him, reaching out and swiftly catching
watching the pill that Duan Muqingyi threw to him. Yi Shiqing grinned and immediately put his arm around Duan Muqingyi's shoulder.
"Come to me if you need anything. We share the good times and the bad." "Okay, we'll share the good times, but Duan Muqingyi was taken aback, then looked at Yi Shiqing with a wry smile. "The price for the Azure Spirit pill has now reached 1.8 million.
Although it was only a D-grade pill, it has a chance to increase the chances of third-tier or lower ability users breaking through barriers. This is an invaluable treasure for those who yearn for breakthroughs in strength and pursue higher realms."
The person who refined this pill was Duan Muqingyi, also known as Master Duanmu, is a genius. With such precious pills and the genius of the craftsman, how could these wealthy and powerful people not go crazy for them? They spent lavishly, hoping to seize this opportunity. 1,850,000. 1,900,000.
At this moment, the old man beside Li Fan tapped his fingers lightly on the table. After a moment's thought, he raised the auction paddle in his right hand.
2.5 million.
After he uttered those words, the room fell into a brief silence. The bidding that had been going on and on suddenly stopped.
2.5 million each time. 2.5 million twice. 2.5 million 3 times. Make a deal.
As the auction gavel fell, the item found a new owner.
Congratulations to guest number 4 for winning this item.
The host, Zhang Meiyang, gave a kind smile and a respectful gesture to the old man and Li Fan.
"That old man looks like a tutor from the Divine Academy."
Yes, yes, yes.
"Look at his uniform, and he seems to be a senior instructor."
"I knew it.
Why would someone spend so much money like that?" The elderly man's drastically increased asking price also attracted a lot of attention.
The old man's distinctive clothing also led many people to recognize his identity. He was a senior instructor at the Divine Academy. Hu Meng paid no attention to the stares of these people. She looked at Li Fan beside her with a warm gaze. "With this pill, your chances of breaking through to the 4th rank should increase significantly." Li Fan nodded respectfully.
"Thank you, teacher." 2.5 million. Not bad. Duan Muqingyi looked somewhat resentful after hearing the price drop, but he could still accept it.
Yi Shiqing did not reply. His attention was completely focused on the young man next to Hu Meng. This young man aroused his great interest, making it impossible for him to take his eyes off him.
What's wrong?"
Seeing that Yi Shiqing was distracted, Su Zishan immediately stuck her little head over.
"It's nothing."
Yi Shiqing shook her head.
After the first item was sold, host Zhang Meiyang announced the second item. Next item, named Peerless Skill, Grade B. Starting bid, 6 million. Minimum bid increment, 300,000.
The silent crowd suddenly became noisy.
6,500,000. 6,800,000. 7,100,000. Time slipped by unnoticed, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye.
Yi Shiqing did not buy anything during this period. Most importantly, most of what's here are martial arts techniques and medicinal herbs. These low-level techniques were of no use to Yi Shiqing. In fact, they were useless. As for medicinal herbs, they are generally needed by alchemists and have little to do with him.
12,500,000 per time. 12.5 million twice. 12,500,000 3 times.
Congratulations to guest number 3 for successfully bidding on this B-grade martial arts technique, Swift Wind Blade Technique. The host, Zhang Meiyang, made a respectful gesture.
Huang Haining, sitting in VIP room number 3, immediately grinned. No wonder he's the CEO of Huangning Insurance Company. He's truly wealthy and powerful.
I originally wanted to win it over, but once Boss Huang made his move, I had no chance at all. It's said that many people with superpowers get their insurance process through them.
As the price dropped, Huang Haining's figure also attracted the attention of many business people. After all, there are audience seats below.
Many of them are also people with superpowers. There is also a great deal of knowledge about insurance.
12.5 million? Not bad. Yi Shiqing's expression was somewhat resentful, revealing the same expression as Duan Muqingyi had just shown. Duan Muqingyi was both amused and exasperated upon seeing this leaf.
Now, I'm going to announce the next item, which I think you'll all be interested in. As the host finished speaking, everyone at the scene fell silent. All eyes were on the stage, awaiting the next product display. A staff member carefully walked out from backstage, carrying an exquisite box in his hands.
She walked to the front of the classroom and gently placed the box down.
Zhang Meiyang seemed to anticipate the excited expressions on everyone's faces, and a confident smile appeared on her lips. Without further hesitation, she reached out and slowly lifted the red cloth covering the goods. The moment the red cloth was lifted, an ancient and heavy book appeared before everyone's eyes.
However, some people with discerning eyes were immediately impressed.
This item is called Eagle Treads, a grade A martial arts technique. This technique grants the learner the ability to briefly levitate.
Starting bid, 70 million. Each bid must be at least 10 million, 80 million, 90 million, 100 million.
Upon hearing that it was an A-level technique, the guests below the stage immediately became like wolves among sheep. It bared its bloodthirsty fangs and let out a beastly roar. After all, A-level cultivation techniques are something that can only be encountered by chance and cannot be sought after. Moreover, it it is a movement-based martial art. Now that this opportunity has presented itself, this group of people certainly won't be outdone.
Everyone was eager to compete and bid fiercely against the crowd.
Their bidding was like a raging storm, one wave higher than the next.
130 million, 140 million.
Sitting in VIP room number 5, Duan Muqingyi listened to the continuous bidding below.
Then he spoke softly. Looks like Yi is going to make a fortune this time.
It's just a small amount of money, nothing proper. Yi Shiqing waved his hand casually.
He seemed indifferent, but in reality, he was so happy he was about to take off.
Just as Yi Shiqing was about to speak, a sudden loud shout drowned out everyone else's voices.
300 million.
Everyone was taken aback by the sudden offer, and their hearts skipped a beat. All eyes were focused on the middle-aged man in VIP room number 2. Yi Shiqing was also taken aback, but the next second, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. A sly glint flashed in his eyes.
Fan Gao sits in VIP room number 2.
He held his head high, his face revealing undisguised pride and confidence, as if victory was assured.
This person also seems to be the CEO of an insurance company in Xining City. Yes. My insurance was purchased through their company. 300 million. TSK. Just throw it away like that.
Those around him felt his powerful aura and began to whisper among themselves. Yi Shiqing's eyes lit up. The corners of her mouth were completely unable to be suppressed.
The crisp, clear sound echoed throughout the auction hall.
The noise instantly silenced the previously chaotic environment, and everyone looked toward the source of the sound.
Inside VIP room number 3,
a curly-haired man was clapping his hands repeatedly, a smile that was hard to decipher. His eyes revealed a sense of contempt and provocation.
This person is Huang Ninghai. Old fan, you're really rolling in money. Huang Haining's tone was full of sarcasm, as if he were mocking Fan Tianheng's wealth.
Fan Gao frowned, his face turning grim.
Huang Haining continued.
But, I, Huang Haining, don't know how to be modest when I encounter something good. After saying that, he raised the auction paddle without hesitation.
320 million. Then I won't give in.
Fan Gao snorted coldly.
350 million. This sudden price increase shocked everyone present.
After all, 300 million is no small sum. This number has exceeded many people's expectations, causing people to gasp in surprise.
However,
but people are, after all, people who have seen a lot. They were stunned for less than 10 seconds by such a high price. He gritted his teeth and joined the desperate battle. A grade A cultivation technique is priceless. Even with money, it would be difficult to buy such a peerless secret manual. Now that this perfect opportunity is right in front of them, they are naturally not going to let the lambs to the slaughter escape.
360 million. 370 million.
In VIP room number 4, Hu Meng tapped the table lightly with his left hand, his expression calm. When he heard that the price had reached 370 million, he muttered something in surprise.
370 million already. The outside world was thrown into chaos by the appearance of the A-level martial arts technique, Eagle's Tread.
Everyone was bidding, but Hu Meng seemed out of place. Throughout the entire bidding process for this item, Hu Meng never placed a single bid. As a senior instructor at the God-given academy, he possesses exceptional insight. He could tell at a glance that the so-called A-grade cultivation technique was just a copy, so he naturally wouldn't participate in this chaotic bidding. After all, judging from the current situation, the war will not end until at least 500 million are involved. Moreover, the Divine Academy has collected at least 50 volumes of A-level cultivation techniques. Spending 500 million now is definitely not worthwhile. Not to mention, his purpose was not to obtain this martial arts manual. Immediately afterward, Hu Meng's eyes gleamed as he swiftly turned towards VIP room number 1 on the second floor opposite.
3 talented young men dressed in red sat there.
The 3 people opposite him remained as steady as rocks. In the long hour that the noisy auction had already lasted, the 3 young men had not made a single bid. To put it dramatically, his posture remained unchanged from beginning to end.
They seemed completely isolated from the bustling, noisy auction, and out of place. What a tranquil state of mind, Hu Meng exclaimed.
After all, judging from the other party's posture, this is probably the highlight of the auction, and they are determined to get it.
Although everyone fears the Eastern clans. However, in auctions, money and strength still matter.
Therefore, as long as you have enough financial resources, you can still acquire the treasures at this auction. But at this moment, the other party, they came specifically for the rare and precious medicinal herbs. Sigh, let's try our luck. Hu Meng shook his head dejectedly.
530 million once, 530 million twice, 530 million 3 times. With a loud shout from auctioneer Zhang Meiyang and the fall of the gavel, a dull, loud bang suddenly echoed throughout the auction hall.
Congratulations to guest number 2 for winning this item. Auctioneer Zhang Meiyang still made a respectful gesture. Just then, a cunning voice rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Just then, a voice full of cunning suddenly rang out. Congratulations, Mr. Fan. You've managed to acquire such a valuable item. At this moment, Huang Haining, in VIP room number 3, said these words to Fan Gao with
with a sly look on his face, his expression full of mockery. I dare not accept such praise, I am no less than you. It is nothing to mention, Fan Gao said calmly, revealing a nonchalant attitude. Having come across this treasure by chance, I will certainly not be polite. Humph, they really are rich and powerful. Huang Haining grinned. What an idiot. Let's see what you'll use to compete with me for the last treasure. Yi Shiqing chuckled. He, not bad at all. His expression was so smug that he almost choked from laughing. 530 million. That's a full 530 million. Ha ha ha. Brother Yi has struck it rich. Duanmu Qingyi unfolded his folding fan, creating a few wisps of cool breeze. Then he added, Brother Yi, now that you're flush with cash, don't you want to gamble on the treasures to come? What kind of treasure is it? Why are you all talking about it? Su Zishan spoke up at this moment. When Yi Shiqing came to her senses, she looked at Duanmu Qingyi with a face full of suspicion. The two had already heard about this from the driver during their journey. As they entered the auction house, the passers-by were all discussing the matter. This immediately piqued Yi Shiqing's curiosity. Duanmu Qingyi leaned back lazily on the sofa, his expression calm and composed, lost in thought, pondering where to begin. This must be an extraordinary item. There will definitely be no loss. His words revealed a confident demeanor. This fueled Yi Shiqing's curiosity, making it as intense as a raging fire that was difficult to contain. You're making me confused. What exactly is it? Yi Shiqing scratched his head. And how do you know you won't lose money if you bid on it? Su Zishan added casually. Well, Duanmu Qingyi shrugged. Because I was the one who put the bid. After saying that, Duanmu Qingyi showed an embarrassed expression. Yi Shiqing, Su Zishan, Omega. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Duanmu Qingyi burst out laughing. Then he earnestly said, Anyway, I think it's good stuff. Now, the next item to be auctioned is here. As the auctioneer gracefully lifted the red cloth, a delicate glass bottle, no larger than the palm of a hand, instantly came into view. Inside the glass bottle, liquid was flowing. The liquid's clear appearance was remarkably similar to, What is this thing? Yes, isn't that Nongfu Spring? They're actually selling this? The crowd at the scene were buzzing with discussion, their faces clearly showing their disdain. Yi Shiqing frowned, his expression full of surprise. And at this moment, the three men in VIP room number 1 suddenly lit up, as if they had discovered a priceless treasure. They were so excited they couldn't stop convulsing. This contrasted sharply with the reactions of the people present. Found it. What exactly is this thing? At this moment, Fan Gao, sitting in VIP room number 2, rested his chin on his right hand and muttered to himself, his brows furrowed, his eyes fixed on the small bottle on the auction stage, his mind filled with doubt. Huang Haining in the third guest room did the same. His gaze scrutinized the small bottle, his face full of confusion. Both of them were upper-class individuals with keen insight. They've seen a lot of the world. I was genuinely puzzled by this glass bottle. The two even began to suspect that the item might be a fake, a charlatan pretending to be something it's not. Strange, even I, an old man, cannot see through it. Sitting in VIP room number 4, Hu Meng felt inferior. His expression was calm, though he was full of doubts, which contrasted sharply with the noisy reactions of the others. He simply gazed quietly at the items on the auction stage. Teacher, you are so knowledgeable, even you don't know about this? Li Fan, who was standing beside him, suddenly spoke. After all, he knew his teacher was knowledgeable and had great talent and ambition. I am still unsure of my own abilities and have never seen one before. The old man shook his head. Zhang Meiyang, the host at the auction stage, watched the crowd with a smile. Once everyone quieted down, she raised an eyebrow. He explained slowly, this item is indeed a bit strange. According to the person involved, the water in the bottle seemed to be a kind of mysterious energy. The person was in a wilderness area and was only looking for water to quench their thirst, but they never expected that something incredible would happen. The spring water, as if imbued with life, transformed into a ball of energy and entered the small bottle. So, although I don't know what the spring water in this small bottle is, but it might be a rare and exceptional material. Everyone only understood a little bit of what was being said. That's roughly what it means. A superhuman wandered through the wilderness, parched with thirst, searching for water to quench his thirst. Unexpectedly, the seemingly ordinary spring water was quietly absorbed by an ordinary little bottle. The superhuman deduced that the problem lay with the spring water. The spring water actually transformed into a ball of energy and silently entered the small bottle. Those hoping to strike it rich should act quickly. Starting bid, 10 million. Each bid must be at least 1 million higher. As auctioneer Zhang Meiyang shouted, the crowd below showed expressions of disgust. 10 million to buy something uncertain. Who would be the sucker? Oh my gosh, what is this? I've never seen anything like it before. Exactly. The starting bid is a staggering 10 million. Are they crazy for money? Exactly. I even suspect the seller might be a con artist. This auction is really something. They don't even bother to verify the authenticity. Various voices of dissatisfaction arose one after another, and the auction house was filled with an atmosphere of doubt and controversy. However, many people have begun to suspect that the seller had colluded with the auction house. Using a broken
broken, shattered piece of scrap metal to swindle a sucker. Auctioneer Zhang Meiyang remained smiling as she faced the murmuring crowd.
11 million. The sound was like a thunderclap exploding in the auction room.
In an instant, the previously somber atmosphere was shattered. Those who were filled with doubt at the scene fell into a strange state, as if their brains had completely shut down after fasting. After that brief silence, which seemed to freeze time, everyone was jolted awake from a dream. Everyone eagerly turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, VIP room number 1.
But in VIP room number 1,
3 young men dressed in red robes were clearly visible. They possessed an extraordinary air about them, exuding an air of pride, sitting upright on the sofa with their backs straight and their chests puffed out.
People from the Eastern clan? But they seem to be just internal members?
He really is rich and powerful. He likes to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, and he even wants to buy a bottle of Nongfu spring water.
What do you know? Rich people like to gamble everything. The Dongfang clan's extravagant spending was like a stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples. This immediately sparked heated discussions among the crowd.
Some speculate that the bottle of spring water on the stage is indeed a treasure. However, some people suspect that it is just a high-stakes gamble by the other party, regardless of the cost. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the auction house grew increasingly tense, with everyone waiting for the final result. The 3 people in VIP room number 1 all grinned at the same time. They seemed to be full of confidence in themselves.
Auctioneer Zhang Meiyang glanced at everyone present and, after confirming that no one would raise the price further, decided to proceed.
She took a deep breath, organized her thoughts, and then shouted,
11 million once.
The entire venue was completely silent, as if time had frozen at that moment.
Immediately afterwards, Zhang Meiyang shouted again, 11 million times.
The sound echoed throughout the auction hall, deeply moving everyone present. At this moment, the 3 people in VIP room number 1 had a slight smile on their lips.
A faint curve was drawn across his face, and an almost manic expression appeared on his face. It's mine now. Finally, the host Zhang Meiyang's voice rang out again. 1,000. 12 million.
In that instant, the silence shattered. A sudden, loud shout ripped through the deathly silence of the sky like a thunderclap.
Everyone looked in the direction of the sound.
Yi Shiqing, inside VIP room number 1, wore a smug smile. Under the spotlight of everyone, Yi Shiqing couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction and accomplishment.
My goodness, who is that? The one next to him looks like Master Duanmu. Yeah, do rich people love to gamble like this? All or nothing high-stakes bets. This kid must be crazy.
After a brief period of mental blanking, everyone was pulled back to reality and began to discuss the topic animatedly. Duanmu Qingyi and Su Zishan, who were standing beside him, were also taken aback at the same time. They never expected Yi Shiqing to suddenly raise the price.
Brother Yi,
Duanmu Qingyi said with a complicated expression, even if you have money, you can't spend it like this.
Yeah, this is obviously a fake. It's not worth spending 10 million. I know what I'm doing.
Yi Shiqing shook his head. His eyes lit up instantly, sparkling with unprecedented seriousness. Just now, when this small bottle was brought up, but then something unexpected happened. The ghost spring in his arm suddenly lit up. The originally dull bottle suddenly emitted a faint glow, almost making him think he was seeing things. Yi Shiqing also took a good look at the small bottles displayed on the table. He was also quite certain that these are the so-called counterfeit goods, the inferior Nongfu spring water. It's the ghost spring. Yi Shiqing didn't need to know what the ghost spring was.
Ding ding ding. But it's an S-rank item drawn by the system, after all.
As for the ghost spring that Yi Shiqing carried, apart from the first failed attempt to sell it, it was still there.
Yi Shiqing never showed it to anyone.
After all, it's best to wait until you figure out the purpose and reason for something of dubious origin before taking it out. At least this way it won't cause unnecessary trouble.
And at this moment,
however, one can spend 10 million to buy an S-grade heavenly material.
Yi Shiqing naturally wouldn't be modest. I've suddenly become very interested in this thing.
Yi Shiqing gave the 2 people beside him a confident look.
Alright then, high-stakes aesthetics.
Seeing that Yi Shiqing had said this, the 2 of them said nothing more. After all, they could only offer advice. The final decision rested with Yi Shiqing. However, at this moment, an unexpected change occurred.
15 million. Another loud shout came from VIP room number 1.
Yi Shiqing subconsciously turned his head to look.
3 young men in red glared at them fiercely.
The young man in the lead bared his teeth, as if he wanted to tear Yi Shiqing to pieces on the spot.
He frowned.
He immediately let out a cold humph.
Good heavens, it seems the Eastern clan is really going to have a showdown. Could it really be some kind of wonderful treasure? They actually managed to get the Eastern clan to bid again.
The scene erupted in uproar. People are discussing this matter extensively, filled with anticipation and speculation. The Eastern clan's seriousness immediately attracted everyone's attention, and their actions made people believe that this thing might really be some kind of extraordinary treasure. Large families like the Dongfang clan have always been known for their sharp eyes and discerning judgment. Their judgments are often accepted by the public.
Their insistence on bidding now undoubtedly adds to the item's mystique. This This makes people even more curious about what it is. Yi Shiqing gave a cold smile upon seeing this. 16 million. Yi Shiqing raised the price again. The three young men from the Eastern clan instantly turned grim, their faces filled with anger and resentment. Damn it, this kid. The leading youth cursed inwardly. His eyes were fixed on Yi Shiqing, his gaze flashing with anger. After much internal struggle, the young man finally made his decision. He took a deep breath, preparing to raise the sign again. However, at this moment, another curly-haired man in a red shirt next to him suddenly reached out and stopped him. Forget it, don't lift it anymore, or we'll be exposed, the curly-haired man in red said in a low voice. The young man at the head of the group frowned slightly, but nodded in understanding. He understood that if they continued to raise the price, they might not only lose the treasure, but also expose their identities and purposes. He reluctantly put down the sign and stopped bidding. A hint of regret flickered in the eyes of the curly-haired man in red. Then he turned to look at Yi Shiqing, a chilling glint in his eyes. He glanced at Yi Shiqing out of the corner of his eye, and murmured softly, "Anyway, it'll be ours sooner or later." It's him. In audience seat number 4, Li Fan's gaze fell upon Yi Shiqing. An indescribable look of surprise crossed his face. At the same time, Hu Meng, who was beside him, also noticed Yi Shiqing's presence. This young friend, completely disregarding the enmity with the Eastern clan, insisted on bidding for this strange object without careful consideration. Hu Meng's words echoed in Li Fan's ears. This caused Li Fan's curiosity about Yi Shiqing to grow wildly, like vines. "Do you know Li Fan?" "I don't know him, we only met once." Li Fan shook his head. In Hu Meng's pupils, the image of the strange object on the auction stage swirled like a vortex. A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately became eager to act. Just as Hu Meng was about to make a bid, Li Fan, who was standing to the side, keenly sensed his intention. "Teacher, this matter needs careful consideration." Hu Meng's actions were all for his own benefit. After all, the academy couldn't possibly mobilize resources to buy this completely unrelated, unreliable item. Hu Meng, however, did not have the interest in collecting and studying such things. Hu Meng paused for a moment. Half a day later, he let out a sigh. "That's enough. Ha ha ha, not bad. Brother Yi, those three from the Dongfang clan are furious." Duan Muqingyi slapped his thigh and burst into laughter, his hearty laughter echoing in the air. He wiped away the tears of laughter, calmed himself down, and spoke again. "By the way, Brother Yi, what exactly is this thing? Why are you so persistent about it?" Su Zishan also cast a curious glance at her. After all, Duan Muqingyi was a fourth-grade alchemist. The knowledge of medicines and the theories of rare and precious herbs that they possess are absolutely top-notch. At this time, Duan Muqingyi had no clue about this item. This is truly unpredictable. Take a gamble, and your bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. Gamble again, and your tricycle might become a Land Rover. Yi Shiqing chuckled, offering no clear answer to the two. "Ha ha ha, you're something else." Duan Muqingyi didn't dwell on it anymore, raising an eyebrow. "Let's try our luck. The spring water can become an aphrodisiac." Two men inside the venue. At this moment, the young man at the head of the VIP room waved to Zhang Meiyang. Seeing that the other party was not going to raise the price, Zhang Meiyang immediately shouted, 16 million once, 16 million twice, 16 million 3 times. Make a deal. As soon as he finished speaking, instead of thunderous applause, the entire mall erupted in discussion. After all, this item is truly unfathomable. It's astonishing that the Eastern clan would take a handsome young man so seriously. Congratulations to guest number 1 for winning this item. Zhang Meiyang made a respectful gesture. "Humph, you're so young and arrogant. You've never suffered before, so you dare to film anything." At this moment, Huang Haining, sitting in VIP room number 2, murmured with a half-smile. This time they should learn their lesson. How dare they make an enemy of the Eastern clan without any backing? Van Gogh, in VIP room number 2, also wore a gloating expression. After all, given their powerful background, they were somewhat wary of the Eastern clans. But at least it won't come to the point of family ruin and death. But Yi Shiqing is different. Although we live in a society governed by law and the other party dares not act openly, that young man will probably not have an easy time either. Yi Shiqing has a very strong sense of perception. He also noticed that many people cast gloating and reckless glances his way. But Yi Shiqing didn't care at all. He crossed his arms behind his head, appearing relaxed and nonchalant. "So, next item. 12 million once. Next item. Make a deal." Time slips away quietly, like a gently flowing stream, silent yet never ceasing. Half an hour had passed by then. The event drew to a close amidst everyone's anticipation. "Now, I'm sure everyone here is here for the final item." Zhang Meiyang's voice is clear and bright, like a nightingale singing in a valley, with a lingering and melodious sound. At this moment, the scene was completely silent. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. In this atmosphere of utter silence, a series of heavy, thunderous footsteps suddenly resounded, as if an earthquake had struck unexpectedly, shaking everyone to their core. The footsteps carried a strong sense of oppression. Like a surging wave crashing against everyone's eardrums, it shattered the suffocating silence. Everyone's eyes were drawn to it as if by a magnet. Involuntarily, they focused their their attention in the direction from which the footsteps were coming. The heavy door slowly opened. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a dozen fully armed soldiers strode in. Each of these soldiers possesses a strength level of around tier 3. They marched swiftly with neat and rhythmic steps. They spread out orderly to the left and right, spreading out like ripples, thus forming a solemn passage. A staff member dressed in bright red steadily carried a gift tray in both hands. The gift tray was covered with a mysterious red cloth. The scene was eerily quiet, with only the sound of staff members' high heels echoing in everyone's ears. As the gift trays were placed on the auction stage during the lecture, a glint of light flashed in Zhang Meiyang's eyes. She glanced at the excited crowd and organized her thoughts. This is the highlight of this auction. Her fair, delicate hands immediately lifted the red cloth, revealing a faint smile. What exactly is this? Yi Shiqing showed a hint of curiosity, then turned to look at Duanmu Qingyi. Duanmu Qingyi grinned, his lips twitching as if about to move. Under Yi Shiqing's focused gaze, the voices of Duanmu Qingyi and Zhang Meiyang slowly echoed in Yi Shiqing's mind. Its name is Vermilion Bird Pill. Vermilion Bird Pill? Yi Shiqing murmured softly. The sound was low, yet it created ripples in the air. His eyes were full of doubt and curiosity. Like dazzling stars, they were fixed on the auctioneer's platform, which was about to unveil its mystery. Duanmu Qingyi's lips curled up slightly. A blissful smile spread across his face, a smile as warm as the spring sun. Their eyes simultaneously turned to the auctioneer's platform. His focused expression made it seem as if everything in the world had frozen in that moment. As the red cloth was slowly unveiled, the first thing that catches the eye is an exquisitely crafted wooden box. The wooden box exudes an ancient and mysterious aura. Inside the wooden box lay a golden elixir, lying quietly. This elixir radiated a brilliant color like the afterglow of a sunset, and its surface was interspersed with flame-like dancing patterns. This is the Vermilion Bird Pill? This is the first time I've ever seen one. It's said that only 3 have ever been made in history. My goodness, the lifelike flames and patterns must be of high quality. With the appearance of Vermilion Bird Pill, the crowd immediately began to whisper among themselves. His expression was excited, like a hungry wolf seeing a lamb to be slaughtered. His eyes were filled with longing and greed. Huang Haining and Fan Gao's eyes lit up at the same time, almost simultaneously. Their eyes were fixed on the mysterious Vermilion Bird Pill, and a strong sense of greed and covetousness welled up in their hearts. Almost simultaneously, they felt it in their hearts, as if they had overcome all obstacles. The Vermilion Bird Pill. I, Huang Haining, Fan Gao, am determined to have it. At this moment, Hu Meng took a sip of the fragrant tea on the table. The warm tea slid down his throat, making him look much calmer. He turned his head slightly, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the 3 restless young men in red opposite him. Their eyes burned with a fierce intensity, like those of a lion poised to pounce, brimming with aggression. Hu Meng understood perfectly. He knew full well that the upcoming auction would inevitably be a fierce battle. This silent war is about to begin. Suddenly, everyone's eyes lit up. Zhang Meiyang hesitated for a long time before slowly opening her mouth. This item is named Vermilion Bird Pill, an S-grade elixir meticulously crafted by Master Jia, an 8th-grade alchemist. To refine this elixir, one needs the internal organs of birds or beasts of the 8th rank or higher. Furthermore, there is the S-grade heavenly herb Crimson Soul Blood Spirit Grass and the A-grade earthly treasure herb Body Nourishing Lingji. Everyone listened intently, their ears perked up. Upon hearing that the materials were so rare and precious, everyone was deeply impressed. The internal organs of an 8th-tier avian beast. Only an 8th-tier expert could capture that. Indeed. And we'll need materials of the highest quality, like rare and precious materials. I heard there would be a major treasure at this auction, but I never expected it to be the Vermilion Bird Pill. As expected of a 9th-grade pill, it truly lives up to its reputation. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their eyes gleaming. They stared intently at the Vermilion Bird Pill on the stage, their hearts filled with amazement and longing. Grade S and Grade A medicinal herbs are extremely rare, and their value is astonishing. They were thus referred to as heavenly treasures and earthly treasures, respectively. Grade S medicinal herbs are considered top tier, while Grade A medicinal herbs are considered top tier. This elixir doesn't immediately boost cultivation, but rather, it allows one to rebuild after breaking through. Zhang Meiyang paused for a moment and then continued. Those who take this pill. Her voice carried a mysterious and unpredictable brilliance, full of mystery yet exuding a genuine texture. Able to be resurrected. These words shocked the entire audience. Everyone was awestruck by the effects of this miraculous elixir. Its power to revive was truly extraordinary. Their eyes were all focused on the Vermilion Bird Pill, their hearts filled with amazement and curiosity. Most people know the name Vermilion Bird Pill, but they don't know its effects. Upon hearing this news, everyone wore expressions of disbelief. This elixir, as long as the soul is intact, can enable even a body that has been utterly destroyed to achieve a miraculous resurrection, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. And, after the resurrection, there is an extremely high probability of achieving a rapid increase in cultivation level. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. The miraculous power of resurrection they had
had just witnessed was already enough to stir their souls.
The surge in cultivation gained at the cost of death is thought-provoking and intriguing. That's really done. Rebirth from the ashes, breaking free of the cocoon and transforming into a butterfly. Can he be resurrected?
Yi Shiqing's eyes widened, and he almost jumped out of his seat. Su Zishan, standing next to her, was in the same situation, her mouth so wide open it could almost fit an egg. They shared the same shock as the crowd below the stage.
Knowing its name but not its effects.
I don't know much about the vermilion bird pill, but I was still incredibly surprised to hear about its effects. He stared at the vermilion bird pill, his eyes gleaming with intense light.
Master Jia. Su Zishan suddenly had a flash of inspiration.
Her beautiful eyes immediately brightened, like two dazzling stars. She gazed at Duanmu Qingyi with a look of amazement, her eyes filled with admiration and awe.
Could it be that this pill was personally refined by your mysterious master, Master Jia?
Her voice was filled with surprise and admiration.
Duanmu Qingyi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident and composed smile.
He gently shook the folding fan in his hand. The gentle waving of the fan brought a refreshing breeze. The wind blew his golden hair slightly, adding to his dashing and unrestrained air. He shrugged and said in a relaxed tone,
"That's right, it's the elixir that my master personally refined." Duanmu Qingyi raised the corners of his mouth, seemingly enjoying Su Zishan's adoring gaze. Hearing their conversation, Yi Shiqing finally snapped out of her shock.
Something seemed to happen to him, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked,
"Duanmu, is your relationship with your master not very good?"
Upon hearing this, Duanmu Qingyi showed a hint of surprise on his face and asked in confusion,
"What do you mean? I am master's most beloved disciple. How could our relationship be bad?"
Yi Shiqing's lips twitched slightly, and he rested his left hand on his chin. He looked at Duanmu Qingyi with a speechless expression.
"Then, why won't you eat such a top-grade pill?" Duanmu Qingyi, _ Su Zishan's lips twitched, and she almost burst out laughing. Hearing Yi Shiqing get straight to the point, Duanmu Qingyi was also taken aback.
I hadn't figured out how to answer that question. His gaze was unfocused, and he scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly before speaking. Of course I'm my master's most beloved disciple. Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan remained silent, their expressions a mixture of amusement and amusement.
Yes, my most beloved disciple. I believe it.
Seeing the expressions on their faces, Duanmu Qingyi suddenly became anxious.
Really? Why would I lie to you?
Ah, right. I'm lying to you all. I gave birth without an anus.
Ah, right.
After Yi Shiqing made a few jokes, the three of them turned their attention back to the auction.
There are no reserve prices for the items in this auction. All items will be sold to the highest bidder.
Auctioneer Zhang Meiyang had just finished speaking. The hungry tigers below the stage, unable to contain their thirst, also let out greedy roars.
I'll offer $1 billion, 1.1 billion, 1.2 billion.
You are the bidding sounds at the auction, like a raging, surging wave.
One wave higher than the next. 1.5 billion, 1.55 billion, 1.7 billion.
The atmosphere at the auction was exceptionally lively, with bids rising and falling like a fierce battle.
Understood.
Each bid was like a bomb exploding in the crowd, causing gasps of surprise.
1.8 billion, 1.9 billion, 2 billion.
Prices soared, constantly breaking records. People's eyes were fixed on the auctioneer and the exhibits on the stage, their hearts filled with anticipation and excitement.
My God, it's already reached 2 billion so quickly, Yi Shiqing exclaimed in amazement.
Is this the allure of S-grade pills? Su Zishan beside her was also extremely shocked. This group of people are throwing money at it like it's nothing, as if money is flowing like water. Yi Shiqing's money was as scarce as if he were penniless, and he couldn't get a single penny. This also meant that Yi Shiqing was destined to be forever separated from the vermilion bird pill.
50 billion.
As the voice rang out, the entire auction hall fell into a deathly silence. The previously noisy atmosphere instantly became completely quiet, as if time had frozen. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned in the direction from which the sound came. Huang Haining smiled, seemingly full of confidence and pride in the price he had just quoted. He shrugged slightly, a wicked smile playing on his lips. There was a hint of provocation in that smile.
5 billion. Huang Haining hadn't even warmed the sign in his hand when a loud shout suddenly rang out from VIP room number 2. After hearing the familiar voice,
Huang Haining immediately bared his teeth and glared coldly at Fan Gao.
Mr. Fan,
you just spent 500 million to purchase an A-level martial arts technique and you still have plenty of money.
It's truly amazing. Huang Haining's lips curled into a slightly mocking smile. Considering the development of your company, why don't you concede to me?
This is none of Mr. Huang's concern, Fan Gao said with a slight shrug.
Mr. Huang, you should think more about the insurance claim.
Upon hearing these words, Huang Haining's face suddenly darkened. Both are CEOs of insurance companies, and they are in opposition because they are competing for business. They often engage in treacherous acts in private, such as sending someone to secretly harm the other party's insurance agent, causing serious injury.
This has plunged them into a deep debt of huge insurance liabilities. Huang Haining calmed down and secretly revealed a wicked smile. Then may we all have good luck. After saying that, Huang Haining raised the auction paddle on the table without hesitation. 5 billion. 5 billion. The crowd below the stage exchanged bewildered glances. 50 billion was truly a daunting sum, and none of them had the means to raise the money. Even if someone rashly bids, the price will inevitably be driven up again by the VIPs on stage. There was absolutely no hope of victory. After all, there is a gap between wealth and the rich. Fan Gaoling snorted. 5 billion. 6 billion. 6 billion. At this moment, the price-raising process suddenly fell into the control of Fan Gao and Huang Haining. The once bustling auction house instantly transformed into a fierce battlefield between the two of them. They were chasing each other, constantly bidding, creating a tense and anxious atmosphere. The difference in the price increases between the two was not significant. It's not that they don't want to spend lavishly, but rather that it's a huge sum of 5 or 6 billion. Even for wealthy and powerful individuals like them, it is by no means a small amount that can be squandered at will. As an insurance company, a sudden accident can easily paralyze the entire company. 8 billion. Suddenly, a loud bid was called out. The voice instantly shattered the silence, suddenly intervening in the battle between the two. Everyone was startled and looked up in the direction from which the sound came. In VIP room number 4, Hu Meng was in high spirits, holding up his sign high. The other guests whispered amongst themselves, discussing the extravagant old man. 8 billion. The Divine Academy truly has a profound foundation. That's right. As far as I know, the purpose of the Divine Academy in this auction is to cultivate their top students. My goodness, that's such a blessing. The crowd buzzed with discussion, creating a noisy atmosphere as they whispered among themselves about the number. After all, 8 billion is no small sum. For the average person, this is an astronomical figure, enough to allow them to live comfortably for several lifetimes. However, at this very moment, to support the Academy's star student, they didn't hesitate to take out such a large sum of money. Such courage and determination are truly admirable. Hateful. This unexpected intervention is really infuriating. At this moment, Huang Haining and Fan Gao's faces turned almost green. This interference disrupted the original balance and made the situation more complex and unpredictable. This unwarranted intervention is like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. It stirred up a huge wave of controversy, catching people off guard and filling them with indignation. 8 billion? I'm going all in. Huang Haining gritted his teeth and raised his right auction paddle without hesitation. 8 billion. Hu Meng's face was extremely pale, with a dark cloud hanging between his brows. Li Fan is the Academy's ace student and receives special attention and training. The staggering sum of 8 billion is already nearing the limits of the college's finances. Huang Haining is not the biggest competitor. At this time, there was also an Eastern clan that remained steadfast and poised to strike, watching them with predatory eyes. He fell into a moment of deep thought. A resolute and determined light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The only option left is to burn our boats and fight a desperate battle. Without the slightest hesitation, Hu Meng resolutely raised his right-hand card. 100. 200 billion. For just 1 second, time seemed to stand still. For 2 seconds, the air seemed to freeze. 3 seconds later, the silence shattered like glass. The deafening sound, like the collapse of the heavens and the splitting of the earth, was like a violent thunderbolt, shattering everyone's cognitive barriers with overwhelming force. The crowd's minds were thrown into a state of extreme shock and disorientation, leaving them in a state of confusion. At this time, Hu Meng didn't look up. His expression was somewhat downcast, as if all his energy had been drained away. The auction paddle he was holding fell limply to the ground. It made a soft, yet unsettling sound. He can't possibly act unilaterally. We cannot squander the Academy's profound heritage for the sake of a temporary dispute. He slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with complex and unfathomable emotions as he looked at Li Fan beside him. Li Fan, I have done my best. After everyone slowly came to their senses from what seemed like an eternal death in their minds, his gaze instantly and resolutely shot towards the source of the sound, like a sharp arrow. Absolutely no surprise whatsoever. The bidders were indeed 3 talented young men from the Eastern clan. They appeared relaxed and at ease, as if everything was under their control. That air of confidence and composure left those around him in awe. It really is the Eastern clan bidding. 200 billion. My entire company's assets are only a little over 10 billion. Exactly. This could cost me my life. The crowd began to discuss amongst themselves, and a cacophony of voices filled the air. The Eastern clan's precipitous price tag, like a giant rock thrown into a calm lake, stirring up thousands of waves. Unsurprisingly, this sparked heated discussions among the public. This astonishing number has drawn everyone's attention. Some people don't even know if they're at an auction or on a battlefield. The group felt that the previous bids seemed hesitant and paled in comparison. Those bidders who once felt quite confident in their bidding. At this moment, faced with a bid of 20 billion, everyone felt that their own offer was so insignificant. It's like comparing a small fry to a big fish. Damn, they brought so much. Huang Haining's eyes widened in anger, and the veins on his right hand bulged out like a winding dragon. He slammed his fist on the table, making a dull thud, as
as if venting his anger. Although his company has a budget of 20 billion, it does have that much financial foundation.
Money is not something that can be given up so easily. But who doesn't care about the cost? We can't let the entire company face bankruptcy just to buy a single pill.
His face was as gloomy as a sky covered with dark clouds, and his heart was filled with resentment and unwillingness.
The same applies to Van Gogh at this time.
His head hung low, his face full of bitterness, yet also a hint of helplessness.
My God, 20 billion! Yi Shiqing couldn't help but exclaim in surprise.
This enormous figure of 20 billion is a huge sum for someone like Yi Shiqing who lives in a third-tier city.
It was as unattainable as touching the stars in the sky, simply impossible to reach.
The enormous number was like a towering mountain, looming before us, inspiring awe and fear.
Yi Shiqing also suddenly felt at this moment, selling his own A-level cultivation technique for 500 million was just a small test. Is this the price of an S-grade heavenly material? It's too shocking.
Su Zishan also sighed repeatedly. Even though her life wasn't exactly ordinary, I was still deeply moved by it.
Duanmu Qingyi smiled broadly.
He seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the astonished expressions on their faces. Head held high, chest puffed out, a smile on his lips that was as loud as a machine gun, impossible to suppress.
It's just a drop in the ocean, Duanmu Qingyi said calmly.
No wonder the alchemist is so rich, Yi Shiqing remarked.
A single pill can sell for 20 billion.
Oh dear, it's an S-grade pill after all, so it's normal for it to be a bit more expensive, Duanmu Qingyi said with a smile. He paused, then continued. By the way, brother Yi, when are you usually free lately?
When are you free? What's up? Yi Shiqing asked in return. Duanmu Qingyi shrugged, revealing a helpless expression, and said, It's nothing really, it's just that my master wants to meet you. Your master? Master Jia? Su Zishan asked curiously. Yes. A sigh appeared on Duanmu Qingyi's face. After learning of brother Ye's brilliance and prowess, the old man became eager to meet him.
But the old man is busy on weekdays, and his schedule is irregular. It just so happens that I have unexpectedly met brother Yi today, so I am taking this opportunity to inquire on behalf of my master.
Master Jia.
Yi Shiqing pondered this in the depths of his heart. Just before, Yi Shiqing had also learned about Master Jia from the two of them. The words of the crowd revealed that Master Jia was of upright character. Everyone who spoke to him gave him exceptionally high praise, calling him a paragon of virtue. Her virtuous reputation shines like a brilliant star, appearing in the mouths of many and inspiring endless admiration and contemplation. Yi Shiqing thought for a moment, then replied,
Meeting, that's no problem, I'm free anytime.
After all, getting to know a powerful alchemist with good character is not a bad thing.
Alright, I'll talk to the old man about it when I get back.
The host, Zhang Meiyang, looked around and, seeing that no one else was bidding, slowly announced the result. Her voice was clear and powerful, echoing throughout the venue.
200 billion at a time.
After a brief silence, she raised her voice again.
He whispered to himself, 200 billion twice. However, at this moment,
all eyes were fixed on the auction stage, the atmosphere tense and solemn. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Meiyang shouted in an even more impassioned tone,
200 billion 3 times. Make a deal.
With this shout, the club slammed down with a loud thud. At this moment, this priceless top-grade natural treasure finally found its rightful owner. People were filled with mixed emotions, some sighing, some envious, and some regretful.
Huang Haining and Fan Gao,
in particular, were extremely dejected. The auctioneer's mouth stretched almost to his ears in a wide grin, like blooming flower petals.
This is because the profit split is 9-1.
They are able to reap a substantial share of at least 2 billion at this moment.
And this fierce auction.
And so, the curtain fell at this moment.
Congratulations to guest number 1 for winning this item.
Zhang Meiyang made a respectful gesture.
So now, this auction is now concluded.
Thank you all again for taking time out of your busy schedules to travel such a long distance to be here. Zhang Meiyang spoke with her head held high.
Let's go.
There's nothing to see here anymore,
Duanmu Qingyi said, standing up. Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan did not linger any longer and left with Duanmu Qingyi. At the same time,
the 3 young men in VIP room number 1 watched Yi Shiqing's departing figure. His eyes revealed a chilling intent. Yi Shiqing and the other 2 followed the staff into a room on the first floor. They saw the supervisor they had met before standing there, seemingly having been waiting for a long time.
Master Duanmu, young friend Yi, you've arrived.
Upon seeing the 2 enter, the supervisor immediately went to greet them with a warm smile. He then extended his hand to shake hands with Duanmu Qingyi and Yi Shiqing. He then spoke without hesitation, somewhat embarrassed. The proceeds from this auction will be divided at a ratio of 9-1.
Therefore, Master Duanmu still received 18 billion. I understand. Duanmu Qingyi nodded.
The supervisor then turned his gaze to Yi Shiqing. After deducting the percentage for Yi Xiaoyou's A-level cultivation technique, there is still 477 million left. After deducting the percentage, the B-level cultivation technique still leaves 11.25 million. Given that you just bid on this magical potion for 16 million, so the total is 472.25 million. Yi Shiqing shrugged and complained, the proportions are really terrible.
terrible. But Yi Shiqing could understand, since that's how auctions are run. The supervisor gave an awkward smile. Well, Brother Yi, Miss Su, I'll be taking my leave now. Until we meet again. Okay, see you next time. After receiving his winnings at the auction, Duan Muqingyi said goodbye to Yi Shiqing and left in a hurry. His figure gradually disappeared into the crowd, leaving Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan standing there. Watching Duan Muqingyi's departing figure, Yi Shiqing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This guy is really interesting. He recalled his previous experiences at the auction, especially his interactions with Duan Muqingyi. This piqued his interest in the guy. Let's go. We should head back now, Yi Shiqing said. At this moment, Su Zishan hesitated, as if she had something to say. What's wrong? Yi Shiqing asked upon seeing this. It's a rare opportunity to get out. It would be so boring to just go back like this. We might as well go for a walk. Su Zishan added. I remember there was a superpower market in Toyota City where you could find all sorts of treasures. Yi Shiqing pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, alright, let's go take a look. Yi Shiqing definitely needs to buy some equipment to ensure his safety. After all, Yi Shiqing didn't have any medical equipment on him. If you encounter a powerful beast without protective gear, you are easily injured or even killed. The Superpower Guild, on the other hand, prefers to act as a middleman and profit from the price difference, so the equipment they sell is ridiculously expensive. In markets like these, where people gather together, prices are naturally much cheaper. However, the quality cannot necessarily be guaranteed, so I had no choice but to try my luck. Really? Su Zishan blinked her bright, star-like eyes and looked at Yi Shiqing with anticipation. Anyway, I'm bored. Yi Shiqing shrugged slightly. His tone was relaxed and casual, like a gentle breeze. Hearing Yi Shiqing's response, Su Zishan seemed to be injected with boundless energy. He instantly radiated youthful energy and excitement. Alright, I'll lead the way. Her tone was cheerful, and her face radiated confidence and joy. Without the slightest hesitation, Zishan immediately took Yi Shiqing's arm and led him to walk to one side. The sunlight poured down like a golden veil, meticulously outlining dazzling golden beams across the vast land. Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan walked side by side, their figures stretched long and graceful in the shimmering light. The breeze is like a light, graceful sprite. It gently brushed against their cheeks, bringing a refreshing coolness. This made them feel even more cheerful and happy. Su Zishan walked with light steps, humming a pleasant tune as she strolled along. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, like glittering stars. The sun shone brightly, and her heart was filled with excitement. Perhaps it was due to this double passion that a blush quietly rose on her cheeks. No sooner had the two left than three young men quietly stood in the shadows of a corner. Their gazes were like incredibly sharp blades. He stared intently at the direction Yi Shiqing and the other man had gone, his eyes revealing an unfathomable depth and sharpness. The three were members of the Eastern clan. They went in that direction. At this moment, one of the three spoke first. The sound was exceptionally clear in this quiet corner. Let's pretend for now. The young man at the head nodded slightly, his tone steady yet carrying a hint of coldness. Immediately afterwards, a chilling killing intent flickered in his eyes, a gaze that seemed to pierce through everything. This guy probably already knows the value of the ghost spring. We absolutely cannot let him live. His words were filled with determination, as if he had already made up his mind. A thin young man beside him hesitated. Just get rid of him? Aren't you going to verify his identity first? His voice carried a hint of caution, as if he were worried about something. Confirm identity? The young man in the lead snorted coldly, his voice as icy as ice. He turned to look at the thin young man, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction and reproach. Are your eyes only for breathing? You still don't recognize who he is? His tone was full of accusation, which sent chills down one's spine. The skinny man, only vaguely understanding, scratched his head awkwardly. The young man in the lead paused and then slowly began to speak. It's Yi Shiqing. Although the sound was not loud, it seemed to carry a heavy weight. Upon hearing this, the gaunt man suddenly realized what was going on, his brows furrowing and revealing a chilling aura. He immediately became serious. Let's go and get ready, the leader said slowly. The three then walked into the shadows in the corner. Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan took the subway and then transferred to two buses. Following the map, we arrived at the market for people with superpowers. The place was packed with people, and the two of them seemed like mere specks of dust in the crowd. After all, not every city has a market made up of this kind of person. Therefore, this kind of man-made underground market naturally attracts many people to come and observe. The market consists of several winding streets. As more people come, the market is formed. The entire market consists of several streets that resemble a coiled dragon. This place may just be a gathering place for some people by chance, but as more and more people come, it becomes a popular spot. This gradually led to the bustling market we see today. Take a look. SSS-Level cultivation technique on sale at a bargain price. Brother, let me tell you, my Lin Chao is absolutely genuine. Look at the color and texture. It's top-notch. Let me tell you, this pill of mine is a top-grade D rank. I don't want 998, I don't want 888, I just want 468,000. At this moment, numerous merchants were shouting wildly, and
and the market was in an uproar.
Junior brother Yi, what do you need to buy? Su Zishan blinked her bright eyes. Some defensive equipment. Okay, let's wander around and see if we can find any treasures. Su Zishan's face was beaming with a bright smile.
She took Yi Shiqing's arm again without any hesitation. The soft touch startled Yi Shiqing slightly, but he did not break free. The two walked slowly through the noisy crowd, their figures standing out conspicuously. The striking good looks of Su Zishan and Yi Shiqing have also attracted a lot of attention.
People cast envious and admiring glances at them.
Some even stopped to watch, as if attracted by their beauty.
Some excited young men and women wanted to go up and strike up a conversation.
But seeing the two of them in close contact, the burning passion in his heart was immediately extinguished, and he could only give up. Yi Shiqing suddenly felt a sharp gaze and involuntarily let out a soft "eh."
A strange sense of unease welled up inside me.
He instinctively turned his head immediately, his eyes scanning the crowd like a hawk's.
What's wrong?
Su Zishan raised her eyebrows slightly, the raised eyebrows resembling crescent moons, carrying a hint of doubt and concern. Yi Shiqing's gaze swept across the crowd for a moment before he shook his head. His voice was steady and calm, but a strange feeling of being watched still lingered in my heart.
Su Zishan was slightly puzzled, but she didn't ask any more questions.
She then pulled Yi Shiqing along and started walking towards a certain place. Yi Shiqing looked down, his gaze deep and focused.
However, he would occasionally glance behind him out of the corner of his eye, like a vigilant cheetah, always keeping an eye on the surrounding movements. His face remained calm,
but at this moment, a sinister smile was faintly revealed beneath that calm surface.
You're following me? Meanwhile, through the gaps in the bustling, noisy crowd, in a fleeting glance,
the three young men had eyes that were as sharp as unparalleled swords. With an almost obsessive attitude, he stared intently at Yi Shiqing's receding figure. A chilling glint flashed in their eyes, as sharp as a blade. The killing intent surged wildly like a raging torrent,
spreading outwards. It seems he spotted us.
One of the young men spoke in a low voice, his eyes flashing with wariness. Upon hearing this, the other two young men both turned their gazes in the same direction. The dark corners contrasted sharply with the bustling streets, as if they were two completely different worlds. In this corner, all was quiet, save for the soft breathing and the occasional whisper. In contrast, the streets were bustling with people and extremely noisy. At this time, the three young men from the Eastern clan had changed into ordinary clothes, but it reveals a unique quality. They lowered their voices and began to discuss it. What should we do? He seems to have noticed our presence. Another thin young man frowned and said worriedly,
So what if he discovered us? As long as we can kill him,
my lord will surely reward us handsomely. The young man who was leading the group shouted, his tone full of determination and courage. The two people beside him remained silent, tacitly agreeing. After exchanging a glance, the three of them closed their eyes at the same time. The surrounding air seemed to freeze.
Ha 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 ha.
Only the faint sound of breathing echoed faintly in the quiet space. They clasped their hands together, their expressions devout, and silently prayed. The divine religion has appeared in the world, bringing blessings to all living beings. Only by believing in the cult leader can one be saved.
May the Lord.
Its might extends across the four seas, and all beings return to their true nature. Their faces appeared particularly solemn in the dim light. Their slightly furrowed brows and tightly pursed lips revealed their inner determination and persistence. The power of faith surged through their bodies. It was as if an invisible flame was burning their souls. Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan strolled leisurely down the street. The brilliant sunlight poured down, as if draping them in a layer of warm, shimmering light.
A shout suddenly came. Hey, look here, young man. The two looked up and saw.
A middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe and sporting a mustache was waving vigorously at them. The two were slightly taken aback, and their gazes immediately turned to the middle-aged man.
What are you doing? Yi Shiqing asked.
Seeing that Yi Shiqing had responded, the man with the mustache immediately walked over with faltering steps.
Young man, I see you have extraordinary bones.
You are no ordinary person.
The man with the mustache wore an innocent-looking expression.
You're right about that. I am the embodiment of handsome and dashing. Yi Shiqing grinned.
So what exactly do you want?
The man with the mustache laughed and said, Young man, you are not only handsome, but I also see that you have an extraordinary temperament.
You must have something special about you.
The man with the mustache then stopped being polite.
He organized his thoughts.
I happen to have a rare and precious treasure here, which was specially prepared for someone with such extraordinary talent as you. Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan immediately became curious.
What is that? Take it out and let me see.
Upon hearing Yi Shiqing's answer, the man with the mustache's eyes lit up.
Okay, follow me.
Immediately afterwards, the man with the mustache became enthusiastic. He took the initiative to lead the way for the two of them, his steps light and hurried. Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with doubt, but I still decided to follow in the footsteps of the man with the mustache. They walked through the bustling streets, the noise of the crowd gradually fading into the distance.
Instead, a tranquil atmosphere prevailed.
Soon, they arrived at a store. Compared to other bustling shops, the shop looked unusually deserted, with not even a sign hanging at the entrance, as if it had been forgotten by the whole world in a corner.
As soon as Yi Shiqing stepped into the store, he keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. What did you do? Passers-by occasionally let out a sneer.
His eyes gleamed with mockery and sarcasm, as if he were watching a farce. Faced with such a deserted shop, laughing passers-by, and the other party's furtive behavior, Yi Shiqing already understood.
This guy is a complete fraud. And at this moment,
the man with the mustache responded enthusiastically, while beneath his face, a smug look of triumph kept creeping into his mouth as he ate.
Hey, you didn't notice, did you? Su Zishan whispered in Yi Shiqing's ear. It was obvious that she also noticed the man with the mustache was a fraud, just having some fun.
Yi Shiqing smiled faintly, then shouted at the man with the mustache.
Boss, what's this good stuff? Don't keep me in suspense.
Okay. The shopkeeper with the mustache chuckled softly, then turned and walked behind a door inside the shop.
3 minutes passed quietly.
The boss slowly walked out of the door, carrying a silver suit of armor in his hand.
Defense equipment? Nanomaterials?
Yi Shiqing asked, his eyes full of inquiry.
Young man, you have a good eye. His 8-foot-long beard was beaming with smiles.
Then, he explained in detail, this artifact is indeed a defensive instrument, meticulously crafted from nanomaterials. All instruments are without grade distinctions. The evaluation of an instrument's strength or weakness relies entirely on the materials used. Nanomaterials are undoubtedly among the most advanced types.
Wow, there's really something good here,
Yi Shiqing said with a look of surprise.
At that moment, he couldn't help but look at the mustache with new respect.
However, at that moment, Su Zishan suddenly spoke up and asked,
"Your color is a bit off."
Her gaze was wise and calm, revealing a thoughtful expression. I remember nanomaterials were supposed to be silvery white, so why are they all black?
Su Zishan frowned, looking at the mustache with a puzzled expression. Faced with Su Zishan's questioning, the man with the mustache looked somewhat at a loss.
He scratched his head, a slightly embarrassed smile on his face. Then he stammered as he explained.
It's summer. I got a tan from the sun.
After saying that, he forced a smile, trying to ease the tension.
Is that so?
Su Zishan frowned slightly, her beautiful face filled with doubt. She parted her lips slightly, her voice clear and melodious like a silver bell, yet carrying a hint of doubt.
Oh dear, miss, I would never lie to you. Ha 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 ha.
Upon seeing this, the man with the mustache shouted urgently. His anxiety grew even stronger, as if he was eager to prove that what he said was true. The other party's intense performance did not diminish Su Zishan's suspicions in the slightest. She still had a furrowed brow, her gaze cautiously fixed on the mustache in front of her. This guy is probably a fraud, Su Zishan whispered in Yi Shiqing's ear.
Oh, really?
Yi Shiqing's lips curled up slightly, revealing an amused smile.
Let's tease him a bit then.
Su Zishan was taken aback, never expecting Yi Shiqing to be so interesting. Yi Shiqing smiled faintly, a sly glint in his eyes.
Get ready to make a good fool of this boastful man. How much is this, boss?
Hey,
young man, what are you saying?
His face, covered by a mustache, revealed a sincere and open-minded expression, his eyes bright and exuding a carefree spirit. What we value is fate, not money.
Fate is predetermined, it cannot be measured by money. We only talk about fate, not money.
Well said. Yi Shiqing patted his chest and grinned mischievously.
He then took the armor from the other party. Since we're so destined to meet, I'll reluctantly accept this opportunity.
Before the other party could recover from their dazed state, Yi Shiqing, clutching the armor, turned and left. And the corners of his mouth,
it's as if it's being pulled by an invisible thread, constantly maintaining an upward arc. Su Zishan, who was standing next to her, almost burst out laughing. Hey, wait a minute.
The man with the mustache on the other side realized Yi Shiqing was about to leave. He hurriedly took short steps and quickly blocked the two of them. His movements looked somewhat comical, and his expression was very anxious. Yi Shiqing revealed an innocent smile. At this moment, the man with the mustache mumbled something for a long time, his brain racing, but he didn't know how to start. All those things he said earlier were just polite formalities.
He never expected this.
That brat Yi Shiqing is so shameless. They took all his polite words seriously. The man with the mustache was incredibly frustrated, like a mute eating bitter melon, unable to express his bitterness. After all, it was I who first said those things about only talking about fate and not money. His heart felt like it was being gnawed at by a million ants. He was in excruciating pain. Half a day later, he let out a deep sigh and stopped making polite remarks. Although we talk about fate, life can't be separated from the necessities of daily life. The man with the mustache coughed twice, fearing Yi Shiqing might not understand. He then deliberately stroked the bracelet in his hand in front of Yi Shiqing. The implication is obvious.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Give me the money.
Yi Shiqing naturally understood that it would be impolite to continue pretending to be stupid.
Talking about money is so vulgar.
Let's talk about fate. Yi Shiqing grinned. He had a mustache and a worried expression. The other party remained silent, so Yi Shiqing reluctantly revealed the truth.
Then how much do you want?
Upon hearing this, the man with the mustache finally put on a fake smile. It is truly a great destiny that you and I met in this vast world. Look at this silver battle armor of mine. mine, meticulously crafted from advanced nanomaterials. Such a precious item, thanks to our rare and precious connection. I've decided to sell it to you at a discounted price. Then, get to the point. Get to the point. Yi Shiqing was getting impatient. The other party was practically a master of Sichuan opera. They could change their expression in an instant. Alright. The man with the mustache stroked the handle of his beard. This silver battle armor. I'll only charge you 10 million. How about it? The man with the mustache raised an eyebrow at Yi Shiqing. The latter looked at him as if he were a fool. Uncle, do I look like an idiot to you? Yi Shiqing gently touched his forehead, a helpless expression on his face. Why is it so hard for you to make up a reason? A single nanomaterial typically costs over $1 billion. You're selling it for 10 million? Do you think I believe that? He couldn't help but complain. Although Yi Shiqing had long suspected that the other party was a fraud, the other party's clumsy and awkward acting was still impressive. Yi Shiqing couldn't help but complain. Armor made of nanomaterials typically costs over $1 billion. But the man in front of her told her that she could buy it for 10 million. This kind of windfall is too good to be true. Yi Shiqing felt like she was being made a fool of. He couldn't help but curse. Who the hell believes that? You figured it out a long time ago? A sinister glint flashed across his mustache face, and his tone turned grim. Isn't that obvious? Just by looking at you, I know you're a liar. Yi Shiqing looked at him with disdain, a hint of contempt flashing in her eyes. Upon hearing this, the man with the mustache gritted his teeth in anger, glared fiercely at Yi Shiqing, and said, I wasted so much of my time arguing with you, and it turns out you saw through it all along. You're lying and you still think you're right? And you even put on such a high-sounding act. Su Zishan quickly stepped in front of Yi Shiqing and retorted. Her hands were clenched into fists, and her body leaned slightly forward. Her pretty face was filled with resentment. After all, the man with the mustache had tricked him first, and after being played by Yi Shiqing, he was still standing there righteously. This immediately annoyed Su Zishan. I don't care about all that. With a furious roar, the man with the mustache's face instantly turned ferocious. Suddenly, he pulled a small knife from his pocket, the knife gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Without saying a word, he stabbed directly at Su Zishan. The other party was extremely fast, and by the time Su Zishan reacted, it was too late. At this critical moment, suddenly, the man with the mustache felt a tremendous impact on his abdomen. The force was like a surging tide, unstoppable, and his body instantly bent into a C shape. It felt as if I had been struck hard by an invisible giant hand. He flew out like an out-of-control missile, tracing an arc in the air. There was a loud bang. He crashed heavily into the store. The impact was like a boulder falling to the ground. The shock caused many items in the store to fall over, creating a scene of collapse. Broken porcelain and scattered debris turned the once tidy store into a mess. A piercing scream from the man with the mustache ripped through the air, where he had originally stood. Yi Shiqing slowly pulled his leg back, the movement steady and powerful. Damn it, you're desperate, aren't you? Yi Shiqing glared at the man with the mustache, his eyes filled with anger and disdain. This loud noise, this naturally attracted the attention of passers-by. Wow, who is this guy? How is he so amazing? Isn't that the con man? He finally got his comeuppance. I even fell for his tricks last time. This guy is practically doing justice for God. Well done, well done. Among the crowd, some gloated, while others clapped and cheered. After all, judging from the bad character of the man with the mustache, he had obviously deceived quite a few people. In such markets where individuals gather, the Supernatural Abilities Guild Tribunal typically does not intervene in their management. And the people he deceived, they can only suffer in silence. Yi Shiqing's act of eliminating harm for the people naturally won the approval of everyone. A blush rose on Su Zishan's face. The blush was like the sunset on the horizon, beautiful and moving. After all, she had almost lost her life just now, and that terrifying scene was still replaying in her mind. If Yi Shiqing hadn't intervened in time, kicking the mustache away with lightning speed, perhaps she really will live in complete isolation. A warm feeling welled up in Su Zishan's heart, and she was filled with gratitude for Yi Shiqing. When looking at Yi Shiqing, the other person seemed to have an even stronger filter in their eyes. Cough cough cough. You're only at the second level. How come your reaction speed is so fast? With his mustache clutching his chest, he staggered to his feet. There was disbelief in his eyes. His special ability can interfere with people's thinking, making them sluggish. So good. The speed at which the sword was struck was so fast that even Su Zishan, who was also at the third rank, hadn't had time to react. Instead, Yi Shiqing, a second-tier cultivator, seemed to have anticipated this and kicked him away. Is it necessary to tell you? Yi Shiqing replied coldly. Explaining something to someone like that is a complete waste of breath. Immediately afterward, a cold glint flashed in Yi Shiqing's eyes, startling the man with the mustache. What do you want to do? The man with the mustache instinctively took 2 steps back. Humph, how dare you touch my people? A chilling look crossed Yi Qing's face, followed by a cold killing intent. What is this? What will you offer as an apology? When that chilling killing intent emanating from Yi Shiqing's eyes swept over me, the man with the mustache felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His His face instantly lost all color, turning as pale as paper. A bead of cold sweat quietly appeared on his forehead and slowly slid down. It finally struck the ground heavily, making a slight sound.
What exactly do you want?" the man with the mustache asked tentatively, his voice trembling. His tone was full of fear and unease.
Yi Shiqing remained silent, only a slight smile playing on his lips.
That smile seemed to conceal endless danger.
Immediately afterwards, the double sword pattern on the back of his right hand flashed, and a burst of light appeared. A double-edged sword, its sharpness clearly visible, suddenly appeared in his hand. The blade gleamed with a cold light, chilling the eye in the sunlight.
The moment the double-edged sword appeared, it emitted a clanging sound. The sound was crisp and loud, echoing in the air.
At this point, the man with the mustache naturally understood what was going on. You.
This is a society governed by law now. You absolutely mustn't do anything reckless.
Looking at Yi Shiqing in front of him, the man with the mustache was filled with fear and tension. He swallowed hard, his forehead already covered in sweat. Yi Shiqing remained silent. The only response he received from the man with the mustache was the man's fierce gaze.
No. Don't kill me. I really won't do it again. I really won't.
Faced with Yi Shiqing's threat, the man with the mustache began to plead incoherently. His body involuntarily recoiled backward, trying to find a chance to escape.
The surrounding crowd looked horrified upon seeing this.
After all, judging from Yi Shiqing's demeanor, it's simply that public outrage cannot be quelled without killing this person.
They secretly rejoiced that they hadn't provoked this evil star, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable.
However, despite the fear that filled everyone's hearts, but no one dared to step forward to stop Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing's actions were entirely for the benefit of the people, so how could they criticize him? Some people wore gloating expressions, seemingly very excited about the scene. It's more exciting than watching a play when something like this happens right next to you. Others remained silent, unwilling to participate in the struggle and preferring to remain quiet observers.
After all,
the person who did the dirty work and the person who got into trouble. Therefore, this group of people also chose to mind their own business and observe from the sidelines. Yi Shiqing smiled coldly, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to make a move, a delicate little hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. Yi Shiqing subconsciously turned her head to look.
Wait a minute.
Su Zishan's pretty face was now filled with anxiety. Her arched eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her eyes revealed an urgent glint.
Let it go.
Su Zishan bit her lip, her rosy lips appearing even more alluring under the gentle bite of her pearly teeth.
After all, nothing happened to me. There's no need to make a big fuss.
Her voice was soft, yet carried a hint of determination. She knew perfectly well that they wanted to stand up for her and get justice for her. She cherished this kindness deeply and was deeply moved. However, she also had to consider the reality. Indeed, as the man with the mustache said, we live in a society governed by the rule of law, and everything should be resolved through legal means. She didn't want to get Yi Shiqing into trouble because of her,
so she chose to back down and settle the matter peacefully.
Su Zishan blinked her bright eyes at Yi Shiqing, looking quite pitiful. Yi Shiqing was taken aback at first. After all, she was the one who almost died, and now she's worried about getting into trouble herself.
This isn't over yet.
Yi Shiqing adjusted his emotions and revealed a kind smile.
Okay, I got it. Su Zishan blinked.
Upon hearing Yi Shiqing's reply, the gloom that had been hanging over his heart instantly dissipated.
His previously gloomy face relaxed. Doesn't this mean that Yi Shiqing intends to let him go?
Thank you, beautiful lady, for your magnanimity in not holding a grudge, the man with the mustache stammered. His voice trembled slightly, as if he had not yet fully recovered from the tension he had just experienced. He secretly rejoiced, glad that he had escaped a disaster. At the same time, a grateful smile was on his face, a smile that looked so sincere.
It's almost impossible to doubt his sincerity.
Beneath that seemingly sincere mask of pretense lies a sinister and treacherous smile.
That smile was full of calculation and conspiracy. You little rascal, we'll see about that.
The man with the mustache silently recited to himself, a hint of ruthlessness and resentment flashing in his eyes. Then the man with the mustache turned around and prepared to escape this troublesome place through the back door.
Let's go then, Su Zishan said softly.
Yi Shiqing revealed a sly smile. Just then, as she let go of Yi Shiqing's hand, she felt a dark shadow flash by.
The next second, Yi Shiqing instantly transformed into a black lightning bolt.
His speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see his figure clearly. The sharp blade sliced through the air, instantly shattering the tranquility and producing a piercing whistling sound. The man with the mustache was preparing to leave through the back door.
Suddenly I felt a chill on the back of my neck.
The man with the mustache's eyes widened instantly, his gaze filled with fear and despair. Before he could even scream, a grotesque, pale head appeared,
soaring high.
Congratulations on defeating the Tier 3 Psychic, Gosher.
Psychic points plus 153.
Current ability points, 1235. Blood fell like raindrops, instantly staining the entire small shop red. The hideous head rolled to the side, its lifeless luster gone.
At that moment, the headless corpse also lost its vitality.
As if their soul souls had been ripped away, they collapsed to the ground, and silence and the stench of blood filled the small shop.
Panic and screams surged forth like a tidal wave. Ahead.
Murder! Call the police!
Oh wait, notify the court.
By the time everyone came to their senses, the man with the mustache had already been decapitated. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood, making it almost suffocating. Sharp, piercing sounds rose and fell, as if trying to shatter the clouds. Panic broke out among the crowd, who scattered and fled in all directions, searching for safe places to hide.
Su Zishan was also startled at this moment.
She was terrified and quickly covered her cheeks tightly with her delicate little hands. She never expected that the moment she let go, Yi Shiqing would kill her with lightning speed. This immediately annoyed her. Yi Shi's gaze was cold and indifferent as he glanced at the still warm body lying on the ground. After all, Su Zishan intended to let him go.
But I didn't agree.
With a slight flick of his wrist, the blade rose slightly, instantly producing a clear and melodious clanging sound. The blood that had stained the blade suddenly splattered onto the ground in large quantities. It was like a poignant, blood-red painting slowly unfolding on the earth. Yi Shiqing frowned, and the two double-edged swords suddenly disappeared. He turned around and walked steadily to Su Zishan's side, whose face was as pale as paper and whose delicate body was trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, an indescribable gentle smile appeared on his usually cold and ruthless face.
He said softly, "Don't be afraid, it's all over now."
He gently placed his hand on her shoulder and comforted her.
"It's all right now, it's all right, but you might be questioned by the court."
Her words were filled with unease, and her expression was somewhat downcast.
Su Zishan looked somewhat annoyed.
Yi Shiqing scratched his head when he saw the pitiful-looking Su Zishan. The supernatural abilities public security law has provisions.
If you are threatened, you can exercise legitimate self-defense.
Yi Shiqing began to explain slowly. It seems like that's true. Her brain completely froze just now. She completely forgot. But after Yi Shiqing's reminder, he suddenly realized the truth.
The worry on his face lessened a bit.
Yi Shiqing raised the corner of his mouth, revealing what he thought was a very handsome smile.
Before Su Zishan could come to her senses,
without saying a word, Yi Shiqing grabbed her and strode towards the door.
Her gaze involuntarily fell on Yi Shiqing's exquisitely delicate jawline, feeling the lingering warmth emanating from my palm.
He recalled how the other party had stood up for him regardless of the cost.
At this moment,
her heart pounded wildly, like a deer's.
Originally, she had a lively and cheerful personality.
At this moment, for some reason, he couldn't utter a single word.
Su Zishan's expression was full of joy.
She gently pursed her lips, making her cherry-like lips look exceptionally alluring. A blush unconsciously crept onto her pretty face, as beautiful and charming as a blooming peach blossom. At this moment, Yi Shiqing had, after all, killed someone. It is important to understand that murder is a grave crime, even if Yi Shiqing acted in self-defense and his words were reasonable. However, according to regulations, he will certainly be subject to rigorous investigation and questioning by the court.
However, the court staff are not always available.
It takes them some time from receiving the message to arriving at the scene. At this moment, Yi Shiqing acted as if nothing had happened. He looked relaxed, as if nothing had just happened. He and Su Zishan strolled leisurely around, taking their time. There was no sign of tension or unease about facing an upcoming trial and investigation. "Thank you so much for what you did earlier." Su Zishan raised her head slightly, her eyes filled with gratitude, and said softly, "I was really touched that you stood up for me without hesitation. However, this has also gotten you into such big trouble." At this moment, Su Zishan placed her hands shyly behind her back. Its appearance was like a flower bud about to bloom in spring. It was as if a warm sun had swept across her pretty face. A faint blush appeared on her skin, making her look even more beautiful and charming. "It's nothing, no need to worry about it. After all, we're friends." Yi Shiqing smiled proudly, his brows revealing a carefree and unrestrained spirit. Earlier in the academy, when an Ihu was aggressively trying to kill Yi Shiqing, at that time, the two were complete strangers to each other. Su Zishan, however, was able to disregard her own safety and any consequences. Without hesitation or doubt, she resolutely stepped forward to protect Yi Shiqing.
Her courage and determination were deeply etched in Yi Shiqing's heart.
This matter has remained firmly in his heart ever since, and he has never forgotten it. Although Yi Shiqing had lived in another world for decades, he was indifferent to human lives. His heart is hard as ice, cold and ruthless. However, he always understood. A drop of water in need deserves a spring in return. If betrayed, I will surely seek revenge. This is his principle of conduct, and also the belief he has held on to even after experiencing many hardships. When she heard Yi Shiqing mention the word friends, a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. However, just like a gentle spring breeze lightly brushing against one's cheek, that moment of despondency vanished without a trace. "Let's go for a walk." Before Yi Shiqing could respond, Su Zishan's delicate hand, as white as mutton fat jade, had already reached out to him. She pulled Yi Shiqing along, and they strolled around happily. Driven by Su Zishan's cheerful mood, the two wandered around to their heart's content. It took about an hour. Su Zishan purchased a
lot of medicinal herbs and elixirs. In contrast, Yi Shiqing didn't spend a single penny. After all, there was nothing he actually wanted to buy. He wants to buy a set of defensive equipment. However, many of the instruments encountered during this period were rather bulky. Yi Shiqing emphasizes speed. Therefore, we could only glance at these instruments briefly and leave it at that. And Yi Shiqing, at first glance, it seems to be leisurely strolling around, with a relaxed and carefree demeanor. In reality, the remaining light is like the sharp eyes of an eagle, and the divine sense is like the agile antennae. He was quietly observing his surroundings the whole time. After all, someone had been following him before. Yi Shiqing was fully aware of these circumstances and never forgot them for a moment. Yi Shiqing has strong counter-surveillance skills and a keen sense of danger. During this hour of leisurely stroll, Yi Shiqing also found the people who had been following him, just as he had hoped. If I'm not mistaken, there are 3 people in total. Yi Shiqing glanced slightly in one direction and silently recited to himself, "What's wrong with you?" Su Zishan raised a pretty eyebrow. "We're being followed." Yi Shiqing's voice slowly drifted out. He knew that under the current circumstances, there was no point in hiding it from Su Zishan. Since what has already happened has already occurred, it's better to be honest with each other. Su Zishan was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, but quickly recovered and her expression instantly became composed. "Following me?" she asked in a low voice, without a trace of panic in her tone. Because she always trusted Yi Shiqing's words implicitly, she naturally wouldn't act rashly, lest she alert him. There should be 3 people. Their strength seems to be around the 3rd rank. Yi Shiqing analyzed the situation calmly. He and Su Zishan looked calmly ahead, seemingly continuing to walk leisurely. In reality, they were all on guard against the potential dangers behind them. "So what do we do now?" "Find a quiet place and take care of them." "Good." The 2 spoke in hushed tones, their eyes meeting in unison, conveying a tacit understanding. Their eyes quickly scanned their surroundings, and after determining the direction, they walked steadily toward a certain place. During an hour of leisurely stroll, Yi Shiqing remained highly vigilant, secretly keeping an eye on the 3 people who were following him. Yi Shiqing had already taken in the appearances of the 3 men. Clearly, the other party is no benevolent person. Yi Shiqing had just caused such a commotion, and the court personnel were on their way. However, the 3 of them showed no sign of backing down. Instead, it clung to the 2 of them like a stubborn plaster. Of course, he didn't intend to send Su Zishan away. After all, Yi Shiqing wasn't sure whether the other party's target was him or Su Zishan. Therefore, it's safest to keep them by your side rather than send them away. On that extremely noisy street, crowds thronged, and various sounds mingled to create a lively scene. Only the dark alleyway seemed out of place in this bustling scene. 3 young men stood in the deep, dark alley. They hid quietly in the shadows of the alley, seemingly blending into the darkness, making them difficult to detect. Their gazes were as sharp as swords. Through the gaps in the crowd, I could see the backs of a man and a woman. "They seem to have spotted us." The thin young man frowned slightly, a look of worry flashing across his face. "So what if we found it?" The young man standing next to him spoke with an unusually forceful tone, as if he were displaying an arrogant and overbearing attitude. He slightly raised his chin, his eyes revealing a strong sense of confidence. Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan slowly walked into the dark alley. These 3 young people were not stupid. They could tell at a glance that Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan's actions were intentional. Trying to catch a turtle in a dream? How laughable, how arrogant. The young man leading the group instantly turned piercing, like 2 sharp swords. He grinned, revealing a hint of disdain. In his view, Yi Shiqing's behavior was simply foolish. Knowing that someone is following them, why deliberately lure them out? Isn't that just courting death? Could there be a courtroom lying in wait? One of the young men asked with a hint of worry. "Don't worry, we were not exposed before we came, and it would take at least 3 or 4 hours for the nearest court association to send someone here." The young man in charge answered confidently, his tone full of self-assurance. "Thinking you're invincible just because you've awakened dual superpowers and an S-class superpower? How naive." The young man leading the group smirked, revealing a cold smile, his words full of sarcasm. His arrogance and disdain for others will eventually lead him to pay the price for his conceit. But now is just right. Just as he wished, he followed them. Let's see who's the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole. The 3 of them, like ghosts, quietly emerged from the shadowy corner. Their figures appeared and disappeared in the dim light. Then they walked steadily in one direction. "Ha, where did they go?" "Don't rush, let's look carefully." "Be careful and observe your surroundings. Be vigilant." The 3 of them cautiously entered the alley, looking around nervously and intently. Sometimes it sticks to the wall, sometimes it hides behind something. They dared not make a sound, for fear of being discovered. They were cautious and careful, not missing any corner where someone might be hiding, and were so nervous that beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. Time passed second by second. A tense atmosphere permeated the alleyway. Then, the group slowly walked to the end of the alley. When their gaze fell upon the cold wall, they discovered that this place was a dead end. Their faces froze, revealing a mixture of astonishment and confusion. "There's no entrance nearby, is there?" Another person couldn't help but speak up, their tone full of doubt. The gaunt young young man and the other man looked at each other, both of them completely bewildered. After all, during their journey, they had carefully observed every corner of the surrounding area. They knew that there was no other path to follow but to keep going down this road. They had all reached a dead end, but Yi Shiqing was nowhere to be seen, which was truly baffling. This situation immediately gave me a headache. It felt as if countless ropes were binding my mind, yet I couldn't find any clues to untie them. The young man at the head of the group frowned deeply, the deep lines on his face seemingly telling of his inner worries. Judging from his expression, he was much calmer than the others. He lowered his head slightly, as if deep in thought. He was about to speak when he seemed to see something out of the corner of his eye, so he instinctively looked up abruptly. Yi Shiqing crossed his arms over his chest. With its head held high, it stood on the rooftop wall, which was a full 20 stories high, as if it were above the mortal world. The afterglow of the blazing sun fell gently on him like a golden veil. The afterglow seemed to drape him in a sacred light. "You actually dared to come," Yi Shiqing said coldly, his face expressionless. There seemed to be a hint of coldness in his voice. The young man in the lead gave a cold snort, his voice full of disdain. He had no interest whatsoever in how Yi Shiqing got up there. In his view, that was completely irrelevant. Knowing we were coming, they actually came to greet us personally. It's truly touching. His lips curled slightly upward, his words carrying a clear hint of sarcasm. "There's no other way. Judging from your sneaky behavior, you don't seem like good people. We have to give you a proper welcome." Yi Shiqing's eyes were sharp, and his tone was firm. "I really don't know if it's arrogance or stupidity." A sinister and mocking look flashed across the young man's face. Yi Shiqing grinned, a smile that conveyed confidence and composure. He glanced at Su Zishan behind the wall, his eyes filled with tenderness and determination. "Wait for me here." His voice wasn't loud, but it was full of power. "Ha, you're going to take on all three of them by yourself?" A look of surprise flashed across Su Zishan's face, her eyes filled with worry and unease. "This area isn't an apartment building. The surrounding buildings are mostly old commercial buildings or warehouses. There is no way out or shortcut. The entire area appears closed off and lacks convenient access." Su Zishan was able to climb to the 15th floor thanks to Yi Shiqing. Recalling what just happened, Yi Shiqing's strong and powerful arms lifted her up steadily without hesitation. It made her feel incredibly at ease in that instant. And now, she still feels a mellow feeling in her heart. "Then be careful. My abilities can assist you from above." Su Zishan frowned slightly, thought seriously for a while, and then spoke. Her eyes revealed concern and caution. Su Zishan understood. If I were to insist on interfering with Yi Shiqing's actions, it might backfire. On the contrary, it will restrict Yi Shiqing and make him tiptoe around. But after careful consideration, Su Zishan realized that it would be better to do as the other party wished and wait quietly. Moreover, her special ability is not suitable for direct combat. However, being far removed from Yi Shiqing would significantly diminish his ability to conquer. But it's like allowing the other party to fully display their skills. Yi Shiqing nodded, then looked down at the three people below. Without the slightest hesitation, he gently stepped out with his right foot. The next second, he hurtled toward the ground at an astonishing speed, like a falling missile. The powerful impact, accompanied by a howling wind, swirled around Yi Shiqing's ears. The gale howled like a raging beast, but Yi Shiqing remained unmoved. His hair was blown all the way back, flying wildly in the wind like a fluttering battle flag. Yi Shiqing crashed to the ground with a loud, muffled thud that exploded in the air like a thunderclap. The deafening roar seemed to make the surrounding air tremble slightly. The ground seemed to tremble slightly under the powerful impact. Yi Shiqing stood firmly on the ground, like an unshakable and indestructible Mount Hung. Yi Shiqing was completely unharmed after jumping from the 15th floor. Yi Shiqing's gaze was like a sword drawn from its sheath, flashing with cold light as he swept over the three of them in one glance. His hawk-like eyes flashed, and a double-edged sword with its sharp edge suddenly appeared in his hand. "You, a mere second-tier cultivator, dare to face the three of us alone?" The young man in the lead smirked slightly and said with a cold laugh, "What an overestimation of their abilities." As he finished speaking, a glint of fire flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, he waved his right hand. A long sword wreathed in flames suddenly appeared in his hand. The sword gleamed with intense light, as if it were igniting the surrounding air. This is precisely his B-level soldier-type ability. Fire Sword. His two companions behind him were equally formidable, unleashing their own special abilities as well. The thin young man among them. Suddenly, a pair of enormous wings sprouted from its back, burning with raging flames, as magnificent and dazzling as a phoenix rising from the ashes. B-rank magical ability. Crimson Flame Wings. The other man held a bow and arrow burning with flames, the arrowhead flashing with dazzling fire, as if ready to shoot at the enemy at any moment. B-rank military special ability. Flame Bow. Ha! Flames? Su Zishan was startled when she saw the three of them using their supernatural abilities. She narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of surprise in her expression. Immediately afterwards, she quickly organized her thoughts, discarded those distracting ideas, and stopped thinking about it. She clasped her hands together, her movements gentle and devout, as if performing a sacred ritual. Her crimson lips trembled
trembled slightly, and she began to murmur mysterious words. An invisible melody suddenly emanated from her mouth. Like nimble sprites, they drifted and gathered around Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing snorted coldly, just about to make a move, but suddenly he realized that his physical strength and speed seemed to have increased. Your strength has increased? This unexpected turn of events left him slightly dazed, and a hint of doubt quietly arose in his heart. He seemed to understand something and turned to look at the rooftop. There, Su Zishan poked her head out. At this moment, Su Zishan clasped her hands together, as if she were silently reciting something. Is this what they call a consonant sound? Yi Shiqing felt that strong and powerful body, and his speed and strength seemed to be enhanced in all aspects. He couldn't help but grin. At this moment, it was as if three hungry wolves from the wilderness, who had been yearning for a long time, were facing off against a mighty and unparalleled tiger from the jungle. The three men's eyes gleamed with a greedy and fierce light, like predators waiting for their chance to strike. Yi Shiqing, on the other hand, resembled a majestic and imposing mountain. Calm and resolute, he exuded a powerful aura, showing no fear of the three men's threats. Attack together. The young man in the lead shouted angrily, seemingly unable to wait any longer. He charged forward from the front, wielding the blazing sword. The blazing fire sword was wreathed in raging flames, resembling a ferocious fire dragon. Meanwhile, the one with the crimson wings swiftly moved to the side and pounced at an extremely tricky angle. As his wings flapped, flames surged and roared. At the same time, a third youth, holding a bow and arrow, quickly drew the bow and shot an arrow. Three flaming arrows shot out with his movements. These three flaming arrows were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye they had already approached Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing dodged the three fire arrows with a few subtle movements. His movements were as graceful as a fairy, as if he were dancing, and he easily dodged the fire arrows. A flaming arrow flew past him. It generated a blast of hot air, but it posed no threat to him. The three flames then struck the wall behind them. Three small craters were instantly created, and the wall was charred by the flames, emitting wisps of black smoke. The walls were completely blackened, as if they had been burned. Clearly, the power of this flame is quite astonishing. If Yi Shiqing hadn't dodged in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Not bad. Yi Shiqing silently approved. Before Yi Shiqing could react, the young man wielding the blazing sword arrived before him with lightning speed. The blazing fire sword in his hand, engulfed in raging flames, lunged at Yi Shiqing like a fire dragon. The blazing fire sword and Yi Shiqing's double-edged sword collided violently. It produced a crisp and loud sound. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. The two men's weapons sparked brilliantly as they clashed in the air. Yi Shi held the knife in one hand, his expression calm. The latter had a solemn expression, but despite holding the sword with both hands, he did not gain the slightest advantage. Such strength! The young man gritted his teeth. The blazing sword enveloped him in flames, his body radiating intense heat. But he could never erase the cold, sharp look in Yi Shiqing's eyes. Immediately afterwards, the thin man also sped to Yi Shiqing's side. His fiery wings burned fiercely. A wave of air, interwoven with flames, surged out from the wings. With immense power and imposing force, it surged fiercely towards Yi Shiqing. With a loud bang, a wave of flames crashed to the ground. It produced a deafening sound. The heat wave rolled in and quickly spread outwards, forming a strong airflow. At the same time, thick smoke billowed up, obscuring visibility and making it difficult to see the surroundings. The young man wielding the blazing sword had already sensed the danger. They withdrew from the combat area in advance, retreating to a safe distance of 10 meters. He stood there quietly, watching everything that was happening before his eyes. In that brief moment, all three of them unconsciously let out a cold laugh. As the smoke cleared, everything around us gradually became clear. However, the mocking smiles on the faces of the three suddenly froze. The atmosphere immediately became serious. On the ground, apart from a charred cross-shaped crack, there was no trace of Yi Shiqing. It's up there. Just then, the young man holding the bow and arrow suddenly let out a loud shout. His gaze was fixed on the sky, his finger pointing upwards. The other two immediately realized what was happening and looked up. Sure enough, they saw Yi Shiqing. His legs were bent, and his body was suspended in midair, like a light bird. Clearly, he leaped up. Moreover, this leap reached a height of 20 meters. The three were not alarmed by this. Instead, their eyes sharpened. Flame slash. Flame shot. They didn't give Yi Shiqing a single moment to catch her breath. He unleashed a series of ranged attacks on Yi Shiqing. Their attacks were as fierce as a storm, seemingly trying to completely engulf Yi Shiqing in this endless barrage. Yi Shiqing snorted coldly, his voice filled with disdain and determination. His right foot lightly touched the air, as lightly as a dragonfly skimming the water. He was like a butterfly in flight, his movements light and graceful. They skillfully and cleverly dodged the onslaught of attacks that came crashing down like a tidal wave. Immediately afterwards, his eyes sharpened. Like a falcon, it keenly seizes the opportunity and stomps hard against the wall beside it. That kick seemed to contain immense force, and the wall trembled slightly beneath his feet. He transformed into a black lightning bolt, hurtling downwards at astonishing speed. The black lightning bolt ripped through the air with an unstoppable momentum, sending chills down one's spine. Yi Shiqing was already very fast, and the
the impact of his fall, combined with Su Zishan's amplification, made him even faster. At this point, the speed reached an even higher level. The three below are also exceptionally strong and outstanding individuals. Their reaction speed and perception are outstanding. When they sensed danger approaching, they scattered without hesitation. A deafening roar was heard. The ground where the three of them had just stood was instantly cracked like a spider web by Yi Shiqing's smash. As soon as Yi Shiqing's toes touched the ground, he stomped down again. His figure shot towards the nearest youth wielding the blazing sword with incredible speed, like an arrow released from a bow. The young man was taken aback when he saw this, but they quickly realized what was happening. The blade and the sword clashed again, producing a crisp and melodious ringing sound, but the two only lasted for a second. The young man was immediately thrown dozens of meters away by the recoil from the sword. He tumbled several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. How can you be so strong? The two young men beside him were shocked by this. Before the two could even express their feelings, Yi Shiqing immediately adjusted his posture. They attacked the young man with the bow and arrow with lightning speed. After all, fighting is just like playing a video game and teaming up. The first step is to eliminate the enemy's core damage dealer, namely this young man wielding a bow and arrow. As the young man sensed the approaching danger and prepared to flee, suddenly startled, he abruptly looked down at his feet. His feet were instantly enveloped by a black tide as dark as ink, making it impossible for him to move an inch. Suddenly, I looked up. Yi Shiqing's blade was already inches away. His pupils dilated rapidly, and his face was filled with astonishment and fear. Yi Shiqing grinned, revealing his cold demeanor. And at that moment, suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck the young man's pendant. A crisp, loud metallic clang exploded in the air. That bloody scene never actually happened. Suddenly, a protective shield appeared in front of the young man, successfully blocking his attack like a tortoise shell. And the young man at this moment, cold sweat beaded on his brow as he stared at Yi Shiqing with lingering fear. Crack, crack, crack. Before the young man could catch his breath, the protective shield in front of him could not withstand Yi Shiqing's slash and instantly cracked like a spider web. The entire protective shield reached its limit and exploded into a ball of energy. Thick smoke billowed up and a deafening roar followed. Yi Shiqing quickly adjusted his posture and stopped after pulling away a full 20 meters. Defense equipment? Yi Shiqing murmured to himself. Yi Shiqing immediately recognized that the protective shield from earlier was created by the instrument. As the thick smoke dissipated, visibility gradually improved. The young man holding the blazing sword and the flaming bow stood 50 meters away from Yi Shiqing. They looked haggard due to the numerous life-saving devices they carried. There were only some minor abrasions and bruises on his body, holding back, preparing to unleash its power. They looked somewhat haggard, but that was about it. Despite having numerous life-saving devices on his body, he only suffered minor abrasions and bruises. Ha, one's missing? Yi Shiqing let out a soft eh and unconsciously frowned. He had just finished speaking when, in that instant, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on the top of his head. Instinctively, he looked up to see what was happening. The thin young man was seen. He was already waving his fiery wings, which were as dazzling as the scorching sun. It surged towards Su Zishan's location with incredible speed. In just 1 second, he had already flown to the rooftop and appeared in front of Su Zishan. What do you think? At this moment, the two young men standing opposite Yi Shiqing immediately revealed a sarcastic expression. Ha ha ha, I admit your abilities are extraordinary and admirable, but it's a real shame you're carrying such a burden. You just stood up for her at all costs. I absolutely do not believe you would disregard her life or death. The young man at the head of the group burst into laughter, his face full of smug satisfaction and arrogance. Upon hearing this, Yi Shiqing showed no emotional fluctuation on her face. He then gave the young man a disdainful smile. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Yi Shiqing's words were resounding. The young man in the lead was slightly taken aback. Yi Shiqing had just finished speaking when, instantly, a piercing scream, like a thunderclap, rang out from the rooftop. Then a few drops of red rainwater slowly dripped down from the rooftop. It gently fell to the ground, making a soft, pattering sound. After hearing that familiar scream, the two young men, who had just been mocking each other, suddenly stopped smiling, as if they had been frozen in place. They were terrified, their eyes widening instantly, their faces filled with fear and panic. Then, they suddenly looked up. Looking in the direction of the sound, a sudden and intense sense of unease welled up within me. The next second, their pupils dilated sharply, their faces filled with disbelief. The slender young man stood silently on the rooftop like a statue, and on his back, a menacing blade tip, like a demon's halberd, suddenly appeared, piercing him from the front. At the point where swords clashed, a few drops of blood slowly swirled. Like sparkling yet sorrowful rubies, they slowly rolled down. As the blade, like the hand of a demon, was pulled from his body, the lifeless, gaunt youth now looked like a discarded, disheveled figure. It suddenly plummeted from the 15th floor to the ground with a dull thud. Blood gushed out like a flood bursting its banks, staining the area red. What exactly happened? The young man at the head of the group stared wide-eyed, his eyes filled with disbelief. What shocked him was not the death of his companion. Instead, the person standing on the rooftop at this moment is, there's another Yi Shiqing? Whether it's the details of his appearance or his clothing, there's no doubt that it's Yi Shiqing. His expression was a little off. The person on the rooftop, Comet. The man stood on the rooftop, his eyes contorted with rage, trembling with fury. Seeing this, the two were completely baffled, and at this moment, the boy standing directly opposite him. Seeing the two shocked and terrified people, he immediately grinned. Congratulations on defeating the Tier 3 Psychic Dongfang Xiong /564846704. Psychic points plus 173. Current ability points 1408. Yi Shiqing would never be so foolish. They neglected Su Zishan, a mere support character, and left her in the background. Naturally, they had devised a backup plan. His backup plan proved to be very effective. He did not allow his clone to participate in his own battle. Firstly, he needed someone to protect Su Zishan and ensure her safety. Secondly, the lifespan of the clones is limited. Even if 4 clones are created, they can only last for about 5 minutes. Moreover, it is quite mentally taxing. Thirdly, Yi Shiqing was unsure whether his clones could gain more ability points after killing enemies. After all, the superpower points seemed within reach, and Yi Shiqing was unwilling to miss this opportunity. Fortunately, hard work pays off, and Yi Shiqing's clones killing does indeed add to his superpower points. Dongfang Xiong 564846704. When these words suddenly entered Yi Shiqing's mind, his face, which had been beaming with mockery, froze instantly, as if a pause button had been pressed. Before the slight upturn of his lips could retract, the mockery in his eyes froze at that moment. Why would such a string of numbers appear here? Yi Shiqing's heart was filled with doubt, and his mind was full of questions. A sharp whistling sound suddenly broke the silence. 3 arrows, like lightning, hurtled towards Yi Shiqing at an astonishing speed. This sudden attack, the sudden turn of events abruptly pulled Yi Shiqing's previously chaotic thoughts back to reality. Yi Shiqing was, after all, a veteran of many battles, and even when his mind wasn't on the battlefield, his reactions were extremely quick. His figure moved like a ghost. With a few nimble sidesteps, he easily dodged the fierce arrow. Then, his eyes sharpened. He suddenly fixed his gaze on the 2 young men from the Eastern clan who were gritting their teeth. The young man holding the flaming bow also smoothly retracted his bow. The Eastern clan? Yi Shiqing wondered to himself. At this moment, he slowly learned the identities of the 3 people from the system's kill log. These 3 were the members of the Eastern clan who had been sitting in VIP room number 1 during the auction. However, it must be said, these 3 people really looked like ordinary passers-by, with absolutely no distinguishing features. At the auction, their faces were so ordinary that they failed to leave a lasting impression. In addition, the people were quite far apart from each other at the auction. At that time, Yi Shiqing's attention was focused on the auction items and other important people. They didn't even notice these seemingly ordinary people. Therefore, it was only now that he belatedly realized who they were. They did not immediately associate them with the Eastern clans. Yi Shiqing raised his voice and shouted, "You want this, don't you?" After saying that, he slowly took out the small water bottle he had just taken a picture of from his pocket and gently waved it in front of the 2 of them. Several clear and melodious gurgling sounds immediately emanated from the small water bottle. The 2 opposing men gritted their teeth, and their brows twitched slightly when Yi Shiqing took out the He Ghost Spring, but he didn't say a word. But, Yi Shiqing also noticed this subtle expression. "Humph, tell me the origin and power analysis of this thing, and maybe I'll consider letting you go." Yi Shiqing was also genuinely curious about this Ghost Spring. At this moment, the 2 young men frowned, their faces ashen, as if shrouded in frost. They kept their lips tightly closed and didn't say a word. Their expressions had already given Yi Shiqing the answer silently. "Then I'll ask another question." Yi Shiqing lowered his eyes slightly, then raised his head again and spoke to himself. "What is 564846704? Yi Shiqing had just finished speaking. The 2 people opposite each other froze simultaneously, as if struck by lightning. They stared wide-eyed at Yi Shiqing, their faces filled with disbelief. How would he know all this? Hasn't the higher-ups already issued a kill order against him? The young man in the lead looked completely bewildered, silently muttering to himself. Seeing their expressions, Yi Shiqing immediately realized that his words seemed to have hit the other party's weak point. Seeing that the other party still remained silent, Yi Shiqing's patience had truly reached its limit. Yi Shiqing charged towards the 2 like a bullet. In just a second, Yi Shiqing appeared in front of him. When they finally came to their senses, Yi Shiqing's incredibly sharp blade was already upon them like a deadly flash of cold light. In this dark environment, the blade exuded a chilling, sinister aura that sent shivers down one's spine. A clear, metallic sound rang out, like the sudden ringing of a silver bell. The blazing sword steadily caught Yi Shiqing's terrifying blade. Yi Shiqing was also taken aback, but his expression remained calm and composed. The latter was sweating profusely, with veins bulging on his arms, and seemed to be struggling immensely. The next second, the 2 of them moved at the same time. Clang clang clang. The blazing sword and the double-edged blade instantly transformed into two blade shadows, clashing sharply together. A series of ear-piercing clanging sounds rang out. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere like brilliant fireworks, blooming in the darkness, the sparks spreading intensely. Yi Shiqing had to admit that the opponent's strength was truly admirable. The game begins. After all, when the levels are roughly the same, there aren't many people who can hold their own against you for more than a few moves. 3 seconds later, the young man in the lead could not withstand Yi Shiqing's beast-like roaring attack. The knife scars on his body were crisscrossed like a baptism. Yi Shiqing's hawk-like eyes sharpened, and seizing the opportunity, he swung his sword with lightning speed. At the moment of swinging the knife, she made full use of the time blade's ability to accelerate and increase the amount of damage when swinging her sword. This made the speed of the strike astonishingly fast. The latter was completely caught off guard by this sudden and swift attack. His mind went blank. Faced with this critical situation, it was already too late to use defensive equipment. A deep fear flashed in his eyes, a fear that spread rapidly like a ghost in the darkness. A strong sense of impending death suddenly loomed over his heart like a heavy dark cloud. The blade sliced across his neck as easily as slicing melons or chopping vegetables. A hideous head, its expression one of utter bewilderment, spiraled upwards through the air like a basketball thrown with great force. The expression on that head was frozen in terror and despair, as if telling of the helplessness and resentment in the last moments of life. The blood, like a showerhead, sprayed outwards like a rapid fountain. The crimson blood bloomed in the air like a beautiful flower, yet it carried endless sorrow. Blood splattered on the ground, making a soft sound, like the final sigh of life. The air was thick with the stench of blood, sending chills down one's spine. At this moment, the remaining youth behind saw his two companions die one after another. Enraged, he suddenly pulled the bowstring taut. Before he could fully draw his bow, a blade flashed past. The young man suddenly felt a chilling coldness rise from the back of his neck, and his expression froze instantly. He felt the world spinning around him, and a sudden wave of powerlessness washed over him. His eyes were wide open. All that could be seen was an upside-down figure and a blade stained with mottled blood. His head rolled to the ground, and his body instantly lost its support, collapsing heavily with a thud. Yi Shiqing glanced indifferently at the still-warm corpse with a cold expression, his face remaining calm. His gaze shifted to the person who was slowly walking towards him. "Wow, that's excellent." Yi Shiqing gave the arriving Yi Shiqing number 1 a leisurely and contented smile. "I didn't fucking intend to help you. I can't stand this kind of reckless idiot." Number 1's face twisted with arrogance as he spoke. He swung the sharp blade in his hand sharply, producing a crisp metallic clang. Fresh blood fell heavily to the ground like a wild, splashed ink painting. "Congratulations on defeating the Tier 3 Psychic Dongfang Ming /5364829004, Psychic Points plus 173. Congratulations on defeating the Tier 3 Psychic Dongfang Xan /5427922604, Psychic Points plus 160. Current ability points, 1741. Another string of numbers, Yi Shiqing muttered, his head slightly furrowed. Clearly, these three people are not simple individuals. Yi Shiqing began to study these numbers carefully. He discovered that the first digit was 5, and the last two digits were both 04. This pattern puzzled him greatly, and he fell into deep thought. Various speculations came to mind, but none of them yielded a definite answer. "Hey, are you alright?" Just then, Su Zishan on the rooftop noticed that there was no more movement below. Extremely anxious, she leaned half her body out from the edge of the rooftop wall and waved to Yi Shiqing, calling out, "Hey, Yi Shiqing, how are you?" With her sudden shout, Yi Shiqing's chaotic thoughts were pulled back to reality. "Never mind, I'll think about it later." Yi Shiqing shook his head vigorously, as if trying to shake off all the worries and gloom in his mind. He took the opportunity to call back. Yi Shiqing took a deep breath, bent his legs slightly, and then jumped with great force. With this jump, he actually leaped directly to the roof of a 15-story building. His movements were light and steady, like an elegant butterfly fluttering in the air. After tracing a beautiful arc in the air, he landed in front of Su Zishan like a dragonfly skimming the water. A gentle breeze stirred, softly ruffling Su Zishan's hair. As soon as Yi Shiqing landed, before he could even stand firmly on his feet, Su Zishan rushed to his side. Her gaze and hands and feet scanned every corner of Yi Shiqing, like a detector. They were afraid of missing even the slightest injury. "Are you alright? Are you hurt?" Su Zishan asked anxiously, her voice filled with concern and worry. As Su Zishan groped him haphazardly, Yi Shiqing felt a jolt of electricity run through his body. It's a little itchy." "It's nothing, it's nothing. I'm blessed with good fortune and thick skin. This little storm is nothing compared to what an ant can shake a tree." Yi Shiqing looked arrogant and proud, revealing what he thought was a very cool smile. "Ha, really?" Seeing that Su Zishan still looked worried, Yi Shiqing struck a few cool poses to highlight their current vitality. Yi Shiqing's exaggerated movements gradually relaxed Su Zishan's tense nerves. Her previously furrowed brows gradually relaxed, revealing a pleased smile. That smile was like a flower blooming in spring, beautiful and warm. From her smile, it's easy to see how much she cares about Yi Shiqing.
Shiqing. That care was like a gently flowing stream, delicate and enduring. Let's go, I'll take you down first. Before Su Zishan could answer, Yi Shiqing stepped forward and pulled her into his arms without hesitation. Then she gently but firmly picked him up. Su Zishan's cheek was pressed tightly against Yi Shiqing's firm, powerful chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. At this moment, Su Zishan felt as if a little deer was frantically running around in her heart, and a feeling she had never experienced before was quietly growing deep within her. A blush, as delicate as a peach blossom, unconsciously spread across her face. Hurry up! Yi Shiqing revealed a carefree smile. Su Zishan pursed her lips, and her delicate, fair wrist immediately wrapped around Yi Shiqing's neck. She instinctively closed her eyes tightly. Without hesitation, Yi Shiqing jumped off the 15th floor. The strong wind whipped their hair wildly, making it fly erratically. Its appearance was like a pair of gorgeous ink and pink silk swaying in the wind. Every strand exudes a unique and lively beauty. The hems of their clothes fluttered loudly in the strong wind. It was as if a bamboo flute was playing its melody. A dull, loud bang followed. When Su Zishan opened her eyes, she and Yi Shiqing were already on the ground. What catches the eye is Yi Shiqing's delicate jawline and handsome face. Su Zishan was immediately mesmerized. Yi Shiqing then put Su Zishan down, leaving the latter still feeling somewhat lingering. By the way, do you know what 5648466704 means? Yi Shiqing asked. Upon hearing Yi Shiqing speak, Su Zishan was slightly taken aback, and after realizing what he meant, she replied with surprise. The number? Su Zishan paused, then seemed to remember something. Her body trembled suddenly, and she stared at Yi Shiqing in shock and astonishment. Wait, where did you get these numbers from? Yi Shiqing narrowed his eyes slightly. So what exactly do you mean? He could tell from Su Zishan's expression that she was not as simple as he thought. So Yi Shiqing didn't answer the question directly, but instead changed the subject. After all, it's impossible for me to reveal that I have a system. The number you mentioned, at first glance, seems to be a code name for a member of the demon spirit cult. Su Zishan paused slightly, then continued. Each member of the demon spirit cult has a unique code name, which is undoubtedly distinctive. Unique identifiers that belong solely to them. These code names will accompany them throughout their lives, remaining unchanged. As if their souls were perfectly intertwined, inseparable and bound together. The demon spirit cult. Yi Shiqing was naturally aware of the notorious reputation of the demon spirit cult. They commit all sorts of evil deeds and have done countless atrocities. Does that mean these three are all members of the demon spirit cult? Yi Shiqing rested his chin on his hand, pondering to himself. Where did you get all this information from? Su Zishan blinked her bright, watery eyes at Yi Shiqing, her gaze captivating. Like an innocent and curious child, they stared intently at each other. I found out by accident. Yi Shiqing scratched his head and said in a serious tone, trying to fool him. By accident? Upon hearing this, Su Zishan frowned once again, then placed her delicate hand on her chin like a detective. Every member of the demon spirit cult is deeply under the influence of the cult's leader. The followers were extremely loyal to him and remained steadfast in their devotion. Moreover, their code names have left an indelible mark on the depths of their souls, inseparable and unforgettable. If anyone dares to utter the code name or reveal any secrets of the demon spirit cult, it will instantly turn to ashes and vanish into nothingness. Immediately afterwards, Su Zishan, like a cat attracted by something new, stared wide-eyed at Yi Shiqing. So, where did you get that information from? Yi Shiqing's old face was filled with embarrassment. How did you know? Yi Shiqing immediately changed the subject. Su Zishan paused for a moment, then patiently replied. Behind the codename of the demon spirit cult lies a mysterious and highly seductive technique. This is why those who join the demon spirit cult are so loyal to it and willing to submit to its authority. In contrast, the courtroom possesses a special instrument called the observation eye. This instrument can penetrate into a person's consciousness and search their memories. However, the secret technique of the demon spirit cult is extremely domineering. It can forcibly seal memories within a person's soul. In this way, even if the eye-hunting instrument is powerful, it is absolutely impossible to find any clues about the demon spirit cult from the captured members. But long ago, the court successfully arrested a member who had just joined the demon spirit cult. Because this person has only been a member for a short time, their commitment is not very strong. Through their keen observation, the court finally gleaned some clues. But just after they touched upon this clue, the member of the demon spirit cult suffered a backlash from the secret technique and died instantly. But thankfully, we've only scratched the surface. After listening to Su Zishan's long speech, Yi Shiqing also gained some understanding of his own situation. I see. In short, even instruments cannot detect any trace of the demon spirit cult. This is solely due to the evil and unorthodox secret techniques of the demon spirit cult. The deeper the obsession, the more firmly the memories of the demon spirit cult remain in the depths of the soul, making them impossible to find. Don't try to change the subject. You still haven't answered my question. How do you know? How did you know? At this moment, Su Zishan also realized what was happening and stared at Yi Shiqing with a resentful expression. Yi Shiqing Shiqing scratched his head and smiled. Fortunately, Su Zishan has a relatively simple mindset. After Yi Shiqing's ramblings, her doubts gradually dissipated and she stopped worrying about it. Yi Shiqing did not reveal the true identities of the three as members of the demon spirit cult to Su Zishan. He knew that if this secret were to be leaked, it could lead to a series of troubles and dangers. The most important reason is the system itself. This is of utmost importance and must not be revealed. By the way, these three are from the Eastern clan. If you kill them today, I'm afraid. Su Zishan stopped abruptly halfway through her sentence, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. After all, some things are best left unsaid. Saying more is pointless. Yi Shiqing naturally knew that the Dongfang clan had always acted recklessly and domineeringly. They're used to running rampant in this world and never take others seriously. But Yi Shiqing remained unconcerned, his expression indifferent. At this moment, he had already killed the other party's men and knew that this would inevitably draw the wrath of the Eastern clan. So what? Yi Shiqing has always acted without fear, and once he has done something, he will not regret it. Even if the Eastern clan wields immense power, he will not be in the slightest fear. Ha 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 ha. So what if it's the Eastern clan? I, Yi Shiqing, have a clear conscience and have done nothing wrong. Yi Shiqing spoke with certainty and conviction. What do I care about these so-called Eastern clans? They're nothing but demons and monsters. He will retaliate without hesitation if they dare to provoke or endanger his safety and interests. After all, the only way is to fight fire with fire and evil with evil. Ah, you really have commendable courage. Su Zishan raised her eyebrows slightly and gently covered her lips with her fair and delicate hand, laughing out loud. She looked petite and charming. Yi Shiqing seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze locked onto the headless corpse on the ground, which had long since turned cold. Now that they are dead, I will gladly accept their treasures and equipment without hesitation. A smug smile appeared on Yi Shiqing's face, a smile that carried a hint of cunning and greed. Yi Shiqing suppressed his strong aversion to the stench of blood that permeated the air. He frowned slightly and carefully squatted down. Like a cautious archaeologist excavating a precious artifact, he carefully searched the three corpses. 1 minute later, Yi Shiqing then removed the spatial rings from the three individuals, as well as the 4 remaining intact instruments from their bodies. Yi Shiqing slowly stood up, a relaxed and satisfied expression on his face. It felt as if I had just completed a major task, and I was filled with a sense of accomplishment. I think you'd better not take these instruments with you. Su Zishan slowly walked forward and spoke softly. Her eyes held a hint of worry and doubt. I know, Yi Shiqing replied calmly, her voice radiating composure. I'm planning to sell it. After all, these three were members of the Eastern clan. Keeping their belongings might cause trouble, so it would be better to exchange them for money. Yi Shiqing glanced around. Let's go. Let's get out of this trouble first. Without hesitation, Yi Shiqing reached out and tightly grasped Su Zishan's soft, boneless little hand. Take her away from this terrifying place. The moment Yi Shiqing grabbed Su Zishan's hand, an indescribable feeling welled up inside her. She felt her heart pounding wildly, the intense pounding of her heart seemingly echoing in her ears. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and a hint of shyness and panic flashed in her eyes. But she didn't say anything. After pursing her lips, she obediently followed behind Yi Shiqing, like a docile little deer. While shopping with Su Zishan earlier, Yi Shiqing was not idle. He not only kept a close eye on the three stalkers, but also constantly observed his surroundings, especially those ubiquitous cameras. None of them can escape his sharp gaze. This alley was specially chosen by Yi Shiqing. This place not only allows them to avoid being seen by some people, more importantly, the cameras here are in a blind spot. At this moment, Yi Shiqing's chosen route cleverly avoided all surveillance. He led Su Zishan through the blind spots of these surveillance cameras, as if he knew everything about the place. Of course, this was the matter of wiping out 3 members of the Eastern clan. Only Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan knew about it, and the other party chose to keep it a secret. After walking around for a while, the two returned to the bustling commercial street. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan returned to the shop entrance of the man with the mustache. I certainly couldn't just wander around aimlessly at this point. After all, he was also a party involved, and if he wasn't at the scene, he would be considered to be fleeing from justice. Incidents of people being harmed by supernatural abilities are usually first handled by the police. Police will arrive at the scene as soon as possible to control the situation and protect the victims and the surrounding crowd. Only then did the court intervene to resolve the matter. At this time, there were already several police officers in neat uniforms at the scene. They resolutely sealed off the scene and carried out the investigation step by step in an orderly manner. Judging from their layout, it seems they have only just arrived here a moment ago. Having learned the whole story from others, Yi Shiqing didn't seem to care about Yi Shiqing's aimless wandering around, nor did he feel angry. After all, Yi Shiqing had done nothing wrong. It was simply self-defense. At this point, it's just a formality. Are you two the parties involved in this incident? A young-looking police officer stepped forward and asked with a solemn expression. Yi Shiqing nodded slightly. If you encounter a similar situation again, please handle it carefully and avoid acting impulsively. Also, please refrain from wandering
wandering around aimlessly. I will keep your teachings in mind, officer. You are absolutely right. Yi Shiqing gave a humble and polite smile. Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan were then taken to a certain place by the police. The two waited quietly for the courtroom to begin. Time passed by, and the atmosphere around them became tense and oppressive. Because of the distance, the courtroom was delayed. Nearly an hour and a half later, the two finally saw two figures slowly walking out from the small crowd. A man and a woman walked towards this side with long, slender strides. His entire demeanor seemed out of place with those around him. The afterglow of the blazing sun cast their shadows long and long, like two mysterious and majestic black figures. A man and a woman, both wearing the same black cloaks, gleamed under the blazing sun. Their steps were steady and powerful. Every gesture he made exuded an indescribable air of authority. These are the members of the court, truly extraordinary. Yi Shiqing couldn't help but murmur in admiration. Indeed, even members of the division exude an undeniable authority in every gesture. Indeed, even the members of the division exude an indelible sense of authority in their every move. Su Zishan then recounted her story in detail. The courtrooms are clearly structured, consisting of the main court, and the branch courts. Each city typically has one branch court. The main courtyard is one for each province. The Grand Court, in particular, stands unbroken in the entire country, and there is only one such court. Upon seeing the two men arrive, the police officers immediately stopped what they were doing and bowed slightly to them. Ha 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 ha. Just do things normally. The two judges then understood the whole story after the police officer gave a brief and concise explanation. The two then took Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan, who were the parties involved, back to the yamen. We have a fairly good understanding of what happened. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. You can go back and rest now. At the entrance of the police station, Yi Shiqing spoke amicably with two members of the court. Okay, I'll cooperate fully. Yi Shiqing chuckled. Okay, I will notify you as soon as possible if there are any other issues. Yi Shiqing nodded in response, and then he and Su Zishan turned and left. It's so late. Yi Shiqing looked at the pitch-black night sky and murmured to himself, because of the murder. Therefore, this record-keeping and investigation naturally required a significant amount of time to complete. The entire process lasted a whopping 6 hours. When everything finally came to an end, it was already 9:25 p.m. A bright, silvery moon, as round as a lunar disk, hangs high in the night sky, like a dazzling pearl. Its light, like mercury spilling onto the ground, pierced through the endless darkness like a dazzling galaxy, bringing a faint glimmer of light to this utterly silent night. Is it already 9:30? Su Zishan took out her phone and checked the time, then muttered to herself. It's so late. If I go back to school now, it'll probably be past midnight, right? And the school will have been closed for ages. Just then, Yi Shiqing suddenly thought of something, his eyes lit up, and then he looked at Su Zishan with a sly look. How about we go get a hotel room? Upon hearing this, Su Zishan was slightly taken aback, and a blush instantly spread across her cheeks. Her fingers unconsciously fiddled with the hem of her clothes, as if she were a little embarrassed. After a moment of silence, she raised her head. She looked at Yi Shiqing with shy eyes and said softly, okay. Yi Shiqing calmly took out his phone. The navigation system was activated, guiding Su Zishan steadily toward the nearest hotel, which was only 5 kilometers away. The two walked side by side on the brightly lit, neon-lit sidewalk. The streets were bustling with traffic, noisy and filled with the constant honking of car horns. The streetlights sway gracefully and flicker, just like the dazzling and radiant stars in the night sky. The two remained silent throughout the journey. A subtle, indescribable atmosphere permeated the air. Yi Shiqing, on the other hand, seemed quite relaxed. He occasionally turned his head to look at Su Zishan beside him, but did not break the peaceful atmosphere. Su Zishan lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushed as red as a ripe apple. Her fingers kept fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, as if she was trying her best to hide her inner unease. Those hazy, dreamlike images kept flashing through her mind. This made her feel shy, embarrassed, and nervous. These scenes are like exciting clips from a movie. Sometimes clear and sometimes blurry, it plunged her into boundless reverie. My heart is captivated, and I am completely engrossed. A BMW sped past the two like lightning. Instantly, a fierce gust of wind arose. Not only did the wind make the hems of their clothes rustle, but it also pushed the hazy atmosphere to its extreme. What's wrong with you? Yi Shiqing asked, breaking the silence. No, it's nothing. Su Zishan kept her head down and pursed her lips. You wouldn't. Yi Shiqing grinned mischievously, a sly glint in his eyes. Thinking about that kind of thing, wouldn't you? Yi Shiqing's words fell like a heavy hammer. Upon hearing this, Su Zishan's face turned completely red as a boiling kettle. It was steaming hot, as if it was about to burst into scalding steam. No way. How could that be? Su Zishan was furious and hurriedly waved her hands, looking flustered and shy. Her chest was pounding violently, as if it were about to rise into her throat. Ha ha ha. Yi Shiqing burst out laughing at the sight, tears welling up in his eyes. Su Zishan gripped the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands, biting her lip, her whole body filled with unease. After calming himself down, Yi Shiqing Shiqing patted his chest in front of Su Zishan. Don't worry, I am a person of high moral character and integrity, and I am definitely not a shameless scoundrel. We'll get 2 rooms. Yi Shiqing spoke with a straight face and unwavering conviction, trying to deceive people. Looking at Yi Shiqing's sincere face, Su Zishan's heart-pounding emotions seemed to calm down a bit. She nodded shyly, but a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. About 10 minutes later, Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan also arrived at the entrance of a neon-colored hotel. The former walked confidently ahead, while the latter followed closely behind with a shy expression. Book 2 rooms. Yi Shiqing raised an eyebrow at the receptionist, indicating that she understood. After noticing Yi Shiqing's subtle movements, the receptionist also caught a glimpse of Su Zishan, who was standing behind Yi Shiqing with a shy expression. He seemed to have understood something, and his expression was incredibly interesting. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, sir, we only have 1 room left in our hotel. The receptionist gave Yi Shiqing a meaningful look. Oh, this. Su Zishan's face showed some fear. Yi Shiqing remained calm, but inwardly he gave the receptionist a big thumbs up. How about we go to another one? Yi Shiqing gave the shy Su Zishan a half smile. Sir, please wait. The receptionist quickly interjected again, her voice clear and urgent. Our prices here are extremely reasonable, and the value for money is outstanding. And within this area of 20 miles, we are the only hotel. A slightly flamboyant smile appeared on her face. Su Zishan's face instantly flushed crimson. Her cherry-like lips were slightly parted, as if 1,000 words were stuck in her throat, difficult to utter. Yi Shiqing scratched his head lightly, feigning nonchalance. Then, he gave Su Zishan an extremely sincere smile. How about we just make do for now? Immediately afterwards, he patted his chest with conviction and solemnly declared, I promise, I will absolutely not do anything out of line. I am a gentleman. Su Zishan gently pursed her lips. After a fierce internal struggle, she turned her gaze to Yi Shiqing. Well, okay then. Her voice was like a nightingale's song, slightly strained yet carrying a hint of barely perceptible shyness, as if it had never appeared. Su Zishan is usually an extremely lively and cheerful person, and she can strike up a conversation with anyone. However, this day spent with Yi Shiqing, she fell silent more than once, and whenever she had something to say, she found it difficult to utter it. Since you don't mind, then I'll gladly accept your offer. Yi Shiqing grinned slyly, then turned to look at the receptionist. Then let's get a room. Okay, the receptionist said, sounding somewhat impatient. After taking the ID cards from Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan, he skillfully booked a room for them. Room number is 8409, here is your room key. The receptionist handed it to you with both hands. When Yi Shiqing took it, she secretly chuckled twice. Yi Shiqing responded politely. Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan stood side by side and slowly walked towards the elevator. Their figures appeared exceptionally harmonious under the hotel lobby lights. As he was leaving, he suddenly gave the receptionist a thumbs up. Have a pleasant stay, both of you. The receptionist responded with a smile. Her clear and melodious voice lingered in the air for a long time. The two slowly boarded the rather quiet elevator and soon arrived at the 4th floor. The two walked through the slightly narrow corridor, their footsteps echoing in the silence. The atmosphere on the 4th floor was peaceful and serene. They accurately located room 8409 among the many rooms. Yi Shiqing remained calm and took out his access card, swiping it lightly. The door opened with a click, and he strode straight in. Go inside. Su Zishan's face was flushed, and she looked as nervous as a frightened fawn. Her hands unconsciously twisted together, and her feet seemed to be frozen in place. After hesitating for a moment, he followed closely behind, hesitant and cautious with every step. The environment is quite nice. Yi Shiqing glanced around. This is a room of about 20 square meters, decorated in a simple yet luxurious style. The room was quite nice, with the lighting a golden hue. Soft light falls on every corner, making people feel incredibly comfortable and relaxed. The sheets and blankets on the bed were as white as snow and exuded a faint fragrance. It makes you want to dive right in and enjoy the tranquility and beauty. But, the room was spacious enough, but it only had one bed. Clearly, this was likely done intentionally by the receptionist. Well, that's a commendable, albeit unnecessary, step. Yi Shiqing secretly gave the receptionist a thumbs up. There's only one bed. He tried his best to suppress his inner elation, but looked at Su Zishan with a surprised expression. Su Zishan's feet were almost digging out of the 3-bedroom apartment when she closed her eyes tightly. Then he slapped his flushed cheeks hard with both hands a few times, as if trying to wake himself from his arrogant and unrestrained thoughts. The crisp sound of the slap was particularly loud in the quiet room. She exhaled a heavy breath, as if she had made up her mind. As her delicate eyebrows opened, her expression also became much more relaxed. One is fine, just one. Su Zishan smiled, revealing her bright white teeth. The previous tension seemed to have vanished without a trace. I'll take a shower first. Su Zishan shrugged and turned to walk towards the bathroom, but then she seemed to remember something and turned to look at Yi Shiqing. By the way, the vermilion bird pill should be in one of the 3 spatial rings you looted. To avoid being exposed when the Eastern clan investigates later, I think you should either discard it to prevent future trouble, or consume it
and use it for your own purposes. Without receiving a reply from Yi Shiqing, Su Zishan buried herself in the bathroom.
Yi Shiqing couldn't help but chuckle as he watched Su Zishan's retreating figure.
But what the other person said did remind me.
Vermilion bird pill, Yi Shiqing murmured.
Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing took out all the items from the 3 spatial rings. 3 boxes of Grade D Berserk pills, 3 boxes of Grade E Awakening pills, and 3 offensive devices called capture nets.
In addition, there are 4 defensive instruments, 3 pieces of mystic soul armor, and 1 spirit binding necklace, and a delicate wooden box. This must be the vermilion bird pill.
Yi Shiqing raised an eyebrow, his gaze immediately locking onto the exquisite wooden box.
This wooden box looks ordinary.
The only thing that sets it apart from others is that it has a temperature that is both cold and hot, which is quite peculiar. Yi Shiqing reached for the small wooden box, and a cold sensation emanated from it.
Without hesitation, he slowly opened it. Inside the wooden box lay a golden elixir, lying quietly.
This elixir radiated a brilliant color like the afterglow of a sunset, and its surface was interspersed with flame-like dancing patterns.
This is the vermilion bird pill.
As soon as the vermilion bird pill was opened, the temperature in the entire room rose rapidly, like a microwave oven. The temperature rose sharply, making one feel as if they were in a blazing furnace. The air became scorching hot, making it difficult to breathe. Yi Shiqing slowly reached out his hand towards the vermilion bird pill. Before her fingers even touched the vermilion bird pill, an extremely intense burning sensation rushed towards her like a surging heat wave. The burning sensation was so intense, as if her hand was about to plunge into a raging fire. The pain struck instantly, like a sharp blade piercing his nerves. Startled by the sudden, sharp pain, he instinctively and swiftly withdrew his hand. They were as panicked as small animals that had been burned by fire.
"It's so hot! It's so hot!"
Yi Shiqing exclaimed, blowing on her hands repeatedly.
"How can we eat something so hot?"
Yi Shiqing frowned, completely baffled. After all, under these circumstances, it's hard to even swallow. Even a light touch will immediately be overwhelmed by an intense burning sensation. If one were to force oneself to swallow it, it would be like setting oneself on fire once it enters the stomach.
"How do you know?"
"It will inevitably burn the entire intestines until they are like charcoal." After pondering for a while, Yi Shiqing suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. He then took out his phone and made a call.
The call connected in less than 10 seconds.
"Hey,
Duan Mu."
"Oh, Brother Yi, what brings you here? I just wanted to ask about the vermilion bird pill, how to take it and such."
"Vermilion bird pill? Why are you asking about this?" Duan Mu Qingyi's tone was somewhat surprised, but he didn't ask any further questions before speaking again.
"The appearance of the vermilion bird pill may seem fiery, but it is just an illusion.
It can be taken normally."
Yi Shiqing was taken aback when he heard Duan Mu Qingyi's words. They immediately realized what was happening. Although the entire room felt like it was in a microwave oven, not a single drop of sweat fell from my eyes. The stinging sensation when I touched it earlier was just an instinctive reaction. It didn't actually hurt at all.
"Now I understand roughly. Thank you for clearing up my doubts."
Yi Shiqing's eyes lit up, and then he hung up the phone.
"Wait a minute. Beep beep beep." Meanwhile, on the other side,
before Duan Mu Qingyi could utter the words that were about to come out but were still lingering on his lips, Yi Shiqing had already hung up decisively. "I wanted to tell you that after taking the vermilion bird pill, it will emit a strong emotion that will affect not only yourself but also those around you."
Duan Mu Qingyi scratched his head.
He then sighed helplessly. "Well, anyway, the vermilion bird pill isn't in your hands, so it shouldn't cause any trouble."
"Isn't it hot?"
After Duan Mu Qingyi explained things to him, Yi Shiqing had already made up his mind. Without the slightest hesitation, he extended 2 fingers and resolutely took it in his hand. An extremely intense burning sensation surged through Yi Shiqing, causing him to instinctively close his eyes. However, a few seconds later, he slowly opened his eyes only when he realized that he did not feel any pain in his fingers. "It's really true." Yi Shiqing burst into wild laughter. "This is a pill worth 20 billion. What others risk their lives and flock to obtain. Life is truly unpredictable. Just when I thought fate was against me, things took a turn for the better. As the saying goes, heaven never closes all doors." After a moment of reflection, Yi Shiqing swallowed the priceless gem without hesitation. After a muffled thud in his throat, Yi Ziqingji sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes. The scorching energy flowed continuously within his body, much like surging, turbulent magma. Yi Shiqing concentrated intently, striving to control the trajectory of these energies, causing them to slowly permeate his entire body.
Despite its intense heat, it was surprisingly not scalding at all.
Instead, it gives people a warm and empowering feeling, like a gentle spring breeze. He held his breath and concentrated.
Quietly feel this powerful energy surging through your body. What he didn't know was,
at this moment, his pores were constantly emitting wisps of a delicate pink and peculiar aura. The gently flowing hot water slid slowly over Su Zishan's snow-white, delicate skin. Then, she gracefully glided her small, delicate toes across the ground and gently landed, splashing a few tiny water droplets. Su Zishan gently closed her eyes, her expression serene, quietly quietly enjoying this moment of warmth and tranquility. Her cheeks flushed slightly. He kept putting aside his previous reckless behavior and butterflies in the nose feelings. A little steam rose from the residual heat of the hot water in the bathroom. About an hour later, the splashing sound of water gradually stopped. Su Zishan reached out and picked up a clean white towel from the side, gently wiping away the few remaining water droplets on her exquisite skin. Her skin was as white as snow, crystal clear, and seemed to radiate a faint glow. Water droplets slid down her hair and dripped onto the ground, splashing up tiny water droplets. Too strong. She grabbed a bathrobe hanging on the clothesline and wrapped it around her naked body. The bathrobe was soft and comfortable, clinging to her skin and making her feel warm and safe. She gently adjusted the collar of her bathrobe with her hand to make sure nothing was exposed. She adjusted her emotions very quickly. After an hour of showering, my previously furious heart has now calmed down. She paused for a moment, then exhaled a deep breath. I'm done washing up, you should get ready to wash up too, she called out to Yi Shiqing outside the bathroom. 3 seconds later, there was no response. Asleep? Su Zishan raised an eyebrow, then opened the bathroom door and went out without thinking further. As soon as she stepped out, what comes into view is a dreamlike, ethereal atmosphere, with delicate pink hues that slowly spreads out before your eyes. The pink hue seemed to possess a mysterious magic, making people involuntarily intoxicated by it. What is this? As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of pleasure welled up inside him. Her face immediately flushed with a shy blush, like a blooming peach blossom. The blush spread from her cheeks to her ears, like a magnificent sunset on the horizon. It's breathtakingly beautiful. She unconsciously let out soft, panting sounds. The sound was like a gentle breeze rustling through flower petals, soft and moving. Her breathing became rapid, and her heart pounded like a deer's. She tried hard to control her emotions, but found herself completely unable to extricate herself from this mysterious atmosphere. What's going on? At this moment, Su Zishan was leaning against the wall with one hand, exuding a sense of powerlessness. She pursed her lips, her breath emitting sounds that were utterly irresistible. Her gaze, as if drawn by an attraction, immediately shifted to Yi Shiqing, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Yi Shiqing's lifeless eyes. What's going on? Yi Shiqing was also taken aback when he saw the surrounding environment. The next second, an unparalleled pleasure surged through him, and a blush suddenly spread across his face. What the heck is this? Yi Shiqing gently touched his forehead, uttering a low, hoarse voice. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. His gaze then involuntarily drifted to the alluring Su Zishan standing by the bathroom door. Their eyes met, and at the same time, soft, seductive moans echoed through the room. A strong feeling. The delicate, dreamlike air slowly permeated the entire room, drifting back and forth, subtly stirring the heart. The way the two looked at each other had undergone a complete transformation. His gaze was filled with complex emotions, surprise, shyness, and longing. Soft moans and hoarse sounds continued to escape from their mouths. The sound was like strands of silk thread, intertwined together. This gave the entire room a unique, ambiguous scent. Aha! This soft hum came from Su Zishan's mouth. It was like the softest call from the depths of my heart, carrying endless allure. Su Zishan didn't know where the strength suddenly came from, and her legs suddenly moved forward slowly without her noticing. The movement was slow yet firm. She staggered and ran quickly toward Yi Shiqing, her steps unsteady yet filled with urgency. Her pink hair swayed freely in the wind. She ran so fast that she didn't even notice her slippers had fallen off. Yi Shiqing was still dazed and had not fully come to her senses. Su Zishan was like a light and eager bird fluttering away. She suddenly buried herself in his arms. The sudden force instantly knocked him down onto the bed. He felt a sudden dizziness. Before he could react, Su Zishan had already pinned him down. She reached out and hugged Yi Shiqing tightly. My earlobe gently rests against the other person's chest, quietly feeling their heartbeat, strong and resounding like a war drum. At that very moment, a surge of intense passion welled up in my heart. Her small, delicate feet clenched tightly as she desperately tried to control her surging emotions. A fresh and delicate fragrance of a young girl wafted into Yi Shiqing's nostrils. The fragrance was as sweet and captivating as flowers blooming in spring. It stirred his soul, making him yearn for it. He quietly felt the soft, oriental texture of the other person's chest. The soft touch felt like a cloud. It softened his heart instantly. She was incredibly tender. His hands moved involuntarily, as if drawn by an invisible force, slowly pulling the other person into his arms, a display of uncontrollable passion. The faint sound of breathing gently patted Yi Shiqing's chest. Each time was like a fire, stirring up his already restless and thirsty heart. Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan's eyes flickered slightly, and they looked at each other's faces almost simultaneously. Countless tears welled up in Su Zishan's eyes, as if they were about to burst forth at any moment. These tears shimmered under the golden lights, like sparkling gems, evoking pity in the heart. Her gaze revealed a complex emotion, along with a hint of barely perceptible expectation. Yi Shiqing's eyes drooped, seemingly about to close. Looking at the other person's charming appearance, Yi Shiqing's heart couldn't help but beat faster. This strange feeling caught him completely off guard. The
silvery moonlight streamed through the window, gently slanting into the room and adding a touch of color to the entire space. The woman's skin, bathed in moonlight, was as white as snow, radiating a faint glow. Her eyes were as bright as stars, shimmering with a gentle light. A gentle breeze swept past the window, softly ruffling her hair and making her even more charming and alluring. Yi Shiqing couldn't help but reach out and stroke her face, feeling her delicate skin and warm body temperature. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, like a frightened fawn, making her all the more endearing. Yi Shiqing glanced at her and saw her lips, as red and luscious as cherries, which instantly stirred his heart and made him involuntarily swallow. Their gazes were like powerful magnets, attracting each other and becoming tightly entangled. It was as if an invisible hand was guiding the two of them from the depths of the darkness, so that their lips, they slowly moved closer to each other. The brilliant sunlight cascaded down from the high sky like a magnificent waterfall. Through the narrow gap in the curtains, the sunlight streamed unrestrainedly onto Su Zishan's fair face, as white as mutton fat jade. Her delicate, shy eyebrows trembled slightly. Subconsciously, she stretched out a slender, jade-like hand, as if carved from fine jade, and gently shielded her eyes from the glaring sunlight. Her posture was elegant yet tinged with a touch of languor. The woman, who looked like Sleeping Beauty, finally slowly opened her eyes, which were as clear as autumn water. His eyes held a hint of confusion and languor. "Is it already morning?" Her voice was somewhat low. At this moment, she was covered with a clean white quilt and lay alone on the huge bed. Squeak! A sharp, long sound broke the silence, and Su Zishan looked toward the bathroom door. That's right. A handsome man walked out of the bathroom. He was wearing a bathrobe, drying his hair as he looked at Su Zishan. "You're awake," Yi Shiqing said in a cheeky tone. Upon seeing Yi Shiqing, a blurry image flashed through her mind, and a blush rose in her eyes. Like an ostrich, she immediately covered her head with the blankets and curled up in the covers, wishing she could hide herself away. Time passed slowly. About 3 minutes later, Su Zishan then cautiously peeked half her head out from under the warm blankets. At this moment, Yi Shiqing was sitting leisurely on the edge of the bed. A meaningful smile played on his lips as he gazed intently at her. What happened last night?" Su Zishan's tone was tinged with timidity as she asked softly in a tentative manner. Yi Shiqing paused slightly, then a smug smile spread across his face. "Hey girl, have you lost all your integrity?" Su Zishan was struck dumb, her whole body stiffened, like a statue, and she could not calm down for a long time. Seeing this, Yi Shiqing chuckled twice, seemingly gloating. "Last night." Just as she was about to speak, a crystal tear slowly slid down her fair cheek. It dripped silently onto the pristine white sheets, splashing up a tiny teardrop. Ugh! Su Zishan let out a sob, like a kitten. Yi Shiqing subconsciously stared at her. To her surprise, she found that the other person's eyes were already brimming with tears, as if they might burst forth at any moment. Those beautiful eyes were now filled with tears, making it impossible for him to discern their emotions. Her body trembled slightly, as if she were under immense pressure, which evoked feelings of pity in one's heart. "Wa'ada!" A low sob escaped her lips, followed by. Su Zishan could no longer hold back her sadness and grievances and burst into tears. "I knew it. I shouldn't have believed you." Tears flowed like a burst dam. The tears fell like beads from a broken string, quickly soaking her clothes and face. Her cries grew louder and louder, as if she wanted to vent all her pain and grievances. "Men's words are lies. What am I going to do now? I'll never get married." Wah! Her nose was red from crying. She occasionally let out soft sobs, and her breathing became rapid and disordered. Although Su Zishan does have feelings for Yi Shiqing, but she naturally couldn't accept such a sudden turn of events. Thinking of this, she cried even louder. Hey, don't cry." When Yi Shiqing saw her like this, he panicked instantly and quickly reached out to put his hand on her back, trying to comfort her. "I was just kidding you. Nothing happened between us last night. Really nothing." However, Su Zishan did not believe him at all and continued to cry very sadly. "Wa'ada!" Su Zishan shoved Yi Shiqing's groping hand away. Yi Shiqing is known to be very strong, but he was completely helpless in the face of the heartbroken and crying Su Zishan. This is what they mean by a woman's heart being like a needle at the bottom of the sea. When a girl is angry or sad, their dodging, deftness, and attack abilities will be greatly enhanced. "Just kidding." Yi Shiqing firmly gripped Su Zishan's shoulders with both hands to prevent her from breaking free again. Su Zishan's frantic writhing was utterly futile against Yi Shiqing's powerful hands. "I don't believe it. You men are all big pigs. Your words are like farts, loud for a moment and then gone." Su Zishan's voice was almost choked with emotion. "Senior Su!" Yi Shiqing suddenly shouted, which immediately stirred up Su Zishan's emotions as she was crying. "Wa'ada!" Su Zishan's eyes reddened, her eyes brimming with tears, and she looked at Yi Shiqing with deep affection through her shimmering tears. At that moment, Yi Shiqing's gaze was resolute, and his eyes revealed an unprecedented determination. "If that's truly your opinion, then please believe it wholeheartedly. No matter how the situation changes, I, Yi Shiqing, will certainly shoulder my responsibilities without hesitation." Su Zishan was taken aback, her expression somewhat surprised. A warm breeze lifted the curtains, gently caressing their cheeks. Su Zishan sniffled twice, and
and her crying stopped abruptly. Looking into his firm and burning gaze, she felt a slight tremor in her heart. Su Zishan finally broke the silence, and she spoke cautiously. Really nothing happened? The voice carried a hint of doubt and uncertainty. Seeing that the other party was able to speak properly, Yi Shiqing breathed a sigh of relief. Really, I swear. Yi Shiqing held up 3 fingers and answered with conviction. Looking at Yi Shiqing's serious face, Su Zishan's blurry memories from last night suddenly flooded her mind. I hope you're not kidding me. Otherwise, I'll punch you to death, you heartless bastard. Su Zishan sniffled and said angrily. Yes. You can say whatever you want. Yi Shiqing shrugged. Then, peeking through the gap in the curtains, he glanced at the bright, clear view outside the window. It's almost checkout time. Let's pack up. Yi Shiqing changed the subject. Su Zishan wiped away the tears still lingering at the corners of her eyes and spoke slowly. But judging from her tone and manner of speaking, she seemed to have improved a lot. They seemed to have believed Yi Shiqing's endless lies. Seeing this, Yi Shiqing could only shake his head bitterly and helplessly. After all, last night, the two indeed lived in peace. Last night was like looking at flowers through a fog for Yi Shiqing. He couldn't remember anything at all. Only fragmented images remained in his mind, like fleeting clouds. The atmosphere was perfectly set at the time. He only knew that he was in a daze at the time, and when he woke up, the two of them were tightly embracing each other and lying quietly on the bed. Then, Yi Shiqing gently laid Su Zishan flat on the bed. Then he went to take a shower. Judging from their complete and intact clothing, they should be out of danger. After checking out of their hotel, Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan had dinner at a restaurant and then took a taxi back to school. The two spent an hour and a half driving to the school, which was much quieter at that time. Although there are compulsory classes every morning at the school, but in reality, they are in a free-range state. Most of the students are in their second year or above. They often resolutely choose to go to the wilderness for arduous training. After all, life and death trials are more practical than burying oneself in arduous cultivation. The average grade of freshman is roughly in the first or second order. To enter the wilderness, one must first become a superhuman hunter and successfully earn the hunter's title. The prerequisite for becoming a superpower hunter is that one's own strength must reach the 3rd tier. The wilderness is no ordinary place, it is the territory where strange beasts roam freely. The mortality rate involved is extremely high. I'll head back now, Su Zishan said with a smile, her voice echoing in the air like a clear silver bell. Okay, goodbye. She waved gently, turned around, and slowly walked away. After Su Zishan greeted Yi Shiqing, they parted ways. But, after taking only 2 steps, Su Zishan suddenly stopped. She pursed her lips slightly, a thoughtful expression on her face. She gazed at Yi Shiqing with contentment, her eyes filled with longing and reluctance. At this moment, Yi Shiqing was facing away from her, and his receding figure appeared exceptionally long in the sunlight. Su Zishan watched quietly, a strange warmth welling up in her heart. It was an indescribable feeling, like the warm sun in winter, warming her heart. After a while, Yi Shiqing's figure completely disappeared from its sight. She gently shook her head, as if trying to shake off the lingering affection in her heart. He then resumed his steps and headed towards the dormitory. 2 weeks later, the sound of Yi Shiqing throwing a punch was like a muffled thunderclap, exploding in the air with a powerful gust of wind. At this moment, he was in the training room of the villa, throwing punches and striking powerful poses. As he continued to throw punches, sweat poured down his face, soaking his clothes. His focused expression was one of complete absorption. His movements were fluid and seamless, executed in one go without the slightest hesitation. Although Yi Shiqing's combat skills had already reached their peak. However, it's still important to build a solid foundation in the basics, the more the better. During these 2 long weeks, Yi Shiqing devoted himself wholeheartedly and tirelessly to cultivating the S-level technique Fourfold Avatar. Through his diligent study, he mastered this technique to a much deeper level. If he splits into 4 clones, it represents a significant improvement compared to before. What was originally only able to last 10 minutes has now been extended to 20 minutes. However, if a clone is created, the time limit is increased to 4 hours. He also studied and tried his hand at the B-level cultivation technique, Unity of Divine Body. After Fenrir merged into his body, his original height of 1.8 meters was boosted to 2 meters. The jet black hair will also undergo a complete transformation, turning into a waterfall of long hair. As for the body as a whole, apart from having some more patterns, its appearance is not completely beast-like. The patterns were like the work of a master craftsman, though not entirely animalistic, they were still unique. Of course, there is also the most important point. If Fenrir were to grow to gigantic size first and then merge into Yi Shiqing's body, Yi Shiqing would also receive the boost that Fenrir gained from growing to gigantic size, and your level will also increase. If Fenrir's giant form gains a 3-fold increase, it will then merge into Yi Shiqing's body. The latter not only possesses complete mastery over all of Fenrir's abilities, but also over all of his physical functions, along with his other superpowers. All will receive the same triple boost. Rank increases by 0.5 rank. When reaching Gigantamax form, the increase can be be up to 6 times.
Rank can be increased by 1 level.
When Dynamaxed, the increase is 9-fold.
Rank can be increased by 1.5 ranks. Of course, this is indeed a concrete manifestation of the improvement of one's own strength under the current specific circumstances.
As your level increases, the effect of this level up will become increasingly weak. At this point, he is at the 2nd tier of strength, and the special ability of Dynamax can raise his strength to 1.5 tiers. However, if Yi-Shiqing's strength reaches the 6th rank, therefore, the boost from this Dynamax might only be 0.5 levels. After all, the higher the level, the greater the barrier to cultivation.
An hour later,
Yi-Shiqing finished his training, and he was covered in sweat. After wiping himself twice with a towel, he walked to the corner, picked up the kettle, and gulped down the water.
Ding ding ding.
Just then, the cell phone rang abruptly. Yi-Shiqing was taken aback, and then answered the phone. When she saw who was calling, a warm smile suddenly appeared on her lips.
Hey, Xiao Rongxue, what wind blew you here today? I have something for you. Xiao Rongxue spoke succinctly over the phone.
Upon hearing this, Yi-Shiqing was taken aback.
A thing? What thing?
He scratched his head, then joked.
Could it be a token of love?
He said this with a hint of mockery and joking, but he couldn't help but feel curious. Xiao Rongxue on the other end of the phone remained silent for a moment, seemingly embarrassed by Yi-Shiqing's words.
After a while, she said softly, "Stop joking, let's talk about it when we meet. I'm downstairs."
He hung up the phone after saying that. Yi-Shiqing couldn't help but chuckle as she listened to the dial tone on the phone.
Are you downstairs?
Yi-Shiqing shook her head and thought about it for a while.
After tidying up her clothes, she hurriedly went downstairs. On this sunny day,
in a quiet corner beneath a dormitory building, 2 girls with strikingly different personalities stood silently under the lush shade of trees. Their figures seemed to blend seamlessly into the surrounding scenery. It's as if they're silently waiting for someone important.
One of them had a healthy tan, was wearing shorts and a Hello Kitty t-shirt.
Her nose was small and delicate, and her round cheeks revealed a kind of innocence and cuteness.
Although her appearance is not the stunning type, but it has a unique beauty that makes people want to look at it more.
The other one was absolutely stunning. She wore a blue dress, and her silver hair swayed in the wind, shimmering with a unique luster.
Her face, as cold as an iceberg, showed no emotion whatsoever.
Her eyes were calm and deep, clear, and her skin was so white it seemed as if it could be broken with a flick of the finger.
Wow!
Who are these 2 girls?
Especially the one with silver hair. She's so beautiful. You don't recognize her? This is Xiao Rongxue, an S-class superpower user. Oh my god, that's my goddess. What's she doing? Is she waiting for someone?
The 2's outstanding appearance and dazzling looks immediately attracted the attention of passers-by, making them the center of attention.
She captivated every passing man.
Shue, really? Why did you have to do this?
Why did you have to come and deliver it in person? He Luowei, who was holding Xiao Rongshue's arm, pouted and spoke.
We take turns practicing this book, the Dawn Cultivation Method, and it's only polite to deliver it in person as a courtesy.
Xiao Rongxue spoke expressionlessly. He Luowei showed a surprised expression, but didn't say anything more. I waited for about 5 or 6 minutes. A handsome young man dressed casually, slowly coming into their line of sight.
Oh, Miss Xiao, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Yi-Shiqing smiled and raised an eyebrow at Xiao Rongxue. Then, with light steps, he slowly walked up to the 2 of them. He Luowei, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up.
You still know that?
She put her hands on her hips, leaned forward, and stared at Yi-Shiqing with a somewhat angry expression.
The line of boys pursuing Xiao Rongxue outside our dorm room every day could almost stretch all the way to France.
And you even made Xiao Rongxue come to wait for you in person. He Luowei's words carried a hint of complaint, but more than anything, they expressed her concern and care for her friend. Yi-Shiqing smiled and shrugged.
This only proves that I am different from others.
He grinned, showing off his bright white teeth and what he thought was a very handsome smile.
Here, take this,
Xiao Rongxue said calmly. She stepped forward gracefully, and the spatial ring on her right hand flashed. The Dawn Superpower Cultivation Method instantly appeared in his hand, and he then generously handed it to Yi-Shiqing.
Have you figured it out?
Yi-Shiqing asked.
It's pretty much true.
I don't need it anymore, and we don't need to take turns using it anymore. You can use it by yourself.
So fast.
Yi-Shiqing sighed and then took it from Xiao Rongshue's hand. Such a top-level supernatural ability cultivation method is so profound and obscure that it is difficult to describe. To fully understand it is an extremely difficult task. Under normal circumstances, it would take an average person a full 10 years to gain even a slight understanding. Xiao Rongxue mastered this top-tier supernatural ability cultivation method in less than a month.
Such speed is simply unbelievable.
At this point, everyone could clearly see that she was exceptionally talented, far surpassing ordinary people.
Seeing Yi-Shiqing's amazed expression, Xiao Rongxue remained as cold as ice. Instead, He Luowei, who was standing beside her, interjected.
Of course, Xiao Rongxue is an unparalleled genius, she said decisively. Truly breathtaking. Yi-Shiqing clapped his hands in admiration, his words filled with respect. Then we'll be going now, Xiao Rongxue
Rongshue said softly. After saying that, she gracefully took He Luowei's hand and turned to leave. Her posture was like that of a fairy dancing on water, gracefully about to depart. Wait, wait! Yi Shiqing shouted urgently and hurriedly stopped the two of them. What are you trying to do now? He Luowei frowned slightly and asked irritably. Yi Shiqing pondered for a moment, then composed himself and said, "You two have waited for me for so long, and it's mealtime now, so why don't I treat you to a meal?" He smiled, revealing a kind and honest expression. "No need for you to spend money." Xiao Rongshue's expression remained calm and composed as she politely declined. Have a meal? However, before she could finish speaking, He Luowei suddenly interrupted her. Yes, yes, yes. Upon hearing the word eat, He Luowei's eyes immediately lit up. He Luowei couldn't wait to grab Xiao Rongshue's fair and delicate hands and shake them incessantly, acting coquettishly. Her appearance was just like a little bird nestled against someone. Shue, come on, come on. He Luo pouted slightly, looking charming and cute. She winked at Xiao Rongshue, her eyes full of anticipation, making it hard to refuse. Xiao Rongshue remained silent, her face still calm and composed, like a still well. But you can still tell. She seemed somewhat undecided, with a hint of inner turmoil and bitterness visible between her brows. Hey, stop burying yourself in your studies all the time, you're becoming a bookworm. Come on, come on. I guarantee you'll have a feast to your heart's content. Seeing Xiao Rongshue's conflicted expression, Yi Shiqing patted his chest and assured her he looked as if he had everything under control. After much persuasion and coaxing from the two men, Xiao Rongshue had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Her expression seemed unintentional, yet it also subtly reveals a hint of compromise that is not easily detected. Xiao Rongshue has always been taciturn and is quite awkward in communicating with others. She was like a quiet orchid blooming in a corner, exuding a cool and reserved aura. For her, words often seem superfluous. She prefers to express her inner world through silence, and that is precisely why she always avoided those unnecessary dinner parties. But he couldn't resist their persistent pleading, so he had no choice but to agree. The three then strolled out and leisurely left the academy. The food at the academy had long become tasteless, so people naturally went outside to seek out different flavors to satisfy their appetites. Dawn Academy is located in the university town of Shangjing City, a place of outstanding people and talents. The area surrounding the university town is dotted with numerous food streets. It was lunchtime, and the surrounding area was bustling with people, filling the entire street. What exactly are you going to take us to eat? Tell me first, I have a big appetite. The three of them strolled slowly along the bustling food street, and He Luowei asked tentatively, full of curiosity. You'll find out in a moment. Yi Shiqing spoke calmly and unhurriedly. He Luowei's face showed a surprised expression, and she frowned slightly. What's going on here so mysteriously? The three walked side by side. On this bustling street, Yi Shiqing and Xiao Rongshue's outstanding appearances shone like bright stars, attracting much attention. Yi Shiqing has a free and easy temperament, like a wild horse that has broken free of its reins, elegant and unrestrained. Xiao Rongshue was stunningly beautiful, like a snow lotus in the frost, with a pure and immaculate temperament. The passers-by were either amazed or full of praise. However, seeing them accompanied by male and female companions, I felt a little tempted. However, none of them dared to approach and chat, but instead cast envious glances from afar. The three of them, bathed in the admiring gazes of many people, stopped in front of a shop called Lipsticks Desiring Malatang. He Luowei glanced around the store. Nothing tastes as good as this authentic Yubei-style spicy hot pot. It's absolutely delicious. Yi Shiqing gave a thumbs up, making a thumbs up gesture to show his approval. He Luowei scratched the back of her head. I'm not picky about food. I'll eat anything. What about you, Shue? As she spoke, He Luowei turned to look at Xiao Rongshue beside her. Xiao Rongshue frowned slightly, seemingly conflicted. As the apple of the Xiao family's eye, she was always provided with exquisite meals and gorgeous clothes from a young age, enjoying only the finest and best of everything. For her, the food from these small street stalls was something she had never seen or heard of before. She had never tried it before, so she couldn't help but feel hesitant. You should always try new things. Come on, let's go in. While Xiao Rongshue was still struggling with her decision, Yi Shiqing pushed her back and led her into the store without saying a word. Yi Shiqing acted swiftly and decisively, as if giving Xiao Rongshue no chance to hesitate any longer. Driven by this force, Xiao Rongshue, though harboring doubts, but she could only reluctantly go inside. Hey handsome, how many of you are there? A voluptuous young waitress greeted Yi Shiqing and his group with a smile as they entered the store. The three of you. Yi Shiqing then turned to Xiao Rou and the other two. You two find seats, I'll go order. Remember to order a lot, He Luowei reminded her. After saying that, Yi Shiqing followed the waiter to the ordering area. Let's go, Shue, let's find a place to wait, He Luowei said softly. Then she gently pulled Xiao Rongshue, who was a little hesitant. They slowly moved to an empty seat by the window and sat down facing each other. The entire store was filled with a strong and pungent smell of spicy food. The smell was extremely aggressive, as if it wanted to take over every inch of the space. And that steaming heat, the misty atmosphere atmosphere made the store feel exceptionally lively. Xiao Rongxue really disliked this unique smell. After all, she was born into a prominent family and had lived in an elegant and tranquil environment since childhood. Nature had never tasted such a flavorful, smoky aroma before. The atmosphere around was lively and cheerful, with laughter and chatter filling the air. For someone who has always enjoyed solitude, in such a noisy environment, I suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. She felt as if she were a lone goose that had wandered into a bustling city, feeling lonely and lost. Xiao Rongxue frowned slightly, a hint of discomfort and distress showing on her exquisite and beautiful face. About 5 minutes later, Yi Shiqing also came back excitedly. Yi Shiqing, being quite shameless, plopped down next to Xiao Rongxue. The latter simply clicked his tongue lightly, but didn't say anything more. About 10 or 20 minutes later, the waitress from earlier also carried 4 bowls of spicy hot pot in succession and skillfully placed them in front of the group's table. "Can we finish all this food?" the waiter said jokingly to Yi Shiqing. "That's not a problem. After all, we have a sow here, and she's quite good at feeding us." During the ordering process, it was this waiter who introduced the dishes to Yi Shiqing. When we were ordering, it was always this waiter who enthusiastically introduced various delicacies to Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing's impression of her was fairly good at this point. The sow that's being fed? Upon hearing this, He Luowei scratched her head. After a while, she seemed to suddenly understand something, and glared angrily at Yi Shiqing. "Hey, you're not talking about me, are you?" Yi Shiqing's lips curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile. He shrugged and said innocently, "Ha, really? I didn't name anyone, so please don't take it personally." After saying that, he smiled at He Luo, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. At this moment, a waiter nearby couldn't help but chuckle twice, before going to attend to other guests. Before leaving, she didn't forget to leave a blessing. "Enjoy your meal." He Luowei then rubbed her hands together, eagerly picking up a fishball and putting it in her mouth. He then revealed a satisfied expression. "Authentic enough. I told you it was delicious." Yi Shiqing ate a piece of potato. Yi Shiqing had never met this shop before, only because of a few words from a student. Today was his first time trying it out since he was new here, and the taste was indeed quite good. At this moment, Xiao Rongxue, who was sitting next to Yi Shiqing, had a solemn expression. His eyes were fixed on the steaming, sizzling pot, as if deep in thought. Her expression was conflicted, her face full of hesitation, and she seemed somewhat at a loss. "Why aren't you eating?" Yi Shiqing asked leisurely. "Do you want me to feed you?" He chewed with relish as he spoke jokingly, appearing nonchalant. Xiao Rongxue didn't speak, but her expression was exactly the same. Come. Yi Shiqing picked up a piece of potato and offered it to Xiao Rongxue without any hesitation. He wore a sly, shifty smile. Xiao Rongxue was taken aback at first, and a hint of panic flashed in her beautiful eyes. She instinctively opened her mouth, and Yi Shiqing immediately put the potato in. Xiao Rongxue's expression was solemn. After chewing curiously for a couple of times, immediately, her clear eyes lit up like stars. She felt as if she had discovered a new continent. The surprise in his eyes was hard to hide. He was clearly amazed by the deliciousness of the potatoes. "Is it delicious?" Yi Shiqing chuckled upon seeing this. Xiao Rongxue ignored Yi Shiqing's teasing and picked up her chopsticks to eat. The movements were elegant and appropriate. Her expression remained completely calm, except for her eyes, which conveyed a sense of satisfaction. Looking at that captivating face, Yi Shiqing immediately revealed a polite smile. Xiao Rongxue, having lived a life of luxury and being accustomed to delicacies, had never tried common folk food. This simple dish brought her an unprecedented sense of novelty and satisfaction. For most people, things you haven't tried before are always more appealing, and naturally you'll find them delicious. "Come on, try this." Yi Shiqing chuckled and was about to serve Xiao Rongxue some more food when he caught sight of the pot and pan and froze. 4 bowls of spicy hot pot were placed in front of me, 3 of which were empty, with only a little soup and seasoning residue at the bottom. The once overflowing bowl of spicy hot pot was devoured so cleanly without anyone noticing. Yi Shiqing subconsciously raised his head, his gaze falling directly on He Luowei. Looking at her lips and cheeks covered in grease, I couldn't help but widen my eyes. "Sis, are you a reincarnated starving ghost?" Upon hearing this, He Luowei playfully stuck out her tongue and made a face at Yi Shiqing. "Oh dear, I told you I have a big appetite." "It's not a question of whether it's edible or not, but you're moving way too fast," Yi Shiqing complained. "In the blink of an eye, you finished all 3 bowls." As Yi Shiqing spoke, he gestured with his hands, seemingly trying to emphasize how fast He Luowei ate. However, although he kept complaining, his expression showed some appreciation. After all, it had only been less than a minute since the food was served, and He Luowei had already started the clean plate campaign. That's truly admirable. Xiao Rongxue beside him was still engrossed in the remaining bowl of spicy hot pot, unable to tear herself away. They completely disregarded the dispute between the two. Oh dear, He Luowei blinked and said shyly. "This is a physical effect brought about by my superpower. So what's your special ability?" He Luowei thought for a moment about where to begin. The A-level superpower, Predator, allows the user to temporarily gain abilities by eating. Gain temporary abilities by eating? What does that mean? Yi Shiqing had only a vague understanding. He Luo Wei explained leisurely. That is to say, I can temporarily gain all the abilities of a superhuman by consuming their skin, flesh and blood, and the duration is related to the amount consumed. She paused for a moment and then continued. For example, if I ate a single hair of yours, then I will temporarily possess both of your superpowers, but the duration will not be long. But if I were to eat Ni's entire arm, that would last for at least a year. Upon hearing this, Yi Shiqing's mouth gaped open and remained agape for a long time before closing it, undoubtedly filling her heart with turmoil. That's incredible. He held it in for a long time before finally uttering that sentence. Oh, it's alright, He Luo smiled and scratched her head. But the side effect is that it forces me to eat a lot. The side effects are negligible, Yi Shiqing said quietly. After all, this ability is truly heaven-defying and even a bit sinister. If it were up to me to sacrifice an arm for the other party to eat, the other party then perfectly replicated all of his abilities. He Luo Wei pouted and winked at Yi Shiqing. He spoke slowly, somewhat embarrassed. Then, could we order a few more? Yi Shiqing obediently complied with He Luo Wei's request and walked briskly towards the counter again. She smiled and explained her needs to the clerk, then ordered a full 10 pots of spicy hot pot. Looking back on the previous scene, I realized that I had indeed promised them I would treat them to dinner. Now I'm considered a small-time tycoon, so I'm certainly not short of money. Yi Shiqing and He Luo Wei then had a very pleasant conversation. They ate and chatted casually. They talked and laughed, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. Xiao Rongxue was completely absorbed in the spicy hot pot at this moment. She was completely absorbed, oblivious to everything around her, and didn't utter a single word between the two of them. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp, sharp sound of the collision was like a thunderbolt ripped through the silent sky. The lingering sound echoed for a long time. The lively atmosphere inside the store instantly died down, and everyone turned to look at the door upon hearing the sound. 7 menacing-looking men stood at the door. They held steel bars and banged on the glass door from time to time. Ugh, it's them again. Why do they always come here to cause trouble for no reason? That's right, why are they here to rob us again? They just think these business owners are honest, ordinary people and easy to bully. Exactly, that's just too much. Some recognized the man's identity and chimed in. These 7 men were all petty thugs who had wandered over from other places. They usually do nothing but loaf around and engage in petty theft. The 7 of them also have a special identity. They are superhumans. However, despite possessing superpowers, their actual strength is quite poor. Moreover, they were all afraid of death and dared not accept any slightly dangerous missions issued by the Superpower Guild. Furthermore, they are lazy and unwilling to find a proper job. So, in order to make money quickly, they used their meager supernatural abilities to exploit and oppress ordinary people, extorting so-called protection fees. To put it bluntly, this was blatant robbery. Taking advantage of his special abilities, he committed all sorts of evil deeds and wantonly bullied innocent ordinary people. Quiet down, quiet down. The leader was a thin man who was holding an iron rod. It kept tapping on the table, making a crisp clattering sound. The owner of the kitchen walked out with faltering steps. Gentlemen, what's the matter? He stammered, his voice trembling violently, his hands unconsciously gripping the hem of his clothes. What is it? Don't you want to stay safe? The man's brows furrowed tightly, like 2 writhing earthworms, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. At this moment, one of the man's henchmen also took a step forward, tilting his head, glancing sideways, and interrupting with a disdainful look. You really have a bad memory. Don't you remember us? You actually dared to call the police. You must be tired of living. The gaunt man suddenly took a step forward and roared, like a thunderclap, shattering the surrounding silence. He swung the steel pipe in his right hand violently. The steel pipes whistled through the air, producing a series of chilling sounds. I'm just doing some small business. There's really not much profit to be made. Please, gentlemen, have mercy on me. His eyes were filled with pleading and despair. Just a few days ago, those thugs demanded so-called protection money from these bosses. But honest business owners are just ordinary people who make a living through hard work. And where would they find the ability to fight against these unreasonable thugs? However, these thugs seem to have forgotten a very important point. This is a university town. Just at this critical moment, several second-level students from the Qingzong Ability Academy happened to pass by. These trainees are young and full of vigor, each with an extraordinary presence. In particular, their sense of justice is instantly ignited when they see this scene. Naturally, they could not tolerate such evil deeds, and in their youthful vigor, they rushed forward and engaged in a fierce confrontation with the thugs. Accompanied by his fellow trainees, he resolutely dialed the police. These arrogant and domineering thugs were also detained. But the boss didn't dare to call the police at first because he was afraid of being retaliated against. Now, retribution has arrived. Isn't running a business honestly enough? Then you really don't want to do it anymore. The gaunt man glared menacingly at the other man, who immediately shuddered in fear. He then snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping across his surroundings. Since you're you're so heartless, then don't blame us for being ruthless too. He beckoned to his henchmen behind him. Brothers, smash it. Those who know what's good for them, get out of here. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. The thugs behind the gaunt man let out a beast-like roar. They swung their steel pipes heavily, producing a series of chilling whooshing sounds. The guests inside were all ordinary people. They were so frightened by this sudden turn of events that they turned pale. Faced with such intimidation and threats, they stumbled and staggered as they ran out of the door next to them. And, whenever you pass by them, you are verbally threatened by them. Some girls who pass by are verbally harassed and provoked by him. In less than a minute, more than half of the customers in the store had left. Oh dear, please don't do that. You absolutely mustn't. You mustn't. Upon seeing this, the boss's face and voice trembled noticeably with pleading. They are all innocent. Gentlemen, please, have mercy on them. Tell me how much money you want. I'll give it to you if you just let them go. Upon hearing those words, the thugs burst into laughter. Do you think we're here to ask for money? Before the boss could answer, the thin man made his move, shoving the boss to the ground. The force of the impact even moved the tables and chairs. The proprietress and the waiter who had previously served Yi Shiqing rushed forward and helped the boss up. Their eyes were filled with anger, but even more so with helplessness. It's you guys again. Just then, a sudden voice rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere. It immediately drew all the remaining gazes in the room. At this moment, there were 3 men and 1 woman at the dining table in the center of the restaurant. The one who shouted was a burly young man. He slammed his hand on the table, and with a loud bang, he stood up abruptly. His name is Li Gang. He was the one who helped this group of thugs when they caused trouble last time. It's you. The thin man recognized the other person at a glance. Li Gang snorted coldly. The voice seemed to be squeezed out from deep within the nasal cavity, carrying a strong sense of disdain and anger. It seems we weren't scared enough by your last beating, you bunch of arrogant fools. Now you dare to come here and bully the weak. The next second, the pressure of a second-tier expert burst forth from Li Gang. This immediately sent a chill down the spines of the few thugs who only possessed first-tier strength. The salesperson in front of him seemed alright, but then a cold glint flashed in his eyes. What a small world. I never expected to run into you here. It's like we met without any effort at all. Humph, looks like you want to teach me a lesson. How arrogant of you. Li Gang's right fist suddenly turned to stone. He leaped high into the air, his fist whistling as he smashed it down on the group of people. At this moment, the thugs remained calm and composed, instead giving a cold laugh. Li Gang flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. With a dull thud, the chairs in the store were smashed and knocked askew by Li Gang. How are you? Upon seeing this, Li Gang's companions did not hesitate to help the staggering Li Gang up. Cough, cough, cough. Li Gang coughed heavily twice, then struggled to lift his head and look towards the door. The 7 thugs who were originally standing at the door had somehow become 8. One of the thugs, the tall man with a scar on his face, had his right hand outstretched, his fingers twitching slightly. It's obvious that he was behind everything just now. Third tier? Li Gang and the others were immediately shocked and managed to utter 2 words. They stared, their faces pale, at the scarred-faced man among the 8 thugs who were mocking them. Boss, you finally arrived. The skinny man, who had been arrogant and domineering just moments before, now acted like a lapdog seeing its master, immediately beaming with smiles and bowing obsequiously as he approached. His back was bent so low that it was almost parallel to the ground, and the fawning look on his face was nauseating. Scarface replied indifferently. Then he glared mockingly at Li Gang and the others, whose faces had turned pale. If I hadn't been away last time, would you bunch of arrogant brats dare to show off here? What a joke. He gave a mocking smile, his tone full of contempt and disdain. At this moment, Li Gang and the others wilted like eggplants after being hit by frost and remained silent. Apart from Li Gang, they were all freshmen at the Qingzong Supernatural Abilities Academy. Apart from Li Gang, the rest are only at the 1st level. Facing a 3rd-tier scarred man is undoubtedly like throwing an egg against a rock. Then Scarface let out a sinister laugh, a laugh like the cry of an owl, sending chills down one's spine. He had shifty eyes and a filthy gaze fixed on the female companion next to Li Gang. His appearance was utterly repulsive. Then, he involuntarily licked his lips, revealing his drooling and ugly behavior. Since you all love showing off so much, then your old man, well, we must treat you to a good meal. He felt the other party's malevolent gaze, like that of a hungry wolf. Her body trembled involuntarily, like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. In her panic, she quickly covered her chest with both hands. Upon seeing this, the male companions stepped forward without hesitation. They quickly shielded the girl behind them. Seeing this, the scarred man's expression became even more ferocious, and he stared at the other man with even greater blatant disregard. Immediately afterwards, Scarface waved his hand at the pack of hungry wolves behind him. Brothers, let's get to work. The henchmen behind him suddenly burst into beast-like sneers. Armed with steel bars, they charged into the shop like a pack of ferocious beasts. Their actions were swift and decisive, and they relentlessly vandalized the items in the store. A series of crisp breaking and crashing sounds emanated from inside the store, with constant clattering and clanging noises. The once tidy storefront instantly became a mess. Glass shards flew everywhere, tables and chairs were overturned, and goods were scattered all over the ground. Meanwhile, some of the female staff members in the store were also grabbed by the wrists and harassed. No, you mustn't. The boss panicked, as if he had lost his soul. Her legs buckled and she collapsed heavily to her knees in front of the thin man. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he clung tightly to the thin man's legs, pleading desperately. This shop is the culmination of my years of hard work. It's like my child. Please, have mercy on me and let me off the hook. The boss's eyes were filled with tears, and the wrinkles on his face were twisted together with pain, making him look very pitiful. Upon seeing this, the gaunt man revealed a cruel sneer, his icy eyes devoid of any pity. He kicked his boss hard, sending him flying. The boss's body flew through the air in an arc like a kite with a broken string before crashing heavily to the ground. He curled up in pain, groaning intermittently. Why didn't you do this sooner? Now, it's too late. Just as the thin man was about to launch into a sarcastic remark about his boss, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but let out a soft eh. He instinctively turned his head to look. In this noisy and chaotic environment, 2 women and 1 man stood out as particularly out of place. Compared to the terrified crowd who fled in panic, the 3 of them were remarkably calm and composed. One of the silver-haired girls was incredibly beautiful and was eating her meal leisurely, as if everything around her was irrelevant. Meanwhile, the gazes of another handsome young man and a girl with an ordinary appearance but a certain charm were fixed on him. Why aren't you leaving yet? The thin man frowned and strode towards Yi Shiqing and the others. After all, the other party's behavior clearly showed that they didn't take them seriously. Hey, what the hell are you looking at? You better get lost. The thin man walked up to Yi Shiqing and shouted angrily. The other party's previous outrageous behavior naturally attracted the attention of Yi Shiqing and he flew away. However, we should adhere to the principle of observing until we fully understand the whole story. Yi Shiqing neither made a move nor made any judgment about the other party. And now, judging from their behavior, they are not a kind person. Now they're taking advantage of me again, and Yi Shiqing can't stand it anymore. What do you think I'm looking at you for? He gave a cold laugh, his face full of disdain. If you need to poop, go somewhere else. Don't pollute the air here. Just looking at you makes me sick. The gaunt man, who had just been scolded, gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face, and his eyes flashing with anger. Then he suddenly raised the steel rod in his hand and slammed it hard down on the table. A piercing thud suddenly erupted, as if it were shaking the entire room. Upon hearing the muffled thud, the surrounding henchmen reacted quickly and rushed over. They stared at Yi Shiqing and the others with menacing expressions, their eyes filled with threat and hostility. Very good, little thief. The gaunt man narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous glint in them, and couldn't help but let out a sneer. You've got some nerve, daring to mess with the big boss. But, he deliberately drew out his words, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. I wonder if your courage is directly related to your ability. His words had barely left his lips when, like a stone thrown into still water, they caused a great uproar among the group of his underlings. To them, Yi Shiqing was nothing more than a child. Like a calf just out of its fold, its feathers not yet fully grown, they naturally looked down on it. Yi Shiqing clicked his tongue softly, as if it were the sound of a morning bell or evening drum, and suddenly stood up. With a furious roar, his voice boomed like a bell, and an overwhelming pressure, like a tidal wave, suddenly crashed into the hearts of those around him. The laughter of the 7 thugs abruptly stopped. Suddenly, as if waking from a dream, his expression became solemn, as if he were standing on the edge of an abyss, ready for battle. Second order? The gaunt man was stunned for a moment. Before he could speak, the scarred man walked over after hearing the sound. Just a mere tier 2. I thought it was something special. Scarface grinned. I'll crush you just the same, Yi Shiqing said dismissively. Arrogant. Scarface let out a deafening roar. With his aura as a 3rd-tier expert, a powerful force suddenly erupted from his body like a surging tide. This powerful pressure collided fiercely with Yi Shiqing's aura. An invisible wisp of gunpowder seemed to fill the air. Meanwhile, He Luowei rested her chin on her hands, looking on with great interest as she watched the drama unfold. Yi Shiqing's strength was evident to all, so she naturally trusted him completely. Xiao Rongxue continued eating her spicy hot pot with an expressionless face, seemingly out of place in the world. Who is he? I don't know. This is a 3rd-tier expert. Why would a 2nd-tier player like him challenge these people? The loud noise and commotion caused by the group of thugs had already attracted the attention of passers-by. However, adhering to the principle of watching the show, they did not want to get into a conflict with this 3rd-tier ability user. Who are they? Let's go help them. No. Let's escape while they're distracted. At this moment, Li Gang and the others were hesitating whether or not to step forward to help. But, seeing that 3rd-tier scarred man filled me with an indescribable bitterness. Boss, tear it apart. That's right, break his legs and see if he dares to be so arrogant again. Let him know that playing the hero comes at a price. The leader of Scarface's henchmen arrived and barked wildly at Yi Shiqing and his group, constantly cheering them on. After all, Scarface is a genuine tier 3. However, What they didn't know was, at this moment, Scarface's brows were tightly furrowed, as if twisted into an unbreakable rope.
Facing Yi Shiqing, who was at the second level, his face did not relax at all. On the contrary, it was full of vigilance.
How can a second-tier aura be so strong?
Scarface thought to himself. Despite only being at the second level, Yi Shiqing was in no way weaker than him in the face of his oppressive aura.
Even in that invisible clash of auras, Scarface vaguely sensed that Yi Shiqing's aura was stronger than his own, while the two were locked in a stalemate.
The gaunt man, like a vicious dog, reignited his arrogance upon seeing his master.
His gaze immediately locked onto Yi Shiqing's side.
Xiao Rongxue was chewing potatoes with a blank expression. Ha! He frowned and roared angrily, "They're still eating." Seeing this, he felt extremely angry. After all, they had been standing there for half a day, and the other party had never raised their head once, clearly showing that they did not take them seriously at all. This disdain fueled his anger even more. Xiao Rongxue remained silent. He stepped forward, veins bulging on his forehead, and forcefully lifted the pot of spicy hot pot in front of Xiao Rongxue.
"Stop fucking eating."
In an instant, the hot oil at the bottom of the pot surged and raged like a wild horse, flying everywhere. It was like a sudden rain of oil, pouring down in all directions.
A few drops landed unexpectedly on Xiao Rongshue's elegant blue dress.
Like fallen petals, they left mottled stains on the gorgeous skirt. At the same time, a few drops of hot oil splashed precisely onto her fair, snow-white, and delicate cheeks. Like a vibrant red plum blossom blooming amidst the pure white snow, it appears exceptionally dazzling.
At the same time, Xiao Rongshue's chopsticks froze in mid-air, her expression completely devoid of emotion.
Only her crystal-clear eyes spoke of her anger. Yi Shiqing was also stunned for a moment upon seeing this, and the aura emanating from his body weakened considerably. The crocodile, he Lu away, seemed to have dislocated its shoulder, and it took it a long time before it could close its mouth again. She glanced at the thin man with a hint of regret and pity, her eyes filled with complexity. The thin man was taken aback, clearly not understanding what he Lu away meant. At this moment, Xiao Rongxue stood up quietly. She was surrounded by a chilling aura that made people hesitate to approach her. The cascading silver hair fell freely over her slender and graceful waist, yet it did not add the slightest touch of gentleness to her. Her expression remained calm, but her eyes were captivating and icy cold. A chilling, frosty power seemed to leap and dance around Xiao Rongxue. The temperature inside the store, which was originally in the middle of summer, suddenly dropped rapidly. Some of the hot oil in the pan began to slowly freeze at this point. The originally scalding hot oil gradually lost its temperature under the influence of the cold air, and a thin layer of ice film began to condense on its surface.
Third tier?
These words were like a bolt from the blue, causing the expressions of the thugs around them to change drastically. In an instant, his face turned ashen, filled with terror, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. Their ability to act arrogantly and domineeringly was entirely due to the presence of that scarred man, a third-tier expert. They were essentially borrowing the tiger's power. Although this is a university town, most of the senior students at the 3rd level go to the wilderness area for training. These new students are at most at the 3rd rank, so they can naturally run rampant. But now, out of nowhere, a 3rd-tier expert has appeared. This naturally terrified them, who were used to bullying the weak. Moreover, the aura emanating from the other party was incredibly powerful, like Mount Tai pressing down, completely on par with Scarface. That overwhelming momentum, like a raging torrent, plunged their small boat into a raging storm.
That skinny man who was just now so arrogant and domineering.
But it felt as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over him from head to toe. He was already drenched in sweat, just because at this moment, Xiao Rongshue's icy gaze, like 2 sharp ice blades, was fixed on him.
Wow, tier 3, so young.
My goodness, she must be a senior student from Dawn Academy. She's so beautiful. Frost, silver hair, 3rd rank. Wait, is she Xiao Rongxue, the S-rank ability user recruited by Dawn Academy this year? Ha, it really does look familiar.
No wonder it looked so familiar.
In an instant, the crowd of onlookers outside the store erupted in a flurry of discussion. However, feeling the icy, bone-chilling cold, everyone unconsciously lowered their voices considerably. But Xiao Rongshue's unusual frost-white hair and her incomparably powerful strength, coupled with her outstanding and stunning beauty, she shines like a beacon in the darkness. Even a fleeting glimpse is enough to leave a lasting impression. It was these unique characteristics that immediately allowed some perceptive people to recognize her identity. Over time, the cold inside intensified, and many chairs and tools succumbed to the effects. It has been frozen into an ice sculpture that looks like it has been carefully carved. Thick layers of frost had formed on the windows. The ice layer was like a mysterious veil, separating the inside from the outside. The henchmen beside Scarface were all superhumans, using their meager abilities to keep their few remaining members afloat. That's how they escaped being frozen into ice sculptures. Even so, that bone-chilling cold was still unforgettable, eroding their flesh. Fortunately, by this time only a few of them remained inside. Therefore, it will not affect other ordinary people. This woman is actually at level 3. Scarface frowned deeply and muttered to himself.
Feeling Xiao Rongshue's powerful frost, he immediately lost confidence. But he was too embarrassed to back down. After all these years, if I were to be scared away by a young girl, I would become a laughingstock. His mind raced, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Shiqing. Kid, I have to admit you're quite capable, managing to find such a powerful woman to rely on. Scarface stared at the gaunt man with a sinister gaze, his words full of sarcasm. However, I have been a wanderer in the martial arts world for many years and have always adhered to my own principles. I never lay a hand on a woman. If you have even a shred of manliness left, don't cower behind a woman. Step forward confidently. What a load of nonsense. Xiao Rongxue frowned slightly, and with a slight lift of her fair hand, which was as smooth as mutton fat jade, countless frost sprites danced in her palm. Upon seeing this, Scarface immediately assumed a defensive stance, his entire body tensing as if facing a formidable enemy. However, just as Xiao Rongxue was preparing to exert her strength, a strong, powerful hand grasped her pure, delicate hand in an instant, like lightning. She was taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. Your abilities are too wide-ranging, they'll affect those around you. Yi Shiqing shrugged, then bent his other thumb and pointed at himself. Leave this kind of thing to me, as a man, to handle. He smiled, his face radiating confidence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongxue lowered her eyes slightly and, after a moment of thought, felt that what Yi Shiqing said made no sense. The frost around her stopped its excited dance as her right hand fell down. The surrounding temperature also froze at that moment. Upon seeing this, the scarred man grinned. After all, he couldn't defeat Xiao Rongxue, who was at the 3rd level. But dealing with a mere second-tier kid is more than enough. Good lad, you've got guts. Yi Shiqing snorted coldly. Since you've named me, I must respectfully comply. Yi Shiqing had long ago seen through the scarred man's hidden thoughts. To put it bluntly, this scarred man's behavior is what people often call bullying the weak. He has always enjoyed using his limited strength to bully those who are relatively weaker, specifically looking for so-called easy targets to squeeze. Such people often become obsequious and fawning when facing the powerful. However, once they encounter the weak, they immediately put on an arrogant and domineering face, wantonly bullying them. Their behavior is truly despicable. But today is different. Thinking of this, Yi Shiqing let out a cold laugh. Scarface grinned, gathering his thoughts. Kid, let's go then. Before Scarface could finish speaking, Yi Shiqing's powerful fist slammed into his stomach with lightning speed. It was so fast that he didn't have time to react at all. Scarface's body bent into a C shape. Immediately, Yi Shiqing moved like a dragon, nimbly turning and instantly adjusting his direction before swinging his arm with tremendous force. In an instant, Scarface was like an out-of-control shooting star. With overwhelming force, it smashed through the window, which had been as solid as a rock and frozen into ice, and crashed heavily to the ground. Numerous shards of glass and flying ice sparkled and shone in the sunlight. It looked as if countless dazzling gems had been scattered all over the ground. Ah, cough cough cough. The scarred man clutched his belly, staggered to his feet, and stared at Yi Shiqing with a look of utter astonishment. He really couldn't understand how the other party could move so fast and with such ridiculous strength. At that moment, Yi Shiqing also jumped out from the large hole that had been smashed open inside the store. Staring at the other person with a mocking expression, he organized his thoughts. Since you love showing off so much, then your grandpa, we must treat you to a good meal. Boss. The henchmen around him panicked at the sight, their eyes widening in disbelief. 1 second tier, one punch sent their pride and joy flying. Who is this guy? I don't know. A second-tier player actually sent a third-tier player flying with 1 punch. My god, I thought that woman was strong enough, but I didn't expect her male companion, who was only at the 2nd level, to be so powerful. How come he looks so much like Yi Shiqing, another S-class student from Dawn Academy? It really seems to be true. With the appearance of Yi Shiqing and Scarface, the surrounding crowd instantly erupted in uproar, with voices of discussion rising and falling. Originally, everyone could only peek and observe silently through the foggy, blurry window. Yi Shiqing's figure suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. When most people see Yi Shiqing, a multitude of images and information flash through their minds like lightning. He immediately realized and recognized Yi Shiqing's identity. That's right, the second-tier expert who sent the scarred man flying with a single punch was that. Debonair, handsome, dashing, peerless, dignified, and of extraordinary character and appearance. Mountains smile when they see mountains, and waters laugh when they see waters. Yi Shiqing is someone who brings joy to children and smiles to the faces of the elderly. Scarface learned Yi Shiqing's identity from the chattering and noisy crowd around him. He wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, clearly somewhat timid. After all, Yi Shiqing's name had long been known throughout the country. Putting aside that punch just now, it completely shut him up. More importantly, Yi Shiqing's identity is special, even if he did not deliberately seek to align himself with any power. However, thanks to his rare S-class superpower and his unique dual superpowers, he had long been noticed by important figures from all sides and regarded as a rare talent. Those important figures all favored him greatly, secretly giving him a lot of attention and protection. Scarface knew perfectly well what was going on. If I were to recklessly
needlessly injure Yi Shiqing today, the consequences would be unimaginable. I doubt I could afford to pay for it even if I had several lives. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
Hey, are you going to fight or not?
Seeing the other person staring at him awkwardly, Yi Shiqing raised his head and spoke.
Scarface was stunned and remained silent. If he ran away, he would lose face, and how could he survive?
But judging from Yi Shiqing's attitude, he was clearly not going to let it go. Faced with this situation, he was immediately conflicted. Whoosh! While he was still in a daze, Yi Shiqing had already thrown a punch at him. The force of the punch was like a dragon emerging from the sea, carrying with it the sound of whistling wind. Yi Shiqing flashed across the distance of more than 20 meters and delivered a powerful punch to Scarface's head.
Ah!
Scarface didn't even have time to react before his face caved in instantly under Yi Shiqing's wild, powerful fist. The force of the punch sent him flying in an arc as he crashed heavily to the ground.
Ignoring the pain, he quickly got up and glared at Yi Shiqing with a burning rage. That punch seemed to have angered him.
His face was contorted in a grimace as he wiped the blood flowing from his nostrils, but he remained silent. Seeing this, Yi Shiqing clicked his tongue lightly, his heart filled with doubt. Why did this guy suddenly become a coward? Where did that arrogant and domineering attitude go? He was hit, but instead of saying a word, he sulked. Yi Shiqing glanced at his opponent with a mocking look, then clenched his right fist again, preparing to continue his attack, when his opponent suddenly shouted loudly,
Wait a minute, what are you doing?
Yi Shiqing looked at the scarred man with a surprised expression and asked. Seeing Yi Shiqing stop moving, the scarred man let out a deep sigh. Then, his expression instantly turned obsequious, and he put on a smile that looked worse than crying.
Young man, this is a misunderstanding, Scarface said in a fawning tone.
Yes. He felt a great weight lifted off his shoulders after seeing that Yi Shiqing was able to have a proper conversation.
Consider today's events as being bitten by a dog. I will take full responsibility for everything.
Look, young man, I was just confused for a moment, blinded by greed. That's why I made such a mistake. You're a magnanimous person. Please don't hold it against me.
Scarface forced a smile and opened his mouth in a servile manner.
This person has always bullied the weak and vulnerable, specifically targeting the simple and honest common people. Once they encounter someone with a powerful background, they immediately become timid and cowardly, utterly lacking the power to resist. They didn't even have the courage to throw a punch forward.
Ha 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 ha.
Yi Shiqing couldn't help but burst into laughter, his laughter unrestrained and loud, before covering his face with his hands, and the laughter subsided slightly. Immediately afterwards, he turned his gaze to the other person with great interest. Sorry, I'm the kind of person who holds grudges and seeks revenge. If a dog bites me, I like to bite back. Just as Scarface was lost in thought, Yi Shiqing's figure moved swiftly like a ghost once again. Just as Scarface was waking up from his daze, Yi Shiqing's fist appeared before him like a thunderbolt. In an instant, he was terrified, his pupils dilated sharply, and his face was filled with utter horror. His face instantly twisted and deformed, then collapsed again. Scarface was like a missile of unparalleled power, crashing into the wall 20 meters away with devastating force. A loud boom was heard. The wall trembled violently under the impact of this enormous force, and shocking cracks appeared. Scarface fell from the wall like a dead dog, and before he could even regain his footing, that chilling figure reappeared in front of him. Yi Shiqing pushed him to the ground.
He plopped down on him. Immediately afterwards, a barrage of fist shadows rained down. Ah!
Under Yi Shiqing's loving caresses, the screams gradually subsided. The other person's cheeks had already sunken in, and their entire face was completely sunken into their bone structure. It took a full minute before Yi Shiqing stood up. I already said, I'll crush you. Yi Shiqing sneered. At this point, Scarface's face was riddled with holes, completely resembling a pig's head. Having the physique of a third-tier superhuman, he naturally did not die. Yi Shiqing didn't specifically intend to kill him. After all, there are many innocent children around here. Thinking of this, Yi Shiqing's gaze softened as she glanced around at the seedlings hiding in their parents' arms, timidly looking at this side. It wouldn't be good if it left an indelible shadow on their young minds. Yi Shiqing laughed self-deprecatingly, then glanced helplessly at Scarface. Although, this scene is already unforgettable for them for the rest of their lives.
Cough cough cough.
Scarface coughed twice and slowly got up from the ground. When Yi Shiqing's face came into view, another chill ran down my spine. We are police officers.
While remaining on standby, stay calm.
Just as Yi Shiqing was still hesitating, a loud voice rang out.
Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. 4 police officers in elegant uniforms emerged from the crowd.
Upon seeing this, Yi Shiqing and Scarface's eyes lit up simultaneously, as if they had seen salvation. They shouted in unison, "Police officers, you finally arrived. ×2. Woo woo." The police officer in the lead had a slight frown and his eyes were full of doubt. He glanced quickly at Yi Shiqing and the person slumped on the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head. His expression was slightly surprised, and his eyes revealed a hint of astonishment and confusion. "Officer, I've been waiting so long, so eagerly, like waiting for the stars and the moon to appear, and finally you've come." Yi Shiqing quickly walked up to the leading policeman and began to complain. This guy was arrogant and domineering, a bully who relied on his power to intimidate others. If I hadn't known a little bit about martial arts, I probably would have been dead long ago. Yi Shiqing spoke earnestly, pointing to the scarred man on the ground as he spoke. At this moment, he looked pitiful and extremely wronged, as if he had suffered a great injustice in the world. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A brief silence fell over the scene. Scarface? No, how come you stole all my lines? Police officer, underscore, you actually know a little bit about martial arts. The police officers, witnessing this scene, felt a mix of emotions. He glanced at Yi Shiqing, whose eyes were brimming with affection, his lips twitching wildly. Then his gaze fell on the scarred face, which was now unrecognizable and barely human. The police officer was momentarily at a loss for words. The atmosphere at the scene became very strange, making people feel both amused and exasperated. This stalemate did not last long. Xiao Rongxue and her companion, along with the owner of the spicy food shop, strolled over at that moment. Under the bosses and the surrounding crowd's eloquent and incessant explanations, only then were the police officers able to get a glimpse of the whole story and roughly understand the ins and outs of the matter. The boss vividly described the scene, his words filled with passion and fervor. The public also chimed in with various details, demonstrating the power of collective opinion. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing and the others were taken to the yamen to give statements, which can be described as surrendering without resistance. When the recording was finished, the blazing sun, which had been high in the sky and radiant with light, was now enveloped in the magnificent afterglow of the sunset. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Of course, the final result was still that Yi Shiqing was completely unharmed. On the contrary, the scarred man and others who were causing trouble have already been detained. After a period of waiting, he will face imprisonment and sentencing. Afterwards, as they walked out of the government office, the boss and his companions expressed their deepest gratitude to Yi Shiqing and his group. He repeatedly expressed his sincere gratitude before reluctantly bidding farewell and turning to leave. Yi Shiqing and the others did not linger in front of the government office and set off on foot toward the school. Because the place was only 5 or 6 kilometers away from the school, the group decided to walk back. The three chatted happily along the way, exchanging witty remarks and enjoying themselves immensely. The afterglow of the sunset was like a dreamlike rainbow, with a strange and peculiar luster, making the three people's shadows look incredibly long. A pleasant breeze, like a lively messenger, gently lifted Xiao Rongshua's snow-white hair. This makes her appear extraordinary and refined, inspiring noble aspirations in others. In such a situation, this caused Yi Shiqing to stare straight ahead, but his peripheral vision couldn't help but drift towards the other person. While Yi Shiqing was still paying attention, He Luowei leisurely walked up to Yi Shiqing's side. He nudged Yi Shiqing twice with his elbow and teased him. I didn't expect you to be so physically strong. You, a second-tier cultivator, were able to easily defeat a third-tier cultivator without even using your special abilities. Of course, I learned it step by step through real hard work and practice. Yi Shiqing stretched out his hand, bent his thumb towards himself, and looked proud and at ease. As for these local thugs, they are nothing but bullies who prey on the weak, merely relying on their superior abilities to try and crush others. In reality, his combat skills were almost non-existent, and he was hardly any worth mentioning, even though the opponent he encountered this time was one level higher than Yi Shiqing. However, for Yi Shiqing, dealing with such a person was a challenge. It was incredibly easy, just a piece of cake, a mere trial run. TSK TSK TSK. He Luowei shrugged and curled her lip. You get all confident after just a couple of compliments. Afterwards, the group strolled leisurely back to the school. As they were about to part ways, the usually quiet and reserved young woman, her beautiful eyes sparkling, thought for a moment and then said to Yi Shiqing, let me remind you that supernatural ability cultivation method will be twice as effective if practiced at dawn. After saying that, she and He Luowei left without looking back. Do you practice in the morning? Yi Shiqing frowned slightly, raised his hand to scratch his head, and muttered to himself thoughtfully, it seems it's time to break through to the third tier. His eyes revealed a hint of determination and expectation. After all, his S-class ability, Dark Knight Overlord, had been stagnant at the peak of the second tier for quite some time. Each breakthrough in ability level will encounter a bottleneck that is difficult to overcome. This is like climbing a mountain peak. Every step upward requires tremendous effort. The path of cultivation is inherently rugged and fraught with difficulties and obstacles. Breaking through a level is like climbing a steep cliff. The difficulty is unimaginable. It's incredibly challenging. When Yi Shiqing first broke through to the second level of Dark Knight Overlord, he did so by utilizing the system and therefore did not experience any bottleneck. But the other two abilities were something he understood intuitively. Yi Shiqing then returned to the villa with light steps. The villa was dark and unusually quiet, with no lights on. Duan Feng doesn't seem to be here? But he didn't pay much attention to it and went straight to the bathroom. After entering the bathroom, Yi Shiqing turned on the tap, and scalding hot water poured down like a waterfall, splashing up sparkling water droplets. He stood quietly under the showerhead, feeling the temperature and pressure of the hot water, as if every drop of water could wash away his fatigue and stress. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing opened the system panel. Importing data into the killing system. Data import for the killing system successful. Name, Yi Shiqing. Physical strength, 700. Agility, 1200. Strength, 620. Mental strength, 760. Skills, 4th clone unity of God in body. Ability points, 1741. Superpower, S-rank superpower, Dark Knight Overlord, Psychic Tier 2. Ability A, Blade of Time, Military, Tier 2. God level superpower, Demon Wolf Fenrir, Mental type Tier 2. Yi Shiqing's gaze was fixed on the 1741 ability points, and he rested his chin on his hand, pondering. More than 2 months have passed since the last lottery draw, yet the guaranteed prize system still exists like a shadow. Yi Shiqing murmured to himself softly, a complex emotion in his eyes. It seems I'll have to go to the wilderness area in a while. He frowned slightly, secretly making plans in his mind. Yi Shiqing currently only has 1,741 ability points, which is not very abundant. It's important to know that each upgrade of a superpower requires a full 500 superpower points, and that's just the cost of the upgrade itself. More importantly, even with so many ability points invested, there is no guarantee of a successful upgrade. There is a very high probability that these ability points will be wasted, like stones sinking into the sea. The system's lottery card pool has a stacking function. This means that after drawing 90 more times, you will still be guaranteed to get an S-rank reward. Once you successfully break through to the 3rd tier and obtain the hunter status, you will be able to go to the wilderness area. By then, the ways to obtain ability points will greatly increase, and naturally, we won't be short of these mere ability points anymore. Therefore, after careful consideration, Yi Shiqing did not intend to accumulate these ability points. After making the decision, a resolute look flashed in Yi Shiqing's eyes. System, I want to participate in the lottery. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of inspiration appeared in his eyes, and a simple and clear lottery drawing screen instantly appeared before his eyes. Without hesitation, Yi Shiqing, filled with eager anticipation, lightly tapped it in mid-air. A clear and melodious chime rang in Yi Shiqing's ears. A beautiful white light flashed before my eyes like a fleeting moment. Seeing this, Yi Shiqing couldn't help but sigh. After all, it meant that all his efforts would be in vain. After all, S-grade items are not something that can be obtained easily. But just before he was fully immersed in regret, the next second, the white light transformed, becoming a dazzling, radiant gold. Golden? Yi Shiqing was overjoyed, her heart brimming with happiness. S-rank. I got it in 110 pull. What bad luck. Accompanied by Yi Shiqing's thunderous laughter, the dazzling golden light instantly transformed into 10 cards, shining brightly. One sheet is radiant with golden light, while the other 9 are pristine white. Yi Shiqing's gaze seemed to be drawn to the 9 white cards. With his eyes fixed on the gold card, he took it directly. S-rank ability, Dark Netherflame, Magic, Tier 1. 1. Can cast the Flame Summoning Technique to summon the Dark Nether Flame for its own use. Flame techniques require independent study and practice to master their mysteries. 2. It can burn the body and devour the soul. For each person killed, it can obtain the energy of their soul for its own use to restore their functions. Summoning flames, soul energy? Yi Shiqing pondered and roughly understood what it meant. To put it simply, Dark Netherflame can not only burn the body but also attack the soul. However, each time a person, monster, is killed, their soul is converted into energy, which the user can absorb to restore all of their functions. It's like having an endless battery life. It can attack the soul. Yi Shiqing focused intently, pondering this crucial point repeatedly. Ability that can attack the soul is extremely rare, like a priceless treasure. And, the cultivation of every superhuman encompasses both the soul and the spirit. Having the ability to attack the soul is tantamount to possessing a deadly weapon that strikes the opponent's vitals. If the opponent's soul is severely damaged, there is a high probability that their cultivation level will regress and their strength will be greatly reduced. Therefore, most people would avoid such people with superpowers and refrain from fighting them. Roar roar roar. Not bad. At least now we have another powerful weapon in our grasp. Yi Shiqing smiled proudly. The golden card then vanished, turning into a cloud of black mist that seemed to come alive and merged into Yi Shiqing's body. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the S-rank ability, Dark Netherflame, Spiritual Power plus 100, Stamina plus 100, Strength plus 30. Current mental strength, 860. Current stamina, 800. Current strength, 650. Current ability points, 141. So now we only need 80 more draws to get another S-rank character, Yi Shiqing concluded. He then glanced at the remaining 9 white cards. Suddenly, everything went black. Among these 9 toilet plunger cards, there was one particularly eye-catching gold version. The dazzling golden light seemed to be mercilessly mocking his helplessness and astonishment at this moment. Yi Shiqing gently touched his forehead, suddenly feeling a headache coming on. This gacha system is absolutely insane, he complained. Fortunately, he had learned from past mistakes, so he didn't get as angry as before. Just as Yi Shiqing was engrossed in his work, he suddenly sensed something and let out a soft "eh" in confusion.
Your perception has become stronger? He couldn't help but sigh repeatedly.
At this moment, Yi Shiqing was quietly in the bathroom, surrounded by a hazy mist of steam.
However, what's amazing is that he was able to clearly sense Duan Feng's peak second-tier cultivation level, who was in the living room.
Normally, one must be fully focused and perceive things carefully.
Only then might one be able to detect the faint aura emanating from the other person.
The situation is quite different, even if one does not take any deliberate action. Just by staying quietly in the bathroom like this, one can easily perceive Duan Feng's cultivation level clearly. As expected, abilities that can damage the soul are quite special. Yi Shiqing gently raised his hand, and in an instant, a ball of black flame, seemingly from the deepest abyss, appeared and burned in his hand. He.
This flame resembled the eye of a demon in the dark night, radiating a chilling aura.
The flames occasionally emitted an extremely deep and eerie sound. The sound was like the mournful howl of a ghost in the deepest hell, piercing and eerie. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of the flames burning was like a howling wind, and the fire raged fiercely, like a surging, angry sea. Even though Yi Shiqing was currently taking a hot bath, the black flame showed no signs of extinguishing.
The fire is burning well. It's just that the sound, it's a bit unpleasant to listen to.
After expressing his feelings, Yi Shiqing finished his bath.
The next day at 6 o'clock in the morning,
night was still making its last struggle, and the bright moon in the sky was like a dancer in her twilight years, about to slowly fade away. In the distant eastern sky, the first rays of dawn are gradually piercing through the clouds. Like a newborn baby, struggling to break free of its restraints, it slowly rises. Its soft light, like a pair of gentle hands, caresses the earth, taking away the darkness and silence of the night. Yi Shiqing stood quietly on the spacious open-air balcony of the villa, the morning breeze gently caressing his face. A rather mysterious-looking scroll lay open at his feet. Yi Shiqing first glanced casually at the book Dawn Superpower Cultivation Method on the ground. Then his gaze slowly swept over the sunlight that was rising slowly from the eastern horizon. He rested his chin on his right hand, as if he were thinking about something. According to the text, it is at the break of dawn, when the morning light is just beginning to appear. The world contains a vast and powerful spiritual energy. If one can concentrate and calm one's mind at this time, one can extract and cultivate it. It will surely yield wonderful and unexpected results. After a moment's thought, Yi Shiqing accurately summarized the key points of Dawn's cultivation.
He couldn't help but sigh.
Fortunately, the above text explained the techniques for extracting abilities. The dazzling and mesmerizing sunlight had completely broken through the shackles of the clouds, generously spreading the dawn's light across the world. The blinding sunlight poured down on Yi Shiqing's face, yet he remained calm and composed. It was as if the noise and turmoil of the world had nothing to do with him. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing took out the 3 Qingling pills that Duan Muqingyi had given him earlier from his pocket. He swallowed one without hesitation. After all, the Azure Spirit Pill can help those with superpowers below the 3rd rank break through their cultivation level.
More roads mean more protection.
He already possesses 4 superpowers, but he cannot cultivate them all at the same time. Dark Knight Overlord had already reached the peak of the 2nd tier, so Yi Shiqing decided to break through to the next level first.
Everything is ready, let's begin our cultivation.
Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing assumed a boxing stance without hesitation. Calm and composed, he began his cultivation with complete focus, following the exquisite techniques in Dawn's supernatural ability cultivation method.
6 hours later,
Yi Shiqing wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a deep sigh. Congratulations to the S-rank ability user, Dark Knight Overlord, for breaking through to the 3rd tier.
Mental strength plus 50, strength plus 50, stamina plus 50. Current mental strength 910, current strength 700, current stamina 850.
As Yi Shiqing, Dark Knight Overlord, broke through to the 3rd tier, his stats not only increased. Moreover, the Dark Knight barrier has now been increased from its original radius of 20 meters to a radius of 30 meters. The duration has been increased to 10 minutes. Not bad, not bad. It seems your control has improved quite a bit. Yi Shiqing sighed repeatedly. As the Dark Knight Overlord broke through to the next level, he could clearly feel that his control over it had significantly improved. For example, at this moment, the Dark Knight barrier could only generate tentacles to erode it. Now he can transform his tentacles into solid, sharp spikes for surprise attacks. This means he can better utilize the dark barrier to attack enemies, increasing the flexibility and variety of combat. Yi Shiqing glanced at the midday sun. Let's go eat first, and then go to the library to find some fire-related cultivation techniques to study. After making the decision, Yi Shiqing went back to her room to get dressed and then went to the cafeteria for a meal. Finally, he strode towards the library with an air of indifference. Compared to other types, magical abilities have a very significant and arguably fatal flaw. That is, their dependence on learning the techniques reached an unprecedented level, to the point that it was almost indispensable.
However, things often have 2 sides. In contrast, most cultivation techniques can only be compatible with magic-based techniques to achieve their intended effects.
This gives magic-based abilities a unique advantage in choosing cultivation techniques.
In contrast, superpower and mental abilities are quite limited in terms of techniques.
The techniques that can be studied and refined to improve one's own strength are extremely rare. However, superpowers and mental abilities already possess inherent strength. Magical abilities have both obvious weaknesses and unique advantages. When magic-based ability users are able to acquire and study a large number of techniques,
their strength will then increase steadily, like sesame seeds blooming, naturally achieving a qualitative leap. All of this is based on one premise.
That means there must be a sufficient number of techniques available for them to learn. The library of Dawn Academy is like a vast ocean of martial arts techniques, containing tens of thousands of different techniques. It is open to students 24 hours a day, allowing them to study and contemplate in depth.
However, some advanced techniques are like dazzling pearls hidden in the deep sea.
Students must earn the corresponding credits and obtain specific privileges before they are qualified to access and study these resources. The college library is located on the north side, at a convenient distance. Yi Shiqing strolled leisurely and arrived at his destination in just over 10 minutes.
It's truly magnificent and grand.
Yi Shiqing raised his head and gazed at the magnificent and imposing library, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration.
The library is shaped like a pyramid, and is large and magnificent.
However, it is not a standard triangular shape, but rather tends to be circular, much like a cone. Its surroundings are made of green walls, which are beautiful and exceptionally gorgeous. After finishing his reflections, Yi Shiqing strode across the gate with long, elegant steps and leisurely entered. The interior of the book is spacious and hollow, resembling a huge dome.
The view from the first floor to the top floor is breathtaking. The bookshelves are neatly arranged against the wall, like stars surrounding the moon. There is a reception desk and many seats on the first floor. Countless students were already seated there, engrossed in reading their books, in complete silence.
These students, like Yi Shiqing, skipped class to get out. After all the courses taught in the entire college are open courses.
Whether or not to go is entirely up to you.
Yi Shiqing walked to the front desk, just about to ask how to find the cultivation method. Upon seeing this, the teacher at the front desk immediately smiled and spoke.
"Welcome, Yi Shiqing. How can I help you?"
The teacher's name is Yu Jia, and she is the librarian. Yu Jia wore glasses, a uniform, and had shoulder-length hair. Judging from her appearance alone, Yu Jia looks quite young. Yi Shiqing didn't care that the other party knew him, and then he organized his thoughts. "I'd like to view some cultivation techniques of rank A or higher.
Which floor should I go to?" The entire library has 7 floors. F-level superpowers are on the first floor, and S-level cultivation techniques are on the top floor.
Therefore, if you want to view cultivation techniques of grade A or higher, you need to go to the 6th floor. Yu Jia patiently explained, then thought for a moment and added, "But, your abilities are both supernatural and military related, as far as I know."
It seems there isn't a single S-rank cultivation technique in the academy that resonates with you. Okay, I understand. Thank you for the explanation.
Yi Shiqing nodded vigorously as if he had just realized something. Yi Shiqing then quickly took the elevator to the 6th floor. The moment Yi Shiqing stepped out of the elevator, he immediately realized that the 6th floor was completely different from the 5 floors below.
The walls of the 5 lower floors are densely covered with countless martial arts manuals and secret scrolls, a dazzling sight.
This floor, however, is particularly special. There was no trace of any cultivation techniques or secret scrolls on the walls.
Instead, there are rows and rows of room doors arranged in an orderly fashion.
Grade A cultivation techniques are rare, so it's normal for them to be kept secret, Yi Shiqing murmured. Yi Shiqing didn't pay too much attention to this. After all, A-level and above cultivation techniques are highly sought after and naturally need to be kept secret. Fortunately, there was a map with signs indicating the route to the elevator. After observing for a moment, Yi Shiqing learned the ins and outs of the location of the fire-type cultivation technique. Without the slightest hesitation, he strode forward along the route. He studied military techniques and skills, so he should have gone there.
Why did he go in the direction of magic?
When Yu Jia, who was at the front desk on the 1st floor, looked up at Yi Shiqing on the 6th floor, she was full of suspicion. As the librarian, she naturally knew the location of all kinds of exercises by heart.
However, the path Yi Shiqing is currently taking is completely wrong. Could it be that he is practicing shadow-based abilities?
Yu Jia pondered, resting her chin on her hand. But that shouldn't be the case. Superpowers like Shadow seem incompatible with his S-rank ability. Only those cultivation techniques that are related to one's own special abilities can be learned. For example, the soldier-type ability, Fire Sword, has fire-related abilities, so it can also learn fire-based techniques. While the S-class superpower, Dark Knight Overlord, possesses some shadow-related abilities, it is ultimately a superpower.
There are very few cultivation methods that can match it.
After much thought, she still couldn't figure it out, and finally let out a helpless sigh.
So be it. If a genius is fond of reading, that's fine too.
After all, when Yi Shiqing came to this academy, the entire academy had already offered him the condition of being able to learn any cultivation technique at will. Is this the place where fire-based martial arts techniques
techniques are gathered. Yi Shiqing stood in front of a door and sighed softly. Along the way, he was also surprised to find that none of the doors had doorknobs. Moreover, everything was tightly closed, and there was no way to open it. How do I get in? Yi Shiqing pushed the door with his hand, but it showed no sign of opening. But Yujia did not explain it at the time, and she would not make such a basic mistake. So there must be a way to get in. Just as Yi Shiqing was still lost in thought, the door in front of him suddenly emitted a crisp sound, instantly attracting Yi Shiqing's full attention. Immediately afterwards, a device resembling a cat's eye suddenly popped out from the previously closed door. A beam of green light suddenly shot out from the cat's eyes. Like a nimble, graceful ray of light, it swept past Yi Shiqing with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, with a soft beat, the previously closed door slowly opened wide. They even need to verify my identity, it's so mysterious. Yi Shiqing murmured to himself as he walked gracefully inside. Advanced techniques require special authority to study and read. The agile ray just now was actually used to determine whether Yi Shiqing possessed such privileges. Fortunately, Yi Shiqing's privileges had already been recorded in the Academy's archives before he even entered the student body. The room is about 50 square meters, spacious and bright, and its entire interior is a deep, abyss-like technological blue. In the very center, there is a unique table and chairs with a high-tech feel. On the table was a crystal-clear projection screen. The books and techniques around them were all neatly arranged on the bookshelves along the wall. Welcome, Yi Shiqing. Just as Yi Shiqing finished looking around, a high-tech electronic voice suddenly entered his ears. He then subconsciously glanced at the screen on the table and chair. AI, yes, what do you need? I will be happy to assist you. As the electronic voice clearly entered my ears again, the same text appeared simultaneously on the projection screen. Then, help me find a few fire-based magic techniques, Yi Shiqing said without any politeness. Then, a dense array of cultivation techniques and their descriptions appeared on the holographic projection screen, along with their locations on the bookshelves. A level technique, Infernal Prison Cage, creates an indestructible cage, woven from raging flames, enough to instantly burn anyone who touches it. A level technique, Flame Ring Barrier. When the technique is activated, with oneself as the core, a vast amount of fire element rapidly condenses, transforming into a wall of flames that surrounds the surroundings. Rank A technique, Flame Explosion. Once this technique is used, it can unleash the power of flames to the extreme, causing them to explode instantly. Grade A martial arts technique. The sheer number of A-level martial arts techniques was dazzling. It took Yi Shiqing a full half-hour to read through all the introductions. It usually takes a lot of time for an average person to learn a single exercise method. The more advanced the technique, the longer it takes. For example, Yi Shiqing's S-level skill Fourfold Clone can be learned in just 1 hour. However, it's only at the beginner level. Reaching the advanced level still requires some effort. Therefore, most people will only choose to study and learn the techniques that suit them best. After all, learning everything would be too time-consuming. Yi Shiqing then selected 3 cultivation techniques from them. A-level skill Flaming Blade Dance allows flames to converge on the blade. Note, when used by a weapon-type ability user, it has even more astonishing effects. A-level technique Infernal Prison Cage creates an indestructible cage, woven from raging flames, enough to instantly burn anyone who touches it. The A-level technique Flame Spirit Nether Claw can condense flames into a claw shape, allowing for both remote control of objects and surprise attacks. These cultivation techniques were all carefully selected by Yi Shiqing. After all, he's not very good at ranged attacks, he's better at close-quarters combat, so he chose some control-related skills. After making his decision, Yi Shiqing followed the path of the cultivation method shown on the projector and placed the selected method on the table. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing sat quietly in the chair, focusing intently on the cultivation technique. Both A-level and S-level techniques are exceptionally profound. Yi Shiqing was completely absorbed in reading every word and every pattern on it, as if he wanted to memorize them into his soul. An hour and a half later, Yi Shiqing let out a long sigh and slowly closed the last cultivation manual. This is really profound. Let me give it a try. He then disregarded the fact that this was a library and began trying out the martial arts techniques he had just finished reading. Fortunately, Yi Shiqing was very sensible, and his mental learning ability was also superb. In just 4 hours, he had only mastered the 3 skills to a small extent. Congratulations, host, you have learned the skill Flaming Blade Dance. Speed plus 50, Strength plus 100. Congratulations, host, you have learned the skill Infernal Cage. Mental Strength plus 50. Congratulations, host, you have learned the skill Flame Spirit Claw. Spirit Power plus 50, Speed plus 50, Strength plus 50. Current Speed 1300. Current Mental Strength 1010. Current Strength 850. Yi Shiqing exuded an air of grandeur, brandishing his sword with a flourish. His 2 double-edged swords seemed to come from the deepest hell, emanating a sinister and terrifying dark flame. The flames burned fiercely, occasionally emitting eerie, ghostly sounds that sent chills down one's spine. Yi Shiqing calmly switched the 2 swords back. His right hand transformed into a claw with lightning speed. A claw formed from black flames suddenly swung out. out. Under its control, it is incredibly skillful and agile. With a slight thought, the black flames instantly formed a cage 2 cubic meters in size with overwhelming force. Eerie cries whispered in the flames, like a ghostly hell. After trying out the technique he had just learned, Yi Shiqing exhaled a breath of turbid air. Not bad. You've made some progress. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Immediately afterward, Yi Shiqing sat down to rest and after pondering for a moment, spoke to the artificial intelligence. Are there any S-rank fire-type cultivation techniques? Before this, I had heard the highly respected Dean Wang mention that there were only 10 S-level cultivation techniques in total. After generously gifting the exceptionally talented Xiao Rongxuan and the 2 books he himself had previously given away, only 8 copies remain in the world. As for Yi Shiqing, there are very few A-level cultivation techniques suitable for him, only these 3 in front of him. Yi Shiqing completely disdained those low-level cultivation techniques. In his view, learning those low-level techniques was a complete waste of his precious time and energy. After a brief pause, the artificial intelligence responded. Then, the name and description of a cultivation technique appeared prominently on the holographic projection screen. S-rank technique: flame feather soaring to the sky. Use flames to gather behind you and condense them into wings that resemble those of a divine bird, thus gaining the ability to fly. Flaming feather soaring sky technique? It's actually a flying type martial art. Yi Shiqing mused. Most people with superpowers possess a variety of amazing abilities. Aside from a few special abilities, they can never change one extremely fatal flaw, that is, being unable to soar through the sky on one's own. While they can demonstrate formidable strength on the ground, they become extremely weak when it comes to air combat. When faced with those strange beasts that can soar freely in the air, they appeared even more powerless and extremely weak. To compensate for this deficiency, some high-level superhumans usually spend a lot of money to purchase instruments that can assist in flight. Their prices are naturally staggering, with each item costing over $1 billion. It is something that most people cannot afford. Therefore, flying-type martial arts techniques are quite rare. As Yi Shiqing was deep in thought, the artificial intelligence reminded him. The S-level cultivation technique is on the 7th floor. If you are interested, you can go and read it. The 7th floor? Yi Shiqing looked somewhat suspicious. The main issue was that when he took the elevator earlier, there was no button for the 7th floor. I walked around and didn't find any passage leading to the 7th floor. Yi Shiqing raised an eyebrow slightly. How do I get to the 7th floor? Should we proceed to the 7th floor? The artificial intelligence, however, seemed to deliberately avoid the question and did not give a direct answer at this moment. Yi Shiqing clicked his tongue lightly, then tentatively replied, heading to the 7th floor. As the words fell to the floor, the entire room suddenly began to shake violently, swaying twice, and producing 2 muffled, thunderous sounds. Suddenly, a bright green light burst forth from the holographic projection screen. Like a nimble sprite, it swept swiftly and nimbly over Yi Shiqing. S-level privileges activated successfully. Suddenly, a mysterious hole appeared on the rooftop. Immediately afterwards, a deep and dazzling blue light poured down from the cave entrance and landed directly on Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing felt as if his body had lost all gravity. Like a light feather, it slowly took off and gradually approached the rooftop. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a blue glow, Yi Shiqing silently entered through the cave entrance and was surprised to find himself on the 7th floor. The game begins. It's quite high-end. Yi Shiqing raised his eyebrows and sighed, then stretched his limbs and loosened his muscles. Then, his eyes flashed like lightning as he quickly scanned his surroundings. The 7th floor was completely different from the other floors. It is not hollow, but rather has a single-story structure. It is like a magnificent palace standing alone in the world. The building is not very large, only around 200 square meters. However, the entire building seemed unusually spacious and empty. Only 10 display cases were arranged neatly and orderly within the room. On the display case, there were 8 martial arts manuals floating in mid-air. Yi Shiqing glanced at it quickly. He then strode confidently toward the display case showcasing the martial arts techniques. S-rank cultivation technique, Heavenly Thunder Disaster. S-rank cultivation technique, Soul Devouring Sky Soaring. S-rank cultivation technique, Mad Dragon Tornado. TSK. It's truly a dazzling array, all of them advanced cultivation techniques. As he passed each counter, people would involuntarily stop and linger, glancing at it intently. These are all S-rank techniques. They are priceless treasures, even if one is unable to study it. Even just being able to feast my eyes on such treasures is enough to establish a connection with them. Yi Shiqing naturally walked to one of the counters. The martial arts manual floating above the counter was precisely the purpose of Yi Shiqing's visit. This is the flaming feather soaring heaven technique? Yi Shiqing suspiciously reached out and took the manual from the aurora that seemed to float in midair. Without the slightest hesitation, he unfolded it and began to read. At this moment, in the room on the 7th floor, apart from Yi Shiqing, no one else was unusually quiet. One could even hear their own soft breathing. In this tranquil atmosphere, Yi Shiqing's heart remained calm, his expression as still as water. He sat quietly on the ground, his eyes like deep, cold pools, staring intently at the
martial arts manual in his hands, studying it with complete concentration. 4 hours later, time quietly slipped away. Yi Shiqing gently raised her finger and pinched the corner of her tired-looking eyes. Then, with a gentle movement, he closed the exercise manual and carefully placed it back into the counter. This cultivation manual is really difficult to read. He shook his head slightly, as if trying to discard all those chaotic thoughts. This technique is even more profound and unfathomable than the previous fourfold incarnation. It took Yi Shiqing 4 hours to fully comprehend its essence. He then slowly got up from the ground, stretched his tense muscles, and became restless. What the hell? Come on, give it a try. After he murmured something under his breath, a strange and profound black flame suddenly enveloped his body. Immediately afterwards, the black flames, like leaping and frolicking sprites, instantly outlined a pair of wings formed from black flames on Yi Shiqing's back. These wings are magnificent, and when extended, they can reach a distance of 2 meters. There was no sound of fire burning. Instead, there were eerie screams that sent chills down one's spine. The screams rose and fell, like the sounds of ghosts. Yi Shiqing gently flapped the wings on his back twice, and suddenly his toes left the ground, and he soared into the air. He then maneuvered his wings to circle in the air a few times before slowly folding them back into place. Congratulations, host, you have learned the skill Flaming Feather Soaring Technique. Spiritual power plus 50, speed plus 50, current mental strength 1060, current speed 1350. Yi Shiqing squeezed those strong, powerful hands tightly and nodded with satisfaction. If you use wings, your speed will increase by 50% compared to simply running. If we further utilize the properties of the time blade, the speed will undoubtedly be astonishing. He sighed meaningfully, meticulously summarizing the power he possessed at the moment. At this moment, Yi Shiqing's speed can reach 50 meters per second when he is running at full speed. Once equipped with these wings, the speed can soar to 75 meters per second. These fiery wings do not possess devastating offensive capabilities, they are merely a pure flying technique. However, there is no doubt that all flight-related superpowers are rated S-level. Compared to flight instruments, flight-related superpowers are much smoother and easier to use. It not only allows users to fly freely in the air, but also gives them wings. It can also endow it with unique advantages and flexible adaptability. This enables them to remain calm and composed when faced with complex and varied situations. The operation of flight instruments is still sluggish compared to this flight-related skill. It's a whole level below. I've finished learning the skills. It's time to take the Hunter's Certification exam and head to the wilderness. After saying that, Yi Shiqing walked straight towards the blue beam of light that had been there before. He then returned to the 6th floor and quickly left the library with long, slender steps. 1 month later, the clock hand had just passed the 10:30 mark. At that time, the sky was clear and blue, like a priceless gem. The dazzling, radiant sunlight was like a magnanimous messenger. He generously shared his knowledge, freely scattering that golden, silvery light across every corner of the villa. Sunlight streamed through the windows, like a soft, flowing golden veil, dreamlike and graceful, covering every corner of the room. The entire villa seemed to be instantly enveloped in a solemn, dignified, and otherworldly radiance. It's like being in a fairyland, captivating and enchanting. At this moment, Yi Shiqing, naked, slowly walked out of the bathroom. The beads of sweat on his body glistened in the sunlight. After drying herself off and getting dressed, Yi Shiqing left the villa and headed in one direction. My superpower hunter qualification certificate has been here for 2 days. It should be here by now, he muttered to himself as he walked. During this month, Yi Shiqing searched everywhere and finally found a black market. He then sold all the instruments and pills he had obtained from the 3 people of the Eastern clan at low prices, including many spatial rings. These instruments all bear unique markings of the Eastern clan. After all, he had indeed seized the other party's vermilion bird pill through trickery and force. Cough cough cough. To avoid endless troubles, the best course of action is to sell it off immediately. Yi Shiqing's current assets include the previous 25 million, the 472.25 million from the auction, and the ones he just sold. The amount has now reached 520 million. Yi Shiqing racked his brains this month in order to be able to enter the wilderness area. They tirelessly went to the Superpower Guild to take on all sorts of trivial tasks in order to obtain the identity of a superpower hunter. Fortunately, hard work pays off, and after more than a month, Yi Shiqing finally got his wish and successfully obtained this identity. While Yi Shiqing was paying attention, he had already arrived at the branch of the Superpower Guild within the academy. Superpower guilds are located all over the world. Each academy has a station where students can take on tasks and earn credits. Yi Shiqing's credits had now reached 1236. The college's ranking also improved from 8,552nd to 7,832nd. Yi Shiqing calmly and leisurely stepped into the gate of the Superpower Guild. At this moment, many students have already arrived. He sat upright in his chair, staring intently at the task assignment form on the large screen. As soon as Yi Shiqing stepped through the gate, he subconsciously looked up at the empty task acceptance form. He shook his head slightly in resignation and sighed softly. It was truly incredibly intense. Within this academy, Academy, the missions assigned by the Superpower Guild. Like a weak lamb thrown into a pack of hungry wolves, it instantly sparked a fierce and intense scramble for it. These students are trying to increase their academic credits. They all acted like daredevils, scrambling to complete the tasks without regard for anything else. In this highly competitive academic environment, the more credits you have, the higher your ranking will be in the college. The higher the ranking, the more abundant the rare cultivation resources one can obtain. During that month, Yi Shiqing fought with these vicious and hungry wolves for food for a long time before he barely managed to obtain the identity of a superpowered hunter. During this period, Yi Shiqing would also visit the city's superhuman guild from time to time. However, to his dismay, the competitive atmosphere there was equally suffocating. The competition is also quite fierce. "Hello, have you processed my ability hunter qualification certificate yet?" Yi Shiqing asked as he approached the front desk. "Yi Shiqing, you're here again." The receptionist's eyes lit up when she saw Yi Shiqing arrive, and she said with a hint of excitement, "It was ready last night. It's been prepared for you for a while now." After saying that, she took out an exquisite gift box from the drawer of the counter and opened it. He handed the booklet inside to Yi Shiqing with both hands. The moment Yi Shiqing took it, he glanced at the booklet. This booklet is entirely blue and very thin, seemingly containing only one page. Upon opening it, one would find that the contents were entirely Yi Shiqing's information. Information such as name, gender, age, and place of origin is listed on it. The most eye-catching part is the occupation column in the last line, which clearly displays the 4 characters psychic hunter. The staff member then gracefully straightened her skirt, her face beaming with a warm smile, and carefully prepared her words. "Congratulations, Yi Shiqing, you have finally achieved your wish and truly become a superpower hunter. May you forge ahead fearlessly, overcoming all obstacles and forging ahead with determination." These staff members are just an ordinary group of people. In this day and age, strange beasts roam freely and without restraint, but only these people with superpowers stand up and fight to defend their territory. This is why these staff members have always held the ability hunters in awe and respect. "Thank you for your kind words." Yi Shiqing raised an eyebrow. He then left the Superpower Guild on foot without lingering. "Master, the last 4 digits of the phone number are 9168. Passengers, boarding for train C8325 bound for Xining Station is about to begin. Please." Yi Shiqing took a taxi, a high-speed train, and several subway lines before finally arriving at a wilderness area as he had hoped. As the capital of China, Shangjing City is undoubtedly a top-tier city and therefore has no wilderness areas. Yi Shiqing could only head to the nearest wilderness area, which belonged to Xining City. Wilderness areas, as the name suggests, are territories that transcend the boundaries of human habitation. In this region, strange beasts roam freely, each with its own unique form, some incredibly ferocious, others bizarre and peculiar. At the same time, this place also contains all kinds of natural treasures. Those with superpowers can enter this wilderness area at any time to explore, thanks to their abilities. However, it must be mentioned that the wilderness is fraught with danger, and the probability of death is extremely high. But, without risk, where does the reward come from? After several transfers and changes of trains/stations across cities, the clock had just struck 5 in the afternoon. At the same time, Yi Shiqing also stopped in front of the gate of a building. The building is very tall, reaching 50 or 60 meters high, and its surrounding walls are also covered in blue and gold, making it both luxurious and dazzling. It occupies a large area, roughly the size of 5 or 6 stadiums. At the very top of this tall building, there are 4 large 3-dimensional characters standing prominently. Superpower Guild. There are many branches of the superpowered society, and there is usually one on the edge of the wilderness. This way, most people can accept quests in the wilderness area from here. After pausing for a moment, Yi Shiqing walked in with long, slender steps. The Superpower Guild was bustling with activity, already filled with all sorts of superpower hunters from different places. Upon closer inspection, it becomes apparent that these individuals with superpowers are all around the 4th rank on average. Their ranks are all quite high. Yi Shiqing was always a man of action, so he didn't think about it any further. He strode quickly to the front desk of the Superpower Guild. "Hello, are you heading to the wilderness area?" The receptionist, with her sharp eyes, spotted Yi Shiqing approaching and immediately put on a professional smile. "That's right. Is there any procedure I need to follow?" Yi Shiqing asked directly. It was indeed his first time in the wilderness, and he knew nothing about many of the rules here. He could only hope to get accurate information from the front desk. "The procedure isn't particularly complicated, but you'll need to purchase insurance and present your ability hunter certificate," the clerk explained patiently. "Buy insurance?" Upon hearing this, Yi Shiqing's face immediately showed a look of suspicion. And just as Yi Shiqing finished speaking, at the same time, countless eyes turned towards the scene from every corner of the guild upon hearing the sound. "New here, aren't you? Don't you even know these basic rules?" Judging from his appearance, he probably is. After all, he's so young, and he's probably just started as a hunter. A hunter's identity, that's going to be interesting. Upon seeing Yi Shiqing, Shiqing, a complete novice who had just arrived. The surrounding crowd immediately began to chatter amongst themselves. Some people's eyes were filled with doubt, while others were full of curiosity, staring intently at Yi Shiqing. Some people made no attempt to hide their schadenfreude, as if they were watching a farce. The receptionist paused and patiently explained. That's right, sir. Because the risk of death in the wilderness is extremely high, many people end up missing limbs. To ensure a better future, everyone needs to purchase personal safety insurance. Yi Shiqing clicked his tongue softly and shrugged slightly. Can I not buy it? No, sir. The receptionist smiled and shook her head, her tone tinged with apology. These are the rules set by the Superpower Guild. I'm just a staff member, and there's nothing I can do about it. Yi Shiqing frowned, remained silent for a moment, and then said helplessly, all right then. Yi Shiqing also learned from the crowd who had been discussing it earlier that this seemed to be a necessary procedure. So I don't intend to be petty. Upon hearing this, the front desk staff's eyes lit up. She seized the opportunity and enthusiastically introduced Yi Shiqing to her. Xining City has two of the largest and most reputable insurance companies, and most people with superpowers choose to buy insurance from them. She deftly took two insurance policies from the drawer and carefully placed them in front of Yi Shiqing. One is Huangning Insurance Company, and the other is Gaofeng Insurance Company. They are known for their innovative and high-quality service, and are also very fast and efficient in claims processing. The moment the staff member finished speaking, Yi Shiqing immediately felt a sense of unease, as if he were being watched closely. Countless eyes, like those of eagles and wolves surveying their prey, turned toward this side. His brows were furrowed, and his gaze unconsciously swept around his surroundings, as if he were surrounded by enemies. There were quite a few eyes on him from the crowd, but Yi Shiqing couldn't quite pinpoint where they were coming from. Do you have any other concerns, sir? The receptionist asked. It's nothing. Yi Shiqing shook her head and withdrew her wary gaze. Okay, once you've made your selection, just sign and pay on the form you're on. Yi Shiqing picked up Huangning Insurance Company's personal safety insurance policy, glanced at it, and suddenly saw something, causing his brows to twitch slightly. Hey, what do you mean by valid time being a timed period? Yi Shiqing asked in surprise. That's right, sir. The effective period will only take effect when you go to the wilderness area. It doesn't work outside of designated wilderness areas. The staff explained patiently. Upon hearing this, Yi Shiqing scratched his head, only vaguely understanding, and didn't think much of it. After a pause, he made a decision. Then, let's go with Huangning Insurance Company. After saying that, Yi Shiqing consciously took out a ballpoint pen from the front desk and signed his name on it. He then handed one of his bank cards to the other party to swipe. After the receptionist took it, she typed away rapidly on the receptionist's computer. Then, Yi Shiqing's bank card was swiped lightly against the POS machine at the front desk. The staff member respectfully handed over the bank card. The total cost is 200,000. Now please show me your hunter qualification certificate. 200,000? That's so expensive. No wonder those insurance company people have so much money. Yi Shiqing made a sarcastic remark, but still took out his superpower hunter certificate from his pocket and handed it to the other party. The receptionist smiled but remained silent. After receiving Yi Shiqing's hunter qualification certificate, he opened it and was stunned. Yi Shiqing noticed and asked. The staff member glanced at Yi Shiqing, pursed his lips, and seemed to have run out of things to say. After a long pause, he finally spoke, somewhat embarrassed. Sir, your current identity is merely that of a superpower hunter. This wilderness area is fraught with danger and peril, so we must be extremely cautious. Therefore, for safety reasons, we are taking precautions and require that only those who have reached the hunter level can enter. After all, prevention is better than cure. Only by taking precautions can we ensure absolute safety. What? Yi Shiqing flew into a rage and slammed his hand heavily on the front desk, startling the other person. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. The receptionist looked aggrieved. Yi Shiqing braced his hands on the counter and leaned forward abruptly. Then refund my money. The handling fee, the compensation for emotional distress, the cost of wasting my precious time, and that huge insurance premium. Refund it all. Yi Shiqing was furious, his eyes wide open, thinking about how I had wasted half a day here. They even spent 200,000 yuan on insurance, but now they've suddenly been told they can't go in. This made his already irritable temper completely unbearable. This. The receptionist looked somewhat embarrassed, then thought for a moment and said again, Sir, although you can't go alone, you can temporarily form a special abilities team to go. Upon hearing this, Yi Shiqing's temper subsided. Seeing that the other party was able to speak properly, the receptionist organized her thoughts. Yes, sir, because the danger level in this wilderness area is relatively high, most people go there in groups. Yi Shiqing glanced around and confirmed that it was indeed as the other party had said. Most of the tables and chairs were occupied by several people sitting together. Then, Yi Shiqing looked at the receptionist again, his eyes filled with a hint of doubt and helplessness. But I'm new here and don't know anyone. How am I supposed to form a team? This. The receptionist looked serious, unsure how to answer the question for a moment. Just as Yi Shiqing was about to to ask again, a sudden voice rang in his ear.
Hey bro, wanna team up?
Yi Shiqing instinctively turned his head to look in one direction.
In that direction, a man dressed in a cool black battlesuit came into view. However, at this moment,
the man sported a stylish parted hairstyle, making him look exceptionally handsome and capable. The man was sitting at a round table, and there were 4 people at the table, 2 men and 2 women. Immediately afterwards, he slowly got up from the table and chair. With a smile on her face, she waved and walked towards me. Yi Shiqing was slightly taken aback, a look of doubt appearing on her face. The man walked steadily to Yi Shiqing, a warm smile on his face, and slowly spoke.
That's right, this is your first time here, isn't it?
This is also our first time venturing into the wilderness area of Gongcheng, Xining City. He pointed in a direction not far away, and Yi Shiqing looked in the direction he was pointing. The 3 team members he mentioned also turned their gazes in that direction. However, the 3 of them looked somewhat surprised, as if they didn't understand what he was doing. After a long pause, one of the women, with long blonde hair and dressed in dark green battle armor, suddenly spoke.
Hey, Ho-Han, why did you invite him to team up?
The voice was clear and pleasant, yet carried a hint of questioning.
The man known as Ho-Han,
a naive smile, as bright as the sun, lit up her face as she replied.
It's about helping each other. When we face the dangers of the wilderness together, our chances of success are much greater. But he's only at level 3.
Another short-haired man at the round table also raised questions.
Yes, and my friend Guo Jia is arriving soon. He can team up with us.
The short-haired girl next to the blonde woman spoke softly.
These 3 young men and women, like Ho-Han, are all 4th-tier powerhouses. Wilderness areas are inherently extremely dangerous.
If, under such circumstances, you were to bring along someone who was only at the 3rd tier of strength, that would be even worse. That would undoubtedly become a heavy burden on the entire team, like pouring a bucket of oil on a raging fire. This makes the already difficult situation even worse and more precarious. Therefore, they were quite puzzled when Ho-Han extended an invitation to Yi Shiqing.
We're here to learn and grow, but we always have to band together to find a way out.
Ho-Han smiled slightly, as gentle as a spring breeze, making people feel extremely comfortable. After hearing Ho-Han's words, the 3 men looked at each other, their eyes revealing a hint of hesitation and confusion. They looked at each other, still finding it difficult to make a decision.
Although I really want to go to the wilderness right now.
After all, strange beasts only appear in the wilderness, and once they appear, only then can he collect precious superpower points, and only with enough superpower points can he participate in the lottery. Yi Shiqing subconsciously looked around. Judging from their expressions, none of the other ability users around him wanted to team up with him. Yi Shiqing could only shake his head helplessly. After all, nobody wants to bring a burden into their team. After careful consideration, he spoke to Ho-Han.
I appreciate your kindness.
After saying this, Yi Shiqing prepared to confront the front desk staff again.
She wants to get all her expenses back. However, Ho-Han seemed determined to recruit Yi Shiqing into their ranks. I'll go talk to them.
After saying that, he ran up to the 3 of them and started talking to them briefly, but judging from their expressions, it seemed to be quite effective.
After a while,
led by Ho-Han, the 3 reluctantly walked slowly to Yi Shiqing. At this moment, the blonde woman spoke first, her voice soft and hushed.
Alright, I'm willing to trust Ho-Han's judgment. He feels that you are exceptionally capable, so I'll believe him for now. I also hope that your looks will be commensurate with your abilities. I think we should give it a try too.
Another voice rang out. It was the short-haired man who spoke. Ho-Han has always been meticulous, and the route for this operation was also carefully planned by him. The short-haired girl seemed a little conflicted, and then she added, but
Guo Jia is coming later. Upon hearing this, Ho-Han immediately responded, oh, what does it matter? Just invite him along.
It's just a rule that there must be at least 5 people in a team, not that there can't be more than 5. Honestly, Yi Shiqing didn't want to associate with the other party because of their previous behavior.
However, in order to get in, we can only reluctantly form a team.
Yi Shiqing had his own plan. Once inside, he would be able to slip away and escape from the group.
Okay, let's team up then.
Yi Shiqing's lips curled up, a faint smile on his face, a smile that seemed to convey a sense of composure and calmness. After Yi Shiqing also agreed to form a team,
Ho-Han's face immediately lit up with a warm smile.
He strode forward, extended his right hand to Yi Shiqing, and began to introduce himself.
My name is Ho-Han. May I ask your honorable name?
As Ho-Han spoke, he looked at Yi Shiqing with expectant eyes. Seeing this, Yi Shiqing also reached out without hesitation and clasped Ho-Han's hand tightly. He lowered his head slightly, as if pondering how to answer. After a moment, he raised his head, looked firmly at Ho-Han, and replied,
My name is Duan Feng.
The moment the words left his mouth, Ho-Han's expression froze slightly, a subtle unease flashed in his eyes, and his body involuntarily paused.
But he quickly returned to normal. Duan Feng, not a bad name. Yi Shiqing smiled faintly and remained silent, thinking to herself, how can such a name be so unpleasant to the ear?
Yi Shiqing was keenly aware of the subtle changes in the other party's expression. When you're out in the world, keeping a low profile is the best course of action. Moreover, I have never met that person before and we are not
familiar with each other. Furthermore, once I step into the wilderness, I will leave the group and travel alone. In this way, there will be no further interaction with these people. So it doesn't matter whether you give your name or not. After a brief chat, Yi Shiqing learned the identities of the others. The woman with long blonde hair is named Wang Jingyi. Her special ability is SSS-Level, unrivaled strength, which allows her to enhance her body. The short-haired man's name was Tang Xiola, and his superpower was SSS-Level, phantom purple lightning, which allowed him to unleash lightning. The short-haired girl is named Feng Tuyuan, and her special ability is a B-level healing staff that can heal her. Ho Han's special ability is an A-level mental power ability called mind control, which, as the name suggests, allows him to control people or objects with his mental power. All four of them were senior students at a college called Qingling College in Xining City. All four of them came from a college called Qingling Academy in Xining City, and all of them were senior students. I came to this wilderness area entirely to hone myself, to undergo trials and tribulations, in order to achieve something extraordinary. The opening hours of the wilderness area are strictly regulated and have always been fixed. Every morning at 6 o'clock, the heavy gate in the wilderness area opens precisely on time, without fail, and at 9 o'clock in the evening, the gate would close precisely on time, just as accurately. This is because most of these strange beasts become active and restless at night. If the gates are left open at night, these strange beasts could easily wander into human territory, bringing immeasurable trouble and danger. So if you don't notice that you're stuck in the wilderness, you can only hope for the best. After all, compared to a human life, such a huge loss, they are not on the same parallel line at all, and cannot be measured. It's really getting late. Even if we go in now, we won't be able to stay for long. In my opinion, we should go in tomorrow. Ho Han raised his head, glanced at the dim yellow sky, and slowly began to speak. The sky at this moment is like a painting imbued with the colors of time, its dim yellow hue seemingly telling the story of the passage of time. Tomorrow should be alright too. You have much more experience. I'll listen to you, the three companions beside him said in unison. After all, Ho Han was someone they could trust. Otherwise, Ho Han wouldn't have been able to persuade them so easily with just a few words, allowing Yi Shiqing to join the team smoothly. In their minds, Ho Han's decisions were always well thought out and reassuring. I'm fine with it too. Yi Shiqing nodded leisurely. After making his decision, Ho Han glanced at the group and pondered the next steps. Okay then, I have a problem. A sudden, loud shout rang out like a bolt from the blue, the powerful sound waves instantly interrupting Ho Han's words. The shout, filled with strong dissatisfaction and doubt, lingered in the air for a long time. The moment the voice fell, everyone present instinctively turned their gaze in that direction. At the main entrance, a man dressed in a blue battle suit strode towards them. The man was tall and upright, and every step he took was firm and powerful. Who is this? I don't know him. Whatever, this is perfect for you to watch the show. The surrounding crowd started to chatter amongst themselves, enjoying the spectacle. After all, this tall man was aggressive and must have come with ill intentions. Wei Jia? Feng Tuyuan recognized the burly man at a glance. Ho Han reacted quickly and asked him, Brother Gua, do you have any objections? Just snorted coldly. Ho Han's tone was somewhat reserved, suggesting that the two did not know each other and were merely friends of friends. Wei Jia did not answer Ho Han's question, and did not even look at the other party. His gaze was fixed on Yi Shiqing with extreme hostility. Of course there are problems, he said, his face grim and his expression dark. Why do you insist on bringing along a third-tier burden? Hey. Ho Han quickly came to the rescue. Don't say that, let's help each other out. We're all going into the wilderness together tomorrow. What kind of behavior would it be if our relationship soured? Make things awkward? Wei Jia immediately chuckled twice. Are you saying that he is so powerful that he can influence our safety in the wilderness? But Wei Jia and Ho Han did not know each other, so Wei Jia was aggressive and irritable from beginning to end. Ho Han also has a very good temper and character, and he has always protected Yi Shiqing from beginning to end. Originally, Ho Han and the other three planned to go to the wilderness area together. Wei Jia is quite powerful and is also friends with Feng Tuyuan. Therefore, I was invited to join the team and lead it so that I could look after everyone. Generally speaking, these temporary teams usually consist of 5 people. They already had 4 people at this point. However, for some unknown reason, Ho Han insisted on recruiting Yi Shiqing, who only had the strength of a third-tier cultivator, into his group. This action immediately made Wei Jia feel that he had been fooled and tricked. Therefore, at this time, he harbored resentment towards both Yi Shiqing and Ho Han. Whether facing Yi Shiqing or Ho Han, he was always arrogant and overbearing. Yi Shiqing chuckled coldly twice. With a raised eyebrow, his eagle eyes immediately locked onto Wei Jia. You call me a burden? Then what are you? A rotten apple? Yi Shiqing's sudden interruption also drew Wei Jia's attention. What did you just say? Wei Jia was momentarily stunned, his mind buzzing. I'd say you're a complete scoundrel, always stirring things up in the soup. Upon hearing Yi Shiqing's words, Wei Jia was immediately enraged, his face almost turning red with anger. You call me a rat dropping? You say I'm meddling? Humph, fine. Then tell me, you are merely a third-tier individual. How could you you possibly be stronger than me? Can someone play a bigger role in this team than I can? If Fang Tuyuan hadn't met me,
I would never have come here, and how could I possibly suffer such humiliation? Gui Jia, as a 4th-tier ability user, possesses exceptional strength.
Moreover, it was Fang Tuyuan who asked him for a favor.
Now, not only has Yi Shiqing interfered, but she has also scolded him.
His already arrogant and conceited temperament was instantly ignited.
His face was ashen, and he strode up to Yi Shiqing, grabbed the other man by the collar, and stared at him with a fierce look. The latter's face was calm and composed, but his eyes were sharp and piercing, cold and sinister.
All right, that's right. Don't ruin this harmonious atmosphere.
Oh dear, Gui Jia, for my sake, let's leave it at that. The people around Gui Jia were startled by his impulsive and reckless behavior. After realizing what had happened, he quickly tried to persuade them with kind words, calm them down, and pull Gui Jia away. But by this time, the torch was completely lit and showed no signs of going out. Gui Jia shoved the people who were pulling at him away and spoke in a threatening tone.
I'm giving you a choice now, before I lay a hand on you. Get out of here.
Oh, Yi Shiqing raised an eyebrow. Then I'll give you two choices, either I break your legs and you get out of here, or
I break your legs and you get out of here.
The moment Yi Shiqing finished speaking, Fang Tuyuan and the others were immediately shocked.
Oh, stop talking. Yes, don't provoke him.
Gui Jia was taken aback at first, and then suddenly let go of Yi Shiqing's collar. Then, he covered his face, tilted his head back, and laughed.
Ha, you broke my legs? You're just a 3rd-tier player? Gui Jia's laughter was as arrogant as the roar of a fierce lion, full of sneer and mockery. The sound, like a resounding bell, echoed in the air for a long time.
Every word and every sentence exuded disdain for Yi Shiqing. Gui Jia gently wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, his gaze filled with disdain. I could kill a nobody like you without lifting a finger, without even using my special abilities.
Oh,
Yi Shiqing raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of arrogance in his eyes, his expression full of mockery.
I'm really eager to try it out myself, rather than comparing ourselves to those disgusting, repulsive beasts.
Yi Shiqing lowered his gaze slowly, lost in thought. The corners of his mouth slowly turned up, forming a dangerous arc. Then, Yi Shiqing raised her head without hesitation and looked at the other person resolutely.
What I'm better at is killing.
Yi Shiqing's words were like an extremely sharp blade, suddenly piercing into the depths of everyone present. His words were powerful and resounding, like a thunderclap, sending chills down one's spine. Without exception, they all stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with astonishment. She stared blankly at Yi Shiqing, as if frozen in place. The heated discussion shattered like a broken mirror, and the scene became eerily quiet. When Gui Jia saw Yi Shiqing's extremely strange expression, his heart tightened slightly, and he subconsciously swallowed. However, despite the threatening tone in Yi Shiqing's words, but for Gui Jia, a powerful 4th-tier ability user, this was no big deal at all. Then, Gui Jia composed himself and spoke with a disdainful expression.
Murder? What a boastful and arrogant statement. You think you can scare me with just a few harsh words?
For Gui Jia, who was at the 4th level, such verbal threats were nothing new. His fiery temper had offended many people in the past due to his impulsiveness and outspokenness. He was already used to threats and intimidation from others.
However, it must be admitted that
Yi Shiqing's expression and the aura he exuded just now really gave him a chill. Yi Shiqing remained silent, her expression unchanged. Very good, you've got guts.
I remember this guild has a duel arena. Dare to come?
Gui Jia raised his chin, his eyes full of provocation, and his voice was loud and clear, echoing in the air. Why wouldn't I dare? Yi Shiqing replied calmly. After saying that, the two of them strode off at the same time, heading aggressively toward the arena. Their figures resembled two sharp swords about to be drawn from their sheaths, exuding a fierce aura.
Let's go see a show. I wonder what this 3rd-tier guy is so arrogant about.
Exactly, he may have a pretty face, but he's too stubborn.
The surrounding crowd immediately turned into onlookers.
One by one, they were eager to stir things up, and like iron filings attracted by a magnet, they surged toward the arena.
Why?
Ho Han, who had originally wanted to step forward to stop him, let out a helpless sigh. He frowned, a worried look on his face, as if he was uneasy about what was about to happen. Before he could even take a step, Wang Jingyi grabbed his shoulder.
Don't try to stop them.
These two seem determined to fight. They won't feel satisfied until they do. But, Ho Han wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Wang Jingyi.
Oh, no buts.
As she spoke, Wang Jingyi tossed her hair, a smug smile spreading across her face. A sly glint flashed in her eyes.
Besides,
I also want to see how good this handsome young man is.
The arena is located on the basement floor of the Superpower Guild. The entire arena was as imposing as a football field.
Footsteps echoed from all directions, their sound growing louder as they approached, like the beat of drums, breaking the silence.
The once quiet arena suddenly became lively. Good lad, it's not too late to admit your mistake now.
On the fighting field, Gui Jia looked at Yi Shiqing with disdain. Yi Shiqing twitched her eyelids and clicked her tongue lightly. Why are you talking like a woman?
So much nonsense. Too talkative? We'll see if you still have any backbone left later. Tell me how you want to compete. Yi Shiqing was too lazy to waste time arguing with the other party and went straight to the point. Wei Jia snorted coldly and spoke with a contemptuous tone. My rank is higher than yours. If I win, people will say I won unfairly. So let's not use any special abilities and just use the most primitive fighting. Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Shiqing grinned, revealing a mischievous smile. Are you sure? The moment the words left her lips, Yi Shiqing almost burst out laughing. Alright, whatever you say. At the same time, 4 men slowly walked into the entrance of the Superpower Guild's hall. The leader, a middle-aged man, was tall, standing at least 2.2 meters. He appears with only one eye, and a horrifying scar on his left eye is striking to behold. Its body is incredibly robust, resembling a small tank, exuding power and intimidation. These 4 people were Wang Hu's team. Why is there no one here? And Hu's sharp eyes quickly scanned the empty surroundings. A shout resounded like thunder in the hall. One of the team members strode up to the receptionist and asked in a curt and impatient tone, I'm asking you, why is nobody here? The receptionist was sitting there quietly when she was suddenly startled by the team member's unexpected arrival. After a moment, she came to her senses and tried to compose herself. Then, she sullenly told the 4 about the duel. Upon hearing this, the 4 men paused slightly, then their lips curled into a wicked smile. That smile seemed to carry a hint of mockery and anticipation. A duel? That sounds interesting. A 3rd-tier fighter against a 4th-tier fighter? TSK. Boss, should we go take a look? And Hu lowered his eyebrows slightly, revealing a gloating expression. Alright, who wouldn't want to watch a show? Anyway, we're going into the wilderness tomorrow. He smiled slightly, revealing a confident expression. After saying that, he led the other 3 men, with firm steps, straight toward the arena. A duel without using superpowers? That would be truly fascinating. Ha ha ha. I bet that rank 3 pretty boy won't last 3 rounds. Exactly, look at his skinny arms and legs. TSK. The onlookers were immediately filled with excitement, as fiery as if a flame had been ignited. Without exception, they all wore expressions of indifference, like spectators watching a fight unfold. The crowd was either whispering and talking amongst themselves, or pointing and commenting, creating quite a lively scene. Wei Jia, standing in the arena, listened to the cheers and shouts for himself rising and falling from the audience. He immediately grinned, looking quite pleased with himself. Alright, let's begin. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Go to hell. A thunderous roar was accompanied by a flash of black shadow. Before Wei Jia could react, he instantly felt a tremendous impact on his waist. The force was like a tidal wave, causing his body to bend violently, swaying precariously like a tree branch battered by a violent storm. His face was contorted in shock, his features as if squeezed together by an invisible hand, a truly gruesome sight. Wei Jia, like a missile imbued with primordial power, crashed into the edge wall of the arena with a boom. The deafening roar was like a thunderclap, causing the entire arena to tremble slightly. After the loud bang, the sound was like a thunderclap breaking through the sky, and the previously noisy scene instantly became completely silent. Without exception, they all stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with astonishment, their expressions like clay sculptures, unable to recover for a long time. Yi Shiqing, the instigator, slowly retracted his right leg. His gaze was cold, his face was full of disdain. A deafening roar suddenly exploded, and Hu and his companions, who had just arrived at the entrance of the dueling arena, were startled by the sudden loud noise. And Hu's steady steps came to an abrupt halt. He frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. The fight is so intense. We had just come in when the explosions started. It was most likely caused by that 4th-tier ability user, right? That 3rd tier, TSK, that's risky. After exchanging a few jokes, the group went inside out of curiosity. As soon as he stepped in, Hu's eyes were drawn to a familiar figure in the arena, and his body stiffened abruptly, momentarily stunned. The next second, his pupils widened suddenly, his eyes filled with shock. Veins bulged on his forehead, as if a fire of anger was burning in his heart. His hands were clenched into fists, making a cracking sound. His body trembled slightly, as if he was trying hard to control his emotions. Great. I never expected to run into you here. And Hu took deep breaths, trying his best to control his emotions. He then patted the shoulder of a burly man in a green battlesuit next to him. Lu Xin. Your impromptu suggestion this time was truly brilliant and wise. The burly man, referred to as Lu Xin, nodded leisurely, revealing a sly smile. I was also surprised. I never expected to run into my boss's biggest enemy. Wang Hu's team originally planned to go to another wilderness area in Xining City. But, this Lu Xin somehow heard that there were treasures in this wilderness area. So after discussing it with an Hu and the others, they came here. The gears of fate seemed to be turning quietly at this moment. What a coincidence. I actually ran into Yi Shiqing here. Then Lu Xin whispered something in an Hu's ear. Upon hearing this, an Hu's eyes lit up, revealing an excited expression. Okay, we'll do as you say. After saying that, an Hu glared fiercely at Yi Shiqing before turning and leaving with the 3 of them. Holy crap, what the hell? One kick and he's dead. In the ensuing silence, someone suddenly shouted
shouted, igniting the oppressive atmosphere like a lighter.
My god, what the hell is this? Is it tier 3?
Even without using superpowers, the physical attributes of a 4th-tier cultivator are not to be underestimated.
Just like that, a one-kick knockout? I didn't even see how fast he attacked.
Yi Shiqing knocked out his opponent with a single kick, which immediately sparked heated discussions.
The audience held their breath, watching the scene intently.
The words that had been mocking Yi Shiqing vanished without a trace, like a duck whose neck had been choked. Yi Shiqing's eyes were full of contempt as he slowly glanced at Gui Jia, whose body was already embedded in the wall. At this moment, Gui Jia looked extremely disheveled, his body seemingly imprisoned within the wall, unable to move. Yi Shiqing, the instigator, acted as if nothing had happened. He turned around with utter indifference and left as if nothing had happened. Although in this arena, if a death occurs, no one is held responsible. However, that only applies to accidents that happen unintentionally. Yi Shiqing's kick just now was extremely powerful, breaking several of the opponent's bones. Such a heavy blow should at least teach the other party a lesson.
This. On stage, Wang Jingyi and the others stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape in disbelief. Fang Tuyuan, in particular, looked utterly astonished and bewildered.
After all, she knew Gui Jia's strength best. Even without using superpowers, his powerful physique and combat experience would absolutely crush most superpowered individuals below the 3rd tier.
And now look what's happened.
Instead, he was kicked by someone with only a 3rd tier superpower, making him question his existence.
Fang Tuyuan, isn't your friend a bit unreliable? Yes, we lost too easily?
After a moment's thought, Wang Jingyi and Tang Xiola came to a conclusion. That means Gui Jia is too incompetent. Otherwise, how could a 3rd tier being defeat a 4th tier being without using any special abilities?
It's simply a fantasy. So, can you kill a tier 1 tusked boar with one punch? Fang Tuyuan lowered his eyebrows, somewhat speechless. Is Duanfeng suitable? I don't know. Anyway, Gui Jia can. Fang Tuyuan lightly touched his forehead, momentarily speechless, unsure how to explain. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingyi and Tang Xiola's buzzing minds finally came to their senses.
They suddenly realized the crux of the matter. Oh, so it wasn't that Gui Jia was too weak, it was that Duanfeng was too strong.
After the battle ended,
as soon as Yi Shiqing stepped out of the arena, Ho Han and the others immediately greeted him with beaming smiles. Wow, I never expected someone so young to have such unfathomable strength. Wang Jingyi, on the other hand, was poised, generous, and enthusiastic. Her attitude had completely changed. She grabbed Yi Shiqing's arm, making no attempt to hide her admiration.
Yi Shiqing was taken aback at first, and just as he was about to speak, Tang Xiola and Fang Tuyuan's praise came like a tidal wave. I didn't expect you to be so strong.
Even Gui Jia was defeated by you.
Yeah, I used to look down on you,
but now it's such a joke. The excitement in their eyes made them stare at each other like devoted fans.
Just lucky,
Yi Shiqing replied calmly and in a composed tone. Ho Han, who was standing to the side, first gave Yi Shiqing a deep look, his eyes filled with complex emotions.
Then, he murmured,
now that Gui Jia is in such a predicament because of you, he probably won't have the face to come back. So tomorrow it will just be the 5 of us going to the wilderness. After exchanging a few pleasant words with the group, Yi Shiqing went to rest at the lodgings of the Superpower Guild. The office was dimly lit, as if the entire space was shrouded in a faint shadow. 2 people sat facing each other in front of that large desk.
Their figures appeared blurry in the dim light.
This is the list of people who purchased insurance from Huangning Insurance Company today, a man said slowly, placing a document on his desk.
The man's name is Zhao Fei.
He was a member of the leadership of a branch of the Gongqing Supernatural Abilities Guild in Xining City. Manager Zhao is quite trustworthy. The man opposite Zhao Fei spoke in a sly tone, his voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible mockery.
The man then smoothly and naturally took the list from the other party.
He was dressed in all black and had a wolf-tail hairstyle, giving off a chilling aura.
I take the money and do the job. Boss Fan is so generous. It's not the first or second time I've done this. Ha ha ha.
Zhao Fei picked up the tea on the table and took a small sip. The steaming tea seemed to reflect his state of mind. The man glanced at the list and gave a cold smile, a smile tinged with chill. Then Manager Zhao will have to watch his mouth from now on, after all. The man's expression turned cold, and his eyes revealed a warning.
We are now in the same boat. We share the same fate, and we share the same fate. If anything goes wrong, no one will be able to escape unscathed.
In the dimly lit office, rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains, bringing a sliver of light. After their eyes met briefly, in the wilderness, the situation is as brutal as big fish eating small fish. It's a world where the strong prey on the weak. In this vast and dangerous region, the rules of survival are simple and direct. The strong prevail, while the weak struggle to survive in the cracks. In the wilderness, one must not only be constantly vigilant against ferocious beasts, but also guard against the unpredictable nature of people. While strange beasts are indeed terrifying, the wickedness of the human heart can sometimes be even more so. Here, you never know when the people around you will reveal their true, sinister side. In the wilderness, the flesh and blood of strange beasts, as well as those rare and exotic flowers and herbs, can bring huge benefits relates to people. This place is full of all sorts of people, with people of all kinds of identities and purposes mingling together. People often fight each other over precious natural treasures, and incidents of murder and robbery are not uncommon. Every battle is likely to be accompanied by bloodshed and death, simply because there is absolutely no signal in the wilderness. This place seems to be a forgotten corner of the world, without internet or communication. Once you enter the wilderness area, it's like being completely cut off from the outside world. Even if you die in there, no one will ever know. Your destiny is entirely in your own hands. It is in the hands of this cruel wilderness. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. The sky was just beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn, and the faint morning light quietly spilled onto the earth. "Let's get going," Yi Shiqing said softly. After quickly tidying up his clothes, he went to the hall to meet Ho Han and the other three. At this moment, there were already many superhumans in the hall, dressed in battle suits and carrying weapons, ready to fight. As soon as Yi Shiqing stepped through the gate, he immediately noticed Ho Han and the others. So he strode off and walked straight toward the other person. "Duan Feng, you're here." Wang Jingyi noticed Yi Shiqing first, and then, after noticing his clothes, asked in confusion, "You're going in civilian clothes? Not your combat uniform? After all, the wilderness is no joke. You could lose your life at any moment." At this moment, Yi Shiqing was dressed in simple casual clothes, looking as if he was just taking a leisurely stroll. "It's all right." Yi Shiqing shrugged slightly, his expression indifferent. Seeing Yi Shiqing's appearance, no one said anything more. After all, they had all witnessed Yi Shiqing's outstanding performance yesterday. Then, the time quietly came to 6 o'clock. The towering gates of the wilderness area resembled a sleeping beast awakening from a long dream. Boom! A deep, muffled thud suddenly rang out, as if an ancient war drum had been struck. The enormous door slowly opened, and the heavy scraping sound of metal echoed in the air. The superhumans who had settled here erupted in excited roars, like torches that had been lit. They surged out like a tidal wave. After making thorough preparations, Yi Shiqing and Ho Han embarked on their journey. They were like warriors about to go into battle, fully armed and ready for action. Upon entering the wilderness area, the first thing that catches the eye is a desolate ruin. The broken walls and ruins seem to tell the story of past glory and vicissitudes, with the marks of time leaving a deep imprint here. On the ruins, weeds grew rampant, and occasionally a few wisps of wind would blow, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was a dense jungle, its lush greenery forming a natural barrier, full of mystery and the unknown. Towering peaks stand majestically behind the jungle, reaching straight into the clouds. "Brother Duan Feng, our safety on the journey depends on you." The group stood at the entrance to the wilderness area, and Wang Jingyi gave Yi Shiqing a flirtatious wink. Yes. Now that Guijia isn't here, you're our safety net. You mustn't abandon us." Tang Xiala and Feng Tuyuan quickly echoed. Although they had reached the 4th rank, they had not yet obtained the title of hunter. They were just small-time hunters, otherwise, they wouldn't have needed to enter as a team. The wilderness here is far more dangerous than the places they have been through before. The beasts are more ferocious, and the environment is more harsh. Therefore, it's natural to cling tightly to the leg of a big shot like Yi Shiqing. "Yes, Duan Feng, please forgive me." Ho Han also stepped forward and gently patted Yi Shiqing's shoulder. Yi Shiqing remained silent, standing there quietly with his brows slightly lowered, as if deep in thought. After a long while, he slowly raised his head. "Farewell." His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The moment the words left his mouth, Yi Shiqing did not hesitate for a moment, and resolutely took a step to leave. The 4 of them were stunned at the same time. They clearly hadn't expected Yi Shiqing to do such a thing. A moment later, they realized what was happening and rushed forward to stop them. "Wait, farewell? What do you mean?" "Yeah, does that mean they're going to abandon us? Besides, it's very dangerous for you to go to the wilderness alone." Ho Han, who was closest to Yi Shiqing, reacted instantly and grabbed Yi Shiqing's arm. "Duan Feng, what do you mean by this?" Ho's speech was somewhat hesitant, with a subtle sense of unease in his tone. "Yes, Guijia is gone. Now you are our safety rope." Feng Tuyuan immediately came forward and grabbed Yi Shiqing's wrist. "A safety rope?" Yi Shiqing raised an eyebrow and grinned mischievously. "I'm sorry, the rope has broken." The moment he finished speaking, Yi Shiqing shook off the 2 men who were holding his wrists and strode away. He had barely taken 2 steps when Ho Han immediately came to meet him. "Brother Duan Feng, please wait. Please wait." Yi Shiqing was startled and subconsciously stopped in her tracks, looking at the other person. He had a fairly good impression of Ho Han. After all, yesterday, when he found himself in the predicament of having no one to team up with, it was Ho Han who took the initiative to strike up a conversation. It gave him a glimmer of warmth and hope. Yi Shiqing got straight to the point. Seeing that Yi Shiqing was willing to have a proper conversation, Ho Han's face lit up with joy. He then quickly composed himself and tried to appear more calm. "I know, we did leave a bad impression on you yesterday. However, people are fickle, and one cannot judge a person solely based on appearances. Everything in this world is constantly changing, and people are no exception. We may not perform as well as we'd like at times, but that doesn't mean we always will." Ho Han paused for a moment, then continued. "Moreover, the wilderness is inherently fraught with danger, so I hope you can put aside past grievances and come with us.
Only by working together can we have a greater chance of survival in the wilderness.
Ho-Han smiled broadly, his smile as warm as the sunshine, revealing a gentle expression that made people feel close to him. Yi Shiqing paused slightly, speechless, after hearing the implied meaning in the speech. Ho-Han's forehead drooped slightly, as if he was thinking about something. His eyes then lit up, as if he had made up his mind. I know of a treasure trove within this lineage. If you come with us, we'll split it. Yi Shiqing narrowed his eyes slightly, his pupils quickly sweeping over the three reluctant and awkward figures behind Ho-Han. Seeing their expressions, Yi Shiqing seemed to understand something instantly and grinned. That smile carried a hint of understanding and mockery. Your claim of training is a lie. This is your real purpose. Yi Shiqing's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. His eyes revealed a kind of all-knowing wisdom. After all, the entrance to the wilderness area is right next to them. If they are afraid, they can leave early and there is no need to linger here.
After all, experience is one thing, but life is only once.
They don't need to go to great lengths to please themselves unless they have a compelling reason. But if some of them have compelling reasons,
that makes sense. The group chuckled, offering no direct answer, but their expressions revealed everything. So, what do you think? Will you consider it? Ho-Han asked.
Yi Shiqing slightly raised her hand and gently stroked her chin. His eyes were full of contemplation, like ripples spreading across a deep lake. He frowned slightly, lost in thought for a moment, his expression solemn like a sculpture. After a moment, as if he had suddenly figured it out, he nodded vigorously, as if the clouds had parted and the sun had come out, and everything became clear. All right, that's acceptable, but if we really find a treasure. Yi Shiqing slowly extended one hand, making a 7, and said solemnly, I want 70%.
70%?
The exclamation was like a thunderclap, making everyone's eardrums buzz. Apart from Ho-Han, the other three were shocked and shouted out in unison, then froze in place.
Their expressions turned extremely unpleasant.
We looked at each other, our eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment, like headless flies in a panic.
Okay, I promise you.
While the others were still in shock, Ho-Han suddenly responded loudly, his tone resolute. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than the three people beside him were immediately shocked, as if struck by a bolt from the blue.
Ho-Han, you've gone mad. 70%.
If we do as he says, the four of us will only get 30%.
That's right, that's right.
The three of them chattered incessantly like noisy sparrows, making it impossible for anyone to have a moment's peace.
Do you have a better idea now? We've already come all this way. Are we just going to leave empty-handed? Ho-Han interrupted the three men's torrent of words with a loud shout.
The three looked at each other, still somewhat hesitant.
Ho-Han exhaled a deep breath, then spoke.
Even if you only get 30%, you'll still get plenty of rare and precious treasures and riches. If we don't go today, and other ability users find out, they'll have already been divided up. The moment the words left his mouth, the three of them fell into deep thought. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Shiqing,
he couldn't help but grin.
I had originally planned to part ways, but I witnessed the value of S-grade items at the auction last time. So, without further ado, we might as well do as they say and go with them. He also has many trump cards up his sleeve.
Even if they attempt to use underhanded tactics during the cooperation process,
you should first consider whether you have the ability.
Fine. You're the one who decides.
Wang Jingyi spread her hands and sighed helplessly.
Let's do it your way.
Whatever. After a brief moment of thought, the three gave their final answer.
All right, Yi Shiqing chuckled. Then, it'll be a pleasure doing business with you. The group exchanged glances again, and were both amused and exasperated. Then let's set off.
Ho-Han spoke loudly, and then led his men toward a certain place.
At the same time,
in that vast and desolate wilderness, there is a city ruin that seems to have been forgotten by time.
Those once towering skyscrapers have long since collapsed under the erosion of time and unknown disasters.
Those magnificent buildings were like building blocks that were mercilessly pushed down by the hand of a giant,
scattered haphazardly across this land steeped in history. And, in that dark, forgotten corner,
four burly men, each as tall as an iron tower, stood silently. Their eyes were sharp, as if they could pierce through the darkness, as they warily surveyed their surroundings.
Lu Xian, are you sure he'll come this way? An Ihu looked at Lu Xian with suspicion and asked uncertainly. It's certain. If they want to get that treasure, this is the only way. Lu Xian answered decisively, her tone full of confidence. An Ihu frowned slightly, lost in thought.
His mind raced, weighing the various possibilities. Finally, as if he had made an important decision, he patted the other person on the shoulder.
Okay, as long as we can kill Yi Shiqing, that's fine.
Anihu's words revealed a ruthless and resolute tone, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Then, Anihu waved his hand at the two other burly men behind him. Go set up the traps first. The two didn't speak, but simply nodded silently, and then immediately got to work.
They quickly disappeared into the darkness to prepare for the upcoming battle.
When Anihu saw Yi Shiqing yesterday, he immediately rushed out of the wilderness and came to this place.
He had only one thought in his mind, to wait for Yi Shiqing to arrive and then kill him. I spent a night in the entire wilderness. wilderness. He showed no signs of fatigue or slackness, his killing intent grew even stronger. He waited quietly, like a cheetah lurking in the darkness, waiting for its prey to appear. Yi Shiqing and the others followed Ho-Han into a forest. The green leaves form a canopy that covers the sky, but sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting streaks of golden light. Roar, roar, roar. Just then, in the eerie darkness, a pair of huge, blood-red eyes suddenly lit up. A wild boar covered in hard, steel-like spikes slowly emerged from the shadows. It was as large as a mountain, the size of a tank, and every iron spike gleamed with a chilling light. It emitted a violent panting sound from its nasal cavity, like muffled thunder rolling, instantly creating a sense of oppression. A fourth-tier exotic beast, an iron-haired ferocious boar? Wang Jingyi was not afraid at all, but rather delighted. Its fur can be used to make instruments. As soon as Wang Jingyi finished speaking, the people beside her were already ready for battle. After all, it's just a fourth-tier alien beast causing trouble for 4 fourth-tier ability users. Isn't this just courting death? Isn't this just a place to deliver materials? The group unleashed their supernatural abilities, assumed fighting stances, and prepared to unleash their power. With a deafening roar, the iron-haired ferocious boar showed no fear in the face of the 4 people. It let out a war drum-like roar from its snort, its voice as loud as a bell. Upon seeing this scene, several people, just as they were about to step forward and kill the arrogant tusked boar, a sudden figure flashed past. His figure moved with lightning speed, wielding 2 swords, and he was swift and decisive. Before everyone could recover from the shock of that sudden appearance, the figure appeared before the iron-haired ferocious boar with lightning speed. A sharp collision suddenly rang out, and dazzling sparks shone brightly in the dim light where the shadows of the trees swayed. Yi Shiqing's knife clashed violently with the iron-haired ferocious boar's neck, which was as hard as steel. Immediately afterwards, the veins on Yi Shiqing's right hand bulged. The blood-stained blade, propelled by his immense strength, sank into the neck of the iron-haired ferocious boar in an instant. A sharp scream pierced the silence, and a terrifying blade suddenly appeared. A hideous pig's head flew high into the air, tracing an arc through the sky. Just as everyone came to their senses, the headless corpse gushed out blood like a pillar, which flew through the air. Congratulations on defeating the Tier 4 beast iron-haired ferocious boar. Ability points plus 201. Current ability points 342. Yi Shiqing stood in the drizzling rain and forcefully swung the double-edged sword. Fresh blood splattered from the knife and fell to the ground. He said calmly, "Don't steal kills." Ah! The crowd looked on incredulously. Is this what death is? I was hoping for a 300-round battle. He killed a 4th-tier beast with a single strike? After a moment of shock, everyone was suddenly overjoyed. After all, Yi Shiqing's strength is a good thing. The wilderness is extremely dangerous, so having a strong leader is definitely a good thing. I don't want heads. I don't want heads. These are materials from the Fong clan, and they're all yours. Yes, yes. Please bear with me on this journey. Faced with the praise from the group, Yi Shiqing grinned, looking superior. Then Yi Shiqing's gaze fell on the headless corpse that was already dead. His twin swords flashed with a cold light. Just as Yi Shiqing was about to bend down and remove some hairs from the iron-haired ferocious boar, suddenly, a crisp footstep sounded from the side, like a dancing musical note. Although the voice wasn't loud, it still drew everyone's attention. 5 fully armed men slowly emerged from the deserted shadows of the trees. The aura emanating from all 4 individuals was at the 4th rank. The leader was a man wearing black armor. He had a wolf-tail hairstyle, with strands of hair swaying gently in the breeze, giving him an air of untamed freedom. However, his face revealed a fierce appearance. His eyes revealed a chillingly authoritative aura. The 5 people seemed to have noticed Yi Shiqing and the others as well. After scanning Yi Shiqing and the others, they revealed a half-smile on their faces. Oh my, there's actually someone here? Wolf-tail head said quietly. Yi Shiqing and the others remained silent, watching each other warily, for the human heart is unpredictable in the wilderness. Seeing that the others remained silent, Wolf-tail wasn't angry. He simply pulled a list of names written in black and white from his pocket. His gaze swept across the list for a moment before quickly landing on Yi Shiqing and the others, as if he were confirming something. At last, he grinned, revealing a set of large white teeth, which looked quite eerie. Not bad luck, he said softly, his tone carrying a hint of something unfathomable. Everyone else watched him silently, wondering what he was thinking. Wolf-tail made a gesture to the 4 menacing figures behind him. The latter understood immediately and quickly dispersed to surround Yi Shiqing and the others. What do you want? Wang Jingyi frowned, her eyes filled with astonishment. He was clearly taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Her voice trembled slightly, carrying a hint of unease and wariness. I'm sorry, I'm just doing this for money. Wolf-tail had slowly spread his hands out, a smug expression on his face. His lips curled up slightly, a mocking smile playing on his lips. The 5 men moved in perfect unison, simultaneously drawing their long swords from their waists. They got into position, their eyes revealing a fierce and greedy look, like a pack of hungry wolves eyeing delicious prey. Ho-Han and his associates were not to be underestimated either. They quickly adjusted their emotions, their eyes instantly becoming firm and sharp. They gripped their weapons tightly, leaned forward slightly, and prepared for battle. To avert disaster for others? Faced with the tense situation, Yi Shiqing remained completely unfazed. Just as Yi Shiqing was still pondering, one of the men could no longer contain himself and swung his long knife at Wang Jingyi, who was closest to him. A piercing crash rang out, and blinding sparks flew out. Wang Jingyi suddenly had a hunting knife in her hand, and she clashed with the opponent's long sword. Wang Jingyi possesses strength-based superpowers, and at this moment, she is gritting her teeth and struggling under the opponent's onslaught. It's also obvious that the opponent is also a strength-based class, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to suppress the opponent at the same level. Immediately afterwards, the man exerted force with his right hand, creating a gust of wind. With a flick of his arm, the man slammed Wang Jingyi, knife and all, directly onto a tree trunk. With a loud crash, the tree trunk snapped. "Little girl, I'll play with you." The man looked at Wang Jingyi, who was slowly standing up, and spoke coldly. "You think I'm afraid of you?" Wang Jingyi's eyes were icy cold, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. The moment the words left his mouth, the two rushed forward and engaged in battle with each other once again. As the battle between the two intensified, Ho Han and his two companions quickly found their opponents. The sound of clashing swords rang out like a violent storm. The booming sound of supernatural energy, like a sudden clap of thunder, lingered and echoed around the area. Amidst the flashing swords and clashing blades, the light of supernatural abilities flickered erratically, and each collision brought a tremendous impact. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, and the ground trembled slightly from the aftershocks of the battle. In less than a minute, the place had become a complete mess. "Hey, are you spacing out?" Just then, the wolf-tailed man in front of Yi Shiqing spoke up in an annoyed tone. The people around him had already started fighting, but Yi Shiqing remained calm and composed when facing him. This was clearly a disregard for him, which immediately made Wolftail extremely unhappy. "Who sent you?" Yi Shiqing asked calmly. "Is it necessary to tell you?" Seeing that Yi Shiqing finally paid attention to him, Wolftail had revealed a sneer. "Talking to a dying person is a waste of time." Upon hearing this, Yi Shiqing stared blankly at the other person with his sharp gaze, and grinned. "That's true, it's pointless to waste words on a dying person. That's definitely a waste of time." The wolf's tail head glared angrily, its teeth grinding together. "How arrogant!" His voice was filled with anger and resentment. Yi Shiqing's words were like a sharp thorn, piercing deep into his heart and almost completely enraging him. This was because Wolftail's underlings had completely gained the upper hand in the battle. They were aggressive and unstoppable. Wolftail Head, the strongest among them, was looked down upon by the only third-tier ability user present. This dealt a severe blow to his self-esteem, and his anger burned fiercely within him. Yi Shiqing glanced at the wolf-tailed man, who was practically bursting with anger, and said in a low voice, "Unfortunately, I touched a nerve with you, but I won't apologize. After all, what idiot would bow down and admit fault to a piece of trash?" After saying that, he looked at the other person with an amused smile. "What?" Wolftail's eyes widened in shock, staring at Yi Shiqing with disbelief, and roared, "How dare a mere third-tier cultivator spout such arrogant words, calling me trash? Hey, don't misunderstand." Yi Shiqing quickly waved his hand, a sly smile on his face. "I didn't mean it just to you." He paused, then smiled mockingly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. "What I'm saying is, everyone here is trash." "What?" These words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone stunned. The group, who had been engaged in fierce fighting, suddenly stopped. They stared wide-eyed at Yi Shiqing in disbelief, as if they had heard the most absurd thing in the world. Yi Shiqing, however, still wore a smile, his eyes flashing with a defiant light. He seemed unconcerned about the public's reaction, and instead enjoyed the feeling of causing such a stir. "Take money to solve problems? TSK. Yi Shiqing's expression was disdainful. "This money is really not worth it. Who do you think you are? How dare you call us trash?" "That's right. He's just a third-tier kid, a mere brat, yet he dares to speak so arrogantly. I could tear you apart with one hand, you believe me?" The five men's anger was now focused on Yi Shiqing. Their eyes were filled with a desire to tear him to pieces. The long swords in the hands of the four men emitted bursts of cold light, their gleam shimmering with a chilling killing intent under the sunlight. Their killing intent immediately shifted away from Ho Han and the others, and they slowly walked towards Yi Shiqing. Every step was fraught with immense pressure, but precisely because of this, Ho Han and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They stared at Yi Shiqing, speechless, their faces filled with astonishment. "What do we do now?" Wang Jingyi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. After recovering from their astonishment, Ho Han and the others gathered together. His gaze was also complicated as he looked in Yi Shiqing's direction. "Maybe we should run. These people are a bunch of lunatics. They always try to kill us." Tang Xiaola's face was pale. He seemed to recall the battle with that group of people, and his heart was filled with fear and lingering dread. "That won't do. How can we abandon Duanfeng?" "Yeah, they're deliberately drawing our attention away. How can we run away?" Wang Jingyi and Feng Tuyuan immediately retorted, their faces still showing some lingering fear, but their eyes were filled with stubbornness. "But if we don't run, we'll all die here." "No, we can't just abandon Duanfeng like this." "That's right. Duanfeng has sacrificed so much for us, we can't just leave him like this." The three
men's noisy arguments immediately mingled together, each held different viewpoints and refused to give in. Everyone stuck to their own position, and for a time the situation reached a stalemate. Ho-Han's forehead drooped slightly, and he remained silent, exuding a calmness that was completely out of place among the three. His eyes were filled with complex emotions, and it was unclear what he was thinking. After a long while, his eyes lit up, as if he had made up his mind. "Let's go first." Ho-Han's sudden interruption broke the three's chaotic thoughts. "Ah, you're really leaving." Wang Jingyi was the first to come to her senses. "Yes, the fact that he dared to provoke like that shows he is absolutely confident," Ho-Han explained. "Moreover, our presence here will not only serve no purpose, but will also become a burden to the other side." As soon as Ho-Han finished speaking, the group fell into a brief silence. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, so quiet it was oppressive. After a while, the group sighed helplessly. Their faces showed conflicted expressions, as if they were going through a fierce internal struggle. Ultimately, they made their decision. "Okay, I trust your gut feeling." Wang Jingyi spoke slowly, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness and trust. Ho-Han nodded, then gestured to Yi Shiqing, indicating that he would wait for him over there. The latter nodded slightly in response, indicating that he understood. Without pausing, Ho-Han led the way and sprinted off in one direction. Their figures vanished from sight in an instant, like arrows released from a bow. A complex and enigmatic smile appeared on Ho-Han's otherwise unnoticed face. "Finally gone. That means they don't have to steal my ability points." Yi Shiqing smiled and thought to himself, deliberately provoking them and then letting them retreat was exactly what Yi Shiqing wanted. "Oh, it seems your companions have abandoned you." Wolftail sneered coldly. "That's alright, I can deal with you small fry with my eyes closed." Yi Shiqing chuckled. "You?" The four of them were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Despite being a third-tier player facing four fourth-tier opponents, he adopted a condescending attitude. "Very well, now I won't let you, I will die so easily." Wolftail's mouth twisted into a dangerous arc, his expression chilling. "I'm going to tear your mouth apart so you'll never be able to utter those arrogant words again. I'm going to skin you alive and make you suffer endless pain. I will also cruelly rip out your tendons, leaving you wishing for death but unable to live." Yi Shiqing's lips twitched, and he almost burst out laughing. You still dare to laugh?" Wolftail glared at Yi Shiqing with piercing eyes. Yi Shiqing calmed herself down and said quietly, "Then please, satisfy me properly." "Good, very good." Wolftail suddenly took a big step, his movement as swift as a tiger pouncing on its prey. He gripped the long sword tightly in his right hand, swung it forcefully, and the sword instantly tore through the air, heading straight for Yi Shiqing's neck. The speed was ridiculously fast. In the blink of an eye, the long sword had already struck Yi Shiqing's neck like lightning. It looked as if his head could be severed at any moment. However, the next second, there was a sudden clang of long swords and spears, but they all missed their mark. At the same time, Yi Shiqing had already created a 10-meter distance at the critical moment. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant, like a ghost, leaving no trace. His agility and calm reaction were truly admirable. So fast. Wolftail narrowed his eyes slightly and clicked his tongue in amazement. His special ability is speed-based. In battle, his astonishing speed often catches his opponents off guard, and just now, at such close range, they could have easily hit the target's throat and delivered a fatal blow. But unexpectedly, the attack, which seemed certain to hit, was easily dodged by the opponent. This filled him with a strong sense of frustration. More importantly, the other party was only a third-tier ability user, and I was a fourth-tier powerhouse. In terms of level, I have a clear advantage, but now he is being outpaced by his opponent, which has dealt a huge blow to his pride. Not bad speed. Yi Shiqing nodded slightly and murmured softly. He appeared relaxed and composed. The five people opposite them had rather unpleasant and solemn expressions. The boy they were facing, who was only at the third level, made them feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. At this moment, they appeared somewhat tense and vigilant. His body tensed slightly, his eyes filled with vigilance, as if he were standing on the edge of an abyss, walking on thin ice. "Let's try this move." Yi Shiqing frowned slightly, pondering for a moment. "Divine body integration." The moment the words left his mouth, a chilling wolf howl suddenly erupted from Yi Shiqing's body. A deathly black mist suddenly appeared at the corner of Yi Shiqing's eyes. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing's entire body rapidly expanded like an inflating balloon. His original height of 1.8 meters suddenly increased to 2 meters. His long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, resembling black silk dancing wildly in the wind. Strange patterns suddenly appeared on his skin, resembling winding mountain edges, eerie and mysterious. Yi Shiqing grinned, and his menacing fangs instantly emerged, revealing a visible danger. "What is this? How can it transform? Wait, how did his strength increase to the 4th rank?" The group was taken aback by Yi Shiqing's change in demeanor. They were especially startled when they sensed that Yi Shiqing's strength had risen to the 4th rank. Gigantamax is pretty good, but it only lasts for 7 minutes. Yi Shiqing clenched his fists, feeling his strong and powerful body. At this point, he had no need to summon Fenrir and then fuse with him. On the contrary, it can be carried out smoothly when it is inside the body. His His eyes widened, his gaze sharp as he glared fiercely at the 5 people who were completely stunned and dumbfounded.
Let's test your strength.
The moment the words left his mouth, Yi Shiqing moved with lightning speed, suddenly appearing in front of a man. His speed was astonishing. Without hesitation, he kicked the man hard across the navel. A loud bang was heard, like a sudden clap of thunder. The man flew straight out at an extremely high speed, like a surging, unstoppable missile. The powerful impact seemed to tear the air apart. The man smashed through 3 thick trees before finally managing to stop the astonishing impact. The sound of breaking echoed in the air, lingering for a long time, filling the minds of the other 4 with madness. Yi Shiqing was so fast that they didn't have time to react at all. As the last tree fell, the group slowly snapped out of their daze.
Kill! With a roar, his momentum was overwhelming.
Without the slightest hesitation, the remaining 4 men brandished their longswords and launched a fierce attack on Yi Shiqing from 4 treacherous directions at incredible speed. After all, they had spent so many years surviving in the wilderness, and their bodies reeked of blood.
What haven't they seen? They've weathered countless storms. Why would they be afraid of the situation before them?
A sharp, deafening crash suddenly rang out, like a resounding bell. The 4 men's longswords clashed together in an instant. The powerful impact caused the air to ripple slightly, as if creating layers of waves. Yi Shiqing had already vanished from the spot like a ghost. It appeared abruptly in that deserted shadow, as if it had become one with the darkness.
It is difficult for people to detect. Where did it go? There it is.
The 4 looked somewhat surprised, but only one of them caught sight of Yi Shiqing in the shadows out of the corner of his eye. The 4 men turned pale, but they still mustered their courage and stared intently at each other.
Fireball, ice spikes, thunderbolt.
Without the slightest hesitation, the group suddenly unleashed their various supernatural abilities and attacked Yi Shiqing.
Thunder roared, flames raged, and ice chilled to the bone.
Several elements intertwined and scattered, like an unstoppable prehistoric beast, surging towards Yi Shiqing with earth-shattering power. Seeing this, Yi Shiqing remained calm and fearless, and slowly extended his right hand.
Void devour. With a low shout,
a strange, unpredictable, and profound vortex suddenly appeared in his palm. This vortex possessed a powerful suction force, instantly absorbing all the power of the ferocious beasts that attacked the 3 of them. The vortex spun incessantly, emitting terrifying sounds.
It lasted for about 10 seconds.
As Yi Shiqing's right hand drooped slightly, the raging onslaught abruptly ceased, as if it had never happened. However, only the 4 people on the other side looked bewildered and confused.
What is this? Our entire offensive has been absorbed? How is this possible? Isn't his special ability that knife?
The 4 were utterly astonished, speechless with shock, staring in disbelief at the monster before them. Suddenly, Wolftail's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something.
Dual superpowers? Could he be?
Just then, before he could finish speaking, he felt a blur before his eyes, and a sudden, overwhelming impact came from his waist. Immediately afterwards, he crashed into a tree trunk like a wild horse, letting out a painful groan. A dull thud rang out, accompanied by a cloud of dust. The wolf-tailed man crashed into a tree trunk in a sorry state, his body trembling, and a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes widened, staring ahead in disbelief. A tall, eerie figure appeared where he had been standing, slowly making a gesture of retracting his legs. The other 3 were also astonished, their eyes wide as if they had witnessed something unbelievable.
What kind of power is this? It's so strong.
One of them muttered to himself. However, before they could react, the cold glint of the blade suddenly appeared. The next second, his head spun around and fell to the ground. He only had time to utter a cry of alarm before his head was severed from his body. Congratulations, host, for killing the 4th tier ability user Chui Gung.
Ability points plus 302. Current ability points, 644. The remaining 2 were terrified and quickly retreated.
Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear and helplessness.
They secretly lamented their misfortune, regretting that they had provoked such a powerful enemy. However, by then it was too late. Alright, I'm not going to play these little games with you guys anymore.
Yi Shiqing gave a cold smile, flicked his right hand, and the sound of a halberd rang out. You deserve to die. The sound of blades cutting through the air mingled with screams of fear. The sound echoed throughout the forest, lingering for a long time, sending chills down one's spine. Yi Shiqing stood silently amidst the horrifying pool of blood, like a cold, unyielding sculpture. His eyes were cold as ice, chilling to the bone, staring at the tragic scene before him without a trace of emotion. At his feet lay 4 headless corpses, a gruesome sight. Their blood flowed gushing out, like a flood bursting its banks. It stained a large area of the surrounding land red, and the air was filled with a strong, nauseating stench of blood.
Speak! Who sent you?
Yi Shiqing's deep voice slowly rose, like muffled thunder rolling by, carrying endless cold killing intent. He gripped a razor-sharp blade tightly in his hand. He gently pressed the blade against the wolf's neck, as if a slight exertion would be enough to take its life. Cough, cough, cough. Wolf-tail had leaned against a thick tree trunk, his face covered in blood, a truly gruesome sight. His pale face was filled with endless fear and despair. His lips trembled as he tried to speak, but he could only utter indistinct sobs. Yi Shiqing's voice grew increasingly cold, like like a 1,000-year-old iceberg. With a slight pressure, he sliced through the skin of the wolf's tail. A single drop of bright red blood oozed from the tiny wound. It looked particularly glaring under the light spots, as if it were a harbinger of death. Cough, cough, cough. Faced with the threat of death, Wolftail dared not disobey. His pale face contorted with pain as he slowly spoke. It was Van Gogh who sent us. Who is Fan Gao? Why did he come to kill me? Fan Gao is the president of Gao Fong Insurance Company. He is in a hostile relationship with Huang Ning Insurance Company. The insurance you purchased before entering the wilderness area was provided by Huang Ning Company. Therefore, Van Gogh hired us to kill you, thereby saddled the other party with a huge insurance debt. Wolftail thought for a moment, then took out a list from his pocket and handed it to Yi Shiqing. This list is full of people who have purchased Huang Ning Insurance. It was given to me by Zhao Fei, a supervisor from one of the associations. Wolftail revealed everything. After all, compared to death, these petty things were insignificant. Yi Shiqing frowned slightly, fell into thought for a moment, and then began to ponder the matter. Alright, at least you've been honest. As soon as Yi Shiqing finished speaking, Wolftail's previously dull eyes suddenly lit up. His deathly pale face now radiated a hopeful glow. Then, can I leave now? Wolftail's voice trembled slightly. Yi Shiqing was slightly taken aback, a look of doubt appearing on his face. Leave? On what grounds? Upon hearing this, Wolftail had shuddered violently as if struck by lightning. I've said everything I can say. I've told you everything you wanted to know. You can't be this frivolous. Oh, Yi Shiqing's face showed a kind smile, but to Wolftail head, this smile was like the gaze of a demon. I was just asking you a question. I never said I was going to let you go. Before Wolftail could finish speaking, a dazzling blade of light suddenly flashed. The blade's edge was as fast as lightning, instantly slicing through the air. A deathly white head hung straight down, like a ripe fruit falling from a branch. A jet of blood gushed out, like a magnificent fountain, scattering across the sky and onto the ground. Congratulations, host, for killing a tier 4 ability user. Ability points plus 392. Current ability points, 1991. The moment the pleasant, clear electronic sound rang in my mind, a strange black ghost suddenly floated out from the previously still Wolftail head's body. It silently merged into Yi Shiqing's body like a ghost. Only Yi Shiqing himself could see this ghost. No one else could detect its existence. When the mysterious ghost merged into Yi Shiqing's body, he did not feel any discomfort or anything unusual. On the contrary, a strange power seemed to flow within him. This gradually restored his previously exhausted body to its former vitality. Not bad. Yi Shiqing sighed as he felt his body recover. This power is precisely the ability of the Dark Nether Flame. After killing someone, one can extract a portion of their energy. By transferring it to oneself, one can achieve the effect of restoring oneself. The battle between Yi Shiqing and the 5 men lasted less than 5 minutes. In that short period of time, he achieved a complete and overwhelming victory. This is accompanied by the powerful healing effect of Dark Nether Flame. This allows him to remain at full strength even after the battle. Yi Shiqing's gaze slowly swept over his surroundings, his eyes revealing a hint of calm and contemplation. After confirming that there was no further threat in the vicinity, he subconsciously broke free from the state of divine unity, thus reverting to his original form. It's time to meet up with them. He shook his head slightly, having already made up his mind. He took firm steps and ran swiftly in the direction Ho-Han had left earlier. The figure vanished into the distance in an instant, like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! We made it out. We were almost killed. Tang Xiaola's slightly hunched body was bent over, and her hands were firmly supported on her knees. He was panting heavily, his breathing sounding like a bellows being pulled, rapid and heavy. After Yi Shiqing successfully drew the attention of those seemingly deranged men, like a frightened bird, it ran frantically toward a deadly place without stopping. They ran straight out of the dense jungle before stopping. At this moment, they were panting heavily and looked exhausted. His clothes were soaked with sweat, but his eyes revealed a sense of relief and joy at surviving a disaster. But having said that, why don't we run back to the service station? Fong Tuyuan opened his mouth panting. Since we're already here, there's no reason for us to leave empty-handed. Ho-Han replied, a warm smile appearing on his face. But then again, Ho-Han, Wang Jingyi interjected, looking at Ho-Han with a puzzled expression. What exactly is that treasure? The moment the words left his mouth, the other two also turned their curious gazes toward Ho-Han. Although they all came for the treasures of this place, however, they had no idea what the treasure actually was. All three of them learned of this news from Ho-Han. However, Ho-Han remained tight-lipped about the specifics of the treasure. Facing the gazes of the three, Ho-Han was taken aback, his brows furrowing slightly. A fleeting, almost imperceptible look of surprise crossed his eyes, but it vanished in an instant. Then, his expression changed rapidly, instantly transforming into a warm smile. I don't know, but anyway, it must be a priceless treasure. Seeing that they had not received an answer, the three could only sigh helplessly. Should we wait for Duan Feng? He's probably already in grave danger. At this moment, Wang Jingyi spoke leisurely. No need to wait. Ho-Han shook his head. Then, glancing out of the corner of his eye at a figure rapidly approaching from the
the jungle, he spoke softly. They've arrived. As I looked up, upon seeing Yi Shiqing rushing towards them, Wang Jingyi and the other two were slightly taken aback, their expressions filled with surprise. When their gaze fell upon Yi Shiqing's body, which appeared to be soaked in thick blood, the three of them were suddenly startled, and their faces instantly showed astonishment and fear. Admittedly, they were completely unaware that these crimson bloodstains originated from others. In their understanding, it's really hard to fathom what kind of battle Yi Shiqing just went through. That's why it appeared before them in such a horrifying way. And all of this is the result of helping them attract attention. Thinking of this, the three of them felt a warmth in their hearts and were inexplicably moved. Duan Feng, oh no, brother Duan, how are you? When Yi Shiqing ran up to the group, Wang Jingyi spoke first. Nothing's wrong. Yi Shiqing suddenly spoke up. Let's get going. Seeing Yi Shiqing's lively and energetic performance, the three exchanged a silent glance and said nothing more. Ho Han's eyes narrowed slightly, and after a pause, he smiled and spoke. If it weren't for you, we would be dead already. Well then, let's keep going. After saying that, the five of them started walking again and headed towards a certain place. During the long hour-long journey, the group walked slowly and unsteadily. After all, running wildly for a long time in this dangerous wilderness will greatly deplete one's physical strength. If you become exhausted, and at that moment you happen to encounter a ferocious pack of beasts, that would truly be a case of more bad luck than good. Yi Shiqing walked at a leisurely pace. While doing so, they also took the opportunity to eliminate the strange beasts they encountered along the way. Of course, at Yi Shiqing's request, the other four people were all vying with Yi Shiqing for kills. His movements were clean and efficient, without any hesitation. Every beast before him seemed so weak and vulnerable, utterly helpless. And the precious materials taken from the strange beast, it was simply because I had neither a spatial ring nor a bag. All of these materials were then carefully placed in the highly practical tactical backpack that Tang Xiola was carrying, and Yi Shiqing's previous act of sacrificing himself for righteousness. This caused Tang Xiola to feel immense gratitude towards Yi Shiqing, which she cherished deeply, so he didn't hesitate to carry the burden for Yi Shiqing. Taking on this important task is our bounden duty. How much longer until we reach our destination? Fang Tuyuan asked softly, his voice carrying a hint of weariness as it drifted through the air. The five of them had arrived at a ruin, and the scene before them was shocking. The collapsed buildings lay scattered on the ground. The land is like a spider web, crisscrossed with cracks, telling the story of the vicissitudes of time. Weeds grew rampantly, swaying in the wind, adding to the desolation of the ruins. Ho Han seemed to be in a state of tinnitus, and did not respond for a long time. After a long while, he slowly replied, soon. His voice sounded somewhat ethereal, as if it came from a distant place. After hearing Ho Han's answer, the group didn't ask any more questions and simply followed quietly behind. Their steps were slightly heavy, and the atmosphere was somewhat somber. After walking for about 10 more minutes, time passed quietly in silence. And at that moment, Yi Shiqing seemed to sense the fluctuation in the sound and suddenly paused. At the same time, Wang Jingyi seemed to catch something unusual in her peripheral vision, causing her to frown. Immediately afterwards, she broke away from the group without hesitation and began searching through a patch of grass. Look! A moment later, Wang Jingyi suddenly pulled a palm-sized megaphone out of the bushes and shouted at the group. This is an acoustic wave generator, and a high-end one at that? Fang Tuyuan recognized it at a glance. Why is this thing here? I guess it was used by some superhumans to lure the monsters here, Ho Han said slowly. At this moment, Yi Shiqing was resting his chin on his right hand, his brows slightly furrowed, his gaze intense as he looked at everything before him. Then he said to Wang Jingyi in a calm tone, I didn't expect you to have such a strong sense of your surroundings. You were able to detect such a faint microwave. In fact, Yi Shiqing knew very well that he himself was a psychic ability user. Those with psychic abilities have a much stronger ability to perceive their surroundings than ordinary people. Moreover, since he awakened the dark nether flame, his perception has been qualitatively improved. However, just as he began to feel the microwaves emitted by the oscilloscope, Wang Jingyi also noticed its presence almost simultaneously. This made Yi Shiqing look at her with new respect. Hearing Yi Shiqing's praise, Wang Jingyi seemed a little embarrassed. She laughed, scratched her head, and replied shyly, No, it's just that the sunlight happened to reflect off my face. I thought it was some kind of treasure, so I went to look through it. But come to that point, Ho Han, didn't you sense it just now? Just then, Fang Tuyuan asked Ho Han curiously. After all, Ho Han is a psychic ability user, and his perception is exceptionally strong. I was just spacing out. Ho Han shook his head and continued. This acoustic wave emitter is from a high-end brand. The acoustic waves it emits are exceptionally weak. If you don't look closely, you won't even be able to detect them. Let's just go. It's harmless anyway. Wang Jingyi threw the sonic boomer on the ground and then stomped on it until it was smashed. After all, leaving this thing here will attract a large number of strange beasts. The group then stopped thinking about it and continued on their original route. In the wilderness, inside a ruined building, Anihu stood in the 5-story abandoned building, his sharp eyes fixed on one side. Boss, Yi Shiqing is here. Just then, an urgent voice suddenly sounded in Anihu's earpiece. This headset is a special device with powerful performance, enabling stable communication unaffected by signal interference. However, it also has certain limitations, namely that the communication distance cannot exceed 1 kilometer. Okay. Anihu listened to the sound in his earpiece, spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice deep and resonant. Immediately afterwards, he quietly pressed himself against the wall, revealing only half an eye, cautiously spying. At this moment, 5 figures slowly came into his eyes. Their figures gradually became clearer as they approached from afar. He immediately spotted the strikingly handsome young man in the crowd. Anihu's expression changed slightly, and a cold smile appeared on his lips, a smile that seemed to be wrapped in frost. Very well, I will make you pay a terrible price for what you have done. As Yi Shiqing walked along the road, he looked surprised and let out a soft exclamation. His gaze, instinctively sharp as a hawk's, swept across every corner, searching everywhere. Then, his gaze lingered on Ho-Han. Yi Shiqing just stared at the other person's back silently, without saying a word. Wait, did you guys sense anything? Just then, the quiet atmosphere was abruptly broken by Fang Tuyuan's loud shout. What's wrong? Wang Jingyi asked quickly. There seems to be some strange fluctuation around here, Fang Tuyuan said in a muffled voice. As Fang Tuyuan reminded them, the people around them also suddenly realized what was happening. It seems so. I felt it too. It seems, there's a sound? After carefully sensing their surroundings for a moment, the group of people also expressed their opinions. Yi Shiqing's expression didn't show too much shock. He had already sensed the subtle energy fluctuations when he first entered the place. This energy fluctuation was very weak, yet extremely dense, like countless tiny ripples spreading through the air. This fluctuation does not originate from any particular direction, but rather comes from all directions. Look here. At this moment, Tang Xiola strolled to the side and searched through the haystack, eventually finding a megaphone. He held the object in his hand and gently waved it at the crowd. An abnormal sound wave device? Wang Jingyi was slightly taken aback, then carefully sensed the extremely subtle energy fluctuations around her. After a moment, her eyes lit up. This is it. This kind of fluctuation must be coming from it. That's right, and there's more than one, Yi Shiqing said in a deep voice. With his explanation, those around him suddenly realized the truth. This was because the acoustic device that Tang Xiola was holding at this moment was exactly the same as the one that Wang Jingyi had just found. Because of the large number of them in the vicinity, the previously faint and barely perceptible energy fluctuations suddenly became clear and perceptible, easily sensed by Wang Jingyi and the others. It is obvious that someone did this intentionally. In other words, this area must be extremely dangerous at this moment. After all, such a large number of sonic devices would inevitably attract a horde of strange beasts. My god, those lunatics are up to no good. Are they out of their minds? Tang Xiola exclaimed. Exactly, Wang Jingyi murmured. Let's take a detour for now. Everyone agreed in unison. Just then, the words had already been spoken. A missile streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, followed by a terrifying sound. The missile roared past, tearing the air apart in an instant and leaving a long trail of sound. Upon hearing the sound, everyone looked over, and in that instant, a look of shock appeared on their faces. When they recovered from their shock, they were horrified to find that the missile was only 50 meters away from them. Get out of the way! Someone shouted at the top of their lungs. Boom! The missile crashed to the ground with a deafening roar. Large amounts of gravel flew out like raindrops, and thick smoke instantly rose up, filling the surrounding air. Fortunately, the 5 reacted quickly and scattered in all directions at the last minute. Apart from some dust and scratches on their bodies, everyone else was fine. Cough cough cough. Wang Jingyi, who had just crawled back from the brink of death, grimaced in anger. How could you blow someone up? Madmen, they're all madmen. Tang Xiola stammered, still looking somewhat frightened. While everyone was still reeling from the missile attack, 4 fully armed figures suddenly sped towards them from afar. Yi Shiqing, prepare to die. The middle-aged man who was in the lead was tall, standing at least 2.2 meters. He appears with only one eye, and a horrifying scar on his left eye is striking to behold. His body was incredibly strong, and as he galloped towards us, he resembled a small tank, exuding power and intimidation. My god, these are a bunch of incomprehensible lunatics. That's right. We must escape from here immediately. That one-eyed man's strength is already close to the peak of the 4th rank, which is something we simply cannot contend with. Another person spoke urgently, his voice filled with panic and unease. Just as the missile landed, the 5 men rushed over like a whirlwind. In that instant, everyone realized that the missile from before must have been launched by the other side. A surge of intense anger and shock welled up within them. Wait, why did he just call out to Yi Shiqing? Just then, Wang Jingyi suddenly realized something and hit the nail on the head. But the moment she finished speaking, the 5 men rushed in front of her. Anihu's right-hand veins bulged, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and without the slightest hesitation, he swung the large knife in his right hand down at Yi Shiqing. With a deafening boom, the blood-stained broadsword, with its overwhelming force, crashed to the ground in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a shocking knife mark appeared on the ground, and spiderweb-like
cracks suddenly appeared. Yi Shiqing had already created a distance of 40 meters at the critical moment.
Wang Jingyi and the others did not have Yi Shiqing's reaction speed and agility.
When the bloodstained broadsword fell, it stirred up a gust of wind that sent several people flying, causing them to fall over.
Cough cough cough, another bunch of lunatics. Why am I having such bad luck today?
Wang Jingyi and the others staggered to their feet, coughing and muttering complaints under their breath. Fortunately, they were all 4th-tier experts, and their mental fortitude had long been honed to be extremely strong.
Besides, there are only 4 of them.
Even though the other party's bloodthirstiness and brutality are frightening, it is not enough to make them back down or fear the fight.
Moreover, Yi Shiqing's strength is undeniable.
With such a master by their side, everyone naturally had little to worry about. Despite the curses and swears of the group, Anihu seemed oblivious and paid them no heed.
His sharp, hawk-like gaze was fixed on the handsome young man.
A raging fire ignited in my heart, and I wanted to burn it all away.
Yi Shiqing, we meet again.
Anihu spoke slowly and in a deep voice, his voice carrying a hint of suppressed anger. I certainly wouldn't dare touch you while you're hiding in the academy.
But, since you dared to come to the wilderness area, you've walked right into a trap.
I will make you pay a terrible price for what you've done, and make you regret it deeply. The moment Anihu finished speaking, Wang Jingyi and the others looked at each other, speechless, seemingly unable to understand what he meant.
Yi Shiqing, what is he saying?
The faces of the group were filled with doubt, their expressions seemingly conveying their deep skepticism about what they had just heard. Following Anihu's gaze, they subconsciously turned their eyes to the handsome young man. Everyone's gaze lingered on the boy for a moment, their minds racing, when suddenly their eyes lit up.
Wait a minute. Duan Feng looks so much like Yi Shiqing, the person with dual superpowers. He's not Duan Feng, he's Yi Shiqing. After a rapid mental scan, Wang Jingyi and the others finally realized what was happening and recognized Yi Shiqing's identity. I knew it, so fast, so strong, and his superpower is dual swords. Upon seeing this, the group's eyes lit up, and then they suddenly glared at Anihu. Hey, since you recognize him, how dare you kill him? Wang Jingyi said angrily.
After all, judging from their demeanor, they were clearly up to no good and came with great hostility.
They didn't understand how Anihu knew Yi Shiqing's identity. Why be so aggressive and determined to kill him? Why kill him? Upon hearing this, Anihu was instantly enraged, furious and gritting his teeth.
I admit, his status at Dawn Academy does indeed intimidate me. I can't afford to offend him.
But, as the older brother,
when he saw his own younger brother having his throat slit right in front of him,
can you understand that heart-wrenching sorrow and furious rage?
Watching helplessly as their loved ones are brutally murdered before their eyes, while being powerless to do anything about it.
And now, you must pay the price for your past actions. Anihu's voice trembled, his eyes revealing endless grief and determination. You're in Yibin's brother?
Yi Shiqing frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes.
That's just his own fault.
Yi Shiqing's tone was cold and resolute. Anihu was speechless for a moment after being choked by Yi Shiqing's words. He provoked us first, and we had already risked our lives with guns. It was a matter of one dying and the other perishing. Yi Shiqing spoke calmly, his voice neither hurried nor slow.
Besides, if I had lost, wouldn't I have already passed away long ago?
Yi Shiqing met Anihu's angry glare with composure, without the slightest fear.
He said the same thing. After all, and Yibin had gone all out in that battle.
And Yibin showed no mercy, his moves were ruthless, and he seemed to have no intention of killing Yi Shiqing. Even a light touch would likely cost them their lives, ending them instantly.
You want revenge? I won't stop you.
Yi Shiqing's eyes flashed coldly.
I'll gladly oblige.
Fine. Since things have come to this, there's no point in saying more.
Prepare to die. Anihu roared angrily, his voice booming like a bell.
In an instant, he flew into a rage, and his body suddenly swelled up. His original height of 2.2 meters suddenly increased to 3 meters. Anihu's brow formed the character, King, which shimmered with light. He instantly transformed into a ferocious beast, with sharp teeth and claws, thick fur, and no longer resembling a human.
Holy crap! Is this beast transformation? Summoned beasts can transform into beasts without being summoned? My god, this is the pinnacle of perfection.
The other 4 were all amazed when they saw Anihu transform into a beast in an instant. It should be noted that most superhumans who practice this technique need to summon a beast before they can transform into a beast. Someone like Anihu must have mastered the technique to achieve such an effect.
Ho-Han is now in my hands.
At that moment, Lu Xin, a member of Anihu's team, suddenly spoke up. At this moment, Yi Shiqing and Anihu were in a tense standoff. The others, armed with weapons, quickly selected their opponents and immediately engaged in fierce combat. The roar of the supernatural power was like rolling thunder, deafening. The sounds of blades clashing echoed incessantly, like a sudden storm. Yi Shiqing stared at Anihu, whose face was full of ferocity, but his expression remained completely calm.
Drink it! And Anihu let out a ferocious roar like a wild beast.
He moved with lightning speed, covering the vast distance between the two in a single step. He gripped the knife with both hands and swung it down with the force of a thunderbolt, as if he could slice the air in two. A sharp, piercing sound of collision suddenly rang out, the sound rolling and surging through through the air. Yi Shiqing crossed his twin swords with unparalleled precision, blocking an Ihu's powerful slash, which was as fierce as a prehistoric beast, without missing a beat. The opponent's strength was astonishing, and they were evenly matched, making it difficult to determine who was stronger. Sharp sparks flew as the blades rubbed together, bursting forth like dazzling fireworks in the sunlight. Yi Shiqing frowned slightly, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes, and suddenly exerted force with his right hand. Instantly, a sharp cross slash was unleashed. Drink it! The immense impact emanated from an Ihu's broadsword, instantly sending it flying high into the air. Immediately afterwards, a violent gust of wind burst forth from the two of them. An Ihu's body was uncontrollably thrown backward several steps, each step leaving deep footprints on the ground. He stomped his right foot hard, regaining his footing abruptly, leaving a deep hole in the ground. The moment he gained his footing, without the slightest hesitation, he swung his right hand broadsword wildly at Yi Shiqing like an emotionless machine. In an instant, an Ihu brandished his broadsword with overwhelming momentum, his blade clashing with Yi Shiqing's, their attacks unstoppable. The weapons of both sides drew sharp arcs in the air and collided fiercely. Sparks flew everywhere, as bright as stars. The sound of the collision was sharp and piercing, causing the air to tremble slightly. In just 10 seconds, the two had exchanged nearly 100 blows. Yi Shiqing, I will make you pay the price. After an Ihu roared, his attack became even more ferocious. Try it. Yi Shiqing sneered, his voice carrying a hint of disdain and provocation. Faced with an Ihu's fierce offensive, Yi Shiqing remained calm and composed. His eyes revealed a calmness and confidence, as if everything was under his control. An Ihu's strength did indeed slightly shock Yi Shiqing. He had to admit that the opponent in front of him was by no means an ordinary person. Compared to the small fry he had seen before, an Ihu was on a completely different level. But, as the characteristics of the Time Blade gradually become apparent, Yi Shiqing's speed and strength had now completely surpassed his opponent's. Under Yi Shiqing's onslaught, an Ihu was completely unable to withstand it. Numerous blades flashed by like lightning, dazzling the eye. Surrounding an Ihu's body were numerous shocking knife scars. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing seized the opportunity and slashed fiercely at an Ihu's waist. An Ihu was shocked and immediately stomped his foot, creating a distance of 50 meters. Even so, he was still struck by Yi Shiqing, and streams of blood flowed out. An Ihu grimaced in pain, his pained expression heartbreaking to see. He tightly covered the shocking scar with his left hand, but blood continued to flow, staining his battle uniform red. Only a third tier. How can he be so strong? How could Yi Shiqing give the other party even the slightest chance to catch their breath? With a sudden stomp of his right foot, he swiftly swung his blade at an Ihu in front of him. An Ihu was immediately shocked, and his originally ferocious and terrifying face instantly turned pale. He reacted with lightning speed, quickly dodging to the side. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out a berserk pill from his pocket. Want to take the berserker pill? Dream on! With a low shout from Yi Shiqing, the black barrier beneath his feet had already taken shape. Just as an Ihu was about to take it, a sharp black thorn suddenly materialized from the tide in the barrier and pierced through an Ihu's entire wrist. Overwhelmed by the pain, an Ihu abruptly released his grip on the pill, which then rolled into the black swamp. An Ihu cursed inwardly. He endured the pain, exerted his strength, and finally broke free from the black mud that was eroding his heels. He then leaped into a building next to him. Upon seeing this, Yi Shiqing raised an eyebrow. Without hesitation, he followed closely behind and rushed into the building. An Ihu's special ability is a B-level ability called Hunting Tiger, which he gains after using the fusion technique. In this state, an Ihu's acuity, adaptability, and other abilities were greatly enhanced. Especially in such a complex and ever-changing environment, his speed is as fast as lightning. He was able to move quickly through this abandoned building full of obstacles, easily avoiding all kinds of obstacles. In this place full of ruins, he was confident that he could successfully shake off Yi Shiqing. Thinking about this, his originally pale face gradually broke into a smug smile. When he subconsciously turned his head to look behind him, his expression suddenly changed. Yi Shiqing's blade was already at his feet. The blade gleamed with a cold, icy light, like the scythe of death, sending chills down his spine. His pupils dilated sharply, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. In that critical moment, he suddenly adjusted his body, trying to avoid the fatal blow. But the next second, a hideous scar suddenly appeared on an Ihu's back. The scar was shocking, and blood gushed out instantly. Despite the overwhelming pain coursing through his body, an Ihu slowly and laboriously pulled the detonator from his pocket. He had already carefully buried a large amount of explosives inside the building. He himself ran all the way here precisely to lure the other party here. At this moment, his face was already contorted with rage. He looked like a wild beast driven mad. His eyes gleamed with a fanatical light, and he let out an excited roar. Go to hell! His finger excitedly pressed down hard on the switch. Yi Shiqing frowned immediately, a sense of crisis rising in his heart. Immediately afterwards, a flash of white light appeared all around, so bright and dazzling that it seemed capable of swallowing everything. Yi Shiqing experienced a brief period of tinnitus at that moment. The world around me seemed to fall silent all
all at once, with only the blinding white light and the shock in my heart echoing in my mind. The earth-shaking explosion resounded through the sky. A fireball shot into the sky, like a giant beast breaking free from hell. The flames were dazzling, and thick smoke rose and billowed like an evil dragon. Debris from the rubble spread outwards, shattering glass. The trees were leaning to one side and their leaves were fluttering in the air. The buildings were in ruins, with scattered remnants of walls and debris. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and dust, making it difficult to breathe. At the moment the explosion occurred, an extremely violent gust of wind instantly howled up. Instantly, the people who were engaged in fierce combat were almost thrown into the air. Their figures swayed precariously in the gale, like fallen leaves in a storm, ready to be swept away at any moment. What the hell is this? Explosives? That's Yi Shiqing's direction. Wang Jingyi and the others were suddenly terrified. After all, this situation was bound to be disastrous. Finally dead. Meanwhile, Lu Xian and Ho Han's fight was interrupted. He gave a cold laugh. Some people bloated, while others were extremely anxious. A figure suddenly leaped out from the billowing smoke of the explosion, tracing an arc. When they saw the faces of the people who had come from the newcomers, the members of Wang Hu's team immediately beamed with joy. At this moment, a golden protective shield was flashing around Anihu. He crashed to the ground like a kite with a broken string, making a dull thud. The surrounding dust instantly billowed up, drawing the attention of the other fighters. Cough cough cough. Anihu clutched his chest and gave a cold laugh. It seems this explosion-proof device is pretty good. After saying that, he suddenly threw the already shattered necklace on his chest onto the ground. This, Yi Shiqing. It's over, it's all over. Dead. Words of despair echoed in the air like a curse. Seeing this, Wang Jingyi and the others were utterly despondent and even contemplated suicide. Their faces were as pale as paper, and their bodies trembled slightly, as if all their strength had been drained away. Although the opposing team only had 4 people, their strength far surpassed theirs. They had originally hoped that Yi Shiqing could turn the tide and find a glimmer of hope in this difficult battle. But I really didn't expect that Yi Shiqing would encounter such an accident at this time. Their hopes were shattered at that moment, and their hearts were filled with despair. Fear and despair surged through them like a tide, leaving them bewildered. Our leader is awesome. Our leader is so powerful. Finally, we killed that kid. We've avenged Xiaobin. That feels great. The other burly men in Wang Hu's team suddenly erupted in triumphant cheers upon seeing this. Anihu struggled to support himself against the wall and slowly staggered to his feet. His body was in a terrible state. His clothes were tattered and covered in dust and blood. Although he possessed special equipment that counteracted the intense heat of the explosion at a critical moment, the powerful impact was still unavoidable. The impact aggravated the injuries Yi Shiqing had previously inflicted on him. Blood kept seeping from the wound, and pain surged like a tidal wave. But at this moment, he seemed to have lost the ability to feel pain. An unexpected smile appeared on that pale, paper-white face. That smile held a hint of madness and a hint of smugness. Despite suffering severe injuries, he stubbornly stood up. Tears welled up in his eyes, and a series of memories kept surging in his mind, playing on a loop like a movie. Xiao Bin, I've finally avenged you. Ha 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 ha. His tears flowed like a pillar, suddenly bursting forth and gushing out. It was a heart-wrenching roar of anguish, an emotional outpouring from the depths of the soul, and a triumphant celebration after all the bitterness had passed. He had never felt such joy. The joy was like a surging tide, completely overwhelming him. Joy so great that heads are torn apart, joy so great that the world turns upside down. With a joyful roar, the jubilant head rolled to the ground. Congratulations, host, for killing the 4th-tier ability user Anihu. Ability points plus 453. Current ability points, 2,444. Yi Shiqing's cold eyes glanced casually at Anihu, who was slowly falling to the ground. There wasn't a trace of pity in his eyes. He gripped the blood-stained blade tightly in his right hand, then suddenly swung it away with all his might. A crisp, metallic clang rang out. With that sound, streaks of bright red blood rained down onto the ground, splashing up crimson flowers. Those who witnessed the whole thing were stunned, their expressions frozen, blank and shocked. The members of Wang Hu's team, who had been barking wildly, were now completely stunned. His jaw seemed to have dislocated, and his mouth remained closed for a long time. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, as if they were witnessing an incredible nightmare. Just now, time seemed to stand still. The crowd, who had been laughing, suddenly felt a flash before their eyes, as if a bolt of lightning had struck. In that instant, the world became blurry, and everything seemed to lose its sense of reality. When he came to his senses, Yi Shiqing had already suddenly appeared behind Anihu, like a ghost, making it impossible for anyone to guard against him. At the same time, Anihu suddenly separated the other person's head from his body. The action was clean and neat, without the slightest hesitation. Yi Shiqing was also not feeling well at this time. Just moments before, the deafening roar of the explosion seemed to tear the entire world apart. He immediately conjured a black protective shield from the dark night barrier, which was like an impregnable fortress, tightly enveloping him within it. The powerful explosive force still surged like a tidal wave, and even with the protective shield
shield, it still made him tremble and his flesh quiver. He could clearly feel the powerful impact vibrating inside his body, as if it were about to shatter his internal organs.
Fortunately, my physical condition is no longer what it used to be.
The Night Lord has reached level 3, and the protective shield formed by the black mud is exceptionally sturdy. So now, apart from being shaken by the impact and feeling a little dizzy, he is still feeling lightheaded. His body did not suffer any substantial damage. This made him secretly rejoice in his own strength and luck.
Damn it!
Yi Shiqing cursed inwardly, rubbing his buzzing head that felt like it was about to explode.
After a while,
after regaining some of his strength, Yi Shiqing began rummaging through an Ihu's pockets. As expected, after a thorough search, Yi Shiqing found a remote control. Without hesitation, he threw it on the ground and then stomped on it until it was crushed. This remote control is used to control the switch of the sonic boom device around the rice planting area. Even before entering this area, Yi Shiqing had already noticed the presence of many unusual acoustic devices around him. These devices were clearly traps set by an Ihu and his men. When he found an Ihu, he naturally thought of looking for the remote control on him. Now that the remote control had been destroyed, Yi Shiqing felt much more at ease. After all, this is different from the school exam area. This is a proper wilderness area. If so many different sound wave devices were activated at the same time, it might directly trigger a wave of beasts. Yi Shiqing was only at the 3rd rank, and he was indeed somewhat powerless in the face of the beast tide. After Yi Shiqing crushed the remote control, he used the dark nether flame to recover a significant amount of the stamina he had previously expended. Then, his gaze suddenly sharpened and swept over the other 3 burly men whose faces were filled with terror.
Now, it's your turn.
Amidst the flashing blades and the clash of swords, blood rained down.
With Yi Shiqing's intervention, the battle situation instantly turned around.
The 3 burly men, who had been so aggressive, were now completely helpless. They were as if they were fragile pieces of paper, which would break at the slightest touch. Of course, under Yi Shiqing's fierce attack, he was the one who delivered the final blow.
Put!
As Yi Shiqing pulled the blade from the chest of the last burly man, a jet of blood gushed out like a fountain. The column of blood drew an arc in the air before scattering across the ground. Congratulations, host, for killing the 4th tier ability user LuXAN/543256412. Ability points plus 392. Current ability points, 3,628. A crisp electronic sound rang in my ears. The sound was clear and loud. Blood splattered on his face, but he did not react at all. He let out a soft a hint of surprise and confusion in his eyes.
The demon spirit cult?
Yi Shiqing murmured to himself, his voice low and full of doubt. He glanced subconsciously at the still warm corpse, his brows furrowing slightly like 2 crescent moons. After all, the emergence of the demon spirit cult is never a good thing. This mysterious and evil organization always brings endless disasters and troubles.
As he was still pondering alone, a sudden voice interrupted him. Duan, oh no, Yi Shiqing? I never expected you to be Yi Shiqing.
At this moment, Wang Jingyi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and walked over with some difficulty. Although her steps were a little unsteady, her eyes sparkled with surprise and delight.
Yeah, I knew you looked familiar.
We really owe you this time, otherwise we would have been dead 100 times over. The others staggered forward and echoed, their figures swaying slightly,
like reeds swaying in the wind.
His eyes were filled with excitement and gratitude, his gaze like a burning flame, ardent and sincere. After all, if it weren't for Yi Shiqing, they would have already become victims of Wolf Tail and his gang.
And the same is true now.
Without Yi Shiqing, they probably wouldn't have been able to escape this life or death crisis. So please trust my judgment. Ho Han's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of shrewdness flashing within them.
Alright, let's keep going.
You've survived this ordeal, you're bound to have good fortune in the future. As soon as Yi Shiqing finished speaking, Ho Han nodded and took the lead to guide the group. After all, we've been on this journey for so long and have faced 2 life or death crises. It would be a real shame if we didn't manage to salvage any treasures at all. The group slowly made their way forward while consuming elixirs to replenish their energy. Even though an Ihu failed to activate the abnormal sound wave device just now. However, the loud explosion just now was enough to attract the nearby strange beasts. Therefore, if we continue to stay here, it will definitely be extremely dangerous and fraught with crises. Yi Shiqing was completely surrounded by people along the way. Wang Jingyi and the others' eyes lit up immediately, and they chatted and praised Yi Shiqing while expressing their gratitude. After all, being able to adventure alongside someone with such formidable S-class superpowers is a rare and precious opportunity. Ho Han spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears as clearly as a great bell.
Upon hearing this, everyone stopped in their tracks.
At this moment, the group had already passed through the dilapidated ruins and arrived at the cave in front of a majestic mountain. The group gazed at the cave, feeling the howling sounds emanating from within. The sound echoed in the still air, like the low murmur of a ghost, sending chills down one's spine. The group stood before the enormous cave, appearing utterly insignificant compared to the majestic mountain. Ho Han, standing at the very front, seemed to have a strange glint in his eyes. He turned his head and smiled at Yi Shiqing
Shiqing and the others with a gentle, warm smile. Let's go inside. Have we arrived? Wang Jingyi spoke first. Yes, as far as I know, the treasure is located here. A hint of worry flashed across Fang Tuyuan's face. Why do I feel uneasy here? The cave was pitch black, like an endless abyss with no bottom, greedily devouring all light. The darkness was as thick as ink, making it impossible to see anything inside. It was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Only a few whistling breezes quietly blew out from the depths of the cave, gently brushing against everyone's faces. The breeze carried a slight chill, sending shivers down one's spine and making one shudder instantly. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Although I don't know what treasures are inside, according to my information, there are definitely good things in there. Ho-Han smiled and spoke. Upon hearing this, the group frowned slightly and fell into a moment of contemplation. After a moment, they realized that what the other person said wasn't entirely unreasonable. After all, fortune favors the bold and dangerous. This is an unchanging truth throughout history. If you don't dare to risk your life, how can you get rich overnight? Only those who are not afraid of death can seize that fleeting opportunity and reap rich rewards. So, the group took a moment to tidy themselves up. They checked their equipment and adjusted their mindset. A resolute look appeared on everyone's face. They resolutely decided to go in and explore for a while. But a glance at the pitch-black cave still made me a little uneasy, etc. Just then, Yi Shiqing's sudden voice interrupted their steps, and they all turned to look at him. What's wrong? Wang Jingyi asked. But, are you sure there's no danger inside? Yi Shiqing raised an eyebrow and asked Ho-Han, who was at the front. Ho-Han remained silent for a moment, as if considering something, before finally speaking. That can't be right. What's wrong? Yi Shiqing's expression held a hint of suspicion, his eyes flashing with danger. Strange beasts like to stay in dark, damp places. You didn't know that, did you? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Jingyi and the others looked at Ho-Han with equally surprised expressions. After all, they're not stupid. It's obvious that Yi Shiqing is questioning the other party. What do you mean? Ho-Han asked calmly, his eyes narrowing into crescents. I've made myself perfectly clear. Without waiting for a reply, Yi Shiqing continued speaking to himself. You said there's no danger here, but this is your first time here too. How do you know that? Moreover, they hadn't encountered any strange beasts along the way, but there were claw marks and droppings left by them, and there was a cave here. As soon as the words were spoken, Wang Jingyi and the others became restless upon hearing them. Wait, so you mean Ho-Han wants to harm us? Absolutely impossible. We've known Ho-Han for 4 years, and we know his character best. Yes, they are meticulous and careful in their work. Many times, he was the one who conducted the initial reconnaissance before we ventured into the wilderness. The group erupted in chaos, exchanging bewildered glances and launching into a barrage of rebuttals. But once the seeds of doubt were planted in Yi Shiqing's heart, they were hard to uproot. Although the group was refuting the accusations, their bodies instinctively moved away from Ho-Han. Despite the rebukes from the group, Yi Shiqing's expression remained unchanged, as if he were detached from the world. His gaze was fixed on the other person as he calmly spoke. So, what's your answer? Ho-Han stared intently at the other person, remaining silent for a long time, as if he were plotting something in his mind. A moment later, he suddenly tore off his mask of pretense, threw his head back, and burst into wild laughter. Laughter echoed, and his expression gradually became ferocious, his eyes flashing with absurd and mad light. How did you find me? Ho-Han grinned, wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, and looked at the crowd with a mocking expression. Wang Jingyi and the others were startled when they saw this scene. They felt a sense of unfamiliarity they had never experienced before. The man before them was no longer the Ho-Han they knew, but a demon lurking in the darkness. I didn't discover who you were. I was just being cautious. Yi Shiqing's calm expression suggested that he had already seen through everything. He continued, seemingly to himself, from the very beginning, it was very strange of you to inexplicably ask me to team up with you. Moreover, we suffered 2 attacks in succession. Especially the second time, it was obvious someone had laid an ambush and was waiting for us to take the bait. Don't you think there's something fishy about that? Oh, it seems you're quite cautious. Ho-Han's originally gentle face now revealed a sinister smile that seemed out of place, sending chills down one's spine. You are not Ho-Han, Wang Jingyi murmured to herself. Her eyes widened in terror as she stared at the person in front of her, her voice trembling as she asked, Who are you? Not Ho-Han? Ho-Han laughed even louder upon hearing this. Ha 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 ha. True gold fears no fire, genuine and unadulterated. I am Ho-Han, the real Ho-Han. The air seemed to freeze, and all around was deathly silent. As if drawn by a magnet, everyone's gaze fell upon the person opposite them. They stared at the person in front of them with complicated expressions, a surge of indescribable unease and fear welling up inside them. The person's appearance, physique, and every detail of his body made it clear that he was undoubtedly the friend who had been with them for 4 years. At this moment, however, this person brought them an unprecedented sense of unfamiliarity. This sense of unfamiliarity does not stem from a change in appearance, but rather emanates from the depths of one's heart. It was as if an invisible veil had suddenly been draped over their familiar faces, so that they can no longer see their true appearance. Yi Shiqing frowned, remembering remained silent for a moment and then tentatively asked, "You are a member of the demon spirit cult?" The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Jingyi and the other two froze, seemingly waiting for Ho Han to give an answer. Ho Han was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a sinister smile. "You guessed right, but unfortunately there's no reward." "Are they just going to lay their cards on the table?" "That's right." Yi Shiqing snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. Just now, after he killed that member of the demon spirit cult named Lu Xian, Yi Shiqing was basically certain that Ho Han was definitely a problem. When they first arrived at the ruins, even Fong Tuyuan and the others could clearly feel strong sound fluctuations. However, Ho Han, as a psychic, has always been known for his meticulous and cautious approach to things, but he didn't react at all, which was very unusual. Clearly, Ho Han had something to hide. Now, various signs have further confirmed Yi Shiqing's guess. At this moment, Ho Han looked at Yi Shiqing as if he had just discovered a precious treasure. His eyes revealed a complex expression, along with a hint of admiration. He gathered his thoughts, then spoke softly. "His Holiness the Bishop admires you very much. Join us." "Join you? The demon spirit cult?" Yi Shiqing slightly raised his sword-like eyebrows, revealing a hint of doubt and vigilance between his dark brows. "That's right." Ho Han's expression instantly became very devout, and he slowly spread his hands out. His movements were gentle yet solemn, and his eyes were filled with fervor, as if driven by an invisible force. "With your potential, joining us will definitely make you a saint. As long as we sincerely believe in His Holiness the Bishop and devoutly believe in God. In the future, the gods will surely grant us an eternal paradise. There, we will escape the troubles and suffering of the world and enjoy endless peace and happiness." Ho Han's words were full of allure, as if he were painting a beautiful blueprint. Yi Shiqing grinned slightly, a smile that carried a hint of mockery and unruliness. "Your welcoming ceremony was quite unique." His words were full of sarcasm. He looked at the fanatical Ho Han with a half-smile, his gaze seemingly able to pierce through people's hearts. Ho Han's piety and fanaticism appeared utterly absurd under Yi Shiqing's gaze. Yi Shiqing's face was full of disdain, as if he were looking at a clown. "Do you know how much of a threat it is to us to let a newcomer with unlimited potential grow? Since we don't know your stance or choice, we will inevitably need to employ certain strategies to serve as a warning to you." Ho Han's voice was unhurried, as if he were warning Yi Shiqing. "So, what's your answer?" "That's right, choose to join us and become the most loyal believer of the gods, or..." A cold glint appeared in his eyes. "I'll kill you right now." A brief silence fell over the scene as Wang Jingyi and the other two turned their gazes to Yi Shiqing. After all, the conversation was now entirely in Yi Shiqing's hands. If Yi Shiqing hadn't succumbed to the temptation and joined them, then what awaited him might have been death. The demon spirit cult was ruthless and would naturally not leave any of them alive. "What are the benefits of joining you?" Yi Shiqing raised an eyebrow. "That's right." Yi Shiqing grinned. "I don't do business that loses money. Joining you would be like being despised by the world and hiding in a dark chasm all day long. This kind of life, TSK. As he spoke, Yi Shiqing shook his head sarcastically, making no attempt to hide his disdain. "No suffering, no happiness." Ho Han spoke steadily, his voice neither hurried nor slow. Regardless of whether the others understood or not, he continued to mutter devoutly to himself. "People often struggle in suffering, but they do not understand the profound meaning of it, simply because they do not understand the greatness of the gods. The gods, with their boundless wisdom and compassion, arranged all of this. Only deities can truly benefit the world and guide all beings toward light and happiness. Under divine guidance, hardship will become the foundation for our growth, and blessings will follow." As he spoke, he wore an expression of enjoyment that was particularly lewd and terrifying. Meanwhile, Ho Han's longtime friends stood by. Seeing him now, so incredibly enthusiastic, his demeanor was completely different from his usual self. Immediately, everyone frowned, their faces filled with disbelief. "You're actually a member of the demon spirit cult? How is this possible?" "Yes. Why would you want to associate with those lunatics? They act erratically and are cruel. How could you possibly join them? Why would you want to worship gods with this bunch of lunatics? What benefits have these so-called gods given you that make you so obsessed?" The three men's words were filled with shock and disbelief. "The demon spirit cult is like a terrible malignant tumor. Once you are infected, it will bring endless disasters. Most of the members within the cult were seduced by its evil influence and lost their way. They were plunged into that endless darkness. They could not imagine that Ho Han, who was once kind-hearted and upright, was now a man of integrity. It's unbelievable that they would be associated with such a dangerous and evil organization." This truly shocked and saddened them. Faced with the three men's rebukes, Ho Han seemed completely unconcerned, as if those words had no effect on him. However, upon hearing the word gods, his expression suddenly changed drastically, as if his sore spot had been touched. "Shut up, you ignorant children! How dare you presume to blaspheme the gods? We are faithful believers. God is our faith and our hope. You ordinary people will never understand our pursuit." Ho Han's words were filled with fervor and determination as he furiously berated the three men. The three of them were filled with heartache and helplessness, and were speechless, unable to utter a single word. After a moment of ecstasy,
Slowly, Ho-Han calmed down and realized that the topic had gone astray, so he fixed his gaze on Yi Shiqing again.
After thinking about it for so long, it's time to give an answer, isn't it?
With your strength, His Holiness the Bishop will definitely grant you the title of Holy Son, making you second only to the Bishop, a position of immense power.
Ho-Han's expression was somewhat manic, as if he was extremely expectant.
Yi Shiqing remained silent for a long time, then let out a cold laugh on his calm face.
Excuse me, I don't like your welcoming ceremony?
He revealed a mocking smile, his expression exceptionally indifferent.
So, please bring your vanity with you. Get down here. You. Ho-Han's cold eyes narrowed into slits, revealing a dangerous aura.
Yi Shiqing completely ignored Ho-Han's dangerous aura, instead displaying a look of pleasure.
You just said you could kill me? I really don't know where your confidence comes from.
A flash of light appeared on the pattern on the back of Yi Shiqing's hand, and two menacing double-edged swords appeared in his hand in astonishment. The blade, reflecting the sunlight, was exceptionally bright and menacing, exuding a murderous aura.
Oh, Ho-Han raised a thick eyebrow. I admit, you are indeed very strong.
Even if you are at the 3rd level, I could not possibly be your match.
Then what are you still being arrogant about? Come and face your death.
Ho-Han's lips curled up, and in a moment they formed a dangerously wide smile.
I never said that I wanted to fight you.
Ho-Han spoke slowly, his voice steady yet full of hidden meaning. Yi Shiqing and the others were in a state of astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief. Ho-Han suddenly pulled out a controller, no bigger than the palm of his hand, from his pocket. His fingers deftly pressed the button without the slightest hesitation, and then resolutely threw it into the cave behind him.
As the controller disappeared into the darkness of the cave, a deafening explosion suddenly rang out.
A wave of heat surged out of the cave entrance like a tidal wave, and Wang Jingyi and the others quickly used their hands to shield themselves.
However,
Yi Shiqing remained calm amidst the fervor, only a hint of doubt flashing in her bright eyes as she stared intently at the nearly frenzied Ho-Han. As soon as the heat wave subsided, a deafening roar that echoed through the heavens and the earth was followed by a thunderous roar that resounded throughout the sky. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, causing even the air to tremble.
Ah, my ears! My God, what is this thing? No, my head is about to explode. At this moment, as the fierce roar of the lion came, Wang Jingyi and the others felt their heads were in complete disarray.
The sound was like a surging wave crashing against their eardrums and brains, causing unbearable pain. They felt as if they were in a stormy ocean, being battered by endless waves. The words of the few people seemed exceptionally insignificant in the face of this roar.
Their voices were as faint as the buzzing of mosquitoes and flies, drowned out by the enormous roar. The teacher's roar echoed in the air for a long time.
The sound stirred up a violent gust of wind, which howled like a ferocious beast, wantonly ravaging everything around it. The tree trunks rustled in the gale, swaying helplessly like fragile blades of grass under its force. The rocky mountains were pulverized into countless tiny particles by the impact of the gale, which then drifted into the air.
Under such pressure, Wang Jingyi and the others immediately knelt down with a thud.
Yi Shiqing was also under immense pressure and was not having an easy time. He clutched his hands tightly in front of his body, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. As the roar of invisible pressure subsided, the people outside the cave entrance broke out in a cold sweat.
He staggered to his feet. This, Fong Tuyuan's ears were ringing, and his face was filled with fear.
At this moment, Ho-Han let out a burst of almost maniacal laughter. Ho-Han slowly wiped the blood that had been squeezed out of the corner of his mouth by the powerful pressure, and his face showed an absurd and crazy expression. He staggered and struggled to his feet, facing the crowd with his back pressed tightly against the cave. He opened his arms wide, as if embracing everything in the world, or as if declaring his madness and determination to the whole world.
Do you like this treasure?
The moment the words fell, a pair of enormous, blood-red beast eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness. The crimson light seemed to come from the flames of hell, carrying a terrifying aura that made people suffocate. It gleamed with an eerie light in the darkness, sending chills down one's spine. Immediately following this, a deafening sound of trampling echoed from inside the cave. Under the astonished and horrified gazes of the crowd, a terrifying lioness slowly strolled out of the cave. This lioness has a physique as large as 10 trucks. Its fur was jet black, like a curtain of darkness. It was born with 3 eyes and 6 tails. Its 3 eyes shone brightly and captivated people, while its 6 tails swayed gracefully and were unpredictable. With each step it takes, its front and hind paws stomp on the ground, producing a deafening, earth-shattering sound, as if the entire earth is trembling.
This is the demonic black lion, and its seventh rank? This is a beast capable of triggering a beast tide.
When everyone saw the lioness, they were all shocked and choked up for a long time before they could utter these few words.
His face turned ashen with fear, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably.
At this moment, a piece of the demonic black lion slowly fell off its body, clearly caused by the explosion just now.
Moreover, the lioness was clearly enraged, constantly growling at Yi Shiqing and the others in a low, muffled voice. Standing in front of the majestic lioness, Ho-Han let out a series of mocking laughs. He raised his head high, like a proud king, and the wild smile on his lips returned. Ha ha ha, now, do you see how confident I am in killing you? you? Yi Shiqing's brows furrowed sharply, as if a steep mountain peak had suddenly risen up. He remained silent, his silence as heavy as a dark cloud. However, his body subtly retreated, a subtle movement revealing his inner vigilance and unease. Under the astonished intense gazes of the crowd, Ho-Han suddenly clasped his hands together, a swift and resolute movement filled with piety. Kill him at all costs, Your Excellency, I have completed my mission. He muttered incantations, his voice not loud, yet it seemed to possess a power that penetrated the soul. The divine religion has appeared in the world, bringing blessings to all living beings. Only by believing in the cult leader can one be saved. May the Lord, its might extends across the four seas, and all beings return to their true nature. The moment he finished speaking, a gaping maw filled with bloody fangs enveloped him. Sharp fangs crushed his body with overwhelming force. Blood trickled from the black lion's mouth. A choked sound came from the black lion's throat, and Ho-Han rolled into its belly with his feet in the air. That's all. Under the horrified gazes of several people, the person who had just been delirious and fanatical, they lost their life force in an instant, leaving no trace of their bodies. As the demonic black lion finished swallowing what was in its mouth, its extremely fierce gaze once again glared at the crowd like a sharp blade. Then, the gaze lingered on the handsome young man. Under this extremely oppressive gaze, everyone swallowed their saliva with trepidation, as if walking on thin ice, their eyes filled with confusion and despair. And just at that moment, something even more despairing happened again. The roars of tens of thousands of strange beasts echoed from the surrounding jungles and caves. The sound was like the beating of war drums, shaking the entire area. A beast tide? A sense of horror filled the crowd, and a feeling of despair spread rapidly like a tidal wave. It's over, it's completely over. Fang Tuyuan's legs suddenly gave way, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Wang Jingyi and Tang Xiaola, standing beside him, showed no intention of helping him up. Their faces were ashen, and they were equally terrified. They never imagined that their close friend of many years was actually a member of the demon spirit cult. What was even more unexpected was that the treasure mentioned here was actually this terrifying ferocious lion, which also triggered a beast tide. Clearly, all of this was planned in advance. Judging from all these preparations, Ho-Han had planned this beast tide long ago. The moment they stepped into this wilderness, the beast tide was already poised to unleash its power. The moment Ho-Han detonated the bomb, enraging the demonic black lion, the beast tide was fully activated. Killing Yi Shiqing was just something that happened to happen on the way. Just as everyone was sinking into despair, Yi Shiqing suddenly shouted. The sound was like a bolt of lightning, instantly pulling the group's thoughts back to reality from the chaos. As soon as the words fell, everyone came to their senses almost simultaneously, turned around without hesitation, and ran wildly like a flock of startled birds. At this moment, their hearts were indeed filled with despair. But they clearly knew, if we sit and wait to die, it means death. Only by running continuously can we find a glimmer of hope. So they quickened their pace, running faster than they would at school when they were fighting for food, and rushed forward as fast as they could. And directly behind them, that ferocious lion was poised to pounce. The blood-red pupils reflected the group of people fleeing in disarray. Then his gaze was fixed on the back of the handsome young man. This was accompanied by a chilling, tearing roar. A powerful gust of air erupted from the lion's mouth. It spread in all directions like a surging tide. This force was so powerful that it stirred the surrounding air into a boiling state. The strange beasts hiding in the shadows also responded to the lion's call, each replying with its own unique and ferocious voice. In an instant, the entire space was filled with deafening roars and howls, as if it were a thrilling concert. These sounds intertwined, creating a chilling atmosphere. Immediately afterwards, a violent tremor came, as if the earth itself was shaking. The heavy thud of stomping feet suddenly rang out, like a stampede of 10,000 horses. Countless strange beasts emerged from the previously neglected shadows, their figures gradually becoming clearer. These strange beasts come in various shapes and sizes. Some are tall and mighty, while others are agile and nimble. But without exception, they all exude a strong killing intent. After gathering their strength, these strange beasts pounced on Yi Shi and the others like a tidal wave. Their eyes revealed a desire and greed for their prey, as if they couldn't wait to taste the fruits of victory. The beast tide arrives. A beast of the 7th rank or higher can generally establish itself as a king in one place. It's one thing for someone like Yi Shiqing to swagger into the territory. More importantly, it angered their leader. This is undoubtedly like provoking a major disaster, bringing huge trouble upon oneself. The leader held a supreme position among the beast horde, and being provoked by Yi Shiqing would inevitably lead to a series of unpredictable consequences. This is also why Ho-Han lured Yi Shi and others here. After all, these bloodthirsty and brutal beasts don't care who specifically angered them, they all have to be buried with them. A deep roar echoed through the air. The lion's pupils gleamed with a wild and arrogant light, like burning flames, revealing an untamed and domineering aura. Its body bent slightly, muscles tensed, and in the next moment, it sped towards the scurrying group of rats at an astonishing speed, like a missile poised to launch. Its target was clear and firm. Its fierce eyes were fixed on Yi Shiqing, revealing a determination to kill. Its movements were as swift as a ghost, its speed so fast it was dazzling, as if it were a phantom. phantom. It moved nimbly among the herd of strange beasts. Those enormous beasts seemed to become mere accompaniments to it, unable to stop its advance. In less than 10 seconds, it swiftly traversed the horde of strange beasts, and in the blink of an eye, it was only 50 meters away from Yi Shiqing. So fast? Wang Jingyi and the others, who subconsciously turned around, had drastically changed their expressions, turning as pale as paper, and their eyes seemed to be flashing before their eyes. But just as they were sinking into utter despair, the ferocious, tyrannical black lion unexpectedly ignored them. Instead, he charged towards Yi Shiqing at the front, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and his stride quickened once again. Yi Shiqing felt a chill coming from behind him, and his expression changed drastically. He suddenly flashed to the left in midair. A muffled, loud bang suddenly rang out, and the spot where Yi Shiqing had been standing was instantly slammed into a large crater by the black lion's claw, sending a large amount of debris flying. A sharp pebble grazed Yi Shiqing's cheek, leaving a bloody mark. Damn it! Why are you chasing me? He ignored it all, cursed under his breath, adjusted his body, and sprinted to the side. Seeing Yi Shiqing run in another direction, the black lion of demons roared and charged towards him. Having recovered from their despair, Wang Jingyi and the others were pale-faced and still somewhat shaken. But they did not stop. After all, a catastrophic beast tide was bearing its ferocious fangs behind them. What's going on? Why is the demonic black lion only chasing Yi Shiqing? As Wang Jingyi ran, she saw the man and lion that had deviated from their original path and was immediately filled with surprise. I don't know. Feng Tuyuan quickly shook his head. As the three of them ran, their eyes kept glancing at Yi Shiqing's figure as it receded into the distance, and they couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for him. At this moment, Tang Xiola remained silent for a long time, then her eyes lit up. Could it be that Yi Shiqing used some method to lure the demonic black lion away in order to protect us? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Jingyi and Feng Tuyuan showed expressions of disbelief, seemingly agreeing with Tang Xiola's point of view. He actually risked his life to lure the demonic black lion, just to give us a chance to survive? Her dazzling blonde hair was disheveled in the wind, and Wang Jingyi's eyes immediately filled with tears. Wah, I'm a little touched. This is the second time he's protected us, a group of strangers, like this. That's right, he's so great, truly admirable. I never imagined he was such an upright person. Tears welled up in the three people's eyes, but the strong wind from their running turned them into teardrops that swayed in the breeze, just as their gazes were about to fall upon the great man's back once more. But they discovered that he was no longer in sight. Let's turn our grief and anger into motivation. Let's run back quickly and notify headquarters to send someone to help us. Tang Xiola finished speaking with a firm tone, and then the three of them seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, increasing their speed by another 10%. The wilderness area is remote and uninhabited, with no cell phone coverage. Once faced with a beast tide, one can only accept one's fate. In this perilous wilderness, the only chance of survival might be to desperately run back to the base on the edge of the wilderness. As the beast tide surged forward, the awe-inspiring sound, like rolling thunder, echoed across the wilderness. The expressions of the many superhumans in the wilderness changed drastically upon noticing this terrifying commotion. A beast tide? Hurry, 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 run, damn it, what a fucking bad luck. In an instant, various complaints and shouts mingled together. Without the slightest hesitation, the group of superhumans sprinted towards the edge of the wilderness area, cursing and swearing. Their steps were hurried and frantic, as if they were racing against death. After all, the beasts that can cause a beast tide are at least 7th-tier beasts. As for those 4th-tier ability users like them, they were like tiny ants in the dense, surging tide of beasts, utterly vulnerable. They were like leaky roofs, unable to survive even a minute in this surging tide of beasts. The slightest carelessness would result in their merciless being swallowed up. On the edge of the wilderness, there is a sturdy wall that is 50 meters high. Like an insurmountable steel barrier, it strictly separates the wilderness from the outside world. Meanwhile, within this walled enclosure, there are also many meticulously designed watchtowers scattered throughout. Because there is no signal in the wilderness, the transmission of information becomes extremely difficult. So all that's left are these watchtowers and the soldiers on the walls. They patrolled back and forth day and night, constantly monitoring everything in the wilderness area. Quick, look there! Just then, a soldier standing on the wall pointed in shock at a certain spot. Upon hearing this, several soldiers immediately followed his gaze and looked in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, the once peaceful wilderness was filled with a dense swarm of crows in the distance. A large number of strange beasts of various shapes and sizes rushed towards this place like a tide. Ahead of the horde of monsters were most of the superhumans, who were fleeing in disarray. Those who were too exhausted to continue were instantly torn to pieces by the strange beasts behind them. The beasts, like a pack of hungry wolves, pounced on their prey, tearing them to shreds with their sharp teeth and claws. A beast tide? My god, this is at least a level 3 beast tide led by a level 7 alien beast. Quickly, sound the alarm, sound the alarm. Upon seeing the massive beast tide, the soldiers on the wall were immediately terrified. Fortunately, they were well trained and soon recovered from their shock. We began to do work in all aspects. Whoosh whoosh
whoosh whoosh whoosh. The alarm blared sharply, like sharp daggers piercing the still air. The rapid pace seemed to urge people on, bringing a strong sense of urgency and making people's hearts beat faster involuntarily. Several large holes suddenly appeared in the wall, revealing rows of high-tech laser cannons. Soldiers, armed with weapons, took their positions and focused intently on every corner of the wall. Fire! With a loud shout from an officer, the sound exploded in the air like thunder. In an instant, flashes of light appeared, and a hail of bullets tore through the air. The whistling of bullets cutting through the air and the roar of gunfire mingled together. These bullets are not ordinary bullets, they are made of a special alloy. It's more than enough to deal with some first or second tier alien beasts. However, for beasts of the third rank or higher, laser cannons and ability users are needed to deal with them. Under the firepower of the weapons, the beasts at the forefront were instantly sprayed with blood mist, and many were killed or wounded. Meanwhile, the superhumans who were scrambling around in a sorry state breathed a slight sigh of relief, and were able to occasionally take action to kill the attacking monsters. Meanwhile, the border of the wilderness area. Inside an office in the main building of the Gongcheng Supernatural Abilities Guild in Xining City, two men were sitting. A short-haired man in a suit, upon hearing the piercing alarm and the sound of gunfire outside, immediately changed his expression. His gaze unconsciously drifted out the window, towards the wilderness. The man's name was Li Zian, and he was the head of this branch. A beast tide? Li Zian's brows furrowed into a deep frown. This is at least a level 3 beast tide. The man who spoke was named Zhao Fei, one of the leaders of this branch. Immediately notify the headquarters of the Supernatural Abilities Guild in the Jiangxi province to send reinforcements. Li Zian waved his hand and immediately gave the order. In addition, issue the mission immediately and notify the nearby superpowered teams to come and assist. Without hesitation, Zhao Fei, realizing the seriousness of the matter, connected the communication equipment and began operating it without a word. Chief Supervisor Li Zian's gaze swept across the densely packed horde of beasts. A moment later, he looked suspicious. Where's the 7th tier king level beast leading the group? He murmured softly, his mind filled with doubt. 7th tier beasts are generally called king level, 8th tier beasts are called emperor level, and 9th tier beasts are called emperor level. That's because all 3 levels of beasts can unleash massive beast tides. The beast tide at this moment was clearly launched by 7th tier alien beasts. But now, the 7th tier king level beast that should have been majestic and led the beast tide was nowhere to be seen, which surprised him greatly. After a long silence, he tilted his head back slightly and let out a soft sigh. Forget it, there's no need to dwell on these things now. The moment he finished speaking, the oppressive aura of a 6th tier expert vanished completely, bursting forth from his body. He then took a step forward and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing on the high wall, directing the battle. Li Zian is a 6th tier powerhouse with A-level spatial magic abilities. To become the head of a branch of the Supernatural Abilities Guild, one's abilities are naturally beyond question. He will certainly not be afraid of what lies behind him, and will fight without fear. Somewhere in the wilderness. A long and powerful sound pierced the air, and the surging heat wave stirred up by the black fire wings swept through the air. Yi Shiqing's feet were suspended in the air, floating 3 meters above the ground, and he continued to fly forward at lightning speed. Whoosh! Another gust of piercing wind howled, and a massive black shadow soared through the air. The colossal black lion, with its immense body, soared through the air. His fierce eyes were fixed on Yi Shiqing's tiny, insignificant back, and then he let out a low howl filled with greed. Immediately afterwards, the black lion demon's wings trembled violently, and it quickly crossed the distance between the two, slapping down with its claw. A deafening roar, like a muffled thunderclap, exploded, making people's eardrums ache, and echoed for a long time in the wilderness. A sharp claw mark, like 3 bottomless chasms, was imprinted deeply on the earth with unstoppable force. The area around the claw marks was filled with flying dirt and rocks, and thick smoke billowed out. Its fierce eyes, as red as mountains of corpses and seas of blood, did not linger in the thick smoke for even a moment, but instead suddenly looked up in one direction. There was a boy's back view, holding black fiery wings on his back, his figure gradually blurring as it receded into the distance. Roar, roar, roar. The moment the low growl rolled from its throat, it attacked Yi Shi again like a missile. Damn it, they're really going to keep chasing me? Yi Shiqing turned his head slightly, glanced at the scene out of the corner of his eye, and cursed inwardly. The battle between Yi Shiqing and the demonic black lion has been going on for over an hour. The ferocious lion behind him wouldn't let go, and most importantly, it could not only fly, but also, when running in a straight line, the opponent's speed is far superior to one's own. Yi Shiqing's speed could reach 75 meters per second at this moment, and he was moving with lightning speed while wielding the Blade of Time. Even so, they still couldn't gain any advantage in speed over their opponents. Fortunately, the other vehicle was large and appeared clumsy with poor coordination, forcing it to slow down when turning. Therefore, Yi Shiqing's journey was full of twists and turns. Using his agile movements, he was able to keep up with the demonic black lion. Yi Shiqing was breathing heavily at this moment, as he had already exhausted most of his strength. But before he could catch his breath, a chilling aura emanated from the rear.
clear. Without hesitation, he adjusted his body and skillfully dodged to the left. His previous location. The enormous, black claw suddenly slammed down. The moment Yi Shiqing narrowly dodged, the intense heat surged forth from behind like a raging torrent. Yi Shiqing instinctively turned his head, glancing hastily out of the corner of his eye. Hundreds of black flames, flickering like ghosts, swirled around the demonic black lion. The black flames flickered and danced, as if they possessed their own independent life. And from above those eerie flames, chilling screams continued to emanate. The cry sounded like a lament from the underworld, yet also like a curse upon the living. The echoes lingered in the wilderness. Dark nether flame? The eerie screams and bizarre appearance made Yi Shiqing recognize the flames surrounding the demonic black lion at a glance. Most of the world's strange beasts possess the same unique abilities as those with superpowers. But what Yi Shiqing didn't expect was that the black lion of the demons possessed the same superpowers as himself. Even under the blazing sun's afterglow, the eerie black flames still gleamed with a chilling light. Before Yi Shiqing could react, countless flames transformed into shooting stars, rushing towards him with rolling heat waves. He muttered a curse under his breath. In that instant, his short hair transformed into long, cascading hair, which he whipped around like a wildly dancing black ribbon. Immediately afterwards, his body swelled up, and his fangs and claws seemed ready to burst forth. Gigantamax, 6 times the increase. Gigantamaxing allows you to advance one level, instantly boosting your strength. However, it also has a 15-minute cooldown period. The moment Yi Shiqing transformed into his beast form, his speed suddenly doubled. He was like a bird or butterfly dancing gracefully, soaring freely in the rain of black flames. His movements were sharp and skillful, each move perfectly timed, easily dodging all the incoming black flames. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing's wings trembled violently. In the blink of an eye, they had created a distance of 500 meters between themselves and the demonic black lion. A piercing roar erupted from the mouth of the demonic black lion. Its eyes were fierce and menacing, and its pupils reflected Yi Shiqing's receding figure, which had turned into a black dot. At this moment, it was already filled with rage. The anger in my heart was as uncontrollable as a volcano about to erupt. After all, as a 7th-level alien beast, it had spent an hour and still hadn't been able to capture Yi Shiqing. It felt like it was being made a fool of, as if its dignity as a king-level beast was being brutally trampled into the ground. The demonic black lion was poised to strike, and in an instant, it streaked across the sky like a black lightning bolt, gradually approaching Yi Shiqing at an astonishing speed. That's too fast. Yi Shiqing did not turn around, but when he sensed the chill coming from behind him, his brows furrowed immediately. Infernal prison. He composed himself, a dark flame ignited in his right hand, and he swung it sharply behind him. The dark flame, like a nimble wisp of smoke, scattered in all directions like fireworks in an instant. In an instant, they intertwined, forming a black flame cage that trapped the demonic black lion within. Before Yi Shiqing could even smugly smile, the demonic black lion smashed the cage apart in midair with overwhelming force. Its speed did not decrease at all, as if the cage from before was just a decoration and did not exist. Yi Shiqing did not show much surprise at this scene. After all, the original rank of Dark Nether Flame was only rank 1, and even with the boost from becoming gigantic, it only reached rank 2. It is completely outmatched when facing the 7th-tier king-level alien beast, the Black Lion. Yi Shiqing then adjusted his body and drifted to the side. Da-did-day-day-day. Boom 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 boom. Roar roar roar. At this moment, on the edge of the wilderness, the flames of war had already raged. Countless explosions and roars intertwined, echoing across the sky like surging waves crashing against people's eardrums. Large amounts of mangled flesh flew through the air in the flames of war. The horrific scene was too gruesome to bear. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, and the earth trembled from the impact of the explosion. Fortunately, the surrounding residents had already been dispersed, so they were not affected by the fighting. Fire! Fire! Chief Supervisor Li Ziyan frowned as he surveyed the surging, monstrous beasts tearing at the gate of the wall below. The gate was now closed. However, if it continues to be attacked by the fierce beast tide, it will inevitably be unable to withstand it. Fortunately, quite a few level 2 and 3 superpowered teams have arrived and are fighting the alien beasts. This barely managed to slow down the beast's advance. Laser cannon number 1 is fully charged and ready to fire at any time. A voice came through Li Ziyan's earpiece. Launch immediately towards the 12 o'clock direction. There are many tier 3 alien beasts there. The moment the words were spoken, a huge gun barrel on the wall began to slowly move. The steel-cast cannon muzzle gleamed with a cold light under the sunlight. With the sound of machinery running, the cannon muzzle was precisely adjusted to the correct direction. Immediately afterwards, a huge amount of energy rapidly gathered from the muzzle, like a volcano about to erupt. Whoosh! In an instant, a deep blue beam of light shot out from the cannon's muzzle. The aurora beam, carrying a destructive force, slammed into the horde of alien beasts at incredible speed. Instantly, the heat wave spread like a surging tide. The powerful impact seemed to distort the surrounding air. A group of strange beasts were instantly annihilated by this terrifying power, leaving not even a trace of flesh or blood. Laser cannons can cause substantial damage to monsters
monsters below the 4th tier. Those at the 1st or 2nd tier were directly annihilated, without any chance of resistance. However, it requires a huge amount of energy to operate, and the amount of energy-consuming ammunition is also enormous. Facing the horde of alien beasts that had just suffered a devastating attack, Li Ziyan's expression showed no sign of relaxation. His face was stern, his eyes revealing determination and vigilance, maintaining his usual meticulousness. He glanced at them, and saw countless strange beasts. After a long silence, he let out a weak sigh. It seems we need to notify the Gongqing headquarters to be ready to activate the security barrier at any time. The safety barrier is a giant energy shield. It is usually activated when the area is about to be breached due to dampness. Each city has a Special Abilities Guild branch headquarters. At this moment, within the Beast Tide, there are more than 20 6th-tier beasts and over 100 5th-tier beasts. In addition to countless beasts below the 4th rank, the scene was extremely chaotic. At this moment, Li Ziyan was the only 6th-level superpowered individual on the entire defensive line. Besides, he can't personally go into battle right now. After all, if he leaves, there will be no one else who can take over the position and command perfectly. Most importantly, he can't die. If he dies, it will surely disrupt the morale of the human army. After all, if the pillar that stabilizes the sea were to fall, the entire ocean would be turned upside down. Upon thinking of this, an unprecedented sense of powerlessness instantly enveloped him. He fell silent for a moment, then resolutely connected the headset. And at that moment, the instant the headset connected, a deafening thunderclap exploded in the clouds. A deafening clap of thunder suddenly exploded in the clouds, like the wrath of the heavens, as if to tear the world apart. The powerful sound waves were like an invisible force. It directly tore the entire sky and clouds into two uneven halves, revealing the deep and mysterious sky. As the thunderclap sounded, everyone present felt a tremor run through them, and a sense of awe welled up within them. They all looked up at the sound, their gazes fixed on the clouds. Through the gaps in the clouds, a figure slowly appeared from above. He was like an immortal descending to earth, giving people a sense of transcendence. He was an elderly man with a white beard, about 1.8 meters tall. He strode through the air on his sword, his movements agile and graceful, as if he were one with heaven and earth. He was dressed in a dark purple Han robe, which made him look solemn and dignified. His face was thin, revealing the marks of time, but his eyes were so sharp that people dared not look him in the eye. His white hair was neatly tied up at the back of his head, swaying gently in the wind, adding to his otherworldly and ethereal air. Lei Daoran, an 8th-tier expert. Oh my god, the reinforcements have finally arrived. A god has descended to earth. It's safe. We can finally win without lifting a finger. Upon seeing the old man's arrival, gasps of surprise rose and fell, seemingly piercing the clouds. The voice was filled with shock, joy, and reverence. Despairing faces instantly transformed into wild, excited laughter. It's the president? Looking at the old man's figure in the sky, Li Ziyan's worried expression instantly turned into a beaming smile. Lei Doran's original name was Lei Zhenxiao, and he possessed an A-level magical ability called 100-Mile Divine Thunder. He is also the president of the entire Jiangxi Province Supernatural Abilities Guild headquarters. At this moment, he slowly descended on his sword. A gust of wind whistled and buzzed in his ears, making his long beard fly wildly. Lei Zhenxiao's cold gaze swept over the horde of strange beasts below. After a long period of stillness, his right foot stomped suddenly in midair. Boom! A purple lightning bolt ripped through the void, and Lei Zhenxiao's figure had already crossed from the clouds to a distance of 50 meters in the air above the horde of strange beasts. Wow, I'm so fast. As expected of Lei Daoran, an 8th-tier expert, he covered at least 500 meters in one step. Upon seeing Lei Daoran charge into the sky above the horde of strange beasts, many soldiers and superhumans immediately began to discuss the matter. Some superhumans even stopped fighting and watched intently. After all, it's not easy to see an 8th-level expert make a move. Sensing the threat from above, the beasts raised their heads and let out low growls and howls. Lei Zhenxiao's eyes were cold and resolute. He looked down at the horde of strange beasts, his heart filled with disgust and anger towards these evil creatures. A bunch of beasts, how dare they be so arrogant and domineering, bringing disaster to the world. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward, with tiny bolts of lightning dancing and flashing in his hand. The beasts sensed danger and became restless. Some tried to escape, while others prepared to attack. 100-Mile Divine Thunder, he shouted. The sky suddenly became visibly dark with clouds, and countless arcs of electricity crackled in the clouds. Immediately afterwards, countless bolts of lightning surged down from the clouds, like divine punishment descending. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by countless deafening roars. The ground was cleaved open with countless huge craters, and countless strange beasts were instantly reduced to ashes. The remaining beasts fled in terror, but the clouds above gave them no chance. It continuously unleashes powerful lightning energy. Each attack caused immense destruction, instantly annihilating the beasts. This is the 8th rank? My god, that's incredible. One person can hold off tens of thousands of strange beasts. It's like cutting melons and vegetables. The soldiers and superhumans
humans watching the battle were stunned into silence, their expressions dazed. Countless purple lightning bolts descended from the sky, like divine punishment, dazzling yet terrifying. Each blow undoubtedly struck their hearts with great force, shaking their minds and souls. At this moment, the scene seemed to have lost its original vibrant colors. In an instant, it all transformed into a mysterious purple ocean, dazzling with light, like a dream. Without exception, everyone's gaze was fixed on the back of the old man standing amidst the raging thunder. His eyes were filled with longing, yearning, and admiration. Thunder strike! Lei Zhenxiao let out a low shout and pointed two fingers of his right hand at a sixth-order alien beast in midair. With a crackling sound, the thunder-purple light gathered from his body to his fingertips, transforming into a beam of electric light that shot towards a sixth-tier alien beast attempting to escape at an astonishing speed. A muffled thunderclap resounded through the sky, causing a sharp pain in the eardrums. The beast was instantly annihilated by this powerful attack, without even a chance to resist. A huge mushroom cloud appeared, resembling a majestic mountain peak, exuding a chilling aura. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind swept in, causing the surrounding trees to bend and the sand and stones to fly everywhere. Lei Zhenxiao stood with his arms crossed behind his back, his posture as upright as a pine tree. He stood on a sword, suspended in midair, like an immortal descending to earth. The wind howled, and the hem of his clothes fluttered in the wind, as if he were dancing with the wind. After Lei Zhenxiao arrived, countless strange beasts were terrified and their souls flew away. Completely abandoning their animalistic dignity, they desperately ran towards the enemy's jungle. Then, less than 10 minutes later, apart from a large number of monster corpses, not a single monster could be seen on the scene. We won! We won! Hold on! Hold on! As expected of Taoist Lei, he's incredibly strong. After recovering from their shock, the soldiers erupted in a triumphant celebration. Countless people put their arms around each other's shoulders, laughing heartily. Some people had tears of excitement glistening in their eyes. Some people hugged each other, celebrating this hard-won victory. The entire battlefield was immersed in a sea of joy. The joy of victory, like a spring breeze, caressed the hearts of everyone. Hearing cheers and jubilation coming from directly behind him, Lei Zhenxiao's face flashed with suspicion. Immediately afterwards, he quickly glanced around, as if searching for something. Why haven't we seen any king-level beasts? After pondering for a moment, he sighed softly and then flew back to the base on his sword. Greetings, Master Lei. The moment Lei Zhenxiao stepped off his flying sword and landed on the wall, countless superhumans and soldiers clasped their hands in respect and spoke. Greetings, Chairman. At this moment, Li Zian also stepped forward, bowed, and clasped his hands in greeting. Lei Zhenxiao's voice was somewhat hoarse from years of experience, but it still possessed an irresistible aura. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Why are there no king-level beasts this time? We still don't know." Li Zian stood up with an innocent look on his face and answered sincerely. Indeed, he himself was completely baffled and had no idea what to do. It's important to understand that a beast type of this scale would be impossible without a powerful 7th-tier beast king-level beast to keep it under control. It would be absolutely impossible to launch such a well-organized, step-by-step, and systematic attack. How strange, have these beasts gone mad? Lei Zhenxiao cursed under his breath, his face full of surprise. Just as he was about to speak again, several chattering voices suddenly rang out. "Please let us see Master Lei. Please, it's very important that it's true. Military restricted area, entry is prohibited. Then please help us pass on a message. Our companion is still in the wilderness area, and he is holding off the 7th-tier beast." The moment the heated argument broke out, Lei Zhenxiao and Li Zian looked over. At this moment, at the entrance to the passageway in the wall, there were 2 soldiers, 2 women, and 1 man. The soldiers stood like sturdy fortresses, firmly blocking the entrance to the passage. The latter, on the other hand, looked agitated, his eyes burning with anxious flames. They kept trying to rush in, their bodies leaning slightly forward, as if ready to break through the soldiers' blockade at any moment. Their movements were filled with urgency and unease. Lei Zhenxiao stood tall and, together with Li Zian, stepped forward to inquire. He heard the conversation between the group clearly, especially the mention of 7th-tier exotic beast, which made his ears perk up. "They want to see you, but we saw you talking to Manager Li, so..." The 2 soldiers explained it perfectly. Lei Zhenxiao's expression froze for a moment, then his gaze fell on the anxious blonde woman. At this moment, Wang Jingyi was breathing heavily, whether from exhaustion or from the overwhelming pressure emanating from the other party was unclear. Her eyes held a hint of confusion and panic. After a long while, she slowly spoke. Yi Shiqing, to protect us, lured away the 7th-tier beast, the Black Lion, all by himself." The 7th-tier exotic beast, the Black Lion demon, lured it away all by itself? Lei Zhenxiao and Li Zian exclaimed almost simultaneously, speaking in unison. The 2 stared wide-eyed, their eyes filled with shock. Li Zian was startled by the name Black Lion of Demons. Upon hearing the name of this terrifying beast, a chill ran through him. That's a 7th-tier beast, possessing terrifyingly powerful strength. Lei Zhenxiao was startled by Yi Shiqing's act of drawing the other party away by himself. He knew all too well the danger of facing a 7th-tier beast and how much courage and determination it would take to lure it away alone. alone. Just as Wang Jingyi was about to tell the whole story, Lei Zhenxiao suddenly spoke. Yi Shiqing? Is that the kid with dual superpowers? Lei Zhenxiao raised an eyebrow. Where is he now? That direction.
Wang Jingyi's memory was pretty good, and she immediately pointed to one side.
Very well, I'm off. The moment the words left his mouth, Lei Zhenxiao transformed into a blinding purple bolt of lightning and vanished from the spot.
Energy splashed everywhere, creating a gust of wind. Under the oppressive atmosphere, the people around almost lost their footing.
With time of the essence, Lei Zhenxiao certainly didn't have time to listen to Wang Jingyi's long-winded explanation.
At this moment, every minute and every second is crucial. He must find Yi Shiqing as soon as possible. Although it is unknown whether Yi Shiqing is alive or dead, given his status, we must find him, whether he is alive or dead. After all, Yi Shiqing was currently in dire straits, facing immense danger. That 7th-tier exotic beast, the Black Lion of Demons, was no easy opponent, and Yi Shiqing's predicament was predictable.
However, Lei Zhenxiao had already made the worst-case scenario plan. Phew, that kid is probably already.
Li Ziyan gazed at the receding thunder in the sky and exhaled a breath of stale air. Even he wasn't confident he could survive a 7th-tier beast's clutches, not to mention Yi Shiqing, who was only at the 3rd level.
Wang Jingyi and the others lowered their heads and remained silent.
Clearly, they also agreed with each other's point of view. Li Ziyan remained silent for a long time, then slowly addressed the group after organizing his thoughts.
By the way, could you tell me roughly what happened? Okay, no problem.
Immediately afterwards, Wang Jingyi and the others passionately told the other party everything that had happened. He faced 2 ambushes, Hohan's betrayal, the demon spirit cult, the Black Lion demon, and Yi Shiqing stood alone. These long, eloquent pronouncements swept over the other person's ears like a surging ocean wave. After hearing this, Li Ziyan was so shocked that his mouth remained agape for a long time.
Is that really true? Li Ziyan composed himself and tentatively asked.
Absolutely true, the 3 exclaimed in unison. The moment he finished speaking, Li Ziyan's eyes lit up, and he showed a look of satisfaction.
Truly, heroes emerge from among the young.
They remain calm in the face of danger and are indecisive in the face of adversity. Li Ziyan made no attempt to hide his admiration for Yi Shiqing's actions. The 3 of them remained silent, their eyes filled with complex emotions and a hint of sadness.
Sigh. Li Ziyan sighed helplessly, the image of Yi Shiqing's bravery already appearing in his mind.
If Yi Shiqing hadn't held back the king-level beast, the Black Lion, the entire border might have been breached long before Lei Daoren arrived. He crossed his arms behind his back, gazing longingly at the sky, his expression a mixture of sighing and regret. He defied the pointing fingers of 1,000 men with a cold brow, yet bowed his head to serve the people like an ox. He truly was a hero. Go to hell. Stop chasing me, you son of a bitch. Yi Shiqing flapped his fire wings and turned to curse loudly at those behind him. You started the beast tide. Why aren't you at the front lines? Why are you chasing me all the time? Grass mud horse. An animal. Roar roar roar. Seemingly understanding Yi Shiqing's words, the demonic Black Lion roared in response and increased its speed.
Damn it.
Yi Shiqing quickly adjusted his posture and moved to a safe position. The 2, one human and one beast, had been locked in a stalemate for some time, and Yi Shiqing was now in a sorry state. There was also a bloody claw mark on its back. Most importantly, his physical strength is almost gone.
Damn it, I'm afraid I'm really going to be in deep trouble today.
The instant Yi Shiqing finished speaking, a tidal wave of sharp claws suddenly slammed down from behind and onto Fong. He reacted quickly, as if he had anticipated it, and staggered to avoid it. Even so, Yi Shiqing was still blasted away by the aftershock of the giant hammer falling, rolling, and crawling on the ground for 50 meters before barely stopping.
Cough cough cough.
Yi Shiqing looked at the demonic Black Lion, coughed twice, and scrambled to his feet, only to find that he had no strength left, so he ended up failing. Seeing that Yi Shiqing, this scurrying cockroach, had finally reached his limit, the demonic Black Lion immediately revealed a mocking sneer. Sharp claws sliced through the air, making a piercing sound. Seemingly recalling the scene of Yi Shiqing and the others being dismembered, a look of madness suddenly appeared on the face of the demonic Black Lion. Yi Shiqing stared in despair at the rapidly approaching claws. In that instant, he felt as if the whole world had been put on pause. Time seemed to stand still, and everything around us became so slow and clear. He even felt like he was seeing a flashback, those past events, those beautiful memories. They appeared before my eyes one by one. The air felt exceptionally fresh at that moment, as if every breath made one appreciate the preciousness of life. The pounding of his heart was like the sound of war drums, the intense heartbeat seemingly telling of his longing for and reluctance to part with life.
Oh my God, someone come to the rescue.
Yi Shiqing cried out in despair in her heart, her voice filled with helplessness and longing. In that moment of despair, he suddenly felt a blur before his eyes. Just as Yi Shiqing was in despair, he suddenly felt a blur before his eyes, and a figure abruptly appeared in front of him. He was an old man, dressed in a dark purple Han robe, with an upright posture. Even just looking at his back, one could feel his majesty and solemnity. Without the slightest hesitation, the claws fell directly down with a dull thud. When Yi Shiqing came to his senses, he was already 100 meters away from the demonic Black Lion.
Little guy, are you you alright? Lei Zhenxiao's voice was a little hoarse, but you could still hear the care and appreciation in his tone. From the moment Yi Shiqing revealed his dual superpowers, Lei Zhenxiao had already begun investigating his background. Yi Shiqing, this young prodigy, was naturally likely to attract the attention of some important figures. His talent, his courage, and his potential all make people look forward to him. The most important thing is the moment I learned that Yi Shiqing had lured away the demonic black lion all by himself. This stirred a strange sense of goodwill in Lei Zhenxiao's heart. Grandpa, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long. Yi Shiqing immediately complained. You sit down and rest first. Leave the rest to me. With that, Lei Zhenxiao's spatial ring flashed. A blue-white pill appeared in his hand in surprise, and he immediately handed it to Yi Shiqing. Take the wound healing pill and rest. Upon hearing this, Yi Shiqing had no doubts and swallowed it down with a gulp. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground, a smug look on his face, facing the demonic black lion. He raised his middle finger. Keep being arrogant. I now have an 8th level expert protecting me. Come on, keep hitting me. The demonic black lion glared fiercely at Yi Shiqing, who was constantly provoking it, and immediately bared its teeth in anger. It desperately wanted to go up and tear the other party to shreds. However, upon feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the white-haired, purple-robed elder, he instinctively retreated. It could never be a match for the other side. Whether they can survive is a question. Oof, bastard, how dare you hurt the pride of China? You're courting death. Lei Zhenxiao roared, and lightning crackled around him. The demonic black lion glared at Lei Zhenxiao, bared its teeth, and let out a piercing roar. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and ran away. Although it is a 7th-tier king-level beast, commanding tens of thousands of strange beasts, he was a local overlord, possessing his own dignity and status. However, facing Lei Zhenxiao before it, it knew it was no match for him. In the face of life, nothing else matters, not even so-called dignity. This enormous and mighty beast. At this moment, however, it was like a frightened rabbit, running away wildly without regard for anything else. Its strong limbs swung vigorously, each step carrying tremendous force and kicking up a cloud of dust. Trying to run? The moment the words were spoken, a thunderous roar resounded. Lei Zhenxiao transformed into a bolt of lightning, suddenly appearing in front of the Black Lion demon's escape route in just 3 seconds. The demonic Black Lion was terrified upon seeing this and immediately braked and turned around. Lei Zhenxiao's expression remained calm and undisturbed. His sharp, cheetah-like gaze was fixed on the terrified behemoth in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Lei Zhenxiao slowly raised his right hand and gently tapped the air with his index finger. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky like a surging tide, spreading out at an astonishing speed. Within the entire visible range, not a trace of blue sky could be seen. Amidst the dark clouds, raging thunder roared, streaks of lightning flashing like silver snakes weaving through the clouds. Even though Yi Shiqing was on the ground, some distance from the lightning, his ears were still throbbing with pain. 100 miles of divine thunder, a divine punishment by lightning. A furious shout resounded through the sky like a thunderclap. The moment the words were spoken, a huge vortex suddenly rose above the thunderclouds in the sky. The vortex was like a mysterious passage, radiating a powerful suction force. Immediately afterwards, a pillar of lightning, like a divine punishment descending from heaven and earth, crashed down from the vortex. The pillar of light was incredibly thick, radiating a dazzling light and a chilling power. A deafening roar shook the earth. The pillar of lightning slammed down on the demonic black lion, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. The powerful impact seemed to freeze the surrounding air, making it impossible to breathe. Under this powerful divine punishment, the enormous creature let out a desperate roar, yet it could not escape its fate of destruction. An 8th-tier expert, indeed terrifying. The world seemed to be dyed purple once again, and Yi Shiqing sighed repeatedly as he recovered from his injuries. It's unclear whether Lei Zhenxiao was simply too angry at that moment. The thunderous wrath lasted for a full 5 minutes. Even the demonic black lion had long since been reduced to ashes, yet the lightning still hadn't stopped. As expected of a pill taken by an 8th-level expert, the effects are quite good. As the thunder subsided, the world returned to its original colors. Yi Shiqing's injuries have improved considerably thanks to the combination of the medicine and his own efforts. You're in good physical condition, you've recovered almost completely so quickly. Lei Zhenxiao flashed in front of Yi Shiqing and spoke leisurely. His eyes were full of admiration. Thank you so much, Taoist Lei, for saving me. Yi Shiqing quickly stood up, clasped his hands in thanks, and expressed his gratitude. Yi Shiqing had long heard of Lei Zhenxiao's great name. I had already noticed them when they landed in the border area, during the chase. It was nothing, Lei Zhenxiao waved his hand. But you, truly a hero among men, a magnificent young man. Ha! Yi Shiqing was only half understanding. Lei Zhenxiao patted Yi Shiqing's shoulder with an appreciative look, his eyes revealing a profound meaning. If it weren't for you, little guy, drawing away this king-level beast, part of the defense line of Gongchang would probably have already fallen. I will definitely award him a commendation when I return. Yi Shiqing was stunned, but he quickly realized what was happening. It seems that these people thought they were risking their lives to lure
away the demonic black lion.
And then he saw himself as a hero? He wanted to run away, but that stupid lioness kept following me around like a shadow. Oh dear, it's nothing at all. I'm a living Lei Feng. It's my honor to serve the people. Yi Shiqing's shameless reply was filled with unbridled abandon, although it wasn't my own wish. In a sense, I've managed to lure the demon and the black lion away. There's nothing wrong with taking credit for it, right?
Ha, you're not exactly modest, kid. Lei Zhenxiu laughed heartily. Then, changing the subject, she asked with surprise.
However, king-level 7th tier beasts usually stay in deep mountains and forests. Why are you going so deep? Ha, no.
Yi Shiqing looked completely innocent.
Lei Zhenxiu didn't listen to Wang Jingyi's long explanation, so he naturally didn't know the whole story.
He rushed over as soon as he heard that Yi Shiqing had sacrificed himself for others. Yi Shiqing slowly recounted the entire incident in detail from beginning to end.
During the narration,
especially when it comes to the fact that he faced 2 attacks alone, Yi Shiqing exaggerated his words, vividly describing the dangerous scene at the time.
He portrayed himself as incredibly great.
In order to comply with the other party's wishes, Yi Shiqing went on to boast about his credit for drawing away the demonic black lion, shamelessly taking all the credit for himself. He recounted with great enthusiasm how he bravely faced a powerful enemy.
They cleverly lured away the demonic black lion, buying everyone precious time and ensuring their safety. His expression and tone made it seem as if he had truly accomplished a monumental feat. Upon hearing this, Lei Zhenxiu's eyes revealed undisguised admiration. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Do you remember where the cave is?" "A cave? I remember that."
Under normal circumstances, in such a situation, the cave is most likely hiding rare treasures. Otherwise, there's no way they would appear at the border without a reason. Lei Zhenxiu muttered to himself. What he said made no sense. After all, deep in the mountains and forests, it is dark and damp, and there are countless exotic flowers and plants.
Moreover, the border areas are human territory.
For those strange beasts, keeping a distance is naturally very beneficial. It can avoid conflict with humans and better protect itself. And then there are king-level beasts like this, which inexplicably wander so close to the border area. There must be something that attracts it to come.
A treasure?
Yi Shiqing's eyes lit up.
Let's go. I remember the route. Senior Lei, I'll lead the way. Yi Shiqing's injuries have almost fully recovered thanks to the medicine given to him by the other party. All I can say is that it lives up to its reputation. The pills that 8th level ability users usually take. Besides, now that we have an 8th level expert backing us up, what's wrong with going to the cave again? Then please show me the way, little one.
Lei Zhenxiu chuckled, then transformed into a purple lightning bolt, enveloping Yi Shiqing within it.
The two disappeared from the spot in an instant. So fast. Yi Shiqing couldn't help but exclaim in amazement.
He didn't even have time to say a few more words. Lei Zhenxiu had already taken him to the cave they had visited earlier. The whole process was lightning fast. In less than 10 minutes, they had covered the long distance. Yi Shiqing himself can reach a speed of 50 meters per second, which is already quite astonishing.
However, this Lei Dao run was incredibly fast.
It's estimated to be 500 meters per second, and that's not even at full speed.
Not fast, not fast, Lei Zhenxiu said modestly, waving his hand.
If you grow up, little one, you'll probably be 1,000 times faster than me.
You flatter me, senior.
I am truly worthy of such praise, Yi Shiqing replied shamelessly.
Ha 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 ha, you deserve it? Just as rumored, you're arrogant.
Lei Zhenxiu laughed and stroked his beard. Once you reach the 8th level, I'd really like to test whether my old bones can hold their own against you.
An 8th ranked player, at this moment, is joking around with a rising star without any dignity.
Such an absurd thing.
It really happened to Yi Shiqing. Let's go inside.
After saying that, Lei Zhenxiu and Yi Shiqing got down to business and stepped into the pitch-black cave. Lei Zhenxiu led the way, with Yi Shiqing close behind. The cave was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face.
If it weren't for the crackling lightning surrounding Lei Zhenxiu, emitting a faint light that illuminated a small area around him. Otherwise, they would really be in a state of complete confusion, with no idea where to go. The cave was eerily quiet. Time seemed to stand still here, with only the occasional sound of water dripping from the stone. It stood out exceptionally clearly in this quiet space. This cave is fairly ordinary, not too winding or complicated. That's because the senior has strong perception.
The two voices were not loud, but they still echoed in the cave for a long time. The two walked slowly and unsteadily. As they ventured deeper, the surroundings became increasingly quiet. Apart from the crackling of thunder, there was only the faint sound of dripping water. Just then, Lei Zhenxiu seemed to have asked something, and immediately sniffed twice. What a treasure! As the fragrance of the flowers grew stronger, the originally narrow and winding passageway suddenly underwent a miraculous transformation, becoming wide and bright. What unfolded before them was an extremely spacious nest. In the very center area, there is a small, clear blue pool. The pool of water shone with a deep blue light, like a dazzling gemstone. Countless exotic flowers and rare herbs surround the small pond like stars around the moon. They vie for attention, exuding a rich, colorful fragrance. The fragrance
fragrance filled the air, making one feel as if they were in a fairyland. The entire area is picturesque and breathtakingly beautiful. Every flower and every blade of grass seems to be a work of art meticulously sculpted by nature. Their vibrant colors and diverse shapes are captivating, making people linger and reluctant to leave. Sunflower, sun mushroom, bomb cherry, walnut, enchanting mushroom, so many of them are all grade B medicinal herbs. Yi Shiqing's eyes widened, and he clicked his tongue in amazement. Lei Zhenxiao, standing beside him, was much calmer. He glanced around before fixing his gaze on the azure lake in the center. His eyes narrowed slightly as if he was pondering something, then suddenly lit up after a moment. This is the Heavenly Essence Spring? He was utterly shocked. No wonder the king beast wants to come out of the old forest. Heavenly Essence Spring? Yi Shiqing was filled with questions. He really didn't recognize that this was Dondon. However, judging from the other party's expression and demeanor, it is at least an A-grade Earth-level treasure. Heavenly Essence Spring? What's that? Yi Shiqing asked. The Heavenly Essence Spring is an S-grade heavenly treasure. Its energy has an effect on strengthening the body that is comparable to a top-grade spiritual treasure. Lei Zhenxiao explained, his tone slightly agitated. He then composed himself and spoke to Yi Shiqing. Little one, the energy of this Heavenly Essence Spring is extremely precious. Go and absorb its energy. This is a rare opportunity for you, and it may greatly enhance your abilities. Seize this opportunity and don't waste this heaven-sent treasure. Yi Shiqing was taken aback. Give me a rare, top-tier treasure? That's not a good idea. He spoke modestly, but his body language betrayed him as he moved a few steps toward the pool. If it were anyone else, I would naturally not show them any courtesy, but would instead take them back to the Superpower Guild. Lei Zhenxiao paused, then stared at Yi Shiqing meaningfully for a long time. But, after all, your selflessness and courage have truly moved me. So, you deserve it. Then I shall respectfully comply. Yi Shiqing revealed what he considered a very handsome smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Shiqing rushed toward the Heavenly Essence Spring with great anxiety. His steps were light and quick, as if he were afraid of missing some precious opportunity. The cave was extremely dark, but the lake and spring emitted a deep blue light, like a dazzling pearl, illuminating everything around it. When the light shone on Yi Shiqing's face, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The blue light, like a mysterious veil, gently brushed across his face, igniting curiosity and anticipation in his eyes. The Heavenly Essence Spring before us is definitely not an ordinary thing. It must contain enormous energy and value. Although he knew nothing about this Heavenly Essence Spring, but the fact that it was rated as an S-grade heavenly treasure was enough to make him extremely excited. This level means it is an extremely precious and rare existence, and its value is immeasurable. For Yi Shiqing, obtaining such a treasure was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. Just as he bent down and gently touched the pool water, a low growl suddenly came. Roar, roar, roar. The voice sounded like a coquettish murmur, tinged with shyness and bashfulness, seemingly coming from an animal. Yi Shiqing and Lei Zhenxiao both looked in the direction of the sound. There's some noise, I'll go check it out. Lei Zhenxiao's expression hardened, and as soon as he finished speaking, he flashed to the source of the sound like lightning. It was a small cave covered in weeds, which seemed particularly hidden in the dim environment. Immediately afterwards, he twitched his fingers slightly, causing arcs of electricity to flash. In an instant, the weeds were ignited and turned to ashes. The burning weeds crackled and popped, as if telling the story of what had just happened. When Lei Zhenxiao saw the scene inside the cave, his eyebrows twitched slightly, and he was momentarily stunned. What's wrong, senior? Upon seeing this, Yi Shiqing stepped forward and subconsciously inquired. His voice carried a hint of urgency and curiosity. However, when he caught a glimpse of the cave out of the corner of his eye, he was startled and froze on the spot. Roar, roar, roar. A roar came from inside the cave. Inside the cave were two black lion cubs. They looked extremely strange, with 3 eyes and 6 tails, and were only the size of a dog. That small body exuded a mysterious aura, making people turn their heads in surprise. Their eyes are bright and expressive, as if they contain endless wisdom. Although the roar was immature, it carried an innate majesty that made people dare not underestimate it. A black lion cub? No wonder it ran out. I didn't expect it to be giving birth. Lei Zhenxiao frowned slightly and murmured. In this deep mountain forest, the environment is extremely dark and damp. Such an environment is indeed extremely unfavorable for the cubs of the alien beasts, and is not suitable for their growth and life. After all, the cubs need a relatively warm, dry, and safe environment. These tiny, strange beasts need fresh, clean flesh and blood to sustain their lives and grow. Beasts covered in bacteria are naturally unsuitable as a food source for them. In other words, driven by their instincts, they will likely turn their attention to humans, meaning they want to eat human flesh. They're quite cute. Yi Shiqing chuckled softly, gazing gently at the 2 little ones who were now growling fiercely at him. Alas, these beasts are inherently brutal. If they grow up, they will surely become a menace. As he spoke, Lei Zhenxiao pointed his right hand at 2 small black lions, where electric arcs crackled. I will now act on behalf of heaven to eliminate this threat forever. Wait a minute. Yi Shiqing stepped in front of him. These 2 little ones are so cute. Please don't kill them. Yi Shiqing said earnestly. No, if
If we let this go unchecked, it will surely lead to disaster. I'm saying, please, don't kill them.
Ha, what do you mean? I'll do the killing.
Yi Shiqing chuckled.
Lei Jinxiao?
After all, it's a rare beast, and killing it would grant me ability points. When Lei Jinxiao came to the rescue earlier, he wanted to leave him behind so he could finish him off.
But Lei Jinxiao's thunder was too violent. Just as it was about to speak, the demonic black lion was blasted into dust. Is there a difference? I love small animals the most, he.
Tisk. Lei Jinxiao sighed and waved his hand.
Fine, I'll leave it to you.
Okay, I will live up to your expectations. The moment he finished speaking, Yi Shiqing slowly turned his head and gave the little black lion a kind smile, which immediately startled the latter, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Immediately afterward, Yi Shiqing had a flash of inspiration, and two sharp double blades suddenly appeared in his hands. His eyes were crescent-shaped, and the corners of his mouth were raised in a dangerous arc.
Little ones, relax, bleeding and pain are normal. Lion cub, don't come any closer. 3 minutes later,
Yi Shiqing's right hand trembled violently, and blood splattered onto the ground, the blade revealing a sinister gleam.
Sigh.
Yi Shiqing glanced at the two lion cub corpses on the ground with a somewhat disappointed expression and sighed helplessly. Congratulations, host, for defeating the monstrous black lion.
Ability points +4 × 2. Current ability points 3,636. Is that all? Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? But on second thought, it's not that strange.
After all, the system usually reports the level when killing a person or a monster. However, the two lion cubs did not interact in this way.
It's obvious, they're not even ranked.
Moreover, when Lei Jinxiao and I arrived, we did not detect any energy fluctuations. It was precisely because these two were completely juveniles that they were completely undetectable.
But why not take advantage of the free ability points? Moreover, what Master Lei said was not without reason. No matter how silly or cute a mythical beast may be, it is still a mythical beast, an anomaly.
Therefore, if we allow it to grow unchecked, it will be like planting a malignant tumor in the human race. Moreover, especially those strange beasts that look pitiful, they must be killed immediately upon sight. Otherwise, if one's compassion becomes excessive, it may lead to being stabbed in the back immediately.
Alright, let's get down to business, Lei Jinxiao said.
After speaking, Yi Shiqing slowly walked to the edge of the pool. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Lei Jinxiao and spoke somewhat embarrassedly.
Senior Lei, how do I do the steps? Soak in the pool first, Lei Jinxiao explained.
After saying that, Yi Shiqing didn't hesitate and jumped into the pool, finding a foothold to expose his entire head. Then he stared longingly at Lei Jinxiao on the shore. The latter glanced at it, then quickly organized his thoughts. Next, activate your superpowers step by step according to my instructions. In the deep, dark cave, water droplets quietly gathered on the sharp, sword-like stone tips. Then it slid down silently, making a clear, ticking sound that echoed softly in the quiet cave. That clear, azure pond, like a dazzling sapphire, exudes a mysterious and captivating luster.
This gentle glow seemed to possess a magical power, illuminating the entire area with a sacred and solemn aura. Every corner is bathed in this dreamlike glow.
It makes you feel as if you are in a fantastic and magnificent world. An elderly man in purple robes stood with his arms behind his back, his posture upright, and his gaze level, like a statue that had been sealed away for ages, standing before the pond. A cool breeze, like a ghostly chant, drifted in from outside, lingering for a long time and causing the old man's clothes to flutter. Thump! Just then, a sudden splashing sound rang out from the pond, sending up a spray of water. The moment Yi Shiqing stepped ashore, he trembled wildly from side to side like a kitten, splashing up a shower of drizzle.
How are you feeling now? Seeing this, Lei Jinxiao stepped forward and inquired with concern. Not bad.
I feel my body has definitely strengthened a lot.
Yi Shiqing.
He slightly raised and bent his right hand, revealing a slight bulge of muscle on his well-defined arm. Congratulations, host, for absorbing the heavenly essence spring. Strength +300, agility +200, spiritual power +300, stamina +500.
Current stamina 1350. Current speed 1550. Current strength 1150. Current mental strength 1360. After absorbing the heavenly essence spring, the entire system's basic panel was greatly improved.
The changes in the body are even more astonishing. Every inch of skin, every bone, and every tendon of the body seem to have undergone a transformative baptism.
His current physique is even harder than most black iron. He even felt that with his current strength, he could easily kill 10 Duan foams with a single punch.
Very good. That's really good. You've definitely become much stronger. Lei Jinxiao patted Yi Shiqing's shoulder lightly. It seems that the remaining heavenly essence spring has provided tremendous assistance over these 3 days.
3 days?
Yi Shiqing paused. He was in a meditative state while absorbing the essence of the heavenly spring. They were completely unaware of the passage of time. But after Lei Jinxiao's psychological counseling, he suddenly felt his stomach growling angrily.
Yi Shiqing seemed to remain silent for a long time before summarizing his thoughts and quickly thanking Lei Jinxiao.
Well, I thank Senior Lei for protecting me these past few days. After all, this place is dark and damp, which is exactly where strange strange beasts like to roam, and he himself was unharmed. It was obvious that Lei Zhenxiu had been taking good care of him without fail. It's alright. You are a rising star of the great Xia dynasty. I protect you for the sake of the future of the great Xia dynasty and the world. I also hope that one day you will contribute to the prosperity of the world. After saying that, Lei Zhenxiu stared at Yi Shiqing meaningfully for a long time. Under this intense gaze, the latter gradually felt extremely embarrassed and scratched his head helplessly. After a long silence, Lei Zhenxiu shook his head and sighed. Let's go, it's time to go back. Oh dear tisk, oh dear tisk, oh dear. In Gongcheng, on the high walls of the border area, countless soldiers stood in neat rows, their eyes level, gazing into the distance. At this moment, Li Zian, the chief officer standing in front of the soldiers, appeared anxious and uneasy. He kept swaying left and right, pacing back and forth, his steps slightly disordered. His expression was anxious, his brows furrowed, as if a knot of unresolved sorrow was swirling in his heart. He was muttering something under his breath, the faint sound drifting through the air. Oh dear, it's been several days. Why hasn't Chairman Lei returned yet? I hope nothing goes wrong? Losing Yi Shiqing is already a loss, but if it's Chairman Lei also, then it's truly unimaginable. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but want to slap himself a few times. Why can't we hope for something? They just want something bad to happen to others. But his concerns were indeed as expressed in his words. Many exceptionally talented individuals die young. Although they really hoped Yi Shiqing was alright, but, as previously known, Yi Shiqing was being chased by a 7th-tier alien beast. Therefore, they had already prepared for the worst. But Lei Zhenxiu was different. He is not just the president of the Jiangxi Province Supernatural Abilities Guild. Most importantly, he is an 8th-level expert. With a population of over 7 billion, the world cannot muster even 200 8th-tier powerhouses. There are only 3 9th-tier units. Therefore, losing an 8th-tier expert would be a loss for the entire world. Just then, as he was becoming extremely anxious, a soldier suddenly shouted, the head manager? Ouch tisk ouch. The head manager? Big manager. The surrounding silence was instantly shattered by a loud and impassioned shout. Li Zian was then pulled back to reality from his chaotic thoughts as if waking from a dream. His face was full of doubt as he slowly looked at the soldier, his eyes filled with questioning. Master Lei is back. The soldier smiled, looked up at the sky, and spoke loudly. Li Zian was slightly taken aback, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. A moment later, he realized what was happening and quickly turned his head to look in the direction the soldier was looking. But just as he was about to turn around, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky, crashing heavily onto the high wall. The lightning bolt was like a ferocious dragon. Instantly, a fierce wind arose, and it swept past. The sudden gust of wind nearly caused some soldiers to lose their footing. They swayed and staggered, almost falling over. Greetings, Taoist Lei. Greetings, Taoist Lei. Greetings, Taoist Lei. As the soldiers spoke in unison, Li Zian, without raising his head, bowed respectfully and clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings, Chairman Lei. Before Lei Zhenxiu could speak, Li Zian looked regretful, his face full of pity. Lang Lang continued, it is truly fortunate that Chairman Lei is safe and sound. Unfortunately, Yi Shiqing, despite his extraordinary talent and intelligence, could not escape this calamity. His untimely death is heartbreaking. Such a talented person should have had a bright future, but fate played a cruel trick on him, and he left us far too soon. It's truly regrettable, a sad and lamentable situation. Li Zian sensed the quiet atmosphere and slowly raised his head to look at Lei Zhenxiu. Behind him stood an extremely handsome young man who, due to his excitement, hadn't looked up and hadn't noticed him. Yi Shiqing looked at Li Zian, who was filled with astonishment, as if he were a fool. Then he grinned. Oh ho ho managerly. Li Zian was stunned for a moment, his gaze fixed on the innocent Yi Shiqing, staring at him intently. A moment later, he realized what was happening. He immediately stood up with a smile, grabbed Yi Shiqing's hand tightly, and said excitedly, Student Yi is truly blessed with good fortune, like a prince with a long and lucky life. He was visibly moved, his eyes brimming with tears, and his face was full of admiration. On behalf of the entire Gongcheng, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you. It is you who have shouldered this burden for us. The story of Yi Shiqing single-handedly drawing away the demonic black lion had already spread widely throughout the entire Jingji province and was widely publicized. After all, this matter is of great importance, and we must not let Yi Shiqing become an unsung hero. After all, those who carry firewood for the masses should not be left to freeze to death in the wind and snow. I know. Then you must repay me properly, Yi Shiqing said proudly. He then put his hands on his hips, paused, and spoke arrogantly. I don't like those empty verbal rewards. Give me something real. Faced with Yi Shiqing's asking price, Li Zian remained smiling and showed no sign of slackening. After all, the other party did indeed protect the entire Gongcheng, so they deserve the respect they deserve. Lei Zhenxiu remained silent for a long time, then his eyes suddenly sharpened, and he looked at Li Zian with resentment. Upon sensing this, the latter suddenly felt a chill. Li Zian! Sensing the murderous intent in Lei Zhenxiu's words, Li Zian's warm smile vanished abruptly, replaced by a face full of respect and seriousness. Is there someone here named Zhao Fei? Bring him up here. Li
Ziyan didn't know why Lei Jinxia was so angry, so he didn't ask any questions and made a phone call. A moment later, Zhao Fei came running up, all excited. Lei, Master Lei? Sir, you need something from me? Zhao Fei swallowed timidly. The instant he finished speaking, Yi Shiqing and Lei Jinxiao simultaneously glared at each other with eyes as sharp as swords. Those two gazes seemed to contain endless majesty and anger, sending chills down one's spine. After Lei Jinxiao's miraculous rescue, Yi Shiqing unhesitatingly revealed the entire conspiracy between Zhao Fei and Wolftail Head. Upon learning this shocking news, Lei Jinxiao felt extremely resentful. His face was so dark it seemed to drip water, and his eyes burned with fury. If it weren't for investigating the secrets of the cave and protecting Yi Shiqing, otherwise, Lei Jinxiao would have already flown back like lightning and blasted Zhao Fei, that corrupt official, to pieces. And now, his death is imminent. Lei Jinxiao scoffed and stomped his right foot with a thunderous sound, flashing directly in front of Zhao Fei. Immediately afterwards, a powerful thunderous pressure surged from his body, like a giant hammer slamming down on Zhao Fei, forcing him to kneel down. Lei Daoran, what is it? Zhao Fei asked through gritted teeth. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. The more he spoke, the angrier Lei Jinxiao became. After a long groan, the pressure doubled, and Zhao Fei immediately bled from all 7 orifices and collapsed to the ground. Oh my god, that's terrifying. What's going on with Manager Zhao? Why is he being targeted by Taoist Lei like this? I don't know. TSK, just looking at it makes my heart race. Upon seeing this, some soldiers were so frightened that they trembled and began to whisper among themselves. After all, they didn't know why Lei Jinxiao had made a move, so I'm worried that I might be next. What exactly happened to Taoist Lei? At this moment, Li Ziyan's lips twitched for a long time. After a fierce internal struggle, he finally decided to ask. After all, Zhao Fei was his subordinate. As his superior, I should definitely ask about the situation, both morally and logically. His voice carried a hint of tension and doubt, and his eyes revealed worry about the unknown situation. Spare me, Lei Taoist, spare me. Zhao Fei lay on the ground, his body trembling, his voice almost choked with sobs. His face was filled with terror, as if he were witnessing the end of the world. He kept begging for mercy, hoping to gain Lei Jinxiao's forgiveness. Lei Jinxiao remained silent for a long time, motionless like a statue. His gaze was sharp as a knife fixed on Zhao Fei, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. His eyes were filled with authority and anger, sending chills down one's spine. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, his voice low and powerful. I ask, you answer. Each word seemed to weigh a ton, making it irresistible. Yes, sorry. Zhao Fei answered tremblingly, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Li Ziyan swallowed hard, a sense of powerlessness welling up inside him. He didn't ask any more questions. The questioning he had just received seemed to have drained all his courage, and he immediately deflated like a punctured balloon. He stood quietly to the side, waiting for Lei Jinxiao's interrogation, his heart filled with unease and trepidation. Have you colluded with others for your own selfish gain, providing them with clues that allow them to kill and do whatever they want? The voice was like thunder, each word piercing Zhao Fei's body like a steel needle. No. Zhao Fei's voice was halting, filled with obvious panic and guilt. As the word fell, the overwhelming pressure of thunder doubled once more, and Zhao Fei's body was on the verge of collapse from the suppression. He felt as if he were being crushed by a heavy mountain, making it difficult to breathe. All the bones in my body were creaking and groaning under this pressure. The surrounding ground trembled slightly, and cracks spread like spider silk. Yes. Under this overwhelming pressure, Zhao Fei could no longer maintain his lie. The moment the words left his mouth, Lei Jinxiao immediately withdrew his thunderous pressure, while Zhao Fei gasped for breath. At this moment, Li Ziyan's expression immediately turned sour. After all, he never expected Zhao Fei to do such a petty theft. Most importantly, I had just spoken up for the other party. Isn't this just inviting trouble? Cough. Zhao Fei coughed wildly, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, each cough accompanied by a large amount of blood gushing out. It was obvious that he had suffered severe internal bleeding. Ignoring the pain, he immediately dragged his mutilated body to his knees before Yi Shiqing and Lei Jinxiao. Without saying a word, he cowed out 5 times. Spare me. I'll only do this once. Please don't kill me. If it was you, this greedy fellow, who almost caused the downfall of a great talent of the great Xia dynasty. Lei Jinxiao spoke again, his voice cold and deliberate. I won't do it again. I'll never do it again. Please spare my life. Zhao Fei lay on the ground, his body trembling violently, his voice filled with terror and despair. His face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were full of pleading. Spare my life? Lei Jinxiao glared coldly, his words calm but filled with murderous intent. He then raised his right hand, and a lightning-wrapped finger pointed at the other person, crackling loudly. Go to the underworld and repent. Just after that thick blue arc of electricity flashed, Zhao Fei turned to ashes in the blink of an eye and vanished into thin air. And where he stood, besides the scorched earth and cracks from the cleavage, nothing was left behind, as if he had never existed. This scene stunned everyone, not just Li Ziyan. Even the soldiers and superhumans on the wall who witnessed the scene couldn't help but swallow hard.
hard. Their faces showed shock and fear, their hearts filled with lingering unease and fear over the battle they had just fought. The entire scene became eerily quiet, with only the lingering power of the electric arc echoing in the air, reminding people that everything that had just happened was real. Everyone stood silently in place, their gazes fixed on the spot where Zhao Fei had disappeared. He tried to erase the terrifying scene from his mind. After a long while, Lei Junxiao's gaze immediately shifted to Li Ziyan. The latter, understanding the unspoken message, spoke apologetically. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. I will definitely give Yi Shiqing an explanation. Of course, words alone are not enough. Actions and compensation will be repaid in kind. Alright, then please handle this properly. Lei Junxiao said indifferently. He's tired too, let's take him to rest first. Li Ziyan readily agreed, and then respectfully gestured for Yi Shiqing to proceed. Student Yi, this way please. Yi Shiqing agreed and then followed Li Ziyan down the top floor of the wall. To go up or down the wall, you need to climb a zigzag staircase. On the way, Li Ziyan seemed to have recovered from the shock Zhao Fei had felt earlier, so he started a conversation. I've long heard that Yi Shiqing is not only highly skilled but also has an extraordinary appearance. Seeing him today, I can confirm that he truly lives up to his reputation. You flatter me, you flatter me. It was all just a rumor. Now it turns out, the rumors are indeed true. Yi Shiqing grinned shamelessly. Ha ha ha. Just as the rumors say, he's arrogant. Li Ziyan laughed as he walked. Because of what you have done, not only me, but also Gongcheng, Xining City, and the entire Jingji province will express their gratitude in praise to you. Yi Shiqing didn't speak, but listened quietly. I am not very talented and am truly ashamed. I really don't have any excellent cultivation techniques to offer you as compensation. Li Ziyan's face was full of apology as he slowly spoke. A hint of helplessness and regret flickered in his eyes, as if he felt guilty for not being able to give a better return. He then continued, but I have a few good instruments here. While it may not be considered top tier, it does have its unique features. I can give you 2 items for free as a small token of my appreciation. Speaking of cultivation techniques, generally speaking, only a few B-grade techniques are available for sale in the Superpower Guild. As for A-grade and S-grade cultivation techniques, they will absolutely not be sold. Therefore, the Superpower Guild doesn't have any high-level techniques to offer here. Moreover, high-ranking provincial officials will also personally come to express their gratitude to Yi Shiqing. Naturally, even better treasures will be offered as a token of gratitude. However, Li Ziyan knew he couldn't let Yi Shiqing suffer a loss for nothing. Yi Shiqing has made such a great contribution to everyone, and he deserves to be rewarded accordingly. Therefore, Li Ziyan decided to pay for it out of his own pocket. He presented some of his treasured instruments to Yi Shiqing as a token of his gratitude. Then I won't be polite, Yi Shiqing said with a grin. A short while later, the two slowly walked down the towering wall to the Superpower Guild Hall. Along this route, many people were drawn to them and turned their attention to them. After all, Li Ziyan is the head of the entire Superpower Guild. He holds a pivotal position in the guild, and many people here know him. Whether they are newcomers to the guild or veterans who have been working in the guild for many years, they are all familiar with Li Ziyan, the head manager. At this moment, this highly respected and admirable person respectfully led the way for Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing looked to be no more than an 18 or 19-year-old boy, with faces still looking somewhat youthful. How could such a scene not surprise and arouse curiosity? The crowd's eyes were filled with doubt, shock, and speculation. They all secretly speculated about the boy's identity and background. My goodness, who is this guy? Even Supervisor Li personally mentors him. You didn't know? That handsome young man is Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing? Is he the one with dual superpowers? That's right, that's right. And according to what I've heard, if it weren't for Yi Shiqing, the entire border would probably have fallen. My god, no wonder the head manager was practically paying me out of his own pocket. As the two moved, everyone's eyes followed them, and they began to discuss it animatedly. Yi Shiqing arrived at her accommodation on the second floor amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. This time, the accommodation was different from when I first arrived. Last time, I not only paid money, but it was also just a regular suite. This time, however, it's completely different. Thanks to Li Ziyan, I ended up in the VIP suite. You should rest first. When you wake up, you can come to my 6th floor and ask me for the equipment. After saying goodbye, Li Ziyan also left in a hurry. After all, Zhao Fei's matter still needs to be dealt with. Seeing the other person leave, Yi Shiqing shook her head and didn't think about it anymore. Then he went into the bathroom, took a shower, and went to bed and fell asleep immediately. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Shiqing felt the urge to urinate, which startled him awake. He groggily opened his eyes, then vaguely got out of bed and headed to the toilet to relieve himself. I think I've slept for a whole day. Yi Shiqing walked out of the restroom and looked out the window, seeing the blazing sun standing tall and unyielding in the sky. After all, it was morning before I went to bed. When I woke up, the weather was still the same. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing took out his phone to check the time, and it was indeed as he had hoped. He slept for a whole day. Ha! Yi Shiqing stretched lazily. Let's go. Time to get some treasure
treasures from Li Zian. Yi Shiqing then got dressed and went out. "Manager Li, please sell it to me. I'm willing to pay any price." There were two people in the office on the top floor. Li Zian sat at his desk, organizing the documents on it.
The other person was a man in blue robes named Huangfu Lai, a descendant of the Huangfu clan, one of the three major clans of China.
At this moment, Huangfu Lai looked at Li Zian with burning eyes and full of expectation. "TSK.
Oh dear, young Master Lai, please don't even think about my spiritual protection." But
Li Zian let out a long sigh. "Besides, I've already decided to give it away." Spiritual Guardian is an instrument that Li Zian was fortunate enough to receive. It can completely withstand mental attacks below the 7th rank, and can also greatly weaken 7th rank mental attacks. Its value is as high as tens of billions. If I had to give a rating, it would be equivalent to an S-class item. But such a treasure naturally attracts attention. Huangfu Lai was one of them. Preparing to give it away?
Huangfu Lai frowned immediately, his expression somewhat displeased.
Li Zian lowered his head and pondered for a moment.
Just as he was about to speak, the office door was suddenly pushed open.
"Ha, someone's here?"
Yi Shiqing was slightly surprised. He knocked lightly on the door twice, but heard no response. After a brief wait, he pushed the door open without hesitation. But when the door was pushed open, he froze instantly. He saw Li Zian and an unfamiliar young man staring at him. Huangfu Lai's face was unfamiliar and cold, with a hint of doubt and wariness in his eyes. Immediately afterward, his brows furrowed sharply, and he spoke angrily.
"Where did this rude brat come from? You barged in without knocking.
Get out of here.
Can't you see we're having serious business?"
His tone was domineering and aggressive.
Huangfu Lai was so angry not only because Yi Shiqing had entered the room without permission.
More importantly, he had just been politely rejected by Li Zian. My mood was already at its worst, and I desperately needed to find an outlet for my emotions. And this little brat who suddenly appeared became the target of his venting of emotions. So he didn't hesitate to use the other person as a punching bag, venting his anger to his heart's content. Being inexplicably scolded, Yi Shiqing frowned and his face instantly darkened. But just as he was about to launch into a fierce battle with him, Li Zian suddenly became excited, stood up, and murmured his praise.
"Yi Shiqing, you're awake?"
Without the slightest hesitation, Li Zian left his desk and walked straight past Huangfu Lai, who was sitting on the sofa, to welcome Yi Shiqing in.
Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Huangfu Lai, Yi Shiqing? Upon hearing the other person's name, an awkward smile immediately appeared on his face.
He had heard of Yi Shiqing's name before, especially in the last few days. The story of selflessly protecting the border has been widely circulated.
But what I didn't expect was, I had just spoken rudely.
This made him feel rather embarrassed.
"You're too kind. You're too kind."
Yi Shiqing was greeted by Li Zian and settled on the sofa to sit with Huangfu Lai.
Li Zian didn't mince words and went straight to the point.
"Yi Shiqing, I know you don't like listening to nonsense, so let's get down to business." As he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared on the ring on his right hand, and then 4 instruments suddenly appeared on the table: a dagger, a spear, a boot, a shield, and a necklace. The moment Li Zian took out the device, Huangfu Lai, who was standing next to him, couldn't sit still after seeing the necklace. He suddenly stood up, his face full of resentment.
"You want to give him the spiritual guardian?"
He glared at Li Zian and pointed at Yi Shiqing.
"Yes, as you can see, that's how it is." Li Zian said quietly. Goodbye."
For some unknown reason, Huangfu Lai angrily flung his clothes, turned around, and walked out the door.
"Who's that idiot?"
After Huangfu Lai left, Yi Shiqing asked in surprise. "His name is Huangfu Lai, a member of the Huangfu clan, one of the 3 major clans," Li Zian explained. "He has been eager to buy an instrument from me, and he has tried to do so repeatedly at a high price, but I have not been able to sell it to him." Li Zian picked up the teapot and brewed a cup of tea for Yi Shiqing, placing it on his table.
"Which one did he take a fancy to?" Yi Shiqing raised an eyebrow and took a sip of tea. "That's exactly what I wanted to say."
Li Zian immediately took out the necklace and began to introduce it to himself.
"The sapphire on this necklace is like the most dazzling star in the deep night sky, its deep blue color seemingly containing endless mystery and elegance.
The chain is crafted from exquisite white gold, with delicate patterns resembling flowing water, perfectly complementing the sapphire and exuding luxury and prestige. This skill, named Mental Guardian, can withstand all mental attacks below the 7th rank, and can also weaken 7th and 8th rank mental attacks."
Li Zian puffed out his chest and said proudly, "Psychological attack?
That makes sense. He does indeed have a weakness in this area, completely lacking the ability to defend against mental attacks.
It's important to know that some psychic ability users are extremely powerful.
They are able to strike unexpectedly and catch their opponents off guard, directly attacking their spirit through the body.
This type of attack is often difficult to defend against, and once hit, the consequences are unimaginable.
At best, it will cause a decline in cultivation. At worst, it will lead to the loss of thought." After a long silence, Yi Shiqing nodded with a smile. "All right then, I'll take this spiritual guardian. After all, anything that looks good to the Huangfu clan must be a good thing."
"Good, you have a discerning eye."
Li Zian murmured
murmured, "Then this instrument is a reward for your protection of the entire border." His gaze then fell upon the remaining 4 instruments. "And you can take one of these 4 instruments at random as compensation for the persecution Zhao Fei, that dog, inflicted on you." When Zhao Fei was mentioned, Li Ziyan raised an eyebrow and his expression immediately turned furious. Zhao Fei is the head manager, and someone he personally promoted. But I never expected it would be such a profit-hungry dog. "It's nothing serious, nothing serious. Life is unpredictable," Yi Shiqing said with a smile. After a moment of silence, Li Ziyan sighed and began to introduce Yi Shiqing again. "This dagger is called Air Cutter. It can cut through some spatial ability barriers, but its drawback is that it is not suitable for direct combat. This spear is called the Black Iron Divine Spear. Its spearhead is made of black iron and can be used with most supernatural abilities. These boots are called Swift Shadow Boots, and they can double your speed when running on land. This shield is called the Rebound Shield, which can greatly deflect attacks from soldier-type abilities." Li Ziyan spoke slowly and deliberately, his gaze fixed on Yi Shiqing, who was deep in thought. "Black Iron Divine Spear is a direct pass, since I already have the weapon type Time Blade, so it's completely unnecessary. Rebound Shield can be temporarily disregarded. I don't really need it. As for the Swift Boots, the improvement isn't that significant." After much deliberation, Yi Shiqing's gaze finally settled on the dagger called Air Cutter. Spatial abilities allow the creation of independent spaces. People can be pulled into these spaces. Therefore, if one accidentally falls into it, it is very difficult to escape. Having made his decision, Yi Shiqing pointed to the white-bladed, black-handled dagger and spoke slowly. "Let's go with him. Empty cut." "Oh, you have a sharp eye, picking out the best one right away." Li Ziyan raised an eyebrow. "Alright, since Yi Shiqing has taken a liking to it, then air cut and mental protection are yours from now on." As he spoke, Li Ziyan handed 2 instruments to Yi Shiqing, followed by a spatial ring. The latter quickly took it, but paused slightly when he saw the spatial ring. Just as he was about to ask, Li Ziyan spoke first to explain. "I noticed that you are not wearing a spatial ring, and having one would be much more convenient on this long journey. Therefore, I have taken the liberty of giving you one, and I hope you will not refuse it. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope it's helpful to you." Li Ziyan had a great appreciation for Yi Shiqing, his eyes full of admiration. Yi Shiqing accepted it with a smile without any hesitation. After all, the price of a spatial ring starts at least at 100 million. Therefore, Yi Shiqing, being a penny pincher, never dared to buy it. "Then thank you very much for your generous gift, Manager Li." Yi Shiqing clasped his hands in thanks. "This is what you deserve. And, I'm afraid you might think it's not enough." Li Ziyan smiled, his expression showing both ease and respect for the other party. He then moved on to a new topic. "By the way, when you returned yesterday, I immediately informed my superiors. The governor of Gyeonggi province learned of this exciting news. He immediately extended an invitation, sincerely inviting you to his birthday party. The governor is very eager to thank you in person and present you with an award." "A birthday party?" Yi Shiqing asked instinctively. "That's right, many important people will be coming, so I think you should go. After all, being able to interact with so many high-ranking and important figures is truly a good thing." As he spoke, Li Ziyan took a sip of tea, concealing his inner envy. After all, it's always a good thing to be able to deal with important people. At least in the future, we might be able to help them out. Yi Shiqing pondered for a moment, then seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "So, is Mr. Fan Gao, the CEO of Gaofeng Insurance Company, coming?" Yi Shiqing's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of killing intent. After all, he wasn't that forgetful. After all, it was this guy who hired Wolftail to kill him. He did not tell Lei Daoran that Fan Gao was the mastermind. After all, it's more satisfying to do it yourself. As for Zhao Fei, it was because he had absolutely no idea who it was. If they inquired about information everywhere, they might be investigated, which is why they informed Master Lei. Fortunately, Lei Jinxiu was very lenient and simply tortured and blasted him to death. Of course, I didn't inform Lei Jinxiu about the mastermind behind it all. But the other party is, after all, an 8th level expert, and they have that much common sense and rationality. They will definitely realize something is wrong, and they will seize the opportunity to investigate Fan Gao's actions within a week. Therefore, Yi Shiqing had to take action in the next few days and kill that guy first. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyan's expression froze for a moment, then he spoke again after a brief pause. "The CEO of Gaofeng Insurance Company? He's a well-known figure in Xining. I don't know if he's being invited or not." Li Ziyan stroked his chin, paused, and then asked, "But why are you asking?" Yi Shiqing's lips curled up, revealing a kind smile. "I'm going to give him a surprise." Yi Shiqing said, then stood up without giving any further reply. "Alright, how long will the banquet last?" "It'll be tomorrow night at 7 p.m. The address is at the governor's house in Gyeonggi province. I'll send you the exact location." "Alright, then I'll take my leave." After saying this, Yi Shiqing turned around with a smile, pushed open the door and went out. Li Ziyan originally planned to personally drive Yi Shiqing to Hengqin, the main city of Qinglan City in the Jingji province, but Yi Shiqing refused as he had other things to do. He first hailed a taxi and arrived at the headquarters of Gaofeng Insurance Company in Xining City. This towering building is about 30 stories high and occupies an area roughly the size of 2 football fields. Wow, they're really rich. Yi Shiqing tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the magnificent building in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Last night, as darkness fell and all was quiet, Yi Shiqing searched for a large amount of information about Fan Gao online. Fan Gao is 65 years old. He is said to be just an ordinary person, not a formidable superhuman. Such a seemingly ordinary person, but with his courage to fight and his far-sighted vision. In just 20 years, he achieved an amazing feat of starting from scratch. They face countless assassination attempts and reprisals every day. After all, he's done a lot of shady things behind the scenes. Moreover, he personally experienced hiring someone to kill him. People like Van Gogh, who achieve great success in the business world, generally tend to have a lot of enemies. Now, Yi Shiqing is standing not far away. His keen intuition allowed him to clearly sense that there were many superhumans around, eyeing the luxurious and grand building with predatory intent. Their eyes revealed a variety of complex emotions: greed, hostility, scheming, and hatred. You've got quite a few enemies. Yi Shiqing grinned and shook his head. That's why you can't find Fan Gao's exact address online. He must have kept his whereabouts extremely secret. It appears that Van Gogh has 3 powerful 4th-tier ability users acting as his bodyguards. They remained highly vigilant at all times, safeguarding the safety of Fan Gao. Although Fan Gao himself is not a superhuman, given his wealth and status, he must have a lot of equipment on him. This is tough, he sighed. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing found a secluded corner, disguised himself, and then leisurely walked into a coffee shop. He then sat down in front of a man in black. The man in black was taken aback and subconsciously looked at Yi Shiqing, who was wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap. What is it? The man asked. Yi Shiqing tapped the table twice with his fingers, then said softly, "Let's work together." Since absorbing the heavenly essence spring last time, Yi Shiqing's mental strength and perception have doubled. Upon arrival, I sensed that the man's gaze was fixed on the building, and he exuded murderous intent. It was obvious that he had come to take revenge on Fan Gao, and the killing intent emanating from him was exceptionally strong. They must have a blood feud with him. Cooperation? The man frowned, then spoke calmly. "I don't know what you're talking about. Sir, what would you like to order?" "A latte, please." After dismissing the waiter, Yi Shiqing looked at him again through his sunglasses. "I've made myself very clear. Your target is Fan Gao, right? And there are 7 of you in total." "You?" Upon seeing that Yi Shiqing had answered all his questions correctly, the man's pupils dilated suddenly. He then calmed himself down, twisted his head into a shape, and slowly and timidly said, "How can we cooperate?" After all, judging from Yi Shiqing's words, he already knew about their assassination plan. But the other party didn't inform us, and instead came to cooperate. He was clearly also an enemy of Fan Gao. So let's just go all the way and admit it outright. Yi Shiqing also knew that he didn't even know his exact location in Fan Gao. Information was scarce, but now that we've met someone with the same idea, why not seize the opportunity? Therefore, we had no choice but to cooperate with them as a last resort. "Just tell me what information you have." "Tell you? You mean do it yourself?" The man leaned forward, glancing left and right, and said in a low voice. After all, the matter was of great importance, and Yi Shiqing meant that he would act alone. Yi Shiqing thought for a moment and then said something else. "Then tell me your plans as well. Fan Gao has many enemies. Every now and then, all sorts of superhumans come to assassinate and kill him." The man didn't mince words and began to explain in detail. "So normally, he is protected by 3 4th-level ability users, and they almost never leave this building." As he spoke, he pointed slightly with his right hand at Gaofeng Insurance Company. "But, according to sources, Hengqing from Qinglan City next door is attending the governor's birthday banquet tonight, so he will naturally come out." "A banquet hosted by the provincial governor? It seems he's also being invited." Yi Shiqing silently agreed in his heart. "So, you're planning to just storm the building as soon as you leave?" Yi Shiqing's expression froze slightly as he glanced at the murderous-looking superhumans on the street. Then, with a hint of doubt, he spoke softly. "However, the highest rank you have here is only 4th rank, and the rest of you, including yourself, are 3rd rank. How can you be so confident? You think you can beat 3 of his level 4 bodyguards?" Yi Shiqing has extremely strong perception. They had already figured out the ranks of the assassins around them. The group consisted of 7 people. Apart from a burly man reading a newspaper by a street lamp, the remaining 6 were all at the 3rd rank. "Well," the man no longer hid anything and whispered in Yi Shiqing's ear. "Although Fan Gao has 4 bodyguards, it is only a transaction based on interests. So, once we offer our compensation, we'll naturally switch sides." "You bribed his bodyguard?" Yi Shiqing raised an eyebrow. "That's right. But there's only one, and to avoid getting involved, he'll just sit idly by while we make our move and won't help us." The man straightened his chest and answered proudly. Yi Shiqing was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, let's do it your way." Yi Shiqing didn't care about their plan, all he wanted was the result. Moreover, his only goal was to find out the exact location of Fan Gao, but knowing that he would attend the banquet was enough. During this time, Yi Shiqing also got to know several other assassins. Of course, this group of people were all disguised. There were 5 men and 2 women in total. The 7 people were a mixed bag, and they were brought together temporarily, so they only knew each other's appearances, not their identities. I hope you can wait a bit and not hold me back. There were 8 people in total, including Yi Shiqing. They hid in the shadows in the corner of the wall, and a woman spoke softly. Yi Shiqing ignored her, his head lowered, wearing a mask and sunglasses, revealing no expression. Is this person reliable? Yeah, bro. I'm not saying this to criticize you, but how could you just randomly grab someone and start a team like that? Exactly. If this guy is an undercover agent sent by that Fan Gao, we're all doomed. The others beside him immediately started chattering. After all, Yi Shiqing's inexplicable joining of the group naturally caused dissatisfaction among the others. What they are about to do is the way of killing. This kind of thing should not be underestimated. The man from the coffee shop earlier scratched the back of his head, looking bewildered. After all, Yi Shiqing had completely exposed them back then. If Yi Shiqing were hostile, it would be absolutely impossible for him to run forward and choose to cooperate. Of course, he also explained it to this group of people, so they understand these things, but they are still worried. Alright, now is not the time to argue about this. Just then, the only 4th-tier strongman in the group spoke up. His sharp gaze then fixed on the building entrance, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Fan Gao is out. Get ready to make your move. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to look in that direction. A middle-aged man with curly hair, wearing a mask and sunglasses, slowly walked out of the building, surrounded by 3 burly men. In a secluded, shadowy spot, a handsome young man peeked out from behind a corner and glanced at the 8-man assassin group, and Van Gogh, who had just walked out of the building. Yi Shiqing paused. It seems we have to make a move. Yi Shiqing had previously used the excuse of going to the toilet to use a clone to join this mixed group of assassins in his place. After all, the method they chose was a direct attack. Their method is simple and crude. However, the risks involved are also considerable. It's likely that these people harbored deep hatred for Fan Gao, which is why they resorted to such methods. The reason is unknown, but it doesn't matter. As long as we can kill Van Gogh, that's all that matters. Pay attention to your surroundings. Terrorists were shot and killed on sight. 3 burly men tightly surrounded the middle-aged man wearing a mask. Their eyes were as sharp as eagles, constantly and vigilantly scrutinizing their surroundings. There were also many security guards patrolling the area at all times. Their steps were neat and their eyes were focused, forming a tight security line. These 3 bodyguards have been with Van Gogh for some time now. During this period, many individuals with malicious intentions have attempted to threaten Fan Gao's life. However, all 3 are 4th-tier powerhouses with formidable strength. These terrorists were ultimately defeated by the 3 men's powerful punches. Just then, Yi Shiqing, who was hiding in the shadows, suddenly sensed that something was wrong. What made him feel something was wrong was Fan Gao. Isn't he an ordinary person? Why is there supernatural energy fluctuation within him? Yi Shiqing was located only about 60 meters away from the entire building. As Fan Gao and the others drew closer, Yi Shiqing suddenly sensed their presence. Meanwhile, Fan Gao, who was being protected by the crowd, suddenly emitted a strange energy fluctuation. This is completely unreasonable. How could an ordinary person possibly possess such an aura? Then, his eyes narrowed slightly, and when he saw that the other person was wearing a mask, his eyes lit up. Damn it, this is fake. Although their hairstyles, body types, and clothing are exactly the same, their facial features are indeed different. That's why I wear a mask and dare not show my face to the world. You like playing the golden cicada shedding its shell trick, huh? Yi Shiqing grinned, his gaze immediately locking onto the top floor of the building. In the dim light, I saw a blurry figure standing by the window, seemingly mocking me. Prepare to die, Van Gogh. Pay for my wife's life. I will act on behalf of heaven and destroy you, you beast. A sudden barrage of insults erupted, and the 7 members of the assassin group instantly activated their supernatural abilities, unleashing their full power to attack. Yi Shiqing's clone, Yi Shiqing 2, simply incorporated the dark nether flame. Run! Help! My god! What heinous crime has Boss Fan committed? It's like a terrorist attack every day. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd scattered immediately, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. He kept muttering curses under his breath. After all, Fan Gao had too many enemies, and the residents in the vicinity seemed to have become accustomed to this kind of scene. Protect Boss Fan! Protect Boss Fan! All terrorists killed! All killed! Upon seeing the 8 men rushing towards them, the bodyguards immediately assumed a fighting stance. In an instant, the 2 groups of people approached each other. The battle has officially begun. Ha, what a bunch of idiots. Fan Gao, standing inside the Gaofeng Insurance Company building, wore a mocking smile. Looking down through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, one could see the heated scene unfolding below. I spread a fake news about attending a banquet and found a ghost to stand in for me. I didn't expect it to actually attract you all here. Fan Gao slightly raised his chin, a sly smile curving his lips. He was incredibly proud of his successful scheme. Those who had tried to harm him had ultimately fallen into his trap. His meticulously planned scheme successfully diverted the enemy's attention, allowing him to sit back and watch the fight unfold from a safe distance. Waves of people have come. Do they really think I'm easy to bully? His eyes were full of mockery, and he kept chuckling. The laughter echoed in the spacious room, filled with disdain and smugness. Because insurance is usually required in wilderness areas to provide some level of protection, Van Gogh seized this opportunity and thus always liked to hire people with supernatural abilities. They deliberately persecute people in the wilderness who have purchased insurance from other insurance companies. This also led to the unfortunate deaths of some superhumans in the wilderness, and some of the superhumans who were lucky enough to survive. Although they did not lose their lives, they lost comrades and loved ones in the brutal battle, and that pain was unavoidable. Their hearts were filled with sorrow and anger, yet they had nowhere to vent them. Van Gogh was meticulous in his work, leaving virtually no trace of evidence. Therefore, most of his enemies are those superhumans who have survived by sheer luck. These superhumans wanted to kill him all the time. Ha ha ha, I'm the spicier old ginger. A deafening burst of maniacal laughter suddenly erupted. Van Gogh raised his head slightly, glanced arrogantly at the crowd who were fighting fiercely, and then threw his head back and laughed loudly. And at that very moment, his casual glance suddenly caught sight of a tiny black dot in the sky. The black dot was hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. Its speed was so fast, like a white horse flashing past a crack, approaching from afar, like a black phantom that instantly pierced the sky. In just 2 seconds, the black dot gradually became clearly visible. That was a person fully armed with a mask and sunglasses. He carried eerie black fire wings on his back and held 2 gleaming blades in his hands. His surroundings were dazzling, with flashes of swords appearing haphazardly. It looks like he's swinging a knife. Van Gogh seemed frozen in place, still reeling from the shock he had just experienced. In that blink of an eye, the dark figure appeared in front of him, just inches away from the glass. A long and deafening clang suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. The entire building suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. Like an unbreakable shield, it steadily blocked Yi Shiqing's fierce attack. Seeing this, Van Gogh grinned, his eyes revealing a hint of mockery. His building had long been equipped with an automatic security system. Otherwise, this group of ruthless thugs would probably have already stormed into the building like a raging flood, turning it upside down. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been forced to stand helplessly outside, desperately waiting for their chance, yet never succeeding. At this moment, the man in black was so audacious, like a fool, that he actually wanted to break through the building from the air. It's utterly ridiculous. Thinking of this, Van Gogh couldn't help but smile again. A piercing cracking sound rang out, and a fissure appeared in the protective shield. Van Gogh, who was about to make a sarcastic remark, suddenly stopped. The spider web-like cracks spread rapidly, much like a cellular infection. A shattering sound suddenly rang out, and the seemingly indestructible protective shield that enveloped the entire building shattered like glass fragments in the sunlight. Van Gogh, what? This was a full-force attack from a peak 4th-tier expert. The moment he finished speaking, the man in black had already broken through the window and entered. Van Gogh, who was nearby, suddenly had his pupils constrict as large amounts of glass shards cut into his body, causing him to bleed profusely. What? The protective barrier is broken? Which 5th-tier expert made the move? Forget about all that. Go protect General Manager Fan. The entire process of the protective shield activating and breaking took less than 2 seconds. The bodyguards, realizing the situation was not right, immediately erupted into chaos. After all, the boss is dead. Who the hell is paying? The protective barrier of Gaofeng Insurance Company has been breached? My god, this boss Fan has angered that 5th-tier expert. Exactly. General Manager Fan is subjected to terrorist attacks every now and then, but no terrorist has ever been able to break through this protective shield. Good heavens, it seems we can finally have some peace and quiet. Upon seeing this scene, some members of the public immediately began to discuss it amongst themselves. After all, every time Van Gogh suffers a terrorist attack, they also suffer as a result. But they all witnessed Van Gogh's complete escape. After all, 3 4th-tier bodyguards are no pushovers, and with this protective shield, it adds another layer of protection. However, due to this, Van Gogh's reputation was not very good. After all, frequent terrorist attacks can lead to a decline in business in the surrounding area. Therefore, some people even hope that Van Gogh will die soon. After the glass shattered, the powerful gust of wind from Yi Shiqing's impact suddenly sent Van Gogh sprawling, etc. After rolling around on the ground several times, Van Gogh finally managed to stand up and immediately begged for mercy. Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me, I'll give you any amount of money you want. While he begged for mercy, his other hand moved restlessly toward the necklace on his chest. A dark shadow flashed by, and Yi Shiqing, who had been standing by the window, appeared in astonishment behind Van Gogh. Immediately afterwards, a flash of light appeared, and Van Gao's horrified head was tossed high into the air. Blood rained down the pillars, spraying throughout the room, and the thick stench of blood lingered for a long time. At this moment, the world was shrouded in a
torrential downpour of blood rain, and Yi Shiqing stood alone amidst it all. He wore a completely airtight mask, his face was completely covered, making it impossible to guess his expression. It resembles a mysterious sculpture, exuding an elusive aura. Behind his sunglasses, he glanced at the headless corpse, and then, as the laughter echoed, an unexpected aura suddenly appeared around him. The black mist resembled the aura of the underworld. The thunderous footsteps echoed, followed by the sudden, forceful pushing of a door.
Boss Fan, are you alright? Where's the assassin? Or is he a terrorist? Boss Fan, what happened to you? Don't die. If you die, who will pay your wages?
The bodyguards, filled with worry, hurriedly pushed open the door. However, when they saw the still warm headless corpse on the ground and smelled the pungent stench of blood, their expressions suddenly changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear, as if they were witnessing the end of the world. The headless corpse lay silently on the ground, blood still flowing and staining the ground red. The pungent smell of blood filled the air, making people nauseous.
The bodyguards stood there dumbfounded, unsure of what to do.
Quickly, seal off the scene and investigate the surrounding area.
This is the 36th floor. They definitely couldn't have gone far.
Just then, one of the bodyguards came to his senses and shouted to the others. The moment the order was given, everyone started shouting and getting to work. Congratulations, host, for killing Fan Gao.
Ability points +2. Current ability points 3,638. Tisk so little?
In that dark, deserted corner, Yi Shiqing slowly pressed his back against the wall.
A look of helplessness appeared on his face.
He sighed helplessly. The sigh, seemingly carrying endless melancholy, sounded exceptionally clear in this quiet corner. The one who just killed Fan Gao was not himself at all. That was just his third clone.
The group of assassins was completely engrossed in a fierce battle, fighting intensely.
They basically only attacked and didn't defend during the battle, as if they had fallen into a frenzy and left themselves no way out.
It can be said that they have no way out. In other words, for them, as long as they could kill Fan Gao, they didn't care whether they went to jail or were executed. However,
Yi Shiqing didn't want to spend his time in a chicken coop-like prison. Therefore, when using clones to kill Fan Gao, there's no need to even think about how to retreat, because you can control it to disappear as if it never existed.
Yi Shiqing quietly hid in a dark corner.
He turned his head slightly and glanced casually at the assassin group through the dim light. They seemed to have noticed Van Gao's death, and a complex expression appeared on everyone's face. Some people were emotional, with tears welling up in their eyes, a release after being suppressed for a long time. Some people were moved to tears, letting the tears flow freely, as if they wanted to release all the emotions in their hearts. They kept bursting into wild laughter, a laughter that carried the exhilaration of liberation, but also a hint of madness.
As if at this moment,
they were finally freed, breaking free from the long-standing constraints and pressures. Their laughter echoed in the air, a powerful surge of revenge. Yi Shiqing's eyes were filled with complex emotions, and after a long silence, "There's still more than an hour until it starts, we can still make it there in time." The person silently plotting in his heart was none other than Yi Shiqing. The distance between Xining City and Hangqing in Qinglan City is approximately 50 kilometers. If you choose to take a taxi, you probably won't have enough time given the tight schedule. Yi Shiqing can run at a speed of 75 meters per second.
There is more than enough time for this journey. Along this route,
the surrounding scenery rushed past like a television video. Yi Shiqing sped past like the wind, leaving the trees and buildings along the roadside behind in an instant.
His figure moved like lightning, leaving a blurry trail on the road.
Thanks to Yi Shiqing's strenuous long journey, he arrived in Hangqing, Qinglan City in just over 10 minutes. He then quickly proceeded along the route given by Li Zian.
He arrived at the villa where Governor of Jiangxi Province Manhwa was holding a banquet. This villa is located in the city center.
The exterior is in a European style, with the walls made of stone. The main gate features exquisite wrought iron carvings, and the main building has beige walls and huge floor-to-ceiling windows. The roof is made of red tiles and has a high, pointed top.
It is surrounded by gardens, fountains, bushes, and sculptures.
At this time, many luxury cars were already parked on the roadside. Rolls-Royce, Maybach, Bentley, and even some military vehicles, such as the Dongfeng Mengshi. Many people have already arrived at the scene in advance. More importantly, this group of people all appear to be political figures from top-tier political circles. But Yi Shiqing's joining always felt somewhat out of place. It seems that I, little Karami, am about to step into this grand elite circle. Yi Shiqing shook his head with a wry smile. At this moment, Yi Shiqing simply stood quietly outside. One can also clearly feel the unsettling undercurrents within the villa. The villa has already gathered many powerful individuals with extraordinary strength.
It can even be confirmed that there are two 8th-tier powerhouses.
These 8th-tier powerhouses are extremely rare and unfathomable. They are not people you can meet whenever you want.
Some people even go to great lengths, spending lavishly and trying every possible means to achieve their goals,
all in order to establish some connection with these 8th-tier powerhouses.
Ultimately, things didn't go as planned, and I still couldn't get what I wanted. An 8th-tier expert would actually attend this kind of banquet? It seems the governor of Jingji province has quite a reputation.
Thinking of this, Yi Shiqing became curious and then walked straight towards the gate. The party was not held inside the villa, but in the yard. At this moment, Yi Shiqing also noticed the elegant figures and suits of many people inside through the gaps in the fence. As he approached the gate to enter, he was surprised to be stopped by two staff members in suits at the entrance.
Wait, this distinguished guest, please show us your invitation.
Yi Shiqing looked completely bewildered. Seeing Yi Shiqing's innocent expression, the two security guards exchanged a glance before explaining.
It's like this, sir. Today is our master's birthday banquet, and without an invitation, we really can't go in.
A staff member explained with a broad smile on his face. It is true that invitations are required for gatherings of such powerful figures,
but I really don't have it.
The other party is just giving a notification. I can just come directly.
But it was your master, Manhwa, who personally invited me here.
Yi Shiqing shrugged. He was telling the truth. Just as Yi Shiqing finished speaking, a malicious voice came from inside the villa.
Where did this bumpkin come from? Get as far away as you can. Don't let your shabby, down-on-your-luck appearance tarnish this place and make it a mess.
Yi Shiqing frowned and looked closely. A man dressed in an incredibly elegant white suit, with a tall and straight posture, came into view. She slowly and gracefully walked out of the luxurious villa. The man was about 1.8 meters tall, and his neat short hair added to his capable and heroic appearance.
Every step he took seemed to carry an innate nobility and arrogance. Young Master Ma, young Master Ma.
The man strolled over, and the two staff members beside him immediately bowed and spoke with utmost respect.
The man's name is Ma Jiechi, and he is the son of Manhwa.
Ma Jiechi gave Yi Shiqing a disdainful look, then turned his gaze to the two staff members.
What are you all doing? Why waste your breath on someone like this? Just kick him out.
Today is my father's birthday, a joyous occasion, and many important figures have come to offer their congratulations. If someone who looks like a beggar were to barge in like that, what kind of decorum would that be?
Wouldn't this make us a laughingstock among our guests and damage our family's reputation?
Ma Jia's demeanor was somewhat elegant, and he did not shout or yell, but his voice was still filled with uncontrollable anger. Sensing the other party's anger, the two staff members immediately broke out in a cold sweat.
Yes, we'll move out immediately.
They responded hastily, their voices trembling slightly. After saying that, the two staff members immediately changed their expressions and became fierce and menacing. They walked quickly to Yi Shiqing. At this moment, they were completely different from before, showing none of the respect they had shown when facing others.
As a distinguished guest, oh no, brat, get out of here. Get as far away as you can. Don't blame us for being impolite.
The two men spoke venomously, their eyes filled with impatience and disgust.
Get lost?
Yi Shiqing's lips twitched.
Did your master invite me here? Even if you want to get rid of me, it's not your place.
Yi Shiqing was somewhat annoyed, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of danger. The latter were all ordinary people, and they were immediately chilled to the bone.
To be honest, Yi Shiqing didn't really want to come.
But, after all, the person who invited him was the governor of Jiangxi province, so he still had to give him face. What's more, the other party said they would give me a reward.
Why not take it if it's free? The staff members looked at each other in bewilderment. Although the two men made threats, they didn't dare to push or shove each other.
They could also sense the supernatural energy emanating from Yi Shiqing, even though the two of them were just ordinary people.
Ma Jiechi glared angrily and shouted, "You two are useless. Look at your cowardly appearance, it's disgusting."
After saying that, he glared fiercely at the two men. He then resolutely walked to the front and stood face to face with Yi Shiqing. Ma Jia is a peak third-tier superhuman. Naturally, he immediately sensed the unique aura of a third-tier ability user emanating from Yi Shiqing. Those two staff members were just ordinary mortals. Ma Jiechi didn't deliberately make things difficult for the two anymore. After all, arguing with them would be beneath his dignity.
"Oomph, you country bumpkin, you're pretty arrogant. So what if I'm arrogant?"
Yi Shiqing showed no fear, raising his chin with a hint of disdain in his eyes.
"Fine, very well.
Since you refuse to listen to reason and insist on not leaving, then I no longer need to worry about saving face." Ma Jiechi gritted his teeth and said, word by word. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze instantly becoming as sharp as a crescent moon, and a powerful aura belonging to a peak third-tier ability user suddenly descended.
"Oh, is the watchdog getting desperate?"
Yi Shiqing twitched the corners of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile, looking at the other person as if he were a stupid fool.
"Mighty punch."
Ma Jiechi was somewhat enraged. He gathered energy in his right hand and slammed it fiercely towards Yi Shiqing's chest. With his strength-based superpower and peak third-tier physique, Ma Jia was confident he could shatter Yi Shiqing's bones. It seems he was imagining Yi Shiqing crying and screaming on the ground a little while later. Ma Jiechi's lips suddenly curled into a dangerous arc.
Young Master Ma, I got into a fight, and I even used lethal force."
It seems that the kid came uninvited, so young Master Ma took action.
"My god, why isn't that kid moving away? Is he just waiting to die?"
The confrontation between Ma Jiechi and Yi Shiqing instantly caused a huge uproar among the VIPs present. This sparked a lot of discussion.
As if on cue, countless gazes were cast toward them from all directions, like arrows poised to be released. Majechi unleashed a punch with unstoppable force, imbued with primordial power. This thrilling scene suddenly made some VIPs nervous and worried. It seems the second young master has gotten into a conflict with someone. Shouldn't we discipline him? The speaker was a middle-aged man in a sharp black suit, with a dignified and imposing presence. His name is Yang Dianfeng, and he is the director of the Education Bureau of Jiangxi Province. The middle-aged man standing next to Yang Dianfeng was dressed in a snow-white suit and exuded elegance. It was the protagonist of this banquet, Manhwa. Manhwa's gaze remained calm as he leisurely glanced at the doorway. Then, a slight, meaningful smile appeared on his lips, and he said softly, "It seems a distinguished guest has arrived." Yang Dianfeng was slightly taken aback, his face full of doubt. He glanced at Yi Shiqing instinctively, then a thought flashed through his mind and he immediately realized what was going on. "You mean, the one confronting the second young master is Yi Shiqing?" Yang Dianfeng's tone was full of astonishment as he stared intently at Yi Shiqing once again. He had investigated Yi Shiqing's background, so he knew a little about Yi Shiqing's appearance. After all, there was a hidden meaning in the other party's words, and Yang Dianfeng quickly realized this. "So, knowing this, you didn't do anything about it?" Yang Dianfeng asked suspiciously. After all, Yi Shiqing was a VIP, so there was no reason for him to hit a guest. Manhwa waved his hand casually and smiled leisurely. "Although Jiazi's strength is indeed formidable, I think he's still no match for Yi Shiqing. Therefore, let's take this opportunity to temper the second young master's arrogant and domineering attitude." Yang Dianfeng frowned slightly and said the second half of the sentence. Manhwa did not answer, but chose to remain silent. The two knew that the second young master was usually eccentric and arrogant. Now, with the help of someone as powerful as Yi Shiqing, perhaps this is precisely the opportunity for the second young master to temper his temper and grow and improve. Amidst the intense scrutiny and surging discussions, Yi Shiqing remained calm and composed, showing no intention of backing down. "If you're not going to dodge, then die." A furious shout, as loud as thunder, reverberated through the air for a long time. At the same time, the fist suddenly slammed out with tremendous force, like a powerful missile smashing down towards Yi Shiqing's chest. A dull thud, like the beating of a heavy drum, resounded. The moment fists collided violently with chests, the powerful impact suddenly caused a gust of wind to rush around the two men like a wild horse. The wind howled, whipping up dust from the ground and making the surrounding air seem to freeze. Just as Majechi was about to unleash a scathing laugh, a sharp, bone-crushing pain instantly shot through his fist. The pain felt like countless steel needles piercing him, instantly turning his face deathly pale. He was then astonished to find that his fist felt as if it had struck an incredibly hard wall. A pig-like scream rang out, and Majechi, gripping his right wrist with his left hand, took a few steps back, his face twitching. You. Majechi stared at Yi Shiqing in shock, large beads of sweat rolling down his face. Yi Shiqing's handsome face remained completely expressionless, except for a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Are you tickling me? My god, young Master Ma is a peak 3rd-tier ability user." "Exactly, and it's a strength-based attack, yet this kid was able to withstand it head-on?" "That's right, and he even knocked young Master Ma away." "My god, he's clearly only at the 3rd level. Where did he get such a strong physique?" The crowd discussed amongst themselves, their faces filled with astonishment. For a moment, the entire inn fell silent. Everyone was stunned by what they had just witnessed. The guests, who were initially worried about Yi Shiqing, now wore expressions of deep shock and confusion. They couldn't understand how an ordinary-looking boy could possess such immense strength. Majechi stood there with a gloomy expression, his eyes flashing with anger and resentment. He didn't expect that his full-force attack would be so easily blocked by the opponent, and even bounced back. How can this thing be so hard? Majechi was secretly resentful, but looking at Yi Shiqing's calm expression, he couldn't help but swallow. "Finished?" Yi Shiqing teased. "Well, round over, it's my turn." As he spoke, Yi Shiqing took a step forward with a chilling and dangerous aura, causing the latter to turn pale and almost lose his balance. Wait a minute," Majechi said nervously. Seeing Yi Shiqing stop subconsciously, Majechi breathed a sigh of relief, and then became arrogant again. "You can't hit me? My dad is the governor of Jiangxi Province. If you dare to hit me, you'll definitely regret it." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Yi Shiqing couldn't help but want to laugh. "I have a big appetite. I can eat anything." The moment Majia finished speaking, a powerful impact came from his chest, causing his chest to suddenly collapse. Immediately afterwards, he was lifted into the air by Yi Shiqing's powerful punch. He flew in an arc and crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. "My god, does this kid have a death wish?" "That's right, they actually dared to hit young Master Ma, and it happened on someone else's turf, beating someone else's son. I bet a bag of spicy strips that this kid is finished." Those who love a good show immediately put on expressions of anticipation. After all, Majechi is still the son of the local master, so he will inevitably be severely punished. Thinking about the good show that was about to begin, many people showed gloating expressions. "Fine, very well. You actually dared to hit me." Majechi clutched
clutched his chest, staggered to his feet, and glared menacingly at the sneering Yi Shiqing. "Oh, so what if I hit you?" Yi Shiqing grinned, his face full of disdain. "Then I'll have to use my ultimate move." Upon hearing this, Yi Shiqing subconsciously frowned. Ma Jiechi adjusted his posture, calmed his chest, and took a deep breath. Then, he raised his forehead high. "Brother, come help me!" Ma Jia shouted at the top of his lungs, his deafening roar echoing in the air, filled with endless urgency and anticipation. Yi Shiqing, _? Immediately after he finished speaking, a powerful and resonant voice suddenly rang out. "What are you shouting for? Aren't you ashamed?" The moment the words were spoken, a man in a white suit with slightly long hair walked over from a distance. "Brother, you've finally arrived." When Ma Jiechi saw the man approaching, his eyes immediately filled with a surge of joy and hope. He quickly sidled up to her, as if she were a small boat that had found a safe harbor, and began to pour out his grievances. "You must get justice for me, brother. This guy actually broke into our house and completely disregarded our family's privacy. Moreover, he hit me. Look at my body, it's covered in bruises from him. Brother, you must stand up for me." Ma Jiechi looked aggrieved, his voice trembling with tears. As she recounted her ordeal, she pointed to the scars on her body. "Yes, I saw it all." The man's voice was steady and powerful. "His name is Ma Tong, and he is Ma Jiechi's older brother." Immediately afterwards, he raised an eyebrow, and his sharp gaze instantly fell on Yi Shiqing, filled with scrutiny and inquiry. "You're the one who hit my brother?" Although the stable boy's voice was not loud, there was a hint of questioning in his words. "So what if it is?" Yi Shiqing puffed out his chest, showing no sign of weakness. "Oh," the stable boy's lips curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "Then, I really must thank you properly." His tone carried a hint of mockery, making it difficult to discern his true thoughts. The moment the words were spoken, a sharp slap rang out. The sound was like a thunderclap, exploding in the air and startling everyone around. The stable boy's enormous hand seemed to carry immense force, slapping the man flying with a powerful blow. Ma Jiechi's body flew through the air like a kite with a broken string, tracing an arc before crashing heavily 2 meters away. This happened so suddenly that everyone was stunned. For a moment, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Yi Shiqing, everyone? Governor Manhwa Hue, Omega, what's going on? Why did young master Ma hit second young master? Yes, could it be some special secret technique that requires sacrificing brothers to activate? TSK, I feel sorry for the second young master. He's getting married again. The surroundings were silent. Everyone was so shocked by the sudden scene that they couldn't speak. The stable boy's actions immediately caused astonishment among the surrounding crowd, their expressions frozen as if time had stopped. "What are you doing? Ouch!" Ma Jiechi covered his swollen cheeks, lay on the ground, and stared in astonishment at the angry stable boy. His eyes were filled with incomprehension and grievance, as if questioning his brother why he treated him this way. Her rosy cheeks stood out vividly in the afterglow, making it hard not to laugh. Yi Shiqing was the same, looking at the two of them with an innocent expression. "What would I do?" "Humph, good question." The stable boy grinned, and then a faint light flashed from the ring on his right hand, and a steel rod suddenly appeared in his hand. He waved his hand lightly twice, producing a chilling whooshing sound. Upon seeing this, Ma Jiechi shuddered, braced himself with his hands on the ground, and instinctively dragged his body back a meter. Brother, put it down, put it down. Let's talk this out, let's talk this out." "You want to talk this out? Then let me, this stick, teach you a lesson on how to conduct yourself in society?" Ma Tong grinned, but a bad feeling immediately welled up in Ma Jiechi's heart. Heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the entire courtyard. "Serves you right for being blind. You don't even know what real power is. You only know how to run rampant with your meager authority. That'll teach you to bully others just because you're powerful, relying on the prestige of your family to act recklessly. Today I will teach you a lesson you won't forget. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father." The sound of steel rods whistling through the air mingled with screams, echoing through the courtyard. The sounds were sharp and piercing, lingering for a long time. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. When the father is unable to discipline his children, the elder brother must take on the responsibility. What my father couldn't manage, my elder brother took over. Seeing Ma Jiechi's screams echoing incessantly, the surrounding guests seemed to empathize with him and couldn't bear to look at him. But, they are outsiders after all. People naturally wouldn't meddle in other people's family affairs. TSK, your two families are fighting. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Education Bureau Director Yang Dianfeng looked at the doorway, then subconsciously glanced at Manhwa Hue beside him. But after noticing the other person's expression, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. "He's laughing?" Manhwa Hue looked at Ma Jiechi, who was crying and wailing, and after a long silence, he slowly shook his head. "Just to teach him a lesson." After about 10 minutes of a brutal beating, the stable boy then slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, as if he were expelling all the anger and helplessness in his heart. Ma Jiechi, who was lying face down with his head in his hands, was already covered in bruises, grimacing and crying out in pain. Then, Ma Tong glared fiercely at Ma Jiechi, and his expression changed instantly as he looked at the gloating Yi Shiqing Shiching with a big smile. My dear friend who has come from afar, I am so sorry to have made you laugh. The stable boy's voice was full of apology, and he lowered his head slightly. It was as if he was apologizing to Yi Shiching for his younger brother's behavior.
Yes, you're too kind. I went too lightly.
Yi Shiching answered calmly, then pointed to Ma Jieqi's buttocks, who was groaning in pain.
The 0.2 centimeters to the left of his left hip was not hit. You're joking.
Upon hearing this, Ma Tong looked at Yi Shiching's expressionless face and could only manage a wry smile, unsure of how to respond.
After a long silence, he slowly spoke with a smile. You must be Yi Shiching. You are our honored guest and benefactor. Today's events have indeed embarrassed you. This is my younger brother.
He's young and doesn't know any better, so please forgive him. He then changed the subject. My name is Ma Tong, and I am Ma Zhuahui's eldest son.
It is an honor for me to receive my friend Yi Shiching.
Oh, Yi Shiching raised an eyebrow.
You know me?
After all, although he is famous, most people know him but don't know his appearance.
Of course.
Yi Shiching is a well-known friend, and we have certainly inquired about him carefully.
Please come with me, and I will give you a welcome dinner.
After saying that, he gestured for Yi Shiching to follow, and the latter slowly walked over. Then Yi Shiching, led by the stable boy, went inside.
Just after settling Yi Shiching in,
the stable boy was startled when he suddenly noticed a military vehicle that had just come to a stop in the corner of his eye. Then, somewhat embarrassed, he spoke to Yi Shiching. Friend Yi Shiching, please make yourself at home.
I'll go and greet the others first.
Yi Shiching's gaze remained fixed on the departing stable boy. The other person's subtle glances and movements just now naturally did not escape his keen eyes. So, naturally, I followed the stable boy's back and moved to the doorway.
Greetings, Commander Huangfu.
As he reached the door, the young stable boy hurriedly clasped his hands in greeting and bowed his head with great respect to a burly old man who was slowly walking towards him. The person who approached was an old man, dressed in a crisp and dignified military uniform.
The gold buttons on the military uniform gleamed brightly in the sunlight.
The old man was about 1.9 meters tall, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Even though time has left its mark on his face,
those deep wrinkles seemed to tell the story of a glorious past.
Despite the vicissitudes of life, his face still showed unwavering determination and fierce resolve. Behind the old man followed two young men in military uniforms, but they did not have the same imposing presence as the old man. Commander Huangfu didn't even glance at the boy, but strode straight past him and entered with an air of authority. That's just how our commander is, explained the young officer who came with Commander Huangfu. Commander Huangfu has always been decisive and efficient, and he doesn't care much about formalities.
Please don't take offense.
Yes, it's normal that Commander Huangfu is highly respected. The neglected stable boy showed no airs whatsoever. Instead, his face was full of smiles brimming with sincerity and understanding. The stable boy bowed slightly and said in a calm tone, Commander Huangfu has a distinguished military record and a renowned reputation. It is a great honor to have the commander personally visit us.
Today is Governor Ma's birthday banquet. We have brought a small gift. Please accept it.
With that, a soldier respectfully handed the gift box to the other party with both hands.
This is a small token of our appreciation. We wish Governor Ma a long and prosperous life. You're too kind. I'll thank you on behalf of my father.
The stable boy gestured for him to come in. This way, please, both of you. Yi Shiching stared intently at the imposing, powerful, and military-clad old man at the door, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, a hint of surprise in her expression. As the old man strode forward, Yi Shiching's gaze followed him closely.
8th tier?
Yi Shiching opened her mouth slightly and let out a gasp of surprise. The voice was filled with astonishment and disbelief.
My God, this is the third 8th tier cultivator already? When Yi Shiching arrived, he already sensed that there were two 8th level experts in the courtyard. But
Yi Shiching still didn't know who it was, which was enough to shock him at this moment.
3 tier 8 beings actually showed up? How big must that face be?
Just as Yi Shiching was deep in thought, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from the side. As soon as Yi Shiching subconsciously turned her head, a figure stood in front of her and put his arm around her shoulder.
Brother Yi, long time no see.
The man's voice was cheerful and loud, filled with joy and excitement. His face was beaming with a warm smile, and his eyes sparkled with the joy of a long-awaited reunion. When Yi Shiching saw this person clearly, he was slightly taken aback.
The person was wearing an exquisite dark blue robe and had long, flowing golden hair.
His face was handsome, and his eyes revealed a subtle scholarly air. Looking at the other person's androgynous face, Yi Shiching called out a name after a long time.
Duanmu Qingyi, you little brat, you're here too?
Yi Shiching raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile.
That's natural. I didn't originally plan to come when I received the invitation, but when I heard you would be attending the banquet, I changed my plans.
Duanmu Qing smiled and answered slowly. His smile was warm and sincere, and his eyes were full of expectation and joy.
Not planning to come?
Yi Shiching was taken aback.
This Governor Ma is so influential, you won't even give him the honor?
It was clear from the other party's words that Duanmu Qingyi did not value this banquet. It seemed no different from any other social engagement.
This time, there are indeed 3 8th level level experts. The banquet, which even 8th tier experts valued, was of no interest to Duan Muqingyi. The governor's face? Upon hearing this, Duan Muqingyi was momentarily stunned, a look of surprise and helplessness flashing across his face like lightning. Then he cast a gaze at Yi Shiqing as if he were staring at a fool. Brother, most of these seniors have come to see your brilliance. After saying that, he stretched out his fingers and stabbed Yi Shiqing's chest twice with great force. The fingers seemed to carry a strong sense of emphasis, each stroke as if striving to demonstrate the weight of the words. Just to see me? Yi Shiqing stared blankly. Duan Muqingyi helplessly spread his hands, his face full of disappointment. Then, he began to explain in detail. Brother, do you really not know your own extraordinary value? You are a dual-powered individual, a unique existence. Those sages of the past wanted to meet you, but they were too proud to come. Now that you're at this gathering, everyone naturally follows suit and flocks to you. After listening to Duan Muqingyi's long and eloquent speech, Yi Shiqing also only had a superficial understanding and a vague grasp of the concepts. In other words, the many influential and powerful figures at this gathering were not there for the governor. They came for themselves. Thinking about this, it makes perfect sense. After all, as a dual power possessor, he was already dazzling and unique. These highly respected and revered sages naturally longed to meet him to satisfy their curiosity and yearning. These individuals are top-tier, exceptional, and unparalleled business leaders. How could someone of such high moral standing and illustrious reputation easily lower themselves or lower their status? To travel thousands of miles to meet a junior is truly unbecoming and improper. So, the grandeur of this banquet, Governor, is all thanks to you, Duan Muqingyi said leisurely, as if explaining something perfectly normal. TSK, I really am exceptionally charming and unique. After Yi Shiqing uttered a remark, his gaze unconsciously drifted to Governor Manhwa in the distance. The latter's eyes also lingered on Yi Shiqing, and he nodded in a gesture of goodwill. He really is a cunning and shrewd old man? Yi Shiqing wasn't stupid. Manhwa praising himself was one thing, but currying favor with the higher-ups was another. If they are put together, it would be killing two birds with one stone. In this way, Manhwa could not only publicly show goodwill to Yi Shiqing, but also have a brief chat with some powerful members of the superpowered guilds. So it may not necessarily improve anything, but at least it can leave an impression on the other person. Of course, Yi Shiqing shook his head slightly, his expression indifferent, and he did not feel annoyed at all. After all, this is undoubtedly a good thing for me. In this way, he not only gained the favor of Governor Manhwa, and perhaps I will also attract the attention of these highly respected adults. This is essentially preparing for one's future and laying the foundation for it. Yi Shiqing gently shook his head, then, with a hint of probing, asked Duan Muqingyi beside him. By the way, do you know who the important figures are at this banquet? I'd like to curry favor with them. Oh, Yi Shiqing has sharp eyes and a keen insight. Immediately afterwards, Duan Muqingyi slowly surveyed his surroundings with eyes that had seen the vicissitudes of life and understood the ways of the world, as if they were searching for some rare treasure. His gaze was fixed on Commander Huangfu, who had just entered and was now engaged in a lively conversation. That person is Commander Huangfu, whose real name is Huangfu Daoxian. He is an 8th level expert. He was not only an outstanding figure of the Huangfu clan, he was also the commander-in-chief of the northern military region of China, controlling the military and finances of the entire northern region. Then, as if he had thought of something, he casually offered a reminder. But Commander Huangfu has a bad temper. He always has that stern face. It's normal for an 8th tier expert to have a bit of a temper. After saying that, Yi Shiqing followed Duan Muqingyi's gaze and looked over. However, Duan Muqingyi did not use his finger. After all, it's very impolite to treat a highly respected senior like that. At this time, Huangfu Daoxian was surrounded by a group of businessmen in suits, who would occasionally ask him a question. Huangfu Daoxian, however, sometimes remained silent and his expression was exceptionally cold. The one over there in the purple robe is Daoist Lei. You know him. Yi Shiqing followed Duan Muqingyi's gaze and looked at Lei Zhenxiao, who was having a pleasant conversation. Lei Zhenxiao was still wearing that purple robe, making him stand out in the crowd. He was having a lively conversation with the people around him. The latter seemed to sense something, noticed Yi Shiqing's gaze, and subconsciously turned his head to look. In that instant, their eyes met. When Lei Zhenxiao saw Yi Shiqing clearly, a warm smile slowly appeared on his weathered face. Immediately afterwards, Lei Zhenxiao whispered a few words to the people around him, and they all turned their gazes toward Yi Shiqing, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Then, Lei Zhenxiao led the group toward Yi Shiqing. Young friend Yi Shiqing, we meet here again. Lei Zhenxiao walked up to Yi Shiqing and spoke in a kind and approachable manner, showing none of the arrogance of an 8th level expert. The people around who witnessed this immediately began to whisper among themselves. After all, Lei Zhenxiao was known for his amiable and gentle demeanor, but no matter what, he was still an exceptionally powerful 8th tier expert. Most people flocked to it and want to curry favor with it. And now, things have gotten out of hand. An 8th tier expert like Lei Zhenxiao is actually trying to curry favor with a junior? Such a scene is truly astonishing. Yi Shiqing, did Lei Daoren just call him Yi Shiqing?
As everyone was discussing, Brainbright suddenly realized something, and then curious and excited eyes turned to Yi Shiqing.
Yi Shiqing? Wait, didn't Master Lei just call him Yi Shiqing?
Yes, I heard that too, then it makes sense.
Who doesn't know about dual superpowers?
The crowd whispered amongst themselves, their eyes fixed on the lamb that had fallen into the abyss like greedy wolves. It was as if they wanted to see Yi Shiqing from every angle. With Lei Zhenxiao's encouragement, it was as if by magic that everyone's attention was simultaneously drawn to this place. At this moment, among the crowd, a few people stood out from the crowd. Their excitement contrasted sharply with that of those around them, making them seem out of place. They stood quietly in each corner, like a tranquil lake, undisturbed.
I have met Master Lei.
Yi Shiqing and Duanmuqingyi spoke at the same time, their tone filled with respect.
They bowed slightly and respectfully greeted Lei Zhenxiao.
Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing slowly glanced around. His eyes held a hint of humility mixed with a touch of helplessness as he slowly spoke.
As expected, Master Lei has a lot of influence. With just a casual remark from you, you have directly propelled me into the spotlight.
I am quite flattered.
Ha, you are the main character today, and your influence is no less than mine.
Lei Zhenxiao stroked his beard and smiled in response to Yi Shiqing's modesty.
He had a very good impression of Yi Shiqing.
From their first meeting, Yi Shiqing was very polite. Even now, the other party remains humble and polite, never arrogant or impatient, and always shows the respect and modesty that is due.
Master Lei is joking.
Not long after Yi Shiqing finished speaking, several men in suits around him immediately smiled and made overtures.
You must be Yi Shiqing. I've heard so much about you. He truly is a heroic young man, with an extraordinary temperament.
I've long heard of your extraordinary appearance, and seeing you today is truly a feast for the eyes.
Yi Shiqing, do you have a girlfriend?
I have a niece here, I can introduce you to her. Surrounded by these world-renowned, brilliant business tycoons. At this moment, however, he changed his usual aloofness and composure, and kept extending olive branches to Yi Shiqing. They all extended their hands to shake hands and handed over their business cards. Some even wanted to introduce their daughters to Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing responded politely to each of these reactions. After all, having connections will make things much easier in the future. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The crisp sound of camera shutters came from afar, and Yi Shiqing then noticed that it seemed that many reporters had been invited to this banquet. After all, Governor Manhwa had said he would publicly praise Yi Shiqing's actions.
Inviting some reporters is actually quite reasonable.
Just as Yi Shiqing was chatting enthusiastically and having a great time with everyone, he casually turned his gaze and caught a glimpse of an extremely familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. She was a silver-haired girl with an astonishingly beautiful face. She stood quietly outside the crowd, like a secluded orchid blooming in a valley, exuding a unique charm. The girl's long, silvery hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, shimmering with a mysterious luster in the afterglow. Wearing a blue dress that complements her silver hair, she appears even more elegant and noble.
Xiao Rongxue?
Yi Shiqing subconsciously murmured the name, her voice soft but revealing a hint of surprise. At the same time, the other person's snowy eyes also landed precisely on him. The two of them watched each other from a distance, separated by gaps in the crowd. In that instant when their eyes met, time seemed to stand still, and the surrounding noise gradually faded away. Yi Shiqing fell into a long silence. After a long while, he slowly came back to his senses. Immediately, Yi Shiqing's gaze shifted inadvertently, and he noticed a boy standing next to Xiao Rongxue. He was a strikingly young man with silver hair. He was about 1.8 meters tall, dressed in an elegant suit, yet he exuded a unique sense of nonchalance.
His expression was somewhat languid, but his blue eyes shone brightly like stars, exuding an inhuman aura.
The man was very handsome. His nose, eyes, and facial features were all exquisite works of art.
If you look closely, he bears a resemblance to Xiao Rongxue.
The moment their eyes met, Yi Shiqing felt a surge of hostility welling up inside him.
Huh, why are you looking at me like that?
Yi Shiqing frowned, a chill running down her neck.
Is he Yi Shiqing?
The silver-haired man's voice in the distance was clear and melodious, echoing in the air like a silver bell. He turned his eyes slightly to the side and asked Xiao Rongxue softly. Xiao Rongxue responded softly, her gaze passing through the gaps in the crowd to the handsome figure surrounded by people. She remained expressionless, showing no emotional fluctuations, except for a subtle tenderness in her eyes. Oh, sister, he seems a bit unusual to you. The man's words carried a hint of sarcasm. Xiao Rongxue opened her mouth, but for a moment she didn't know how to answer, so she simply closed her mouth. Upon seeing this, the silver-haired man shook his head in relief. Then, he extended his slender right hand and patted Xiao Rongxue's shoulder, murmuring meaningfully, "Cherish it. Maybe it will give you a chance to untangle the burden in your heart. And, while you're at it, it'll also help treat your facial nerves." A hint of disdain flashed in Xiao Rongxue's eyes.
Aren't you the same? You always have that sour face.
What she said made no sense, and the silver-haired man's expression didn't change much from beginning to end. Most of their expressions were those of a languid indifference, as if it were none of their business. So the man was at a loss for words. After pondering for a long time, he simply
gave up and shook his head bitterly. Whatever you want, whatever you want. Commander Huangfu, how have you been lately? Amidst the crowd, a super strong man with skin as dark as ink suddenly appeared. The burly man was extremely imposing, like a towering iron tower, inspiring awe in all who beheld him. He clasped his hands in a respectful bow to Huangfu Daoxian, his expression full of reverence. This burly man was indeed incredibly tall, at least 2.4 meters. At this moment, Huangfu Daoxian, who was 1.9 meters tall, stood in front of him, and in comparison, he was much shorter. A man and a woman stood quietly beside him. The man was about 1.7 meters tall. He had long, glossy black hair, a strikingly handsome face, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and an outstanding demeanor. The woman was only 1.5 meters tall and had 2 ponytails, making her look petite and cute. She was like a delicate porcelain doll, making people feel tenderness towards her. Like a child standing beside a giant, the scene is full of strong contrast, yet it also possesses a unique harmony. Yeah, it's the same old story. He's always worrying about border issues. Huangfu Daoxian waved his hand casually, clearly indicating that he knew all 3 people in front of him. Commander Huangfu was really busy every day. Huangfu Daoxian sighed deeply, then changed the subject. That little guy is Yi Shiqing? Following Huangfu Daoxian's gaze, all 3 burly men looked over. Judging from Lei Doran's tone, it should be. Not bad in terms of temperament, Huangfu Daoxian said quietly, then his brows furrowed tightly, a hint of annoyance appearing on his face. They are so arrogant and conceited, they look down on everyone. This person acts completely recklessly, showing utter fearlessness and showing no regard for their own life. This shows that others have a sense of righteousness, put the people first, and prioritize the masses. The burly man laughed heartily, explaining with a smile. Huangfu Daoxian stared at Yi Shiqing in the crowd, remaining silent for a long time before speaking in a ghostly voice. What I want is not to prioritize the people's hearts, but to prioritize the overall situation. As Huangfu Daoxian spoke, he glared at the burly man, who then burst into laughter. The petite girl standing next to the two couldn't get a word in edgewise, blinking her big, innocent eyes as she listened to their conversation. Meanwhile, the black-haired man, who had been silent all along, slowly chewed his gum. He puffed out his cheeks slightly, and soon blew out a big bubble. The bubble shimmered with vibrant colors in the sunlight before bursting open with a pop. Then, he casually glanced at Yi Shiqing a few times. They did nothing and said nothing. Yi Shiqing noticed an extremely strong gaze. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her eyes swept across the crowd before fixing on one spot. There were 4 people there. Huangfu Daoxian, along with a burly man, a handsome young man, and a petite little girl. Duanmu Qingyi noticed the unusual expression on Yi Shiqing's face and couldn't help but ask. As he asked, he followed Yi Shiqing's gaze. However, when he saw those people clearly, he was stunned, his face filled with shock. I didn't expect these people to come too, Duanmu Qingyi muttered to himself, his voice tinged with surprise and doubt. Seeing this, Yi Shiqing asked curiously, are those 3 very powerful? It should be noted that Huangfu Daoxian already held a very high position as the military's northern commander. However, it is clear from Duanmu Qingyi's words that the other 3 people are no ordinary individuals. The burly man looked to be around 40 or 50 years old, but both the young man and the cute little girl were clearly not even 30 years old. It's unbelievable that someone so young has such a high level of experience. Who exactly are they? The 3 of them are naturally very capable. Seeing this, Lei Zhenxiao looked at the other party and interjected. Even you say so? Yi Shiqing clicked his tongue in surprise. Lei Zhenxiao is a genuine 8th level expert. Surprisingly, they all praised the 3 people beside Huangfu Daoxian. Lei Zhenxiao paused for a moment, then explained in detail, have you heard of the Chinese Supernatural Ability Guild Heavenly General? Yi Shiqing shook his head. The Chinese generals represent the pinnacle of Chinese combat power. A zodiac totem is scattered throughout various parts of China. If someone is fortunate enough to be chosen by this totem, they will immediately be given the title of Heavenly General. And those chosen by the zodiac totem will not only gain extraordinary abilities, but will also achieve leapfrog advancements in their cultivation journey. After listening to Lei Zhenxiao's long speech, Yi Shiqing stared at him dumbfounded. After a long silence, he nodded, seemingly understanding. That's roughly what it means. If chosen by the zodiac totem, not only can they gain some special abilities, the speed of cultivation will also increase accordingly. The 12 zodiac animals? Heavenly generals? Does that mean there are 12 heavenly generals? Yi Shiqing asked, his face full of surprise. His eyes were filled with doubt and curiosity, as if he were searching for the answer to a mysterious riddle. Lei Zhenxiao slowly shook his head. No. Currently, only 6 celestial generals have been chosen, named as follows: Pegasus, Serpent, Holy Monkey, War Tiger, Cute Rabbit, and Fierce Ox. His expression was extremely serious, and every word he spoke seemed to weigh a ton. His gaze was fixed intently on the 3 people, his eyes revealing complex emotions. After a pause, he slowly began to speak. And those 3 are Pegasus, Cute Rabbit, and War Tiger. The moment he finished speaking, Yi Shiqing immediately glanced at the 3 heavenly generals. His mind raced, and he quickly identified the 3 individuals. It's most likely that twin twin-tailed lowly. It was clearly that giant, muscular man. As for Pegasus, by process of elimination, it is obvious that it was that careless young man. That young friend is named Qi Xiang, and he is none other than Tianma among the 12 generals. The word Pegasus seems to hold immense appeal for Lei Zhenxiao. His tone was filled with immense pride, as if he were talking about a junior he could be proud of. That Lord Pegasus is quite a legend. At this moment, Duan Muqingyi, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but sigh. His face showed admiration, and his eyes were filled with reverence for the Pegasus. Legend? What do you mean by that? Yi Shiqing asked. It's clear that to become a heavenly general, one must possess extraordinary strength, and this Pegasus looks quite young. There's even a bit of immaturity. Lei Zhenxiao remained silent for a long time, as if he was thinking about where to begin. Tianma is currently 27 years old. At the age of 18, he awakened the S-class superpower, Meteor Flash. At the age of 21, he successfully broke through to the 5th level and was chosen by the mysterious horse totem, gaining the purest and most concentrated zodiac power. Subsequently, at the age of 26, he successfully broke through to the 8th level. The total time frame will not exceed 9 years. As he spoke, Lei Zhenxiao's face showed bitterness and helplessness. After all, it had taken him nearly 30 years to break through to the 8th level. I was immediately filled with envy. Less than 10 years? 8th rank? Yi Shiqing felt as if struck by lightning, his mind falling into a brief silence, at which point even the air felt exceptionally fresh. He could even feel his own breathing and blood flowing through his veins. It's important to know that some ordinary people need 4 years to break through from the 1st level to the 2nd level. And that's good, less than 10 years. You've broken through to the 8th rank, right? If ordinary people knew this, they would be furious, vomiting blood until it formed a 3-foot-long column. Life is unpredictable, and fate is cruel. This is his destiny. Lei Zhenxiao shook his head with a wry smile. Then, he looked at Yi Shiqing, whose brain had completely shut down, and said softly, "Come on, I'll introduce you to them. Maybe they'll be helpful to you in the future." After the words were spoken, Yi Shiqing also recovered from the shock. Immediately afterwards, they followed Lei Zhenxiao and slowly walked into the crowd, with Duan Muqingyi following closely behind. People around them cast puzzled glances, but none of them spoke. They simply watched silently. "Commander Huangfu, how are the 3 heavenly generals doing lately?" With a smile on his face, Lei Zhenxiao led Yi Shiqing and the other person slowly over and asked in a gentle voice. His eyes were filled with concern and expectation, as if he were greeting an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. "Master Lei, how have you been?" The burly man with dark skin spoke heartily, his voice loud and powerful, echoing in the air like a great bell. "Seeing you chatting so happily, we didn't want to disturb you, but we didn't expect you to come in person." Huangfu Daoxian gave a cold Master Lei, hello. At this moment, the little girl with pigtails mumbled timidly. Her voice was clear and faint, like the soft chirping of a timid bird. Her eyes were full of respect, yet also a little reserved. Her hands unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, as if she were somewhat at a loss. "There's no need to be so restrictive. Now that you've become a heavenly general, you could be considered my superior in terms of rank." Lei Zhenxiao smiled and stroked his beard, his eyes full of gentleness and teasing. I don't deserve it. The little girl quickly waved her hand. Just as the two were pleasing each other, the dark-skinned, burly man changed the subject. This friend must be Yi Shiqing. The moment his voice rang out, the gazes of the people around him seemed to be drawn by some kind of magic, and immediately shifted to him. "That's right. It's a great honor to be remembered by the heavenly general," Yi Shiqing replied politely. "After all, you have to leave a good impression in front of so many important people. Truly, she exudes heroic spirit and possesses a graceful demeanor." The burly man was extremely tall, and even though Yi Shiqing was 1.8 meters tall, he could only look up at him. The difference in height made one deeply appreciate the imposing stature of the strong man. Yi Shiqing then turned his gaze to the other person's body, examined him briefly, and after a moment of deliberation, organized his words. Senior Zhanhu was also physically strong and imposing. The moment the words left his mouth, the air seemed to freeze, and the people around him stared blankly at Yi Shiqing. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Shiqing's mind went blank. Then, the burly man cleared his throat twice and spoke somewhat awkwardly. "I am a cute bunny. What kind of weird name is that? You actually told me your name is Cute Rabbit? Look at your figure, and then look at your face. Where's the cuteness in you?" Yi Shiqing was stunned, glancing at the other person with an expression worse than if he had eaten shit. He then took a deep breath, slowly calming his shock. Then, he tentatively began to speak. "Cute Rabbit Senior?" Yi Shiqing looked suspicious, still unwilling to believe the facts before her eyes. He seemed to be used to Yi Shiqing mistaking him for someone else, and simply nodded casually. Seeing the other party's open and honest admission, Yi Shiqing suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. Then, his gaze fell on the timid little girl. "And this gentleman is Senior Zhanhu?" Yi Shiqing asked, feeling awkward. When the conversation turned to her, the little girl was startled, as if she had been struck by a sudden ray of light. Her eyes widened instantly, and a look of fear appeared on her face. Immediately afterwards, she bowed sharply to Yi Shiqing at a 90-degree angle, the movement
movement swift and powerful. She stretched out a hand, a fair and slender hand that trembled slightly, as if expressing her inner tension and excitement.
Hello, I am Heavenly General Junhu, nice to meet you. It really is a war tiger. Such a domineering name doesn't suit you at all, okay? You too, Junhu and Meng too, have you mixed them up? Why is there such a strong sense of contrast? Hello.
Yi Shiqing grasped the other person's fair and delicate hand and said humbly. After all, he was a general, and his position was higher than his own. Click click click. The camera shutter and video recorder were both aimed at Yi Shiqing, capturing all his expressions. The reporters looked excited, clearly having captured some big news.
Yi Shiqing?
On a seat outside the crowd, a man dressed in red looked at Yi Shiqing's figure and subconsciously called out his name.
Two stern-looking men in blue stood behind him, seemingly bodyguards. Then, his gaze fell on a woman sitting next to him. Lord Song Yuan, don't you have some business to discuss with this person?
Why don't you step forward? The woman, known as Song Yuan, was about 1.7 meters tall, with a slender figure like a tender willow in spring, graceful and elegant. She had short hair that went past her shoulders, and the strands swayed gently in the breeze, making her look exceptionally neat. His handsome features were exquisitely sculpted, and his brows exuded a unique masculine aura that was truly captivating. At this particular occasion, most women wear gorgeous dresses. She wore a sharp men's suit, exuding a unique charm and confidence, like a breath of fresh air in a glamorous world. He was having a pleasant conversation, so why should I go up and disturb him? She peered through the crowd at Yi Shiqing's retreating figure, her eyes narrowing slightly, a complex expression flashing across them. Besides, we'll see each other again soon. The man's name was Dongfang Ao, and he was a member of the Dongfang clan.
That's true.
I've long heard that Yi Shiqing possesses two special abilities, which is truly amazing. However, despite my extensive online searches and efforts to investigate his background, I found nothing. Even the rarest and most exceptional cases cannot be detected.
Dongfang Ao clicked his tongue in amazement, his face revealing a mixture of helplessness and curiosity.
That's natural, Song Yuan nodded slightly, her expression calm, and explained naturally. His information has long been classified by his superiors, and you will definitely not be able to find it even if you go to great lengths.
That seems to be the case. After Song Yuan's reminder, Dongfang Ao's eyes lit up considerably, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Is it because of the demon spirit cult? Song Yuan did not answer, which was obviously an admission. No wonder.
After all, Yi Shiqing has awakened two superpowers, so his future is limitless and he is sure to shine brightly. Naturally, the demon spirit cult, an anti-human organization, was unwilling to see a natural talent like Yi Shiqing grow up and soar to great heights. To eliminate any future troubles, they will inevitably try to nip this rising star in the bud.
The fact that the authorities can hide information is certainly an advantage.
After all, releasing them would be tantamount to providing clues to the demon spirit cult.
Come to think of it, that was a banquet. With so many reporters invited, wouldn't that have caused all the chaos?
After all, Yi Shiqing's identity information was completely hidden. But this gathering attracted so many reporters to take pictures. After all, the court and the Superpower Guild would definitely not allow it. Not hearing any reply, Dongfang Ao casually glanced at Song Yuan and was taken aback when he saw her playing on her phone. Then he subconsciously murmured,
I'm so busy, I have to think about work even in my spare time.
No, Song Yuan said calmly.
Ha, aren't you supposed to report to your superior? No, that's not true. And you, posting on WeChat moments. Dongfang Ao.
During the brief exchange, Yi Shiqing also learned the names of Zhanhu and Mengtu.
Zhanhu's name is Lan Yutian. The cute rabbit's name is Bei Quang.
Honestly, these two people's names, appearances, and the name Heavenly General seem to be completely reversed.
There's a strange sense of harmony about it.
The Pegasus, however, remained silent throughout.
But it makes sense, after all, he is a genius 8th level expert. It's perfectly normal for someone with exceptional abilities to be a little arrogant and unconventional.
The way Commander Huangfu looked at me was very strange. It seems like favor, but it also seems like cold indifference. You brought this on yourself. However, Duan Muqingyi offered an explanation. Commander Huangfu's life was like a game of chess, and last time he risked his own life, which angered the other party. Yi Shiqing didn't like reading comprehension, so she didn't understand what he meant. Basically, he said that he almost died while saving someone, and Commander Huangfu was quite angry when he found out. Then, after a long and uncertain wait, the banquet finally began. The highly respected organizer, Governor Manhwa, walked confidently onto a solemn and dignified podium under the watchful eyes of the crowd. His gaze was sharp and stern, yet his expression revealed a sense of triumphant satisfaction. I am deeply grateful to all of you for taking the time and effort to travel from afar to attend my birthday celebration. You have all traveled a long way to come. Your kindness is as heavy as Mount Tai. Mr. Ma bows deeply to you all to express his sincere gratitude. The audience listened quietly to Manhwa's words without making a sound. Although some of the highly respected elders present did not come solely for Manhwa, but rather for the legendary figure Yi Shiqing. However, even so, basic basic etiquette should still be observed. After all, respect and etiquette are indispensable in such occasions. Immediately afterwards, Manhwa Hui's eloquent speech lasted for about 10 minutes. His words flowed like a river, continuous and unending, sometimes passionate, sometimes profound. Finally, the speech gradually got to the point. Then, I now need to express my sincere gratitude to a very important person. The moment the words were spoken, it was as if time itself had frozen. All eyes turned to Yi Shiqing, their gazes filled with admiration and anticipation. In times of crisis, he was not afraid of danger, but brave and fearless. At critical moments, he sacrificed himself for others, showing great righteousness. Facing the intense gazes of the crowd, Yi Shiqing grinned and stood tall with his chest puffed out. On the stage, Governor Manhwa Hui made no attempt to hide his appreciation. After organizing his thoughts, he spoke in a loud voice. Then Yi Shiqing, please step forward. Under the intense gazes of the crowd, Yi Shiqing walked forward with difficulty, taking long, heavy steps. Meanwhile, cameras gathered around the stage, ready to capture every frame. After the governor finished speaking, he bowed slightly to express his deep respect for Yi Shiqing. Upon seeing this, Yi Shiqing quickly extended his hands and politely helped the governor up. His face wore a humble smile, and his eyes were full of gratitude and determination. The applause was thunderous, so loud it seemed to pierce the sky. The enthusiastic applause echoed in the courtyard for a long time, like surging waves crashing against people's hearts. Every round of applause was filled with people's respect and praise for Yi Shiqing, and every sound told a story about courage, dedication, and glory. Upon seeing this, Wang Fu Daoxian crossed his arms and gave a disdainful snort. Xiao Rongxue stood side by side with the silver-haired man below the stage, her calm face showing no emotion whatsoever. Only his eyes revealed a hint of appreciation and satisfaction. In gratitude for Yi Shiqing's selfless act, I hereby present two S-level cultivation manuals as a token of my appreciation. Seeing that the time was ripe, Governor Manhwa Hui smoothly moved on to the main topic. But the moment he finished speaking, many people around him were shocked. An S-level cultivation technique is extremely rare, and they even gave away 2 books? Each book is worth tens of billions, so the 2 books combined would be an astronomical figure. My god, 2 S-rank martial arts techniques. Governor Ma is truly extraordinary and generous. Moreover, judging from this situation, it is most likely a shadow-type technique. He even specially selected it for her, which shows that Governor Ma really wants to cultivate their relationship. Governor Ma's move immediately sparked quiet discussions among the surrounding crowd. Such a generous gift has made many people envious. Bathed in the whispers of the crowd, Yi Shiqing grinned. Without the slightest hesitation or formality, he quickly and sincerely thanked Manhwa Hui. I am deeply grateful to Governor Ma for his kind gift. Yi Shiqing did not refuse in the usual polite manner. In his view, this was what he deserved. After all, he had indeed used all his strength to lure away the ferocious black lion. Manhwa Hui's eyes were full of delight. He smiled and patted Yi Shiqing on the shoulder, as if conveying a silent praise and encouragement. Then, Manhwa Hui's spatial ring flashed, and 2 cultivation manuals appeared in his hand. Manhwa Hui solemnly handed the secret scroll to Yi Shiqing and slowly said, "Now, this is yours." "Thank you." Yi Shiqing nodded slightly and said softly. The very moment he received the scroll from the other person, the applause rang out again like thunder, the enthusiastic applause echoing in the air as if it were a hymn to Yi Shiqing's bravery and glory. Meanwhile, the clicking of cameras filled the air as photographers intently recorded this historic moment, afraid of missing a single brilliant instant. What should have been a celebratory birthday celebration turned into a personal awards ceremony for Yi Shiqing. Glory was displayed on site. As the awards ceremony drew to a close, Yi Shiqing, with a calm expression, strode confidently off the stage. During this process, the group that should have been congratulating Governor Ma, at this moment, they surrounded Yi Shiqing like a tidal wave, leaving him no way to escape. These are top business people who are usually aloof, arrogant, and often exploit their employees. At this moment, they completely abandoned their usual airs, their faces beaming with smiles as they fawned over Yi Shiqing. After all, they have a keen eye, can keenly perceive the situation, and are full of wisdom and intelligence. They knew that Yi Shiqing City had not aligned itself with any powerful backing at this time. If they could win over this prodigy to their side, it would be like acquiring a priceless treasure. How could they possibly miss such a rare opportunity? After a while, Yi Shiqing finally managed to send them all away. Immediately afterwards, Duanmu Qingyi came to greet him and put his arm around his shoulder. "Looks like you'll be doing very well in the future, no doubt about it." Duanmu Qingyi grinned. Yi Shiqing smiled slightly, chuckled twice, and then said to him in a gentle tone, "By the way, I have some rare medicinal herbs here. Aren't you a genius alchemist? So, could you lend a hand and help me out?" Yi Shiqing revealed a sly smile, showing no politeness whatsoever. The medicinal herbs he carried were bonuses he obtained from the area around that heavenly essence spring when he and Lei Zhenxiao discovered it last time. At that time, Yi Shiqing did not have a spatial ring, so he was unable to properly store these medicinal herbs, so he entrusted it to Lei Zhenxiao. Lei Zhenxiao, on the other hand, has always been upright and honest, with the demeanor of a strong person. person. He has no interest in competing with younger generations for treasures. Therefore, all the medicinal herbs naturally belong to Yi Shiqing.
Alchemy? Duanmu Qingyi was taken aback, then immediately agreed. That's no problem, it's just a small favor. Then he seemed to think of something else. I can help you, but I can't let you get something for nothing. You have to promise me one thing. What is it?
Let me make this clear from the start. I'll only do what I'm capable of, Yi Shiqing asked. He and Duanmu Qingyi got along fairly well. After we got to know each other, we would occasionally call each other on our phones to exchange a few words. It's nothing serious, but you'll have to team up with me for the study tour 2 months from now.
Study tour? Team up?
Yi Shiqing was a little confused.
Brother Yi, are you on a 2G network? You don't even know that?
Duanmu Qingyi retorted, then patiently explained. Study tours are like final exams, jointly organized by Divine Gift, Dawn, Magic City, and Extraordinary Academy. The selection process typically takes place in remote, wilderness areas, with the 4 martial arts schools taking turns to select participants.
Duanmu Qingyi seemed to have guessed what Yi Shiqing was going to ask, and immediately answered in advance.
The Extraordinary Academy mainly trains alchemists, so it will also participate in this.
Oh,
Yi Shiqing nodded, only half understanding. After all, I've been fully focused on getting my Ability Hunter certification these past few days.
So he really hadn't heard about these things. Yi Shiqing lowered his head and brows, then, as if remembering something, asked, can we team up even though we're from different colleges?
Of course, Duanmu Qingyi said confidently. The competition rules are the same every year, based on an individual points system, not a team credit system. Yi Shiqing thought for a moment, then agreed.
Okay, this little thing is no problem. That's really loyal. Upon hearing the answer, Duanmu Qingyi beamed with joy.
Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing and Duanmu Qingyi played and joked around like children for a while. Their laughter echoed in the air, adding a lively touch to the surroundings. Just then, Yi Shiqing caught a glimpse of 2 silver-haired figures slowly walking towards him out of the corner of his eye. The figures stood out conspicuously in the moonlight. Then, Yi Shiqing composed himself and straightened his chest.
You've come to congratulate me too?
Yi Shiqing asked, head held high and a grin on his face. Poof! As Xiao Rongxue approached, her face remained as cold and stern as an ice spike, inspiring awe in those who looked upon her. She pursed her lips slightly and let out a soft, cold snort. The sound was extremely faint. Given the distance between Yi Shiqing and her, he couldn't hear it at all. But, the silver-haired man beside him heard it all clearly. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He couldn't believe his ears. His previously lazy face suddenly whitened in surprise. He even suspected that he hadn't cleaned his ears properly and was hallucinating.
Xiao Rongshue's almost inaudible voice lingered in his mind for a long time, constantly filling his heart. She smiled. His usually expressionless and aloof sister actually smiled? He hadn't seen the other person smile in a long time. Immediately afterwards, the silver-haired man gathered his thoughts and quickly looked Yi Shiqing up and down. His appearance is quite good. However, as your elder brother, I would never entrust my younger sister to you so easily. I'd like to see just how you used your smooth talk and flattery to win Jiabao's heart. But how should I ask? To be honest, he and Xiao Rongxue have similar personalities. Neither of them likes to talk much. The latter is more serious, resulting in complete facial paralysis. The silver-haired man felt a headache coming on at the thought, and his eyes unconsciously narrowed into crescents. He just stared blankly at Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing looked at the 2 approaching people. Upon noticing the silver-haired man's gaze, her lips twitched, and she immediately felt something was off. Who is this? Yi Shiqing broke the silence first, a look of doubt on his face, and looked at the man next to Xiao Rongxue to ask about his identity. My name is Xiao Lan, and I am her brother. Xiao Lan answered without hesitation, and then quickly brought her forehead directly in front of Yi Shiqing. Faced with this sudden action, Yi Shiqing couldn't help but take a step back, leaning back slightly. Ultimately, his lower back bent at an odd angle. The close proximity made me feel somewhat uncomfortable. Ignoring the whispers and stares of those around him, Xiao Lan looked into Yi Shiqing's innocent eyes and clicked his tongue. You're pretty good, kid. Ha! Yi Shiqing blinked, dumbfounded. Xiao Lan stared at him for a long time before finally letting out a sigh, putting aside his pride. He knew nothing about probing, so he simply gave up. He then lazily patted Yi Shiqing on the shoulder and gave him a meaningful look. Yi Shiqing was filled with questions. The other person seemed to be implying something, but she couldn't understand a single word. Duanmu Qingyi, who was standing behind Yi Shiqing, frowned slightly upon seeing this scene. He glanced at Xiao Rongxue, who had no expression, and then moved his gaze to Yi Shiqing. Then, as if she had thought of something, her eyes lit up and she gave a big, doting smile. He stepped forward, leaned close to Yi Shiqing's ear, and chuckled. You're quite the ladies' man. Yi Shiqing glanced at the other person. Stop pretending. How many is this? You even fooled Miss Zhao's feelings. TSK TSK TSK, Duanmu Qingyi said in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. What number? Seeing that Yi Shiqing was still pretending not to know, Duanmu Qingyi sighed and did not ask any more questions. He merely raised the corners of his mouth slightly, giving a you'd better watch yourself look, and then remained silent. Recalling their first meeting, Yi Shiqing was closely followed by Su Zishan. At
At that time, they seemed to have an extremely close relationship, and their behavior revealed a special kind of affection. And now, judging from Xiao Lan's various actions, it was clearly the gaze from his brother-in-law. It is clear that this matter is far from simple. Past scenes kept flashing through Duanmu Qingyi's mind as he pondered them repeatedly. After some thought, Duanmu Qingyi smoothly came to a conclusion. Yi Shiqing is definitely a scumbag. Then, Xiao Lan had a sudden inspiration, cleared his throat twice, and said, "I'll go and congratulate Governor Ma first. I'll take my leave now." "Ha, didn't we just go there?" Xiao Rongxue was taken aback. "Ahem, let's go again," as a sign of respect. After saying hello, he turned and left. Upon seeing this, Yi Shiqing and Xiao Rongxue were both stunned, while Duanmu Qingyi understood immediately. He then organized his thoughts. "Well, I also need to find a few wise men to discuss this with." Before the two could answer, Duanmu Qingyi had already disappeared into the crowd. What's wrong with these two?" Yi Shiqing and Xiao Rongxue exchanged a silent glance, their faces filled with melancholy and confusion. After a long silence, Yi Shiqing sighed and changed the subject. "How about it? Am I a hero, or am I righteous and awe-inspiring? Aren't you impressed?" Yi Shiqing grinned, puffed out his chest, and extended his thumb, bending it towards himself. Not bad," Xiao Rongxue replied coldly, then lowered her brows for a moment and added, "But it's best to proceed according to your ability. It's too dangerous. It's just to serve the people." The surrounding discussion surged like waves, creating a great uproar. The two of them drifted through it all, completely unperturbed. They exchanged witty remarks, one after another, and had a very pleasant conversation. Xiao Rongxue was always taciturn, and coupled with her privileged background, her heart was as cold and hard as a rock, which made people hesitant to approach her. Whether it's admirers or friends of the same sex, they will intentionally maintain a sense of distance. Its aloofness is like a solitary star in the cold night, hanging high in the sky, making it difficult to approach. The person who admires you may yearn for you, but can only look on in vain and dare not approach you rashly. Even same-sex friends find it difficult to get along with him because of his aloof demeanor, and can only interact with him cautiously from a distance. This resulted in her actually having no friends at all, and being completely alone. Yi Shiqing, with his fiery and passionate personality, would never be so detached. Being with them always brings a sense of comfort, like a gentle breeze. In other words, she loved being with Yi Shiqing. It was something she longed for. After all, who enjoys being alone? When alone, one often feels unbearably lonely. During his high school years, Yi Shiqing was a sunny, cheerful, and energetic young man. However, at this moment he became silent and taciturn, as if he were a cicada in winter, and his behavior showed timidity and fear. She didn't know why. No one told Yi Shiqing either. But in the lead-up to the college entrance exam, he reverted to his old ways. Yes, it really is changed back. Yi Shiqing has returned to her former self, independent and charming. He reverted to his usual sweet-talking yet playful personality. He reverted to his arrogant demeanor, exuding an air of superiority and self-importance in every gesture. Thinking of this, she slowly lowered her head expressionlessly, her eyes swirling with thoughts, and no one knew what she was pondering at that moment. At this moment, a gentle evening breeze drifted by, like a tender hand gently lifting Xiao Rongshue's hair. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she secretly glanced at the other person out of the corner of her eye. Her face was as cold as ice, without any ripples, but her cold eyes revealed a hint of tenderness. A slight upturn of the corners of his mouth. "By the way, have you heard of study tours?" Yi Shiqing looked up and asked softly. At this moment, the two had already found a perfect spot to sit down. The surrounding tables and chairs are designed in a Western style, simple, elegant and unique. Xiao Rongxue and Yi Shiqing sit side by side, complementing each other perfectly. To the side of the two were Duanmu Qingyi and Xiao Lan, who were also enjoying themselves, immersed in the relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Xiao Rongxue replied coldly. "I heard you can team up." Yi Shiqing puffed out his chest, his face full of pride. "How about it? Why don't you team up with me? I guarantee you'll be safe and sound, and you can roam freely in the wilderness." Upon hearing this, Duanmu Qingyi's eyes lit up, and he quickly chimed in. Yes. Only 5 people can be in a group. With 2 S-class powerhouses joining forces, they are invincible and unstoppable. Duanmu Qingyi stared expectantly at Xiao Rongxue, who remained expressionless, eagerly awaiting an answer. After all, Yi Shiqing and he had already agreed to team up. If we add an S-class superhuman in the wilderness, this would only significantly improve safety. In that wild land full of unknowns and dangers, the addition of one more strong person means one more hope of survival. The other person's icy demeanor, like an iceberg that never melts, immediately extinguished much of the blazing fire that had been burning fiercely in his eyes. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over my head, and my enthusiasm vanished instantly. "Okay," Xiao Rongxue said calmly, "but He Luowei will be with me too." Upon seeing Xiao Rongxue, Duanmu Qingyi immediately cheered with delight, even more so than Yi Shiqing, the one who had made the invitation. Time flows by quietly like a stream, passing by unnoticed. After a lively toasting and drinking session, the crisp clinking sounds seemed to be playing a joyful melody. The crowd offered their heartfelt congratulations, their words filled with sincerity and joy, like rays of warm sunshine falling into our hearts. In this warm and welcoming atmosphere, the dinner party soon came to an end.
The once bustling scene gradually quieted down. It's like the lingering aftertaste and reluctance after a dazzling fireworks display. It was 10 p.m. Back to school? I'll give you a ride.
Yi Shiqing and the others stood in front of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and Xiaolan said casually. At this moment, with the banquet coming to a perfect close, these business elites from various forces immediately returned to their respective places and found their respective masters. However, some people who came from afar could only stay in the luxurious accommodations carefully arranged by Governor Ma because of the long journey.
Thank you again. The journey is indeed long.
I plan to stay at the accommodation arranged by Governor Ma, so there's no need for us to travel together.
Duanmu Qingyi responded. Then give me a ride. It's on my way.
Yi Shiqing readily agreed. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing, Xiaolan, and Xiao Rongxue got into a car, said goodbye to Duanmu Qingyi, started the engine, and hurriedly drove away. It's already 10:23 and the academy is closed, so we have no choice but to stay in a hotel. Xiaolan, in the driver's seat, glanced at Yi Shiqing and Xiao Rongxue sitting in the back in the rearview mirror.
Xiaolan is also a student at Dawn Academy, currently a senior.
In order not to miss classes, and the distance is not too far, only 2 or 3 hours by car.
So I didn't go to the accommodation arranged by Governor Ma.
Yi Shiqing slowly got up from the soft bed in his school dormitory, stretched his somewhat lazy body, and stood by the window. Outside the window, the scorching sun's afterglow poured down like a golden veil, gently enveloping him.
He squinted slightly, quietly basking in the warm and radiant afterglow. Feel the tranquility and comfort brought by those wisps of light.
During these 3 days, apart from his daily, unwavering cultivation, Yi Shi spent almost all his time indulging in idleness. After all, he is a human being, not a machine. He also needs rest and relaxation.
He didn't even glance at the 2S-level cultivation manuals. Coo.
At this moment, Yi Shiqing's stomach emitted a defiant horn, instantly pulling him back from his settled thoughts. Seeing this, Yi Shiqing blushed and shook his head bitterly. It's time to eat. Immediately afterward, Yi Shiqing dressed and walked out towards the cafeteria.
Good afternoon, Brother Yi. Brother Yi, come have lunch. Brother Yi, remember to come see me tonight if you're free.
Along the way, Yi Shiqing encountered many different kinds of people. When most of them saw Yi Shiqing, their faces immediately filled with respect, and they bowed slightly. His tone was extremely respectful, calling him Brother Yi repeatedly. His warmth was almost sickeningly sweet. It was as if Yi Shiqing was a supreme being in their hearts. Because Yi Shiqing acted alone this time, the commendation ceremony was conducted via live broadcast. Therefore, many students were intimidated by the sight of the television. Of course, Yi Shiqing didn't put on airs and responded to each question.
Boss, one order please.
After ordering breakfast from the owner, Yi Shiqing naturally found a suitable place to sit down. He had just picked up his breakfast and taken a couple of bites, his bottom barely warmed up, when a rather abrupt voice rang out.
Hello, Junior Yi.
Yi Shiqing looked up at the sound and saw Su Zishan and her best friend Xiaochun walking slowly toward him hand in hand with smiles on their faces.
Hey Senior Su, what a coincidence.
I didn't expect to run into you guys here, Yi Shiqing answered while chewing, his words somewhat unclear.
It's been a long time. Junior Yi has become a big celebrity. Su Zishan and Xiaochun sat down opposite Yi Shiqing without any hesitation.
Yes, your fame has spread far and wide now.
Xiaochun quickly chimed in. Well, you should know who I am.
Yi Shiqing straightened his back and said proudly. However, the moment he finished speaking, suddenly sensing an unusual aura, he couldn't help but let out a soft "eh," and his gaze involuntarily turned to Su Zishan opposite him. At this moment, Su Zishan was looking at him with her bright, lively eyes, clearly taken aback by his sudden reaction.
What's wrong? Is there something on my face?
Su Zishan tilted her head in confusion and pointed to herself with her slender finger. Yi Shiqing frowned slightly, then regained her composure and slowly said, Senior Su, your cultivation progress has been incredibly fast lately. I feel like your strength has improved quite a bit.
Yi Shiqing has always possessed extraordinary and keen perception.
At that moment, he suddenly and solemnly sensed the unique aura emanating from Su Zishan.
After careful observation, he was shocked to discover Su Zishan's current strength has indeed improved significantly compared to when they last met. This change amazed him, and he was also quite surprised by Su Zishan's rapid growth. Oh, is that so?
Su Zishan raised her eyebrows slightly and met Xiaochun's gaze. She gently raised her hand and scratched her head, a hint of doubt in her expression. Clearly, both of them were surprised by Yi Shiqing's words. After a brief silence, she smiled sweetly again and explained gently.
Perhaps it's because Chen Yuanxi, the head of the Department of Psychiatry, has been personally guiding me recently. Department head Chen Yuanxi? Shouldn't she be teaching the seniors?
Yi Shiqing explained in detail. Duan Feng was a student in the Department of Psychology, and Yi Shiqing learned about these things from him.
I really don't know either. Let's not talk about this anymore.
Then, Su Zishan's eyes seemed to hold a deep meaning as she quietly gazed at Yi Shiqing.
watching. So, how's your preparation going with the upcoming Academy free-for-all? Just improvising. Yi Shiqing shook his head slightly, completely at ease. The Academy Brawl is held twice a year. It will be held once in the first semester and once in the second semester. This chaotic battle is not a separate event for students of different grades, but a massive brawl in which students from the whole school participate together. Whether they are freshmen just entering the campus or seniors about to graduate, they all participate in this fierce competition. All students' levels will be suppressed to the third tier. However, their combat experience is unmatched by these freshmen. Yi Shiqing also learned about this news from the lively campus group chat. However, some students were worried when they learned that they would be competing against senior students, and they raised objections, believing that such an arrangement was unfair. The school's response was, college resources are meant to be fought over. If this were in a wilderness area, could you expect the beasts to treat you fairly? They will tear you to pieces. The academy needs students who are strong, capable, and have potential. They need to compete for limited resources, as only in this way can they survive in future battles. If you feel it's unfair, it only means you're not strong enough and you're not qualified to enjoy these resources. The academy needs true strong individuals, not cowards who only complain about their circumstances. Heaven is unjust, the strong prey on the weak. The winner takes all, the weak are prey. This is life and order spanning billions of years. It remains the same now. Su Zishan fell into a long silence. She lowered her eyes slightly, seemingly choosing her words carefully, before finally speaking hesitantly. This kind of free-for-all is ruleless and uses a points system. Therefore, as she said this, a determined light suddenly shone in her eyes, and she patted her chest with conviction. Let's team up. With our skills, we're sure to be able to overcome all obstacles and dominate this chaotic battle. Team up? Yi Shiqing took a sip of soy milk, then thought for a moment. That's fine too. After all, he and Su Zishan had a fairly good relationship. Moreover, the opponent's superpower is only supportive, so naturally they need teammates. Yay! That's great. It's a promise, pinky swear. Su Zishan's face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with joy like the brightest stars. She eagerly stretched out her hand, bending her little finger, looking cute and playful. Yi Shiqing smiled slightly and gently hooked his little finger around Su Zishan's little finger. Pinky promise, never to change for 100 years. Looking at the other person's shy and charming expression, Yi Shiqing chuckled twice and went along with the other person's childish behavior. Their little fingers were intertwined tightly, swaying casually. A different atmosphere seemed to suddenly fill the space between the two. This caused people around to glance in this direction from time to time. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun, who had been sitting next to Su Zishan, she stared blankly at the two making a pinky promise, a look of gratified maternal smile spreading across her face. That smile seemed to be from someone who had witnessed the most beautiful scene in the world. Her eyes were full of tenderness and joy, as if she were genuinely happy for her friend. And just then, a tall, muscular figure slowly walked out of the cafeteria entrance. The figure was like a majestic mountain peak, exuding a powerful aura, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. Everyone turned to look, their eyes filled with surprise and admiration. Wow, he looks like Chen Bei, a senior in college. Yes, I remember him, Chen Bei, who ranked 7th in credits. I really don't know if I can team up with him. If I could dominate an harem. The cafeteria was filled with chatter, and Chen Bei's appearance undoubtedly added more suspense and anticipation to the upcoming academy brawl. Chen Bei seemed to have gotten used to it, completely ignoring the discussions around him, and walked straight to the cafeteria window. Ha, who's that guy? Is he famous? Hearing the surrounding chatter, Yi Shiqing raised her eyebrows slightly and subconsciously turned her gaze to that imposing figure. His name is Chen Bei, a senior student, and he ranks 7th in terms of credits, Su Zishan explained. Moreover, she's a powerful superhuman hunter. It's said that she once single-handedly faced a pack of over 100 strange beasts. Not only did they escape unscathed, but they also wiped them all out. As she spoke, Su Zishan's eyes revealed a hint of admiration and respect. Yi Shiqing narrowed her eyes slightly and carefully examined Chen Bei standing at the window. Yi Shiqing could clearly sense the aura emanating from the other party. This person's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. It is estimated to be at the peak of the 4th tier. That subtle yet powerful aura seemed to silently proclaim his extraordinary nature. Chen Bei suddenly felt a sharp, sword-like gaze fall on him, and he was immediately taken aback. Although there was no malice in his gaze, it still gave off a strong sense of chilling menace. It felt as if I was being targeted by a ferocious beast that looked menacing but had a kind heart. He instinctively turned his head quickly, looking in the direction from which the gaze was coming. Then, his gaze, sharp as a hawk's, gradually locked onto one spot. Where the gaze was fixed, sat two women and one man. The two women were quite different. One was beautiful and gentle, while the other was lively, playful, and adorable. The man was extremely handsome, with a face as exquisitely sculpted as if carved, and a unique temperament revealed between his eyebrows and eyes. By this time, the strange gaze had disappeared, but he still relied on his keen perception. They were certain that the chilling gaze they had felt earlier had come from that handsome young man. Why does it look so familiar? earlier. He frowned, pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up as he stared intently at the young man. Yi Shiqing? Chen Bei murmured the name subconsciously, then a subtle, sinister smile appeared on his lips. Without hesitation, he turned and left the cafeteria. A sudden, urgent cell phone ringtone rang out, sounding particularly jarring in the otherwise tranquil atmosphere. Just then, Yi Shiqing, who was enjoying the delicious food with great relish, was startled by the sudden ringing of the bell. His phone rang at this inopportune moment, immediately interrupting the group's pleasant conversation. The lively conversation abruptly stopped. He instinctively took out his phone and answered the call with practiced ease. Dean. Okay, I'll be right there. Yi Shiqing responded quickly, his tone full of respect and seriousness. With a few beeps, the unexpected phone call ended abruptly in less than 10 seconds. Was that a call from the dean? Xiaochun asked tentatively, her eyes filled with curiosity. Yes, he told me to go find him now. Yi Shiqing nodded slightly, his expression showing a hint of seriousness and worry. So soon? Su Zishan raised an eyebrow. It seems so. I'll be going now. Enjoy your meal, seniors. Yi Shiqing was also somewhat confused and full of doubts. After saying goodbye to the two men, Yi Shiqing turned and left in a hurry. Dean, is there something you need? Yi Shiqing arrived at the dean's office with a head full of questions and a heart full of trepidation. After all, the dean's summons couldn't be delayed. Inside the dean's room, besides the dean, there was also a young girl. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with a slender figure like a tender willow in spring, graceful and elegant. She had short hair that went past her shoulders, and the strands swayed gently in the breeze, making her look exceptionally neat. His handsome features were exquisitely sculpted, and his brows exuded a unique masculine aura that was truly captivating. She was dressed in a light blue men's suit, a simple and elegant outfit that was both stylish and perfectly showcased her unique charm. Upon seeing Yi Shiqing's arrival, the woman raised an eyebrow, and after a few seconds of eye contact, neither of them spoke. After a long pause, Dean Wang was the first to break the silence. Yi Shiqing, come and sit down. Dean Wang forced a smile onto his weathered face and gestured for Yi Shiqing to sit down. Okay. Yi Shiqing got straight to the point. What can I do for Dean Wang? After all, Dean Wang wouldn't approach him for no reason. Upon entering, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, even though it was a well-organized place. So he went with the flow and got straight to the point. Dean Wang remained silent, poured Yi Shiqing a cup of tea, seemingly wondering where to begin. Recently, has the demon spirit cult caused you trouble a few times? Dean, you know all about this? Yi Shiqing asked with a surprised expression. After all, he had only encountered the demon spirit cult twice. One was the three from the Eastern clan, and the other was the beast tied in the wilderness a few days ago. As for the incident with the Eastern clan, because he had killed someone to steal the treasure, he did not tell anyone. From Dean Wang's tone, it was clear he seemed to know. Members of the demon spirit cult are scattered throughout the world, hidden among mortals. Such an inhumane organization would naturally not allow its prodigies to thrive. Dean Wang silently took a sip of tea and began to speak in a leisurely manner. So, the demon spirit cult wants to kill me? Yi Shiqing instantly grasped the key point in the words, his voice carrying a hint of solemnity. He was naturally aware of these things, having personally witnessed the various insane acts of the demon spirit cult. He personally experienced the insane madness and obsessive madness of the demon spirit cult. The members of the demon spirit cult will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. He was willing to sacrifice his own life in order to have the demonic black lion kill him. If Lei Zhenxiu hadn't arrived at the scene in time and turned the tide, he would have been dead. Thinking back to that extremely dangerous scene, Yi Shiqing's brows furrowed sharply. His expression showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, two raging flames burned in his eyes. Then please be prepared for possible retaliation. I will absolutely not let this go. Yi Shiqing clenched his fists, his anger and determination surging like an unstoppable tide. Dean Wang took a small sip of tea, remained silent for a long time, and then spoke bitterly. There's something I can't hide from you anymore. I'm ashamed to say it, but do you still remember that centipede from the freshman entrance competition? Yi Shiqing answered quickly. The millipede left a deep impression on me during the freshman competition. Alright, then I'll get straight to the point. Dean Wang lowered his head, his face somber. That centipede was switched out. Its original purpose was to harm you. You're trying to harm me? Yi Shiqing raised a handsome eyebrow. That's right. In other words, there are quite a few members of the demon spirit cult within the academy. Yi Shiqing didn't speak, but listened quietly. Our academy, and indeed the entire nation of China, will naturally take appropriate protective measures for our outstanding students. However, even so, it is impossible to provide comprehensive protection indefinitely. But flowers grown in a greenhouse can't withstand the test of time. Dean Wang looked into Yi Shiqing's eyes and continued. Therefore, in order not to interfere with your training, our academy has not directly intervened in this matter, so please understand. That's all right. Yi Shiqing shrugged. If a person always grows up in a comfortable and easy environment, they are like a flower in a greenhouse. Although they are beautiful, they lack the ability and courage to face the wind and rain. Having been in a protected state for a long time, once they leave this comfort zone, they will
be at a loss when faced with the storms of the outside world and will find it difficult to withstand the trials of life. Seeing that Yi Shiqing was not angry, Dean Wang was quite moved. After all, the other party had almost lost his life, yet he appeared remarkably magnanimous in the face of the Academy's indifference. This made Dean Wang's impression of Yi Shiqing even better. Yi Shiqing pondered for a moment, then seemed to have thought of something and asked, "What do you mean by saying there was no direct intervention?" "It means exactly what it says," Dean Wang explained patiently. "The demon spirit cult is like a poisonous weed in the shadows, spreading everywhere. Its whereabouts are extremely secretive and difficult to fathom. Even the court, capable of conducting investigations through special methods such as soul searching. However, this method is not only extremely troublesome to implement, but it also consumes a lot of time and energy. After careful consideration, the court decided to use you as bait to lure the demon spirit cult out of the shadows." "So, when the demon spirit cult attacked me, you were all secretly investigating?" Yi Shiqing answered, seemingly understanding but not quite. "Although the demon spirit cult is elusive, if it acts rashly, it will surely reveal its weaknesses." The court, not to be outdone, naturally took advantage of the situation to conduct an investigation. Dean Wang fell into a long silence. After a long while, he slowly shook his head, let out a deep sigh, and said in a deep voice, "However, this is not a long-term solution. As long as the demon spirit cult is not eliminated, it will be like a time bomb that could explode at any moment. It threatens the lives of countless people. We cannot always remain in a passive, defensive posture." "So, Dean, what do you mean?" Upon seeing this, Yi Shiqing felt a surge of intense curiosity and quickly asked, "After all, it's obvious that the other party has a countermeasure in mind." Dean Wang did not speak, but instead slightly raised his eyes to look at the beautiful young woman beside him who had remained silent throughout. Seeing this, Yi Shiqing also turned his gaze in that direction. "The girl's name is Song Yuan, and she is a member of the court." At this moment, she lowered her eyes slightly, paused for a moment, carefully organized her thoughts, and then slowly began to speak. "The court originally intended to hide all your information and protect you, but the court deliberated carefully. So, at the ceremony where the governor commended you, many reporters were arranged to announce your name to the world. They deliberately leaked the information to the demon spirit cult. We have now decided to use you as bait to launch a heavy attack on the demon spirit cult, aiming to cripple them. After this, the demon spirit cult will naturally be forced to retreat and regroup. In this way, at least for the short term, they will no longer pose a threat to you." "That makes sense. After all, the members of the demon spirit cult are still human, and naturally, they can't keep coming in forever. If we can deliver a heavy blow to them, they will inevitably hide in the shadows like wounded beasts, silently preparing for a period of time, licking their wounds and making new plans. During this period, they dared not show themselves easily, and naturally would not pose a threat to society in the short term. During this relatively calm period, society can also readjust its plans and strengthen its defenses, to be better prepared to deal with the potential recurrence of the demon spirit cult threat in the future. Moreover, they would naturally give up their greedy thoughts towards Yi Shiqing." Yi Shiqing pondered for a moment, then looked up at the beautiful young woman. "So what do we need to do?" "It's very simple," Song Yuan replied calmly. "Just capture one of the demon spirit cult's priest-level members, and their morale will naturally collapse." "A priest?" Yi Shiqing murmured, without asking any further questions. "But it's quite obvious. The so-called priests are the high-ranking members of the demon spirit cult. You've captured the priest, which means you already have a lead," Yi Shiqing asked, focusing on the key point. "After all, how could we possibly capture these high-ranking members of the demon spirit cult without any clues?" The moment he finished speaking, Yi Shiqing noticed that Dean Wang's expression suddenly turned somewhat unpleasant. "What's wrong?" he asked tentatively, timidly. Song Yuan remained silent, instead shifting the conversation to Dean Wang. Dean Wang looked haggard, his wrinkled face etched with worry. His eyes revealed weariness and helplessness, as if he had gone through countless difficult choices. "There are clues," but Dean Wang's voice was low and hoarse, carrying an indescribable heaviness. He hesitated, as if he had some unspeakable secret, then seemed to have made up his mind. "Based on the clues we have gathered, we have discovered that priest is very likely a department head in our college." "Department head?" Yi Shiqing was taken aback. Some even doubted whether there was something wrong with their ears and they had misheard. The teachers at Dawn Academy are highly respected and influential figures. The department head is the backbone of the college, representing its glory and dignity. However, at this moment, such an unbelievable situation has occurred. "Section chief, is he a priest of the demon spirit cult?" Yi Shiqing subconsciously looked up and sized up Dean Wang and Song Yuan. Dean Wang's expression was extremely grave, while Song Yuan remained unchanged, but this still revealed that they were not joking. After a long silence, Dean Wang sighed deeply. "Life is unpredictable, fate is capricious, and so are people. Didn't they say the Inquisition has the means to investigate the identities of the demon spirit cult? Why don't they just investigate directly?" Yi Shiqing shrugged. "It's not that simple," Song Yuan suddenly spoke, slowly explaining. "Every member of the demon spirit cult cult has a soul imprinted on their soul, but some core members do not. The court possesses some means to search for souls, but the soul is the origin of humanity. If one forcibly takes a soul, there is a very high probability that it will ruin a person's cultivation or even turn them into an idiot. Song Yuan paused, glanced at Yi Shiqing, and continued. Therefore, we will not rashly use this tactic under uncertain circumstances. Yi Shiqing rested his chin on his hand and pondered for a moment. Immediately, he digested all the information he had received, which then filled his brain. After a brief silence, Yi Shiqing felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders, and then spoke abruptly. So, you mean we need to continue acting as bait to lure the priest out of the academy? That's what I mean. Song Yuan nodded. What should we do? It is very likely that some students in the academy are also members of the demon spirit cult. The academy's grand melee is about to begin, and at this moment, if the demon spirit cult wants to attack you, it would undoubtedly be the perfect opportunity. Dean Wang spoke slowly, his voice steady and serious, as he explained the grim situation in detail. Of course, in the free-for-all, everyone can rely on their own skills and give full play to their abilities. In the midst of that fierce battle, it doesn't matter if you can't tell who the members of the demon spirit cult are. After all, the scene was chaotic and the situation was complex, so accurately identifying the lurking enemies in a short period of time was no easy task. However, you don't need to worry. We will monitor the entire brawl process in real time. We will conduct a rigorous soul search on all those who attacked you after the match. So you're saying, all I need to do is be a punching bag and take the beatings? Yi Shiqing's lips twitched slightly. If you understand it that way, then that makes sense. Upon hearing what Dean Wang said, Yi Shiqing felt both amused and exasperated. This does sound a bit frustrating, but upon closer examination, it is indeed a feasible solution. If the souls of all the students in the school were to be collected, not to mention the energy required, the risks involved would be enough to deter anyone from doing it. And what if something goes wrong during the operation? This has turned some innocent students into fools. The consequences would be unimaginable, and the college would also face criminal charges. Yi Shiqing was already a well-known figure in the academy at this time. His abilities are evident to all. In the chaotic battle, naturally no one would want to invite trouble for Yi Shiqing. After all, no one wants to easily provoke a powerful opponent and bring unnecessary trouble upon themselves. However, if someone really does come, then it is very likely that they are from the demon spirit cult. Dean Wang narrowed his eyes slightly, pondered for a moment, and then organized his thoughts. His calm words instantly broke the previously heavy atmosphere. In order not to alert the enemy, and also for your safety. Therefore, after careful consideration, the court has decided to assign a member of your age to provide close protection. Upon hearing this, Yi Shiqing was taken aback, his face filled with surprise and astonishment. Then, her gaze unconsciously shifted to Song Yuan, who was handsome, standing beside her. Just as Yi Shiqing came to his senses, Song Yuan extended a hand to him. The hand was long and strong, as if it contained endless power. Song Yuan's face wore a calm expression, but her eyes revealed determination and confidence. Yi Shiqing was stunned for a moment, as if he had been frozen in place, completely dumbfounded. Then, as if coming to his senses, he slowly reached out and grasped the other person's outstretched hand. Then, Yi Shiqing suddenly looked him over. Honestly, Song Yuan is very beautiful. Her features were delicate and three-dimensional, with bright eyes, white teeth, and arched eyebrows. She could be considered a beauty. But, it's not the kind of feminine softness that's unique to women, but rather a cool vibe. Her beauty carries a sense of fortitude and courage, a heroic spirit, like a flower blooming proudly on a cliff, drawing people in effortlessly. Her eyes revealed a sense of confidence and composure, as if she knew everything. Her posture was upright and elegant, and every gesture she made exuded a unique temperament, making her poised and generous. Yi Shiqing couldn't help but admire her inwardly. This woman was indeed extraordinary. But, she's still a woman. How could a grown man like myself be so closely protected by a woman? Moreover, isn't close protection just about following someone around the clock? He couldn't use his 4 special abilities, which he considered his trump cards, at will. Seemingly sensing Yi Shiqing's concerns, Song Yuan then spoke forcefully. This is an order from above. You have no choice but to obey. That's not what I meant. It's just, you're a girl after all. Wouldn't it be inconvenient? Yi Shiqing scratched his head and revealed an amused smile. Seemingly understanding Yi Shiqing's meaning, she then said calmly, if you dare to be so lustful, I will kill you after the mission is over. Yi Shiqing chuckled and waved casually. Ha, if you have no problem, then I have no problem either. After all, the girl didn't have any objections. How could one have any objections to being protected by a beautiful woman? Now that the agreement has been reached, Yi Shiqing, you should definitely go back and make more preparations. The competition will take place in 2 weeks. No one knew about this operation except the 3 of us and the courtroom. At this moment, Dean Wang spoke slowly. Okay, Yi Shiqing replied. I will also keep my mouth shut. But the moment he stood up, Song Yuan, who was sitting down, did the same. Yi Shiqing then left, and Song Yuan followed closely behind throughout the building. As soon as he stepped out of the building, Yi Shiqing looked helplessly at Song Yuan, who was following
following behind him like a little shadow. The latter was stunned, like a fool. "What's wrong?" Song Yuan asked, tilting her head in surprise. "So, how long will you stay with me?" Yi Shiqing's lips twitched slightly, although the other party is a beauty. However, being constantly under surveillance is not a good solution for oneself. "I will stay with you until the priest is captured, never leaving your side," Song Yuan replied without hesitation. Yi Shiqing's mind raced, and a sense of amusement suddenly struck her. "So, if I take a shower, do you want to watch too?" Upon hearing that she had been teased, Song Yuan's eyes immediately darkened. "Please refrain from making frivolous remarks. I am only responsible for your personal safety. I have absolutely no interest in invading your privacy." "Tisk, so where do you live?" "My dorm room is a two-person room, one for myself and the other for Duan Feng. After all, it's really inappropriate for her to live with two grown men." Of course, Yi Shiqing thought to himself that it didn't matter to him. After all, having a beautiful woman by his side wasn't a bad thing. "Of course, I don't want Duan Feng to ruin things." Thinking of this, Yi Shiqing immediately considered whether he should kick Duan Feng out to make room for Song Yuan. "Anyway, he can't beat me." Duan Feng, who was eating in the cafeteria, suddenly felt a chill, as if something bad was about to happen. "You don't need to worry about that," Song Yuan explained calmly. "I possess an A-level ability called Independent Space, which allows me to create my own independent space, so I have my own way of finding accommodation." "Space-related superpowers?" Yi Shiqing lowered his head slightly, murmured a sentence, and did not ask any further questions, so he walked ahead on his own, while Song Yuan followed closely behind with a blank expression, like a loyal guardian, always on high alert. Along the way, Yi Shiqing's handsome face naturally attracted the attention of many girls. When the girls saw Yi Shiqing, some of them lowered their heads shyly, some boldly cast admiring glances at him, whispering about his handsomeness and charm. Song Yuan's handsome demeanor not only attracted the attention of boys, but also drew the gazes of many girls. The two of them leisurely immersed themselves in the radiant glow of the sun, like two dazzling scenic lines, deeply capturing the attention of both men and women. Duan Feng doesn't seem to be here. Back in his dormitory, Yi Shiqing looked around. They then leisurely arrived at the training room, with Song Yuan following behind as always. After all, training cannot be neglected. He then glanced at Song Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged against the wall of the training room, and asked with slight curiosity, "Your level is probably only tier 3, while most of these demon spirit cult members are senior university students, usually around tier 4. Do you have a way to deal with them? After all, there is still a considerable gap between the 3rd and 4th tiers." Of course, Yi Shiqing did not doubt the other party's strength. After all, most of the members of the tribunal are 4th order. Song Yuan, who is only at the 3rd level, can become a member of the tribunal, which is enough to prove that her strength is not to be underestimated. But after all, the two of them will act together. It's perfectly reasonable to check the other party's strength. Only by fully understanding each other's strengths can they cooperate better in battle. Upon hearing Yi Shiqing's question, Song Yuan paused for a moment, then replied calmly, "It seems you still have doubts about my abilities." "That's not what I meant." Seeing that the other party had misunderstood his meaning, Yi Shiqing quickly denied it. "It's okay, I will prove it with my abilities." Song Yuan's face was calm as water as she slowly stood up, her posture as upright as a pine tree. "I've heard that your fighting skills are superb, so I'd like to humbly ask for your guidance." His voice was neither humble nor arrogant, but carried a sense of challenge. "Fight me?" Yi Shiqing shrugged slightly, a helpless smile on his face. "I was just asking, I really didn't doubt your strength." His tone carried a hint of sincerity. Yi Shiqing was indeed only asking about Song Yuan's strength out of curiosity, and had no intention of looking down on her. But his own fighting skills were already at their peak, and in his opinion, it seemed a bit unfair to fight Song Yuan. Moreover, the other party was a girl, which made him even more hesitant. "Isn't that like an adult hitting a child? I'm not that petty." Song Yuan shook her head gently, her eyes revealing not a trace of anger, but rather a sense of understanding. "I have a request that you help me answer. If I win, you must tell me the answer." "Do I need to answer this?" Yi Shiqing lowered his head and pondered for a moment before agreeing. "If you do what you can, then there's no problem. After all, it's just asking one question. It won't cost you anything." Then, after a moment of mental focus, he narrowed his eyes slightly. A mocking gaze shot out like lightning, giving Song Yuan a wide, unabashed look. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, forming a faint smile, and he seemed quite interested, as if he had discovered something extremely interesting. "If I win, what will you do to repay me?" Noticing Yi Shiqing's unsightly gaze, Song Yuan remained calm and composed, showing no fear whatsoever. Her face was calm as water, and her eyes were clear as stars, like a fairy who did not eat the food of the mortal world, unmoved by the contemptuous gazes. Yi Shiqing chuckled. He then casually waved his hand, his demeanor exuding a carefree and unrestrained air. "It doesn't matter. If you can protect me, that's already a great act of kindness. I have no other requests." After a moment, Yi Shiqing took a deep breath and slowly assumed a fighting stance. His body leaned slightly forward, his legs slightly bent, like a cheetah poised to pounce. He gently raised his right hand, bending all his fingers slightly,
me, making a provocative gesture. Yi Shiqing's voice wasn't loud, but those two short words echoed in the air like a war drum. The two had agreed to a fighting contest. Therefore, neither of them would use their special abilities. Yi Shiqing looked somewhat lazy. After all, no matter what he said, there was no way he could make a mistake. While he was in a daze, Song Yuan straightened her chest and assumed a fist-pumping stance. Immediately afterward, before Yi Shiqing could even come to his senses, Song Yuan's figure vanished from the spot, and then her fist, as fast as lightning, was already at her feet. So fast! Yi Shiqing exclaimed in surprise. The opponent's astonishing speed left him stunned and speechless for a moment. In just a moment, he quickly came to his senses as if struck by a sudden enlightenment. Then, like a nimble cat, it suddenly twisted its body and turned its head to dodge. The fist flashed like a swift lightning bolt, sweeping across with overwhelming force. The powerful gust of wind, like a sharp blade, sliced across his cheek, instantly making him feel as if he were being pricked by thorns, causing him excruciating pain. At this moment, Song Yuan frowned, giving Yi Shiqing no chance to catch his breath, and used both fists and feet to unleash a storm of blows at various tricky spots. The attack was like an impenetrable net, enveloping everything from all directions. It made Yi Shiqing feel as if he were in the midst of a surging wave, unable to keep up. This is Yi Shiqing's assessment of him at this moment. This immediately made him look at Song Yuan with new respect. Those with superpowers definitely prioritize their superpowers. The vast majority of people with superpowers will devote themselves entirely to the training of their superpowers. However, they almost completely disregarded physical training. Song Yuan's combat skills and physique are the result of countless hours of rigorous training. At this moment, Yi Shiqing sighed with admiration, his eyes fixed on Song Yuan, whose fists moved like dragons, while he was defending. While Yi Shiqing was distracted by other things, he calmly and methodically began his defense. Despite the seemingly tense situation, he remained completely at ease, as if everything was under his control. Although Song Yuan has exceptionally rich combat experience and is considered one of the best among her peers, however, she was ultimately too young. Even against a master like Yi Shiqing, they are still no match. While Yi Shiqing saw her tricks and strategies as somewhat threatening, they were not enough to constitute a real threat. At this moment, Song Yuan seemed to have noticed this as well. Every punch she threw with all her might was like hitting an indestructible wall, easily neutralized by Yi Shiqing. Each of her swift kicks seemed to be blocked by an invisible force, unable to unleash its full power. Her repeated, tricky attacks were all thwarted by Yi Shiqing's skillful responses. She was immediately confused, her mind filled with doubt and bewilderment. A hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. She began practicing boxing at the age of 6. From that innocent and naive child to the graceful 19-year-old girl she is today, 13 years have passed quietly. Throughout these long years, she trained diligently day after day, and her sweat and hard work shaped the trajectory of her growth. Not to mention that her peers are hard to match. Even most people who have been immersed in martial arts for many years are no match for her. After she awakened her superpowers, her strength was amplified. Her punches became even more ferocious, and the unique abilities granted to her by her superpower made her feel like a fish in water during the battle. Originally, she was full of confidence that she could defeat Yi Shiqing. Prior to this, she had already conducted an in-depth investigation into Yi Shiqing. It is understood that before awakening, Yi Shiqing was just an ordinary student with no outstanding qualities and no experience in martial arts. As she expected, the battle should have been an easy victory. She would have defeated Yi Shiqing with an overwhelming advantage. However, at this moment, when she exchanged blows with Yi Shiqing, she found herself as if she had become a weak and helpless child, completely unable to fight him. This stark contrast caused her years of accumulated confidence to crumble instantly. Immediately afterwards, Song Yuan feigned composure and waited for her opportunity. He threw a punch at Yi Shiqing's face, but the latter easily dodged it by tilting his head. But, in the next instant, Song Yuan immediately adjusted her direction. A sudden elbow strike came, a feint followed by a counterattack. Not bad technique, Yi Shiqing murmured to himself, then used his hand to block and create distance. Song Yuan stopped attacking. She was panting heavily, staring blankly at the unharmed Yi Shiqing. She was a little tired, and her eyes were full of disbelief. How can he be so strong? How can someone be this strong without using superpowers? Could it be that the survey information is incorrect? Could it be that Yi Shiqing is a disciple of some peerless martial saint? Yes, it must be. She herself comes from a family of martial arts practitioners and is hailed as a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy. If the opponent were to completely overwhelm you at this point, it would be unreasonable without the guidance of a renowned teacher. Song Yuan calmed her chaotic emotions. May I ask who my master is? My master? Yi Shiqing's mind raced. Does Li Dahui count? After all his skills were learned in his previous life, and now he has a teacher who is nothing but an egg. Li Dahui? Which reclusive martial arts master is he? Li Dahui, tutor at Dawn Academy. Song Yuan? These unparalleled martial arts skills taught to you by a Dawn Academy instructor. Song Yuan's tone was exceptionally excited. You mean, your amazing skills were taught by instructors
instructors at Dawn Academy? I taught myself, Yi Shiqing shrugged. Song Yuan, _. The moment the words left her lips, Song Yuan stared at the leisurely Yi Shiqing with disbelief, realizing that he wasn't joking. He has been practicing martial arts on his own for over 10 years. He was hailed as a martial arts prodigy. We've lost just like that? I was defeated by a self-taught peer. What about all my hard work and sweat over the years? Thinking of this, Song Yuan felt a surge of complex emotions that were hard to describe. Her body trembled slightly, like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind, so helpless and lost. That once calm and serene face was now completely gone. That face, which was once as proud as a peacock spreading its tail feathers, was now filled with grievances. The grievances, like layers of dark clouds, shrouded her eyes, making them reveal a vulnerable quality that tugged at the heartstrings. She bit her lips lightly, seemingly trying to control the turmoil in her heart. A line of warm, dew-like liquid ran down my cheek. A crystal-clear drop of water slid down the corner of her eye, slowly flowing down her cheek, and finally gently dripped onto the cold floor. This drop of water, seemingly carrying its owner's warmth and endless grievances, lay there quietly, exuding a heartbreaking aura. It's like a forgotten, broken gem, shining faintly in solitude. Song Yuan discreetly wiped away the 2 streams of tears that had rolled down her cheeks, attempting to deceive everyone in this way. However, her red-rimmed eyes, like burning flames, completely betrayed her true emotions. Those red-rimmed eyes, like 2 clouds dyed red by the sunset, were so striking and so hard to hide, no matter how hard she tried to hide her vulnerability. Her red-rimmed eyes, however, remained like a mirror, reflecting the pain and grievances in her heart. Hey, why are you crying? Yi Shiqing was taken aback when she saw this. What's going on here? I didn't even fight back. It's nothing, I was just thinking about the TV series I watched last night. Song Yuan tried her best to appear calm, but her voice betrayed a barely concealed sob. Then, she sighed deeply. I lost. Oh. Yi Shiqing scratched his head awkwardly, a look of helplessness on his face. Although he had won the contest, he didn't know whether he should laugh or not. If you laugh, it's like saying, if you're bad at the game, practice more. If you can't handle losing, don't play. That would undoubtedly make Song Yuan even more embarrassed. But if you don't laugh, it would make you seem like you won too easily, and it would also make you seem too arrogant, obviously not taking the other party seriously. The scene suddenly became awkward, and everyone fell silent. After a moment, Song Yuan paused, breaking the silence of the scene. My strength is far inferior to yours, but my current mission is to protect you. Perhaps I can't be of much help to you, but I will be your shield, protecting you from harm. Her eyes shone with a resolute light, a determination that was unwavering. Each word seemed to carry a heavy weight, echoing in the air. She straightened her back, like a brave warrior willing to give everything. Looking into the other person's sincere eyes, as clear as a lake, Yi Shiqing was instantly stunned. His gaze was fixed on the other person's eyes, as if drawn by an invisible force. In those sincere eyes, there was no hypocrisy or pretense, only pure determination and persistence. The silence was oppressive. Time seemed to stand still. You could hear a pin drop. The sound of their breathing was amplified infinitely in the silence, each breath like a heavy drumbeat striking each other's hearts. Yi Shiqing could even hear his own heartbeat, the rapid rhythm of which contrasted sharply with the other person's steady breathing. His thoughts drifted in the silence, and a complex emotion, difficult to describe, welled up within him. Someone I'd only met once actually said such things to me. This seemingly casual remark resonated deeply within him for a long time. Yi Shiqing remained silent for a long time, then exhaled deeply, a smile playing on his lips. I'm a grown man. What do I need a girl to protect me for? He waved his hand dismissively, his expression casual, but his heart was warmed. Thanks. There's nothing to thank me for. Yi Shiqing paused slightly, then continued, speaking of which, didn't you say you wanted to ask me some questions? Upon hearing this, Song Yuan immediately shook her head vigorously, a hint of disappointment in her expression. I lost, and I am no longer qualified to ask you any questions. The more Song Yuan spoke in this way, the more it acted like an invisible paintbrush, outlining Yi Shiqing's intense curiosity. Then, Yi Shiqing's mind raced, and her eyes sparkled with a lively light. Now that I've won, you have to grant me one request. So, ask me the question. Song Yuan lowered her eyebrows slightly, lost in thought. Her gaze slowly turned to Yi Shiqing, who was full of curiosity and looked like he was watching a melon. Then, as if making a decision, he said, okay, then I'll just ask the questions. You don't need to answer them. Okay, Yi Shiqing replied like a curious child. Song Yuan lowered her head slightly, her expression revealing a thoughtful look, as if she was carefully considering where to begin. After a moment, Song Yuan slowly raised her head, looking directly into Yi Shiqing's eyes, her voice somewhat low. Have you killed anyone? Yi Shiqing was stunned, as if he were a wooden chicken. Immediately afterwards, Song Yuan narrowed her eyes slightly, her expression full of seriousness and solemnity. Her gaze was fixed on Yi Shiqing, as if trying to discern a clue from his face. Or rather, did you kill Bai Jun, the young master of the Bai family, and Wang Hao, the young master of the Wang family, in Yongcheng, Jiangyong City? Although her voice wasn't loud, it carried an undeniable power. Yi Shiqing's expression remained calm and composed, and he spread his hands with a sigh of relief.
disbelief. What merit do I have to deserve this? Yi Shiqing's tone carried a hint of helplessness and self-mockery, but his eyes were clear and firm, without the slightest panic or guilt. It was obvious that Song Yuan knew something, otherwise she would never have asked that question. If I show even a hint of nervousness at this moment, the other person might immediately notice it. He knew that at this critical moment, he had to remain calm and not let Song Yuan see any flaws. After a long pause, seemingly noticing nothing amiss, Song Yuan sighed and said, "I told you, you don't need to answer." Yi Shiqing was naturally aware of the situation and knew it perfectly well. However, once you encounter this situation, you must never act according to the other party's preset steps. You must firmly grasp the rhythm in your own hands. Only in this way can you take the initiative in this invisible contest. After all, there are conflicting truths and falsehoods surrounding this issue. The real answer has long been buried deep in my heart, and only I know it. The answers given were naturally a mix of truth and falsehood, making them difficult to discern. Yi Shiqing knew that in this situation, the less he answered, the more guilty he would feel. He must respond, and he cannot avoid the issue. Instead, she asked another rhetorical question to disrupt the other person's rhythm. At this moment, judging from the other party's expression, it seems to have had some effect. Song Yuan stared intently at Yi Shiqing, unsure whether she realized how impolite she had been or because she hadn't noticed any reaction from him. Then, she shook her head bitterly. "Okay, thank you for your answer." A drop of sweat, as clear and translucent as crystal, slowly slid down Yi Shiqing's forehead, tracing a delicate arc in the air. Then, with a soft tick, it landed gently on the floor, its sound particularly clear in the quiet space. Yi Shiqing's eyes instantly turned sharp, and his fist strikes were like a dragon emerging from the sea, powerful and fierce. The fist shadows overlapped one after another, so dense as to be like a sudden rainstorm, dazzling the eyes. Each punch was accompanied by a whistling sound, as if it could shatter the void. Song Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged by the wall, was astonished and her face was full of admiration. Her eyes were fixed on Yi Shiqing, and her gaze was full of amazement and praise. She was completely absorbed in studying her opponent's fluid and graceful boxing techniques. The fists flew in a flurry, like a shower of flowers, dazzling the eyes. Song Yuan even took out her phone without hesitation and carefully recorded it. I plan to go back and observe it repeatedly, to truly appreciate this magnificent feast of martial arts. That's incredibly powerful. It's so powerful it's astonishing. Every punch thrown, every elbow strike executed, was so fluid and seamless, as if it were a natural creation, without the slightest flaw. The movements were poetic and picturesque, combining strength and gentleness, captivating the viewer and making it difficult to tear themselves away. What's even more unbelievable is that the other party was actually self-taught. What incredible talent and perseverance. Looking at myself, this martial arts prodigy who has always been called a once-in-a-century talent, I am simply a huge joke in comparison. All my past pride and glory seems so small and insignificant at this moment. Seeing this, Song Yuan felt an indescribable surge of emotion and a strong urge to become an apprentice and learn skills. Song Yuan possesses the superpower A-level ability, Independent Space. As the name suggests, it can create a private space. Unlike most space-based abilities, her power is almost entirely non-aggressive. Therefore, practicing boxing naturally became her top priority in improving her own strength. By constantly practicing her boxing skills, she can improve her physical fitness and close combat abilities, making up for the shortcomings of her superpower in attack. As the saying goes, if you want to become strong, you need to have a thirst for knowledge. At that moment, a strange sense of admiration welled up in my heart. Yi Shiqing, slightly out of breath, stopped her rapid movements and took out a snow-white towel to gently wipe the glistening sweat from her forehead. Immediately afterwards, he turned his head slightly and looked at Song Yuan, who was still in a daze with her mouth wide open. "By the way, did the court only send you as an individual?" His voice broke the silence, flowing like clear spring water through the air, abruptly pulling Song Yuan back to reality from her chaotic thoughts. Oh, Song Yuan was stunned for a moment. "Pretty much. In order not to alert them, the academy only sent me. The other seniors were waiting outside the school. So all we need to do is attract attention? That's about right. If the demon spirit cult wants to kill you with minimal losses, then this chaotic battle at the academy is undoubtedly the best opportunity." Then, Song Yuan slightly puffed out her chest and added, "But with my special ability, and given that we are both at the third rank, unless we use some special equipment or someone with a higher level of ability than me, it's unlikely that I can defeat them. Otherwise, no one can break the independent space I have created. Once that priest makes a move, he will definitely reveal a weakness. Then we can reap the benefits without lifting a finger, becoming the aureole hidden in the shadows." Song Yuan seemed to have unparalleled confidence in her special ability. When the topic of independent space came up, she instantly became radiant, her face beaming with confidence. That confident radiance shone like a dazzling star. Of course, she certainly has the right to be confident. There's a saying that goes, "Time is king, space is king." That's true. Space itself is an extremely abstract and complex concept, containing endless mysteries and power. Spatial abilities possess unique capabilities, such as the ability to create dimensional barriers that isolate the user from the outside world. If one does not possess certain special means or ingenious skills, even if you are a powerful 7th tier expert, you may not be able to easily break through the space carefully constructed by a 3rd tier ability user. The ability to teleport, walk in the void, and so on are all trivial matters for spatial ability users. Of course, these high-level experts must also be well aware of this principle. Having weathered countless storms and gained extensive knowledge, they would naturally take precautions and prepare effective means to resist those with spatial abilities. If we were to categorize superpowers into levels, space-related superpowers undoubtedly stand out, making them a top-tier T0 ability. Then I'll leave my personal safety to you. Yi Shiqing teased Song Yuan with a smile. Immediately afterwards, he sat cross-legged on the ground, and with a flash of his right-hand spatial ring, 2 cultivation manuals appeared in his hand. Is this what you received at the last awards ceremony? Song Yuan asked curiously. Upon hearing the answer, Song Yuan's brows twitched slightly, but she didn't say anything more, simply closing her eyes quietly to continue her studies. Each of these S-level cultivation techniques is a rare treasure. For ordinary people, it would take at least a year to study them diligently and gain a deep understanding of them. However, Yi Shiqing had already become a thorn in the side of the demon spirit sect. In this perilous situation, enhancing our own strength is the most urgent and crucial task. At this point, learning martial arts techniques would undoubtedly be putting the cart before the horse and a meaningless endeavor. She had absolutely no idea what Yi Shiqing was doing. Of course, she doesn't like to ask too many questions, so he chose to sit cross-legged and meditate, since these 2 cultivation manuals were originally obtained by the other party through bravery, and it would not be right for him to peek at them. Yi Shiqing spread the 2 cultivation manuals out on the ground and examined them carefully. S-rank technique Dark Knight Holy Armor gathers shadow magic to forge an indestructible armor. S-rank technique Shadow Stealth allows the user to disappear into the shadows and move nimbly through the darkness. A pinnacle of magic. One is an identity-based class, and the other is a defense-based class, Yi Shiqing murmured, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He scrutinized every word and sentence in the exercise manual with complete concentration, not overlooking any detail. He carefully comprehended and pondered every rune and ancient phrase in the cultivation method, exhausting his inner thoughts and striving to understand its mysteries. He was like a newborn baby eager to learn, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As the clock ticked, an hour later, Yi Shiqing finally closed the cultivation manual with satisfaction. Then, he let out a deep sigh. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Congratulations, host, you have learned the skill Dark Knight Armor. Stamina plus 50, Strength plus 50. Congratulations, host, you have learned the skill Shadow Stealth. Mental Strength plus 50. Current Stamina, 1400. Current Strength, 1200. Current Mental Strength, 1410. Sleepiness surged in like a tidal wave, enveloping Song Yuan tightly. She felt weak all over, and her head drooped slightly from time to time, as if her head was being pulled by an invisible force. Just as she was drifting off to sleep, she suddenly felt something, as if she had been struck by a mysterious electric current. In an instant, her eyes snapped open like lightning, widening and bulging like copper bells. When she saw the dense dark power surrounding Yi Shiqing, her jaw dropped sharply, her face filled with disbelief. At this moment, Yi Shiqing stood there, seemingly blending into the surrounding darkness. The surrounding dark energy was like a group of jubilant, mysterious elves, carrying an indescribable agility and vitality. In an instant, they rapidly converged, forming an imposing dark armor around Yi Shiqing. The armor looked mysterious and magnificent, radiating a faint glow. It is extremely light, as if it has no weight at all, seemingly an illusion, yet it gives people a real sense of existence. Even so, Yi Shiqing could still clearly feel the armor's indestructibility. So this is the Dark Knight Holy Armor? As expected of an S-rank armor, it's completely weightless, Yi Shiqing murmured. Let's try Shadow Stealth next. Immediately afterwards, the dark aura around Yi Shiqing became even more intense, surging like a raging tide. The darkness gradually spread, completely engulfing him. Immediately afterwards, under Song Yuan's shocked and wide-eyed gaze, the darkness continued to surge and contract. In an instant, it turned into a little black man. Then, the mysterious black shadow, like a nimble ghost, suddenly vanished into the ground. In the blink of an eye, it formed a strange black spot that slowly crawled across the ground. The black spot moved as fast as lightning, yet was incredibly light, as if it had no weight at all. Even the smallest gaps seemed to be open to it, allowing it to pass through freely without any hindrance. These black spots seemed to be filled with endless joy, like a lively little sprite, constantly wriggling and darting across the floor, walls, and ceiling. It seemed to be exploring a completely new world, filled with curiosity and excitement. When the shadowy figure stopped, then, as if drawn by a living paintbrush, it gradually sketched out a clear human figure. Then Yi Shiqing suddenly appeared. He was like a king emerging from the darkness, exuding an awe-inspiring aura, his eyes revealing profound wisdom and unwavering strength. So this is Shadow Stealth? Not bad, Yi Shiqing remarked slightly after experiencing it. When used, one will completely disappear into the shadows. walls. It's great for sneak attacks, it's perfect for going through gaps in the wall. After trying out the technique, Yi Shiqing subconsciously turned his head to look at Song Yuan by the wall. At this moment, Song Yuan seemed to have been struck by lightning and was completely stunned. What the heck? This is unbelievable. He mastered 2 S-level cultivation techniques in just 1 hour. What incredible level of comprehension this is. It's important to know that it takes an ordinary person at least a year to learn an S-level martial arts technique, and one must be fully committed to understanding it. Only through daily dedication and painstaking contemplation can one gradually unravel its mysteries over a long period of time. However, Yi Shiqing, on the other hand, completed it so easily in just over an hour. This is absolutely shocking. It was as if an incredible miracle was unfolding before my eyes. Yi Shiqing stood in front of Song Yuan, who was as still as a statue, and waved her hand in front of his eyes. The latter suddenly realized what was happening and turned his head sharply, asking tentatively, You've mastered it? Yi Shiqing nodded strangely. Song Yuan was speechless, a look of horror and disbelief appearing on her face. Is this what genius is? Is this the difference between us and ordinary people? Song Yuan adjusted her rapid breathing, calmed her turbulent emotions, and then shook her head with a sense of relief. With a calm expression, he said, Congratulations. Yi Shiqing looked at Song Yuan with a strange yet smug expression. I think you should focus on your cultivation these next few days, Song Yuan said leisurely. That's exactly what I was thinking too, Yi Shiqing replied. The chaotic battle at the academy a few days later will be a crucial turning point, since the demon spirit cult fears they might stab someone in the back. The higher one's cultivation level, the greater the protection. It seems, it's time to go to the Soul Tower. The Soul Tower was the lavish sum offered to recruit Yi Shiqing. The Soul Tower is the core of the entire Dawn Academy. Dawn Academy is renowned for its Soul Tower. This Soul Tower is no ordinary place. Being inside it can increase cultivation speed several times over. It can not only forge the soul and body, but also greatly enhance the cultivator's ability to mutate. When Yi Shiqing first arrived at Dawn Academy, he planned to go to the Soul Tower to cultivate. However, Dean Wang gave a very insightful suggestion. The higher the level, the more considerable the benefits will be in the cultivation, and the more efficient and effective the cultivation will be. Yi Shiqing had always held Dean Wang in the highest esteem, and he naturally obeyed this suggestion without question. But now, Yi Shiqing possesses as many as 4 superpowers. One is at the 3rd level, 2 are at the 2nd level, and 1 is at the 1st level. Their cultivation is truly difficult and full of thorns. Improving each superpower requires painstaking effort and consumes a great deal of energy and time. Therefore, now is indeed the time to make full use of this hidden and precious resource. We must seize the opportunity and act swiftly. Only in this way can one make further progress on the path of cultivation, achieving daily advancements and reaching higher realms. I'm now preparing to enter the Soul Tower for 3 days of cultivation, Yi Shiqing said to Song Yuan. Okay. Song Yuan nodded slightly and answered softly. I'll stay outside and watch over you. After all, the Soul Tower has special restrictions, and Song Yuan is unable to enter it. Okay. Yi Shiqing thought for a moment and then agreed. He had originally planned to let Song Yuan get to know her surroundings better and take a stroll around. After all, who would willingly become a bodyguard without expecting anything in return? However, the other party insisted on staying outside to protect him. But at this moment, you could tell from the other person's determined gaze. She keeps her word. This left Yi Shiqing feeling helpless. Yi Shiqing first spoke to Dean Wang and asked him to grant him access. Then, he and Song Yuan walked steadily toward a certain direction of the academy. The Soul Tower is located in the central area of Dawn Academy, only 100 meters away from the magnificent Dawn building. They are all towering behemoths, majestic and magnificent, easily visible at a glance, as if they were the most prominent landmarks in the academy. The Soul Tower is an outward-facing cylindrical structure, surrounded by a dark, inky color. The enormous sun, hanging obliquely in the azure sky, was completely blocked. The two of them blended quietly into the shadows, appearing insignificant. It's really big, Yi Shiqing exclaimed in surprise, and then arrived at the bottom of the Soul Tower. There was a person on each side of the table, who greeted Yi Shiqing with a smile on their face. Junior Yi, you've arrived. The dean already informed us earlier. A kind-faced senior student smiled and said, his eyes showing a hint of welcome for his junior. Indeed, Junior Yi is indeed a student that the academy is focusing on cultivating. He was qualified to enter the tower as a freshman. His opportunity is truly enviable. Another senior student echoed this sentiment, his tone full of admiration. Both of these senior students are third-year students. Guarding the Soul Tower is partly their duty, and partly to earn academic credits. Just lucky. Yi Shiqing smiled modestly, his expression humble and polite. Come on, Junior, this way please. One of the senior students said something briefly, then solemnly took out a token hanging on his chest. After walking a few steps into the tower, I carefully scanned the sensor at the entrance. With a beep, an electronic sound suddenly rang out, crisp and loud. As the voice of confirmed rang out, the tightly closed door suddenly awoke like a sleeping beast, revealing a world of unknowns. I'm going in first. Yi Shiqing turned to look at Song Yuan, whose expression was calm, and shrugged. Okay. Song Yuan answered calmly. The space behind her distorted, and in an instant she merged into it and disappeared from the spot. Yi Shiqing walked to the door but did not go in directly. The Soul Tower was completely empty, hollow, and the top could be seen from the bottom. Seeing Yi Shiqing stroll over, the senior student beside him paused for a moment, then organized his thoughts. The Soul Tower is meticulously crafted using the power of space. Within this Soul Tower, there are more than 50 independent spaces, each like a self-contained miniature world. As the saying goes, one step leads to an abyss. Once you step inside, you will instantly enter a specific space. Therefore, once inside, you must firmly guard the 1 square meter of ground beneath your feet. Do not leave without permission, and never let your guard down. Otherwise, getting out again would likely require a lot of trouble. The senior student's expression was solemn, and his tone was dignified and solemn. His meticulous manner seemed to be an attempt to emphasize the importance of the matter, making it appear quite serious. Okay, thank you for your explanation. After thanking him, Yi Shiqing turned his gaze to the mysterious Soul Tower. Then, with a mix of trepidation and excitement, I took a big step forward. The space rippled, and Yi Shiqing suddenly vanished from the spot. The senior student standing at the door glanced at the empty tower and a wicked smile immediately appeared on his lips. That smile seemed to conceal the smugness of a successful conspiracy, making one feel uneasy. Immediately afterwards, he turned and left without hesitation, leaving behind a silhouette that left people with endless imagination and questions. Another senior student frowned when he saw him walking over with a strange smile on his face. A sense of unease welled up inside me, as if I had a premonition that something was about to happen. Did you not tell him how to get out? He was standing at the corner of the Soul Tower, some distance from the entrance, so he didn't hear Yi Shiqing's conversation at all. But judging from the other person's expression, I had a bad feeling. The senior who led Yi Shiqing and smiled without saying a word, his eyes flickering, clearly acknowledging the fact. His silence seemed to confirm another senior's guess, making the atmosphere even more tense. If prolonged exposure to a compressed space can cause fainting, you should tell him that. The senior student spoke with a judgmental tone. Why is it that he, a freshman, can enter for 3 days without any cost, while we have to accumulate 5,000 credits to be qualified to cultivate for even 1 day? The senior student who brought Yi Shiqing in sneered. In short, he won't be in any danger. We'll just let him sleep for a while. Another senior student next to him pondered for a long time before letting out a helpless sigh. Fortunately, it's just the two of them who know about this. If Yi Shiqing was trapped because he didn't say a word, and the two of them simply denied it to the deaf, who would know? I see, Song Yuan murmured softly, suddenly realizing. At this moment, hiding in her private space, she slowly turned off the phone's recording function. A bright smile appeared on his face, a smile that seemed to carry a hint of smugness and cunning. In this private space, Song Yuan quietly observed everything around her. The surrounding environment here is almost exactly the same as the original world. Whether it's the crowds coming and going or the stationary objects, there is no difference whatsoever. The familiar streets, the familiar buildings, even the scent in the air, all seemed exactly the same as the world we knew. However, the only difference is that the original world was a vibrant, colorful place, full of life and energy. The space she was in, however, was a monotonous gray. There are no vibrant colors here, only endless grayness, as if shrouded in a layer of gloom. Her independent space is quite different from some common spatial systems. It is not merely a simple storage space or teleportation channel, but a special realm shrouded in mystery. To put it in simpler, more common language, Song Yuan has essentially gone into hiding. Posted on WeChat moments when you get back. Song Yuan looked at the smug senior and immediately gave a disdainful smile. Yi Shiqing felt dizzy and disoriented, as if the whole world was spinning, like he was riding a high-speed roller coaster. However, about 2 seconds later, his previously lifeless eyes slowly opened, revealing a hint of confusion and bewilderment. When he finally regained consciousness, he found himself in the very center of the Soul Tower. The surrounding environment is basically the same, except that I have moved from the doorway to this location. Is this the Soul Tower? Yi Shiqing murmured softly. At this moment, even though the surrounding environment was exactly the same as what had happened before, it was still the same familiar scene. But Yi Shiqing knew very well that he had already entered a special space. After all, the strange sensation that made me faint instantly was still vivid in my mind. He narrowed his eyes slightly and casually surveyed his surroundings. Then, Yi Shiqing simply sat cross-legged on the ground, his expression becoming focused and determined. There's no need to dwell on these things, just focus on your cultivation. You should know that being able to cultivate in the Soul Tower is a rare opportunity that is hard to come by. Yi Shiqing has only 3 days of cultivation opportunities each year, making the time extremely precious. Therefore, every second he hesitated was equivalent to losing a second of cultivation, and he couldn't waste this hard-won, precious time. The steps for cultivating in the Soul Tower are no different from regular cultivation. I learned about them from Dean Wang. Yi Shiqing sat upright on the ground, head held high and chest out, eyes level, hands
gently placed on his knees, eyes closed and mind focused, concentrating on feeling the rich and profound mysterious essence. At that moment, it seemed as if the whole world had fallen silent. Only Yi Shiqing's breathing and heartbeat echoed softly in this tranquil space. His mind gradually calmed down, and he became one with his surroundings. At this moment, he was calm and composed, as if he were in a tranquil world, immersing himself wholeheartedly in the understanding of spiritual power. That rich spiritual energy was like a profound and mellow power. It lingered around him, captivating him and drawing him in so deeply that he couldn't extricate himself. At the same time, countless shimmering blue lights began to fall around him, seemingly out of nowhere. Those sparkling points, like mysterious and unpredictable fragments of starlight, danced in a chaotic yet extremely alluring manner. They resemble mysterious radiance from the depths of the vast universe, carrying a dazzling and fantastical quality. These blue flashes of light, with a dazzling yet mesmerizing glow, quietly illuminated the silent interior of the Soul Tower. It was as if a glimmer of hope, like a dream, had been injected into the endless darkness. The light, though faint as a wisp of smoke, brought an indescribable vibrancy and hope to this tranquil space. They fluttered wildly in the air, and some even merged into Yi Xining's body. Yi Shiqing sat cross-legged on the ground, motionless, like a lifelike statue. His face was calm and serene, as if all the noise and commotion in the world had nothing to do with him. A slight upturn at the corners of his mouth held a faint smile, seemingly containing endless meaning and satisfaction. Then, in the silence where no one paid any attention, his eyes, shining like brilliant stars, slowly opened after a long wait. Congratulations, host. Your A-level ability, Blade of Time, has broken through to the 3rd tier. Strength plus 60, Stamina plus 40, Speed plus 60. Congratulations, host. Your God-level ability, Demon Wolf Fenrir, has broken through to the 3rd tier. Mental Strength plus 100. Congratulations, host. Your S-rank ability, Dark Netherflame, has broken through 2 levels. Mental Strength plus 30, Strength plus 50. Current Strength 1310. Current Stamina 1440. Current Speed 1610. Current Mental Strength 1540. Hearing the pleasant electronic sounds that kept coming from his brain, he suddenly burst into laughter. As expected of the Soul Tower, its reputation is well deserved. It broke through 2 third-tier bottlenecks in 3 days. At this moment, as his rank increased, Demon Wolf Fenrir, S Gigantamax and Max Gigantamax durations increased to 10 minutes and 1 minute, respectively. Of course, when Yi Shiqing broke through, he also swallowed all the Qingling pills that Duanmu Qingyi had given him. Since it can increase the probability of a breakthrough, it shouldn't be kept secret. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging waves, and felt a surge of ecstasy. He didn't move around randomly either. His feet never left the 1 square meter mark. It's time to go out, Yi Shiqing said leisurely. At this moment, he also sensed the extraordinary nature of this place. Although his cultivation speed had improved significantly, he felt dizzy and lightheaded. This is because the spatial power of the Soul Tower is completely different from the space that ordinary people understand. The Soul Tower is pieced together from countless fragments of space. Even though I am currently in one of those spaces. However, this place is only one of the many spatial fragments of the Soul Tower. This complex spatial structure and endless variations naturally make people feel dazzled and even dizzy. It's time to get out, Yi Shiqing murmured bitterly. At this moment, Yi Shiqing seemed to be petrified. He froze on the spot, completely motionless. So, how the hell am I supposed to get out of here? Yi Shiqing roared angrily in his heart. At this moment, his mind was in a state of extreme confusion, his thoughts tangled together like a jumbled mess. He frantically searched his memory, but couldn't recall ever being told how to get out. This uncertainty and confusion made him feel incredibly anxious and helpless. He struggled to break free of the petrified state, slowly raised his hands, and pinched the corners of his eyes. The movement carried a hint of weariness and helplessness, as if trying to clear one's head in this way. Break free from this chaotic state, find that faint glimmer of hope, and find a way out of this place. There was no signal in this space, and he didn't have his phone with him, leaving him completely isolated and helpless. Waiting idly isn't a solution. Yi Shiqing quickly glanced around, then seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, he also has the instrument air cutter. You searched high and low without finding it, only to have it unexpectedly come to you through sheer skill. The device that I had cleverly obtained from Li Zan of the Xining City Supernatural Abilities Guild last time could now be put to use. Immediately afterward, Yi Shiqing no longer hesitated, lightly touched the spatial ring with his finger, and a flash of light appeared. After all, the chaotic dizziness was still lingering in his mind, and he certainly couldn't stay there any longer. Then, a curved dagger with a white blade and a black handle suddenly appeared in his hand. The blade, illuminated by the surrounding faint blue light, emitted a chilling gleam that sent shivers down one's spine. Let's see if it works. Yi Shiqing gripped the dagger tightly and thrust it fiercely into the endless void before him with the force of thunder. During this process, time seemed to be slowed down, and Yi Shiqing's speed was slowed down tenfold. Every movement became clearly visible, the muscles in his arms bulged slightly, and the trajectory of the dagger through the air resembled a slowly flowing silver line. Immediately afterwards, the space in front of him began
began to distort, and the degree of distortion was alarming. In an instant, a large hole was torn in it, like a curtain being ripped open. Then, holding the dagger, he slid it slowly and steadily downwards. The void in front of him suddenly split open slowly to both sides, like a fragile piece of paper. Through the crack cleaved open by the air cut, the gate to the Soul Tower is clearly visible, just a step away. Once space is torn open, the distance between people naturally disappears. Without hesitation, Yi Shiqing took a sudden step forward. I saw on the forum that Yi Shiqing seems to be trapped inside the Soul Tower. Oh my god, could Yi Shiqing really be trapped inside? It must be true, so many people have gathered around. It's all because of those two senior students kneeling on the ground, acting like petty villains who have gotten their way. Outside the Soul Tower, a large number of students had already gathered. They were in groups of 3 or 5, discussing amongst themselves, completely blocking the area around the Soul Tower. Some students even took out their phones to take photos or videos, intending to upload the scene to the school's forum. Song Yuan had already recorded what that smug senior had said. When Song Yuan came to the school, she was registered as a student, which naturally connected her to the school network. So they simply posted what that person had done directly on the campus forum. Of course, after attracting it, you can also observe whether there are any suspicious people, truly jealous of talent and capable people, and malicious in their actions. The academy has produced such despicable people as you. At this moment, Vice Dean Li stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with extreme contempt as he glanced sharply at the two men kneeling on the ground, his face full of resentment. His expression was as if he were looking at the most despicable people in the world, filled with contempt and disgust for their actions. The two men trembled under that piercing gaze, feeling as insignificant and contemptible as ants. Vice Dean, this whole thing started because of him. It has nothing to do with me. One of them looked at the Vice Dean with a terrified expression and said in a trembling voice. His face was pale, his forehead was covered in sweat, and his eyes revealed fear and anxiety. He pointed to another person kneeling beside him, trying to shift the blame onto that person. It's all right. Failing to report what you know is dereliction of duty. The Vice Dean's eyes widened in anger, his voice low and stern. His gaze swept over everyone present, sending a chill down their spines. The Vice President seems genuinely angry. Yeah, looks like those two guys are doomed. Not only will they be expelled, but they will also receive a demerit, and may even face disciplinary action from the court. The surrounding students were talking amongst themselves, looking at the two kneeling figures with disdain. Facing the resentful Vice Dean Li, even though he wasn't the one being reprimanded, he still felt a chill run down his spine. Vice Dean Li's real name is Li Gang. His special ability is spatial, and his rank is 7th. However, the Soul Tower was a masterpiece created by ancient immortals. The interior space is intricate and confusing. Even though Vice Dean Li Gang is a 7th level expert, faced with such a mysterious and unpredictable Soul Tower, it is difficult to fully understand and comprehend it. If we want to rescue Yi Shiqing from that mysterious and unpredictable space, undoubtedly, this is no easy task and will require a great deal of time and effort. Moreover, all of this is based on the premise that Yi Shiqing can stay quietly and patiently in place, without daring to make any rash moves. After all, this is a space full of uncertainty. No one knows which mysterious location in space they will be teleported to next. Vice Dean, I think it's about time, a mentor standing next to the Vice Dean reminded him. Don't be impatient. Li Gang calmly replied. One cannot enter the Soul Tower in the morning and leave in the evening. If one does so, it will easily damage one's spirit and deplete one's strength. Moreover, these are resources granted to him by the academy. He must not be allowed to give up halfway. That's right. The instructor who spoke earlier was still somewhat conflicted. However, staying in the Soul Tower space for a long time can be mentally and physically damaging, and in severe cases, it might even lead to cerebral palsy. That would only happen if he were to traverse space without any regard for consequences. What if he really can't resist wandering around? Li Gang remained silent for a long while, then slowly shook his head. He is an extremely intelligent child. Even after being reminded, he understands the stakes. Li Gang truly trusted Yi Shiqing, believing that Yi Shiqing possessed extraordinary intelligence and composure. Frequent entry and exit from the Soul Tower can be extremely taxing on the brain. Furthermore, it can cause the spiritual energy inside the Soul Tower to leak out, which is extremely harmful to both the cultivator and the Soul Tower itself. When the academy learned that Yi Shiqing was cultivating in the Soul Tower, they did not rush in while he was cultivating. After careful consideration, the people of the academy decided to wait until he had finished his cultivation before entering the Soul Tower to find him. They knew that disturbing someone at a crucial moment in their cultivation could have irreversible consequences. Of course, this is all predicated on Li Gang's unwavering belief in Yi Shiqing. He knew that Yi Shiqing was sensible and, knowing that it was a dangerous situation, would calm down and deal with it steadily. A few minutes later, the instructor beside him reminded him again. Vice Dean, it's almost time. Okay. After thinking for a moment, Li Gang nodded in agreement. Wow, Dean Li is about to take action. That makes sense. Yi Shiqing is a freshman after all, so there's no way he could have come out. Yes, and and some spatial ability users feign after crossing 2 spatial dimensions. But even if Dean Li were to take action, it would probably take some time. Li Gang's poised and ready stance was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, sparking heated discussions among the crowd. In an instant, the scene resembled a bustling market, with people chattering away unconsciously. Most people firmly believed that Yi Shiqing would definitely be carried back by Dean Li Gang. After all, Yi Shiqing had already stayed in the Soul Tower for so long. Moreover, each time one crosses a space, the brain is disrupted by the power of space, and this powerful interference is something that ordinary people cannot withstand. With Yi Shiqing's physique at only the 3rd level, it would be absolutely impossible for him to withstand such a harsh environment. Of course, at this moment, some students around the academy who were ignored by everyone suddenly grinned with schadenfreude. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Li Gang resolutely stepped forward. In an instant, the power of space followed him like a shadow, shifting uncertainly at his toes. That mysterious power was elusive and unfathomable. Just before he had fully taken that step, the layers of doors in the Soul Tower, like a mysterious treasure sealed for thousands of years, are now slowly opening. A strikingly handsome figure. It appeared from behind the door. The long-awaited glimmer of light, like 10,000 sharp knives, pierced Yi Shiqing's eyes with unstoppable force, catching him completely off guard. He instinctively reached out and quickly shielded his eyes, trying to block out the sudden, intense light. As time passed, the light gradually dimmed, and his eyes adjusted. He slowly opened his eyes. After he had fully adjusted, as he slowly moved his hand away, what came into view was a group of classmates who were dumbfounded, their mouths agape as if they could swallow an elephant, looking like clay sculptures or wooden statues. Their eyes were filled with astonishment, disbelief, and confusion. It was as if I had witnessed something astonishing and unimaginable. The look of astonishment on his face was as if he had been struck by lightning. This just came out like that? A freshman has been selected just like that? I was supposed to feel dizzy and lightheaded. What happened to the vice president taking the lead? They were stunned, as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at Yi Shiqing with wide eyes and bewildered expressions. The atmosphere at the scene was unusually quiet. You could hear a pin drop, and even breathing could be clearly heard. What's going on? He's completely unharmed. Dean Li Gang looked at Yi Shiqing with wide curiosity. The Soul Tower is primarily a compression of space. Most people can only stay in the Soul Tower for a day at most, and they will definitely be listless when they come out. Moreover, it would take at least half a month of recuperation to eliminate these side effects. Yi Shiqing, on the other hand, stayed for 3 days. But now, he's perfectly fine. This is completely illogical. At this moment, Yi Shiqing's eyes were somewhat unfamiliar. He narrowed his eyes and casually glanced at the stunned crowd. A small head with a big question mark. What's going on? It's just entering the Soul Tower. Why make such a fuss? Yi Shiqing scratched the back of his head with a surprised expression. While he was still filled with doubt, a clear and melodious female voice, as sweet as a nightingale's song, suddenly entered his ears. Pretend to be tired. Time is of the essence. No further explanation needed. Even though he didn't know where the voice came from, Yi Shiqing still recognized it as Song Yuan's voice. He had no idea what Song Yuan was up to, but for some reason, I inexplicably trusted him. Are you faking illness? Yi Shiqing's eyes shifted slightly, his thoughts racing through his mind like a shuttle. Immediately afterwards, he straightened his chest, his face calm and composed. With a resolute demeanor, he took a resounding step forward, as if he had made up his mind, and then, oh dear, I'm so dizzy. Dean Li, come quick, save me. Song Yuan gently rubbed her forehead, looking helpless. Couldn't you have acted a little better? Who would believe this? The next moment, Li Gang raised his right foot and used spatial power to step forward, arriving in front of Yi Shiqing in the blink of an eye. Are you alright? Li Gang asked anxiously, his eyes filled with worry and concern. He quickly reached out and helped Yi Shiqing up from the ground, then carefully checked his physical condition. Where do you feel unwell? Do you have a headache? Is your vision blurry? As Li Gang spoke, he gently touched Yi Shiqing's head, neck, and back, trying to find any possible injuries or discomfort. He moved gently and carefully, afraid of causing him more pain. Song Yuan, hiding in her private space, was dumbfounded. They actually believed that? Yi Shiqing looked at Li Gang, whose face was full of concern, and his lips twitched violently. Then, they began to perform naturally. Ouch! Dean Li, my back is aching terribly, my buttocks are sore, and my whole body aches. Ha! Shouldn't it be dizziness? Li Gang was stunned, looking completely bewildered. Yi Shiqing immediately changed his words, saying, oh dear, look at me, I'm in so much pain that I'm not even thinking straight. I'm dizzy and my head is spinning. It's that serious? Li Gang's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. He involuntarily raised his voice, making the surrounding atmosphere even more tense. The most important thing right now is to help you get some rest. As Li Gang spoke urgently, he raised his right hand high and waved enthusiastically to the students around him. Come quickly, Fu Yi, go and rest. His voice echoed in the air, carrying an undeniable anxiety and concern. As soon as he finished speaking, the students around him, who had been in a daze, seemed to be awakened from their slumber like wild beasts. They sprang into action instantly, scrambling to stick their weight onto
the wall. The scene was like a surging tide, urgent and passionate. "Yi, let me carry you," a female student said, her face flushed, her eyes filled with determination and enthusiasm. She quickly grabbed Yi Shiqing's right arm and pulled him outward sharply, as if afraid that someone else would get there first. "No, no, I'll do it. I'll fly you straight to the infirmary on my sword," another female student retorted. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gripped Yi Shiqing's left arm tightly, her voice clear and strong. "Your sword riding is too shaky, and your mind is unstable. My walking device is much more reliable." Another female classmate frowned, speaking earnestly, her gaze fixed on Yi Shiqing, as if trying to prove to him that her method was the best. "I'll do it. I'll do it. No, no, I'll do it. I'll do it. Yi, ride me back." The surroundings were noisy and chaotic, much like the haggling of middle-aged women in a market, with everyone taking turns to argue until their faces turned red. Neither side was willing to make the slightest concession. Their words rose and fell, intertwining like a magnificent, passionate symphony. Yi Shiqing's feet and legs were firmly bound by his classmates. If the group had used any more force, he would probably have been torn to pieces. Yi Shiqing is handsome and dashing, with an extraordinary temperament and outstanding strength. That's why most of the people surrounding him were female classmates. They knew that if they could build a good relationship with Yi Shiqing, it would be the icing on the cake. Of course, they would be overjoyed and eager for anything more if their relationship with Yi Shiqing could develop further. Dean Li was pushed out of the crowd by the fanatics. He gently touched his forehead, looking somewhat helpless. None of the people would back down, nor would they allow Yi Shiqing to refuse. Therefore, after careful consideration, I made this decision. Let's take Yi Shiqing to the infirmary together. Then, one strange yet harmonious scene after another was created. 100 female students crowded together, lifting Yi Shiqing high into the air like a sacrificial offering. The thunderous, earth-shaking footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Only a few envious male students were left dazzled in the wind, looking completely bewildered. At that moment, among the deserted and neglected students, several male students stood coldly. They watched as the large group of female students gradually disappeared into the distance. Even after the group disappeared from sight, they still gazed longingly, unwilling to look away for a long time. "Injured? That's great." A barely perceptible smirk crept across their lips. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, making him look chilling. "Is Yi Shiqing alright? We'll be going now, then call me if you need anything. Bye-bye." The clinic is not particularly large. At this moment, the enthusiastic female students surged forward like a tide. In an instant, the entire corridor was completely blocked, becoming impassable. The crowded people and the noisy sounds turned the once quiet area around the infirmary into an extremely chaotic place. As the school doctor arrived, she looked at the chaotic scene and frowned slightly. The school doctor, with a stern face, began loudly shooing away the enthusiastic students. Although the students were reluctant to leave, they could only reluctantly depart under the authority of the school doctor. The way he kept turning back to look at me was as if he were saying goodbye to a treasure in his heart. Heartbeat normal, body temperature normal, physical condition normal, physiological, normal. The school doctor was a beautiful woman who skillfully used a set of advanced instruments to conduct a meticulous preliminary examination of Yi Shiqing. However, after a long inspection, no unusual features were found on the other person. "Strange, you're perfectly fine." The school doctor looked at Yi Shiqing, who had an innocent expression, with surprise. The latter winked at her, looking completely harmless, like an innocent child. "Sigh, never mind, I'll prescribe some calming medicine and you should get some rest." The school doctor sighed softly. Although no problems were found, Yi Shiqing had spent 3 days in the Soul Tower. The Soul Tower is already mentally taxing. Based on past cases of students who have visited the Soul Tower, you just need to follow the steps. Observe for a while. You can stay here for the next few days. Be sure to take the medication according to the dosage. Yi Shiqing's face was full of smiles, but the smiles gradually faded after the school doctor's figure completely disappeared from the room. He sat there quietly, a thoughtful look in his eyes, as if considering his next move. The room fell silent, with only the faint sound of breathing echoing in the air. "So why did you tell me to fake being sick?" Yi Shiqing murmured to the void before him, seemingly speaking to no one in particular. The next second, the space in front of them distorted, and then a graceful figure suddenly emerged from the void. Song Yuan plopped down on the edge of the bed, crossed her arms and legs. After a long pause, he calmly said, "Announcing your injury will avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble." Yi Shiqing has a very strong sense of perception. Even though Song Yuan was hiding in her private space, he could still vaguely sense her ethereal aura. "Get rid of unnecessary trouble?" Yi Shiqing raised an eyebrow, somewhat not understanding. "If something happens to you, the demon spirit cult will naturally gloat, so I'll take this opportunity to observe you." "Any clues?" "Yes, from what I've observed, there are 4 suspects at the scene," Song Yuan said, handing over her phone. The document clearly records the photos and identification information of the 4 individuals. "And Chen Bei, a senior?" Yi Shiqing still remembered this person. They had run into each other a few days ago while having dinner. "It seems to be ranked 7th in the college's credit Reddit rankings, and it's quite famous. Are these all people from the demon spirit cult? Yi Shiqing asked tentatively, handing the phone back to Song Yuan. Song Yuan shook her head slightly, her expression solemn. I'm not entirely sure, but I find this matter quite suspicious. You must be extra careful during the great battle. Afterwards, Song Yuan remained silent for a moment, as if she was organizing her thoughts. Then, she slowly and deliberately began to tell her story. Now that you are injured during the duel, those members of the demon spirit cult will naturally not choose to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. They'll probably launch a full-scale attack right away, giving you no chance to breathe. After all, if Yi Shiqing were to take the field unharmed, given his strength, those members of the demon spirit cult will likely be wary and choose to hide in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. However, if Yi Shiqing were to fight while injured, they would generally make a decisive move and launch a strong attack, sweeping all before them. They will surely seize this opportunity and attempt to defeat Yi Shiqing in one fell swoop. To achieve their ulterior motives, they harbor sinister intentions. Alright, I'll be on my guard then. Yi Shiqing waved his hand casually, then put his hands behind his head. Night before the big brawl. Inside a villa at Dawn Academy, the night was as dark as ink, utterly black. However, the bright moonlight, like a generous messenger, gently spilled through the window onto the ground, bringing a faint yet precious glimmer of light. The silvery moonlight spilled onto the ground, as if draping the earth in a dreamlike veil, vaguely outlining the contours of the room. The atmosphere in the living room was solemn. The 10 students remained calm and composed, kneeling in unison on one knee in front of the sofa. They stood tall and straight like pine trees, their gazes firm and unwavering, like loyal guardians. On the sofa, a person dressed in a black robe reclines leisurely, supporting his head with one hand, his posture elegant and composed. It exudes an aura of unfathomable majesty, as if it were a ruler of the world. The room was extremely dark. A few faint rays of light struggled to penetrate through the cracks, but could only fend for themselves in the darkness, unable to illuminate the entire room. In this pitch-black environment, only the person's blurry outline could be seen. Crunch! The door was opened just wide enough for one person to pass through, and then Chenbei slowly entered the house from the outside. He then knelt down on one knee, just like the other 10 students. After a long silence, Chenbei carefully considered his words before speaking respectfully to the person on the sofa. Priest, Yi Shiqing will be severely injured tomorrow. Launching a direct attack now would be a truly astounding strategy. This move will surely catch the enemy off guard and lead to victory. The man in black robes remained silent, like a mysterious sculpture. After a moment, he calmly began to speak. Even if he is not injured, we must still kill him, shall we? You are right, sir. If we don't get rid of him soon, he will definitely become a hidden danger in the future. Tomorrow, you should act according to the situation and don't worry about exposing your identities. Chenbei was taken aback, then tentatively asked, don't we have 20 people with us? Why are only 10 of us being sent out for such an important mission? The demon spirit cult has placed more than 20 people in Dawn Academy. The plan to kill Yi Shiqing was their top priority. The moment they joined the demon spirit cult, they were no longer afraid of death. So why not mobilize the entire army for such an important task? This left Chenbei somewhat bewildered. It's just a long-term plan. Our demon spirit church will be making a big move soon, so this operation is just a hook, a bait, the man in black explained. I will also participate in this operation, and my whereabouts will be exposed then as well. What? Even you're involved? Chenbei was shocked. After all, this priest had finally established himself at Dawn Academy. Making a move now would be tantamount to ruining one's future, wouldn't it? These 10 members were prepared to die, and this priest seemed to be the same. Therefore, I will also act as bait, taking over the nest for the demon spirit cult. The man let out a low growl, his face contorted with rage and madness beneath his black robe. The kneeling students remained calm, bowing their heads slightly and pressing their palms together. They were chanting incantations, their voices not loud, yet they seemed to possess a power that penetrated the soul. The divine religion has appeared in the world, bringing blessings to all living beings. Only by believing in the cult leader can one be saved. May the Lord, its might extends across the 4 seas, and all beings return to their true nature. During these days, Yi Shiqing pretended to be ill and passed each day without making a sound until the day of the duel arrived. During this period, he skillfully concealed his true condition, portraying his illness with remarkable realism. In the past few days, many people have come to visit him with concern. Among those who came to visit, Su Zishan was the one who came the most. She would come to visit almost every day, her concerned expression making it seem as if Yi Shiqing had some terminal illness. Every time she came, her eyes were filled with worry and concern. Zhou Ling and Hua Xiaorong had also come twice before, arriving together and bringing some items that would aid in their recovery. Xiaorong Xue also came once. Her arrival was like a cold wind, bringing a different feeling, and the two were completely stuck in an awkward conversation. Even more unexpectedly, Duan Feng also came, and even brought some gifts. Xiao Yu was reportedly away from school recently, so she hadn't come even once, and she didn't participate in this free-for-all either. I've faked illness enough, it's time to come out of hiding. Yi Shiqing got out of bed and stretched with a tense expression. let's go eat. He spoke to Song Yuan, who was sitting on the bed with her legs crossed, playing on her phone. After a brief reply, the two left the infirmary and headed to the cafeteria. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, under the blazing sun, everyone stood like rows of neat pine trees on the academy's large #1 playground. The playground is huge, almost the size of a small town. Students from all grades, from freshmen just entering the campus to seniors who have experienced trials and tribulations, gather here. They either appeared calm and composed, or were filled with anticipation. Of course, some students, like Chao Yu, were unable to attend due to being busy with other matters. Even so, there were still about 7,000 people at the scene. Despite the large number of people, the vast playground did not feel crowded. Directly in front of me was a podium, where several instructors stood. Because the playground is so big, it's completely invisible. It's just a blurry bunch of black dots. Behind the podium was a huge screen, which clearly displayed everything on the podium. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dean Wang glanced at the students whose eyes were fixed on him, then gently blew a few breaths into the microphone. Then I organized my thoughts. I am pleased to see you all continue to grow, but becoming a superhuman is an extremely dangerous profession. I know this chaotic battle is very unfair to some freshmen, but Dawn Academy is not fair. When he said the last sentence, Dean Wang's tone suddenly became more serious, causing many people in the room to shiver. In this world, fairness is only an ideal state, while the real world is much more cruel and ruthless. If you want to live and work in peace and contentment, if you want to be a hothouse flower, unfortunately, I have to tell you, you've come to the wrong place. The strong need competition and tempering. Strong people adapt, they don't complain. The moment the impassioned speech ended, the room fell silent. Everyone was lost in thought. Some of the freshmen looked solemn, their eyes revealing an unspeakable bitterness. In contrast, the senior students appeared more mature and composed. They've been through so much hardship and are used to this kind of situation. This is the true meaning of life. The strong rule, the weak are prey. Only by constantly striving to improve oneself can one remain invincible in this world. Dean Wang then paused for a moment, and then said, "Of course, I was worried that the power of those with abilities above the 4th level would be too great, and that you might not be able to control your strength. Therefore, their strength will all be suppressed to the 3rd tier. The competition is a points-based event, with each participant starting with 100 points. You will gain all of the opponent's points for each person you defeat. The competition will run from 2:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. As he spoke, he nodded to Li Gang, the vice president beside him. He then added, "Now, issue the scorer." As soon as he finished speaking, Vice Dean Li Gang stepped forward, his right hand surging with spatial power. Then, he snapped his fingers. With a snap, the void in front of everyone present rippled, and then a bracelet appeared simultaneously. Wow, that spatial teleportation is so cool. My god, no wonder he's a 7th tier expert. It can actually move thousands of bracelets at the same time. Upon seeing this, the students immediately erupted in a clamor and began to chatter. Their eyes gleamed with fervent admiration as they gazed at Li Gang with great longing. That look in his eyes was as if he were gazing upon a radiant idol filled with respect and admiration. At the same time, Yi Shiqing calmly reached out and gently removed the bracelet, his movements elegant and composed. After everyone had solemnly put on their wristbands, Dean Wang slowly walked to the center of the stage and then began to speak. "Dear students, there is a switch on the left side of the wristband you are holding. After clicking to activate the switch, the bracelet will put an energy protective suit on your body. However, if this protective suit is damaged by external force, it means your match is over." Everyone listened intently. Protective suits, huh? Yi Shiqing murmured. The competition venue is the entire playground. The playground actually has a special mechanism that can turn the entire playground into a small ruin. So at this moment, everyone began to disperse towards the outside of the playground. Anyone want to team up? I have an A-level offensive ability. I'm a warrior type. I'm very tanky. I can be in the front row. We freshmen team up to take down the seniors. Seniorly, please team up with me. My support type ability is very useful. The evacuation route was bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere. There are no rules or restrictions throughout the competition, which means everyone is free to play and act as they please. Therefore, everyone is now standing outside the playground. Many people have already begun to organize themselves and prepare to cooperate with each other. Some freshmen also team up with senior students. After all, having good interpersonal relationships is also a kind of strength. So at that moment, most of the freshmen rushed towards the senior students like a tidal wave. Being able to team up with senior students who have extensive combat experience is certainly a guarantee. Of course, most senior students would disdain to be associated with him. After all, who wants to carry around a burden that's cumbersome and inconvenient? Moreover, they certainly don't want to be pushovers who would willingly make sacrifices without any reward. That would undoubtedly be futile. Unless the other party is willing to pay some price in return. In this way, perhaps cooperation can be achieved, resulting in mutual benefit and win-win results. That is why the scene at this moment resembles a bustling and chaotic trade fair. Some freshmen, being cautious and secretive, secretly slipped money
money into the pockets of senior students. Meanwhile, a small group of people strike poses and flaunt their charm. Of course, these people were all doing it secretly. After all, the college wouldn't allow this kind of bribery. Yi Shiqing looked at the bustling crowd and shook his head with a worried expression, because at this moment, he had completely blocked the way. Why don't you team up with us, Yi Shiqing? I am a healing type ability user, so the team must have a healer. Follow me, follow me. I'm a group support type ability user, team up with me. Don't hang out with these freshmen. I'm a senior. Team up with me, and I'll make sure you soar to new heights. The crowd chattered and argued endlessly in front of Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing gently touched his forehead and suddenly felt his head was as big as a bucket. In general, when faced with the choice of team formation, most students tend to team up with upperclassmen. This is because the senior students have become stronger and more experienced after a long period of honing their skills. It can provide better protection for teammates in various difficult and dangerous situations. However, at this moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. At this moment, most of the freshmen surrounded Yi Shiqing like stars around the moon. One by one, they rushed to join his team. In contrast, those senior students who are usually aloof and arrogant should, by all accounts, look down on the freshmen. Surprisingly, some older students even humbled themselves and rushed over to find Yi Shiqing. She expressed her hope to team up with him. After all, his cultivation level had to be suppressed to the 3rd rank. Yi Shiqing's strength was already evident. Of course, the most important thing is Yi Shiqing's dual superpowers and his S-level superpower. He is truly a prodigy, with limitless potential. If we can build good relationships now, it will at least pave the way for the future. Just then, a sudden and loud voice rang out from the crowd, "Junior brother Yi, team up with me." The sound was deafening, like a surging, towering wave that instantly suppressed everyone else's voices. This powerful voice was like a magnet, extremely attractive, and immediately drew everyone's attention. He was a tall, slender man. Upon seeing this person, everyone spontaneously and without hesitation made way for him. Wow, he's actually one of the top 10 most popular figures in our college. I never expected it to be Senior Sun Zhu. Yes, that's him. My god, it's unbelievable. Even someone like Senior Sun Zhu personally came to ask Yi Shiqing to team up. That's right. I went to see him with high hopes before, but I was rejected without hesitation. There was a great deal of discussion among the crowd, with voices rising and falling. As soon as the young man appeared, most people recognized him at a glance. He is Sun Zhu, who is renowned and respected within the academy and ranked 10th in points. This immediately made some students extremely envious of Yi Shiqing. However, a small number of people hoped that Yi Shiqing would refuse the other party. After all, if two strong forces join forces, what's the point of them fighting each other? If we team up, we're guaranteed to win the championship. What do you say? Interested? Sun Zhu walked up to Yi Shiqing, grinned, and extended a hand. Yi Shiqing fell silent for a moment. Today's events involve the demon spirit cult, and I need to find someone to team up with. If you are completely secure and always act alone, it will only arouse more suspicion. If you find some people to team up with yourself, you won't alert them. After all, in times of crisis, no one wants to have another burden by their side, so Yi Shiqing chose to do the opposite. Yi Shiqing couldn't compare to someone who didn't know him, let alone be familiar with him. They had never even met before. After a moment of silence, Yi Shiqing thought for a moment and replied, "I'm sorry, Senior Sun, I have an appointment." "It's okay, the three of us will go together." "She's terrible at it." "It's okay, just practice more. I just want to enjoy time with my partner." "What a coincidence, I'm exactly the kind of person who loves being a third wheel." Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing looked at the other party's shameless appearance with a worried expression, and was speechless, not knowing what to do. "Do you like being a third wheel? What kind of weird quirk is this? You've been eating too much salt, and you're just bored and have nothing better to do, huh?" Today is the first time Yi Shiqing has met him. If we were to rate the impression of someone out of 10, Yi Shiqing would give Sun Zhu an 8.5, because he has 1.5 words. Yi Shiqing's face was full of bitterness as she was trying to think of what words to use to refuse the other party when a sudden female voice rang out. "You shameless bastard, everyone has rejected you, yet you still refuse to listen to reason." A clear, resonant voice suddenly rang out from the bustling crowd, loud and clear as a bell, powerful and resounding. Immediately afterwards, as if driven by a mysterious and invisible force, the crowd spontaneously made way for the source of the sound. People's attention was drawn to this mysterious force, and they all turned their gaze toward the direction from which the sound came. As the crowd's gaze slowly shifted, a tall and voluptuous figure gradually came into view. She wore a tight-fitting top and jeans. Her figure was tall and slender, with graceful curves, like a beautiful sculpture. The form-fitting material perfectly outlined her graceful upper body curves, showcasing her feminine softness and slenderness. "Wow, it's Senior Jiang Zhuman, ranked 3rd in the college's points ranking." Yes, and it's a world-class competition. I heard he's one of the Chinese national team's players this year." "National team athletes? They bring glory to the country. My idol." I can hardly contain myself. With the arrival of Jiang Zhuman, most of the students recognized her. Some of the male students, in particular, stared stared wide-eyed at her graceful figure.
Jiang Zhuman, my relationship with Junior Yi is perfectly fine. What's it to you? Upon hearing Sun Zhu's impolite words, Jiang Zhuman immediately abandoned her ladylike image.
Her eyebrows furrowed, her eyes widened in anger, and she immediately retorted. Humph, she rejected you, and you still shamelessly keep clinging to her.
Don't you have any shame?
As they were talking, Jiang Zhuman reached out and pulled Yi Shiqing toward her. Perhaps due to excessive force and a loss of balance, Yi Shiqing crashed into Jiang Zhuman's chest. Suddenly, I felt a gentle breeze, like a spring breeze, and the softness of lotus flowers in full bloom. Seeing this, Sun Zhu not only didn't restrain himself at all, but instead made a strange expression and said in a sarcastic tone,
Oh, you're getting impatient already. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Didn't you come here to find junior brother Yi too?
Jiang Zhuman, whose face flushed red after being exposed by Sun Zhui's words, paused for a moment before speaking. I also believe in mutual consent, unlike your domineering and unreasonable behavior. First come, first served, understand? So Junior Yi, you have to team up with me.
Ha, they haven't even agreed yet. Who would want to talk to a rough old man like you?
Junior Yi will definitely team up with me. As she spoke, Jiang Zhuman puffed out her chest and flirtatiously tossed her hair.
He wants to team up with me.
Sun Zhu uttered each word clearly, his sharp gaze fixed on Jiang Zhuman, who blared back defiantly.
Between their eyes, it was as if an invisible lightning bolt crackled.
Yi Shiqing, the person involved, looked helplessly at the two who were on the verge of exchanging blows.
There was absolutely no chance to interrupt.
Then the two of them simultaneously looked away and turned to look at Yi Shiqing, saying in unison,
Junior Yi, who do you want to team up with?
Faced with such enthusiastic people, Yi Shiqing was at a loss for what to do. But then, after calming down, she said, Thank you for your kindness, seniors.
I appreciate your good intentions.
Yi Shiqing knew that a direct refusal might embarrass the two of them, so he didn't say the words of refusal outright. Instead, they subtly incorporated a sense of refusal into their words to express their attitude. This way, I can make my thoughts clear to the two senior students without hurting their feelings. They weren't stupid, they naturally understood what he meant.
Alright, since you've made plans, I won't press you any further.
Sun Zhu waved his hand hesitantly, his expression clearly showing his reluctance.
Anyway, what I'm saying is that it's a matter of mutual consent. If Junior Yi isn't willing, then I have nothing to say.
Jiang Zhuman put her hands on her hips, lowered her head, and sighed softly.
Thank you for your understanding, Yi Shiqing said modestly. Even if a deal falls through, goodwill should remain.
You must understand, this is Dawn Academy, one of the most prestigious universities in all of China. Its students are all exceptional geniuses selected from among thousands. These two are among the top 10 in the college's credit rankings, so their abilities should not be underestimated.
How could she refuse when both of them were showing her affection? My God!
Look, Yi Shiqing is preparing to become a lone wolf. Not only did he resolutely refuse Senior Sun's invitation, but he also ruthlessly turned away Senior Jiang.
I'm so envious.
I wish I had Yi Shiqing's courage and confidence.
Stop talking about him being a lone wolf. Didn't you hear Yi Shiqing say it himself? He already has a date, so he definitely has someone he likes. He has someone he likes?
Wah, it's one thing to be good looking, but to be so devoted is just unacceptable.
How are we ordinary people supposed to live?
He truly deserves to be called a prodigy. He is not only outstanding but also of excellent character.
He is utterly admirable.
The dispute between these individuals had just ended when it immediately sparked heated discussion among the crowd.
Yi Shiqing's decisive rejection of Jiang Zhuman and the other woman made many people green with envy.
After all, being able to team up with someone who ranks in the top 10 in academic performance is something they've always dreamed of.
Yi Shiqing's earlier boastful remarks left a group of female students looking dejected.
Some of them were secretly heartbroken, while others seemed lost and disappointed, all of them appearing to regret not having won Yi Shiqing's favor.
But this immediately piqued their curiosity. What kind of person is the woman Yi Shiqing has taken a liking to?
Just as everyone was immersed in their own thoughts, a girl with pink hair tied in a bun, accompanied by another girl, walked openly toward Yi Shiqing. She was dressed in simple casual clothes.
Although her figure is not particularly voluptuous or shapely,
her stunningly beautiful face, painted with divine inspiration, is enough to captivate and enchant countless people. Her stunningly beautiful face, like a magnet with extraordinary magic, instantly captivated the attention of many. As if drawn by invisible threads, all eyes were focused on her, and the whole world seemed to fall into a strange stillness at this moment. Even Jiang Zhuman and Sun Zhu, who were arguing and exchanging heated words, were not involved. At the same moment, they were also drawn to this irresistible charm and couldn't help but turn their gaze to this pink-haired girl with a bun.
Su Zishan? Most students knew her.
After all, a girl of school beauty caliber is naturally exceptionally famous.
Senior Su Zishan? Oh my God, this is the first time I've seen her. She's so beautiful.
Junior Su Zishan, I'm in the top 100 in academic performance. I guarantee I can protect you. Judging from this route, it seems she's going to find Yi Shiqing.
Su Zishan is naturally beautiful and has a high reputation at Dawn Academy because of her her outstanding appearance. Although she couldn't compare to Xiao Rongxue and Xiao Yu, who were both talented and beautiful, she was still able to thrive and make a name for herself at Dawn Academy. At this moment, whether it is the energetic freshmen or the seasoned seniors, everyone is eager to get close to him and tries their best to befriend him. Su Zishan's response was nonchalant and perfunctory. All of these things could make them ecstatic and excited, instantly turning their faces red and their hearts racing. As if under a spell, everyone was immersed in this wondrous atmosphere, unable to extricate themselves. The scene was incredibly lively and bustling, with everyone seemingly immersed in a dreamlike world drawn by an invisible force. Wow, Su Xueme just told me to get lost. Turns out her longing for me is as endless as the Yangtze River. You shameless simp. The goddess just gave me the middle finger, which means she wants me to put a ring on her finger. He. Two boiling sheep. Senior Su ignored me just now but didn't scold me, which means she can't bear to do that. Su Zishan, on the other hand, leisurely enjoyed this atmosphere. She remained calm and composed, as if all the noise around her had nothing to do with her. However, her gaze held a different emotion as she stared intently at Yi Shiqing. In those eyes, there was admiration, expectation, and an indescribable tenderness. Her lips couldn't help but curl upwards wildly, as if she were filled with endless joy that could overflow at any moment. I've been thinking about having time alone with just the two of us. This sentence, like a lively musical note, kept lingering in Su Zishan's mind. It was like a chirping sparrow, happily building a warm nest in her heart. As soon as the meeting ended, Su Zishan couldn't wait to lead Xiaochun toward Yi Shiqing. However, fate always seems to like to play tricks on people. Unfortunately, she ran into Sun Zhuzheng trying to win over Yi Shiqing. Unfortunately, she overheard Yi Shiqing's words, like a pebble thrown into a still lake, creating ripples that made her feelings even more complicated. She didn't know how to face this sudden situation, and her heart was filled with confusion and bewilderment. Thinking about some time alone together? Isn't this just a blatant confession? No, I have to be reserved. He didn't say it to my face, so I have to pretend I don't know. If you panic, wouldn't that be admitting that you're just being wishful? One must remain calm and wait for a clearer indication. One must not be swayed or lose one's senses by ambiguous words. But what should I say? This is so difficult. Immediately afterwards, Su Zishan, carrying Xiaochun, gracefully walked up to Yi Shiqing. Xiaochun's face was full of an enthusiastic, gossipy smile. Yi Shiqing, on the other hand, was like a dull-witted papaya, staring blankly at Su Zishan, who was chuckling, his eyes full of confusion and bewilderment. Immediately afterwards, Su Zishan's brain was working at high speed, thinking rapidly. Her eyes sparkled with a lively light, as if she were trying hard to think of something to say. I've been thinking about spending time with just the two of us. Want to go on a date with me alone? She gazed quietly into Yi Shiqing's eyes, her gaze revealing an unprecedented seriousness. Did I get sand in my ears? What kind of inappropriate talk did I hear? These suggestive words weren't just something Yi Shiqing said. Even the three people standing next to Yi Shiqing instantly understood, and then stared at Su Zishan in astonishment. That's incredibly bold, absolutely too bold. Indeed, goddesses are always proactive, but only in the case of people. Yi Shiqing's lips twitched, then he coughed twice to calm his agitated emotions before saying, "It's not a good idea to say this in front of so many people." Ha! Su Zishan looked innocent and confused. She seemed not to understand, and she was unaware that her previous words had caused such a huge uproar. Yi Shiqing stood there motionless, showing no reaction. Then, she raised her eyebrows slightly, a playful glint in her eyes, and said slowly in a teasing tone, "You wanted to go on a date with me, right? I agree." She patted her chest confidently, her expression full of pride. She was like a proud queen, full of confidence in her decisions. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. Does this make me seem too frivolous? You can win someone over with just a few words. Oh, you mean this? Yi Shiqing was taken aback at first, then a blush spread across his face, his embarrassment evident. He unconsciously scratched his head, his eyes darting around in a panic, as if trying to escape this sudden situation. The three people beside him also looked embarrassed upon hearing this. Their faces flushed slightly, and their eyes revealed their unease. For a moment, the surroundings fell silent. Yes, that's what I was talking about. Su Zishan's pretty face looked confused. She blinked, glancing left and right at the smiling, silent group of people. Oh, so that's what you were talking about. Alright, since junior brother Yi has already made an appointment, I won't bother you any longer. Go find someone else. At this moment, Jiang Zhuman displayed remarkable tact. She waved her hand gently, then turned gracefully to leave. At the same time, she also took Sun Zhu with her. The latter seemed somewhat bewildered, but obediently followed Jiang Zhumin's steps. Ouch, don't pull me, juniors, see you on the field. Sun Zhu was being pulled so hard he was wincing, but he didn't forget to turn around and greet Yi Shiqing and the others. Goodbye, Senior Jiang and Senior Sunday. The group nodded slightly, politely bidding them farewell. Their voices drifted gently in the air, carrying a touch of warmth and respect. At the same time, those around them also keenly sensed the atmosphere. They realized that continuing would only be pointless. So, everyone reluctantly withdrew their gazes from Yi Shiqing. After all, forming a team is the most important thing at this moment. Although he couldn't recruit Yi Shiqing to his team, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. However, we cannot allow this to cause us to stagnate. Just then, Xiao Chun, who was holding Su Zishan's arm, had her mind racing. She looked at Su Zishan with her bright, intelligent eyes and her gaze suddenly lit up. Then, she leaned close to Su Zishan's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Then I'll leave?" As soon as she finished speaking, Su Zishan secretly glanced at Yi Shiqing's handsome face, and a blush appeared on her face. She pouted and nodded slightly, a little embarrassed. Xiao Chun glared at Su Zishan with disdain, her face full of contempt. "So you want men but not your girlfriends, huh? I just said it casually, and you actually want me to leave? Sigh, I really misplaced my trust." Xiao Chun patted Su Zishan's shoulder with a worried look on her face, then gave the latter a thumbs up. His face was full of confidence, as if he were saying, "Keep going, happiness is something you have to fight for." I suddenly remembered that Senior Zhang asked me out. "You two have a good time, I'll go first." Before Yi Shiqing could answer, Xiao Chun strode away dejectedly. "Then, let's go together." Su Zishan didn't seem to care about Xiao Chun's departure on her face, but in her heart she gave Xiao Chun a thumbs up. But what she didn't know was, although it seemed like there were only two people in the team, they were actually in a certain space that he didn't know about. Song Yuan watched her and Yi Shiqing with a look of utter amused curiosity. Meanwhile, Chen Bei stood amidst the bustling crowd. He had a warm expression and was talking softly to the students around him who had come to ask to join his team. However, he would occasionally glance at Yi Shiqing, who was not far away. "Brother Chen, what should we do later?" After Chen Bei finished dealing with the group of classmates, he walked to a secluded corner where one of the classmates spoke quietly. "The venue is teleported in, which means that none of us know the other's exact location. Therefore, we will adopt a strategy of splitting up. If anyone is lucky enough to run into Yi Shiqing, without hesitation, send the signal immediately, then we will quickly assemble and encircle and eliminate them." Chen Bei stared intently at Yi Shiqing's retreating figure in the distance with eyes as sharp as knives, and spoke decisively. The 10 people around stood there quietly, without saying a word. Their expressions were solemn, they simply bowed their heads slightly and nodded quietly. Chen Bei frowned slightly, lost in thought. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and added another sentence. "Oh, and remember this, during the operation, you must be adept at stirring up trouble and skillfully guiding the situation." We also encouraged some students who were unaware of the situation to join our efforts. In this way, our chances of winning will increase significantly. Boom! While Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan were chatting leisurely, a deafening noise suddenly rang out. With this loud bang, the once magnificent playground began to change. The ground seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, and the stone slabs slowly collapsed, forming a huge circular cavity. Black holes are bottomless, as if they lead to another world. At the same time, a dilapidated town appeared below the black hole, looming in and out of the darkness. As time passed, the ruined town gradually became clearer, and in just 3 seconds it was fully revealed to people. The once spacious playground vanished in an instant. "Is this the competition venue?" Yi Shiqing gazed at the scarred ruins and murmured to himself. "Yes, it's like this every year for the competition, so it's never repaired and is naturally a ruin," Su Zishan explained. Most of the new students were filled with curiosity, recklessly looking around at the ruins. These things, on the other hand, are commonplace for the older students. The senior students didn't even glance at it, since the venue setup had been done many times before and was commonplace. With the venue in place, Dean Wang on the stage surveyed the audience before organizing his thoughts. "Now, let the match begin. Charge! Let's take down those arrogant senior students together. Remember to signal me, we'll meet at midfield. With Senior Lee leading the team this time, we are sure to make it into the top 10. The moment Dean Wang finished speaking, the students were filled with excitement. They pressed the buttons on their wristbands, and instantly, countless dazzling and colorful beams of light appeared. It traced a perfect arc like a shooting star, and landed on the field in an instant. "Let's meet on the due north side in a bit." As soon as Yi Shiqing finished speaking, Su Zishan nodded with a smile. Then, she glanced at him reluctantly before pressing the switch and entering the arena. Yi Shiqing stared blankly at the spot where Su Zishan had left, until the crowd had mostly dispersed. His lips moved slightly, as if he were speaking to someone. "How are you going to get in later?" "I have a bracelet." Upon hearing Song Yuan's voice, Yi Shiqing nodded and then, without further hesitation, entered the venue. A beam of light struck down, leaving no trace, and vanished instantly, revealing Yi Shiqing's figure. The surrounding area was a wasteland, with rubble and debris everywhere. The tallest building was no more than 5 stories high. This is because there are more than 7,000 students involved. So the moment Yi Shiqing landed, there were already quite a few people around her. "Activate the spiritual pressure confinement array." After seeing that the students had entered the competition venue at the same time, Dean Wang gave instructions to Chen Yuanxi, the head of the Department of Psychiatry. Chen Yuanxi nodded calmly, and then a holographic projection appeared on her right-hand ring. She then tapped it a few times. As her nimble fingers stopped, a dark light screen gradually formed a circular
circular shield from the edge of the arena, covering the entire arena. This light curtain is like a mysterious veil in the night, giving people a deep and oppressive feeling. The originally bright light gradually dimmed, and the entire arena became completely dark. The spiritual pressure imprisonment array can suppress the strength of some superhumans. Of course, it can only suppress, it has no protective function. In other words, the black protective shield is actually just a decoration, merely a curtain. You can leave at any time, and the suppression will disappear after you leave. Boom boom boom. A booming sound came from not far away, clearly indicating that battles had already broken out elsewhere. There were nearly 100 people around Yixicheng, all eager and ready to make their move. After all, it's a points-based and time-based system, and every second is precious if you want to achieve results. But unexpectedly, none of the hostility shown by everyone was directed at Yixicheng. Some people even turned around and left immediately after noticing Yixicheng. Yixicheng naturally understood that these people simply did not want to fight him and chose to avoid battle. Yixicheng shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to fight either. In fact, he preferred to avoid trouble. Let's go find them on the north side. The moment he murmured something, Song Yuan's voice suddenly rang out. Because of the curtain, the light was dim, and Song Yuan only saw him clearly when he walked out of the shadows in a corner. Instead of hiding as before, she walked confidently in front of him. She had previously hidden in a separate space simply to make it easier to observe. What a coincidence! Yixicheng paused, then looked at Song Yuan with a flicker in her eyes. Let's go. Shall we go straight to the north side and meet up with Senior Su? Unfortunately, it was intentional. I heard you can split yourself in two. Song Yuan nodded and suddenly asked. Song Yuan seemed to have anticipated that the two could meet so easily. Yes. What's wrong? Yixicheng asked, somewhat puzzled, but answered truthfully nonetheless. He raised an eyebrow after hearing Yixicheng's reply. In that case, things will be much easier. You can spread your clones to various places and let them be discovered naturally by the people of the demon spirit cult. This will inevitably lead them to mistakenly believe that your true form is nearby, and they will then come looking for you. Upon hearing this, Yixicheng's heart stirred, and he felt that this method was indeed feasible. After all, his clone possesses all of his own power. Even with their keen senses, it's difficult for them to detect anything amiss. The stadium isn't particularly large, but it's not exactly small either. If it were just him, it would take time to attract the attention of the lurking demon spirit cult. If you attract targets yourself, the efficiency will be much faster. Okay, let's do it that way. He nodded in agreement. So, Yixicheng and Song Yuan went to a secluded corner where no one paid any attention. He began to use the clone technique, spreading his clones around. Meanwhile, as he cultivated in the Soul Tower, his mastery of the fourfold avatar technique improved. The duration also reached 1 hour. After making the arrangements, the two headed off in one direction. Shenbei, take this challenge. Get lost. I'm not in the mood to waste time with you. On the other side, Shenbei suddenly dodged the incoming fireball. He was burly, yet remarkably agile. Shenbei glared at Sun Zhu, who was rushing towards him, his fists wreathed in flames, his face revealing excitement. Damn it, what bad luck. We had to run into a mad dog like you. He had barely uttered a curse when the opponent's fiery fist slammed into his face, tiny flames landing on his nose, causing a sharp pain. Without the slightest hesitation, Shenbei suddenly activated his lightning ability, solidifying it into a lightning fist. Bang! Smash! Fire fist and thunder fist collided repeatedly like meteors, each collision accompanied by sparks and arcs of electricity, as dazzling and spectacular as fireworks. The two moved with lightning speed, their moves unpredictable, exchanging blows and neither giving an inch. You little brat, are you having a rabies attack? Shenbei roared, his voice booming like thunder. However, Sun Zhu grinned, revealing a ferocious smile, a sly glint in his eyes, and his attacks became even more ferocious. He brandished his fiery fist and laughed provocatively. You stole my crystal core last time, now it's time to pay the price. As soon as he finished speaking, he seized the opportunity and suddenly exerted his strength. A beam of flame shot out from his hand, carrying scorching heat and violent power, sweeping towards Shenbei. This attack was so powerful that it seemed to burn everything to ashes. Upon seeing this, Shenbei's expression changed. He knew that the power of this move should not be underestimated. He quickly mobilized the lightning power within his body, condensing it into a sturdy shield in an attempt to withstand the terrifying beam of fire. With a deafening roar, the unstoppable beam of flame slammed into the thunder shield, instantly unleashing a massive shockwave that scorched the surrounding air. For a moment, smoke filled the air, blurring visibility. On the academic credit ranking, he and Sun Zhu ranked 7th and 10th, respectively. Although there are slight differences in the rankings. However, since they are both at the peak of the 4th tier, the difference between them is not actually that significant. Both of them had extremely fiery personalities and short tempers, and neither of them could stand the other. This is why they often fight, neither willing to back down. Today, however, he himself happens to have important matters to attend to. Naturally, he wouldn't get entangled with Sun Zhu for too long. It's a pity that fate loves to play tricks on people. This is absolutely despicable. I happen to be in a situation
location where I had something important to do. Damn it, we just happened to run into Sun Zhu. Don't expend too much energy, he's a fucking madman. Seeing this opportunity, Shen Bei did not hesitate at all. Instantly, his figure transformed into a bolt of lightning and headed in the opposite direction. I'm sorry, Su Jr., I'm blind. On the north side of the field, a man with medium-length hair stood in front of Su Zishan. Despite being male, his voice is extremely alluring. The man, holding a long spear, looked at Su Zishan, eager to make a move. This person had a long-standing grudge against Yi Shiqing. Thinking back to the beginning of the school year, he had tried to pursue Qiaoyu, but Yi Shiqing interfered and completely ruined his plans. Originally, he was quite well known in the academy, and in the past, he enjoyed the glory under the spotlight. However, ever since Yi Shiqing arrived here, his reputation has plummeted like a shooting star, falling to an extremely low point. The halo that once surrounded him has now completely dissipated, replaced by Yi Shiqing's soaring reputation. He naturally dared not retaliate against Yi Shiqing, and besides, he couldn't beat him. Therefore, Su Zishan, who was related to Yi Shiqing, naturally became the target of revenge. Su Zishan was speechless, her lips pursed and her eyebrows slightly furrowed. She still knew Wu Yu. His strength has reached the peak of the 3rd tier. The strength of everyone in this match will be suppressed to no higher than the 4th tier alignment. The peak of the 3rd tier is already the strongest. Moreover, she is a support class, with very weak combat power, so she is even less capable of fighting against her. I'm sorry. With a ferocious smile, Wu Yu stepped across the distance between the two and thrust his spear at Su Zishan. Su Zishan's B-level superpower, harmonious sound enhancement, is a mental ability. Therefore, their perception and reaction speed are much stronger than those of ordinary people. Although she did not possess any offensive skills, she had extraordinary perception abilities. The moment Wu Yu launched his attack, she was able to keenly perceive it and react quickly, thus successfully avoiding being hit. Your perception is good, but you still can't escape the fate of being eliminated. However, just as their bodies passed each other, Wu Yu gave his opponent no time to breathe. He quickly adjusted the shape of his gun and swept his opponent away with astonishing power and speed. This attack was as fierce as a sudden storm, leaving Su Zishan with no chance to fight back. She could only watch helplessly as she was knocked away. She lay on the ground like a kite with a broken string, then rolled several times before stopping due to the impact. His body was covered with bruises and abrasions from rubbing his hands, and his pitiful appearance evoked pity. You bastard, what kind of skill is it to bully women? Exactly, Wu Yu, he's really speechless. Hey, stop talking, let's go first, we can't beat him. Some classmates who noticed the fight between the two raised a barrage of accusations and questions, but it was just pointing fingers and making comments, because they knew they were no match for Wu Yu and were afraid of retaliation. This self-preservationist attitude made the atmosphere tense and awkward. Su Zishan staggered to her feet, dusted herself off, and felt the cold stares on her face, but her expression remained calm. She was already used to this kind of scene. Beauty can attract many who are lustful at first sight, but it can't retain those who would stand up for beauty. At crucial moments, those attracted by her beauty often choose to protect themselves and observe from afar, rather than truly committing to her. Previously, her beauty was stunning, and she had countless suitors. However, when she was envied and persecuted by other girls, not a single person was willing to stand up for her. This made her realize that beauty cannot bring true happiness and security. It is merely an illusory facade, seemingly dazzling but actually extremely vulnerable. Now, time has passed, scenes have changed, but the situation remains the same. She glanced around out of the corner of her eye, her expression calm and serene, devoid of anger or pretense. After all, nobody wants to get into trouble. These devoted men who are willing to sacrifice themselves for their partners only exist in novels. There is absolutely no such thing in reality. Wait, there seems to be one? In that instant, a figure and a scene slowly appeared in her mind, like a movie playing in her head. He was a handsome young man with a rebellious personality, exuding confidence and spirit. Inside a small shop, the young man disregarded the cost and struck her down with a single blow to get justice for her. That face, that figure, gradually became clear, vivid, and clear in my mind. Every detail was so clear that it made her heart race involuntarily, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned up wildly. Blame it on your close relationship with Yi Shiqing, that you share both troubles and joys. Wu Yu grinned, looking at Su Zishan, who was bowing her head and smiling bitterly, and gave a cold smile. Immediately afterwards, he exerted his strength and, like an arrow released from a bow, thrust towards his opponent. Su Zishan showed no panic. Looking at the gun tip so close to her, she remained remarkably calm, even revealing a look of joy. The instant the gun tip touched the pen tip, a black shadow flashed like lightning, shattering time. Before Wu Yu's expression could change, he suddenly felt a tremendous force coming from his stomach, and he felt like a missile crashing into a wall of the ruins. A cloud of dust rose up, spiderweb-like cracks spread out, making the already battered ruins of the house even more shocking. Su Zishan looked at Yi Shiqing, who was standing in front of her and slowly retracting his legs. Her small face couldn't help but show an upward expression. A slight stirring occurred to her heart, and
and an indescribable emotion began to spread within her. That boy who stood up for me and fell in love with me, he only exists in stories. He was already standing in front of her. Yi Shiqing remained silent, gently turning his head to glance at Su Zishan, who was staring blankly at him. But when Yi Shiqing saw the shocking scars left on her once delicate skin, her brows furrowed immediately.
I remember you. Your name is Wu Yu, right?
Yi Shiqing turned back to look at Wu Yu, who was staggering to his feet in the ruins, a cold glint flashing in his eyes.
What kind of skill is it to bully women? Let me have a go at you.
He spoke these words expressionlessly, without the slightest emotional fluctuation, but Wu Yu slowly felt a chill run down the back of his neck. Junior brother Yi, the rules of the competition are that fists and feet have no eyes, and anyone can get injured.
Wu Yu spoke with some difficulty, clearly indicating that Yi Shiqing's kick had been quite severe. Upon hearing this, Yi Shiqing couldn't help but smile. Yes, fists and kicks don't discriminate.
The moment he finished speaking, Yi Shiqing vanished from the spot. With a gasp from the surrounding crowd, Yi Shiqing appeared in front of Wu Yu, followed by a flash of his fist and a whooshing sound. A tremendous force surged through Wu Yu's chest, causing it to completely collapse under Yi Shiqing's overwhelming power, with the faint sound of bones shattering. With a loud bang, Wu Yu was sent flying 50 meters into the wall by Yi Shiqing's punch without any resistance. Blood kept spilling from the corner of his mouth, and he immediately lost consciousness, while the energy shield provided by the bracelet shattered like glass. Wu Yu is at the peak of the 3rd tier.
He was knocked out with a single punch? That's too brutal.
Luckily, I didn't collude with Wu Yu.
Luckily, I chose to remain on the sidelines.
Those around who witnessed the scene were stunned and couldn't help but shudder.
Some even turned around and left immediately.
After all, everyone who sees it gets a share. What if Yi Shiqing goes crazy and beats them up too? Just as he was about to turn around, a strange feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. Suddenly, he felt a soft, exhilarating sensation coming from behind him. At this moment, his waist was tightly held from behind by a pair of delicate hands as white as mutton fat jade. Those hands were soft and boneless, yet they carried a firm strength. Su Zishan clung tightly to Yi Shiqing's back, her lips pursed, her face full of grievance. Su Zishan was filled with a myriad of thoughts, and for some reason, she felt an indescribable affection for him.
He just wanted to hold him.
As she thought about it, she just started doing it. She gently wrapped her arms around his waist, and in that moment, it felt as if she were embracing the whole world, her heart filled with peace and contentment. Yi Shiqing stepped forward time and again to help her solve her problems, which made Su Zishan inexplicably develop an inseparable sense of dependence on him. Although they hadn't known each other for very long and didn't know everything about each other, Su Zishan was deeply in love with him.
I don't know why, but I just fell in love with him.
She pressed herself tightly against the other person's back, listening to their rapid heartbeat, and felt a strange sense of joy.
Why is my heart beating so fast? Could it be that he also?
Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up slightly, and a glimmer of light appeared on her desolate face. Yi Shiqing's face turned red. The surging breasts on the other person's chest and the soft touch against his back made his blood rush. Yi Shiqing, an assassin who has lived amidst swords and shadows for decades. To outsiders, he appears cold-blooded and ruthless, but who would have thought that he is actually a blank slate in some respects? That's right, he is still a virgin. Faced with this sudden and blood pressure-raising scene, even someone as experienced as him, who had faced countless life or death situations, couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed.
Satisfied.
But he remained silent, simply observing everything quietly, a slight smile playing on his lips. He was held tightly in the other person's arms, and it felt as if time had stood still at that moment.
It then broke. How long are you going to keep hugging me? Song Yuan's words startled everyone.
The silence was finally broken, and there was a hint of helplessness in his voice. At that moment, she had already taken out her phone and snapped a photo with a click. His face was full of amused expression, and his smile seemed to express his joy and satisfaction at the scene. Seeing this, Su Zishan was interrupted by Song Yuan and reluctantly let go of the groping hand. She lowered her head shyly, fidgeting awkwardly.
Ahem.
Yi Shiqing coughed a few times to ease the awkwardness.
This is Song Yuan, my friend.
He paused for a moment. After all, he really didn't know how to explain their relationship.
Oh, hello. My name is Su Zishan.
After composing herself, Su Zishan immediately extended her hand to Song Yuan. Her pretty face was all smiles, but a hint of wariness flashed in her eyes. She's actually quite good-looking.
Friend? Are they really just friends?
Thinking of this, Su Zishan couldn't help but frown slightly, looking at Song Yuan as if she were a rival in love. Song Yuan noticed the change in the other person's eyes, but her face remained calm, so she reached out and shook hands with him.
Now that we all understand, let's take the lead.
Yi, she shouted in unison. After all, only Yi Shiqing and Song Yuan knew about the demon spirit cult's clandestine activities. So, just proceed as normal and participate in the competition. This way, we can avoid alerting the enemy. A pattern flashed on the back of Yi Shiqing's hand, and two menacing blades appeared in his hand in astonishment. Song Yuan, meanwhile, assumed a fighting stance, and the power of spacetime stirred around her. Su Zishan clasped her hands together and quickly used the harmony enhancement
enchantment spell to amplify the power of the two of them. It's over, Yi Shiqing is coming towards us. Let's run away first. Let's run away first. Let's stop fighting for now. Yes, run, run. With each terrified scream, the atmosphere in the crowd instantly became tense. All eyes were on Yi Shiqing, who was already ready for battle, gripping a sharp longsword tightly in his hand, his eyes cold and resolute. Everyone secretly groaned inwardly, knowing full well Yi Shiqing's formidable strength. To confront her head-on would undoubtedly be suicidal. As a result, many people began to have second thoughts and wanted to escape the battlefield to avoid becoming victims of Yi Shiqing's blade. They were eliminated by the other side. "Oh no, it's coming for me," a boy shouted in a panic. When the others turned to look, they saw that the boy had already been struck by Yi Shiqing's sword. Despite the protection of the energy shield, the attack still rendered the boy unable to fight. Yi Shiqing withdrew his strength, preventing a bloody scene, but his attack was still terrifying. After all, Wu Yu, who was at the peak of the third tier, was the best example. He was powerless against Yi Shiqing and ultimately suffered a crushing defeat. Now, this boy has suffered the same fate. Next, Yi Shiqing pointed at one of the horrified people in the crowd, as if calling out a name. Not only the person being stared at, but everyone else who appeared within Yi Shiqing's pupils simultaneously shivered. "You guys go first, I'll run." "Damn it, you ran away beforehand. Brother Yi, please don't eliminate me." They saw Yi Shiqing as if he were a plague god, and when they realized what was happening, they ran away without holding back. "Finally, we've shaken off that mad dog, Sun Zhu." Chen Bei hid in a dark corner, panting heavily, occasionally peeking cautiously out of the corner of the wall. She was afraid of being discovered by Sun Zhu again and being entangled with him once more. Report! Yi Shiqing's whereabouts have been discovered on the west side. Just then, a voice appeared in Chen Bei's mind, startling the sneaky Chen Bei. This is the effect of a supernatural ability, enabling the transmission of brainwaves. In the wilderness where there is no signal, this superhuman is a lifesaver. Really? Okay, Another voice echoed in my mind, but the others seemed to see something and paused. But I've also spotted Yi Shiqing to the south. At the same time, several voices exploded in his mind, including Chen Bei's simultaneous exclamation. "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" Chen Bei asked incredulously in his mind. "It's absolutely true, Brother Chen. How about I take a picture and send it to you?" The man's tone was undeniably serious. "What's going on, Brother Chen? Have we been exposed?" "Yes, could it be a disguised court?" The voices in his mind were clamoring and stirring up all sorts of confusion in Chen Bei's head. Chen Bei's brows furrowed slightly, his face calm, and after a long silence, he murmured, "It's just a method of closing your eyes. It should be a kind of technique for creating clones." "Wu Zhanping, use your spiritual power to sense the aura you sensed from Yi Shiqing." "Okay." Wu Zhanping was the one who reported first, and he was also the key to enabling the group to communicate in their minds. A moment later, Wu Zhanping had his answer and cheered, "Judging from the aura, it's at the third level, so it should be the true form." "Okay, you can keep track of it in real time while we arrive. It's all guaranteed," Chen Bei reminded him. "All S-level martial arts techniques are secretly kept on the top floor of the library." Recently, he was fortunate enough to obtain the right to learn an S-level cultivation technique, allowing him to delve into it. After going up once, he was shocked to find that 2 of the 10 martial arts manuals that were originally neatly arranged had disappeared. It should be noted that the martial arts techniques in the library are subject to strict regulations. They can only be studied and practiced in specific locations and must never be taken away, let alone the invaluable S-level techniques. This scene clearly indicates that someone secretly gifted Yi Shiqing the martial arts technique. Thus, he naturally learned that Yi Shiqing possessed the S-rank technique fourfold clone. It should be noted that an S-level cultivation technique requires a long period of time and painstaking research and study. Thinking about it this way, Yi Shiqing's split-off clone must be a novice who has only scratched the surface and is unlikely to amount to much. That's why he sought out Wu Zhanping, a psychic ability user, to conduct a thorough sensory investigation. Thinking about this, he seemed to be deeply shocked by his own intelligence, wisdom, and brilliant strategies. Chen Bei suddenly grinned smugly and let out a cold laugh. "Yi Shiqing, today will surely be your dead end and your final resting place. Don't come any closer." The peaceful stadium instantly transformed into a chaotic battlefield, with everyone gripped by extreme panic. Yi Shiqing was like a ferocious beast, attacking everything around him without restraint. His movements were swift and ruthless, making it impossible for anyone to dodge. Faced with such a powerful enemy, many students chose to run away, but many more stood frozen in fear, at a loss for what to do. As time went on, more and more students were eliminated by Yi Shiqing. Some people tried to resist, but their efforts seemed insignificant in the face of Yi Shiqing's overwhelming power. Ultimately, these courageous pioneers also became victims. In this chaotic battlefield, some people chose to give up resistance and resign themselves to fate. After eliminating the last contestant around him, his score reached 3,600. At this point, only the 3 of them remained within a visible range. But at that moment, Yi Shiqing seemed to sense something and let out a soft "eh." "What's wrong?" Song Yuan stepped forward and asked curiously. The sound entered Yi Shiqing's ears directly, rather than coming from afar. This is one of Song Yuan's abilities in independent space, which allows her to project sound into the space and then use the space to move it to Yi Shiqing's ears. So that's how the effect of transmitting sound over a distance was achieved. My first clone, there are suspicious followers nearby. Yi Shiqing frowned slightly. There are about 5 or 6, including Yang Fan, a freshman you suspected, Wu Zhanpeng, a junior, and Huo Wantian. Yi Shiqing's clone was, after all, created by his soul. Although they cannot share a common vision, they can still communicate through brainwaves. They've taken the bait. Song Yuan chuckled. Before Song Yuan could speak, Yi Shiqing immediately notified the other clones, including himself, to head north of where the first clone was located. It was obvious that Chen Bei and the others had discovered that Yi Shiqing possessed a clone. However, it is clearly believed that the first clone is the original body. Let's go to the west side. Yi Shiqing spoke to Su Zishan, who was walking towards him. The latter was taken aback at first, but after realizing what he meant, she nodded slowly. She didn't know why Yi Shiqing wanted to go there, and she didn't want to ask. She was happy as long as she could be with Yi Shiqing. Who messed with Yi Shiqing? He's scary. I remember Yi Shiqing being quite easy to get along with. Why is she acting strange today? Amidst the devastated ruins of the arena, Yi Shiqing's face was filled with a fierce and menacing expression, as if he were burning with rage. He held 2 swords, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, constantly scanning everything around him. Those whose gaze fell upon him all involuntarily shivered, feeling a chill that penetrated to the bone. Humph, how utterly despicable. You actually made me wait here like this. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have told you, you bastard. Yi Shiqing #1 gripped his twin swords tightly in both hands, standing ramrod straight, motionless like a cold statue. His heart was filled with resentment, and he kept cursing in his heart. At that time, he keenly sensed the presence of suspicious people around him. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately notified Yi Shiqing to come over. However, to his utter surprise, the latter, without hesitation, directly ordered him to stay put and not to act without authorization. At this moment, although he had many grievances, he could only helplessly obey orders. The main problem is that even if he wanted to move, he couldn't, since Yi Shiqing was the true body and could control all his actions. So he could only wait anxiously and reluctantly in the same spot. In order not to alert the enemy, he shifted his focus to other classmates. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing #1 started fighting with the students around him, or rather, he started crushing them. Brother Chen, you're here. In a deserted corner, 10 men stood in the shadows. Wu Zhanpeng leaned against the wall and glanced at Yi Shiqing, who was engaged in fierce fighting. Then, he looked at Chen Bei, who was walking over from another direction, and spoke softly. Should we make a move now? Wu Zhanpeng asked again. No rush, let's wait until he wears down these stupid students. We'll be the mantis that catches the cicada, Chen Bei said quietly. I will signal the priest when we make our move. She will have a way to restore our abilities to their peak. Yi Shiqing was very strong, and he was well aware of that. Moreover, he was suppressed to the 3rd rank, so even if all 10 of them attacked together, it would be impossible for them to kill Yi Shiqing in a short time. However, if it's at peak combat strength, he felt their chances of winning were absolutely 100%. Moreover, his own strength was at the peak of the 4th rank, and he was confident that he could crush Yi Shiqing with one hand, not counting others. Yi Shiqing, you're dead. Peeking through the corner of the wall, he glared intently at Yi Shiqing's back. As if anticipating the scene to come, he suddenly gave a cold smile. Excellent. As expected, Xiaolan still comes in first place this time, scoring 4,200 points. Indeed, even with his cultivation level suppressed, Xiaolan is still incredibly powerful. Xiaorong and Yi Shiqing also performed well, ranking 3rd and 2nd respectively as freshmen, surpassing Zhou Ling, who ranked 2nd in the college, and placing him 4th. On the stage, Lu Shan, the head of the magic department, and Dukong, the head of the superpower department, looked at the competition rankings behind the stage and couldn't help but sigh. Xiaolan is the only student in the academy to reach the 5th level. Even though his realm is suppressed, his raw strength still cannot be improved. Maintaining the top spot was expected. Unexpectedly, Yi Shiqing and Xiao Rongxue, as newcomers, managed to outshine all the others, leaving those who came in 2nd and 3rd place truly astonishing. This is because the venue is extremely large, and there is a barrier that suppresses the realm of cultivation. Therefore, those standing outside the stage couldn't see anything at all. It's a real shame we can't see how these little guys are fighting. Lu Shang stroked his beard and muttered to himself, then spoke softly to Chen Yuanxi, the head of the Department of Mental Health. By the way, Section Chief Chen, I heard that you've been diligently tutoring that young girl named Su Zishan lately, but why isn't she on this year's list? Lu Shang smiled and spoke eloquently. It should be noted that although they are all department heads in the same college, however, there is a certain degree of competition among them in terms of teaching. After all, everyone hopes that the students they teach will be outstanding and stand out in various competitions. This kind of comparison can, to some extent, satisfy their deep-seated vanity. Lu Shang is the head of the magic department. In this competition, Xiao Lan, who won first place, and Xiao Rongxue, who ranked near the top, are both students
students of the magic department. Such remarkable achievements naturally gave him reason to be proud. Yi Shiqing possesses two special abilities, a soldier type and a superpower type. Therefore, he was also highly favored by the other two department heads, which also gave them the resources to do so. At this moment, only Qin Yuanqi seemed somewhat lackluster. Maybe Qin Yuanqi is planning something big for us, haha, said Zhang Dianhong, the head of the military department, with a dismissive air. The three department heads all looked at Chen Yuanqi with smiles, occasionally making a few teasing remarks. The latter, however, remained calm and showed no embarrassment. You're all joking. Oh dear, so you can't cheat on your teaching quality just because it's not good. Zhang Dianhong patted the other person on the shoulder and said, yes, your ability, Soul Puppet, can provide strength and control to the dominated. That's right, it's just a competition, there's no need for that. Chen Yuanqi is usually a bit arrogant, so even the well-mannered department heads can't help but tease her. Chen Yuanqi's calm face showed no airs whatsoever, but rather a smile. After a moment of silence, she replied softly, I'm not that petty. Besides, how could I possibly plant puppets in a student's body? No, that won't happen. That's about enough. Oof. Chen Bei gave the order when the time was right, his voice as dark as the underworld. Immediately afterwards, the group of people scrambled to carefully emerge from the deserted corner. They're out? Yi Shiqing, number 1, didn't turn around, but with her keen senses, she had already noticed their movements. At this point, his adversaries were almost entirely deserted. They had all fled in the previous chaos. Only a small number of people with a bit more courage dared to confront her head-on. But as expected, they were completely crushed by Yi Shiqing and were ultimately forced to be eliminated. They became the losers in this fierce competition. What the hell do you want to do? Yi Shiqing, number 1, turned around with a face full of anger when he saw that the group was completely exposed 10 meters behind him. It's nothing, I just know that junior brother Yi is very strong, so I wanted to take this opportunity to learn from him. Chen Beixiao's voice was loud, but his tone was somewhat cold at this moment. Want some advice? You really know how to pick your time. I'm not in the mood. Get as far away as you can. Yi Shiqing, number 1, looked utterly disgusted. Yi Shiqing had already labeled this group as belonging to the demon spirit cult. This operation was only to identify suspicious individuals, not to kill them. Whether they are freshmen or seniors, under the suppression of their cultivation level, they will naturally choose to avoid fighting. The two were complete strangers. Why did they have to come at this particular time? Chen Bei's swaggering manner further confirmed that he had something going on. Chen Bei exchanged glances with the people around him for a moment, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up wildly. That's not up to you, Chen Bei said, his right hand crackling with blue lightning. Want to die? Oomph, I'll grant your wish right now. Yi Shiqing number 1's face lit up with excitement when he saw that the other party was willing to accept his offer. Immediately afterwards, he stomped his foot hard on the ground, like a cannonball being fired, instantly bridging the distance between them. The knife in his hand, brimming with a fierce aura, swung down hard towards Chen Bei's neck. Chen Bei's brain instantly shut down in the face of this astonishing speed. By the time he realized what was happening, the blade had already struck the energy shield around him. With a crisp sound, the energy shield shattered into pieces like fragile glass. The blade, carrying a powerful impact, suddenly sent Chen Bei flying. His body crashed heavily against a wall like a kite with a broken string, making a dull thud. The group was shocked and their faces were filled with astonishment. Even though Chen Bei's strength was suppressed, his sharp reflexes and rich combat experience were difficult to restrain. At this moment, Yi Shiqing regarded that unshakable mountain. He was sent flying with a single strike? One-hit kill? This immediately gave them a strong sense of frustration, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads, leaving them feeling icy cold inside. Some people even started to back down, their eyes flashing with hesitation and fear. However, at that moment, Chen Bei staggered to his feet and glanced at this group of hopeless idiots. He let out a beastly roar. You bunch of trash. What are you standing there for? Get him. As his roar resounded, those who were previously in shock and confusion seemed to awaken from a dream. Their supernatural abilities began to surge, beams of light flashed, and powerful energy fluctuations spread out. Shouting loudly to encourage themselves, they swarmed out and swept towards Yi Shiqing. Those who want to die, line up, one at a time. Number 1 is insane and unrestrained, his anger and passion fueling his battle. In an instant, the scene became extremely chaotic, with various supernatural abilities intertwining to create a magnificent and thrilling battle scene. Yi Shiqing, number 1, possessed all his strength. Even though they outnumbered him, they were still no match for his invincible power. Damn it! Chen Bei remained silent, his face grim. Then, he slowly raised his right hand, and a dazzling bolt of lightning appeared in his palm. Then, Chen Bei suddenly waved his right hand, and the lightning bolt shot towards the sky, instantly transforming into a thin beam of lightning. The beam of lightning burst forth with a dazzling blue light, surging like a blue ocean. The intense light dispelled some of the darkness within the barrier, adding a touch of brightness to the otherwise dim environment. At the same time, the dazzling beam of lightning also attracted the attention of many people. People stopped what they were doing and looked at the awe-inspiring
thundering beam of lightning. Are they crazy? Such a huge drain on mental energy. Is it some freshman? How stupid. Newborn my ass. This is at least a third-tier skill. This scene sparked heated discussions among some people. After all, the match can last for several hours. Yi Shiqing number 1, who was in the middle of a killing spree, also couldn't understand what the other party was doing by expending so much of their superpower. Just as Yi Shiqing and Song Yuan reached position number 1, they saw Chen Bei suddenly unleash a lightning bolt that shot into the sky. But I didn't think much of it. At the same time, the department heads on the podium frowned when they saw the lightning beams that had already broken out of the dark barrier. It seems that this move was made by Chen Bei. How foolish. Even if we encounter a powerful enemy, we shouldn't expend so much mental energy. The department heads couldn't help but analyze the situation seriously. The intensity of the thunderbolt almost confirmed that it was Chen Bei who used it, but the reason for its use remained a mystery. After all, this match is a long battle, and using a lot of mental energy would definitely be an unwise choice. At this moment, Chen Yuanqi, who was standing behind several department heads, secretly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing an unprecedented sneer. Looks like I'm about to make a move, she murmured to herself, then her eyes flashed with surprise. In a huge control room filled with futuristic technology, a young man sat in front of the control panel. He was wearing a black uniform, his hair was slightly messy, and his face showed signs of fatigue and boredom. He let out a big yawn, his voice languidly saying, "So sleepy." His eyes were half closed, as if he might fall asleep at any moment. But at that moment, he suddenly raised his head, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. His previously listless demeanor vanished instantly, replaced by an alert and focused expression. "This important task is your responsibility, and we must leave it to you." The masculine voice disappeared, and unexpectedly, Chen Yuanqi's voice came through. Immediately afterwards, Chen Yuanqi skillfully moved a finger quickly across a spot on the machine in front of her, her fingers flying like nimble butterflies. Immediately afterwards, a screen in front of her began to flash brilliantly, its light dazzling. Spiritual pressure imprisonment array completed 100%. Spiritual pressure imprisonment array completion rate 99%. Spiritual pressure imprisonment array completion rate 96%. The numbers kept fluctuating, indicating the state of the formation, and finally stopped declining at 95%. Although the spiritual pressure imprisonment array can suppress levels, if the array concentration is reduced, loopholes can naturally be found. Chen Bei and his companions had some pills that could resist the suppression, plus the spiritual power provided by their spiritual puppets. It was enough to restore them to their peak strength. Very good, he, or she, murmured coldly to the void before him. I hope you won't let me down. As Chen Bei withdrew the lightning beam, the light that had ignited the moment of silence vanished, and the darkness returned to its original state. The sudden disappearance of light made the surrounding environment unusually quiet and oppressive. Chen Bei's already somewhat disheveled face looked even more sinister and terrifying now that he was grinning. His eyes revealed an indescribable depth and cunning that sent chills down one's spine. What the hell are you doing? Yi Shiqing number 1 scoffed. I'll take your life, Chen Bei said coldly. Pretentious. Chen Bei remained silent, exchanging glances with the people around him, as if he had made up his mind. Then, they all simultaneously took out a blue pill from their pockets and swallowed it in one gulp. A dull thud was heard, and the pill rolled down the throat without hesitation or any fuss. In an instant, a miraculous change occurred. Those who possessed third-tier strength suddenly experienced a surge in power, as if they had been injected with some kind of force. Even young Fan, a freshman who had just entered university, rapidly rose from the second tier to the third tier in strength. Those who were already at the third tier of ability users have made rapid progress and have all reached the fourth tier. Chen Bei's transformation was even more astonishing. His strength soared to the peak of the fourth rank. The powerful aura spread out, causing some of the students circling around to lose their footing and almost stumble and fall to the ground. What the hell? This aura, peak fourth tier? Not only that, how come there are the auras of several fourth tier experts? Two chilling exclamations followed, and many people, sensing the aura, were stunned and at a loss for what to do. Oh my god, is that senior Chen Bei? Wasn't his strength suppressed? Wait, is that young Fan, a freshman? How come he's already at level 3? And how come several of the senior students have already reached the fourth tier? Some students cautiously hid in nearby deserted corners, watching contentedly. They looked completely bewildered by the sudden level increase of the others. Under the powerful air pressure and magnetic field, some people even felt suffocated. So, are you still putting on airs now? Chen Bei slightly raised the corners of his mouth, the curve carrying a hint of arrogance and unruliness. The people around him also burst into laughter at the same time, their laughter full of mockery and disdain, as if they had already won and were in complete control of the game. Quickly finish this, all of you. However, the next second, before he could finish speaking, Yi Shiqing number 1's blade suddenly appeared in the darkness, its light as sharp as lightning and its reflection dazzling. Instantly, an extremely intense killing intent swept over him, and Chen Bei subconsciously unleashed the skill Thunder Armor. Bang! A delicate, lingering, and resonant collision sound suddenly rang out. Yi Shiqing
Shiqing's blade clashed violently with Chen Bei's thunder armor, sparks flying and light radiating everywhere. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing No. 1's right hand suddenly unleashed an unstoppable force. A crescent-shaped blade flashed and sent Chen Bei flying. Like a wild horse, Chen Bei charged wildly and crashed into the wall with a deafening roar. That guy talks too much nonsense. Yi Shiqing No. 1 stared menacingly at Chen Bei, who was slowly rising from the ruins, clutching his chest. She kept nagging and rambling on and on. Yi Shiqing No. 1 was a man with a violent temper. I absolutely cannot tolerate it. At this moment, Chen Bei was fuming, clearly extremely angry. If he hadn't reacted quickly and immediately used his defensive skills, he would probably be dead by now. Are you all out of your minds? What the hell are you standing there for? Chen Bei let out a roar like a wild beast, a sound that seemed to pierce the sky and made people's eardrums ache. However, even so, the people around them remained unmoved. They stood frozen in place, their gazes fixed on three figures approaching from a certain spot. There was one man and two women. One of them was the beautiful Su Zishan, whose face was stunning and whose every smile and frown exuded captivating charm. The other woman was someone they didn't recognize, but judging from her appearance, she was also an absolute beauty. However, what attracted their attention was not these two stunning beauties, but what truly captured everyone's attention was that young man. He held two swords in his hands, his face was angular and his eyes were resolute, revealing an aura of fearlessness. Why is Yi Shiqing suddenly appearing again? Moreover, why is the aura exactly the same now, without any difference? Upon seeing this, Chen Bei frowned, but quickly regained his composure and shouted again. This is fake, just a mirage, ignore it. You know, he was just sent flying by a single blow. Such astonishing speed and power could not possibly be a clone. It is 100% the original body. Oh, is that so? Yi Shiqing gave a cold smile, and in an instant, as if crossing space, she appeared directly in front of Chen Bei. Oh, is that so? Yi Shiqing's lips curled up slightly, revealing a look of disdain, followed by a cold smile, as cold as ice. In an instant, he traversed space as if by teleportation, appearing directly in front of Chen Bei at lightning speed. What? So fast? Chen Bei exclaimed, his face full of astonishment. He reacted swiftly and immediately unleashed his thunder armor once more. With another bang, the blade struck down again, landing heavily on the thunder armor. This time, the blade's force was immense, clearly greater than before, directly slicing the thunder armor into countless flying sparks of electricity. That was incredibly powerful. A look of horror flashed across Chen Bei's face. He was still shaken. The blade shattered his armor and tore his clothes, leaving a horrifying scar on his chest. Blood gushed forth like a torrential downpour, slapping against the blade with a resounding thud. That was incredibly powerful. Senior Chen Bei's thunder armor is an A-rank technique, and it shattered with just one strike? And why are there two Yi Zikings? Even if they are clones, their power shouldn't be this strong. That's right, and wasn't Senior Chen Bei already eliminated? Why is Yi Shiqing still going to make a move against him? The students who had been secretly watching from a corner were now deeply shocked. Not to mention Yi Shiqing's lightning-fast slash that sent Chen Bei flying. Chen Bei's sudden increase in strength was also astonishing. Most importantly, Chen Bei was clearly out of the game, yet Yi Shiqing still ruthlessly killed him, which is truly baffling. Chen Bei didn't have time to pay attention to the pain. His right hand immediately condensed into a crackling ball of lightning energy. A look of madness and absurdity flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly shot towards Yi Shiqing in front of him. Sensing the dangerous aura emanating from the lightning ball, Yi Shiqing raised an eyebrow slightly, crackling and popping. The electric arcs were ear-piercing and flashing, and the ball of lightning exploded between the two of them, engulfing Chen Bei and Yi Shiqing in an instant like a bloodthirsty beast. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, with only the dazzling light and deafening explosion echoing in the air. At the same time, a large amount of dust and smoke rose up, and the enormous energy explosion's impact would make the entire arena tremble. The fierce winds that rose up, like countless invisible hands, had already blown these wretched ruins to pieces. The lightning spread wildly in all directions, like a giant electric grid, enveloping the entire area. That area instantly transformed into a battlefield of lightning, with arcs of electricity flashing and thunder roaring. It felt like the end of the world. My god, such a powerful aura, I can hardly breathe. My god, who did this? If his cultivation level wasn't suppressed, how could he still generate such powerful pressure? Where's the advisor? Aren't they going to do something about it? For a moment, exclamations and questions filled the arena. Everyone on the field was drawn to the sudden and powerful energy fluctuation, and their eyes involuntarily focused on the same spot. After all, such energy could not possibly be exerted by a third-tier ability user. Cough cough cough. A violent cough broke the surrounding silence. Chen Bei struggled to move his body, staggering as he slowly climbed up from the ruins that had been charred black by the thunder. His once neat clothes were now tattered and torn, hanging on his body like strips of cloth ravaged by a storm. His body was covered in horrifying wounds, and copious amounts of blood gushed out like a babbling brook, staining the ground beneath him red. His right hand, which had once displayed his combat skills, was now completely empty, leaving only a mangled, bloody stump. At this moment, Everything within a 50-meter radius centered on him was reduced to a scene of utter devastation and charcoal. The ground was covered with craters of all sizes, as if it had been hit by countless meteorites. The air was filled with a pungent, burnt smell, making one frown. This is the S-level skill Thunder Explosion that he learned during his freshman year of college. He has been learning it for a total of 4 years and has already mastered it. He had long anticipated that Yi Shiqing's speed would be extraordinary. Therefore, they had made preparations well in advance, including the possibility of mutual destruction. He possesses an exceptionally strong physique, further enhanced by the mitigating effects of lightning. Surprisingly, he managed to survive by a hair's breadth. For him, surviving is not a good thing, even if his identity as a member of the demon spirit cult has not been exposed. However, the killing of Yi Shiqing is something that neither the academy, the court, nor even the entire nation of China will let go of. I will definitely die in the most cruel way. Therefore, in his view, it would be better to just die and end it all. Thinking of this, Qianbei fell into a long silence, lost in thought. After a long while, he inexplicably began to laugh wildly, his laughter filled with madness, absurdity, and hysteria. It doesn't matter anymore. Yi Shiqing is dead anyway. Mission accomplished. Ha 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 ha. I'm so awesome. You're amazing. Qianbei was suddenly startled, and his laughter stopped abruptly. The first half of the sentence came from Qianbei's own mouth, while the second half came from an unknown direction, as if the voice had entered directly into his mind. After a moment of contemplation, his face was filled with horror and astonishment, simply because that sarcastic tone belonged to Yi Shiqing. Absolutely impossible. His technique boasts a glorious record of killing 5th-tier alien beasts. Yi Shiqing was only at the 3rd level, and as far as he knew, the other party did not possess any defensive techniques. Moreover, even if such a person existed, there would be absolutely no chance of survival under such destructive energy. At this moment, Qianbei even suspected that he was experiencing tinnitus, but the seeds of doubt sprouted in his mind, even though he kept telling himself that nothing unexpected could happen. However, he still couldn't help but look around, his eyes filled with vigilance and unease. Its sharp eagle eyes scanned the surroundings. There were some charred corpses lying around, clearly destroyed by the aftershocks of the thunder. Even though they were completely unrecognizable, he still recognized them as his companions from the demon spirit cult. At that distance, it should have been blasted into dust. Upon not finding Yi Shiqing, Qianbei breathed a sigh of relief, and then, he inhaled that breath again. Just then, the void 10 meters in front of him rippled, and Yi Shiqing, Su Zishan, and Song Yuan emerged unharmed. Thank goodness, Song Yuan helped me. Su Zishan let out a long breath, still seemingly shaken by what had just happened. Damn the demon spirit cult, all my ability points are gone? Yi Shiqing muttered to himself, shaking his head lightly, glancing sideways at Qianbei, who was disheveled and looked completely bewildered. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in his voice, and said in a low voice, however, there's still one left. Qianbei was clearly devastated. Like a statue, they stood still, having completely given up resistance. He never expected that this tall woman would possess spatial abilities. More importantly, the opponent's control was also unparalleled, and their techniques were superb. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to teleport Yi Shiqing and Su Zishan away instantly under such extreme circumstances. Clang! A lingering metallic clang suddenly rang out. While Qianbei was still in a daze, Yi Shiqing's sharp blade was already held to his neck. If it went any further, he would probably die. I ask, you answer. Yi Shiqing's cold voice entered my ears, as if from the netherworld. Qianbei stared blankly at Yi Shiqing, who was giving him a cold look. The latter paused for a moment to process what he was seeing. What is 1000 to 7? Cough cough cough, wrong set. Yi Shiqing coughed twice, somewhat embarrassed, and organized his thoughts. Tell me, how many more demon spirit cult spies are there in the academy? Who is the priest's advisor? What exactly does your demonic cult want? Perhaps he was too terrified to speak. Qianbei stared at Yi Shiqing, who was radiating murderous intent, without uttering a word. After a long silence, a smug, disdainful smile appeared on his lips. Want to know these things? Dream on. As soon as Qianbei finished his mocking remark, Yi Shiqing's blade lightly sliced through his neck, blood gushing out like raindrops. What a pity, we couldn't get any information out of them. Blood raindrops fell on his calm face, raising an exceptionally cold and sinister expression. Congratulations, host, for killing the 4th-tier ability user Qianbei /536876403. Ability points plus 493. Current ability points 4131. The clear, chirping sound of a bell echoed in his mind, and the headless corpse, which should have been broken long ago, collapsed helplessly to the ground. Yi Shiqing suppressed his cold-bloodedness and ruthlessness, revealing a bright and sunny smile as he walked towards Su Zishan and Song Yuan. You didn't wet your pants in fear, did you? He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, teasing Su Zishan as he gently wiped away the few shocking drops of blood from his cheek. No way! Su Zishan gave Yi Shiqing a charmingly glare, then playfully stuck out her tongue. At this moment, she did not show any discomfort in the face of such a bloody scene. She was not stupid, she knew very well that there must be a problem between Yi Shiqing and Qianbei. Qianbei
Bei's sudden surge in strength and his nuclear bomb-like attack on Yi Shiqing were clearly intentional. Therefore, even though Yi Shiqing ruthlessly killed Chen Bei, she did not intend to ask any further questions, because in her heart, she didn't care about the outcome anyway. As long as Yi Shiqing is safe and sound, then everything is fine, everything is peaceful and healthy, and everything is auspicious. Don't treat me like a child. I'm older than you, and I've seen this kind of situation many times before, Su Zishan said, arms crossed, pouting. You're kidding me, I'll hit you. She clenched her right fist and slammed it towards Yi Shiqing's chest, but slowed the impact just before it hit. And so, the soft blow landed on Yi Shiqing's broad chest. Yi Shiqing had been fighting for so long after all. Moreover, an accident occurred inside the Soul Tower. I hit too hard. I feel a little bad about injuring him. Yes, the child really has no strength at all. Hearing Yi Shiqing speak, Su Zishan was furious and threw a punch. But the next second, a sharp pain shot through the hammer, as if it had hit a wall. Su Zishan's right hand was numb from the shock, and she grimaced in pain. You're so hard. It hurts so much. Ha! Yi Shiqing couldn't stop laughing. The two continued their playful banter until they noticed Song Yuan, who had lowered her head and looked serious. They couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Everything's over. Why are you still looking so gloomy? Yi Shiqing raised the corner of her mouth slightly. The two stopped joking and looked at Song Yuan with curiosity. The latter remained remarkably calm in the face of questioning, showing no sign of emotion, like a pensive person sitting on the toilet. After a long silence, Song Yuan's flawless face finally lifted calmly, then she shook her head bitterly. I don't know, it just doesn't feel that simple. You're overthinking it. Yi Shiqing slowly spread his hands, his face full of disdain. He slightly raised his chin, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Now that Chen Bei is dead, all that's left is that priest. After all, their ultimate goal was indeed to capture the priest. Chen Bei's inexplicable level increase was naturally related to that priest. If the court becomes deeply involved in the matter, it's only a matter of time before they find out who the priest is. Moreover, with Chen Bei's increased strength and the commotion he caused, the academy naturally couldn't possibly be unaware of it. Can't you detect it? Yi Shiqing raised an eyebrow slightly, a sense of doubt rising in his heart. With such a commotion, why hasn't the match stopped yet? Yi Shiqing said this subconsciously, his voice tinged with a hint of confusion. Iris chose to remain silent. She quietly raised her head and looked in a certain direction. The spiritual pressure imprisonment array barrier was pitch black, with not a trace of blue sky visible. There must be some movement outside, Song Yuan said softly, a thoughtful look in her eyes. At this moment, Su Zishan lowered her head and didn't say a word, but the corners of her mouth inexplicably turned up wildly. Without warning, several powerful fourth-order energy fluctuations suddenly appeared from the arena. That immense power, like a surging tide, instantly swept across the entire space surrounding the arena. The department heads who had been chatting happily on the stage were startled when they sensed this sudden aura. Almost simultaneously, they looked solemnly in a certain direction of the arena, their eyes filled with doubt and vigilance. What's going on? Why is there a fourth-order aura? Zhang Dianhong was the first to break the brief silence. He frowned and his voice revealed a hint of unease. Contact the person on duty in the control room and see what he's up to. Lu Shang quickly reacted and waved his hand at one of his mentors behind him. The latter immediately understood, nodded solemnly, and then quickly made a phone call to make the call. Department Head Lu, the control room phone is not working. The professor's voice was full of anxiety. Then let's just access the surveillance footage, Lu Shang said decisively. Yes. The instructor didn't hesitate and immediately got to work. He raised his wrist, and a clear and realistic holographic projection screen slowly appeared on the bracelet. His fingers tapped rapidly on the projection screen, making a soft click-click sound. As he operated the controls, the monitoring screen in the control room gradually appeared before everyone's eyes, as if a mysterious veil was being slowly lifted. When everyone finally saw the image clearly, the heads of the departments couldn't help but feel a sudden tremor in their hearts. In the video, the man sitting in front of the control panel has already lost all signs of life. He sat quietly in the chair, his hands hanging limply to the ground, as if he had lost all his strength. With his head and neck resting against the back of the chair, tilted back to the sky, his mouth was so wide open it looked like it could really fit an egg. The image is somewhat blurry. However, the crowd could still barely make out the deep handprints on the man's neck. The horrifying marks clearly showed that he had been strangled to death. How is this possible? Dead? Zhang Dianhong's pupils widened in disbelief. This guy was a fifth-tier ability user. He was strangled to death without a sound? Lu Shan was equally astonished, his eyes wide. Contact the person in charge of the control room, go in immediately to shut down the spiritual pressure confinement array, and terminate the match immediately. Although it was Chen Yuanxi, the head of the mental health department, who activated the magic array, she only served as a notification. Turning it off and on is not something she can control. We've already made contact, but the door is blocked, and the entire control room is made of ether gold, so it would take at least 10 minutes to break through. The previous tutor answered fluently. Upon hearing this, Lu Shang slapped his face hard with his right hand, his expression filled with bitterness and helplessness. I told those people in the equipment
department not to meddle with the control room, and now look what's happened. They've reaped what they sowed. At this moment, Dukom's calm demeanor stood out from the anxious crowd. Silence lingered in the air for a long time. Dukom stood quietly, like a pensive statue. After a long while, he seemed to suddenly remember something and slowly raised his head. The movement was like a slow-motion video, every detail brimming with tension. His gaze moved slowly, finally locking onto Chen Yuanqi, who was secretly chuckling. If it were a high-level superhuman making a move, Dean Wang would have no way of noticing it. The surveillance footage showed no signs of struggle, clearly indicating suicide. He continued, his tone full of certainty. He stared intently at Chen Yuanqi, as if trying to see right through her. Only you can make someone commit suicide silently. You must be able to do that. His voice was deep and dark, carrying a mysterious and repressive aura. The sudden sound also caught the attention of the surrounding instructors. They all turned their heads, their wary gazes immediately fixed on Chen Yuanqi. Dukom's statement is not reasonable. That inexplicable fourth-tier aura emanated from it. The control room personnel died silently and mysteriously, without any warning or sign of struggle. All of this clearly indicates that unrelated individuals intervened in the competition. The inexplicable method of suicide made everyone suspect Chen Yuanqi. Some mentors even have inexplicable supernatural abilities swirling around them, ready to unleash their power at any moment. A brief silence fell over the scene, and even the roar of the battle within the arena could not shake the oppressive atmosphere. Facing the piercing, questioning gazes of the crowd, Chen Yuanqi unconsciously gave a cold, chilling smile, and calmly murmured, "Since you already know, is it necessary to ask me again?" Only her, sole puppet, in the entire academy could do such a thing. Moreover, those who are dominated will leave their mark, and a simple investigation of the slightest clues will reveal the truth. So she simply stopped acting. Why did you do this?" Lu Shan asked a probing question, his expression extremely unpleasant. The group of department heads had been together for nearly 10 years and could be considered friends, but for some reason, Chen Yuanqi seemed unusual to them at this moment. "Why? We have different stances, so what's wrong with talking about this?" Chen Yuanqi inexplicably began to grin maliciously. "The demon spirit cult, are you a member of the demon spirit cult?" Lu Shan looked at the other person's crazy appearance and immediately understood his identity. "Why? Isn't it good to be a human? Why do you have to be a dog?" Zhang Dianhong cursed. "What a joke. The meaning of pursuing the sublime is something you ants will never understand. Only the demon spirit cult, the gods, can bring blessings to humankind." Chen Yuanqi's expression was extremely splendid. "They're hopeless." At the highest point on the stage, Vice President Li Gang shook his head bitterly and glanced at President Wang, who was resting with his eyes closed. Clearly, the other party was also finding it hard to accept this fact. A member of the demon spirit cult has appeared in an academy, and he's even a high-ranking member. Anyone would feel uncomfortable in that situation. At this moment, the elderly man, who was over 30 years old, had a weathered face, and his beard swayed incessantly in the wind. He was like a lost soul, with no idea where to go. After a long silence, Wang Xiao slowly opened his lifeless and desolate eyes, as if he had made up his mind, and calmly spoke. "Zhang Dianhong and Du Kangpu both possess resolute and courageous personalities, with clear goals and decisive actions, showing no interest in sentimental romantic relationships." The moment Wang Xiao finished speaking, the powerful aura of 7th-level ability users emanating from Zhang Dianhong and Du Kangpu erupted like a raging flood. The aura was powerful and violent. The air itself seemed to distort under its oppressive force. Immediately afterwards, Chen Yuanqi, Zhang Dianhong, and Du Kangpu, the three department heads, transformed into streaks of light and began to wrestle together. Their speed was so fast that it was dazzling and almost impossible to see their movements clearly. All instructors present are not allowed to move and must remain in place. Anyone who disobeys will be executed without mercy. The Vice Dean roared, using his spatial abilities to amplify the sound, and it was heard by almost the entire academy. After all, he wasn't sure if there were any demon spirit cult spies among his mentors. The mentors were all at the 6th order level, and the spiritual pressure confinement array had no effect on them at all. Sending them into the field for rescue would only make matters worse. While the department heads were arguing, Dean Wang recounted the general events to Li Gang. "After all, things have come to this point, there's no point in hiding it anymore." "So, the demon spirit cult's target this time is Yi Shiqing?" Li Gang asked, standing next to Dean Wang. "That's right," Dean Wang said calmly, while taking out a projector from his pocket. After turning it on, a clear picture appeared. The image of Chen Bei being crushed by Yi Shiqing suddenly flashed before my eyes. Inside the site, Dean Wang had already secretly installed a number of hidden surveillance devices to comprehensively observe the situation on the entire battlefield. As the scene shifted, everyone's attention turned to the scene outside the academy. The scene shows that outside the college walls, a fierce battle has already broken out. Both sides were dressed in civilian clothes, and there were probably around 100 people in total, a large number. The opposing sides are the Tribunal and the Demon Spirit Cult. The Demon Spirit Cult would not leave a high-ranking priest unattended, so they will send
send someone to meet him. Li Gang frowned and muttered to himself. The court had anticipated this, so it planted many informants around the area. Dean Wang said calmly, although everything is ready, are we really not going to check on Yi Shiqing? What if something goes wrong? Li Gang couldn't help but look worried. As the primary target of the demon spirit cult, Yi Shiqing needs even more protection. Dean Wang remained calm. He's the one who jumped out of the mouth of the 7th-tier monstrous beast, the Black Lion. How could anything be wrong? Dean Wang trusted Yi Shiqing to a certain extent. Then, Dean Wang gave a wry smile, a smile that carried a hint of helplessness and emotion. He shook his head slightly, his voice carrying a hint of reassurance. Don't worry, it won't. However, before he could finish speaking, a deafening roar erupted from the competition arena. The enormous sound seemed to shatter the entire world, and the earth itself was shaken. Are you sure nothing will happen? Dean Wang's expression was stiff at this moment, and an embarrassed blush appeared on his weathered face. Immediately, Dean Wang adjusted the monitoring equipment in an attempt to check the situation on the competition stage. However, he soon realized that the blast radius was far too large. All surveillance cameras in the area where Yi Shiqing was located have been shut down. The surveillance equipment became useless instantly under the powerful impact of the explosion. Recent surveillance footage has only captured blurry images of the smoke. Dean Wang was silent for a moment before speaking. I can sense his presence, so he should be alright. Just in case, you should go and check on him. As soon as he finished speaking, just as Li Gang was about to use his spatial power to teleport, Chen Yuanqi's expression became extremely interesting, before turning into resentment. Chen Yuanqi muttered to himself as he engaged in battle. She sensed that the soul power she had left on Chen Bei and the others had been extinguished, and her expression turned somewhat grim. Originally, Chen Beizhao thought he could take advantage of the explosion to kill Yi Shiqing, but he failed. You dare to get distracted? Zhang Dianhong and Du Kangpu waited for their chance to strike. One drew his sword, and the other prepared his palm, and they launched a fierce attack in two treacherous directions. Chen Yuanqi was momentarily careless, and the two men's extremely fierce attacks had already reached him. Zhang Dianhong's sword pierced Chen Yuanqi's chest, while Du Kangpu struck him on the waist with a palm. Enraged by Chen Yuanqi's betrayal, the two decided to kill each other. Two streams of energy surged in from both sides, and Chen Yuanqi gritted his teeth in despair. A sudden, overwhelming gale erupted from among the group, instantly transforming the entire area into a sea of wind. Chen Yuanqi's face was contorted, her expression one of agony. He grinned smugly. This smile sent chills down the spines of Zhang Dianhong and his companion, and a bad premonition welled up in their hearts. Soul exchange. With a startled cry, Chen Yuanqi formed a hand seal, and instantly a powerful soul vanished. A dazed look appeared on Chen Yuanqi's crazy and absurd face, and he was completely stunned. Her expression was exceptionally innocent, like that of a newborn baby. It seems, it's a different person? Immediately afterwards, his eyes lost their life force, and his chest slid off Zhang Dianhong's blade, falling to the ground along with the flowing blood. Not good. The two deans and all the department heads were shocked and shouted in unison. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Gang took a step across space. Yi Shiqing murmured softly, the mission is complete, but let's continue the competition. Regardless, the competition must continue. After all, this competition offers generous rewards. Moreover, he did indeed use Su Zishan as a shield. There is give and take, and there is reciprocity. Senior Su, we. Before Yi Shiqing could finish speaking, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful energy fluctuation coming from him. The source of that terrifying energy fluctuation was actually behind him. Song Yuan and Yi Shiqing turned around abruptly almost simultaneously. Just as he turned around, he saw Su Zishan with a ferocious grin on her face. Her previous innocent demeanor had vanished without a trace. She was holding a small, square magic box in her hand. The spatial power on the magic box slowly writhed like worms. Song Yuan reacted immediately and quickly reached out to stop the other party. Yi Shiqing did the same and hurriedly created distance. But at this moment, Su Zishan's speed was astonishing. Immediately afterwards, the magic box flashed an extremely dazzling white light, instantly enveloping the three of them. A moment later, the white light disappeared, and the same thing happened to Yi Shiqing and the others. The scene was utterly silent, the space seemed to ripple, and Dean Wang and Li Gang appeared simultaneously, their brows furrowing sharply, their faces filled with a sense of weariness and bewilderment. A sudden, overwhelming dizziness washed over Yi Shiqing like a surging tide, the intense vertigo threatening to drag her consciousness into an endless vortex. He clenched his teeth tightly, using all his strength to resist the unbearable sensation. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly at that moment, and the dizziness lasted for a while before finally disappearing like the receding tide. Yi Shiqing felt dizzy and lightheaded. In a daze, he slowly raised his hand and gently touched his forehead. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes, a trace of confusion and bewilderment still lingering in them. What came into view was a vast, white space, more than 50 square meters in size, which looked both expansive and mysterious. The pure white color seemed to be without any impurities, so pure that it gave people a sense of ethereal tranquility. Just as Yi Shiqing was looking around this unfamiliar space with a lot of doubts, Song
Yuan beside him let out a soft moan. Song Yuan frowned slightly, her face pale, indicating that she seemed to be unaccustomed to the dizzying force she had just experienced. After all, her mental strength was not as high as Yi Shiqing's, so she would naturally have a harder time facing such a strong impact. I didn't expect there to be such an unexpected bonus. Just then, Su Zishan's voice came from directly in front of them, and the two of them looked over at the same time. The other person had their hands behind their back, and their innocent face was filled with malice. Fine, let's deal with the rats that have scurried in as well. Her lips curled into a dangerous arc. Who are you? Yi Shiqing frowned sharply and said angrily. The person opposite me, regardless of their appearance, height, or even the tone of their voice, is someone I know well. But her own heart was filled with condemnation. This was not who she truly was. Su Zishan remained silent, a sinister smile spreading across her face, full of sarcasm. Yi Shiqing glared angrily, about to ask again, when Song Yuan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. She is Chen Yuanxi, the head of the Dawn Academy, that is, the priest. It should be noted that they had already thoroughly examined the information of the department heads. In their view, the only person capable of accomplishing this was probably Chen Yuanxi. However, what she did not expect was that the moves her opponent was using at this moment were not the usual methods of control. Rather, it is a more powerful, domineering, and unpredictable soul-swapping technique. This is a forbidden technique, long since lost to history. This forbidden technique allows the soul to be exchanged with another's. By constantly replacing the body with a younger one can achieve the astonishing effect of near immortality. It was banned worldwide simply because it was too bizarre and grotesque. But at this moment, they never expected that Chen Yuanxi would be proficient in this long-lost evil martial art. This is why the court and many instructors at Dawn Academy failed to react in time. Although he is still young, he is quite knowledgeable and knows a lot. Su Zishan scoffed and gave a cold laugh. She had already investigated and found that Su Zishan and Yi Shiqing had a good relationship. Therefore, they deliberately planted a mark on the soul of the other person during the teaching. However, if he were in control, Su Zishan's insignificant third-tier auxiliary ability would make it absolutely impossible for her to assassinate Yi Shiqing. So he exposed his true form to attract attention, and then used soul swapping to catch the other person off guard. This will lead to a great victory. And now, things are developing exactly as she predicted, and everything is under her control. At this moment, Song Yuan's hands wriggled with spatial power, trying to tear open space, but it only lasted for less than a second before the spatial power in her hands disappeared like dust. Don't waste your energy. This is a spatial barrier that creates a dimensional space. Even an 8th level spatial ability user couldn't easily break through it. You, a 3rd level user, are no match for it. Seeing this, Su Zishan looked at it with indifference and took out the square magic box in her hand. It provocatively tossed it upwards a few times. She gave the device to Su Zishan, who respected and trusted her greatly and had no doubts. And this trust. But this has led to the current situation. Yi Shiqing's eyes were as black as ink, and she lowered her head. The air around her seemed to freeze because of her calmness, and she was unusually peaceful. Only her slightly trembling body, like a leaf swaying in the wind, silently depicted the surging anger deep within her heart. Silence lingered for a long time, like a heavy curtain. Finally, clinging to that sliver of hope, she asked again, "So, where is Su Zishan?" "Xiao Su, at a time like this, you're still concerned about her?" Su Zishan's words were laced with sarcasm, her expression full of mockery, which she found quite amusing. "With the soul-swapping technique, my original body is already dead, so she certainly can't survive either." As she spoke the last sentence, Su Zishan's voice suddenly rose several decibels, like a sharp arrow piercing the silent air. Once the soul-swapping technique is used, if the original body dies, how can the person who was swapped with it possibly survive? Under such circumstances, how could Su Zishan possibly escape her fate of death? Yi Shiqing's pupils dilated, his burning heart seemed to stop beating, and he felt utterly hopeless. At that moment, he seemed to have the ability to stop time, and the surroundings seemed to stop moving from their original paths. Throughout history, people have experienced joys and sorrows, separations and reunions. He was an assassin who had roamed the martial arts world for over 40 years, experiencing countless trials and tribulations and bloodshed. He had long since forgotten about love, friendship, and family, and these feelings gradually faded away over the years. His tears, lost in the haze of time, have long since vanished without a trace, mercilessly swallowed up. But for some reason, why did he feel like he had thorns in his back at this moment? When people part ways, they embrace and weep, reminiscing about the past, expressing their grief and emotions in a grand and dramatic way. However, their separation at this moment was so hasty and resolute. He didn't even say goodbye. Song Yuan stood beside Yi Shiqing and glanced at him, unsure of what to say to comfort him. After a long silence, she raised her right hand and patted Yi Shiqing's shoulder, her complex eyes gazing at the calm yet lifeless boy, and whispered, "In this era, human life is as worthless as grass, everyone accepts their fate, and death is not necessarily her destiny. Nothing is impossible in this era." Song Yuan's tone was exceptionally sincere. She wasn't joking. Yi Shiqing understood, and I think
think what they said makes a lot of sense. Looking ahead is the only way forward. There is no point in standing still, only by striding forward will we have a chance to meet again. In the era of superpowers, nothing is impossible. A glimmer of light appeared in Yi Shiqing's lifeless eyes, sparkling and clear, radiating courage and determination. You're right, at least I have to survive now. He grinned, staring intently at the culprit who was mocking him. Her body is not dead, and neither is her soul, so as long as we capture her, I guarantee that the court will return Su Zishan to you intact. Song Yuan was full of fighting spirit and made a firm vow. With a clear goal in mind, the two men assumed a fighting stance and faced the challenge head-on. Su Zishan could no longer contain her emotions. She slapped her thigh, leaned forward, and laughed so hard she almost fell over, as if she had witnessed something incredibly ridiculous. Take me down? With just 2 Tier 3 players? What a joke! I really don't know whether to call you arrogant or conceited. Su Zishan wiped away the tears that had welled up in her eyes and smiled contemptuously. Oh, Song Yuan raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she knew something and seemed to understand. Using this move, your level, I'm afraid it will continue to decline, and you'll drop a rank, right? The laughter stopped abruptly. Su Zishan's expression remained calm, but a hint of panic flashed in her eyes, as if she were hiding something. Song Yuan's guess was absolutely correct. These forbidden spells are undeniably powerful, but their side effects are also extremely obvious. The heavy price is a drop in level by 1 rank. Prior to this, he had also distributed some of his abilities to Chen Bei and others. As the other party perishes, the energy that was distributed and then became incomplete also vanishes completely. Therefore, he was only at the peak of the 5th rank at this time. The reason he had remained inactive was precisely because even at the peak of the 5th rank. Furthermore, since his own special ability is of the soul type, he needs to ambush and control it in advance, and under the current situation, he has no choice but to act cautiously. The prerequisite for soul domination is to bewitch the one who exerts it. So what? Su Zishan stopped pretending and laid her cards on the table. Even if I only have the strength of the 5th tier peak, I can easily crush 2 ants like you. She grinned. Soul control is just one of her abilities, but that doesn't mean she only has this one ability. In direct combat, she is still very strong. Is that so? Then I really want to give it a try. Yi Shiqing said indignantly, and then, with a thought, 2 swords appeared out of nowhere. You dare to kill me? If I have the slightest thought, this body will explode instantly. Su Zishan's lips curled up in a cold smile, as if she had already grasped the opponent's fatal weakness and was confident of victory. Yi Shiqing remained expressionless and calm, like a still lake without any emotional ripples. She ignored his words completely. It's just a bluff. If she could really do that, she would probably use it as a powerful weapon to threaten herself from the very beginning. The fact that it's only being brought up now is obviously baseless and utterly false. Song Yuan remained silent for a moment, then took a long step forward. I'm afraid there's nothing you can do now. What? Su Zishan was only vaguely aware of the question. Song Yuan's expression was calm, her flawless face revealing confidence and determination. The Song family values martial arts above all else, which is no joke in this dazzling world of supernatural abilities. His every move and gesture reflected his status, derived from a martial arts manual, something that commanded the respect of everyone. The moment the words left her lips, Yi Shiqing's face was full of confusion. She hadn't understood what Song Yuan had said. The Song family? At this moment, Chen Yuanxi, who was occupying Su Zishan's body, felt a sudden tremor in his heart, and fear and unease flashed in his eyes. Every direct descendant must study it. The eldest daughter of the Song family in the present day awakened its spatial ability, a perfect vessel for such cultivation techniques, and thus mastered it in just 10 months. Song Yuan spoke with exceptional cheerfulness, confidence, and unwavering resolve, her eyes gleaming with a magnificent light. And now, that eldest daughter will demonstrate her martial arts prowess to you in your first real battle, allowing you to shine once again. After saying that, she stomped her right foot on the ground, and a holy golden light appeared in her eyes, instantly forming a golden rune array. The runes, 3-dimensional and soaring upwards, resembled countless dragons leaping and dancing. The formation is not large, but it is sufficient to cover a space of only 50 cubic meters. With the appearance of the magic circle, the white space was now mixed with many dazzling golds. No one else felt any discomfort, except the twin swords in Yi Shiqing's hands turned into dazzling dust and vanished in a brilliant flash. He clenched his fist tightly, and his knuckles cracked. Mental power? Supernatural abilities? Gone? They're all gone. What's going on? Yi Shiqing asked, her face full of surprise. The Jinglan ceasefire formation? The person opposite, Su Zishan, immediately recognized the magic array and became extremely alarmed. She had heard a little about the Song family, and the martial arts techniques she had heard about were now right in front of her. Take one step, and the war will cease, seal the spirit, imprison the soul. So, do you still think you have a good chance of winning? Song Yuan spoke coldly, then nodded to Yi Shiqing, who grinned and stood beside her. Yi Shiqing understood the wonders of Song Yuan's technique. All supernatural abilities of everyone inside the formation are sealed. The same applies to 5th order units. In other words, the current battle will only be a brutal, hand-to-hand combat. Isn't this exactly the fighting style that professional assassin Yi Shiqing prefers? This is bizarre. How could it be so bizarre? Enraged, Su Zishan took 2 steps back in fear and leaned against the wall of the space. She never expected that her superpowers would be completely blocked, and she couldn't use any of them. He thought he had everything under control, but now he's been reduced to a lapdog. She took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Song Yuan, who remained motionless, her eyes clenched tightly. I'm a 5th-tier player. How could she have achieved such success without paying a price? Then I'll crush you first. Without the slightest hesitation, she took a step forward, instantly bridging the distance, and threw a punch at Song Yuan. Her superpowers were sealed, but Su Zishan's 3rd-tier physique and speed were still not to be underestimated. Chen Yuanxi, with his rich combat experience, threw a punch at a blind spot of his opponent. A fierce fist slammed heavily into a large, powerful hand. If Song Yuan were to use such a formation against opponents of the same level and rank, she could move it at will. Chen Yuanxi's peak 5th rank was above the acceptable range. Therefore, when using this kind of formation, Song Yuan could only stand in place and preside over the formation. And it's very strenuous. Su Zishan blushed with embarrassment and tried to break free, but found that her fists were as if they were shackled and she could not move them at all. She changed tactics and delivered a sidekick. Yi Shiqing easily blocked with his left hand. Immediately afterward, a resolute glint flashed in Yi Shiqing's eyes. You dare hit me? Are you willing to do that? Chen Yuanxi, who was possessing Su Zishan's body, pretended to be shy when she saw Yi Shiqing about to make a move. This is your most. Before Su Zishan, still basking in her pride, could finish speaking, a powerful impact emanated from her face. Then she crashed into the space wall like a missile. Ah! Su Zishan let out a painful groan and staggered as she struggled to her feet. A clear fist mark was now firmly imprinted on her once incredibly beautiful, fair face. A streak of crimson blood slowly flowed from her nose. She subconsciously raised her hand and gently wiped away the flowing blood. You really hit me? How could you be so selfish? She covered her face and cursed at Yi Shiqing. I originally thought Yi Shiqing was reluctant to make a move, but I didn't expect the other party to be so cold-blooded and ruthless. Yi Shiqing raised his head high, his eyes as black as ink, chilling and penetrating to the bone, his voice like that of the underworld. I really couldn't bear to hit her, but the thought of such a beautiful body containing such a filthy soul made me hesitate. I couldn't resist the urge to stomp on it a couple of times. Good, very good. A brat who hasn't even grown a full beard has quite the big mouth. At this moment, Su Zishan slowly stood up, a sharp glint in her eyes. She assumed a boxing stance, radiating a powerful aura. She had to admit that Yi Shiqing's combat performance was truly unprecedented in her eyes, and his unique fighting style and powerful strength secretly surprised her. Yi Shiqing is very strong, a fact she cannot deny. However, after all, the other party was just a little devil who had only lived for 18 years. Compared to a 7th-tier powerhouse like her who has weathered many storms and struggled through countless hardships, there is simply no comparison. She firmly believed that her extensive combat experience would allow her to completely overwhelm him. Even in the worst-case scenario, we would only be evenly matched with the opponent. She has that confidence, and she has the right to back it up. I was careless for a moment. Now I'll show you the terror of a 7th-tier expert's combat. The moment the words left her lips, Su Zishan took a step forward with lightning speed and then threw a heavy punch at Yi Shiqing. At this moment, Yi Shiqing remained motionless, as steady as a statue. He stood there quietly, seemingly detached from the world, completely unconcerned about Su Zishan's attacks. A muffled thud was heard. Just as Su Zishan's fist was about to land on Yi Shiqing's handsome face, his right leg shot out in a blur. A flash of light appeared, and Yi Shiqing delivered a powerful right horizontal kick, striking Su Zishan squarely on the forehead. The powerful impact caused the surrounding air to vibrate. Immediately afterwards, Su Zishan was sent flying like a missile under the powerful impact. Her body traced an arc in the air before crashing heavily into the corner of the space, causing the entire space to tremble. She collapsed to the ground, powerless, and lost consciousness. Yi Shiqing stood there quietly, glancing sideways with disdain at the lifeless Su Zishan. There was not a trace of pity in his eyes. He didn't kill him, but this kick definitely made Chen Yuanxi inside the body feel terrible. The academy has many high-level healing ability users, so I didn't care about injuring them. Having witnessed the entire process, Song Yuan secretly praised him. She had naturally witnessed Yi Shiqing's strength, but I never expected him to be so strong when he got serious. With a 3rd-tier physique and 7th-tier combat experience, he was KO'd with a single kick? Looking back now, it seems so ridiculous to have mentioned dueling with Yi Shiqing. She then shook her head bitterly and deactivated the Jinglan ceasefire formation. He then took out a rope from his spatial ring and tied Su Zishan up tightly. How do we get out now? Yi Shiqing asked solemnly, taking the space magic box from beside Su Zishan and handing it to Song Yuan. After receiving the handkerchief, Yi Shiqing took out a handkerchief from his person and subconsciously wiped away the blood flowing from Su Zishan's stunningly beautiful face. Yi Shiqing's face was cold and stern, as if shrouded in frost, revealing no emotion.
emotion. Only in his bright eyes did a trace of heartache and tenderness appear. Song Yuan examined the magic box in her hand, seemingly noticing something, and shook her head.
This is troublesome. What's wrong? Is something strange? Yi Shiqing asked.
Song Yuan paused slightly, a thoughtful look in her eyes, as if considering where to begin. After a moment, she slowly spoke.
Activating this type of space instrument requires the injection of supernatural abilities.
Therefore, even if we now possess this space magic box, we have no way to use it, because we do not possess the necessary abilities to activate it. This spatial magic box has been imbued with Su Zishan's supernatural abilities. Under the current circumstances, only she can open it.
Both of them lowered their eyes and fell into a brief silence.
This means that only Chen Yuanqi can open this space right now.
Let's not even mention that she was already unconscious.
Even if she wakes up, she will inevitably remain indifferent and sarcastic.
After a long silence, Yi Shiqing asked with a glimmer of hope, is there any other way?
Yes, Song Yuan answered immediately, then glanced at Yi Shiqing with a complex and meaningful look in her eyes. If Chen Yuanqi dies, her special ability will also disappear, and this device will become ownerless.
Song Yuan stared intently at Yi Shiqing with her beautiful eyes. It's clear they want the latter to make a choice.
She knew the two had a good relationship, so she didn't feel comfortable making any suggestions or judgments.
Ha ha ha. A burst of unrestrained laughter exploded in the air.
In a daze, Su Zishan slowly woke up from her drowsy state. Her consciousness was still somewhat muddled, but she had obviously heard the intense conversation between the two.
Yes, kill me, and the dimensional box will become ownerless.
Kill me, and you'll be free from this predicament.
Come and kill me. Come on, come on.
Su Zishan's voice carried a hint of madness and determination, and her eyes flashed with a complex light containing both grief and indignation as well as defiance. She roared, as if issuing a final challenge to fate. You piece of trash. You coward. So what if you're strong? You can't protect anyone. When faced with a choice, you are a coward, a useless piece of trash. You're nothing but a pathetic wretch with all looks. You have a lot of skills, but you're a coward. You're a complete loser. You don't even have the courage to face it. Look at yourself, so indecisive. You have no semblance of a strong person.
You think you're so great?
In my eyes, you're just a piece of worthless trash. It would be better to die sooner and go to the netherworld to spend the rest of my life with her. Faced with insults and abuse, Yi Shiqing lowered his eyes and remained silent.
Chen Yuanqi grasped this point, which is why she chose Su Zishan as the vehicle. That's just how people are.
When faced with difficulties and choices, they often expose their weaknesses and selfishness. At crossroads of choices, people's true nature will quietly emerge. If you don't want to lose, you'll work hard. However, this kind of effort can sometimes turn into a blind obsession, causing people to lose their rationality and judgment. Song Yuan clenched her fist, a cold glint in her eyes. After a long silence, Yi Shiqing slowly raised his calm eyes and coldly stared at Su Zishan's face, which was originally shy and charming but now revealed a heart of venom.
Su Zishan looked at the other party with a sneer.
Such a beautiful body is not a match for your filthy soul. Yi Shiqing made a claw shape with his right hand, and then a deep, dark fire suddenly appeared. The ghostly voices echoed through the flames, sounding particularly jarring in this indifferent and peaceful space, as if they were mournful cries from the underworld.
This magic, fire-based? The moment the dark nether flame appeared in Yi Shiqing's hand, Song Yuan's pupils dilated, and she answered fluently. Why do you have fire powers? Not only Song Yuan, but even Su Zishan was completely dumbfounded.
In particular, Chen Yuanqi, who was inside the body, inexplicably felt an extreme danger within Yi Shiqing's flames. This fear stems from her supernatural abilities.
Facing the flames, fear arising from the soul, Chen Yuanqi was stunned.
He subconsciously shifted his body backward, large beads of sweat sliding down his forehead and covering his cheeks. She could clearly sense that the flames in Yi Shiqing's hand could strike directly at the soul. Now she didn't care where the flames came from, all she felt was deep apprehension and uncontrollable fear. Yi Shiqing stared coldly at the other party. The fire claw was completed, and the terrifying ghostly sound seemed to be mocking him. Since it is difficult to destroy the body, then go straight for the soul.
If Chen Yuanqi can be killed, we can escape our predicament and save Su Zishan. Even if he reveals his strength, so what?
His trump card is precisely his unwavering determination to overcome all obstacles and forge ahead, all for the sake of protecting those he cherishes. Driven by his beliefs, Yi Shiqing had made all the necessary preparations.
Immediately afterward, amidst Su Zishan's terror and Song Yuan's anticipation, the fire claw pounced on its opponent like a tiger. Flaming spirit nether claw.
In an instant, the raging flames, like a roaring tiger, bared their fangs and claws, tearing at Su Zishan's body. However, Yi Shiqing precisely controlled his strength, aiming straight for the depths of the soul.
A painful scream rang out instantly. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I will use my ability to bring Su Zishan's soul back. As long as,
Chen Yuanqi let out a heart-wrenching groan of pain. The tone did not come from Su Zishan's mouth, but from Chen Yuanqi's soul crying out in despair. The ropes binding her body were a special device that completely sealed off off her supernatural abilities.
Yi Shiqing ignored every word the other party said.
Chen Yuanqi's body was already dead, but her soul clung to Su Zishan's body with a domineering yet desperate spirit.
How could it possibly be switched back?
Seeing that Yi Shiqing was unmoved by reason, Chen Yuanqi was completely desperate.
Don't kill me. Telegram.
May your whole family die a horrible death.
I'll haunt you even as a ghost.
Yi Shiqing's ruthlessness caused Chen Yuanqi to curse loudly. The pleas for mercy were mixed with curses, carrying the last glimmer of hope as an attempt to persuade the other party to change their mind. But it was all in vain. The shadow of death had already loomed over him. Anger and despair intertwined, turning into vicious curses, but these curses could not change the fate that was about to befall them.
The final roar, filled with endless resentment, seemed to unleash all his fury.
The extremely shrill roar, like the howl of a wild beast, echoed for a long time, shaking one's soul.
Su Zishan struggled and thrashed wildly on the ground, appearing frantic.
Endless pain surged forth like a tidal wave, but all that responded to her was deathly silence and icy indifference.
Su Zishan's masterpiece-like costume was reduced to nothing in the flames, leaving not a trace. Her fair skin, as white as snow and as beautiful as an angel, was thus fully exposed.
The ropes binding Su Zishan were of unknown construction, yet they remained unharmed and completely undamaged even under the raging flames.
I'll never let you go, even if it kills me. The resentful curse ended softly, and Chen Yuanqi's soul appeared, turning into a wisp of blue dust and dissipating into nothingness.
Congratulations, host, for killing the 7th tier ability user Chen Yuanqi/331546203. Ability points plus 2,346. Current ability points, 6,477. Hearing the familiar system notification and seeing the large amount of ability points, he couldn't feel happy for some reason. But Yi Shiqing also discovered something.
Isn't that the superpower he wants most, the one he likes the most? So many have arrived now. Why not smile?
Yi Shiqing remained indifferent as he slowly extinguished the raging flames.
At this moment, Su Zishan, naked and limp as a rag doll, was surrounded by the still burning embers of flame.
Her once fair and delicate skin had now become dull and dark. She looked utterly miserable and filled with sorrow. Her former radiance and graceful demeanor have vanished after this cruel change, leaving only endless loneliness and sorrow. A perfectly healthy person, through the cruel tricks of fate, was suddenly and unexpectedly cut off from the world.
Those once vibrant lives thus walked alone into the unknown distance.
After a long silence, a complex emotion flashed in Yi Shiqing's eyes. He slowly reached out and carefully untied the ropes binding the other person. Then, without hesitation, he took off his coat and gently draped it over Su Zishan. Su Zishan is petite and only a little under 1.65 meters tall. When she puts on Yi Shiqing's coat, everything except her long, straight legs is completely covered. The complex emotions swirling in Yi Shiqing's eyes spoke volumes, yet he remained silent. After a while, he swept his arms around Su Zishan and effortlessly lifted her up in his arms.
Go out.
The tone was flat, revealing no emotion.
Having witnessed the entire process, Song Yuan looked at Yi Shiqing meaningfully.
Not being good with words, she hesitated for a moment before offering a comforting remark.
It will be all right.
She gently patted Yi Shiqing on the shoulder, and he nodded. Then Song Yuan gripped the magic box tightly and infused it with her supernatural power. She didn't know how to use the instrument, but she had seen it before. So, through her constant trial and error, the magic box began to respond. Then a white light flashed out, and the entire space collapsed with a roar. The two of them disappeared into the white light in a daze.
Drink it. Give it your all, and we'll break through soon. Damn Chen Yuanqi, I will personally eliminate him.
Outside the ruins of the examination site, a large number of teachers and students formed a circle, their faces showing curiosity and worry. Inside the circle, the vice dean, another mentor, 2 5th-level experts from the tribunal, and more than 10 students worked together. Each person's hands held a mysterious and unpredictable spatial power, which danced in their palms like a nimble dragon, as they focused intently on the void before them. Under the powerful spatial force, the air trembled and a fierce wind raged. But somewhere inside the circle, nothing changed.
I really didn't expect that Senior Chenbei would actually be a member of the demon spirit cult.
They're a bunch of lunatics, worse than pigs and dogs. I never expected that Section Chief Chen Yuanqi was also a member of the demon spirit cult. I used to respect her a lot.
It's a pity. Yi Shiqing is gone. So much time has passed, I'm afraid.
The surrounding whispers and curses were intermittent and very quiet. After all, the space ability users were all on the front lines trying to break through the barrier, so they naturally couldn't shout or make a fuss and disturb the other side's progress. However, I couldn't help but scoff at the way the demons called out, and even cursed them a few times. At this moment, outside the noisy crowd, stood 2 strikingly beautiful silver-haired figures, a man and a woman, as if they had stepped out of a painting.
Don't worry too much, I believe Yi Shiqing will be alright.
Xiao Lan frowned slightly, her tone gentle yet firm. Xiao Lan gently patted Xiao Rongshue's shoulder beside him, his eyes full of concern and comfort. Xiao Rongshue remained expressionless, like a beautiful ice sculpture, yet ripples of emotion constantly surfaced in her beautiful eyes. The ripples contained worry, concern, and unease. She tried hard to suppress the turmoil in her heart, but her constantly shifting gaze betrayed her state of mind. Xiaolan was perceptive. He knew how worried his sister was. But how should I put it? Yi Shiqing was facing a 7th level opponent. The chances of survival are extremely slim, practically non-existent. Therefore, no amount of comforting at this point will help. Xiaolan paused for a moment, seemingly wanting to say something more, but suddenly noticed that the icy beauty's crystal-clear eyes lit up. He was taken aback at first, and then subconsciously looked in the direction of Xiao Rongshue's gaze. The surrounding space began to throb and pulsate with excitement. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flashed, and Yi Shiqing and Song Yuan slowly emerged from it. The two of them appeared completely unharmed, without even a trace of injury, as if everything they had just experienced was merely a dream. This should have been a moment of triumph and celebration. But at this moment, the scene was deathly silent, and everyone's face showed a heavy and serious expression, making it impossible to feel any joy. A female instructor, quick as a flash, took out an enormous garment from her spatial ring. Then, with practiced ease, she gently draped the garment over Su Zishan's thighs, who was in Yi Shiqing's arms. At this moment, tears streamed down the female mentor's face. She was Su Zishan's direct mentor. Su Zishan is a woman who is beautiful and intelligent. She has a cheerful and generous personality, and is lively and lovely, bringing vitality and energy to people like the warm spring sun. Throughout her time at the academy, she consistently upheld the principles of respecting teachers and valuing friendship, demonstrating both virtue and talent. In addition, her stunning beauty, which could topple kingdoms, made her like a fairy descended to earth, and she naturally became famous throughout the academy. For this reason, Su Zishan is very famous in the academy and is highly favored by the mentors and genuinely loved by some students. Most people at the scene wept silently, their sobs rising and falling. They find it hard to believe. Su Zishan died just like that. Absolutely unacceptable. Yi Shiqing remained calm, her eyes as still as water, without a single tear falling. She stared coldly at Din Wang, whose body was hunched over and whose steps were unsteady as he approached her. Hand her over to me. Din Wang glanced at Yi Shiqing, whose eyes were dull and lifeless. At this moment, he was no different from everyone else around him, and had no interest in how Yi Shiqing was returning in triumph. He had no intention of asking further questions. He knew that something far more important awaited him ahead. Upon hearing the sound, the latter, like a kitten that has experienced setbacks and is filled with anxiety, instinctively took a step back. Only after recognizing the person as the kind and gentle Din Wang did he slightly pout and take a step forward with difficulty. Din Wang nodded gently with a kind smile on his face. Then, he slowly and gently raised his right hand, which had been weathered by time. Immediately afterwards, a green light quietly appeared on the entire palm, and the green light seemed to contain an extremely rich life force, like the vibrant spring air quietly surging. Bathed in the rich green light, Yi Shiqing's weary body inexplicably felt an unprecedented sense of peace. The feeling was like finally finding a peaceful harbor after a long and tiring journey, where you can rest in peace. A-rank magic ability, Emerald Shadow Heals Radiance. Healing-related superpowers. Under this emerald light, everyone present was surrounded by a lush green landscape, as if they were in a vibrant green world. The green light was like countless soft, graceful hands, gently caressing everyone's cheeks. It continuously soothes the sorrow in people's hearts, allowing their souls to gradually return to peace in this gentle comfort. A moment later, the radiant green light dissipated, and the scene returned to its original state, except that Su Zishan's charred body had once again become as white as snow. How is she? Yi Shiqing looked up in deathly silence, and asked with a glimmer of hope. Wang Xiao stared into Yi Shiqing's deep, lifeless eyes, momentarily speechless. After a long silence, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Both body and soul are intact, don't worry, she's still alive. The sound wasn't loud, but everyone present could hear it. In an instant, the previously quiet surroundings erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. At the same time, the moment Wang Xiao finished speaking, in Yi Shiqing's eyes, the world seemed to vanish into thin air. An unconscious smile, like the warm spring sun, appeared on his pale face. Su Zishan is not dead. Din Wang is an 8th level ability user and an 8th level healer. As long as your head isn't severed, you can be saved. Yi Shiqing's eyes lit up, a glint of light appearing in them. He gazed at Su Zishan in his arms with a deep, unwavering look, his meaning clear. Din Wang looked at Yi Shiqing, who had woken up in despair, and murmured to himself, clearly having something to say. But seeing the other party's radiant appearance, he didn't want to interfere for the time being. In the midst of the awkward silence, Yi Shiqing was the first to break the deadlock. It probably isn't that simple. Yi Shiqing isn't stupid. After all, a wounded soul is a taboo subject. How could a soul be switched into a dead body so easily and unharmed? Of course, all he knows right now is that Su Zishan is not dead. I'm already very content. Din Wang looked solemn, shook his head slightly, and sighed. Fortunately, the soul exchange did not last long. At the critical moment when life hung by a thread, I pulled him back with all my might. However, the act of forcibly switching souls ultimately left indelible and irreversible damage. Although I am now certain that her body and soul are safe and sound, her mind has now fallen into a
state of stagnation. In other words, she is currently in a temporary vegetative state, in a coma. After a moment of silence, Yi Shiqing asked, "How long will you be unconscious?" "It could take up to 30 years, or as short as 10 years, Wang Xiao replied, looking dejected. At this moment, he was filled with self-reproach, knowing that he also had an inescapable responsibility. After all, the secret art of soul swapping has long been banned and prohibited worldwide, becoming an untouchable technique. No one expected that Chen Yuanqi would be a traitor. No one expected that he had secretly kept a secret. If they had been more careful in their actions and had considered every detail carefully, they would have been better off. Perhaps this tragedy wouldn't have happened, and things wouldn't have developed to this heartbreaking state. At least 10 years, Yi Shiqing murmured, glancing at Su Zishan, who remained silent with her eyes closed. 10 years seems too long, and that's under the minimum circumstances. Isn't there any other way to wake him up sooner? Wang Xiao remained silent, like a composed sculpture. He lowered his eyes slightly, as if immersed in the vast and profound depths of his mind, like the universe, deep in thought. He is old and has experienced the vicissitudes of life. His knowledge is as vast as the starry sky. However, even so, it does not mean that one is omniscient and omnipotent. After careful consideration and repeated confirmation, Wang Xiao slowly shook his head, his expression showing a hint of helplessness and apology, and said softly, "Forgive me, I do not yet know." A highly respected 8th level expert, an elderly man with the back of a sturdy build, apologized to a young junior. How absurd this is. This kind of fantastical story happened to Yi Shiqing. Numerous mentors and students watched in stunned silence. Despite being shocked, he remained silent. Yi Shiqing pouted, lowered his eyes, and looked dejected, but Song Yuan brought hope with her. "I have a way," Song Yuanxi said decisively and confidently. Song Yuan's expression was calm, as if she were deep in thought, preparing her words. "Soul swapping is an evil art. Since evil art has been used, there must be a countermeasure. The secret manual of the tribunal contains an S-grade pill formula called the Quick Healing Soul Pill. After a brief pause, she continued, "As the name suggests, this pill can repair the soul and accelerate the passage of time. After much consideration, this pill is the best choice for her. The Quick Healing Soul Pill. Yes, I've heard of it. For someone like Su Zishan, this special pill is indeed the best choice." Just then, one of the mentors, a 6th-grade alchemist, immediately responded, confirming Song Yuan's point of view. None of the other instructors had ever heard of such elixirs, but this alchemist knew a little about them. Quick Healing Soul Pill. Yi Shiqing murmured softly. He was not a pharmacist, so he had never heard of this Quick Healing Soul Pill. However, upon looking around, the several mentors who bore the title of alchemist reacted in different ways. Some had gleaming eyes, some nodded slightly, and some whispered among themselves. Judging from their demeanor and expressions, this pill seems to be the best choice. What materials do we need? Yi Shiqing asked. After all, this is an S-grade elixir, so the materials are naturally scarce and difficult to gather. After a moment's thought, Song Yuan replied, S-grade pills require materials that are at least of the highest quality, rare and precious. If my memory serves me right, there are a total of 5 subjects. Grade A medicinal herbs soul-gathering flower, Bodhi fruit, and millennial ginseng spirit, as well as Grade S medicinal herb year-end green grass, and the core of an 8th-tier soul-type beast. They're all rare and precious treasures. This is truly shocking. Even setting aside the question of whether these rare items can be purchased, even if one were fortunate enough to find them on the market, the price would be astonishingly high, at least worth over 50 billion. 8th-tier alien beasts are incredibly powerful beings, completely beyond the reach of most ability users. Most importantly, it also requires an 8th-tier alien beast of the soul type, which undoubtedly makes things even more difficult and adds insult to injury. The rare and precious, year-round green grass is also extremely rare. The Academy does have reserves of the first 2 treasure materials. As for the 1000-year spirit ginseng, we may be able to request it from the Alchemist Guild. As for the latter 2 S-rank items, the Academy will also go all out. After a moment's thought, Wang Xiao answered fluently without the slightest hesitation. After all, the Academy cannot escape responsibility for Su Zishan's coma due to its negligence. Therefore, if there is a chance to salvage the situation, they will naturally not be careless. Don't worry, the Academy will handle everything properly. Wang Xiao smiled broadly and comforted Yi Shiqing. Generally speaking, rare and precious spiritual herbs will be surrounded by some exotic beasts. Yi Shiqing was not strong enough, so he naturally did not want to let him take risks. Yi Shiqing nodded in understanding, indicating that he also understood these things. Please hand Su Zishan over to me. At this moment, the female instructor who had helped Su Zishan put on her coat earlier came up. Her eyes were red and her face was streaked with tears. She took the lonely Su Zishan from Yi Shiqing's hands. Without the slightest hesitation, she transformed into a streak of light and soared into the sky, disappearing from the spot. Her name is Uxin, a professor in the Department of Psychiatry. Dean Wang murmured to himself, gazing in the direction she had left. Chen Yuanqi came to Liming Academy as a mentor 20 years ago, when Dean Wang had just been appointed as dean. Yu Xinxiao was Chen Yuanqi Yuanqi's first disciple. The two complemented each other and were proud of each other. And Su Zishan happens to be Yu Xian's apprentice. Today, she mourns the loss of her most respected teacher and her most beloved disciple. At this moment, the one who is most heartbroken is probably her. As he spoke, Wang Xiao gave Yi Shiqing a meaningful look, who remained silent before changing the subject. Alright, life is unpredictable. At least you're alright, so don't be too sad. I will remember this, young man. Yi Shiqing then clasped his hands in thanks to the respectful Dean Wang. I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of Senior Su for saving my life. After all, if it weren't for Wang Xiao's intervention, it would have been difficult. I'm afraid Su Zishan will definitely not be safe and sound. Wang Xiao remained calm, casually waving his hand as if to take all the blame upon himself. He slowly began to speak. If we hadn't been careless and negligent, and failed to do things perfectly, this tragedy would never have happened. This was our mistake, so why should we express gratitude? His voice was steady and powerful, echoing in the air. Alright, everyone, you can all leave now. Wang Xiao raised his head slightly and spoke loudly to the surrounding crowd. After the incident was over, these people gradually began to leave. Some of them scattered like dandelions blown by the wind, drifting with the current. Some people had tears in their eyes, while others looked helpless. After all, the betrayal of the highly respected Chen Yuanqi, the departure of Chen Bei and other members of the demon spirits, and the departure of Su Zishan all require a long time to process. Amidst the bleak wind and rain, and the bewildered crowd dispersing, a silver-haired girl stood alone, like an iceberg, her face utterly calm. Xiao Rongxue stood quietly, and Xiao Lan, seeing this, sighed helplessly and quietly left. The girl's gaze pierced through the gaps in the crowd, looking at Yi Shiqing with an indifferent expression, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. She didn't know who the girl Yi Shiqing had been holding earlier was. She didn't know him and didn't want to ask any more questions. All she knew was that the girl seemed to be very important to Yi Shiqing. Yi Shiqing, he was very sad. Xiao Rongxue was tongue-tied and didn't know how to comfort Yi Shiqing, so she simply gave up and didn't go. If I were to take a step forward rashly, it would probably spoil the mood. Looking at it from such a distance, it's not bad at all. For some reason, she felt a strange undercurrent of discontent stirring within her. She stared intently at the pale-faced Yi Shiqing, and then she understood. This overwhelming surge of heartache originated from that boy. She looked at him with a dejected expression, and thus felt worried. She saw his loneliness and felt pity for him. She saw his dejection and felt a pang of heartache. And I feel heartbroken for that boy. If something were to happen to him, would he do the same? Latest reports indicate that members of the demon spirit cult suddenly launched a large-scale operation yesterday, which has aroused widespread concern and anxiety from all sectors of society. The court reacted swiftly and launched a tense and fierce operation to suppress the crime. Through arduous efforts and close cooperation, the court finally succeeded in completely eradicating the demon spirit cult's influence in Shangjing City. Duan Feng lay lazily on the sofa, yawning listlessly. On the LCD TV, yesterday's events had already become a trending topic, and he tried several channels, but the same thing kept repeating itself. After reading it, I couldn't help but curse under my breath. That damned demonic spirit cult, they do all sorts of heinous things. The moment the insults were finished, the doorbell rang. Like a dragon that appears only briefly, has that kid Yi Shiqing returned? Duan Feng slowly stood up, walking towards the door while shouting loudly, "Hey, you clearly have a key. Why are you ringing the doorbell?" Although he said that, Duan Feng's hands honestly opened the door. However, there was complete silence outside the door, and no sound came from outside. Duan Feng wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but at that moment he inexplicably felt a chill wash over him. The moment the door slowly opened, Duan Feng subconsciously took a step back. A silver-haired girl with an expressionless face stood outside the door. Her beauty was breathtaking. Duan Feng's pupils widened, and after a moment of stunned silence, he stammered, "Miss Xiao, are you here to see Yi Shiqing?" Duan Feng's tone was full of subservience. He himself didn't know why, but the girl inexplicably exuded a powerful sense of oppression. The other person was just standing there, and you could feel how incredibly strong they were. It made him feel fear involuntarily. Xiao Rongxue kept her lips tightly closed, remaining silent, and only nodded slightly. Her aloof appearance was like a snow lotus on a snow-capped mountain, exuding an aura that made people hesitant to approach her. Duan Feng, suppressing his fear, looked at the silent Xiao Rongxue and replied, "He went out on business." Then, she quickly changed the subject. "If Miss Xiao has time, you can wait here for a moment, and I will call him back for you right away." As he spoke, Duan Feng, as if driven by an invisible force, respectfully led Xiao Rongxue into the room. Xiao Rongxue seemed to possess an irresistible and powerful aura. Duan Feng dared not refuse her in the slightest and could only obediently act according to her wishes. Meanwhile, on the other side, "You're leaving so soon? I haven't even had a chance to properly thank you." Yi Shiqing and Song Yuan stood quietly in the warm sunlight, facing each other at the academy gate. Song Yuan raised her head slightly, looked into the distance, and slowly said, "The mission is over, and it's time for me to go back. This major operation has almost wiped out the demon spirit cult in the entire Shangjing challenging city, a brilliant victory. But I have many things to take care of when I get back, so I won't stay any longer. The sunlight shone on her, as if draping her in a golden glow, but it also added a touch of melancholy at the thought of parting. Good, may your path be smooth, may all your wishes be fulfilled, and may you be promoted soon. Yi Shiqing extended his strong right hand toward Song Yuan, who was taken aback at first upon hearing Yi Shiqing's words, but couldn't help but smile. They then clasped hands tightly. Then I wish you all the best for the future, and I look forward to seeing you again. The same applies. In this farewell scene, there was laughter, tears, blessings, and longing. But now it's different. All that's left is anticipation and longing. Ding ding ding. Just then, Yi Shiqing's cell phone rang, breaking the solemn atmosphere of the scene. Yi Shiqing clicked his tongue lightly and then picked up his phone. Seeing the phone call disconnected, Duan Feng immediately cursed. Damn it, he didn't even answer. Watching Song Yuan get into a car and gradually disappear from sight, Yi Shiqing turned and left. The two had only known each other for a short time, a mere few days. However, in that brief period of time, Song Yuan actually provided a great deal of help. If she hadn't boldly used the Jinglan Jiga formation to successfully seal Chen Yuanqi's special ability, she really wouldn't have been entirely confident in subduing Chen Yuanqi. Moreover, the other party has extremely extensive knowledge. Take Su Zishan's case as an example. She actively offered suggestions and provided key ideas and methods for solving the problem. I need to find a chance to thank her. Yi Shiqing shook his head slightly, his heart filled with emotion. Sometimes, parting is indeed for a better reunion, but the prerequisite is that the reunion can actually happen. The future is full of uncertainties, and no one knows when or where the next encounter will take place. In this era of superpowers and monsters battling each other, no one knows what will happen next. The person who was jumping around just a second ago, the next second could be a separation of life and death. As the magnificent villa came into Yi Shiqing's view, he immediately noticed Duan Feng standing outside the door. The latter's face darkened when he saw him. Because of Xiao Rongshua's powerful aura and imposing presence, Duan Feng inexplicably felt apprehensive and dared not share a room with her. Duan Feng called Yi Shiqing several times, but no one answered, so he decided to go to the library to take refuge. Just then, Yi Shiqing returned. Someone is looking for you. Duan Feng pointed irritably at the villa behind him, then hurriedly fled the place like a cowardly mouse. Someone is looking for me? Yi Shiqing was taken aback, but without thinking much of it, he decided to go in. Crunch! The door was unlocked. As it was gently pushed open, Xiao Rongxue was sitting quietly on the sofa. Hearing the sound, she slowly turned her head to look at her. Miss Xiao, you wanted to see me? Yi Shiqing raised an eyebrow and sat down beside her. What do you want? Xiao Rongxue remained silent, subconsciously lowering her eyes. She stared at the floor, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Yi Shiqing, as if lost in thought, pondering something. A moment later, she resolutely raised her right hand, which was as light as a feather, and gently stroked Yi Shiqing's cheek. Yi Shiqing stared into the other's deep and complex eyes, while Xiao Rongxue was now aloof, her face cold and expressionless. Be good, don't hurt, don't be in pain. Xiao Rongxue spoke softly, her voice gentle yet carrying a hint of barely perceptible concern. She really didn't know what she was doing. As if driven by an invisible force, she instinctively went to comfort Yi Shiqing, but she just couldn't bear to see Yi Shiqing so heartbroken. She struggled with the decision all night, but still wanted to see him. She was never good with words and was clumsy with speech. After racking her brains for a long time, she could only utter these few words, but these few numbers seemed to have exhausted all her energy and effort. Yi Shiqing stood frozen in place like a statue, staring intently at the other person's indifferent face. What used to be icy cold is now unusually warm and pleasant. Yi Shiqing gently grasped the jade-like hand that rested on her cheek, savoring the lingering warmth of the other's palm. His eyes seemed to be smiling. The air seemed to freeze. Yi Shiqing could smell the faint fragrance emanating from the other person, which was both cold and warm. Yi Shiqing was well aware of Xiao Rongshue's personality. This was also the first time he had heard Xiao Rongshue's concern, and that it was genuine. Grief is an emotional conflict, and Yi Shiqing doesn't like to show it on her face. From beginning to end, it buried its so-called sorrow and grief deep in its heart, not letting anyone discover it. Even with such a flawless facade, the other party still noticed something amiss. You are very careful with your words, but the other party can still sense it. I am very careful in my behavior, and the other person can sense it. The subtle changes in one's eyes are easily noticed by the other person. They hide their thoughts very well, but the other party can see through them. My reaction was well controlled, but the other party could still detect it. His words were plain, but not cold. Her palms were warm, and so was his heart. 2 months later, on January 7th, Yi Shiqing and Xiao Rongxue walked side by side in the academy toward a certain place. During these 2 months of cultivation, Yi Shiqing relied on some cultivation pills refined by Duan Muqingyi. Dark Netherflame has also successfully broken through to the 3rd tier. He subconsciously opened the system. Importing data into the killing system. Data import for the killing system successful. Name, Yi Shiqing. Physical strength 1440. Speed, 1610. Strength Strength 1390. Mental Strength 1610.
Quadruple Avatar, Divine Body Fusion, Fiery Dance of the Heavenly Blade, Fiery Prison Cage, Fiery Spirit Nether Claw, Fiery Feather Soaring Heaven Technique, Dark Knight Holy Armor, Shadow Stealth. Ability Points 6477. Superpower, S Rank, Dark Knight Overlord, Psychic, Tier 3. Tier A, Blade of Time, Military, 3rd Tier. God Level, Demon Wolf Fenrir, Mental Type, Tier 3. S Rank, Dark Nether Flame, Magic, Tier 3. As the Dark Nether Flame powerfully upgraded, Yi Shiqing's mental strength and physical power increased accordingly. In 2 months, Yi Shiqing's cultivation technique had reached a high level of proficiency, but he hadn't touched a single point of his special ability. The reason lies in the fact that there are many kinds of supernatural abilities and the path of cultivation is complicated. Instead of pursuing a wide range of skills, it's better to focus wholeheartedly on improving the remaining levels of your special abilities. It is absolutely impossible to break a stone with 100 eggs. Trying to fight a losing battle with an egg is never a good strategy. Even if you draw an S-level or God-level superpower, it's still useless if the level is low. After all, only when one has a clear direction in mind can one break free from the cocoon and transform into a butterfly. The last outbreak of beast tides led to the closure of most wilderness areas, which were inaccessible until recently. For this reason, Yi Shiqing did not gain any special ability points. Su Zishan was placed in the academy's medical room. Su Zishan was properly placed in the college's medical room. Yi Shiqing was by no means a person troubled by emotions, and he did not feel saddened by the unconscious Su Zishan. In his view, this move was completely unnecessary. If you want to awaken the other party, you must strive and work hard. Yi Shiqing and Xiao Rongxue walked through the campus, attracting a lot of focused attention. After all, how could handsome men and beautiful women not attract attention? How are the preparations for this study tour going? Xiao Rongxue asked calmly, her gaze fixed straight ahead. The study tour is scheduled to kick off on January 10th and is a grand event jointly organized by multiple colleges. Dawn Academy is a renowned key martial arts school, and the other parties involved in organizing this event must also be important key institutions: Divine Academy, Dawn Academy, Magic City Academy, and Extraordinary Academy. The first three are all key martial arts schools, while the Extraordinary Academy trains alchemists. The status of alchemists goes without saying, which is why the Extraordinary Academy is considered a key institution. Prepare? Yi Shi thought for a moment. Of course, let's wait and see. Xiao Rongxue. Study tours are no joke, they take place in wilderness areas. It is even more severe than the college entrance examination for martial arts schools, with an extremely high probability of death. After thinking about it for a while, Xiao Rongxue didn't dwell on it too much. After all, they could team up to participate, and Yi Shiqing's team members were himself. I can protect him. Yes, I can do it myself. The two walked into a conference room in a building, which was already packed with people. Wow, study tours. I'm so excited just thinking about it. Why are we continuing our trip in the wilderness? It feels so scary. Yeah, I'm just a tier 2 player going to the wilderness. I need a pro to carry me. The spacious conference room was packed with freshmen who had just entered the university. The room was filled with the noise of people talking excitedly about all sorts of things. Some were filled with emotion, while others were filled with trepidation. But it was just talk. After all, the students who can enter Dawn Academy are not ordinary people. Just then, the conference room door slowly opened, and two figures walked in. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it, and the originally noisy conference room became completely silent. The newcomers were Yi Shiqing and Xiao Rongxue. Their appearance was like a hand plucking a string, drawing everyone's attention to them. This study tour was not only a simple learning journey, but also a fierce competition between colleges. Through this event, universities can showcase their strengths and capabilities, and strive to secure more resources allocated by the state. As S-level ability users, Yi Shiqing and Xiao Rongxue are undoubtedly the two most powerful trump cards of Dawn Academy. Yi Shiqing, Xiao Rongxue has arrived. Yi Shiqing is so handsome. I'd be willing to be Yi Shiqing's concubine. The Divine Academy has one S-rank student, but fortunately we have two. I really want to team up with Yi Shiqing, but unfortunately, she's already taken. It wouldn't be good to be a third wheel. A hesitant, timid voice rang out. The sound was very soft, but it still reached their ears. When Xiao Rongxue heard the word concubine, she raised an eyebrow and a hint of hostility appeared in her eyes. Then, my gaze immediately locked onto the woman who was speaking, dressed flamboyantly and swaying her hips slightly. Okay, sorry to bother you. Ignoring the whispers, Yi Shiqing quickly scanned his surroundings, his gaze settling on a red-haired girl who also looked over at the same time. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing led Xiao Rongxue over and sat down in the empty seat next to her. Oh, you arrived early? Yi Shiqing said to Qiao Yuyo. I just arrived not long ago, Qiao Yu replied casually. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Xiao Rongxue beside her. She naturally recognized Xiao Rongxue. After all, she was an S-rank student with a renowned reputation in the academy. However, she also knew that the other parties certainly did not recognize her as a relative relatively ordinary provincial champion. But for some reason, when she met Xiao Rongshue's gaze, she clearly felt a sense of indifference. But why was her gaze so gentle when she looked at Yi Shiqing? Strangeness. Would you like to join our study tour? We're just one person short, Yi Shi said cheerfully. His relationship with Xiao Yu was fairly good. Xiao Yu is the kind of person who doesn't talk much, is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and always acts quietly by herself. Xiao Yu's roommate is a strong-willed girl, and the two of them don't get along very well. There was no friction, and no overlap. This is why Xiao Yu is a lone wolf most of the time, used to facing all kinds of things alone. Xiao Yu put aside the question in Xiao Rongshue's eyes and changed the subject. Wouldn't that be too presumptuous? Xiao Yu returned 2 days after the academy brawl and had heard about Yi Shiqing's situation. I also visited them several times to offer words of comfort. She didn't know anything about Yi Shiqing's private life, but she knew that Yi Shiqing's relationship with Su Zishan was definitely not ordinary. She didn't know why she said that. This is probably just a subconscious answer. Excuse me? Yi Shiqing scratched his head, seemingly confused. No way. They're all people I know. He thought for a moment, then replied with a grin, if you have friends with you, don't worry about the room being full. I'll just kick Duanmu out. Xiao Rongxue. Duanmu Qingyi yawned inexplicably. Brother Yi must be missing me. Xiao Yu thought about it and realized that forming a team wasn't so bad. Her strength is already at the peak of the second tier, and she has not yet broken through to the third tier. Having few friends, he readily agreed. As time went by, most of the new students arrived. The entire conference room was tiered, with several instructors already present at the bottom podium. Dean Wan's gaze slowly swept over the completely silent crowd. After a moment's hesitation, he carefully crafted his words. The purpose of this meeting is to convey to you the important points to note regarding study tours. This study tour was jointly organized by the 4 colleges, and each dean participated in it. This event is not only closely related to the resources provided by the national government, but more importantly, it concerns the honor of the college. As he spoke, Dean Wang's gaze slowly fell on Yi Shiqing and Xiao Rongxue. That makes sense. It wouldn't be a problem if it were just a regular study tour. However, having caused such a huge mess 2 months ago, they definitely need prestige now. Leave it to me, Yi Shiqing replied confidently. Looking at his grinning face, Dean Wang nodded with a smile. Remember, grades are important, but life is more important. Alright, the travel destination will be announced at the end of the principals' meeting tonight. We will depart at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Dismissed. After the meeting concluded, Yi Shiqing, Xiao Rongxue, and Xiao Yu parted ways, each returning to their own homes and mothers. Although most team members believed that they needed to get to know each other first, the two were both taciturn and feared that the conversation would fall into an awkward silence after a few words. So the two decided to play their own game during the competition. Study tour. Inside the villa, Yi Shiqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Looks like another excellent opportunity to collect ability points. Those dormant ability points, which have remained untouched for so long, are truly something to be itchy for. This event has no rules. It simply involves abandoning everyone in a wilderness area for a month. As someone with superpowers, there is no turning back. One can only take life and death lightly and leave it to fate. The wilderness is an indispensable training ground for every superhuman. We will definitely have to face this in the future. Speaking of which, the dean will be involved in everything. Yi Shiqing murmured softly while taking a can of cola from the refrigerator. Put down my drink. Duan Feng shouted upon seeing this. Yi Shiqing ignored him and opened the bottle, gulping down the contents. It means I'll have to see Zhang Quan, the dean of the Shanghai Academy, again. Yi Shiqing still remembers it vividly. Months ago, this person had knelt down and begged to be admitted to his academy. A renowned and incomparably powerful 8th-tier expert actually knelt down and begged him. How absurd this is. I'm afraid people will laugh their heads off if I tell them. But this absurd thing actually happened to Yi Shiqing. If you want to drink it, why don't you go buy it yourself? You just know how to sit back and reap the benefits. Isn't my money money? It's an unreasonable and domineering attempt to get something for nothing. You are simply unreasonable. Yi Shiqing and Duan Feng spent some time together. The other party was a decent person, and their relationship was neither good nor bad, but perhaps they were given too much credit and got carried away. Yi Shiqing looked at the other party with an innocent expression and gave Duan Feng a meaningful smile. It's like saying, if you keep babbling, I'll beat you so badly you can't take care of yourself. The latter suddenly fell silent and shivered. It was 8 p.m. in the brightly lit dean's office. Dean Wang sat calmly and composed on the elegant sofa. On the ancient and heavy table in front of him, a clear, jewel-like azure holographic projection was prominently displayed. 3 distinct faces were clearly displayed on the projection. The dean of the Divine Academy, Yu Lonin, was imposing and dignified, displaying a calm and composed demeanor. Zhang Quan, the dean of the Magic City Academy, is also a mature and steady middle-aged man. He yawns listlessly, and his eyes reveal a kind of idiocy. Zhang Taowei, the dean of the Extraordinary Academy, is a highly respected elder, just like Dean Wang. Although their temples are gray, they are still vigorous and energetic, proving that one should not be old. He seemed to have experienced many hardships yet remained calm and composed, giving people a sense of unfathomable depth.
It's truly a rare treat, everyone.
Come to think of it, it's probably been a year since we last met during our study tour. Zhang Taowei, the dean of the Extraordinary Academy, broke the silence first and spoke slowly. The locations for the study tours organized by the colleges are carefully selected by the 4 colleges in rotation. This year, it just so happens that it's the Extraordinary Academy's turn to handle this matter.
Let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point.
I have a lot of official business to attend to.
Dean Yu Longyin of the Divine Academy spoke calmly and in a steady tone. Dean Yu is as decisive as ever. Old Zhang, let's not delay any longer and just announce the location of this event.
Dean Wang said with a smile on his lips. Although the colleges are outwardly competitors, in reality, the deans actually have a fairly good relationship in private. They are working hard for the development of their respective colleges. They will also support each other at crucial moments and work together to cultivate more outstanding students.
After all, humanity's enemy is the alien beasts, not its own kind. Zhang Quan remained silent, nodding and swaying his head, seemingly about to fall asleep. Alright, since you've said that, I won't waste any more time.
Zhang Taowei nodded slightly, and after a moment's pause, the scene changed, showing a desolate area before everyone's eyes.
This is the study tour destination that our college decided on after in-depth discussion. Gongchang Wilderness Area in Xining City. Zhang Taowei solemnly announced.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Longyin gently stroked his chin, raised his eyebrows slightly, and murmured,
Gongchang in Xining City? Could it be the wilderness area where the beast tide occurred 2 months ago? That's not bad.
After the beast tide, most of the powerful beasts will choose to retreat to the sidelines, which will reduce the danger level of this wilderness area quite a bit. Dean Wang murmured softly, seemingly lost in thought. But, is the difficulty a bit too low? Yu Longyin frowned slightly, expressing his concern.
Safety is the most important thing, Zhang Taowei replied. Zhang Quan is snoring.
2 months have passed since the beast tide.
After a beast tide occurs, humans will quickly seal off the wilderness area for rest and recuperation.
The beasts will also react accordingly. They will seek out relatively safe areas to inhabit, waiting for the situation in the wilderness to gradually stabilize.
Alright, it's decided then. Yu Longyin hesitated for a moment before agreeing. I have no objection. What? Dinner's ready? Zhang Quan exclaimed as he woke up.
The next morning at 9:30, the sun was shining brightly, and the number 1 playground was already packed with freshmen. Some of them stood in 2s and 3s, talking in hushed tones, their eyes occasionally glancing at the freshmen in the center of the playground. Some leaned against the railings by the playground, observing the lively scene with great interest.
Many students from sophomores and above also came to join in the fun.
After all, study tours are a life or death struggle with a high mortality rate.
Brother, please remember this, never venture too deep into the wilderness.
Remember, achievements are fleeting, safety is of utmost importance. A senior student, with a solemn expression, offered earnest advice. Remember, although there was a beast tide 2 months ago, we still need to be very careful and walk on thin ice today.
Thank you for the reminder, senior.
Study tours are only open to freshmen, and these senior students, having been through it all, are naturally well aware of the dangers involved.
So they gave earnest advice to some acquaintances.
I hope that my juniors will be safe and sound and overcome any dangers on this challenging study tour.
Alright, I think there's nothing else I need to remind you of. In a certain spot on the bustling playground, Yi Shiqing and the others gathered.
Zhou Ling tilted his head slightly, his gaze falling on Yi Shiqing, and gently shook his head.
That's true.
After all, junior brother Ye's strength is obvious to all. It's right here. As long as he doesn't venture deep into that dangerous place, he can move around this research area as if it were his own backyard.
Hua Xiaorong, standing next to Zhou Ling, looked proud and slightly puffed out her chest.
Then, with a hint of teasing, he gently patted Yi Shiqing on the shoulder.
I'm rooting for you, Junior Yi. You're joking. Even inside, I can still rampage through.
Yi Shiqing revealed his unrestrained smile, grinning confidently.
Alright, enough joking around. Judging by the time, it'll be about time for me to go to the national team for some arduous training. After this training, I'll graduate. I guess it'll be a long time before we meet again.
Zhou Ling sighed slightly, his eyes revealing a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty about the future. National team training is a process in which each country sends a team to participate in world competitions. Members who can participate in world championships are naturally among the most skilled.
Okay, I hope we'll meet again someday.
After shaking hands and saying goodbye, Yi Shiqing watched Zhou Ling and Hua Xiaorong turn and leave, their figures gradually disappearing into the bustling crowd. Only after they had completely disappeared into the crowd did Yi Shiqing turn to look at Xiao Rongxue beside him and subconsciously ask,
I remember, your brother was also on the national team, right? Xiao Rongxue nodded gently, her expression calm. Of course, Xue is so strong. Her brother must be extraordinary too.
At this moment, He Luowei, who was standing next to her, interjected, her tone full of admiration.
It's not like you're the stronger one, why are you so smug?
Yi Shiqing spoke in a teasing tone, a mischievous smile on his face.
He Luowei was speechless for a moment, unable to refute. Then he simply started crying to Xiao Ronxue. Xue, look at him. Xiao Lan is a 5th-tier expert, and his strength is indeed above Zhou Ling's. The brother and sister are indeed exceptionally strong and incredibly powerful. As Yi Shiqing sighed inwardly, a red-haired figure in the crowd shone like a dazzling star. Xiao Yu, like a blazing flame, slowly emerged from the bustling crowd. Under the sunlight, it resembles a dazzling flower, attracting much attention. She was no different from usual, still with that stern and aloof demeanor. She was no different from before, still exuding that aloof and arrogant air. The only difference was that Xiao Yu was carrying a wooden box on his back. It was not large, and judging from its appearance, it seemed that it could hold a sword. Yi Shiqing looked at Xiao Yu, who had walked up to the crowd, slightly raised his chin, and asked calmly, "What are you doing carrying that thing around? You clearly have a spatial ring. Why don't you put it in there? Are you just showing off?" Xiao Yu approached step by step. Hearing Yi Shiqing's question, she frowned slightly, glared at him irritably, and replied, "You guess." At this time, Xiao Yu did indeed possess a spatial ring, but she chose to carry the box on her back in a grand and elaborate manner. It's really baffling, as if she has nothing better to do. In a daze, some images seemed to flash through Yi Shiqing's mind. Recalling the first time the two met, Xiao Yu was carrying a suitcase. At that time, she did not put the suitcase into her spatial ring, but carefully dragged it, as if the suitcase was a precious treasure. Seeing Xiao Yu carrying this wooden box, Yi Shiqing instantly had the answer in his heart. It is obvious that this wooden box was inside the suitcase at the time. After a long and engaging conversation, it was exactly 10 o'clock. With the arrival of Dean Wang and several mentors, the scene quieted down. Without further ado, let's set off now. At Dean Wang's command, the moment his voice fell, a deep buzzing sound came from the clouds, like a persistent horn song. Then, right before everyone's eyes, a vast black and gold airship broke through the clouds, its black shadow, like a black curtain, enveloping everyone on the ground. So this is the Dawn Academy's SR warship. It's really cool. My god, you can't buy an airship like this even if you have the money. I can't believe I'm getting to ride one in my lifetime. On another note, what if such a conspicuous airship, soaring through the air, is attacked by a strange beast? The last person to speak immediately wanted to take back his words, feeling that he had been rather foolish. After all, they were led by an 8th-level expert, along with many high-level mentors. The strange beasts would only temporarily avoid its sharp edge, and even if they came, they would ensure that the beasts would not return. The ship was large, but the parade ground was even larger. The ship slowly descended, appearing large yet not out of place compared to the vast exercise field. With a slight mechanical sound, the crooked hatch slowly opened, as if welcoming the warriors about to embark on their journey. Led by Dean Wang, the students, all in high spirits, marched forward in neat rows. This event will last for a month, and most people are dragging suitcases and packing their clothes. After all, spatial rings are expensive, and not everyone can afford them. The warships, like gigantic maws, swallowed up all the students on the playground. Only after the last person boarded the boat did the gate close, seemingly satisfied. In an instant, it took to the air. It cuts through the sky at an extremely high speed. Part 1 of the Gongcheng Supernatural Abilities Guild in Xining City. Beyond the walls, the wilderness was grotesque, and chaotic shadows roamed freely. Within the walls, the city lights shine, and the people live in peace. This Special Abilities Guild sits precisely between the two, upholding the order and maintaining peace in the region. Many students have already arrived at the Guild Square. Disciples from the Divine Gift Academy, the Demon Capital Academy, and the Extraordinary Academy all arrived at this place. Koan, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be at the Shanghai Academy. Coach Wang, time flies, it's been so long since we last met. You little rascal, do you miss your dad now that you're not in the same college? Many participants arrive at the venue several days in advance. The competition is scheduled for January 10th and will begin 2 days later. At the moment, most of the people present were in their free time. Sharing drinks and reminiscing with old high school friends is certainly a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, these top universities all happen to be present on the same day. Whether it's a coincidence or not, I don't know. Anyway, the guild's head manager, Li Zayan, is going to be quite busy. A gentle breeze swept across the square, leaving the ground spotless. An army stood in the center, as neat as evergreen pines and cypresses. The soldiers wore gleaming uniforms, and the sunlight shone on their military emblems, reflecting a dazzling light. They all looked solemn and serious, their gazes fixed firmly ahead, their postures as upright as javelins, motionless, as if welcoming distinguished guests who were about to arrive. Standing directly in front of this well-ordered army, Li Zayan, dressed in a black outfit with a silver python-patterned belt around his waist, appeared even more upright. He slightly raised his hand, glanced at the exquisite watch on his wrist, and unconsciously murmured, "Judging by the time, we'll be arriving at Dawn Academy soon." Li Zayan possesses spatial abilities, yet he seems to have the magical power to make his words come true. As soon as he finished speaking, a deep rumble, like muffled thunder, came from the white light in the sky. The sound was like a magical hook, instantly drawing the curious gazes of the crowd. For a moment, time seemed to freeze, and everyone looked up at the sky. Above the clouds, a black and gold warship, like the chariot of a deity descending to earth, roared down from the clouds. Wherever the warship passed, the clouds and mist scattered and fled like frightened birds and beasts. The surrounding air seemed to be stirred by a pair of invisible hands, vibrating violently and making a buzzing sound. Then, like a giant bird returning to its nest, it skillfully found an open space and landed steadily. So this is the Dawn Academy's SR warship. That's so cool. Can I switch to Dawn Academy now? I really want to do that. I don't think you can switch jobs, because Dean Zhang will kill you. Immediately, there was much discussion. It's important to understand that warships are not ordinary objects. Not everyone or every academy can possess them. Of the 4 academies present, only Dawn Academy possesses such a remarkable artifact. Dawn Academy's elaborate and high-profile efforts to attract attention are clearly intentional. It's simple and straightforward, just for showing off. It displayed its formidable power and prestige to the other colleges. Numerous gazes, like starlight, converged on the airship's entrance, for the dual power master and 2 of China's 3 S-class masters were both present there. This naturally attracted everyone to want to see his appearance, their curiosity rising like flames. On the first floor of the guild, Li Fan, who also possessed S-level superpowers at the Divine Academy, sat in a chair. Upon hearing the sound, his expression remained calm, and he casually glanced out the window. She then looked away, took a sip of the strawberry milkshake, and gave a barely perceptible smile. Under the eaves of the guild building, a graceful girl leaned affectionately against a stone pillar. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, with eyebrows and eyes like crescent moons, perfectly complementing her oval face. Her thick eyelashes, like 2 small fans, cast faint shadows on her eyelids. Beneath her pert, delicate nose were pink, rounded lips. When the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, they resembled peach blossoms in full bloom in spring, vibrant and full of life. She wore a long white dress, which was as light and flowing as the morning mist in the mountains. Standing there, she was like a lotus flower blooming in the mortal world, shy yet noble. Every glance and smile was intriguing, captivating all who beheld her. But this is the kind of girl who is exceptionally beautiful. A picture flashed through her mind. It was a bus full of energetic students. 2 people were sitting by the window in the front left row, an extremely handsome and unruly young man, and a messy girl. In the scene, a troublemaker in the back row is insulting and verbally abusing a girl, while a handsome young man draws his knife to help her. Thinking of this, the disheveled girl in the picture seemed to overlap with this young woman, and they couldn't help but smile, their cheeks flushing and their lips curving into a sweet smile. Just as the beautiful scene in his imagination was beginning to unfold, another girl's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting him. Mu Wan Yuan, shall we go eat? Skipping breakfast is bad for your health. No, I have things to do. Mu Wan Yuan shook her head gently. Nothing is more important than eating, is it? The girl asked. What is it? To meet a friend. See you after you finish eating. Very important. Is this matter important? He is very important. Although the girl was confused, she didn't press the matter at that moment. After all, how would she know what such a beautiful woman is thinking? The ship's hatch opened, and Dean Wang and his mentor walked in front, with the students following closely behind. The entire academy did not mobilize, only 13 mentors, including Dean Wang, came. As soon as he stepped off the airship, Li Zian greeted them with a beaming smile, saying in a practiced manner, "Welcome, students and mentors of Dawn Academy." He has said this 4 times today, including this time, but instead of looking tired, he looks pleased. After all, it is a great honor for a top university to designate their wilderness area as a study tour destination. We are the ones who are bothering you, so please skip the formalities, Dean Wang said calmly. I dare not accept such an honor. It is our pleasure to have you all grace us with your presence, Li Zian said, his voice humble and respectful. Their emotional intelligence is actually quite good. Dean Wang smiled and nodded at him. The other distinguished guests from the academies are resting in the guild's private room. This way, please. Li Zian respectfully gestured for Dean Wang and the others to follow him. You're back again? Yi Shiqing muttered to himself, his chest rising and falling slightly as he took a deep breath. His clear eyes, with a slightly complicated expression, swept over his surroundings with satisfaction. More than 2 months have passed since I last visited this wilderness area. At this moment, in this place, memories of the past flood my mind like a tide. His heart clenched at the thought of his harrowing encounter with the demonic black lion. Is that Yi Shiqing? Judging from his appearance, he should be, and he's much more handsome in person than he appears online. That silver-haired beauty next to him must be Xiao Rongxue. She really is a beauty. Who's that redhead? My goodness, everyone here is so good-looking. People around were whispering among themselves. Dawn Academy was crowded with people, and the crowd was bustling. However, Yi Shiqing and the others' outstanding appearances were simply too dazzling. This makes them easily spotted in a crowd, as if they have their own light, attracting the attention of those around them. Yi Shiqing shone brightly, and with great confidence, he stretched out his hand to greet the surrounding crowd warmly. You really are quite conspicuous, He Luo Wei muttered to herself. What you're saying is quite something. Yi Shiqing clicked her tongue in amazement, a smug smile playing on her lips. Is being too popular a bad thing? Too eye-catching? He Luo Wei rolled her eyes helplessly, muttering to herself. She was too lazy to argue with Yi Shiqing. A loud shout suddenly rang out, instantly drowning out all the noise and discussion. Yi Shiqing, it's been so long. Everyone turned to look at the sound, their eyes focused on the direction from which it came. Not far away, a tall, middle-aged man with a frizzy, explosive hairstyle was striding toward Yi Shiqing. His face was covered with a thick beard, giving him a rugged and unruly appearance. His arms were outstretched, as if he wanted to embrace the whole world. The man's attire was particularly eye-catching. He was wearing a tattered black coat. A huge Ultraman image is printed on the back, and below the image, 3 bright characters stand out. His appearance became the focus of everyone's attention. It's not that this person's clothing is unique, but rather their status. This person is Zhang Quan, the dean of the Magic City Academy, known as the Fire Emperor. As soon as the airship arrived, Zhang Quan, sensing the situation, rushed over immediately. Dean Zhang, it's been a long time. Yi Shiqing greeted him politely, but as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Quan walked up to him and gave him a tight hug. Forehead. Yi Shiqing and Zhang Quan's bodies were pressed tightly together without them realizing it. In an instant, a pungent odor entered Yi Shiqing's nostrils without any obstruction. The smell was so strong that it made her stomach churn, as if a sock that hadn't been washed in a long time and was covered in filth had been stuffed with something disgusting. Dean Zhang is so kind. Yi Shiqing forced a smile and broke free from the other person's warm embrace. Yi Shiqing moved her gaze upwards, carefully examining Zhang Quan. His hair was a mess, like a bird's nest, with tangled and greasy strands sticking to his scalp and a few strands hanging down his face like withered weeds. His face was covered in grime, resembling a chaotic ink painting. His beard was stubble, with some unidentified debris clinging to it. He looked even more disheveled than when we last met. Those around Zhang Quan looked disgusted at his appearance. Some of them wrinkled their noses, as if they would suffocate if they smelled it for another second. Some of them curled their lips, their eyes filled with disgust, showing absolutely no respect. Among the crowd, some students from Shanghai University stood out. They held their heads high, fanning their noses with their hands, their expressions of disgust growing increasingly intense and undisguised. The look in his eyes was as if he were looking at a pile of garbage, not a person. That's so strange. Zhang Quan is an 8th-tier powerhouse. The eyes of the people in front of me were full of disdain. What on earth is going on? This is so strange. When the two first met, the high school principal, mentor, and reporter all held him in high esteem. Why has the art style suddenly changed? Oh dear, it's been so long since I've seen a genius hero, I can't contain my excitement. Zhang Quan grinned, revealing a mouthful of large, yellow teeth. He stretched out his arm and casually put his arm around Yi Shiqing's shoulder. Yi Shiqing wasn't too bothered by the unpleasant smell on the other person. After a moment of preparation, I got used to it. Having lived a life of hardship and toil for decades, even in the gutter, I was already used to this smell. Dean Zhang, Yi Shiqing is a student of our college and your rival. Yet you're all arm in arm with him. Wang Xiao, who was originally planning to take Li Zian to the VIP room, turned back and started chatting after seeing Zhang Quan return. On stage it's a competition, off stage we're brothers. Besides, the competition hasn't even started yet. Zhang Quan answered casually, seemingly unconcerned. After dealing with Zhang Quan, the latter and Wang Xiao left reluctantly. I'm going to take a shower later. Yi Shiqing looked at the disheveled figure and shook her head helplessly. Immediately afterwards, 1 man and 3 women sat down to rest in a corner of the guild, and a moment later, Duan Muqingyi arrived after hearing the news. Here. Yi Shiqing leaned lazily against the couch and beckoned to Duan Muqingyi, who had just arrived at the door, gesturing for him to come over. The moment Duan Muqingyi appeared, everyone was surprised to find a young girl accompanying him. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, her silk skirt trailed on the ground, and her beauty was so stunning that she could be described as a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Yi Shiqing subconsciously blurred Duan Muqingyi's face, ignoring him completely. Only that girl remained in his pupils. Although this woman is beautiful and has a pleasing appearance, she has one significant flaw. Her figure is not ideal, probably only an A+. Her appearance is comparable to Xiao Rongshue's, but she is definitely slightly inferior. After all, Xiao Rongxue at least achieved AB in this aspect. Even so, Yi Shiqing felt a strange sense of familiarity with the other person for some reason. Yi Shiqing wasn't the only one who felt this sense of familiarity. Xiao Rongxue, who was beside him, felt the same way. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before, but I just can't remember. Meanwhile, Mu Wanyuan, who was standing slightly behind, felt her heart flutter the moment her eyes met Yi Shiqing's. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of her lips. Yi Shiqing, it's been a long time. Duan Muqingyi, still wearing that simple blue hanfu, gave Yi Shiqing a big hug. Immediately afterwards, Duan Muqingyi's gaze swept over the girls sitting around him. This guy has so many women again. Replacing one with another is one thing, but why are you putting in 3 at once? Good grief, is this how you play it? Long time no see. Long time no see. You've grown even more beautiful. Yi Shiqing teased and joked, then quickly changed the subject. I haven't had a chance to tell you about these guys yet. They're also my teammates from the competition. He introduced them to
Duanmu, and then he Luo Wei stood up and extended a hand to Duanmu Qingyi.
Hello, Master Duanmu, I've long admired your name.
He Luo Wei's eyes seemed to sparkle like stars, and she was somewhat agitated.
The title of genius alchemist is well deserved.
Hello. Seeing that someone recognized him, and even a fan of his, Duanmu immediately smiled smugly. Xiao Yu and Xiao Rongxue remained indifferent. The former nodded in acknowledgement, while the latter stared blankly at Mu Wanyuan. This scene seemed to have poured a bucket of cold water on Duanmu.
It's a trivial matter. After changing his mood, Duanmu remembered to introduce the girl next to him. By the way, you should know Miss Xiao. That's exactly what I was about to ask.
Yi Shiqing paused for a moment, then his gaze lingered on Mu Wanyuan.
Hello, my name is Yi Shiqing. Haven't we met somewhere before?
The moment the words fell, Mu Wanyuan's chest seemed to roar with raging flames, letting out an excited and furious roar. A blush rose to her delicate face.
I am Mu Wanyuan, long time no see. I've become prettier, didn't you? Am I pretty enough now?
Mu Wanyuan struggled internally and tentatively thought of a few opening remarks, but she rejected them all. Looking at Yi Shiqing, whose gaze was as warm as spring blossoms, it was as if the world paused, and the surrounding white expanse exuded a captivating charm.
After an unknown amount of time, she took a deep breath.
Looking at the person she had been longing for day and night, she revealed the most innocent smile.
Long time no see, Yi Shiqing. I wonder if you remember me. My name is Mu Wanyuan. Mu Wanyuan?
Yi Shiqing tilted his head and frowned, unable to recall who it was for a moment, and lowered his eyes to think. Meanwhile, many students who were playing around in the hall couldn't help but cast curious glances at this scene.
It's Mu Wanyuan. Our extraordinary academy's most beautiful girl is here to see Yi Shiqing too. My goodness, TSK. Yi Shiqing is really lucky with women, surrounded by 4 beauties. Where did these 4 beauties come from? There are only 3. Are you blind? Isn't that the blonde one? You son of a bitch. He's a man. Ugh.
I finally felt a spark, but I lost so badly. Damn it. Yi Shiqing and Xiao Rongxue are both S-level ability users, which already makes them the focus of attention. In addition, the entire group of people were all exceptionally good-looking, as if celebrities had descended upon the world.
It's perfectly normal for something to attract adults' attention.
Especially Yi Shiqing, who was surrounded by several beautiful women, though this only applies to those who don't know Duanmu Qingyi. It's worth noting that Duanmu Qingyi does indeed have a feminine charm. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Shiqing's eyes suddenly brightened. The image of riding the bus during his college entrance exam flashed through his mind, along with the disheveled girl sitting in the same row as him. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shiqing stared wide-eyed at the stunningly beautiful girl before him, her face filled with astonishment. His gaze was like that of a hungry tiger with fangs, causing the other girl's face to flush instantly, and she lowered her head shyly.
You are Mu Wanyuan?
Yi Shiqing stared in disbelief and stammered. He felt as if he were in a dream, and the person in front of him seemed to have been reborn. The ugly duckling of the past is now a completely different person. This huge transformation seems like a fairy tale.
Could this be the legendary transformation of a girl at 18, like a phoenix rising from the ashes? So you still remember me. Mu Wanyuan's personality hadn't changed, she was still shy and introverted. Didn't you recognize me just now? Sorry, I'm really clueless. I never expected you to be so beautiful.
A beautiful face easily attracts vicious gazes like a viper's sting, and insidious covetousness like a greedy rat, especially for someone like her, who is naturally introverted and socially anxious, like a tender branch or leaf. Now, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he felt as if he were in a thicket of thorns, making him appear even more uneasy and even somewhat apprehensive.
That's so embarrassing.
But she had no intention of running away. On the contrary, she was overjoyed. This joy did not stem from her stunningly beautiful face. It did not originate from the gaze of a swarm of stars surrounding the moon. Rather, it originated from Yi Shiqing's simple yet gentle words, like a spring breeze. You're so beautiful. She had heard this sentence countless times and was already tired of it. But at this moment, she was smiling more happily than anyone else. These words were said by Yi Shiqing. The ugly duckling, who was previously avoided by everyone, stood out from the crowd, bathed in the sunlight.
Having become a radiant white swan, I finally have the right to look up at the other person. She's so beautiful. To receive the approval of an admirer, what a glorious and inspiring moment.
Long time no see, Mu Wanyuan said softly.
Come, sit down. I didn't expect to see you here. You're with Duanmu Qingyi. You actually went to the Extraordinary Academy.
Yi Shiqing got up and pulled out his chair, and the latter sat down.
Mu Wanyuan came with Duanmu Qingyi, which reminded Yi Shiqing of the school beauty that Duanmu had mentioned before. Seeing you today, I can confirm that you are indeed exceptionally handsome.
Those around them were quite envious at that moment. Why is Yi Shiqing surrounded by so many beautiful women?
Duanmu Qingyi glanced at Mu Wanyuan almost imperceptibly.
The two were not acquainted at first. Not long before, Mu Wanyuan approached him, hoping to use his relationship with Yi Shiqing to meet him again. After all, Mu Wanyuan has changed so much that the other party might not believe it even if she
she told them. More importantly, Mu Wanyuan has social anxiety, so he asked Duanmu Qingyi to cover for him. The group spent the afternoon together, and after the meeting, they gathered again to prepare for lunch. Yi Shiqing also learned that Mu Wanyuan's strength was only at the 2nd level, and she was currently a 3rd-grade exotic medicine master. Yi Shiqing puffed out his chest proudly and said, "It's been so long. Let me treat you to dinner. Duanmu Qingyi, please pay the bill." Okay, Yi Shiqing is treating Duanmu Qingyi _ The event will be held on the 10th and will last for a month. During these days, you need to prepare your own food and equipment. So apart from the roll call every evening, the rest of the time is free time, and you can arrange your own activities. After we finish eating, are you guys going to the market to buy some equipment? During the journey, Duanmu Qingyi started a conversation. I don't need it. Me too, I'm prepared. Xiao Yu and He Luowei refused, while Xiao Rongshuo simply shook her head lightly. And what about you, brother Yi Shiqing? The conversation then turned to Yi Shiqing, who pondered for a moment before speaking. I need to buy a battlesuit, and I'd also like you guys to broaden my horizons, and maybe take a look at some exotic plants and rare herbs. Yi Shiqing had no physical resistance equipment on him. His body was quite light, so naturally he wouldn't buy any armor. Although Yi Shiqing possesses the S-rank combat skill Dark Knight Holy Armor with exceptionally astonishing defensive power, it consumes mental energy and provides more protection, so it's definitely not bad. The most important thing is to try your luck. Let's see if we can have the good fortune to encounter the S-grade medicinal herb Sueshu Beatsao and the core of an 8th tier soul-type alien beast. It may seem like a pipe dream, but we should still give it a try. Alright, I'll also check if there are any medicinal herbs I need to buy later. Shall we go together? Duanmu Qingyi said. Hey, aren't you taking us? He Luowei interjected with a hint of complaint. Then let's go together, Yi Shiqing agreed casually. Because of this study tour, the Superpower Guild has promised to provide free meals for everyone. However, even though everyone here is a superhuman, most of them are still students under the age of 20. Young people are always full of energy and curiosity, and they love to wander around outside. When it comes to food, they prefer to enjoy meals at restaurants outside. At this moment, the restaurants on the surrounding streets were already bustling with people. The air was filled with the aroma of various foods, and noisy conversations rose and fell. What would you like to eat? Yi Shiqing frowned slightly and murmured something, her eyes filled with some hesitation. Her gaze swept over the restaurant signs, each one seemingly attractive yet difficult to choose from. At this moment, Xiao Rongshuo gently tugged at Yi Shiqing's sleeve. She remained expressionless, simply pointing towards the Mala Tang, spicy hot pot, restaurant in the distance. Her calm expression remained unchanged, except for her fixed, unwavering eyes, which revealed her inner longing. Did you get addicted after just one bite? Seeing this, Yi Shiqing couldn't help but laugh. After discussing it with the people around him for a moment, they all agreed. Except for Duanmu Qingyi, he seems to be unable to eat spicy food. Of course, the minority must submit to the majority. Yi Shiqing looked down on him and said, "Oh, a genius alchemist can control the heat so well, but he can't even handle eating?" Fueled by Yi Shiqing's mockery, Duanmu insisted on showing off. Just kidding, I am Master Duanmu, what's there to be afraid of? This shop, with its red-tiled walls, has a unique charm. The interior, dominated by red tiles, is quite eye-catching. The tables and chairs were neatly arranged, and the windows were clean and bright, but at this moment, there was a lot of noise and chatter. If you ignore the noise, the store's interior is not bad. Yi Shiqing and 5 others entered the shop and finally found a seat by the window, where they sat down one by one. This shop is very popular and always packed with customers. Fortunately, the space was spacious, otherwise, Yi Shiqing and his group would have had difficulty finding a place to sit when they entered the store. After settling in briefly, Yi Shiqing chatted idly while waiting for the delicious food. Of course, He Luowei had a big appetite, so Yi Shiqing ordered several more dishes. Since I'm the one treating, I can't let the other person down. Push harder, push harder. Duanmu Gonzi paid for everything. My god, who is this guy? 5 beautiful women are surrounding him. TSK, I'm so envious, so envious. They're all so good looking. I wish I could have one of them. Yes, I want blonde hair. The one in Hanfu. TSK, she's really got a lot of charm. The 6 of them had barely sat down when all eyes turned to them, scrutinizing them. 2 men and 4 women, or rather, 1 man and 5 women, a lineup with top-tier looks, naturally attracts a lot of attention. Of course, these are just the observations of passers-by. Some college students in the store, however, found it quite strange. Ignoring the whispers, Yi Shiqing turned her gaze to the window. Just as my gaze shifted, a familiar figure appeared in my field of vision. There was still a figure I glanced at briefly, yet I couldn't help but remember it. It wasn't because of their stunning or extraordinary appearance, but because of their disheveled, messy, and extremely wretched state. This person was Zhang Quan. At this moment, Zhang Quan and his group of 4 walked slowly forward, 2 of whom were instructors from the Magic City Academy. He himself pushed a wheelchair, slowly moving forward. A black-haired girl, about 16 or 17 years old, sat in a wheelchair. The girl was dressed in an exquisite and unique princess dress, looking looking very pretty, which contrasted sharply with Zhang Quan's tattered clothes. Zhang Quan pushed the wheelchair steadily, his face showing an unprecedented tenderness. He was chatting idly with the girl, who looked on with a blank, blissful expression, like a fool. Oh, Dean Zhang? Duan Muqingyi, sitting to Yi Shiqing's left, also caught sight of Zhang Quan outside the window. Dean Zhang, by the way, I was just about to ask about this too. This morning when I went to the restroom, I overheard a lot of people talking badly about Dean Zhang, and that group of people were all from Shanghai University. Has something happened to him? Upon hearing Zhang Quan's name, He Luowei felt as if she had opened the door to a new world and immediately started a new conversation. This problem applies not only to He Luowei, but also to Yi Shiqing. In the morning, the students around him stared at Zhang Quan with utter disdain. As He Luowei finished speaking, Duanmu's face showed a helpless bitterness, and he sighed. Mu Wanyuan also showed regret on her face. Seeing this, it's clear they only know a little bit. After pondering for a moment, Duan Muqingyi seemed to have made up his mind and slowly began to speak. It's just some rumors that Dean Zhang has gone mad. He deliberately lowered his voice as he spoke, glancing out the window. He Luowei and Yi Shiqing said in unison, almost instinctively, "Don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors, they're just gossip." Duanmu shook his head and muttered to himself. He took a sip of water and continued, "It's a long story, it happened about half a year ago. Dean Zhang's wife and daughter inadvertently had their address exposed, and once again, while out and about, they were subjected to retaliation by the demon spirit cult. If it weren't for our extraordinary academy's genius student, Seniorly, who happened to be passing by and risked his life to save her, Dean Zhang's daughter would have been saved. But fate played a cruel trick on him. He went blind, his thinking regressed, and moreover, Dean Zhang's wife left him forever." As they spoke, the group lowered their heads in quiet sorrow. This wasn't something that needed to be hidden, and Duanmu, not yet satisfied, continued to chatter on. "And these rumors and gossips around us are probably because of Dean Zhang's daughter." "Because of your daughter? What do you mean?" Yi Shiqing and He Luowei stared at Duanmu with curiosity, like Teletubbies. The other three were not very talkative, they simply listened quietly with their ears perked up. Duan Muqingyi continued rambling, "To put it nicely, his daughter is mentally dull. To put it bluntly, she's practically a mental patient. Since that incident, Dean Zhang has kept his daughter by his side the whole time, never leaving her side for a moment. Perhaps it was because of excessive self-blame, or perhaps because his daughter couldn't see clearly, that he completely abandoned the title of Fire Emperor and all his domineering and tyrannical behavior. As for the foul stench emanating from him, it was due to his long-term immersion in a strange herb. Although it smells extremely bad, it is very unique. According to him, this was so that even if his daughter couldn't see him, she could remember him by his scent." Duan Muqingyi shook his head bitterly. The foul stench emanating from Zhang Quan was created by Master Duan Muqingyi. Duan Muqingyi learned these things from his master. Yi Shiqing and the others didn't ask, so he didn't say anything. After Duanmu finished speaking, the others understood quite a bit. Rumors say the Fire Emperor has gone mad, causing people to avoid him. In reality, he's just a man who has lost his wife and whose daughter has become mentally challenged, and who is filled with self-blame and confusion. Yi Shiqing suddenly realized the truth at this moment. More than half a year ago, around the time of the college entrance examination, Yi Shiqing met Zhang Quan for the first time during the special admissions process after the college entrance examination. At that time, he had already looked up Zhang Quan's information online. The photos circulating online show the other party looking dashing and dressed in a suit. But when we met, he was slovenly. I was very confused at the time, but now everything makes sense. In other words, Zhang Quan only started to look like this about 6 months ago, and all that disdain was precisely because the other party was Fire Emperor Zhang Quan. Nonsense and idle gossip enveloped Zhang Quan, overshadowing the title of Fire Emperor and labeling him a madman. One tells 10, 10 tell 100. Madmen are not scary. What's terrifying is that the madman is actually the Fire Emperor. The terrifying madman is an 8th-tier powerhouse. If he goes berserk, who can stop him? Who would dare to stop him? The endless stream of idle gossip failed to stir even a ripple in Zhang Quan's heart. Zhang Quan didn't care. With his prestige and ability, he could silence those gossiping people behind his back with just a word, leaving them completely speechless. But he felt it was pointless, so there was no need to do it. Reputation and prestige, things he may have once cared about, are now like fleeting clouds in his eyes. He didn't care about those empty titles and fleeting fame. He doesn't care about his past glories or the misunderstandings others have of him now. Now, he only has one thing on his mind: to spend quality time with his daughter. Zhang Quan himself doesn't care about these rumors, and as outsiders, they naturally shouldn't comment too much. After that topic ended, everyone started eating, and Yi Shiqing began a new topic. "I've always wanted to ask, are all the people in the demon spirit cult this crazy? And why would any of them be willing to join the demon spirit cult?" He spoke while chewing his food, which made his speech somewhat unclear. "They're just a bunch of rats crossing the street," Xiaoyu replied calmly. "Exactly, who knows about those mentally ill gathering places?" He Luowei chimed in with a complaint. Seeing everyone cursing the demon spirit cult, Mu Wanyuan also imitated them
them and cursed the demon spirit cult. A bunch of idiots. Her tone was soft yet alluring, and her ambiguous words made the others burst into laughter. Xiao Rongxue remained silent, eating her meal in silence, seemingly out of place in the world.
Mu Wanyuan, stop laughing, stop laughing. I won't scold you anymore.
Facing the laughing crowd, Mu Wanyuan felt a rush of heat to her head and lowered her head in embarrassment. After their playful banter, Yi Shiqing calmed down and asked Duanmu Qingyi.
Duanmu, you are so knowledgeable and have such a wide range of experience, could you please help me answer this?
Yi Shiqing didn't ask the question casually, he was genuinely curious. Whether it was Ho Han, whom they had encountered before, or Qin Bei, whom they had recently clashed with, or Qin Yuanxi, who held a high position and wielded considerable power.
In Yi Shiqing's eyes, they were all absolute, unwavering madmen.
Like a deadly shadow, it is completely willing to risk its life to kill you.
Is the demon spirit cult really that appealing? Choosing to join the demon spirit cult and being despised by everyone, like a rat crossing the street, is it really that good?
Duanmu Qingyi replied casually, I'm not really sure about that, but I've heard that some of the evil arts of the demon spirit cult are so addictive.
That's right, I don't know the specifics either.
Yi Shiqing only had a vague understanding and didn't ask any further questions, since the other party didn't know either. It should be noted that Chen Yuanxi is the head of a department at Dawn Academy and a 7th level expert whose strength and status are not to be underestimated. But even such a highly respected person still became a lackey of the demon spirit cult. There must have been some kind of intermediary enticing them to willingly join the demon spirit cult. What exactly it is self-evident. At 9 p.m., after finishing their meal, everyone returned to the accommodations arranged by the Superpower Guild. The person living with Yi Shiqing, it's that idiot Duan Feng again. The night was deep and all was quiet. Most students and professors had already fallen asleep peacefully. Only a very small number of people are still burning the midnight oil, diligently practicing their skills. However, in a forgotten corner, there is a room that is dark but filled with an air of mystery. Moonlight streamed through the window, spilling into the room like a silver veil, bringing a faint glimmer of light to the dark space. Inside the room, several people dressed in black robes knelt quietly on the ground, their faces full of respect, their heads bowed towards another person in black robes outside the window. The man in black robes stood quietly by the window, his figure appearing exceptionally tall and lonely in the moonlight. He seemed completely immersed in the beautiful moonlight, as if he had become one with the whole world. He was like a bard, softly chanting. Tonight, the jade moon hangs high in the azure sky, its clear light shining upon my romantic thoughts. The pure light is like a dream, full of boundless emotion. The night is like a poem, naturally charming. The moonlight tonight is so beautiful. His voice was deep and magnetic, as if it possessed a kind of magic, making people involuntarily intoxicated by it. The scene seemed to have been forgotten by time, shrouded in a deathly silence. A long silence stretched on, making it almost impossible to feel the passage of time. I don't know exactly how much time has passed. One of the men in black robes at the very center of the group slowly raised his head, breaking the suffocating silence, and spoke. Master, the preparations at the Spirit Spring have been completed as instructed, the magic array has been drawn, and the sacrificial offerings have also been prepared. Now, everything is ready, and everyone is on high alert, ready to be deployed at any time. Standing outside the window, the cult leader said leisurely, no rush, the more sacrifices the better. That way, his power will be even stronger after his resurrection. Our demon spirit sect has been silent for half a year since the last assassination attempt on that brat Yi Shiqing. During this period, the court also uncovered several of our hideouts, causing us heavy losses.
Do you really think we're ants, that we can just step on whenever we want?
The member of the demon spirit cult who had just spoken wore a look of worry and wariness on his face, cautiously interrupting the other party's pleasant conversation.
Is it too conspicuous to make a move now? Will we expose our identities because of this? After all, there are so many high-level superhumans here. This member of the demonic cult's concerns were not unfounded. Although the sect leader is a powerful 8th-tier expert, the environment they are in at this moment is extremely complicated.
The elites from the 4 major universities gathered here, including 3 experts who also possessed the strength of the 8th rank. Faced with such a powerful lineup, even the leader had to consider his own strength.
Although saying such things may displease the cult leader, that is the truth.
This is the perfect opportunity. Although our demon spirit sect has suffered heavy losses and lost many soldiers, everyone speculated that we would withdraw to recuperate.
But who could have predicted that we would go against the tide? Besides, hasn't our demon spirit cult been laying the groundwork for this day all along? As he spoke, the 8th level sect leader couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Then he muttered to himself, it's been more than 2 months since that demonic black lion died last time. Its death will surely provoke the wrath of this sack. According to intelligence from the front lines, as expected, it has completed its conscription and will likely launch a beast tide soon.
At that time, the entire land of China will be thrown into chaos.
Taking advantage of this opportunity to resurrect the god would be a godsend.
The Black Lion of Demons was the 7th-tier alien beast that was instantly killed by Lei Zhenxiao.
The lioness originally lived
live deep in the mountains and forests. However, due to the process of gestation, they ended up in the border area of the wilderness. However, it was discovered by the demon spirit cult, which enraged it and triggered a beast tide. Taking advantage of its death, they ignited the wrath of the 9th tier beast emperor. After all, this demonic black lion is the wife of that beast emperor. This is an exceptionally important operation, achieved at the cost of severe self-inflicted damage by the demon spirit cult, and cannot be taken lightly in the slightest. By resurrecting him, the achievements of our demonic spirit cult will be directly announced to the world. At that time, countless new blood will join our demon spirit cult. My demonic spirit cult will usurp the throne and flourish. The high priest's face was contorted with ferocity and excitement, appearing particularly sinister under the dim moonlight. These members were already used to it, but one of them couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "My lord, may I ask, which god do we intend to resurrect?" The bishop, whose mood had been ruined, was not angry. Normally he would have killed the man on the spot. He was in a good mood at the moment and patiently began to explain. Resurrection requires a causally related body, and in this period of time we have only found one suitable body. The body in question was intended for the so-called king of the underworld, named Hades, the king of the underworld. Remember that this wilderness experience is extremely dangerous and carries a high risk of death. Of course, if you can admit that you are the weaker party, you can choose to live a peaceful and prosperous life under the protection of the stronger party in the warm harbor of the city. But since you have chosen to become superhumans, this is something you have to face. At 9:30 a.m. on January 10th, the 4 major universities gathered in the Guild Square. The students lined up in an orderly fashion according to their school classes. Directly in front of the line of students was a simple, makeshift platform. The deans of the 4 academies stood tall on the platform, and apart from the dazed Zheng Quan, the rest stood with imposing presence. The one who shouted was Yu Longyin, the dean of the Divine Academy. Even without a microphone, his voice still reached everyone's ears, powerful and resonant. This event will involve fighting against strange beasts in the wilderness. After successfully killing them, we will cut off their distinctive parts, such as their ears and tails, and bring them back as evidence for the final assessment. May all the new talents of China be blessed with good fortune and resounding success. Now go to your respective instructors to collect your tactical backpacks and safety nets. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene became bustling with excitement. The tactical backpack is used to carry loot from the wilderness, while the protective net is used to maintain personal safety. Within the crowd, there were hushed discussions filled with anticipation for the challenges to come. There were sounds of slightly rapid breathing due to nervousness. There were also slight noises from organizing equipment. Yi Shiqing, having a spatial ring, didn't need a tactical backpack, so he only took the safety net. The safety protection net is shaped like a small sphere, making it easy to carry. Once activated, it generates an electric grid. Our team is still missing a warrior-type ability user. Anyone interested? I am a rare medicine master. Anyone want to team up? I can identify rare and precious herbs, poisonous plants, and exotic flowers. I have healing and support abilities. Team up with me and I'll keep you safe. As Yu Longyin said, the wilderness area is no child's play. It is extremely dangerous. Naturally, he was very critical and demanding of the team members. Therefore, most people at the scene are not in teams, and some have not found suitable teammates. People from the 4 major universities can form groups. After all, the enemy was this group of bloodthirsty and brutal beasts, not their fellow humans. After standing there for a short while, many people approached him and begged to join him, both men and women, but he politely declined them all in the end. He struggled to push through the crowd and finally escaped their encirclement. Just then, Xiao Yu happened to walk towards him. Xiao Yu looked different today than usual. Instead of her usual casual attire, she wore a bright and eye-catching red outfit. The suit hugged her body curves tightly, perfectly highlighting her heart-pounding, exhilarating figure. With every step she took, she attracted the attention and glances of those around her, as if she radiated an invisible charm that drew everyone's gaze. Not only were most people around wearing this battle suit, but it was also the majority of people around them. Some are inner layers, while others are outer layers. Xiao Yu's is an outer layer. Yi Shiqing was no exception. He wore it as an inner layer. I bought this suit yesterday after dinner with Duanmu and others. It is worth 3.5 million. Yi Shiqing did not buy those expensive luxury items. After all, battle suits are considered quick-to-consume items. It's hard to say whether I'll get injured, but even if I do, I should probably change out of this suit. There were also many people on site wearing instrumental armor, which had high defensive capabilities but was very bulky. At this moment, Xiao Yu still carried that inexplicable wooden box on his back, one hand behind his back, as if it were a precious treasure. What exactly is in here? Xiao Yu asked Yi Shiqing as soon as he walked up to her. Guess, Xiao Yu said without changing his expression. Yi Shiqing. After exchanging a few words without making jokes, the two headed in one direction. The place was packed with people, and Yi Shiqing and Xiao Rongxue had agreed to meet at the main entrance. Of course, meeting Xiao Yu during that time was just a coincidence. This beautiful lady, would you do me the honor of accepting this invitation? Before the entrance
gate to the wilderness area stood a stunningly beautiful silver-haired girl. Compared to her beauty, everything around her seemed to lose its color and become nothing more than a foil to her. At this moment, standing in front of her was a powerful man with medium-length, wavy hair. His delicate features combined to exude a captivating charm, making him undoubtedly a handsome man. At the same time, he gently raised his right hand and placed it naturally in front of his stomach, his fingers slightly bent and his palm facing inward, making a standard and charming gentleman's bow. Wow, it's Dongfang Jing, people from a great clan. My god, he's so handsome. I heard he's at the 3rd level of strength, and he's a direct descendant of a family member. Then he's rich and powerful, a true noble young master. Yes, I didn't expect this young master to be interested in Miss Xiao. I'm truly envious. Dongfang Jing is quite well known, and many people at the scene have already recognized him. The fact that this young master from the east was showing affection for Xiao Rongxue undoubtedly made most of the girls present extremely envious. Even when faced with such a handsome man, Xiao Rongxue remained unfazed, looking straight ahead without even glancing at him. Xiao Rongxue's coldness did not extinguish Dongfang Jing's burning passion. How indifferent you are, Miss Xiao. Dongfang Jing smiled, showing no sign of discouragement. He then organized his thoughts and began to introduce himself. My name is Dongfang Jing. It's a pleasure to meet Miss Xiao Rongxue. After saying that, Dongfang Jing stretched out a hand. Dongfang Jing initially intended to win over his opponent with what he considered to be his exceptionally handsome appearance, and thus concealed his true identity at first. He harbored such thoughts, as if victory was assured. However, things didn't go as planned, and the other party completely ignored him. It was as if he didn't exist, which shows that he was not a superficial person who judged by appearances. Since the strategy of using his looks to seduce her failed, Dongfang Jing then boldly revealed his identity directly. In this world, between looks and wealth, the other person will at least favor one of them. Upon hearing Dongfang Jing reveal his identity, Xiao Rongxue was suddenly moved. He calmly raised his head and then moved straight forward. Upon seeing this, Dongfang Jing was overjoyed and extended his hand further. Hello, Miss Xiao. And so, with Dongfang Jing's heart pounding with emotion, Xiao Rongxue, he walked straight past him and went to Yi Shiqing's side, who was not far behind him. Dongfang Jing then realized that the sharp glint in the other person's eyes just now was not because of him. Facing the gloating gazes, Dongfang Jing remained motionless, like a statue. His face looked extremely pale, and he seemed helpless and disoriented in the wind. Haha, young master Dongfang has become a clown. Keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear you, or you'll be punished. That wouldn't be good. I'm laughing so hard I'm practically pooping. The people around him chattered incessantly, offering all sorts of sarcastic remarks. Dongfang Jing stood there, his face turning green with anger. They really didn't give him any face at all. Not only did she refuse, she also ran into the arms of another man. At this moment, he felt that his reputation as the young master of the East was being trampled underfoot. They completely disregarded the Eastern clan behind him. They're just from a collateral branch. They really don't know what's good for them. Dongfang Jing squeezed out these words through gritted teeth, glaring fiercely at Yi Shiqing, who grinned provocatively. So what if I have dual superpowers? So what if I'm S-class? I'm just a country bumpkin. Afterwards, Dongfang Jing cursed and left this place of trouble without looking back. Others may fear Yi Shiqing, but he is not. Is this guy mentally ill? You know him? Yi Shiqing stared at Dongfang Jing's departing figure as if he were an idiot, then asked Xiao Rongxue. I don't know her. Xiao Rongxue replied calmly. Not far away, Duanmu Qingyi and Mu Wanyuan stood in the crowd, their sharp eyes scanning everything around them. Suddenly, their gazes fell on Yi Shiqing and the others. Duanmu Qingyi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and then he walked towards them. However, after taking a few steps, he realized that Mu Wanyuan beside him had not followed. He turned back and looked at her with a puzzled expression, then asked softly, "What's wrong? Aren't you going over?" Mu Wanyuan's eyes revealed a complex emotion, as if she was somewhat hesitant. She gently bit her lip, shook her head, and said, I think I'd better not go. Duanmu Qingyi frowned and asked, puzzled, even if the team requirement is 5 people per group, who cares how many people are in a group in the wilderness? While the official rule is that groups of 5 can only be formed, the loophole is that there are no such rules in the wilderness area. Even though Yi Shiqing's team now has 5 members, it's still not a big problem. Mu Wanyuan did not answer immediately. She looked at Yi Shiqing, who was chatting happily with Xiao Rongxue, with a hint of melancholy and longing in her eyes. After an unknown amount of time, she finally let out a soft, long sigh. Excellent people should be with perfect people. I am truly ashamed to have strayed from the group. She had to admit that she harbored unwavering affection for Yi Shiqing. From the very first time the boy offered his help, he became like the dawn breaking through the fog, illuminating everything for her. However, the boy was too dazzling. His light was so bright and dazzling, so intense and scorching. She felt as insignificant as dust, completely exposed under his dazzling brilliance. Liking someone doesn't necessarily mean you have to possess them, but just watching them silently, it doesn't seem so bad. After hesitating for a long time, Mu Wanyuan pouted and said, I have made plans with with my classmates, so I won't bother you anymore.
Before Duanmuqingyi could answer, Mu Wanyuan had already turned and disappeared into the crowd.
Duanmu shook his head blankly, then walked up to Yi Shiqing and the others. Time flew by, and soon it was 10 o'clock, and the competition officially began. The slumbering giant gate opened like a gaping abyss, emitting a muffled, deathly sound. In an instant, nearly 10,000 freshmen from the 4 universities surged towards the wilderness like a tidal wave of ferocious beasts. The thunderous footsteps of 10,000 horses were like the roar of an earthquake. Yi Shiqing and others also joined in, emerging in droves. Yi Shiqing, Xiaorongxue, Duanmuqingyi, Xiaoyu, and He Luowei, the first 3 wore inner battle outfits, while the latter 2 wore outer outfits. Outside the wilderness area, the crowd had already dispersed in all directions, and Yi Shiqing and the others were no exception. However, the one who actually led the team was Duanmuqingyi. 2 months ago, we experienced a beast tide, and the outer area was basically cleansed up, so there are basically no strange beasts around. The deeper you go, the greater the probability of encountering strange beasts, but their levels will also be higher. Of course, with Brother Yi and Miss Xiao, both at the 3rd rank, there's nothing to fear. Then let's go deeper into the mountains. Xiao Yu was the first to agree.
Following closely behind were Yi Shiqing and He Luowei. No problem. Xiaorongxue remained silent, choosing to remain silent. After making their decision, the group prepared to speed off in one direction.
Keep in mind that nearly 10,000 students are participating in this event, so if you don't run fast, you won't encounter a single beast. Just then, Duanmuqingyi, who had been silent all along, suddenly raised his chin slightly and spoke with a firm look in his eyes.
Leave the journey to me.
Immediately afterwards, he swiftly formed hand seals, his slender fingers deftly shifting positions, while he murmured to himself, the key to the 5 elements is the character Gen, which represents the earth element.
The deep voice seemed to carry an ancient rhythm, echoing in the air.
The moment the words left his mouth, a miraculous scene unfolded. A square clod of earth appeared simultaneously beneath the feet of the 5 people. The clod rapidly solidified and enlarged at a visible speed, steadily lifting the 5 people into the air. The clod of earth resembled a meticulously woven carpet, radiating a faint, earthy yellow glow. Then, at an astonishing speed, it sped off towards a flat area in the distance. They traversed through the air, arcing left and right through the jungle, the wind whistling past their ears.
This is Duanmuqingyi's A-level magic ability, 5 elements profound pivot.
With this special ability, he can control the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth.
My god, Master Duanmu, your superpower is amazing, He Luowei exclaimed in surprise.
She stood steadily on the rapidly moving carpet of soil. The howling wind scattered her voice and then swept it back. I feel like you could be a taxi driver. You'd definitely be in high demand, Yi Shiqing remarked with the same sentiment.
As Duanmuqingyi listened to their words, he couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up sharply. That's because, although I'm an alchemist, I haven't fallen behind in my cultivation of supernatural abilities.
On their way to their destination, Yi Shiqing and the others rode on the soil-flying carpet controlled by Duanmuqingyi, speeding through the air like a bolt of lightning.
They left most students far behind.
Some students ran wildly on the ground, some rode summoned beasts, and some people with speed-type superpowers also tried their best to catch up, but they could only watch their receding figures. The soil-flying carpet moved smoothly 1 meter into the air at an astonishing speed. At that very moment, Yi Shiqing and his group glided past a group of unremarkable students. Yi Shiqing stood tall and straight, his gaze fixed firmly ahead, as if he had a goal to pursue. Just as Yi Shiqing and the others passed by, a subtle, sinister smile appeared on the man's lips.
Time seemed to freeze and then flow by in that 1 second.
Yi Shiqing was completely unaware that the flying soil carpet had already carried them away. The leader gazed in the direction Yi Shiqing and the others had sped off, his sinister smile widening. He let out a pleased snort and muttered to himself,
"It seems fate is playing tricks on us. I never expected to go in this direction.
Well then, let us all become sacrifices for Lord Hades." He narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of ruthlessness and smugness.
His hands unconsciously clenched, then slowly relaxed.
He turned and blended into the group of students, as if nothing had happened.